Chapter 1: Sacrificing the Heavenly Monument. This day finally has something to look forward to. Receiving a hang of raw pork from the hands of the old pawn wearing the standardized cotton clothes, Jiang Che sighed in his heart, then swept his gaze around and hurriedly slipped the meat into his bosom when no one was looking. This was his way in. Jiang Che crossed over half a month ago, from a good young man of the Blue Star with all 5 poisons. He woke up with his eyes open and became an auxiliary soldier of the other world with a low status and a worrying life. Not only in the barracks to do the dirtiest and most tired work, anyone can step on a foot, will also be sent to the border to escort grain and grass after more than a month of training. From the memory as well as the oral accounts of people around Jiang Che basically clear, go to the border auxiliary soldiers, 2 years of military service down, can survive 1/3 or very rare. But fortunately, Jiang Che has the traveler's welfare. Sacrifice the heavenly tablet. Equivalent sacrifice. As long as he was able to pay enough to make the sacrifice, he could theoretically set any goal. But that was only in theory. Because once he was unable to complete the sacrifice, then he would not be able to do it the next time. Therefore, Jiang Che set the most basic goal at that time based on his conditions and abilities. Objective of sacrifice: enhance physical fitness. Cost of sacrifice: 2 caddies of blood, 10 caddies of bone, and 20 caddies of meat. Only that although he had a bit of silver in his hand from selling his family's property, he had no access at all, because the auxiliary soldiers in the training set were forbidden to leave the camp to prevent desertion. Originally, he was still holding out hope, but when he saw an auxiliary soldier being stripped naked and hanged on the camp gate to freeze to death in the cold winter months the next day, he dismissed the idea of sneaking out of the camp. Later, after some inquiries, he got in touch with the chief of the Firehead camp and exchanged a little bit of silver money, which was 30% higher than the market price, for the sacrifices from his hands. Compared to other meat, pork is the easiest to get and relatively cheaper. Moreover, the sacrifice of the heavenly monument is not limited to what meat under consideration. I chose pork. Today, this was the last 2 pounds of pork, and the cost of his sacrifice was about to be completed. As for using that auxiliary soldier's corpse as a sacrifice, he simply didn't even have the chance to touch it. How many pounds tomorrow? Go by, the old pawn in the black cotton robe, picked his chin and asked. Brother Go, a few brothers in the battalion are out of money, let's stop this for a few days, when they get greedy, I'll think of a way. Jiang Che whispered back. He was not stupid, since it was impossible to tell the truth. He could only try to dispel the other party's suspicions as much as possible, or else an auxiliary soldier constantly buying meat, it really made people suspicious and covetous. But he really can't do anything about it. In a few days the auxiliary soldier battalion will be heading to the border to die. He must grab as much time as possible to enhance a wave of strength for himself. Because on the road, it was more difficult to obtain meat. Also, he didn't have enough silver in his hand to buy meat from the other side anymore. Okay, it's fine, look for me again when you want to buy meat later. The border is a bitter and tight. If you don't want to find a way to get a few mouthfuls of meat now, it will be even more difficult when the time comes. Kobayi didn't care. With a smile on his face, he patted Jiang Che's shoulder and left. Looking at the other party's back that was gradually going away, Jiang Che also quickly lowered his head and went back to the gathering place to continue working. He met with Kobayi in the gap between his work and the surrounding area. There were still people guarding the area, so he couldn't even find the opportunity to try the sacrifice, so he could only wait until the evening. Splitting firewood, picking water, washing clothes. Most of the auxiliary soldiers around the eyes numbly do the work in hand, and no one to pay attention to Jiang Che went to do what, with what people met, they only know. Tired. Training in the morning, chopping wood at noon, and carrying water at night. Every day only one dry and one thin meal, but also to face the border danger soon. Not only the body is tired, the heart is also tired. Dong dong dong. With the sound of 3 gongs, a hint of color finally lit up in the eyes of the numb auxiliary soldiers. It was time to eat. After lining up in a long line to receive a meal of miscellaneous grains that was hard to swallow, Jiang Che ate with the same expressionless face as the others. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he raised his head to see several men in military robes walking straight in this direction. It seemed that they were still rushing towards him. Sure enough, the next moment the scarred face at the head of the group sized him up for a few moments and faintly said, Jiang Che, is it? Come with me. Jiang Che didn't move. There were quite a few auxiliary soldiers around who turned their eyes around, but they were basically curious or gloating. Their tired auxiliary soldier life made them look forward to this kind of fun that they rarely had. What, I can't please you? Seeing Jiang Che not move, Scarface's face sank, his gaze like a knife full of ferocity staring at him. What is it that the military master is looking for me for? Jiang Che is not stupid, the other party knows at a glance that the visitor is not good, follow the other party may encounter something, and now there are so many people around watching, is always able to contain each other a little. Scarface walked forward, an arm around Jiang Che's shoulders, whispered, "If you don't want to expose the matter of hiding meat on your body, honestly follow me to protect your life, or else." Saying that, the several people behind him were also ready to step forward and clamp Jiang Che's body together. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Jiang Che struggled to break free and kept calling out loudly. As expected, the lively scene quickly attracted a lot of people to watch, and of course, there were also the soldiers who specialized in guarding the auxiliary soldiers who quickly peeled away the crowd and loudly scolded. "Anyone who gathers a crowd to cause trouble will be shot on sight." Seeing that Jiang Che's exclamation had attracted the soldiers, Scarface viciously gouged out Jiang Che. "Big Scarface Wu, stop!" The commander who was looking after the auxiliary soldier camp obviously recognized Scarface and directly shouted out the other party's name. Breaking away from the other party, Jiang Che immediately retreated a few steps back to pull away. "What crime has this person committed, and why are you arresting him?" Scarface squeezed out a hint of a smile and arched his hand. "Vice Commander Liu, it's like this. Firehead Camp has always been infested with thieves lately, stealing a lot of pork. Our brothers stared for several days before we stared at this kid, and were about to pull him back to be tortured." With these words, Jiang Che finally understood why the other party came and who was assigned. "Go by. There is such a thing?" Commander Liu glanced at Jiang Che with skepticism. How could he not see how this slim, decent-looking kid had the guts to dare to steal meat in the barracks? "No, absolutely not. Commander Liu and the others are making false accusations." "Any evidence?" Commander Liu's gaze turned to Scarface once again. "There is, this kid has meat on him right now, it's tucked away in his arms." Big Scarface Wu pointed at Jiang Che and said, "Is there any?" "No." Jiang Che firmly shook his head. "Whether there is or not, I'll know once I search." Wu Descarab snapped. "You say search, just search. Wu Descarab, you think this military camp is your home?" Commander Liu's face did not look too good. Reasonably speaking, a small auxiliary soldier was not worth his opening to help. But this Wu Descarab is really not open to the eyes, a mouth of a Liu vice commander, but also a greetings not call his camp to arrest people to search, arrested or his hands under the people. Simply in his face. Liu vice commander. I really saw this kid hiding meat with my own eyes." The smile on Wu Descarab's face stifled, not expecting Vice Commander Liu to suddenly open his mouth for Jiang Che. "What if he didn't hide it? Then I'll make amends and apologize. Do you think it's feasible?" Things have come to this point, it is difficult to ride the tiger. Scarface also had to harden his skin and top it, otherwise it would be even more difficult to end the scene. "What is your name?" Commander Liu once again turned to Jiang Che on the side. Back to the commander, small person Jiang Che. "You said you didn't hide it," he said. "You did. Dare to take off your clothes and confront him?" Jiang Che nodded. "Dare." Commander Liu was not asking if he could, but if he dared, and the other party's outburst was mostly due to his status as the deputy commander of the auxiliary military battalion, so he didn't have the right to refuse. Said, Jiang Che quickly take off his shirt, but also shook before draping, but even so, the cold wind filling the body, or let him up a layer of goosebumps. And the opposite side of the Scarface at this moment has stared at the unbelievable eyes, mouth also muttered. "Impossible, impossible, ah." Even so, he wanted to go up and personally check. But this time, Commander Liu directly blocked in front of him, looking straight at him. What else is there to say? I. Unable to speak in defense, Wu Descarab viciously gouged out Jiang Che again, not understanding where the meat was hidden by him. Clearly it should have been in his arms, and his lower body couldn't hide those few pounds of meat. "It's me who looked away, Vice Commander Liu. I'm sorry." After Scarface returned to his senses, he bowed his head and arched his hand. "Before tomorrow night, send 2 altars of burnt knives over to make amends." "Yes." After saying that, Wu Descarface's face was ugly as he turned around and left with his men. Liu Vice Commander also just glanced at Jiang Che, turned around and left without caring, both sides who didn't care too much about the feelings of a small auxiliary soldier. This year, Jiang Che 19, standing as minions. Chapter 2, Successful Sacrifice. Those things that happened today, no need to think about it to know that it was a leakage of wealth. He, an auxiliary soldier in a short period of time to buy meat frequently, also really make people suspicious. Now think about it, even if he continues to buy meat from Gobai's hands, the other party will definitely find a reason to blackmail him a handful of times in these few days, without any other reason, because the auxiliary soldier training is about to end to be sent to the border. If you don't do it now, you won't have a chance later. Fortunately, the sacrificial heavenly tablet has the ability of the Sumeru Arabidopsis, otherwise, if it is stolen today, even if he says he bought it with silver money, no one will believe it. Rootless, no one can stand up for him. Because auxiliary soldiers is worthless. Snoring in his ears, confirming that the surrounding auxiliary soldiers are already asleep, Jiang Che lifted the mattress and got out of bed, tiptoeing out of the tent. He was going to find a quiet place to perform the sacrifice. Not to mention the fact that he will be sent to the border in a few days, but just because he has offended Gobai's Scarface's gang in the past few days, if he doesn't have enough strength, he may be in danger at any time. And it was not his character to pin his hopes on Commander Liu. Moreover, he was not acquainted with Commander Liu, nor was he a relative, so how could the other party keep standing up for him? Stables. Jiang Che looked around for a few eyes, see no one concerned, rolled over and jumped over the railing. Pinching his nose and fanning the lingering stench, Jiang Che sat down on his knees and closed his eyes. In his mind, a zhang size covered with blood-colored lines of the mysterious stone monument from the gray fog appeared. Below the monument piled up pork pig's blood and other things, the monument written on the surface of a few lines of small words. Sacrifice goal, enhance physical fitness. Sacrifice cost, 2 caddies of blood, 10 caddies of bone, 20 caddies of meat. Whether to offer sacrifice? Sacrifice. Without hesitation, Jiang Che immediately moved his mind. The next moment, the blood-colored lines on the sacrificial heavenly monument seems to come alive, constantly flashing light. Instantly after a ray of gray light from the monument and will be placed pork offerings shrouded, and then, those offerings instantly disappeared without a trace. The monument light is still shining, evil and mysterious, and after a few moments, a touch of red light once again flashed out of the monument, as if a small snake with a spirit directly drilled into his chest. Immediately afterward, a warm strange power surged out from his chest, gradually spreading to all his limbs and bones. I don't know how long had passed. Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, and then his pupils shrunk with it. A brownish-colored horse's head had already approached, and its exhaled nostrils emitted a foul odor. Seeing him wake up, the horse slightly frightened, subconsciously hooves directly kicked over. Jiang Che hastily shot out. His 2 hands were like iron pincers as they securely hooped the horse's legs and pressed them down hard. Surprised. A horse's strength is how big, he is clear. In the past if it was kicked solid, no less than a few days of rest, but now it is directly held down by him. Is the power from the sacrifice? Although the horse was only slightly shocked, but in the past he could not even lift his hand to hold it down. This power. Carefully calming the horse, Jiang Che left the stables and quietly returned to the tent. This night, he slept exceptionally well. The next day, the schoolyard. A group of auxiliary soldiers were numbly engaged in intensive training. They were not just acting as folk who escorted grain and grass, in fact, they were also the reserve source of the border army. It was for this reason that the casualty rate remained high. Jiang Che, who is mixed in the middle of it, is inconspicuous, and is not arrogant because of his great increase in qi, and consistently maintains a low profile, unwilling to attract the attention of others. As for the reason, it was because he was ready to be a deserter on his way to the border. Going to the border pass, 9 deaths and 1 life, the danger was too great. While he possessed the sacrificial heavenly tablet, as long as he could get enough sacrifices, his own strength would grow without limit. Why bother to fight for his life? Even if he fell into the grass and was wanted, it was still better than sending himself to his death. This was precisely why he risked being coveted to buy meat from Gobai's hands. Half an hour later, the morning training set ended. The auxiliary soldiers wailed and complained as they lined up in a long line to receive their meals, and according to the past, they should continue to do odd jobs next. But today, there seemed to be a difference. Perhaps it was because they were about to leave, or perhaps it was the process of the auxiliary soldiers in previous years. In any case, the people who had used their meals were once again ordered by Vice Commander Liu to convene in the middle of the schoolyard. At the other end of the school ground, there was a group of old soldiers in paper armor standing lazily, staring at them with burning eyes, as if they were wolves who had been hungry for a long time and had found their prey. You guys will be heading to the border in a few days. According to the usual practice, there will be a pawn sparring match before you leave. Whoever can beat an old pawn is authorized to have an extra piece of meat at lunchtime, and there is even more hope of being integrated into the main camp for pay. Vice Commander Liu stood before the crowd, pointing at a group of old pawns not far away and shouted. Logically, with the rewards, the crowd should be filled with joy, but in reality, the faces of the vast majority of people were filled with fear. This was not unexpected. The auxiliary soldiers had 2 meals a day, 1 thin and 1 dry, and it was not easy for them to have enough to eat, while the veteran pawns of the main battalion had 3 meals a day, and some of the elites could even eat meat once in a while. In addition, most of them had seen blood, and in every aspect they were far superior to the auxiliary soldiers like them who had just served in the army. This was a predictable passive defeat. Jiang Che even felt that this was the unspoken rule of the military camp, to grind the auxiliary soldiers' temperament well before moving on, so that they would be scared, terrified, and not dare to resist, and honestly head to the border. Alright, starting from the first column, do it. After casually saying a few words, Vice Commander Liu exited the center of the schoolyard and returned to the auxiliary soldier battalion commander to take orders. The dozen or so auxiliary soldiers in the first column looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to be the first to make a move, some even hurriedly lowered their heads, but the veteran pawns on the opposite side of the line wouldn't freeze. The pace slowly marched forward, while the auxiliary battalion, starting from the second column, tacitly retreated a dozen meters or so, leaving the field of exchange open. The fact was not expected. A dozen auxiliary soldiers were beaten up, they had no ability to fight back. In 3 or 2 strokes, they were put over by the old pawns, and held down on the ground and hammered. Second column. Third column. Dozens of auxiliary soldiers were put down one after another. Their injuries varied, but they were basically flesh wounds, but they could clearly feel the fear of the people around them. Just that, it was useless to be afraid. Finally, it was Jiang Che's turn, and a dozen people slowly walked to the center of the schoolyard. On the other side, a group of old pawns were about to make a move with great excitement, when one of them pulled back one of the pawns who was about to make a move, the corner of his mouth grinning. "Old Wong, let's switch." "Okay." Scarface nodded, his eyes coldly staring at the person in front of him. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile, met Jiang Che's eyes and twisted his wrist, and then made a fist, pinching his finger bones and clicking them. Obviously ready to teach Jiang Che a good lesson. Chapter 3, Messy Hammer. Scarface had known that the auxiliary soldiers would have such a practice, that's why he appeared in the column of old pawns, with the purpose of teaching Jiang Che, a guy who didn't know the sky and the earth, a good lesson. 2 altars of burning knives, that was almost a month's worth of his pay. It was still the price he needed to pay because of an auxiliary soldier. How could he possibly hold back? And the moment he saw Scarface, Jiang Che understood in his heart that this time he had to deal with it with all his might. Both sides had grudges in front of them, the other side would definitely not keep their hands off, and a single slip could be the end of a serious injury. There was no so-called referee, nor any instructions. A group of old pawns then blatantly pressed up, each looking for their own target. Without any surprise, Scarface's target was Jiang Che. The corner of his mouth revealed a cruel smile. After that, he leapt up with a single step, and his tensed fist smashed into Jiang Che's face. In front of all the commanders in the battalion, it was impossible to kill Jiang Che, but there was still no problem to waste the other party. He believed that as long as he was accurate, Jiang Che would not be able to last until he went to the border. Fist windswept, Jiang Che gritted his teeth and quickly turned his head. Scarface, a punch fell short, the next punch followed, moves to block Jiang Che's back road, dominate the upper hand. If there is no accident, Jiang Che will be ruined today. But Jiang Che, who has been successfully sacrificed, is not the weak appearance when he first joined the camp. He can hold down a warhorse that is about to rise up. His strength is stronger than the other party. Stances he didn't know, and his lower body wasn't stable, but sometimes the strength was great enough to make up for these flaws. Staggering back several steps in a row, Jiang Che fiercely gritted his teeth and directly lunged up to embrace Scarface's waist. The other party was shocked and reached out to forcefully and violently fling himself away, but he failed to get rid of it. Hart coldly grunted, raised his elbow and ruthlessly smashed down. Bang! The strong force completely landed on Jiang Che's body, making his legs couldn't help but loosen up, but then, he held on stiffly and raised his knee, then slammed it fiercely towards the other party's lower body. Ah! Even though Scarface had urgently avoided the most important position, Jiang Che's knee lifting still hit the inside of the other party's thigh, which was likewise a weak point in a person's body. He couldn't help but roar. With one strike, Jiang Che disregarded the others. Like pulling onions from dry land, he picked up the opponent's waist and then fell down hard, riding on the opponent, gritting his teeth, clenching his fists and continuously swinging them out. Bang! 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 Scarface blocked his arms across his face, his body curled up, although he avoided some of the punches, but with his body clamped down, he still took several punches hard from Jiang Che. Most importantly, Jiang Che did not have the slightest intention to stop. Yesterday, the other party hit the door. In the way of strength and status, Jiang Che could only endure, in the cold winter months, to take off the cotton clothes, but now there is an opportunity to retaliate. He is sent to return. The other party wants to waste him, then he will waste the other party first. Chest, shoulder, cheek. Wherever there was an opening, Jiang Che's fist slammed into it, venting his anger. "Stop fighting, I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Scarface kept shouting, his voice was still a bit awkward, because his face had been smashed and swollen, and his body had even broken a few ribs, and he could feel the pain even when he inhaled. And their fight had attracted the attention of half of the schoolyard. There was no other reason, because all of the auxiliary soldiers from the same batch as Jiang Che were all put over on the ground, and all of the auxiliary soldiers from the previous batches were also put over, and he was the only one who held down an old pawn and hammered him violently. There was no intention to stop even under the other party's cries for mercy. Bang! Bang! Stop! Several of the surrounding veterans were acquainted with Scarface, and at this moment, it was impossible for them to watch the other party being killed by an auxiliary soldier. Shouting and rushing forward, they were ready to pull Jiang Che away. However, Jiang Che was not ready to stop, holding Scarface down and beating him while avoiding several old soldiers. As the clamor intensified, their fight also attracted the attention of a group of commanders at the edge of the schoolyard, the leader of which lightly stroked his long beard and looked at Lu Ji on the side with interest. "I didn't realize that there is such a good seedling in this auxiliary soldier camp. What is his name?" "Back to my lord, this person is named Jiang Che, born in Yanggu County, originally a fisherman." Vice Commander Lu hurriedly replied. With hundreds of people in the auxiliary army battalion, it was very hard to remember a single person, but yesterday's fight had made him memorize it, and after returning to the battalion, he had someone call up some information on Jiang Che. However, he was only paying a little attention to it, lest anything else go wrong before the auxiliary battalion moved on, but he didn't expect Jiang Che to make a splash today, knocking over Wu de Scarab. "The two of them have a grudge?" School Captain Zhu continued to ask as he looked at the field. "Yesterday." Vice Commander Lu hurriedly recounted a short account of what happened yesterday. "Oh. I see, let them stop." Colonel Zhu nodded and then commanded. "Yes." Vice Commander Lu arched his hand in response and quickly ran to the center of the schoolyard, ordering a few people to stop. Seeing Vice Commander Lu opening his mouth, Jiang Che was not in a good position to continue to make a move at this moment, and quickly retreated, and the other few old pawns also immediately pulled up Scarface on the ground. Only at this moment his breath was wilted, and his nose was bruised and swollen. Raised his head to look at Jiang Che, see the other party's eyes are still dead staring at himself, remembered the other party's hands before when the ruthless look, for some reason, the bottom of the heart suddenly borne a touch of palpitations, subconsciously do not dare to look at each other, and hastily lowered his head. "I didn't expect you kid to have a few brushes." Vice Commander Lu looked Jiang Che up and down and complimented him, a great contrast to yesterday's indifference. "Lord Commander is too kind, I don't dare." Jiang Che hurriedly arched his hand. All right, go back first." "Yes." Returning back to the queue, Jiang Che's face remained calm, but the auxiliary soldiers around him were in awe, distancing themselves from him from afar, and he even heard someone whispering his name. The sparring continued. There were a few people who came into their own, facing the old pawns without losing, but none of them had Jiang Che's formidable record. Not only did they win the battle, but they also seriously injured one of the old pawns. After the sparring session, several auxiliary soldiers who originally slept in the same tent came forward to compliment Jiang Che, as if they regarded him as the leader, and the most obvious thing was that when they lined up for meals, the people in front of him took the initiative to make way for him. Seeing that it was him, the fireman who served the meal also stopped shaking his hands and even helped him pick the fattest piece of meat. It was a vastly different status from previous days. It also made Jiang Che understand one thing even more. Fist is power. "Jiang Che, Vice Commander Lu has summoned you into the tent for a drink." While he was having his meal, a soldier trotted to Jiang Che's side and arched his hand. Swallowing the last mouthful of fatty meat, Jiang Che placed the bowl on the ground and nodded. "Good." All the people around him, both the auxiliary soldiers and those regular pawns, were all envious, and at the same time, the auxiliary soldiers looked at him with more and more awe. Chapter 4. I want to progress too much. Inside the tent, Scarface was half lying down with a white cloth wrapped around his face. His naked upper body was even more bruised and purple. Gobai sat beside him and asked in a deep voice. "What's going on? You're not even a match for an auxiliary soldier." Mother who knows that kid's strength is actually so strong, it's not good to say that he has practiced martial arts before. If it's not for my old man shouting fast, that guy is afraid that he really wants to beat me to death. Saying that, Scarface also glanced at Gobai. If it wasn't for him, there wouldn't be today's disaster. Really bad luck. His face was even lost to his mother's house, and he guessed that the whole Win character camp was now rumoring that he was almost killed by an auxiliary soldier. This time as I underestimated Jiang Che, but don't worry, a small auxiliary soldier only. This revenge I will help you report. Go-Bai could guess what was in Scarface's mind at this time, and directly stated. Scarface is deeply involved with him, this disaster is because of him, if he does not care, it is inevitable to let some other guys have some thoughts. But he did not expect that Zhang Che would have such strength that he could defeat Scarface. Scarface, from the army for several years, hands more than martial arts, has always been known for vicious, thought this time for an auxiliary soldier is a handhold pinch, but also can make some oil water. The result is. Now think about it, that Zhang Che bought meat through him, think also because of the reason for practicing martial arts, resulting in a larger amount of food, no meat. It was he who had gone astray. How to report? Scarface couldn't help but inquire. He was broken ribs, let's say more than a month cannot move his hands, an auxiliary military battalion will be pulled out of the camp in a short time, moreover, through the previous exchanges, he consciously is not the opponent's opponent. At this moment, he naturally also placed his hopes on Go-Bai. I'm going to find my elder brother to mention it, before the auxiliary soldiers pull out the battalion to transfer that kid to the Firehead battalion to help the laborer, under my hand, I guarantee that he won't be able to live to pull out the battalion that day. Go-Bai narrowed his eyes and whispered. That Lu Ji seems to look at that Zhang Che kid in a different light and won't necessarily agree to the transfer. Scarface carefully reminded Go-Bai. Lu Ji is a smart man, he won't cross swords with my elder brother because of an auxiliary soldier. Also, because of Zhang Che I compensated Lu Ji for a few altars of burning knives, I'll make it up to you when I've settled Zhang Che. How did you set your eyes on this kid, is there a grudge between you guys? Scarface hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to ask. He really didn't understand how a grudge could be formed to this extent because of some pork. If this was the case, Go-Bai wouldn't be able to live now even if he had a background. This will be none of your business, get well and recuperate. Go-Bai looked indifferent, of course it was impossible to deal with Zhang Che with just a few pounds of pork. Even if he bought a few more pounds of pork, it was nothing, how much oil and water could a district auxiliary soldier squeeze out? But the oil and water given by others was very sufficient. The only thing that was a bit out of his expectation was that he didn't think that dealing with a district auxiliary soldier would go to this extent. But Scarface was a fighter, there was no need to know the cause and effect. Words are divided into two ends, the other side of Zhang Che at this moment also came to the vice commander Lu Ji's tent outside, after the report, stepped in, a lift of the eyes will see Lu Ji sitting in the upper head. Bowed his head, arched his hand. Little man Zhang Che, I have seen Lord Commander. There was no one else in the tent, Lu Ji swept a glance at Zhang Che and casually waved his hand. Sit down. Yes. You know what you were called here for, right? The person your lord sent said it was. Eat wine? That's right, to eat wine, but the food is the burning knives that Wu de Scarab had people send, speaking of which this matter is still because of you, since you cannot be left behind. Lu Ji laughed, pointing at the altar of liquor on the table in front of Zhang Che and said. Zhang Che just entered the tent, then noticed the liquor, then heard Lu Ji say, eyelids drooped, then his face piled up a smile. Yesterday's matter or thanks to the commander adult's righteousness help, this grace villain in mind, in the future if there is used villain's place, will be for the commander adult serve death. It can be predicted, was seriously injured by his own Scarface and Go-Bai gang will not be satisfied, will not be able to use a little underhanded means, and the only thing he recognized to help himself is only Lu Ji. Therefore, even if the other party due to the duty of the party spoke out, but he is still playing the snake on the stick, said the word favor, thinking that as far as possible with Lu Ji to climb a relationship. This commander really didn't look at the wrong person, you kid is a sentimental one. Regardless of what Zhang Che thought in his heart, his attitude made Lu Ji very satisfied. Zhang Che poured himself a bowl of wine and raised his hands flat. To your excellency. Good. A bowl of strong liquor into the stomach, Zhang Che forced down the discomfort, did not expect this otherworldly liquor to have such a high degree, could not help but smack his lips. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ji grinned widely and wiped his mouth with his sleeve, then put down the bowl of wine and looked at Zhang Che casually asked. Tell me, how did you and Wu de Scarabs get into a feud? Under the heart of the calculation, Zhang Che also did not hide the meaning, but also embellished a bit, said that he had previously for the side of the fellow townsmen to go buy some meat to quench their appetites. But did not think because the other side coveted, after that even attracted the Scarface planted. Go buy. Lu Ji finger knocked the desk, pondered for a moment, this kid is not an easy generation you can be careful after. Could it be that Go Bai has a deep background? Zhang Che took the opportunity to pry. Lu Ji nodded, it's not very deep, but his elder brother is a commander in the battalion, quite valued by Colonel Zhu, so he was able to get a position with enough oil. This time on you did not ask for favors, after that there will not be any doubt that there will be other plans. I dare to ask your honor to point out a clear path for me. Jiang Che guessed in his heart that Lu Ji's words should have some deep meaning, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned the other party, and also invited himself to the tent to drink wine, and immediately clasped his fists and said, "In front of you there are only two paths. One is to honestly stay in the auxiliary military camp, waiting for the battalion to be drawn to the border to listen to the use, but before the battalion may be in danger. The second is to find a way to jump out of the auxiliary military camp and find a backer who can cover you. Not only will your life be safe, but you can also avoid going to the border to die." Lu Ji smilingly stared at Jiang Che and said. The implication of his words was self-evident. Jiang Che is willing to serve Lord Commander. With the words already spoken, Jiang Che did not make any hesitation and made his attitude clear. Before today's competition, I have said that the winner has the opportunity to be integrated into the main battalion to eat pay, but the amount of auxiliary soldiers is in short supply. This matter is difficult to carry on, in addition to plainly with the surname goes grudges some of the not worth it. Let's do it this way. There are almost 10 days left before the auxiliary soldiers are pulled out of the camp. I can guarantee you 7 days without fear. Within 7 days if you can this gongfa into the door, I will ask the captain adults, will you transfer to my side to listen to use? If not, if you can't, then you can't blame this commander for not keeping his word. With that, Lu Ji threw a thin booklet on top of the desk to Jiang Che. Jiang Che fixed his eyes on it, and his heart moved slightly. Only to see that 3 big words in Dragon's Flight were written on it. Brute Bull Strength. Cultivation. Gong Fa. This method is one of the body forging methods in our army, but all the soldiers in the main battalion can hope to cultivate it, but it's not easy to cultivate, so let's take it as a small test to see if you're worth it for this commander to stand up for you. Lu Ji said with a faint smile. My subordinate will live up to the high hopes of Lord Commander. Jiang Che said in a deep voice as he gripped the booklet tightly. He even couldn't wait to start flipping through it. Hey, no rush this moment, drink. Jiang Che put down the booklet and raised his cup and laughed. My lord, forgive me, it is my subordinate who wants to progress too much. Chapter 5 Sacrifice Goal, Cultivate Barbarian Bull Strength. Sacrifice Goal, Accelerate the cultivation of barbarian ox strength. Sacrifice cost, 2 tails of ox tendon, 10 caddies of ox bone, 20 caddies of ox blood, 30 caddies of beef, and a half year of life reduction. Is it a sacrifice? Inside the auxiliary soldier camp tent, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed in concentration. The price given for sacrificing the heavenly tablet, for him right now, was a big problem. One of them is the doorway. Plowing cows are different from pork that can be bought at will. This is a forbidden thing to kill. Even if it is a powerful family that wants to eat a mouthful of beef, they have to make up an excuse, such as, the first thing you need to do is to get out of the barracks and get out of the house. But he simply cannot get out of the barracks, and with go-buy grudges, want to get to buy beef doorway is difficult. The second is the silver money. The silver in his hand is when he sold his family's assets, but also a premium of 30% spent to go buy, only a few grains of silver left in his hand, not to mention the expensive beef, even if it is 2 pounds of pork cannot afford to buy. But he had to think of a way. Lu Ji's meaning is already very clear, only if he shows his talent, he can be valued and sheltered, otherwise he is simply not qualified to bear grudges with a real power commander for him as an auxiliary soldier. And once he lost Lu Ji's shelter, with his current status strength, not to mention trying to escape on his way to the border, he wouldn't even live to see the day he pulled out of camp. Just need a reasonable excuse, he can be executed. Therefore, even if it is difficult, he also had to find a way. As for practicing by himself, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, in fact he had tried it after coming out from Lu Ji's place, only that not to mention getting started, with no one to guide him, he couldn't even stand in the right posture for pile work. He could only rely on the golden finger. In the middle of the night, Jiang Che had been pondering over the solution to the problem for a long time before falling into a deep sleep. The next day. End of training, Jiang Che found his target, the other party, and he is the same 10 sleeping fellow countryman, older than him a lot, all aspects are not outstanding, but has a strength. That is the long sleeve good dance, extremely good at prying news, in the auxiliary soldiers camp with a lot of people can talk, weekdays in their spare time will also tell them some strange and interesting things. Jiang Che brothers looking for me, what is the matter? Susanna had his hands tucked into his sleeves, slightly hunched over, and had a slightly complimentary attitude towards Jiang Che. He had knocked over the old pawns of the main battalion, and had been invited for a drink by the commander. These events were enough to make them, the auxiliary soldiers, fearful. He was even calculating in his mind that he didn't seem to have gotten into any altercations with Jiang Che before, and he was always a little apprehensive when he was suddenly called out. "Looking for Big Brother Su is something I want to inquire about," Jiang Che whispered. "You said." Hearing that it was to inquire about something, Su Sanner's heart let out a sigh of relief and subconsciously straightened his back. "Does anyone in our auxiliary army camp have a doorway to get something rare?" "Rare things? What is Brother Che referring to?" "Objects on a cow." "On a cow." Su Sanner's tone lurched, his face thoughtful. Jiang Che was not in a hurry, waiting quietly for Su Sanner to think. About a few dozen breaths later, Su Sanner shook his shoulders and lowered his voice. "It's not easy for ordinary people to find a way to plow oxen. If someone in our auxiliary military camp had this ability, they wouldn't have to serve in the military, but if there is any hope of finding a way, I do think there is someone who can." "Who?" "Gung Dabiao from a Z-Tun." The impression of this person Jiang Che's mind was a bit fuzzy, and after thinking about it, he continued to speak. "How?" "Some time ago I was chatting with a brother in the battalion about him. This guy was originally an illegitimate son of the Gung family in Taiyan province. It seems that because of the competition for the family property, he had upset the Gung family's youngest master, which is why he tried to find a way to get him to serve in the military. And this Gung family can be a bit of a thing, said to be running a restaurant, not to mention pigs and cattle and other things, even if it is a rarer object can be obtained. He's a member of the Gung family anyways, so he might have a doorway." Su Sanner whispered about some of Gung Dabiao's deeds. "This matter? Quasi set in stone?" "My brother and Gung Dabiao sleep in a tent, it is from his mouth to hear, should be accurate." "Alright, thank you Brother Su for your guidance." Jiang Che opened his mouth to thank him. He. "It's okay, I can't help you with any other favor, but if you're talking about gossip, there aren't a lot of things I don't know about this auxiliary military camp." Su Sanner heard Jiang Che open his mouth to call Big Brother. The bottom of his heart somehow is a kind of inexplicable sense of accomplishment. After finding a good target person, Jiang Che did not do anything hesitant, and while lining up for his meal, Jiang Che looked around with his bowl and looked for an opportunity to crouch beside Gung Dabiao. After approaching the other party and sizing him up, he realized the source of his previous vague familiarity, and the other party was one of those who had emerged from yesterday's sparring session. The body type is strong, more than 1 m, wearing a linen jacket in winter is even more bloated. There is no wonder that can be undefeated, but this body type is not ordinary people can be shaken. For Jiang Che's arrival, Gung Dabiao also just glanced, did not put on the heart, chopsticks quickly pulled mixed grain wheat rice into the abdomen, but after eating is still a little unfulfilled. Standing up, he was ready to leave. "Brother Gung, stay." Jiang Che hurriedly called out softly. Gung Dabiao frowned lightly and asked in a jarred voice. "Looking for me for something?" Jiang Che smiled and pulled half of the wheat rice in his bowl and poured it into the other party's bowl. "I don't eat much, Brother Gung, help me eat some?" Although Gung Dabiao looked naive, he wasn't stupid and spoke directly. "I saw your hands yesterday, obviously not a small amount of energy. I'm afraid that these things are not enough for you to eat yourself. Say, looking for me, what is the matter?" "I heard that Brother Gung comes from the Gung family in Taiyan province, and I want to ask you to do me a favor." "Who did you hear that from?" Gung Dabiao's gaze was fixed on Jiang Che, even vaguely revealing a hint of ferocity. "This is not important, what matters is whether you can help me, while I can come up with what you want." Jiang Che didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. Gung Dabiao snorted coldly. Playing God. With that, he was ready to turn around and leave. "Brother Gung was framed, don't you want to take revenge?" Jiang Che said in a deep voice. Gung Dabiao's figure lurched, turning around with some suspicion and disdain in his eyes. "You can help me take revenge?" Gung's family in Taiyan province is not to say that it is a famous family, but it is also considered to have a face, and Jiang Che is just a small auxiliary soldier, actually made this delusional statement, simply take him as a little cute. Cheat. A touch of fire was born in his heart with it. "I can't help you, but I can give you a chance to take revenge." Jiang Che locked eyes with Gung Dabiao, his eyes firm. "What do you mean, don't beat around the bush?" Gung Dabiao was cold. "I know you want to take revenge, but you're about to be sent to the border, and this trip is a 9 deaths and 1 life, and I can find a way to get you transferred out of the auxiliary battalion." Jiang Che acted very confident, as if he really had this ability in general. Chapter 6, Wealthy and Dangerous. You can help me get out of military service? Deng Dabiao's face changed, and in the end, he still stayed skeptical. If Jiang Che was a general with real power in his hands, he had no doubt that the other party would be able to do it, but he was just an ordinary auxiliary soldier. Even though he had made a name for himself in the chaotic battle before, he was still an auxiliary soldier. If he had such a skill, how could he himself be reduced to an auxiliary soldier camp? What gave him this backbone? I don't dare to be completely certain about this matter, but I'm also 70 to 80% sure, don't disbelieve me. I think you've also heard about Vice Commander Lu Ji specifically inviting me into his tent for a drink, right? I'm not going to hide it from you, Lu Commander very high regard for me, ready to transfer me to act as a close friend. The time is also in these few days, and you. Yesterday's battle performance is not bad. Plus I help you to maneuver from. Hope is great. Jiang Che very nonchalantly put on the tiger skin. No one dared to personally question Lu Ji anyway, so it would be better to take advantage of the situation to bluff Deng Dabia. What do you want me to do for you? Deng Dabia was silent for a moment and then finally moved, although in the bottom of his heart he is still skeptical, but this is his only chance. Once he went to the border, it was almost a luxury to come back alive. And he would never be able to take revenge. I want 2 tails of ox tendons, 10 pounds of ox bones, 20 pounds of ox blood, and 30 pounds of beef. Are you not treating me as a little cutie? If these things want to get at least 30 taels of silver, just based on your nebulous promise, want me to pay such a price is absolutely impossible. Once Deng Dabia heard such a condition, he immediately refused. The words have not finished. What hurry, I want just the doorway, silver. I have. If it is only the doorway, it is not impossible. Deng Dabiao's heart was relieved and he nodded. So? You have the doorway? The doorway is there, but it's hard to send into the military camp. I can't do it. I'll take care of this matter. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes at the other party. Good, then I'll go and send a letter out first, inquiring about the inquiries first. With that, Deng Dabia was ready to leave. Wait. Jiang Che called out to the other party once again. Something else? Jiang Che chimed in with a smile and lowered his voice to inquire after approaching Deng Dabia. Do you want to practice martial arts? Do you have a way in? Deng Dabiao's eyes lit up. Before his military service, he was interested in practicing martial arts, but because of the Geng family's youngest son, some of the martial arts halls in Tai'an province did not accept him at all. He also only learned some rough punches and kicks, but he was very eager to practice martial arts. Not only do I have the doorway, I also have the secret manual. Jiang Che nodded. What secret book? Deng Dabiao asked excitedly. The army's body forging method, barbarian bull strength. Yes, Jiang Che was prepared to pass on the barbarian bull strength. This was because it was the only valuable thing he had on him. Moreover, Lu Ji hadn't warned him not to pass it on before, so it wasn't strictly a disciplinary offense. Plus, as long as he could get the sacrifice and cultivate the barbarian bull strength, I believe Lu Ji shouldn't be angered by it. Riches and riches. In order to fulfill the 7-day appointment, he must take a shot. This was the method he came up with last night after thinking left and right. Teach me. Deng Dabiao excitedly gripped Jiang Che's palm. Although brute bull strength was only one of the army's basic cultivation methods, it was still something he couldn't get, and he couldn't let it go if he had the chance. Jiang Che withdrew his palm without any trace and smiled. Want to learn can, but I got this law but spent a lot of silver. Dabia brother is a generous person, can't let Jiang Mao lose money, right? How much do you want? Deng Dabiao calmed down and also understood that there was no free lunch, he had to pay something. Jiang Che stretched out 5 fingers. 50 taels, are you crazy for money? Deng Dabiao couldn't help but raise his voice. What was the concept of 50 taels of silver? In today's world, poor families couldn't spend 2 taels of silver a year, and even if they were to be paid as soldiers, in terms of Tai'an prefectural soldiers, an ordinary soldier would only get 500 won a month. Even if you kill him, you won't be able to get that much silver. In fact, Jiang Che is wanting 5 taels of silver, but Deng Dabiao since misunderstood since also will be wrong, after a moment of contemplation said. You and I also counted fate, this way. 20 taels of silver count you and I make a friend. I don't have so much silver. 15 taels. I can only take out 7 taels of silver from my body even if I borrow it. Deng Dabiao reported his limit. Jiang Che revealed a difficult look. The atmosphere was stagnant for a moment. Deng Dabiao really couldn't resist the thought of practicing martial arts and gritted his teeth. Those things you want can't come down without 30 taels of silver. You give me another 20 taels, I'll find a way to get them for you, okay? Okay. Zhang Che suppressed the emotions in his heart and nodded slightly with a bland expression. In fact, before looking for Deng Dabiao, he was already prepared to use the barbarian ox strength as a reward for the other party's doorway as well, only that the other party was too honest and answered with an empty promise. Then he had no choice but to knock some silver along the way. After lunch, Zhang Che and Susanna squatted together chatting, prying into some of the situation in the auxiliary soldiers' camp. His hands of the brute strength of the cattle is not low in value, but want to sell it is not easy. Because most of the auxiliary soldiers are actually farmers, the hands simply cannot take out the silver, and he cannot sell the gongfu cheaply, because once so his private dissemination of gongfu things will be noticed. Therefore, it had to be the ones who could come up with silver money in their hands. That was his target. As for abandoning the auxiliary soldiers to trade with those soldiers in the main camp is even more nonsense. This kind of basic body forging technique is not so bad, but anyone with a bit of merit can practice it. Why take the risk of trading with him as an auxiliary soldier? He didn't want to attract someone like Go Bai again. In our auxiliary soldier camp, there aren't many people who have a little bit of strength, just Deng Dabiao, Wu Changfeng, and Li Erxian. Most of them are honest and poor people. Susanna tirelessly introduced Zhang Che to the situation in the auxiliary military camp. Not only was he trying to sell Zhang Che a favor, but he also felt that the other party's request for advice made him very comfortable. What outsiders say is really good, it's still you, big brother Su, who is well informed. Zhang Che didn't mince words as he praised the other party a few times. Brother Cheer, forgive me for saying one more thing, you inquired about them? But what's the matter? Susanna not only loved to spread all kinds of gossip, but also loved to listen to this kind of news, and asked with some impatience. Zhang Che eyes drooped, was trying to put off an excuse, but did not want to just raised his head and saw Go Bai is watching him from afar, see him raise his eyes to the eye, but also grinned at him. At the same time, also implicitly put the palm of his hand on the neck compared a few times. Zhang Che was unmoved. Go Bai let out a light laugh and turned around towards the direction of Lu Ji's tent. Chapter 7: The Sacrifice Will Arrive. Starting really fast. Zhang Che looked at Go Bai's gradually diminishing back and said in his heart. Yesterday in Wu de Scarab made a deadly enemy, today the other party came to the auxiliary military camp. To say that he is just loitering, that is simply impossible. However, he vaguely had a point that he didn't think too much about. Why was Go Bai being aggressive? He was about to be transferred to the border, so he couldn't threaten the other party at all. Could it be that just because he knocked over Scarface, the other party had a deadly grudge in his heart? If that was the case, it would be really hard to mix in the battalion. This thought flashed away. Zhang Che heart more or worry. Worry. Lu Ji backtracked. In the way of Go Bai brother's identity will be abandoned. If this is the case, his situation can instantly become dangerous. This feeling of placing one's own safety and security on others made Zhang Che very unhappy at this moment. Che-er. Brother Che. Susanna's cry rang in his ears, and Zhang Che returned to his senses, revealing a bemused smile. What's wrong, brother Su? Nothing. It's nothing. Susanna was a human savant. Just from Zhang Che's performance just now, he could tell that at this moment, he was in a somewhat less than happy mood, and he didn't dare to ask too many follow-up questions. A few moments later, Lu Ji's side of the personal guards trotted to the near front, commanded. Zhang Che, Commander Lu calls you over. Good. In front of the camp tent, Zhang Che, who was ready to enter the tent, and Go Bai, who came out from the tent, fought opposite each other. The atmosphere of both sides was also a bit stagnant at this moment. Go Bai paused his steps and took the lead to open his mouth. How? Do not recognize you, Go brother? Recognize since is recognized, just look at the situation with the previous few days is not the same. Oh. You kid is very means. Let Lu Vice Commander, even my brother's face are not sold, also want to protect you 7 days. Very good, today I would be considered to have seen. Go Bai stared at Zhang Che with a smile on his face. Go Shishang's tactics are really good. I only bought a few pounds of meat, actually let you covet it so much. This is something Zhang really didn't think to understand. Zhang Che was not afraid to meet his eyes, wanting to detect the real situation. However, Go Bai answered in the negative, and with his hands behind his back, he walked to Zhang Che's side and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. 7 days later, you will be transferred to the catering room. At that time, Brother Go, I will definitely arrange you properly. Ha ha ha. Laughing lightly, Go Bai stepped away. Zhang Che's face remained unchanged, only when staring at the other party's back, Fong narrowed his eyes. Entering the tent, Lu Ji was still at the top as he bowed. My subordinate has met Lord Commander. You've just met Go Bai, right? Met you. Jiang Che nodded. It's not what I expected. This dog is using his brother Go Bu Run to pressure me and is ready to transfer you into the mess hall to help out, but I've always been a man of my word. If I say I'll guarantee you 7 days, I'll guarantee you 7 days. Regardless of what happens after the 7 days, Your Excellency's favor will definitely be remembered. Ha, you are a nature that knows how to repay favors. Lu Ji was very happy with Jiang Che's attitude, and it was not in vain that he specifically pinpointed the right time for the two to meet. Jiang Che is a seedling that school captain Zhual praised as good. As long as he can show his worth within 7 days, then what he has done is not a loss, if the other party really has the qualifications. If the other party is really qualified, he has a favor waiting for the other party after that. In a word, he wanted Jiang Che to be loyal to him with all his heart. Has the barbarian ox power finished reading? I'm in the middle of practicing. Can you be sure? If there are no accidents, within 7 days, my subordinate will definitely cultivate this method. Jiang Che lifted his head, his eyes were shining brightly, his body was permeated with a powerful self-confidence, as if this was simply a trivial matter for him. No one knew that he couldn't even stand up to the pile work right now. But Go Bai's crisis was approaching. He had to raise his position in Lu Ji's heart, so that he could continue to bail him out and would not give up because of other external forces. Hiding clumsiness at this moment was something that could never be taken. Good, then this commander will wait and see. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. Jiang Che's focus was on pushing the barbarian ox force technique, and Wu Changfeng, Li Ershan, and the others that Su San had mentioned before had agreed to spend money on martial arts training. Only these 2 people are not good at fooling around. There is not so much silver. Jiang Che only got a total of 10 taels of silver from their bodies. For this reason, Jiang Che began to search for other targets with a full hand. The life can be described as very busy. On this day, after finishing the training, Gung Dabiao hurriedly found Jiang Che and said that he had already gotten through the doorway, asking him to hurry up and pay the silver. This doorway. Is it reliable? No wonder Jiang Che was so careful. It was really too difficult to get the silver from the auxiliary soldiers, and there were less than 4 days left before the 7-day limit. If it went down the drain, his situation would instantly take a sharp turn for the worse. Don't worry, absolutely reliable. Gung Dabiao patted his chest very confident. See, Jiang Che is still a little skeptical, then whispered. I also do not hide from you. Before military service I have a few life brothers butchering pigs and selling meat. Received my message. They will find a good target at any time to get things. Dabiao brother, I am trustworthy, but your several brothers I have never met. Well, so much silver to them is also really some risky. Well, you see how. I first give you 10 taels, plus the 10 taels you promised is the fixed money 20 taels, the remaining 10 taels of silver, and so on the things transported over, we then settle. Jiang Che actually only 10 taels of silver in hand, simply can't take out so much, but don't want to have a change of heart, then said such a proposal. That's not what you said before. Gung Dabiao stared at the bull's eye. Don't worry, I will never go back on my word on what I promised. It's just that it's safer this way, and I won't hide it from you when it comes down to it. These beef and ox tendons are actually what Commander Lu wants. I'm just a messenger. You can't believe that you can't trust Commander Lu? Jiang Che continued to put on the tiger's skin. The purpose is to make Gung Dabiao's group of people do not dare to start bad thoughts, otherwise in the auxiliary military camp once Lu Ji grudges, his next days are definitely worse than death. As expected, when Jiang Che mentioned Lu Ji after Gung Dabiao's attitude also changed, after a moment of contemplation said. Alright, I'll follow you, but you'll have to give me the rest of the silver when the time comes, otherwise my brothers will have to lose money. This is natural, Jiang Mao has always done things as he said. Jiang Che had a smile on his face as he stuffed 10 taels of grain silver into Gung Dabiao's palm. He turned it upside down to confirm the weight of the silver and slipped it into his pocket, continuing. The day after tomorrow at the latest, the things you want will be delivered outside the barracks, so you'll have to arrange for a good reception by then. Good. Chapter 8, The Sacrifice Arrives. What? You still have to wait for 7 days? Scarface was a bit shocked and incredulous listening to Go Bai's words. Although he did remind Lu Ji to look at Jiang Che differently before, he didn't expect that the other party would actually keep Jiang Che. Especially under Go Bai's pressure. This was a bit hard for him to accept. Lu Ji's attitude is very resolute. He should have guessed what I meant, and implicitly reminded me that Jiang Che is a good seedling that school captain Zhu even named. Go Bai said with a sullen face. Then, what does Commander Go mean? Scarface was a bit unwilling to let Jiang Che go just like that. In recent days he clearly felt the attitude of the people around him towards him, ridiculing him for being beaten by an auxiliary soldier who couldn't get out of bed. There was a lot of anger built up in his heart a long time ago. Big brother told me to put things to rest. It's not worth crossing paths with Lu Ji over a small matter. Go Bai shook his head. How? How can? Lu Ji is only a vice commander, Big brother Go is a full commander. The look on Scarface's face rapidly changed as he sniffed. You can't underestimate Lu Ji, although this person is only a vice commander. But school captain Zhu intends to promote him, or else he wouldn't have been put in charge of the auxiliary soldier battalion this time. And my brother also said that there will be some changes in the battalion recently, so it's not advisable to make a big fuss. This. Then let's just forget about it? Scarface frowned tightly. Of course we'll not just forget it, Lu Ji to protect him for 7 days, but not to protect him for life. I estimate that it should be Jiang Che. This kid gave him a gift, but he also does not dare to meet with my brother in the open, so he set a deadline. There is still quite a lot of time until the auxiliary battalion pulls out of the battalion. It's enough time to rectify him. Go Bai's face was a bit gloomy. If according to the usual situation he would also put things to rest, no, simply will not even target. After all, he is doing this kind of business, itself has to talk about integrity. However, there was someone who had stuffed him with silver a long time ago to let him hold Jiang Che down to death in the auxiliary army camp. That's why he kept an eye on Jiang Che. The only miscalculation was that he didn't expect this kid to be a bit different and quite a bit tactful. Just as well, let this brat live for a few more days then. Scarface nodded helplessly. Go Bai snorted coldly. These 7 days give the surname Lu a face, but letting me stop is impossible. I don't believe that this kid Jiang Che is so peaceful in the auxiliary army camp. I have already arranged for someone to keep an eye on Jiang Che. As long as he has a problem, when the 7 days are up, I'll immediately let him die. In the case that Geng Dabiao had already opened the door, the first thing Jiang Che had to do next was to raise the remaining 10 taels of silver, and for this reason, Jiang Che didn't hesitate to lower the price again to 3 taels of silver price, and found a few people reading, only to make up the silver too. However, also because of the gongfu passed too many people, even if he had instructed a few people in advance, but some abnormalities still caused suspicion of others, to which Jiang Che is not yet aware of. Of course, even if he was aware of it, he still had to do it. As early as when he made this decision, he had thought of the risks involved and was prepared to bear them. Or rather, as long as he could successfully cultivate the brute ox strength before it happened. Then, this would not be a big mistake for Lu Ji. This was his judgment. Fortune. The danger is in the midst of the danger. In this way, in the blink of an eye, another few days passed, and there was still 1 day left before the 7-day limit, and finally, Geng Dabiao also once again looked for him, told him what he wanted has been placed in the camp entrance near a crooked-necked acacia tree. However, because dozens of pounds were too large, they simply couldn't be transported in without an order from above, so he was told to think of a way to do it himself. Okay, I know. Jiang Che nodded and took the barbarian bull strength out of his arms and handed it over to Geng Dabiao. Now Geng Dabiao was not too worried about how Jiang Che would fetch the meat. In his heart he had already acquiesced to the relationship between Jiang Che and Lu Ji. All it took was an order. Sending something into the camp was no big deal at all. Attention has also long been placed on top of the brute strength. When I'm done with the stuff, I'll give you the rest of the silver. Okay. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Che greeted the guarding soldiers, and the other party did not make things difficult for him because they knew that he and Lu Ji had gotten very close recently, and let him leave the auxiliary soldier camp. However, this was only the first hurdle. If he wanted to leave the camp, he still had to come out of the camp gate. What for? As expected, as soon as he approached the camp entrance, the guarding soldiers immediately aimed their guns at him, and the sharp heads of the guns were still vaguely chilling under the reflection of the firelight. Military Master. I want to go out for convenience. Got a warrant? The old pawn at the head walked up and surveyed Jiang Che in his auxiliary soldier's hemclothes, and his tone was very hard. No. No? If you don't have one, then get lost. Don't you know that auxiliary soldiers are not allowed to leave the camp without authorization? How? The one who hung himself some time ago isn't enough for you to remember? The old pawn expelled immediately. Can the military master take a step to speak? Jiang Che lowered his head and whispered, while also subtly weighing his pockets, which had some clattering sounds inside. The old pawn stared at him for a few moments and moved to his side. Speak. Master June, today is the anniversary of my father's death. I want to go outside to kowtow to the crooked neck tree. This is our custom there. When you go out, you must worship under the acacia tree. I'm afraid that after pulling out of the camp in a few days, I won't have the chance. Please make it easy for you. Where to kowtow is not kowtow. This matter is not negotiable. The words in the old pawn's mouth instantly changed, because Jiang Che stuffed a large handful of copper coins inside his cuff. At least there are dozens of pieces. Please, military master, for the sake of my filial piety, make it easy. Jiang Che took out another small cloth bag and stuffed it into the other party. The old pawn turned it upside down, then looked around, and without moving, he stuffed it into his bosom and lowered his voice. Also, for the sake of your piece of filial piety, can go out to kowtow, but I have to follow you and watch, and come back immediately after kowtowing. Many thanks, military master. Jiang Che arched his hand. He didn't have any connections at all, but he still had some copper money in his hand. Furthermore, he had the sacrificial heavenly tablet in his hand, so he didn't even need to carry around a big bag of things that wouldn't attract others' attention. Let's go. After arranging a few words with the few soldiers at the entrance, the old soldier led Jiang Che out of the camp and brought him to the crooked-necked acacia tree, while he stood a few feet away staring at Jiang Che. Once he had the intention of trying to escape, the lance in his hand would immediately be thrown. Jiang Che's face showed sadness, circled around the old acacia tree for a few times, and sure enough, he found a black cloth parcel in the grass under the acacia tree, covered his palm on it, and with a thought, the parcel instantly disappeared without a trace. It was included within the space of the heavenly monument. However, he still acted down and bowed 3 heads solidly towards the acacia tree. He was indeed honoring his parents, but the ones he was honoring were not the parents of this other world, but the parents of another world. Chapter 9, Brute Force of the Ox. Xiao Chang. Things brought in? Returning to the barracks, Jiang Che then immediately looked for Geng Dabiao. The other party was also considered to be a truthful man. He was not so bad as to cheat the other party, and was ready to hand over the rest of the silver to him. Aha! Jiang Che nodded. He had already checked the contents of the package, and there was indeed no problem. Hearing Jiang Che's affirmative answer, the only trace of suspicion left in Geng Dabiao's heart for Jiang Che was completely dispelled, believing his previous remark. Because he was able to pass a message out, but was unable to bring anything in at all, the fact that Jiang Che was able to do so proved that he did have the connections and ability. This is the rest of the silver. Jiang Che put a handful of broken silver into Geng Dabiao's hand. However, Geng Dabiao didn't take it at first. He lowered his head with a contemplative face, but in the end, he didn't take it and handed it back to Jiang Che. How many meanings? Jiang Che stared at the other party. Until now, I didn't believe that you had the ability to transfer me out of the auxiliary military camp. I know that this matter is not easy. These silver will be taken as me dredging up relations. I only ask that you let me really get out of military service. Obviously, Geng Dabiao also had some small wisdom of his own. As long as he could leave the auxiliary military camp and didn't have to go to the border to die, these silver would be worth it. Jiang Che's fingertips lightly rubbed the broken silver, and finally accepted it. Before he was just fooling Geng Dabiao, but now he really had this thought. This man is a sincere person, collected to the command. Maybe there will be a great use. Of course, the premise is he really cultivates barbarian bull strength within the limited time. In this way, only in front of Lu Ji could he truly have the value of being valued by the other party. In this matter, I will do my best. I trust you. You take the barbarian ox strength first and return it to me tomorrow, no problem, right? I've read and can read. 1 night is enough to memorize it. After talking with Geng Dabiao, Jiang Che returned to his tent with his usual demeanor. His mattress had already been laid out in advance, and several auxiliary soldiers greeted him with smiles curtly piled up on their faces. The auxiliary soldiers will soon pull out of the camp, and with Jiang Che's relationship and performance, may be able to control them in the future, and now to please. In the future, they might be able to suffer less and have more hope of survival. Only, their intention is ultimately to fall through. Because Jiang Che was never prepared to go to the border to die. After casually agreeing to a few sentences, Jiang Che took off his shoes and prepared to sleep on the pretext that he was tired, but as soon as he got on the bed, Susanna leaned up, with an expression of desire to speak. Big brother Su has something to do? Jiang Che saw the other party's strangeness and asked directly. That. I think there's something I need to tell you. Susanna rubbed his hands together. Big brother Su has something to say directly. Jiang Che sat up straight. Su Sanner glanced at the several auxiliary soldiers next to him and lowered his voice. In the past few days I saw that you seemed to be in contact with Gung Dubiao, Wu Changfeng, Li Ershan, and a few of them, so I unconsciously got on board as well. Just now I went out to pee, and I found Wu Changfeng muttering with a person not knowing what he was talking about. Oh yeah, that person. I looked like one of the ones who followed Scarface to find trouble with you a few days ago, so I thought to remind you. Jiang Che's face remained unchanged, thinking that the Dog Days Go By gang was really onto him, but he was mentally prepared for this, but he still expressed his gratitude to Su Sanner. This matter is indeed quite important, thanks to Brother Su for reminding me. Hey. Thank you for what? They are all old folks. Hey. Su Sanner rubbed the back of his head, his face overflowing with laughter, thinking that those guys were only thinking of pleasing Jiang Che. He didn't look at himself to see if he had the weight to get Jiang Che's attention. He himself is really smart. The dim night color gradually deepened, the snoring inside the tent rose and fell, but Jiang Che, who slept in the middle position, slowly opened his eyes, his pupils unusually bright. Even if Go Bai's group were to make trouble because of this, as long as he could be valued by Lu Ji, then none of this would be a matter. Quietly left the tent, Jiang Che facing the cold wind straight to the stables, confirming that no one is around. Jiang Che covered his nose and rolled over into, soothing the warhorse. He sat on the hay, slowly closed his eyes. Objective of sacrifice: accelerate the cultivation of barbarian ox strength. Sacrifice cost: 2 tails of ox tendon, 10 catties of ox bone, 20 catties of ox blood, 30 catties of beef, and a half-year of life reduction. Is it a sacrifice? Above the sacrificial heavenly monument, the small words inscribed were still the same as those left before, but unlike before, this time a bunch of sacrifices that he had prepared were placed in front of the stone monument. With the experience from the last time, Jiang Che did not make any hesitation. With a single movement of his mind. Just like last time, the blood-colored lines on the sacrificial heavenly monument quickly lit up, and then, a ray of gray light came out from the monument, enveloping the ox blood, ox bones, and other sacrifices that were placed there, and then, all of the sacrifices disappeared without a trace in an instant. Also at this moment, Jiang Che suddenly felt, as if he was drawn away from something, some empty, but he also quickly reacted. Knowing that was the half-year of lifespan among the cost of the sacrifice. In the instant the sacrifice disappeared, the monument above a red and a green 2 rays of light from its inside out, hovering around Jiang Che. The green light was the first to move, drilling into Jiang Che's spiritual platform. A strange yet familiar memory merged with himself. It was as if he saw in the underworld, a blurry figure profoundly displaying the 28 stances of the barbarian bull strength over and over again, as well as a matching set of barbarian bull fists. The memory went from unfamiliar to thoroughly integrated. Jiang Che's waist and back were subconsciously lifted upright. After a few more moments, the red glow that surrounded Jiang Che also made a move, surging straight into his chest as a hot stream of air continued to spread towards his limbs and bones. His thin body blurred and grew stronger by 1 point, his entire body seemed to be transforming at this moment, his chi and blood boiled, reflecting his body red, and a wisp of hot air emerged from the top of his head. It was as if he was being steamed by boiling water at this moment. Swish! Jiang Che snapped his eyes open, a touch of ferocity unconsciously emanated out, clenching his fists. Jiang Che could feel that this was a power far beyond what he had before, his veins rippled, filled with the beauty of power. Who? 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 A move of the barbarian bull fist. Was Jiang Che hit the tiger, legs tensed, chassis is extremely solid, as if practicing for many years. The memories in his mind are also being gradually digested by him and integrated into himself. A little time, Jiang Che collected his strength, both palms palmed to chest facing upwards, and turned over and down, exhaled a mouthful of white gas, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. If he could have this kind of power when sparring, not to mention fighting a single wood scarab, even if those few old pawns who were pulling the fight came together, he would still have the ability to put them over together. With his current degree, it was completely beyond the initiation that Lu Ji had limited himself to. One sacrifice, brute ox strength, immediately became a minor success. Tomorrow, he would continue to add pounds and give Lu Ji a surprise. Such a martial arts cultivation genius is not even guaranteed, unless he is blind. Chapter 10, Going to the door to ask for someone. The following day. After finishing the intensive training, Jiang Che got free and didn't wait for Lu Ji to send people to find him, but rather took the initiative to go to the door. He secretly guessed that since Go Bai had completely set his sights on him, and had also discovered the matter of his private transmission of the army's body forging method, he was bound to make trouble because of it, and force Lu Ji's hand. He had to prepare in advance to deal with it and increase his weight. Only, at this moment, Lu Ji is not in the auxiliary soldiers' camp, but by the top boss Zhu Sheng summoned to the camp in the tent of deliberation, the guards, since it is also impossible to put him into the tent. Jiang Che is not surprised, whispering with each other. About more than half an hour later, Lu Ji returned, up and down to look at Jiang Che, eyes flashed a trace of amazement. Martial arts practitioners and ordinary people do not seem to be different. But the truth is not so. As long as the pile work practice into the fire, whether from the pace or body shape and posture above, there is still some difference. To his eyesight can see some clues. Jiang Che seems to. Practicing is really good. At least it has been introduced. 7 days' time, the practice of martial arts to start. Such a qualification is definitely called good. It was worth it for him to protect this son against the Go family brothers. My lord. Jiang Che bowed. Come in with me. Lu Ji had a faint smile on his face as he nodded at him. When I came back, this commander traveled with Go Nun. He specifically asked me about you. It seems that he really has his eyes on you. Lu Ji sat at the top and suddenly mentioned this, but immediately afterward was a change in tone. But don't worry, this commander is not going to let their brothers spread wild. From the first time to see you start, this commander is very appreciate you, only in order to incentivize you, only then said what the initiation of the contract. After already confirming that Jiang Che had indeed succeeded in his initiation, he changed his rhetoric and began to praise him, and also explicitly and implicitly stated that even if Jiang Che had not cultivated the brute bull strength, he would still bail him out. Many thanks for your appreciation, Your Excellency. Jiang Che hurriedly thanked him. By the way, how is your barbarian ox force cultivation? If there is anything you don't understand, I can instruct you a few times. In these few days you will be transferred to the main battalion, be prepared. Lu Ji casually asked. Please also correct me, my lord. Jiang Che's waist and back were all the way, slowly clasping his fists, then his aura around him abruptly changed, his right leg was like a taut bowstring kicking forward, and he began to practice the barbarian bull fist. Under the concentration, every punch he threw was extremely powerful, and the whole person was like a new person: fist, leg, knee. All the moves recorded in the barbarian bull power were displayed one by one. Moreover, he was not just a bored, but showed a real battle posture. His punches gradually accelerated, and the whirring wind of his fists resounded throughout the entire tent. Above the seat, Lu Ji's gaze had changed from astonishment to gravity, even with a hint of horror. He originally thought that Jiang Che had practiced the 28 styles of pile work within 7 days without a teacher, which was already considered very good, and that was why he had emphasized his intention of recruiting him. As a result, when Jiang Che really showed his strength, he realized that he had underestimated this young man. Not only is his body frame solid, his lower plate like a pine, but he has also cultivated the boxing method of the brutal ox force, and he is also quite familiar with it, which is simply comparable to those elite veteran pawns who have accumulated years of experience. This made him incredulous. Thinking that he had been practicing brute ox force for half a year, it seemed that he had only practiced to this extent. Jiang Che had only used 7 days. This could already be described as more than just good, it was simply a once-in-a-decade genius. No wonder even school captain Zhu opened his mouth to praise him. Phew! A mouthful of white mist was spat out for a foot of meters. Jiang Che sunk his palms down into the dantian and slowly withdrew his energy. In order to give Lu Ji a little bit of a small shock, this time he didn't hide the slightest bit of clumsiness, and showed the other party all the efforts he had gained from his bitter cultivation. Please guide Lord Commander. Jiang Che looked at the other party with a grave expression. Cough cough. At this moment, Lu Ji also came back to his senses, pretending to cough inadvertently to hide his surprise, and after locking eyes with Jiang Che for a few moments, he took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Not bad. Indeed some enlightenment, but do not be arrogant because of this. Know that there are people outside the people, there are days outside the sky. Once in the army there is a genius out of nowhere, one day to cultivate the forging method, attracted the upper peak to look at. Even this commander. When I first practiced brute ox strength, although it was not as long as the time you used, it was not much different. Although Lu Ji cautioned Jiang Che that he must not be proud, but the words were still very much recognized, only that Jiang Che did not think that the original Lu Ji's talent was actually so high. After all, although he was able to cultivate, although he could not lead his own efforts, he also had a little credit from the Golden Finger. Your Excellency's teachings, my subordinate will surely bear them in mind. Ha. Rather also. Commander, Firehead Battalion Shi Chang Gobai seeks an audience. Before Lu Ji could finish his words, the guards outside the door walked into the tent to report the news, and Jiang Che's gaze subconsciously froze when he heard Gobai. Well, let him come in. Lu Ji nodded with a smile on his face. Yo, such a coincidence. You kid is also here. Go Bai walked into the tent and first arched his hand at Lu Ji, then his gaze fell on Jiang Che's body, as if he was looking at his prey. Jiang Che was unmoved, looking ahead without looking askance, as if Go Bai was just air. Go Bai was not annoyed, but only gave a light hum. Why does Shi Chang Go have so much leisure to come to my auxiliary army camp? Lu Ji asked smilingly. Commander Lu, I am here for the 7-day appointment. Recently the Firehead camp is really too short of people. The people under Bai's hand are really too busy. I also asked Commander Lu to lift his hand. Let brother Jiang Che accompany me to help with the labor for a few days. Go Bai squinted at Jiang Che with a leathery smile. Lu Ji, on the other hand, replied by frowning and shaking his head. I'm afraid this matter will not work. Why? The smile on Go Bai's face gradually tightened. Because this commander has already decided to transfer Jiang Che away from the auxiliary army camp and follow me around to be used. If you are short of men, you can pick a few more from the auxiliary army camp to go over there. Commander Lu, that's not what you said 7 days ago. What did I say at that time? The corner of Lu Ji's mouth hooked up with a hint of scorn as he asked the other party in return. You said that you were only looking at Jiang Che's good performance on top of the previous sparring session and that it wasn't quite appropriate to let him help with the labor, so you bailed him out for 7 days, and for your sake, I left him alone for these 7 days, but now. Isn't it a bit unjustifiable? Who can prove it? What? I'm asking you, who can prove that this commander has said these words? Lu Ji stared at the other party expressionlessly. You? Commander Lu was ready to go back on his words? Go Bai's gaze slightly condensed, somewhat unhappy. Ha! Lu Ji snorted and leaned back. Giving me face? Go Bai. You are just a Firehead Battalion Shirkai who was just waiting to die. Does this commander need you to give me face? Don't say it's you who came to ask for someone. Even if your brother Go Bunyi comes in person, today. Jiang Che I also guaranteed, no one can take him away. Is that so? Vice Commander Lu really has a big mouth. Chapter 11, Confrontation in the Main Tent. The curtain of the tent was lifted, and a middle-aged man in cloth armor walked in, slightly taller than Go Bai, with long narrow eyes and a nose like an eagle's hook. At first glance his appearance was similar to Go Bai's. The moment he entered the tent, he instantly drew the attention of Jiang Che and Lu Ji. As soon as he entered the tent, he instantly attracted the attention of Jiang Che and Lu Ji. Without the need for an introduction, this person's identity was already obvious. Brother. Go Bai lightly called out, sidestepping his body. Go Bunyi's gaze swept over Jiang Che's body without much concern, then he turned back to Lu Ji at the top, standing with his hands on his back, and said indifferently. Vice Commander Lu is really imposing. Those who don't know would think that you are the camp captain of our Wind character camp. He just marched to the entrance of the tent and just happened to hear Lu Ji's words, originally thinking that the tone of voice would be eased, and both sides would be able to get by on their faces, but now it seems that there is no need. Compared to Go Commander, Lu Mao is not as good as, at least like this kind of hard to break into the 10 of things under the cannot do. How? To do? Go Commander so regard my auxiliary army camp as nothing? Lu Ji's tone is equally nonchalant, both sides are implied a hint of gunpowder flavor. Ha! Go Ningyan snorted lightly and looked to Go Bai on the side, then pointed his finger at Jiang Che and said. This is the kid you were talking about? Yes, that's him. Go Bai nodded. If this commander has to take the son away, what does Vice Commander Lu wish to do? Go Xuanren held his hand in the air and picked his chin. If you must take Jiang Che, then Lu Mao can only try to see if Commander Go's mouth is as hard as his hands. In addition, I will report this matter to Captain Zhu to see when this Wind character battalion was surnamed Go. Lu Ji fiercely got up, and his moderated aura instantly condensed, far surpassing the time of Jiang Che's previous martial arts performance. Go Yanyan narrowed his eyes were equally dangerous. Among the 6 commanders of the Wind character camp, his strength was second to none, and most of the remaining commanders were as afraid of him as a tiger, and it had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Especially, Lu Ji was still just a deputy commander. The atmosphere fell into depression. Jiang Che had also stood up at this moment, his hands clenched tightly under his sleeves. Elder brother, since Vice Commander Lu is adamant, then we will not forcefully transfer this person. Suddenly, Go Bai, who had been silent, broke the stalemate. And Jiang Che had already realized what he was going to say next. But this matter, he had not yet had the time to report to Lu Ji. A hint of suspicion came through Go Bunyi's eyes, with his understanding of his younger brother, it was never a character that rested on his laurels. Sure enough, then Go-bai said. But the matter of violating the military rules and privately passing on the merit law will need to be properly disposed of. Make it clear. I have already ascertained that Jiang Che not only stole and learned the gongfa, but also privately passed it on in the auxiliary army camp and collected silver money. This kind of crime shall be beheaded. Go-bai said in a deep voice. Is there any evidence? Go Ningnian and Go-bai sang in unison. Not only is there evidence, there are also witnesses. What? Lu Shi's pupils shrank, and his gaze snapped to Jiang Che, his eyes seeming to say, is this matter true? Jiang Che knew that this matter could not be concealed at all, and nodded his head then shook it again. Lu Shi, this son has violated the military rules, according to the law should be beheaded, now I want to take away this person. Do you have any doubts? Take away? When did you, Go Nengnian, become a military secretary and start to control the military law as well? The gongfu Jiang Che learned was taught by me personally, not stolen. Lu Shi thought about the meaning between Lieutenant Zhu's words earlier, and was still unwilling to back down at this moment. Then, so it was you who instructed him to privately pass on the gongfu and accept the silver as well? Go Ningnian pressed aggressively, wanting to dig a hole for Lu Shi. Joke, barbarian bull strength is originally a military forging method, soldiers can practice it as long as they are meritorious, moreover, when did it come to your turn to take care of things in my auxiliary army camp? Fine, since you said that I can't manage it, then let School Captain Zhu manage it. Go Yan Yan snorted coldly. The matter had finally become a big deal. Go Wenxian sent someone to inform School Lieutenant Zhu Shang, who then sent someone to order a few people to go to the central army tent immediately without fail. How could the gong method be passed on to others? On the way, Lu Shi asked in a low voice. My lord, it is my subordinate when practicing the gong method, was seen by those few people, stole a few styles of pile work, and after that sent silver money, begging to practice martial arts. My subordinate thought that this gong method does not seem to be taboo, and then passed on to them. This matter is subordinate negligence. This matter could not be defended, Jiang Che admitted it truthfully. He really had no other way at that time, apart from selling the gong method to obtain silver money, simply could not raise the silver money to buy sacrifices. Don't worry, as long as this commander is sincere in protecting you, this point of error is nothing, but you have to tell me the names of those few auxiliary soldiers who have practiced the body forging method. Lu Shi patted Jiang Che's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. If Jiang Che was just an ordinary auxiliary soldier, then he was definitely dead today. But he was not. 7 days deadline to cultivate barbarian bull strength to reach minor achievement. Such a martial arts genius was worthy of him stepping in to bail him out. Even the school captain Zhu Shang would not be angered by this, and would praise him for discovering a good seedling. And this was Jiang Che's reliance on selling the gongfu despite everything. Geniuses always have some privileges. Respectively, Geng Dabiao, Zhao. This was Jiang Che's first time to enter the main tent of the school lieutenant of the Windward camp. Compared to Lu Shi's tent, the main tent of school lieutenant Zhu Shang was too wide, and when they arrived, the brothers Go Ningnian as well as Wu Changfeng were all inside the tent. When they arrived, the Go brothers as well as Wu Changfeng were all inside the tent. Seeing Jiang Che come over, the reaction of the three of them was also different. Go Ningnian's expression was bland, Go Bai's mouth showed a touch of sarcasm, while Wu Changfeng's eyes were fluttering from side to side, not daring to look at him. In the center, at the top position, there was a man clad in black armor. Eyes like a torch, face square, short beard under the jaw, sitting posture upright, quite a meaning of immovable as a mountain. It is precisely the Fengward Battalion camp captain, Zhu Shang. My subordinates see the school captain adults. I, Jiang Che, see the school captain. The two saluted in unison. Zhu Shang swept his gaze over Jiang Che's body with some invisible might and said in a deep voice. Commander Go complained to this school captain that you, Lu Ji, have been privately passing down gong methods, and your subordinate auxiliary soldier, Jiang Che, is even profiting from it and earning silver. Is this true? Lu Ji's position is more forward than Jiang Che. Hearing Zhu Shang's question, he bowed and said. Back to the school captain, what Go Ningnian said is all slander. Slander? Did you not pass on his brute ox strength? Go Wenxian questioned. Passed it on. Lu Ji raised his head. Then you still call it a slander? The reason why I passed on his brute ox strength is because the last time the auxiliary soldiers practiced against each other, Lord Lieutenant had said that the winner would be expected to be transferred to the main battalion, and Jiang Che's outstanding performance, defeating Wu Qingdong as an auxiliary soldier, was typical. Such a person is about to be transferred out of the auxiliary soldier camp. I passed on his body forging method in advance to adapt to the windward camp. Try. What's not to like? Oh, this person is the auxiliary soldier who knocked over the old pawn? When Zhu Sheng heard this, his eyes towards Jiang Che were finally a little less different. Chapter 12, Identity Reversal. Not bad, he is Jiang Che. Lu Shi said back. Good, then count him as having superiority. You teach him to practice martial arts as justifiable, then he will teach others the forging method privately and collect silver money. What do you say? Things have come to this point. Go on kindly, in Lu Shi completely torn face, since it is necessary to do everything possible to suppress him. Teaching Gong Fu, collecting silver money. You buckle is a good big hat. Deng Dabiao, Wu Changfeng and others excelled in the last sparring session, and when Jiang Che practiced the forging method he was seen by a few people who begged to practice it. Afterwards Jiang Che reported to me, I promised. As for the silver money, that was just a few people to thank Jiang Che, so what's wrong with that? Lu Shi completely took all the blame on himself in order to collect himself. He was a deputy commander, doing these things was not a disciplinary offense, but if Jiang Che then it was a capital offense. Joke. Go was about to say something when Lu Shi interrupted again and bowed. My lord, my subordinate has one more important thing to report. Speak. Zhu Sheng waved his hand. In fact, the matter of imparting gongfu was not a big crime at all. The district body forging method is just, it has long been rotten goods, it is not worthy of his attention at all, the reason why he ordered a few people to come. As long as the identity of both sides. One is the commander, one is the vice commander that he has high hopes, both sides have clashed, since he is the one to judge. This matter is significant, can my subordinate come closer? Come over. Zhu Sheng saw that Lu Shi did not seem to be faking and nodded. Lu Shi walked to the vicinity of the desk with a bland expression and leaned down to whisper a few words. Zhu Sheng, from the beginning of not caring, quickly his eyes changed, looked Jiang Che up and down several times, looked at Lu Shi and opened his mouth. Is this matter true? I am willing to guarantee it with my life. Lu Shi replied firmly. And although their conversation Gong Ningyan could not really hear, he vaguely had some not so good premonitions. When Lu Shi came back to his side, he hurriedly said, Your Excellency, Lu Shi's words are all biased in favor of Jiang Che. In fact, it is Jiang Che who, in order to collect the silver money, went on a rampage to spread the gong method in the auxiliary military camp. Wu Changfeng is just one of them. I can still find other witnesses. Zhu Sheng did not respond, narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment before turning to Jiang Che. You are the key to this matter, is there anything you want to say? Yes. Jiang Che was finally given the chance to speak, and hastily nodded his head. Speak. Zhu Sheng looked at him with much more amiable eyes. What I want to say is another matter. Villain Jiang Che cited to Lord Lieutenant with his life that Firehead Battalion Shishang Gobai is corrupt and perverts the law, buys low and sells high, sells the meat in the battalion at a high price to others, accepts bribes, and trades the battalion's grains and grasses for his own benefit. At the same time, the camp's several people, led by Scarface Wu Qingdong, are the beneficiaries of this matter. Jiang Che knelt down on one knee, word for word. Hearing Gobai break out in a cold sweat, pointing at Jiang Che and cursing. Jiang Che, you fart. Is there a place for you to speak? Zhu Sheng snorted coldly. Gobai wanted to defend himself, but when he saw Gong Ningyan giving a look, he hurriedly lowered his head. Do you have any evidence for what you said? Zhu Sheng asked indifferently as his fingers tapped on the desktop. Jiang Che glanced at Lu Shi, the other party did not move and nodded. Jiang Che continued. I am the evidence. When a few of my fellow townsmen in the battalion were craving for meat, they wanted to buy some meat to eat, they asked around, so they elected me to find Gobai, and bought a few pounds of pork at a price that exceeded the market price by 30%. Afterwards I learned that those meat is not Gobai go out to buy piggyback back, but from the camp, and the meat deducted is to profit. I was very frightened, and immediately looked for Lu Commander, but Lu Commander let me temporarily immobilized, first slowly investigate. It is also for this reason that Gobai planted evidence against the villain. Please be clear, Your Honor. This was the countermeasure he had discussed with Lu Shi on the way here. His private sale of gongfu is true, but Lu Shi can take over, but Gobai withholding meat and selling it to others at a high price is a felony. Since the offense is fierce, then simply send him on his way. As early as when Gobai targeted him, Jiang Che had this idea. Gobai, is this matter true? Zhu Sheng's gaze fell on his body, the invisible pressure pressed him to kneel with trembling legs, shivering and unable to speak. It was useless to deny this matter because it could be found out. At this moment, he had some regrets. Regret that he targeted Jiang Che and made such a mess. Regret that he relied on Goan kindness, but completely forgot that Jiang Che also knows these things about himself. My subordinate was not strict in his discipline, please forgive Buyi's life. Go Wunran also knelt down with him, his head heavily buckled on the ground. Wu Changfeng, who was originally used as a witness, was even more scared and a bit stupid, he simply did not expect that it would develop to this point. Go Bai. To be finished. What about him? Offended Jiang Che, offended Lu Ji, how else to mix in the auxiliary military camp? Thinking about this, he also fell to the ground with his legs weak at the knees in fear. Lu Ji, do you think how this matter should be dealt with? Zhu Sheng's words turned to Lu Ji, as if he wanted to listen to his opinion, the corner of his mouth was even imperceptibly hooked up with a smile. Military law is merciless, should be beheaded as a warning to others. Lu Ji knows what Zhu Sheng wants to hear, recently there will be a change in the battalion, he and Go Ningyan will be transferred. And Zhu Sheng's style of mastery is to balance and make the two of them hostile to each other. This matter, Zhu Sheng has long implied at him, so, in Jiang Che and Go family brothers' conflict, only will open the mouth to protect Jiang Che, give him the opportunity to prove himself. Now things have come to this point, there are his and Jiang Che's reasons, but there are also reasons that Zhu Sheng hold back, this point he sees very clearly, so, only then said such words. My lord be merciful, my lord be merciful. Go Bai hurriedly cried and begged. Lu Ji's eyes swept around the tent and suddenly looked at Wu Changfeng and asked sternly. Wu Changfeng, Go Bai brought you as a witness, then this commander asks you, regarding Jiang Che's imparting of the Gongfu, was I right or Go Bai right? I. Wu Changfeng's body trembled and lowered his head. It was Go Bai who forced me to frame Jiang Che, it was Commander Lu who was right, those silver coins. It's all because I thanked Jiang Che and gave it to him. Jiang Che and Lu Ji smiled at each other. Under the strong pressure, Wu Changfeng had indeed changed his confession, because only by doing so could he be spared from death, and at the same time, he had also left himself a chance of survival in front of Lu Ji and Jiang Che. Identity flipped, this matter. Solution. Bu Rena, you have been with me for 7 years, right? Lu Ji said that the military law is like a mountain, it should be beheaded as a warning to others, what do you think? Zhu Sheng asked. Go Bunyi could understand what Zhu Sheng meant, turned his head to look at Go Bai, clenched his teeth and kowtowed. Go Bai has violated the military law and deserves to be asked. Beheading, subordinate. Subordinate has no objections. Chapter 13 The Little Dog. Brother. You saved me Go Unkind's reply fell on Go Bai's ears and was tantamount to a thunderbolt from a clear sky, he had never thought that his big brother would abandon him. The eyes had been filled with despair. Bai, military law is merciless, brother can't save you, old mother I will let her rest in peace in her old age, you. Go on your way in peace. Go Unkindly suddenly became determined, did not even bother to look back at each other. Admittedly, right now, there is only Jiang Che's confession, there is no definite evidence, but there are still quite a few people on the same line on the matter of embezzling the army's grain and grass, anyone's confession can put Go Bai in death. What's more, now Go Bai doesn't even have a chance to defend himself. The matter has come to this point, he does not have any ability to resist. Or rather, from the moment Zhu Sheng favored Lu Ji Jiang Che, Go Bai's fate was only to die. Go Bai was paralyzed on the ground, his mouth was open but he couldn't say any words. In just a few moments, the sky turned upside down, his and Jiang Che's identities were completely reversed. Zhu Sheng coldly watched all this and slowly got up. Commander Lu, the matter of searching for evidence of Go Bai's crimes will be left to you, as long as it is confirmed to be correct, military justice will be carried out immediately. Yes. Lu Ji clasped his fists. Walking down the case table, Zhu Sheng came to Jiang Che's side, the appreciation in his eyes was not hidden, patting his shoulder. Not bad, in the future, follow Commander Lu's side and practice well, this school captain thinks highly of you. Yes, prompted him to change his attitude, it is because Jiang Che 7 days to cultivate the matter of Brudok's strength, just now Lu Ji ambush in his side said a few words is this matter. Originally, although he wanted to balance, but also did not want to let Go Bai death, really think that this lieutenant cannot control the military camp? He is well aware of some of the petty crimes in the battalion. Go Bai is not the only one who has been embezzling food and selling armaments, even he himself is one of them. The reason why he did so, one is because he wants to balance, he is about to take office in Yanggu County. County Lieutenant, Lu Ji and Go Wenxian have been confirmed to be transferred to his command, but Go Won-sien is a bit dishonest recently, must be pressed. Let Go Won-run understand their brother's life at any time in his thoughts. As for whether Go Won-sien will have a resentment, he doesn't care at all. Righteousness does not raise wealth, and mercy does not control soldiers. From the first time Go Shuanren intentionally colluded with an outsider, he had the idea of disposing of the other party. That was why he had authorized Lu Ji to fight against him. Secondly, it was because even though he was leaving the Win character camp, he still wanted to have influence in the camp. The previous favor had already been spread out, and now all he had to do was to establish authority. The third was because of Jiang Che. 7 days to cultivate the savage bull strength. This kind of qualification can be called a genius. As long as a little cultivation, the future is unlimited, and he and Go Bai conflict, he has to do is to give grace. Let him know clearly who exactly it was that helped him today. Thank you for your honor's appreciation. Jiang Che bowed and saluted. Ha ha ha. Xu Shang nodded with a smile, then looked at Go Bu Ren. Bu Ren, follow me out for a walk. As you command. Bu Ren, although you are my beloved, but Lu Ji is likewise. Now he seized your brother's handle. If I do not do punishment, it will be difficult to convince the public in the future. You also have to sympathize with me. Zhu Sheng faintly said. Subordinate understands all this. Go Yenxian had also guessed what Zhu Sheng's purpose was at this moment, but had to pretend not to know. This younger brother of yours is actually a drag on you. There have been quite a few complaints to me in the battalion over the years, but I have suppressed them all due to my concern for you, and now that he is about to be transferred, if he is still suppressed, the top will not be happy either. But don't worry, I will order to leave him a whole body. Xu Sheng stopped and stared at Go Nun. Many thanks, my lord, my subordinate will keep this in mind. Go Bunrun's heart was dripping blood, but on his face, he still showed a touch of gratitude. Brother Go, get up, it's time to go on the road. As soon as Zhu Sheng left, the atmosphere in the tent quickly changed again to something different. Jiang Che squatted down and looked down at this guy who was still high and mighty a few days ago, a warm smile hooked on his face. Go Bai trembling raised his head, looked at Jiang Che that full of smiles. For some reason, the bottom of the heart actually gave birth to a touch of fear. Trembling hastily said. Jiang. Brother Che, you call me puppy on the line. Such a sweet mouth? Brother Go wouldn't want me to spare your life, right? Let's say it first, I'm not capable of that. No, I know I'm. This time it's hard to escape death, just want to beg you when you do it. Be quicker, I'm afraid of the pain. Go Bai shook his head repeatedly. This is not impossible, but I have a question I want to ask you. Jiang Che nodded. You ask. Successful king defeated the enemy. Go Bai had already lost his mind to resist, and only wanted to beg for a pain before he died. Jiang Che looked at Wu Changfeng and signaled him to go out. Wu Changfeng did not dare to disobey and ran out of the tent with a roll. Lu Ji had also gone out to transfer people, and now that it was only the two of them, Jiang Che also asked the question he had been curious about for a long time. I want to know, why have you been targeting me, just that bit of pork? Go Bai was silent for a moment. It's not because of that. Half a month ago when you just contacted me not too long ago, someone who trusted his connections found me here in stuffed silver, wanting my brother to find a way to make sure that you don't live to see the day the auxiliary army pulls out of the camp. Only this matter was intercepted by me? Who is it? I only know that it was someone from the Chao Gang in Yanggu County. The Chao Gang. Jiang Che recited these two words, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. When he just crossed over, he received all the memories of his original body, and he knew his past. He was a fisherman in Yanggu County, and his family was quite wealthy, but because he somehow provoked the Chao Gang. It is because somehow provoked the Chao Gang, was victimized for people to serve in the military. Originally thought that thing is past, did not expect In response to not at all end, the other side is trying to let him die quietly in the auxiliary military camp. Inside the camp tent. Scarface half lying on the bed, a few people sitting around him next to him, hands are holding a wine bowl, it's more big mouth venting the emotions of the heart. Go Bai came to him early this morning and told him clearly that Jiang Che would not survive today, and that once Jiang Che died, those people in the camp would no longer dare to make fun of him for the previous sparring match. How can he not feel good? You know, he has been suffocating for the past few days. Even after healed, he couldn't even face the people. Finally, he was able to take revenge. A district auxiliary soldier also dares to provoke us. This is his downfall. That's right, what is he, Jiang Che, worthy of going against us? Ha ha ha, once Chief Go Shishang comes out, he will definitely make that kid regret hurting Wu. A few old pawns cursed freely, both to smooth out their mouths and to help Scarface vent. Brothers, don't worry, as long as Commander Go is still around, we are still eating meat and drinking. A guy in the way, this will waste him, come. Dry. Scarface held one hand on the bed, propped up his body, raised his wine bowl and shouted. Yo, all in awe, but save me from looking for one by one. A discordant voice instantly broke the mood of several people. Chapter 14 finished. The sudden sound broke the silence. Scarface. Several people looked towards the door in unison. When they saw that the person who walked in was Jiang Che, they all subconsciously froze. What, don't you recognize it? Jiang Che smiled faintly. How dare you, who let you in? Scarface immediately bellowed, but his eyes flashed with some suspicion. Shouldn't Jiang Che be taken away by Gobai to be disposed of at this time? How could he be here? As soon as his words fell, a group of soldiers in paper armor poured in from outside the tent, and the leader was clearly Gung Dabiao. Gobai had already been taken into custody, but Lu Ji mobilized his soldiers but gave the task of capturing him to Jiang Che, to avenge his previous intimidation by himself. All of them were holding sharp blades against the necks of the several people in Scarface, scaring them so much that they were sweating coldly and didn't even dare to move. Jiang Che. What do you want to do? Who gave you the right to dare to break into the camp? Scarface pointed at Jiang Che with slightly trembling wrists. Captain Zhu gave me the right, do you have a problem with that? Jiang Che greatly pushed one person away, stretched his waist and sat down, took a new bowl and poured himself a bowl of liquor and drank it in one gulp. You? What did you say? Scarface's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Che enjoyed seeing this expression on his face and laughed lightly. Gobai's embezzlement of grain and grass, buying low and selling high, and bullying others has been issued, and is now about to be beheaded. You are all accomplices, and I am precisely here to take you. You nonsense. Scar's face changed drastically. How else do you think I dared to break into the camp? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's best not to believe it even when the sword falls on your head. How? How could this happen? Scarface subconsciously opened his mouth, completely confused about what was happening. No more nonsense. In short, in a word, whether you can survive or not depends on how many sins you can confess to Gobai. Of course, you can also choose not to say anything. This brother of mine was a pig killer and cow slaughterer before his military service. He is the best at skinning and cutting meat. I actually quite want to see it. Jiang Che pinched up a peanut and sent it into his mouth, pointing at Gung W while chewing. You dare to lynch? I don't believe it. Scarface snorted coldly, guessing that Jiang Che was swindling him. You're all capital offenses. What's wrong with a little lynching? You don't think there's anyone else to help you out, do you? Jiang Che shook his head and casually waved his hand. Gung Dabiao instantly understood and drew a sharp knife from his back waist. The few soldiers around him saw this and quickly bound Scarface. Puff. The knife entered the flesh. Gung Dabiao slid on Scarface's body with an expressionless face while still introducing himself to Jiang Che. Brother Che, this is how I used to kill cows, first stripping the bones from the flesh and blood. As long as I find the right spot, killing someone is no different from killing a cow. Ah. 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 Scarface showed a hideous face, couldn't help but hiss out, but no one stopped it. Okay, first dismantle one of his arms, then come. One by one. Jiang Che nodded, carefully observing Gung Dabiao's maneuver. He also did not know why, watching this kind of scene did not feel uncomfortable at all. I said. Before Scarface could confess, one of the brothers beside him turned white with fear and hurriedly shouted. Say it. Go by he. With a beginning, there was a follow-up. With that person as the beginning, the remaining few people are also afraid of this kind of tactics, panicked and will tell all the things all the time. They do not seek to live, but only seek a pain. And among the soldiers, there was one person who put up a pen to record. Scarface had already been fainted by the pain, and was only woken up by a basin of cool water, but the pain coming from his body still made him hideous. Say it to give you a pain, don't say it. Strip you bit by bit. Jiang Che walked to him and said word by word. I say it. Scarface locked eyes with Jiang Che, could see that the other party was not joking, gritted his teeth and began to confess. The case of Gobai's corruption was done very quickly, with Xu Sheng's order, coupled with Scarface's confession, completely nailed Gobai's way out of life, and even after only a few hours had passed, he would be ushered into death. All the soldiers in the battalion were summoned, and their eyes gathered on the several people of Scarface who were dragged along, as well as Jiang Che, who was wearing the cotton robe of an auxiliary soldier. Jiang Che. Go Bai raised his head and turned to the figure on the side. Jiang Che ignored it. Brother Che, little doggy has something he wants to ask you. Go Bai gritted his teeth and whispered. Only then did Jiang Che turn his head. What is it? Today in the main tent, in front of Lieutenant Zhu and my brother, you pledged your life to prosecute me for corruption. Was it a momentary act, or was it planned for a long time? Go Bai looked at him with a burning gaze. What do you think? Jiang Che did not answer, but asked rhetorically. It should have been plotted long ago, right? Jiang Che was undeniable and simply said. In fact, I'm also a bit puzzled. You made a big deal out of my private transmission of Gongfu. Aren't you afraid that I'll also go out of my way to prosecute you for selling grain and ordnance? As a result, I didn't expect you to really not be afraid. He exposed Go Bai in public. Of course it was a long time to plan, only before that he was just an auxiliary soldier, no capital to report, and even more so, no one to back him up. He had to wait until he had cultivated his brute ox strength and gained Lu Ji's attention before he could do it. He had actually been holding back. Go Bai was momentarily speechless, and after a few breaths of silence, he said, I just got carried away and neglected this matter. With Go Bunyi's shelter, many people in the barracks knew about the hooks he had done, but nothing ever happened, so how could he have purposely thought of this in the face of an auxiliary soldier who had little ability to resist? It doesn't matter, just pay attention in your next life. Jiang Che smiled. After a long time, accompanied by a few muffled grunts, Go Bai's Scarface's several heads fell, their bodies collapsed helplessly to the ground, and the spewed blood splattered out several meters away. These few of the first wave of enemies he encountered in the camp fell. However, Jiang Che's gaze turned to a certain direction in the camp. After single-handedly burying Go Bai, it was absolutely impossible for Go Xuanxian to let it go, as well as the Chao gang in Yanggu County. He still could not afford to have the slightest bit of slackness right now. What do you feel in your heart now that you have executed Go Bai? Inside the tent, Lu Ji asked with a smile. Sort of go a piece of heart disease it. What do you think about today's events? Lu Ji lightly sipped a mouthful of wine and looked at Jiang Che with a smile, a hint of deep meaning hidden in his eyes. Jiang Che was silent for a moment. My subordinate is too shallow to see it. The main reason you were able to kill Go Bai was not because you reported and uncovered it, but rather, it was because Colonel Zhu wanted him dead, understand? Why is Your Honor saying this? I just want you to understand that without a strong position, without an overpowering strength, your and my life and death future is actually nothing more than in someone else's whim. Lu Ji said in a deep voice. Chapter 15 Martial Realm. The death of Go Bai also touched Lu Ji's heart, and just as Jiang Che brought people to capture Scarface, he was called by Zhu Sheng to the tent for some pacification. But the meaning of the words outside the words in his ears is not very strong. He originally had no grudge against Go Bunyi, but just because of a hint from Zhu Sheng, he had to do that, even to the point that, using Go Bunyi's matter as a starting point, they would be immortal. That's why today, when he called Jiang Che to come, he couldn't help but say such a sentence. My lord's meaning, my subordinate understands. Jiang Che nodded. 7 days ago, this commander promised you that as long as you can cultivate the brute ox strength within the deadline, you will be transferred to your side to listen to your duties, and now it's time to fulfill the promise. However, I will be transferred out of the wind camp in the next few days. Will you go with me, or will you stay in the barracks? Don't worry, even if you leave I will still leave you a good future. Lu Ji continued to speak, but his eyes did not look at Jiang Che, wanting to hear his answer. But these thoughts of his would be a little too underestimating Jiang Che, and without hesitation he immediately stated his position just as Lu Ji's words fell. Adults saved me from the fire, helped me to solve the trouble. This kind of kindness, subordinate, is difficult to repay, only to follow in the sight of the adults to hold the horse stirrups, can rest assured. Looking at Jiang Che's solemn look that doesn't look like hypocrisy, Lu Ji narrowed his eyes. You have to think about it, transferring with me is not necessarily a good future. In addition, I said this is not a test for you, just want to make a good karma. Wherever my lord goes, my subordinate will go. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. I remember you are from Yanggu County, right? After a moment of silence, Lu Ji asked. Not bad, my subordinate does come from Yanggu County, originally a fisherman who fished by the river, only because he messed with the county's Chao gang, he ended up being sent to the border. The place I am going to transfer to this time is Yanggu County, to take up the position of a 9th grade city gate commander. Lu Ji directly opened up. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Although he had only traveled for more than a month, he had accepted all the memories of his original body and understood the difference between a deputy commander of the government soldiers and a ninth-grade city gate commander. The city gate commander had an official body, while the camp vice commander did not. Furthermore, the power between the two is also far different. The Windward Camp full battalion is only 500 pawns, under the jurisdiction of several commanders, with Lu Shi's current power, can only be in charge of 50 people. As for guarding the auxiliary soldiers' camp, it is only temporary. But the 9th grade city gate commander is in charge of a quarter of the county. With tens of thousands of people under his jurisdiction, he could be called a man of the people. Since you and I have talked it over, then I'll be straightforward. If you go with me, I'll recommend you to Captain Zhu to be the vice commander and help me take charge of suppressing a place. Lu Ji seriously looked at Zhang Che and promised. It was still the same sentence. Cultivating the brute bull strength in 7 days was worthy of his promotion. Otherwise, a district auxiliary soldier who wanted to accomplish a 3-level jump was a complete dream. Willing to die for your lordship. Zhang Che was about to bow down immediately, but Lu Ji held him up in time and patted his shoulder encouragingly. You and I are not much older than each other. In the future we will call each other brothers. Yanggu County is your hometown. In the future I still want you to assist me more. Yes. About the matter of your transfer out of the auxiliary army battalion, I have already let people go to do it. We'll transfer a death row inmate from other places to take your place to go to the border. My lord, my subordinate has a favor to ask. Zhang Che hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Speak. Can. Give another vacancy. I want to transfer another helper from the auxiliary battalion. This was something Zhang Che had promised Geng Dabiao, and now he had to fight for it regardless of whether it was a success or not. I knew it would be like this. Let's do it this way. I'll give you 2 vacancies, but this is already the limit. Any more and the others won't be able to pass the face. Helping people to the end. Right now Lu Ji is the one who especially values Zhang Che's future and is willing to invest for it. Many thanks, my lord. Lu Ji's grace is indeed useful. At least now Zhang Che is indeed grateful to the other party. During the small talk, Zhang Che raised some more questions of his own. Since there are cultivation techniques, is there also a distinction between realms? This is natural. Today letting you come over is to tell you about the mysteries of this. Since you opened your mouth first, then I will tell you that there are 4 realms under the innate. Lu Ji nodded. What are the 4 realms? Strengthening the body, generating vitality, forging bones, and opening the veins. I dare to ask your excellency to elaborate. Zhang Che made a show of listening sincerely. Strengthening the body is mortal, with flesh and blood as the foundation. Those whose strength reaches more than 100 pounds will be considered to have entered this realm. Breath for the gas, any forging method to the great completion, flesh and blood breath, walk around the body, the gas can be up to 1,000 pounds, this is the breath. Gas forging sinews and bones, hammered 1,000 times, with different techniques, or color gold, or sinews and bones ink black, or other colors, with a fist, breaking rocks and cracking the ground, the force has thousands of pounds, this is forging bones. The sinews and bones are not bad, the gas through the 8 veins, to open the body, the force to the flesh everywhere, can fly over the eaves and walk on the walls, step on the water does not fall, such as walking on the ground, there is like a god to help, it is for the through the veins. Lu Shi spilled out, detailing the cultivation realm in one breath. Strength up to 100 pounds, the strength of 1,000 pounds, opening mountains and breaking rocks, and stepping on a river. Zhang Che muttered, a touch of yearning arising in his heart. What about above passing veins? He turned to ask. Above the 4th realm is the innate, drawing the Xian Qi of heaven and earth and integrating it into one's own body. It is rumored to have the ability to cut off a river and break a mountain, which is also what I aspire to. At the mention of this, Lu Ji's gaze differed. If we reach the end of our cultivation, wouldn't we be called immortal gods? Zhang Che then chimed in. Lu Ji shook his head, these are not for you and I mortals to pry into. First properly cultivate these 4 realms in 3 passes, each step is not good to take, but if you can improve, it will also bring you power status. Subordinate understands. Leaving the tent, Zhang Che found a secluded place, then immediately closed his eyes and sank his mind into his mind, preparing to set the goal of the sacrifice as brute ox strength great achievement. Lu Ji's introduction had made Zhang Che's heart yearn for it. After all, having great power for one's own use was the pursuit of every man who revered violence. He was no exception. However, he was clear that the road had to be traveled step by step, and the meal had to be eaten bite by bite. His first goal was still to achieve great success in savage bull strength and step into the inner breath realm. Sacrifice goal, brute ox strength great achievement. The sacrifice heavenly monument's bloodlines flowed and gradually lit up, and after a few breaths, a line of small words gradually appeared hidden. Sacrifice cost, 100 pounds of raw beef, 100 pounds of raw ox blood, 100 pounds of raw ox bone, 10 deer blood grass, 1 bone flour, cut life expectancy for 1 year. Is it a sacrifice? Beef and cattle blood and other things are okay, although the value is very high, but cannot think of ways to have silver can be, but that what deer blood grass, bone flour? These two things Zhang Che is unheard of. Flesh and blood to generate interest, really is not so easy to achieve. Chapter 16, Zhang Vice Commander. When he returned to the auxiliary soldier camp, Zhang Che's status changed once again, and this time, the change was described as a heavenly turnaround. Even those old pawns of the main camp were courteous when they faced him. As for those auxiliary soldiers, it was almost like fawning. There is no other reason, only because today the leading beheading Gobai person is he Zhang Che. The auxiliary soldiers' camp was not big, and the news traveled fast. Almost everyone knows that Zhang Che has gained Lu Ji and Zhu Lieutenant's regard, and is about to develop such a rising star who would not dare to offend. As soon as he showed up, a chorus of compliments completely surrounded him. He couldn't help but recall the encounter when Scarface brought people to try to take him away by force. He remembered that the eyes of the people in the auxiliary military camp at that time were basically gloating. And it was only a short period of 7 or 8 days. Of course, he was also clear that what these people respected was not him, it was Lu Ji and Zhu Sheng behind him, and what they respected was the power that seemed to be in his hands. But from today onwards, the power is no longer illusory. Because of his own performance got Lu Ji's eyes. He is about to become Yanggu County Jiang Vice Commander. Fist is power. Power is also fist. Brother Che. Gung Dabio shouted out a title that made himself very awkward, as he was a few years older than Zhang Che. You and I are brothers, no need to be polite. Zhang Che waved his hand, not really caring. Well. Gung Dabiao nodded, he was also really bad with words. I've already done your business, go back and get ready, leave the auxiliary barracks with me. Really? Hearing these words, sparks lit up in Gung Dabiao's eyes. He had actually been transferred out of the auxiliary barracks for real. Zhang Che hadn't lied to him. Since there will be no lies, but it's impossible to be free from here on out, you'll be traveling with me to Yanggu County to work as a soldier of the Wind Character Battalion. As for revenge, I'll help you when I have the chance in the future. Zhang Che patted Gung Dabiao's shoulder and said. Although he was promised to be the vice commander, but under the hands of a trustworthy people or not, must recruit a few. Gung Dabiao Chi is good, the nature of simple and straightforward, just the right choice. Thanks. These words were uttered by Gung Dabiao from the bottom of his heart. As long as he could get out of the auxiliary military camp, he could pay any price. As for revenge, he didn't have that ability right now. It would be better to follow Zhang Che. Through the previous events, he had a vague premonition in the bottom of his heart. Zhang Che's development prospects are great, as the saying goes, when one man gets the road, all his men get in. When Zhang Che mixes well, he naturally won't mix too poorly either. What are you polite about? Zhang Che smiled. But Gung Dabiao was all serious. He very solemnly bowed down on one knee towards Zhang Che and said in a deep voice. I, Gung Dabiao, am a rough man, I can't speak. I know that you must have put in a lot of effort to be able to transfer out when the camp was about to be pulled out, and that bit of silver is simply not enough. This favor I remembered, I will follow you in the future, you let me do what I do, never have second thoughts. Gung Dabiao, a simple expression of loyalty, let Zhang Che is very used. The other side is indeed not wrong. If only rely on a mere 10 taels of silver, there is no way to let Lu Ji help specifically from the neighboring counties to transfer people to replenish the auxiliary soldiers. Now, he is also considered to have subordinates, began to build their own team. You and I brothers, we share the same blessings and difficulties, well. Go get ready. Zhang Che said as he picked up Gung Dabiao. Yes. Zhang Che took him as a brother, but he couldn't really call him a brother without realizing the importance of it, and quickly entered the state. Zhang Che didn't participate in any of the lunchtime chores such as chopping wood and picking water, and no one dared to order him. He was pondering where to get the sacrifices needed for the completion of the brute ox strength for the past half day. The military camp was impossible for the time being. Thinking about it, the only chance was to get what he needed from Yanggu County after he became the vice commander, as well as the Chao Gang. This power wanted to kill him, repeatedly making moves. It was impossible for him to hold back. After returning to Yanggu County, there will still be a struggle. In his judgment, Zhu Sheng transferred to Yanggu County as the new county magistrate, also with his own group of staff. It is bound to grasp the benefits of owning their own. And the original profit eaters will be willing to give up? Naturally, it is impossible. Both sides must have some fight. He could take the opportunity to profit from it, and perhaps have the chance to completely destroy the Chow gang. Brother Che. As the sky darkened and the auxiliary soldiers returned to the camp one after another, Susanna walked up to Jiang Che with a basin of hot water, smiling and gesturing to take off Jiang Che's shoes to wash his feet. What is Brother Su doing? Jiang Che quickly avoided. I see that your shoes have holes in them, you can't avoid freezing in the winter months. I have a pair of good cotton shoes here, if you don't mind, you can wear them after washing your feet. Susanna said, searching for a pair of cotton shoes from inside the quilt. Brother Su, if you have something to say, let's not be polite. Jiang Che looked at him with deep meaning. Nothing, really nothing. Susanna shook his head. He didn't know that Jiang Che would be transferred, but with Jiang Che's development trend nowadays, in the future, he was designated to be an official in charge of them. He then thought of deepening the relationship again. This was Susanna's way of survival. How many children in Big Brother Su's family? Jiang Che casually asked as he looked at the cotton shoes that were sewn stitch by stitch. Originally there were 4, one was killed by a nobleman in the county, one starved to death the year before last, and now there are 2 more. Mentioning her children, Susanna's face flashed with a hint of despondency. How old are they? The eldest is 17, the youngest 12. If you go to the border, what about the family? Susanna sighed softly. It can't be helped, not to go is a death, to go may still be able to live. The oldest of the family is also considered an adult, can barely make a living. Brother Su has thought about transferring out of the auxiliary military camp? Jiang Che smiled faintly. If Lu Ji only gave 1 quota, then naturally there was no part for Susanna, but if it was 2, then it was not impossible. Although Susanna was old and didn't have much growth, he was shrewd and capable, and hadn't helped him much the other day, plus, he didn't have any other candidates besides Susanna. Not using it for nothing. How can I have that ability? Susanna laughed to himself, but looking at Jiang Che's mysterious smile, he suddenly reacted again and stammered. Brother Che. You can do it? Tomorrow I will be transferred out of the auxiliary military camp, and in a few days I will head to Yanggu County to take up the position of deputy commander of the city gates, and there is just a shortage of people under my hand, he. Jiang Che laughed lightly. Susanna stood up with a bang, then kneeled down on both knees and kowtowed in a hurry. If Brother Che can help me get out of this military service, in the future, this life of my Susanna is yours. You and I are from the same hometown, and you have taken care of me so much, how could I not think of you when I have this opportunity? Susanna raised his head excitedly, his lips trembling. Susanna. See you, Commander Jiang. Hey, it's Vice Commander. Jiang Che waved his hand, feigning displeasure, but a smirk overflowed on his face. Chapter 17 Shu Family Daughter. The next day, Jiang Che took Susanna Gungdabiao and moved out of the auxiliary military camp, and along the way, all the auxiliary soldiers' eyes were filled with envy when they looked at him. Getting out of military service and regaining their freedom was the dream of all of them. It was the dream of all of them, but none of them were able to realize it. Of course, many people also know that they do not have Jiang Che's ability to means, so most of their envy is actually still Susanna and Gungdabiao too. Many people regret in their hearts, if Jiang Che had not made a fortune in the first place, can take care of him more, good relations, now out of military service will not be them? Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. In the crowd, Wu Changfeng cowering in the back, looking at the back of Jiang Che left the heart of the fear is finally loosened some. Before Go Bai and other people were executed, he was scared of the middle of the night did not sleep. He was afraid that Jiang Che would retaliate against him and end up with a separated body. Fortunately, Jiang Che didn't care about him at all. Only, his idea is wrong. Jiang Che is not revenge, only now not good hands, just executed Go Bai and Scarface, turn around to find a reason to get dead Wu Changfeng, seems to be too much of his ass. Although Lu Ji has been confirmed to be transferred, but his contacts are still there, he has greeted the other side, in order to prevent any eventualities, in the camp before Wu Changfeng will violate the military law. And then executed. Jiang Che took the 2 people to live in a new tent. Lu Ji came in to pacify a few words, then told him that Zhu Sheng called him into the tent. It seems that there are some things he needs to do. Zhu Sheng was now his top boss's top boss. Jiang Che did not dare to disobey, and after handing over the bedding to Susanna, he followed his memories and walked towards the main tent. Come, sit down first. Zhu Sheng saw Jiang Che come, and a smile appeared on his originally solemn face. Yes. I've already approved the paperwork for transferring out of the auxiliary military camp, so you've moved now, right? Xu Sheng asked with a smile. Just packed up my things. Jiang Che answered any questions. I remember your place of origin is Yanggu County, right? Yes, it is precisely Yanggu County that I am from. I think Lu Ji has also told you about this school captain's upcoming inauguration as the county captain of Yanggu County, right? Zhu Shang was always smiling. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lu Ji was arranged by me to become the commander of the western city of Yanggu County. Yesterday he elected you as the vice commander to me. Do you think you can do a good job? Xu Shang murmured, and the smile on his face gradually tightened. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. However, Jiang Che could not back down at this time. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Sheng calmly. Little man has this confidence. It is good to have confidence. It is true that young people indeed have vigor. Good. Then this school captain will agree. From this moment on, you are the deputy commander of the west city of Yanggu County. Do a good job in the future. This school captain will not treat you poorly. With some encouragement, Lu Ji's grace of promotion was counted as Zhu Sheng's grace to him. Yes, little man keeps this in mind. Jiang Che bowed and saluted. Still calling yourself a villain? Xu Shang looked at him with a smile. My subordinate keeps this in mind. Jiang Che's waist and back bent a little deeper. Ha ha ha. Xu Shang lifted his hands vainly, signaling Jiang Che to get up, and his mid-air laughter kept echoing in the tent. You have nothing to do if you stay in the barracks. I'll give you an errand. Please command Lord Prefectural Lieutenant. Jiang Che whispered. The news of this lieutenant's transfer, the family doesn't know yet, but I'm going to let them accompany me to my post. But I have important matters on my mind these 2 days. I can't spare the time. These years are unstable and bandits are on the rise, so you'll lead the people to receive them to Yanggu County town. My subordinate will certainly escort the lady and her party safely to the city. Oh, speaking of which, this lieutenant also has a daughter who is about the same age as you, just a bit arrogant in nature, and has not married until now, so when you escort her on the road, be more patient. Zhu Sheng said, handed Jiang Che an iron medal engraved with the word Zhu and a letter, telling him that this was the credentials. Subordinate obeys. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. Go. When he returned to the barracks, Jiang Che informed Lu Ji of Zhu Sheng's arrangement, and the other party allocated him 20 soldiers from the main battalion, all of them on horseback, to accompany him on the escort mission. Geng Dabiao and Su Sanner were also included even though they had not yet settled down. A little while later, all things were arranged. Jiang Che 3 people also changed into the camp's cloth armor, galloped out of the windward camp. Looking back, the camp was getting smaller and smaller, gradually blurring. And he, also completely from the military service, got free. Identity is complete 3-level jump, transformed, at the moment has been Yanggu County Westgate Deputy Commander. Taiyan Prefectural Soldiers Wind Battalion, not stationed in the vicinity of Taiyan Prefectural City, but in the intersection of Yanggu County, Xinjiang County, and the Prefectural City, the purpose of which is to cope with banditry and stragglers. Xu Sheng's family is not in the capital city, but in a manner, from the location of the Wind Battalion is actually not too far, if you ride a horse, only about half a day's journey. The manor is called Zhujia Fort, as the name suggests, it is Xu Sheng's hometown. And it was named after him. Before Zhu Sheng has not yet made a fortune, this place is just a farm, and then Zhu Sheng purchased fields, bought land in all directions, and only here is a base camp. Jiang Che and others rushed urgently. When they arrived, it was already dark. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he then ordered everyone to rest outside the Shu family fort, ready to take only 3 or 2 people into the village. Hiss. Hearing the order to rest, Susanna hurriedly jumped down from his horse, constantly rubbing the roots of his thighs. He hadn't practiced martial arts, and carrying out this kind of hasty march was nothing short of a torture. Even if Geng Dabiao helped him, it still rubbed the roots of his legs raw. Is everything all right? No. Nothing serious, just rest for a while. Susanna shook his head repeatedly. Jiang Che brought him out on a mission because he valued him, so how could he call it bitter? Jiang Che saw his dilemma and then looked at Geng Dabiao. Dabiao, follow me into the village. Yes. Instructing the crowd to be careful and vigilant, Jiang Che returned onto his horse and headed in the direction of Zhujia Fort. He actually hadn't systematically practiced horsemanship, but he had amazing chi, and only needed to pay attention to a few points, and he would soon be able to get up to speed with the assistance of the saddle. Looking from afar, the Zhu family fort in the night is brightly lit, and the center is the Zhu family mansion. These fields are all owned by the Zhu family, no wonder it's so hard for the people to live now. On the road, the always silent Geng Dabiao couldn't help but say as he looked at the surrounding good fields. Isn't it the same for the Geng family? This is the reality. In response, Jiang Che had no feelings. I just think that these officials sometimes go too far. With school captain Zhu's salary, he can't afford to buy so many fields in his lifetime, so at least he should give ordinary people a way to live. Follow me, you will also have the day when you are promoted and become rich. I hope you can still think like this then. Jiang Che smiled. Deng Dabio looked at the fields, then at Jiang Che, who had an indifferent face, and fell into silence. Chapter 18. Mrs. Do not be afraid, I am. The Shu family's mansion is easy to find, the largest and most expansive one in the entire manor is, and for Jiang Che and Geng Dabiao, who are wearing armor and riding high horses, the people on the road have chosen to be indifferent. No, what Jiang Che saw in their eyes was numbness. A few moments later, Jiang Che and his duo traveled to the Shu family's gate, tethered their horses to the stone lions at the entrance, and Geng Dabiao stepped forward and knocked on the vermilion-red gate. You guys? Yes? The one who opened the door was an old man, his face full of wrinkles, squinting his eyes as he sized up the two of them, and vaguely, he could still see a few people behind the door holding torches aloft. Jiang Che opened the door directly and took out the token Zhu Sheng had given him and said, "By order of Captain Zhu, I have important matters to pay a visit to Madam." The old man took the token, scrutinized it carefully, confirmed that it was correct and returned it to Jiang Che, saying, "Master Jun, first wait here for a while, I'll go to inform Madam." "Thank you." Jiang Che arched his hand. Not long after, the Shu family's door was opened again, and the old man rushed to Jiang Che and said, "Madam is in the study at the moment, military master, follow me." Following the old housekeeper, Jiang Che and Geng Dabiao entered the Shu mansion. Compared to the outside, the inside was even more extravagant, with ponds, rockeries, and even servants and maids everywhere. The degree of extravagance can be seen. However, Jiang Che is regarded as nothing. Whether Zhu Sheng was greedy or not had nothing to do with him, and he even hoped that the other party was a corrupt official, so that he could work on something in the future. Geng Dabiao was left outside the study. Jiang Che pushed open the door alone. Inside the room, ancient colors, bookshelves full of books, while in front of the bookcase was sitting a beautiful woman with hair tied in a graceful manner. Bright eyes and white teeth, gentle and moving. Seeing Jiang Che come in, the beautiful woman hurriedly got up, her face showing a touch of nervousness, and asked, "But what happened to the master? Fong sent you to come late at night?" Jiang Che took the initiative to show his token and handed it to the other party along with the letter. "Madam, do not be afraid, my name Jiang Che is the deputy commander under Captain Zhu's account. This time I came, it was Captain Zhu who sent me to pick up Madam and her family to live in Yanggu County." The beautiful woman frowned and received the letter, quickly read the sorrow on her face before putting it down, a smile on her face. "So it's your lordship who is transferring to Yanggu County to serve as a county lieutenant, huh?" "Rather, it is my concubine who has been overly cautious." "Madam is right to be cautious." Although the woman was beautiful, Jiang Che did not overstep his bounds, except for the start of his measuring gaze that was always down to the ground. He was currently not qualified to be reckless. "This time I'm tired of Jiang Commander, I'll immediately let people go to make preparations. How about we depart in these 2 days? Mrs. Zhu asked with a smile, her attitude showing quite amiable. "Everything is at Madam's command." Jiang Che arched his hand. "Mother, what's going on? I heard that father sent someone." The two were talking. The door of the study was pushed open, breaking in a young girl wearing a goose-yellow palace dress. Jiang Che turned his head to survey. His appearance is similar to Zhu Sheng for a couple of minutes, but in terms of posture it is a step behind Mrs. Zhu. "What's with the boldness?" Mrs. Zhu frowned lightly. The yellow-skirted girl, however, did not care and walked to Jiang Che's side, sizing him up, and when she saw Jiang Che's face clearly there was some slight disappointment, tilting her head and casually asking, "What's your name? What did my father send you to do?" Jiang Che did not answer and looked at the beautiful woman. "Xinger, don't allow rudeness, this is Jiang Che, Jiang Commander. Your father was transferred to Yanggu County to serve as a county lieutenant. Jiang Commander is here to escort him." Mrs. Zhu immediately reprimanded with a cold face. "Commander, how old are you this year to be a commander?" Zhu Qingqing was a bit disbelieving. "Vice." Jiang Che smiled at her. "Oh, so it's a vice commander, I told you. But I'm staying well here, I won't go to Yanggu County." Zhu Qingqing skimmed her mouth. "Madam, prepare first, Jiang Mao is waiting outside Zhu family fort. If there is something wrong, just send someone to say it." To a milquetoast woman, Jiang Che did not care about her attitude. Much less would he stoop so low as to beg her to definitely go, and after clasping his fists at Mrs. Zhu, he turned to leave. When Jiang Che left, Mrs. Zhu frowned. Nonsense, how can Commander Jiang also be your father's subordinate? How can he be so rude? Mother, you also said that he is my father's subordinate. Do I need to be polite to a subordinate? Besides, I didn't do anything to him. Mother, you're making too much of a fuss, aren't you? Xu Qingqing was full of indifference. Your father said in the letter that this Jiang Che is from an ordinary background, but his qualifications are not bad, and he intends to set up the two of you. Stop, my father is crazy, wanting to marry me off to a tiny vice commander. Don't even think about it, I'm not marrying. Xu Qingqing immediately refused with wide eyes. Qinger, you're 17, it's time to marry. Mrs. Xu's face was sad. The Xu family was thin. She only had one son and one daughter at her knee. Each of them did not let her worry, especially Xu Qingqing, relying on her family lineage to run roughshod over the Xu family castle, and even developed a character that had no one else in sight. It gave both the couple a headache. Even if I have to marry someone, I have to marry a man with ability, looks and family. This Jiang Che's appearance is average, I can't see it. Xu Qingqing's eyes rolled and continued. Just now, Mother, you said that this Jiang Che comes from an ordinary background. What does his family do? Your father's letter said that it seems to be a fisherman's origin. Mrs. Zhu recalled the contents of the letter and said, no wonder he smells like fish. Anyway, I am definitely not going to marry a fisherman. If you want to marry, you marry yourself. Xu Qingqing snorted lightly and raised her chin. Stinky Neasy, what are you saying? Mrs. Zhu's face reddened and hit Xu Qingqing. Anyway, this is what I mean, you and father don't want to force me. Mrs. Zhu frowned lightly. You're still young and don't understand, it's because of this person's low birth that our family is in good control. If he marries you, he wouldn't even dare to treat you badly, much less take a concubine. Then it's just a son-in-law, isn't it? This matter, don't think about it. I want to marry a great hero. Such a person is not worthy of me. Mrs. Zhu looked at her arrogant daughter and sighed lightly. That's all, since you don't want to, I will inform your father, but even so, you must not show your boredom in front of Jiang Che, understand? Why, do I still need to worry about him? After all, he is your father's subordinate, leaving some face will make him willing to work faithfully. This is the way of the imperial subordinate. Mrs. Zhu preached. Got it, got it. Xu Qingqing waved her hand, not able to listen to these things at all. It's getting late, you also go back and have a good night's rest, prepare to pack up tomorrow, don't let your father wait impatiently. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The name of the book has been changed to All Sacrifice Speed Pass, who still bitterly cultivate Gongfuwa. For the inconvenience caused to everyone, an additional chapter has been added, thanks for the support. Chapter 19, A Humble Birth is No Disgrace. Xu family to take away a lot of things. Jiang Che has been leading the crowd to wait for 2 days, only to wait until Mrs. Xu told him that he can leave the preparation. Of course, these 2 days all the food and grass, but also all provided by the Xu family. Mrs. Xu is a clear character, 3 meals a day, all have meat. Let Geng Dabio and Su Sanner, 2 guys who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, exclaimed. Mother, it's really broad. Looking at the Xu family, a slip of a dozen carriages, each stuffed to the brim, Su Sanner took advantage of a gap and couldn't help but spit out, his words full of envy and jealousy. Any carriage that leaks a little bit is enough for the common people to live for a year. The commander said that we will have such a day in the future. Geng Dabio had almost figured out what Jiang Che had said that day a few days down the road, and if it was him, perhaps the approach would be no different from Zhu Shang. This I believe. Su Sanner hemmed and hawed, his gaze turned to Jiang Che, just about to compliment him a few times, but he realized that Jiang Che's gaze was unusually grave, seemingly contemplating something. Commander, what's wrong? Su Sanner rode his horse and slipped to Jiang Che's side. Brother Su, I'll give you a task. Jiang Che turned his head and gazed at him. Please command, Commander. Su Sanner's face was straight. Return to the camp as fast as you can, meet with Commander Lu Ji and Lieutenant Zhu, and ask them to quickly send troops to help, saying that the Zhu family's target is too big, and is likely to cause mountain bandits to loot. Originally, Jiang Che thought that Lady Zhu would travel lightly and then slowly shift the Zhu family's center of gravity towards Yanggu County afterwards, but he didn't expect the other party to engage in a huge convoy. A dozen or so carriages loaded with gold and silver treasures would be too easy to provoke covetousness. Although he had brought 20 soldiers, he still felt that it wasn't quite enough. The guards of the Zhu family were powerful, but after all, they were all farmers armed, their true strength was unknown, so just in case, it was better to be cautious. He came this time to make a merit, but if something happens to Mrs. Zhu, he won't have to mix in the future. Yes. Seeing Jiang Che's serious look, Su Sanner didn't dare to be careless and quickly turned his horse's head and galloped in the direction of Wind Character Camp. Commander Jiang, I've worked hard this time. Lady Zhu came in a graceful manner, her body shapely and slightly owed her body towards him. The breeze brushed by, and the fragrant wind blew Jiang Che's heart. It should be. Then let's get moving, shall we? At Madam's command. In fact, the safest way right now was to wait for Lu Ji to send another batch of manpower over to escort him. Only in that case, it would appear that he was too useless, and Lady Zhu appeared to be courteous, but in reality, she kept her distance. The probability is that she will not listen to his advice. With that, he did not voice out his concerns. Soon, the group began to move. 20 soldiers were scattered around the periphery to guard the guards. A dozen or so of the Zhu family guards were firmly following the carriage with clubs and swords in hand, and Jiang Che was not idle, riding his horse and constantly roaming around. Move up. The only way to let Mrs. Zhu see his intentions was to do so. Vice Commander Jiang. While he was roaming around, on the luxurious carriage in the center, Zhu Qingqing lifted the curtain and called out to him. Miss Zhu has something to do? Jiang Che revealed a rather warm smile. Nothing, I'm bored on this road trip and want to find someone to talk to. Vice Commander Jiang isn't busy at this moment, right? Zhu Qingqing's gaze turned, her voice asked in a delicate voice. Not the slightest hint of the petulance of the previous days could be seen. Miss can read a book if she's bored, or take a nap. Zhu Qingqing's appearance wasn't bad, but it could only be considered average to high, coupled with a poor first impression. Even if Zhu Sheng had hinted at him in the beginning, he still had no feelings and wasn't interested in entangling with her. Zhu Qingqing skimmed her mouth, thinking that Jiang Che would actually still want to escape. In her thought, there is father's letter in the express, plus Jiang Che specially came to escort, must be interested in her, but the fact is that the other side from the road to start for half a day, are not the slightest close to the meaning. But the fact is that the other party from the beginning of the road for half a day, did not have the slightest intention of approaching. Just a mind of vigilance inspection, clearly is in the performance of their own. She waited for half a day, finally could not hold down the restlessness of her heart, before she took the initiative to call him. It's not that she particularly likes Jiang Che, what she said to Mrs. Zhu that night is her heart, but that doesn't mean she doesn't want a suitor to keep complimenting her. Right now it was the feeling of some fallout that was born. Has Vice Commander Jiang been to Yanggu County? Zhu Qingqing stabilized her mind and asked casually. Jiang Mao was born in Yanggu County. Is there anything interesting there? The scenery of the Qinglin River is quite good. In the future, if you have the chance, Miss can go and take a look. Qinglin River. Zhu Qingqing's eyes rolled, pretending not to know Jiang Che's origin, and continued to ask. Since Commander Jiang comes from Yanggu County, I guess his family lineage is not bad, right? Jiang Che shook his head and looked around to make sure it was still safe and casually replied. Before Jiang Mao joined the army, he was born a fisherman, and he fished in the Qinglin River on weekdays for a living. Oh. Fishing for a living. No wonder Vice Commander Jiang is so familiar with the scenery of the Qinglin River. Hey. Since you came from a humble background, have you ever been bullied and humiliated, and how did you climb to the position of Vice Commander? Zhu Qingqing widened her eyes, especially accentuating the word climb, eager to see what Jiang Che's reaction was. Her meaning Jiang Che naturally understood, turning his head to glance at her with deep meaning, faintly saying. The humble origin is not a shame, can bend and stretch for the husband. For the past I never mind, Jiang Mao valued the future. After saying that, he clenched his legs on the horse's belly and walked ahead. Only Zhu Qingqing remained pulling the curtain without moving, muttering at the corner of her mouth. Being from a humble background is not a disgrace, being able to bend and stretch is what makes a husband. Xinger, don't fool around, what did you say that night? Why are you still mentioning these things? The conversation between the two, Mrs. Zhu had been listening and had long since furrowed her brows. She came from a family and had been well read since she was young, and could not bear to see her daughter so uneducated. Jiang Che had no enmity or grudge against them, and was loyal to his work, so how could he speak disparagingly? She had seen too many things where people held a grudge because of thoughtless words that caused trouble. Zhu Qingqing came back to her senses, perversely did not refute her mother's words, lowered the curtain and said no more. How much longer until we reach Yanggu County town? Jiang Che asked as his gaze turned to a soldier. Although he was born in Yanggu County, he did not know about these roads, and in turn, he was not as good as these pawns. Back to the commander, with the current distance, another 3 hours or so will be about right. Aha! Jiang Che nodded, his face calm. A day and a half had passed since he set off from Jujia Fort. If he traveled light and simple, he would be able to arrive in less than a day, except that this trip was mainly by carriages, so he could only take the official highway. Along the way he is very careful, leaving markers along the way, and sends soldiers around to scout, but went to ask for help. Susanner still has not yet returned, now see is not necessary. The caravan slowly traveling, Jiang Che eyes scanning the surrounding, suddenly. He violently raised his hand and said in a deep voice. Stop. Chapter 20, Mountain Bandits Rampage. With a command, the caravan quickly stopped. A few soldiers rode closer, and Gung Dabiao cupped his fists and asked. My lord, is something wrong? Have the people who were sent out to scout just now returned? Jiang Che's eyes vigilantly scanned the deadwood mountains and forests in front of him and said. The leader of the group counted around, his gaze narrowed, and he hurriedly said. Back to the lord, has not yet returned, and has already exceeded the time for resuming orders. Jiang Che nodded his head and secretly said that it was true. From the beginning of entering this area, he felt that there were some anomalies, not even a single bird or animal song was heard, it was too quiet, 90% of the people were ambushed here. Coupled with the fact that the scouts did not return overtime, the situation was already obvious. Pass the order down, the caravan slowly retreats backward, pay attention to the alert, all people sheath their swords, people mount their horses, and arrows into the strings. Jiang Che ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Yes. Commander Jiang, madam sent me to ask, is something wrong? Shu Mansion's old butler also came forward at this time to arch his hand and ask. Reporting back to madam, there may be someone setting an ambush here. For the time being, we will retreat first and wait for the scouts to probe the situation before rushing on. Jiang Che returned a sentence, his right hand had already gripped the hilt of the sword on the horse's back. What? The old housekeeper's pupils shrunk, full of shocked colors, also could not say anything more to Jiang Che, trotted forward to report this matter. But just as Jiang Che had just reported. Shoo! Under the clear sky and white sun, a firework rose from the deadwood forest in front and exploded in the air. Not good, everyone. Use the caravan as the base and form a formation to face the enemy. Jiang Che's gaze slightly condensed, and he immediately shouted. 20 well-trained veteran pawns were the first to react, surrounding the front of the caravan and waiting in formation. Rumble. A sound of horses' hooves swiftly reached his ears. Turning his head to look, he saw dozens of riders whistling from the rear, cutting off the convoy's retreat. At the same time, between the deadwood mountains and forests in front, the same dozens of silhouettes flashed and gradually drew closer towards the convoy. Really? There was an ambush. Dabiao, act carefully. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes and drew his long sword. Brother Cheer, later on, I'll kill a path, you take them first, and if you can survive to remember this favor, help me destroy the Gung family. Gung Dabiao held a 9-ringed heavy sword in both hands with a solemn expression. You revenge yourself, later watch my eyes and act, if things can't be done, you and I will kill a road from the side. Jiang Che flexed his fingers and the snow-white blade buzzed. Gung Dabiao froze, but this. If we leave the Zhu family here, Colonel Zhu will blame it. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth grinned. If a person dies, is it hard for him to be grateful? Remember, surviving is most important. This was Jiang Che's attitude. He had managed to get out of military service with great difficulty, so how could he really fight to the death to escort someone else's family? He wasn't that stupid yet. I understand. Gung Dabiao nodded, clear on Jiang Che's meaning. Mother. How? What to do? On the carriage, lifting the curtain to look at the changes around, Zhu Qingqing's face was pale, she was scared, her body was trembling slightly, she was arrogant and domineering, that was in the face of the tenant underlings in the manor. But in front of such outlaws, she did not have the guts. Mrs. Zhu was a bit more calm than Zhu Qingqing and held her hand. Don't panic, your father is a captain of the Wind Character Battalion, and is still somewhat thinly veiled in the neighborhood, so maybe the other party doesn't dare to make a move, if it is really to the dangerous place. You follow Jiang Che, first survive. Then what do you do? Just listen to heaven's fate. Mrs. Zhu forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart and whispered. The front and back added up to nearly 100 people, surrounding the entire caravan, but the other party was in no hurry to make a move, with the cavalry circling around and those in the front gradually approaching. I don't know which mountain you brothers are from, can you report your names? At the time when everyone was in a state of confusion, Jiang Che was the backbone. He sat on his horse and stared at the group of people in front of him and shouted. Crouching Tiger Mountain, Song Ji. After a commotion on the opposite side, a man wearing tiger skin cotton armor slowly walked forward. His appearance was ordinary, but his body was extremely strong, not unlike Gung Dabiao, who was 1 meter 9 tall. With bare hands and empty fists, his eyes were as if he was capable of lethargy. Does Boss Song know whose family this team of horses belongs to? Jiang Che cupped his fists and said. Even if it's the King of Heaven, you'll have to leave something behind when you pass through here today. Song Ji did not give the slightest bit of face, even in the face of Jiang Che, who was dressed in cloth armor and was known to be from the military at a glance. My name is Jiang Che, by the order of Captain Zhu Sheng of the Wind Battalion of the Taiyan Prefectural Army. I'm escorting some things to Yanggu County. Can Mr. Song give Captain Zhu a thin face? In fact, under the back and forth attack of the other party, Jiang Che had already guessed that the other party was rushing towards them. The reason why they were dealing with the other party here was to stall for time, and the second was to observe the surrounding area to see what direction was the easiest to strategically retreat alone. The party has already said, even if it is the King of Heaven, but I, Crouching Tiger Mountain, have always been the most moral in the Jianghu. As long as you are willing to hand over 1/3 of the caravan's belongings, you can be let live. Song Ji shouted. On the other side, Shu Qingqing had already changed into a man's clothes and quietly approached Jiang Che, whispering. Jiang. Big brother Jiang, my mother said that we can give them our belongings, as long as we are fine. What do you know, once we let go of our defenses, without the caravan to lean on, everyone will have to die. Jiang Che rebuked without mercy. He was all set to run away. Even if Shu Qingqing was Zhu Sheng's daughter, he was no longer at ease. Listen. Listen to you, witch. Later on, if there is danger, can you take me with you to break out? Shu Qingqing lowered her head, her face bashful and red. Before, she had spoken of Vice Commander Jiang in one breath, but now that she was in danger, she had turned into Big Brother Jiang, and it was hard for her to accept it as well. Of course, Miss Shu. Jiang Che smiled and grinned at the corner of his mouth. He was worried that he couldn't find a meat shield to block the arrows, but he didn't expect it to be delivered directly to his door. Moreover, the other party had to say thank you. Thank you. Sure enough, the next moment Zhu Qingqing was full of excitement and said thank you. Then she stood honestly on the side of the horse without saying a word. Boss Song really doesn't give Captain Zhu this face? What a lot of nonsense, hand over the things and hurry up and get out. Song Ji impatiently rebuked, but his eyes kept staring menacingly at Jiang Che, ready to give the order to strike at any time. Jiang Che guessed right. Now the people rely on the caravan, plus 20 soldiers in formation with hedgehogs in general, so that Song Ji difficult to start, in order to reduce casualties, only to let them let go of the formation, offering the caravan. Handing over the caravan is absolutely impossible. If Song Dongzhou wants property, can come to attack, Jiang Mao is not afraid. Jiang Che gave an order. The 20 soldiers who were already on guard made a stance to build up their strength. Seek death. Chapter 21 Go Sun. Seek death. A hint of ferocity came out of Song Ji's eyes. Since Jiang Che didn't take the bait, there was no need for him to delay any longer, and with an immediate command, an arrow whistled out, shooting towards the caravan. At the same time, those dozens of riders surrounding the rear of the caravan were also ready to fight, just waiting for the arrows to stop. They would charge up. This was not looting at all, it was robbing and killing. Everyone, rely on the convoy's defense, today. Defend Lady Zhu to the death. Jiang Che raised his hand and slashed, stopping an arrow and shouting towards the surroundings. The mountain bandits' arrows were soft and flimsy, their force was simply not enough. Now that his brute ox strength had reached a small degree of success, his strength was hundreds of pounds. As long as he was more alert, the other party could not hit him at all. What was really worth worrying about was still the other party's charge after the arrows had stopped. Shu family guards are basically composed of farmers, pretending to be okay. Really fight and kill it is useless, like now, the well-trained soldiers of the camp flexible to avoid arrows. But most of those guards are not able to react. In a short time, they will be shot down several people. The ones who were truly worth relying on were still the 20 soldiers under his hand. Although these people are only government soldiers, they are also well trained, and many of them have even started practicing martial arts, which is still a bit stronger than the chaotic bandits on the other side. The arrows were messy as rain, charging was no longer an option. Jiang Che then dismounted and surrounded himself with several soldiers, holding a plank from the carriage in his hand as a shield, while the previously arrogant Zhu Qingqing was already in a state of disarray, and only dared to hide behind it with her head lowered. Madam, are you all right? Blocking and retreating at the same time, Jiang Che's few people had gradually retreated to the vicinity of the carriage. Jiang Che looked at Mrs. Zhu, who was lying on her back inside the carriage and didn't dare to raise her head, and asked in a hurry. Jiang. Commander Jiang, if it's difficult to cope, my concubine begs you not to mind Qinger's previous rudeness. Take her with you and don't mind my concubine. Lady Zhu raised her head and opened her mouth to plead. Don't worry, ma'am. Jiang Che nodded. After about 30 breaths, the rain of arrows from the mountain bandits gradually came to a halt, and all the soldiers on Jiang Che's side had almost exhausted their arrows. The casualties were not too small, several soldiers were shot and wounded. Half of the guards have fallen to the ground and not moving. There is also a part of the moment has thrown the sword lying on the ground, still holding the sword dare to fight, has been less than a palm of the number. Kill, don't leave a single one behind. Song Ji yelled. More than 100 mountain bandits finally launched a general attack. Jiang Che grabbed the reins and flipped onto his horse, as he yanked Xu Qingqing up and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, hold me tight." "Thanks." "Thank you." Xu Qingqing was grateful beyond words. But she was not at all clear that Jiang Che was using her as a meat shield. In that case, if there was a turnaround afterward, he was not at fault too much. After all, he was the one who broke out with Missy. Kill. Jiang Che pointed his long sword. More than 10 soldiers rolled onto their horses and prepared to charge. Before this, Jiang Che, a guy who was an auxiliary soldier on top, commanded them. Most of them were actually unconvinced, but with the calm response of the party, all the soldiers had already taken him as their backbone. "I'll clear the way." Gung Dabiao was holding a large plank of wood that was 3 feet long, and led the way at the front in a ferocious manner. "Want to break out? Dream on." Song Ji saw Jiang Che's intention and let out a cold smile. Nearly 100 elite mountain bandits would be underestimating him if they still let Jiang Che and the others who were in a siege escape. After giving the order to move, more than 100 mountain bandits had already approached, and the two sides officially began to fight close to each other. And Song Ji also directly aimed at Jiang Che and his back. Xu Qingqing, a leap of about 10 feet, in an instant has reached the near front, palm green, like a mountain smashed down. Ding! Flesh palm and long knife clash. The sound issued is the sound of golden iron, its powerful force, but also the boom of his blood surging. Under the body of the horse are a little unsteady. The strength of the other party was far superior to him. Die! Song Ji rolled over and used his strength to leap to the trunk of the tree, and once again blasted over. Jiang Che's face stared, and immediately he was about to take Xu Qingqing as a meat shield, but before he could do so, he used his afterglow to see a puff of dust and smoke rolling in the distance. There is also a Zhu flag looming. As his mind turned, Jiang Che held Xu Qingqing down with one hand and blasted his fist towards Song Ji. Bang! Fists and palms collided, emitting a muffled grunt. Song Ji was shaken back, and the warhorse underneath Jiang Che was directly smashed to his knees, and his entire body rolled over several times on the ground. His arms were raw and painful, and he had obviously been injured by the shock. However, it was also the time that the two sides exchanged hands. The distant reinforcements had already arrived in front of them. An arrow broke through the air and attacked, and several mountain bandits were killed on the spot. Song Ji's face changed violently, completely did not expect such a change, unwillingly glanced at Jiang Che, without dragging his feet, turned around and grabbed a horse to quickly escape. Of course, as he retreated, he also shouted, "Retreat, quickly retreat!" In fact, there was no need for Song Ji's order, because at the sight of the large number of soldiers approaching, there were already quite a few sharp-eyed mountain bandits running away, one running, followed by a massive rout. Jiang Che, are you alright? Xu Qingqing likewise landed on the ground because of her warhorse's fall, and seeing Jiang Che holding his arm with a gray head, she hurriedly went forward and asked with concern, "I'm fine. Just now. Thank you so much." Xu Qingqing lowered her head and thanked her. The wind from Song Ji's punch had brought the wind of the punch to the side of her face, and at that time, she had been scared out of her wits, and if it wasn't for Jiang Che pulling her along, she might have died long ago. Now the contempt has disappeared, she has experienced the poisonous beating, at this moment in her heart only grateful. Jiang Che's gaze swept over the pursuing reinforcements, his face squeezing out a warm smile. It's good that Miss Zhu is fine. In his heart, he was also secretly saying that Xu Qingqing had a great life. If not for the fact that he saw someone chasing after him, he had already used her as a meat shield just now. As long as she could block that blow, he actually had a great chance of escaping. But who let the facts be fickle? While the reinforcements continued to chase those mountain bandits, Jiang Che immediately began to count the casualties. The 20 soldiers who came along with him to escort them were more than half dead or wounded, and there were only 5 of the Zhu family's guards left alive, while the rest were all killed on the spot, and Mrs. Zhu was equally lucky. Hiding in the carriage, she wasn't even noticed, and apart from being a little shocked, she wasn't seriously hurt. On the contrary, Gung Dabiao's arm was injured, and is now being bandaged. Not long ago, the reinforcements finally came back. Many people's hands are slipped with blood seepage package, without much thought also know what is that thing, out of Jiang Che's expectations. This time the one who led the team to rush to help was not Lu Ji. Rather, it was Go Yan Yan. The other party first greeted Mrs. Zhu, and then approached him straight away, and his first words were, Hello again, Jiang Che, right? Yes, Commander Go. Jiang Che lifted his head and smiled. You're quite sharp. You sent someone to ask for reinforcements in advance. I didn't stop it all along the way. If I hadn't been intercepted, I might have come long ago. Also, this time I also counted saving your life. How do you plan to thank me? Chapter 22, Returning to Yanggu County. On the occasion of Go Bai's execution earlier, it was me who specifically gave the order to give him a hard time. Hasn't this already been thanked in advance? The two sides had long been at loggerheads, and he had no interest in being wishy-washy with the other side here. Go unkindly didn't get angry because of Jiang Che's words, he just faintly said, "Young man, don't be too reckless, it's not useful. Young people just want to have a good time." Go Buyen stared at him and smiled, turning to leave. Looking at Go Nunnery's fading back, the smile on Jiang Che's face also gradually converged, a trace of gravity in his eyes. He originally is suspicious nature. Go Nunnery this time is really too coincidental. Earlier, there will be no casualties. Later, Zhu family members will certainly end up dead. Coupled with his explanation just now, it is really hard not to let him suspect. It was a pity that he didn't have any evidence. Under Jiang Che's arrangement, all the soldiers and Zhu family guards buried on the spot. After some repair, the crowd continued to slowly rush, only compared to the previous. This time, the escort force was even stronger. Commander Jiang, thank you so much for this time. Lady Zhu expressed her gratitude to Jiang Che in person, and it was obvious that Zhu Qingqing had also mentioned to her about Jiang Che saving Zhu Qingqing earlier. Jiang Che excused himself, saying that he didn't dare to take it. On the other hand, she said that after she went back, she would definitely inform Zhu Sheng about today's incident and he would be the one to thank her, which was exactly the purpose of Jiang Che's risking to receive Song Ji's blow just now. After experiencing a robbery, the whole caravan became more cautious. Most of the defense tasks were given to Go Xuanlian, and the other party didn't look for Jiang Che to say anything more except for those few words at the beginning. The whole journey was calm, but Jiang Che was thinking about the ambush at Crouching Tiger Mountain. He always felt that there was a big problem. As the captain of the Wind Battalion, and has just been promoted to a county lieutenant, Zhu Sheng's face in the surrounding counties can be eaten, but Crouching Tiger Mountain did not give face, clearly robbed and killed. Is not afraid of Zhu Sheng inaugurated after the suppression of bandits? Even if not afraid, why provoke? And this time Jiang Che escorted Zhu Sheng family members to Yanggu County. In the road he has been very strict custody. In addition to scattered out of the scouting horse, there will be no one out of his line of sight. But how the other side in such a coincidental place and time to set up an ambush? To know the news that the Zhu family is moving, or he informed Mrs. Zhu. This naturally caused him to think deeply. For Yanggu County, Jiang Che could be considered both familiar and unfamiliar. Unfamiliar because he had been in the auxiliary military camp since the beginning of his crossing, and had never been to Yanggu County at all. However, accepting the original body's memories, it was so familiar. When he saw the word Yanggu at the entrance of the city, those memories flooded into his mind again. Jiang Che was born in Yanggu, grew up in Yanggu, ancestry in Yanggu County is even considered a big family, said that the family wealth of 10,000. But unfortunately the father generation is not good, lost all the family wealth. In the end, what was left to him was only a few dilapidated houses and a fishing boat. He inexplicably served in the military service, but also had looked for relations, but unfortunately not useful at all, and even was strictly guarded up. The hands of only a dozen taels of silver left at that time also spent to the Go Bai. If he had not been born again, he could have expected the original body's fate would have been so difficult. Chao Gang. This Yanggu County bully was the culprit that brought him down to this state. Just to this day, he doesn't understand. The person who hates to see him die, exactly which one? Zhu Sheng in Yanggu County in advance of the mansion, located in the east of the city, close to the county government office, there are 3 in to 3 out, because Zhu Sheng transfer news has spread, there is not much people dare to find pain. In this way, another 2 days' time, Zhu Sheng finally officially inaugurated, with dozens of entourage stepped into the Yanggu County. That day Jiang Che and Mrs. Zhu and other people are in the city gate to meet. In addition, Yanggu County Magistrate, County Minister, and the county big and small dignitaries have given Zhu Sheng a great deal of courtesy on the surface, which is also the first time Jiang Che met the upper class of Yanggu County. This time, thanks to your early alertness and desperate defense, say it, what reward do you want? Soon after returning to Zhu residence, Jiang Che was summoned by Zhu Sheng to the study. It can be seen that Zhu Sheng's face is very unpleasing, very different from the spring in the afternoon when he met with a group of dignitaries in Yanggu County. Of course, this was human nature. If it was Jiang Che's family members who were intercepted and almost died, I'm afraid he would be even more furious. There were quite a few small calculations in his heart, but Jiang Che showed that he was not moved by external things and directly said, "Your Excellency gave such a heavy responsibility to my subordinate. This is originally my subordinate's duty. Don't be so outgoing in front of me, you rose too fast, no seniority and merit, the position of commander is now impossible, but rewarding you with some floating wealth is possible, no refusal." After an interception, Zhu Shang and Jiang Che is also much closer, as if it is very important to him. Jiang Che deliberated for a moment, whispered, "Belonging to an elder treat me extremely well when I was young, but the body is deficient. I asked the doctor, said that I need some deer blood grass and bone strengthening flowers, just belonging to the shyness. In the bag. There are jujubes or no jujubes, hit a few shots first. Came to Yanggu County in these 2 days, he is not really idle, almost ran through the county of several medicine stores to ask about deer blood grass and strong bone flower. The answer is deer blood grass is precious, the market price of 10 taels of silver a plant. And the strong bone flower is cultivation treasure medicine, have a price without market. Often just appeared, will be high price collected, he wants to get. The difficulty was not low. Deer blood grass. Bone strengthening flower. Zhu Shang full of deep meaning smile looked at Jiang Che. Deer blood grass is indeed a blood tonic top grade, but the bone strengthening flowers are different. This is something that can only be used by martial artists. However, he didn't say anything about it, he just said, "You are also considered to have a heart, go to the treasury tomorrow to receive it." These things were worth a lot, but it also depended on who it was for, at least it was nothing to him. "Many thanks, my lord." Jiang Che's heart was happy, it was not in vain that he escorted him all the way, the hardest thing was solved directly. What do you think about that interception? After Zhu Shang gave the reward, he started to get back to the point. Jiang Che raised his head and said in a condensed voice, "My subordinate thought that this should be a dismounted challenge given to us by those people in Yanggu County." Then, he said all the guesses he had made on the road. Only it didn't lead towards Go Bai's body. As a vice commander, one must be careful with what one says without evidence. Last time, he was able to mess with Go Bai, but this time, he could not use the same method to mess with Go Nunnery. Zhu Shang tapped his fingers on the desktop, a little gloomy under the reflection of the candle flame, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. Then what do you think, how should this official respond? No break, no stand, Your Honor ascends to the dignity of county lieutenant. Want to get what belongs to you, you have to take food from their mouths. It would be better to take advantage of this interception to make trouble, burn the first fire. Without chaos, how can he take advantage of chaos? For tonight's banquet, you come with me. Zhu Shang neither objected nor agreed, but moved away from the topic. Yes. Chapter 23 Master of Chaogang. The dinner party to welcome Zhu Shang was held in Yanggu County's most famous Juxian building. The row was not small, according to common sense. In fact, Jiang Che, a vice commander with no official position, was not qualified to sit in the upper seat. Can into the upper seat, at least must be Lu Zhigo unkind and so on the 9th grade military officials. Thus, when Zhu Shang tapped Jiang Che's shoulder to introduce him, he also caught the attention of the crowd. To be held in such high regard by Prefectural Lieutenant Zhu, Vice Commander Jiang Che thinks that he has outstanding abilities as well. The county magistrate Zhao Mingcheng, who was dressed in a Confucian robe and had an easygoing face, complimented him with a smile. "Mr. Magistrate is too kind, I really don't dare to take it." Jiang Che was also very humble. The surrounding officials followed suit and complimented Zhao Mingcheng. Lu Zhi followed along and smiled without saying a word, but Go Ningyan gave him a deep look. However, this was just a small episode. Next the crowd skipped over him, and Zhao Mingcheng personally introduced the identity of the officials of the people present. This is Lu Guan Lu, main official. Yang Xian Yan County Minister. North City Commander Song. Sheriff Chun from the Constabulary. The people one by one to greet. Zhu Shang is also unchanged face with the crowd of pleasantries, not the slightest look of color, but the people present in the heart are clear. Zhu Shang's heart is bound to be uncomfortable. Because Zhao Mingcheng introduced people, obviously all with him closer, obviously most of them are his faction of people. This is both a reception banquet, but also to Zhu Shang to show their own power. In terms of power, Zhu Shang and Zhao Mingcheng are basically equal. After all, nowadays the world is unstable, banditry is on the rise, the authority of the county lieutenant has naturally increased. But in the sphere of influence is not so. Yanggu County 4 urban areas, only the southwest 2 urban areas and the county guard battalion is Zhu Shang brought people in charge, the other half is Zhao Mingcheng's sphere of influence. Even the 3 classes and 6 rooms directly under the county lieutenant, Zhu Shang is not in control now. When it comes to power, he is quite far behind. At the banquet, all the people were talking happily, so peaceful. Residing in the main seat of Zhao Mingqing looked at this scene, his face also with a puzzling smile. Jiang Che has been observing the crowd, when it happens to meet Zhao Mingqing's eyes. He also smiled at Jiang Che. Knock knock. Xu Sheng picked up a palazzo and wiped the corners of his mouth, his fingers heavily tapped the tabletop twice, and the noisy crowd realized that Zhu Sheng was expected to say something, and then they all quieted down as well. However, there was also a part of the crowd that turned their gaze towards Zhao Mingqing. Xu Sheng pretended not to see, cleared his throat, the smile on his face gradually converged, and faintly said, "It is said that in recent years, Yanggu County has been plagued by banditry and frequent disasters, and the people are surviving in fire and water." Originally, this official did not believe it and thought it was blackmail. But just 2 days ago, this official's family was crouching Tiger Mountain thieves robbed and killed. Jiang Commander, and on my behalf to understand a little deeper, this official only then realized that this banditry is actually so rampant. Therefore, in front of all colleagues, today Zhu Mao also make a statement. In my term of office, we'll sweep away all the banditry in the county, will those fish and meat people, cruelty to the neighbors of the vicious people to bring to justice, but also my Yanggu County people a clear blue sky. No one expected that Zhu Sheng, who was just talking and laughing, would suddenly change his face and talk about the banditry in the county, and also to sweep away the banditry, so they suddenly looked at each other and exchanged eye contact. Cough cough. Zhao Mingqing covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice, scanned the crowd and nodded. Previously, the robbery of County Lieutenant Zhu's family, this official also heard about it, and was equally indignant. When did my Yanggu County become the backyard of these bandits? This is the people of the disaster, but also are officials of the shame. Zhu Lieutenant, this heartfelt words, this official deeply respect, just Zhu Lieutenant first came to the country, do not understand the actual situation, that crouching Tiger Mountain bandits arrogant and powerful. So many years entrenched in my Yanggu County, has not been eliminated, the end is difficult to deal with. The last lieutenant is because of the anger of the thieves, leading to the world more uneasy, attracted retaliation before being transferred. This official took over the mess, it was not easy to stabilize the situation. If it is rash action, it is unwise, according to my opinion, when the stability for the top, slowly figure it. Zhao Mingqing's words immediately let the crowd heart will understand, on the surface to support Zhu Sheng, but in fact is opposed. Then, many officials on the table also followed the advice. Yes, the county magistrate has a point. County Lieutenant Zhu shouldn't be impulsive, or else he will truly harm the people. Yes, yes. Zhao Mingqing on the side saw that Zhu Sheng's face was a bit ugly, smiled and rounded off the conversation. Today is a reception for County Lieutenant Zhu, let's not talk about official business, ha ha ha. Time passes slowly, Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Sheng as well as the county minister has excused not able to win the wine to leave the banquet, but the three of them left. The atmosphere at the banquet is more lively. That Sheriff Chen was even drunk with Jiang Che, hooking shoulders, almost on the spot to tie the knot. Squeak! The door of the private room was pushed open from outside, and several men in brocade robes walked in, each with a smile on their face, and rushed the crowd to arch their hands. I said how to be so coincidental, the original several adults are in awe. Ha ha ha, all of you eat and drink well, the old man has already arranged to go down, later on a few more aged wine. I heard that today is a reception for County Lieutenant Zhu, Komao came uninvited, you all have a lot to bear, I don't know which one is County Lieutenant Zhu? Among the several people, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe asked with a smile. Sheriff Chen waved his hand. Master Ko came one step too late, County Lieutenant Zhu and County Magistrate Zhao have already left. I see. The man known as Gangmaster Ko nodded, a bit of disappointment flashed across his face, then he excused himself and prepared to leave, but was pulled back by the drunken Sheriff Chen. Although County Lieutenant Zhu has left, the several commanders beside County Lieutenant Zhu are here, and since Gang Master Ko has the intention to see County Lieutenant Zhu, he should have a good relationship with the several brothers and sisters. Ha ha ha. Sheriff Chen is right, it's my fault for being rude. Gang Master Ko smiled. This is Commander Go, who now holds the position of Commander of the Southern City and is also the commander of our Yanggu County Guard Battalion. This is Commander Lu, who now holds the position of Commander of West City. This one is even more remarkable, Jiang Che Jiang Vice Commander, is the red man in front of Zhu County Lieutenant. Sheriff Chen introduced them one by one. The man with the surname of Ko arched his hand one by one, his attitude was kind, and talked with Lu Go and the two of them for a few moments. At first when he heard that Jiang Che was only a vice commander, he was not very concerned about it. However, when he heard again that he was a red man in front of County Lieutenant Zhu, his attitude was different again and he acted more intimate. I don't know if this Ko Gang Master is. Jiang Che feigned ignorance, his face showing doubt. This Ko gang master is not simple. In our Yanggu County is one of the most important figures. Chao Gang, you have heard of it, right? Ha! This is the Chao gang master. Sheriff Chin enthusiastically introduced him, clearly having an unusual relationship with Ko Yuancheng. Chapter 24, The Sacrifice Arrives. The name of Ko Yuancheng, the leader of the Chao gang, was certainly not unfamiliar to Jiang Che, and after realizing that it was the Chao gang that had been laying their hands on him all along, he had been sending Su Sanner to investigate. However, right now, they were still at the level of strangers, yet they couldn't show any dissimilarity. So it's Master Chao gang, I've heard about it long ago. Jiang Che smiled faintly. AI, what's a little reputation? Commander Jiang is the one who is young and talented. Ko Yuancheng showed the same bravado, took the wine bowl and wanted to drink with Jiang Che. Commander Jiang is not only a popular person in front of Lieutenant Zhu, he is also the vice commander of the Western City, and Master Ko's Chao gang's industries are mostly in the Western City, so he really needs to have a good drink with Commander Jiang. Sheriff Chen interjected at the right time. Is that so? Then we'll have to rely on Commander Jiang to take care of us more in the future. Ko Shang laughed. Jiang Che shook his head. Jiang Mao is just a vice commander. Even if you want to take care of it, Ko gang leader should look for Lu commander. Lu Ji did value him, but he could not get carried away and really place himself in a position above Lu Ji. Ah, yes, extremely. The few people who pushed the door and were either leaders of the Jianghu forces such as Ko Shang or the patriarchs of the big families within Yanggu County, although they were targeting the chief officials of a county such as Zhu Shang and Zhao Mingchang. But the face of a room of commanders, the main book, and other middle-level officials are not to show contempt. The two sides are very happy to talk to each other. After 3 rounds of wine, food over 5 flavors. Ko Yuancheng and most of the conversation for a few moments, looking for a time to find Jiang Che again, laughing. I didn't realize that Commander Jiang was also from Yanggu County, but it's a pity that you and I didn't get to know each other until now, which is a great pity. Jiang Mao was just a nobody before. It's normal that Ko Gangmaster didn't recognize him. Jiang Che was not surprised that Ko Yuancheng was able to find out where he came from. What really puzzled him was that the other party really didn't seem to recognize him. But thinking about it, it seemed right. If the one targeting Jiang Che was Ko Yuancheng, then he wouldn't have survived until the day he left for the auxiliary military camp, and it should be someone under his hand who had a grudge against his family. Commander Jiang, Ko has a favor to ask, I wonder. Can you help? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ko Yuancheng finally stated his intentions. Master Ko can speak freely, as long as Jiang Mao can do it, I will never say anything. Jiang Che patted his chest and assured. I would like to seek a meeting with County Lieutenant Zhu. I wonder if Commander Jiang can build a bridge and pull some strings? Although Jiang Che had potential, he was only a deputy commander, and it was still unknown when he would be able to rise to the top. But Zhu Shang is different. As a county lieutenant, his authority is very big, especially for the Chao Gang and other Jianghu forces is even more so, although it is the first to come. As long as he can stabilize his footing, he will be the top of Yanggu County. He had to pay a visit to the pier beforehand and offer silver. According to his inquiry, Jiang Che is obviously the most suitable candidate. Jiang Che's face was hesitant, his brows lightly knitted. Ko Gangmaster, you also know, Zhu County Lieutenant just took office, affairs are too busy, this favor. I'm afraid it's not too good to help. Not good to help is not unable to help. The implication Ko Yuancheng naturally clear, he stretched out a finger. How about 100 taels? 100 taels. Jiang Che calculated the value of 100 pounds of cow bones and beef and other things. 100 taels is definitely not taken down. Then shook his head. This kid's appetite is a bit too big. Ko Yuancheng frowned lightly. According to the market price, 100 taels of silver introduction fee, definitely not low. Did not expect the other party is still not satisfied. Then, what is the price of the Jiang commander? Ko Yuancheng's tone was slightly colder. Meet with Zhu Shang is not non-in to introduce can't, Lu Zhigo unkind also can, if the other side really big opening, also no wonder he whisked his sleeve away. Jiang Che is clear that Ko Yuancheng heart will be dissatisfied, but he does not care, anyway, it is so a hammer business, do not want for nothing. Ko Gangmaster, you this is to Jiang a certain problem. The last few days I am temporarily living in the Zhu house, meet is not difficult, but the introduction will have to bear the reputation of Jiang Mao. Ha. Ko Yuancheng smiled without saying anything. Jiang Che's meaning was clear. Want to see Zhu Sheng can? Have to add money. Otherwise, he would find a way to make them not be able to see or see well. Jiang Mao's parents died, I'm the only son in the family, I've shortchanged my ancestors over the years, I'm actually going to do a good job of organizing this trip back, but this offering is still a little short. How much? It's not much, it's a small thing for Master Ko, just 100 pounds each of beef, ox blood, and ox bones. Jiang Che put forward his request with a smile. Beef. Ko Yuanqing narrowed his eyes, these were worth far more than 100 taels, especially since the plowing oxen were still forbidden to be killed, and were very hard to get for ordinary people. But for him, it was quite affordable. Good, as long as I can see County Lieutenant Zhu properly once, these differences are out of Ko's pocket. Tomorrow, Jiang Mao will prepare for the sacrifice, this. Good, tomorrow morning, things are sent to Jiang Commander, also Count Yu and I make a friend. Haha good, people who are familiar with me know that Jiang Mao is most happy to make friends. Jiang Che was very happy that in just one day, all the sacrifices were all gathered, or the kind that didn't have to pay any price. Sure enough, if he wanted to make better use of the sacrificial heavenly tablet, he still had to leave the military camp. That Ko Yuanqing is privately close to Zhao Mingcheng, you should be careful when you befriend him. When going back, Jiang Che and Lu Ji were traveling together, and he mentioned Ko Yuanqing along with it. I understand the commander's meaning, I won't displease the county lieutenant. Jiang Che nodded. It is good that you are able to grasp the measure of this, do not lose big things because of small things. Subordinate is taught. Lu Ji gazed ahead and continued. You also need to be more careful when you take office in the school tomorrow, there are quite a few pricks in the western city, you may be a bit unpleasant when you take certain people's seats, however, you must press them down. I'll give you enough power, don't let me down. My subordinate will make your lord satisfied. Jiang Che smiled at his words. Early the next morning, Jiang Che took Zhu Sheng's token to the backyard treasury to collect the deer blood herb and bone strengthening flower. The token was still given by Zhu Sheng before, only the other party never took it back. There is this thing as a voucher, but also save him a lot of words. 10 deer blood grass, 1 bone strengthening flower arrived. Jiang Che did not ask for more things, Zhu Sheng could reward these things to him, is to see in his escort all the way, desperately save Zhu Qingqing's share. If he were to ask for more, Zhu Sheng would not say anything on the surface, but in his heart, he would not value him anymore. And what he lacked the most right now was Zhu Sheng's big backer. Only then can he run rampant in Yanggu County. Commander, there are people outside seeking an audience, pulling a carriage, saying they are from the Chao gang. Gung Dabiao hurriedly approached Jiang Che to report the matter. Seek recommendation votes monthly votes, new book period begged not to raise the book. Thank you for your support. Chapter 25 3 Sacrifices, Savage Ox Strength Great Achievement. Commander Jiang, what you asked for. At the back door of the Zhu mansion, a few young men in cotton robes stood in front of a crate with their sleeves scrunched up. The old man at the head of the group saw Jiang Che coming over and greeted him very politely. Jiang Che nodded, lifted the covered linen cloth and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, his face hooked up a smile, and he rushed at the other party very politely and arched his hand. I'm sorry to trouble a few of you, thank Gangmaster Ko for me when I get back. Farewell. After the several people handed over the things to Jiang Che, they were considered to have accomplished their task, and turned around and left after a few polite words, not dragging their feet in the slightest, even leaving the crate for him. Commander, this is. Gung Dabiao Fong also saw that the things on the crate were meat, and couldn't help but be curious. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, you wait here for a while, I'll go out to do something. A lie needs more lies to round it up. Jiang Che is different nowadays, there is no need to talk about what he got for Captain Zhu or Lu Ji. Gung Dabiao nodded repeatedly and immediately shut his mouth in a smart manner. Not long after Jiang Che had just left, Zhu Qingqing, who was wearing a green-colored robe, walked out of the back door, looked around, approached Gung Dabiao, coughed lightly twice, and casually asked. Your name is Gung. Gung Biao, right? Little man Gung Dabiao, I've met Miss Xu. Gung Dabiao bowed slightly. Just now I heard that Commander Jiang was at the back door, where is he, why is he missing? Zhu Qingqing didn't care about Gung Dabiao's name and continued to ask. The commander has some personal business to attend to, he'll be back later. What matter still hiding? Zhu Qingqing was a little disappointed and casually muttered a few words. This little person will not know. Alright, no. Zhu Qingqing's tone was a bit impatient and turned around to go back to the Shu mansion. On the other hand, Jiang Che had already arrived at a nearby inn, and the sacrifice was put into the heavenly monument space by him by finding a secluded place. As for the crate, it was also casually thrown in the corner. He couldn't wait to make the sacrifice. Brute ox strength was accomplished, and blood and flesh were born. Inside the superior guest room, after Jiang Che instructed the store assistant not to disturb him no matter what, he immediately closed the door and sat cross-legged on top of the bed, his eyes slowly closing. Sacrifice target, brute ox strength achievement. Sacrifice cost, 100 caddies of raw beef, 100 caddies of raw ox blood, 100 caddies of raw ox bones, 10 deer blood plants, 1 bone strengthening flour, and 1 year of life saving. Is it a sacrifice? With a thought, it was immediately confirmed. Sacrifice. As in the previous 2 times, the blood-colored lines on the sacrificial heavenly monument gradually glowed brightly, and then, a familiar gray light disappeared from the monument, shrouding the sacrifices of beef and ox blood and ox bones, as well as the deer blood grass and strong bone flour, which had been placed in front of the heavenly monument. And then, in an instant, all the sacrifices disappeared without a trace. Then, the familiar feeling came back. An invisible vitality was forcefully withdrawn from Jiang Che's body. Life reduction. 1 year. Counting the first time, he had already had a year and a half of his lifespan siphoned off, and although he still didn't feel much overall, he was still uptight about it. After all, there would come a day when his lifespan would run out. And what he had to do was to rapidly improve his strength and enhance his longevity. He always firmly believed that when strength reached a certain level, there would definitely be a life extension. In the world, there were also bound to be life-extending spiritual objects. What he paid now, he would have to make up for in the future. The moment all the sacrifices in front of the heavenly monument disappeared, a red and a green light on top of the stone monument once again disappeared and came out, hovering a foot above Jiang Che's head. It was still the green light that took the lead and moved, drilling into his spiritual platform. In a trance, he saw a black brute bull several feet tall with 4 hooves on the ground, charging towards him. 10 zhang. 5 zhang. 3 zhang. 1 zhang. The black savage bull crashed straight into his body, but the imagined trampling did not appear, and the black savage bull completely fused with him. That once blurred figure reappeared in front of him, punching a set of boxing techniques with 1 fist and 1 palm. It was the barbarian bull strength. However, the barbarian bull strength it displayed was subtly different from the one he practiced. 1 move and 1 stance were as if they were made in heaven. It was more rustic and mysterious. The body moved with the mind, and Jiang Che, who had his eyes closed, walked off the bed and involuntarily began to follow that figure to practice boxing. Pile work, boxing, body skills. The speed of the blurred figure and Jiang Che's punching became faster and faster, more and more similar, and at the same time, closer and closer. Until the 2 figures completely overlapped. A muffled sound exploded in front of them as a fist was swung out. Jiang Che seemed to be stood still by time, maintaining the posture of swinging his fist. Above his head, the red light circled his body for a week, drilling straight into his chest. The hot airflow rose from his chest, like a river, surging towards his limbs and bones. The power of qi and blood. A white aura hovered above his head, that was the temperature emanating from his body, his entire person was reflected in red, his qi and blood were flowing, surging, and boiling. It had lasted for a full 100 breaths or so before the white airflow stopped emerging from his body. And because he had closed the doors and windows tightly, the temperature inside the room had risen a lot at the moment, and the white hot air floated above, almost obscuring the entire room. Sinking his mind, Jiang Che could feel an invisible stream of cool air gradually flowing everywhere from his internal organs, arms, fists, head, legs. Every time the cool air passed by, the temperature of his body, like a burning temperature, also quickly receded. Gradually, the original appearance was restored. After a long time, Jiang Che violently opened his eyes and opened his mouth to spit out a white gas, like a sharp arrow, which was 10 feet long. Internal breath. At this moment, as he completely stepped into the brute ox force grand completion, his own blood qi accumulation had indeed condensed the internal breath out of birth. The cool air current was connected to his mind, Jiang Che's thought rose, and the internal breath traveled to his right arm, and he didn't see any changes on the surface, but when he swung out a fist again, he violently sent out a roar. Boom! It was as if a vacuum had been compressed to a certain degree and then suddenly released. This punch, according to his estimation, had a force of at least 1,000 pounds. And this was just the beginning. As long as one can continue to grow the internal breath, even to the extent that it can exist in all parts of the body at the same time, then, with a wave of his hand, he would have the power to make ordinary people tremble. It's not in vain for me to consume a year of my lifespan. Looking at his arm, Jiang Che muttered, joy involuntarily emanating from his brows, and his entire aura became more and more confident. This was the confidence brought to him by his strength. Jiang Che's breakthrough did not need to stabilize his realm. After checking out of his room, he quickly rushed to the Shu mansion. The hour was about to arrive, and it was time for him to go to the schoolyard to officially take up his post and meet the so-called pricks. Since he had decided to make trouble, he had to purge his strength and style in advance. "Commander, it seems that Miss Shu was looking for you just now." Out of Jiang Che's expectation, Deng Dabiao's first words upon seeing him were "Zhu Qingqing." Chapter 26. Who's against it? Seeking me for what? Jiang Che frowned lightly, his face showing suspicion. From the previous few encounters, he could sense that Zhu Qingqing was somewhat contemptuous of himself, but he didn't care about it and wasn't prepared to have anything more to do with her. He didn't expect the other party to find himself instead. The subordinate will not know. Alright, know it. Jiang Che waved his hand, not really caring. West City School Ground. Dozens of soldiers in cotton robes were lazily sitting around, whispering and proclaiming about Lu Ji and Jiang Che, whom they were going to meet today, discussing their origins and backgrounds. However, if one could look down from a high altitude, one would be able to realize that the dozens of people were also divided into several small circles, especially when talking about Jiang Che and Lu Ji. They were obviously avoiding the few people in the corners. Because if Jiang Che and Lu Ji don't come, the position of vice commander or even the position of commander, there is a great possibility that it will fall to them. Motherer, working for nothing, I send out all the gifts, but the result is that the above is even airborne. What a damn bad luck. Among the several people, the stout man with a slightly shorter stature couldn't help but curse. Both dissatisfied with Jiang Che and the others for parachuting in, but also dissatisfied with those few guys in the county who received silver and didn't do anything, especially since the other party simply didn't even show any intention of returning it. Can only eat a dark loss. Okay, old Jean, don't whine, otherwise in a while it will be passed on to the ears of surname Lu and surname Jiang. There will be a good time for you in the future. Thick short man aside the young man who advised. This is afraid of what? Heard the old man is not afraid. Anyway, the old man is not ready to mix here in the western city, not a few days to transfer away. They can help me what? Jean surnamed Han lightly grunted. What, you are still ready to do something, to the new two on the eye of the medicine? Juan looked at the man surnamed Jean with interest and asked. And why not? Seeing as I've been mixing for so many years, I'll remind you of a few things. Those two aren't to be messed with. Lu Ji used to be the commander of the Wind Character Battalion in Taiyan Province. This Jiang Che is also not simple. I heard that last month he was still an auxiliary soldier. This month he directly ascended to the vice commander. It is rumored that the county lieutenant who just assumed office has a very high regard for him. The man surnamed Jean blew a mouthful of spittle. So it's a white boy. It's suffocating to lose to such a person. No, I have to compete with him later. What about you, old Deng, also ready to do something? Juan's gaze turned to the side holding the knife silent burlap man. He knew how the bottom of these two people. Jean Dejia's mouth shouted a lot, later really do not necessarily dare to kick back. But Deng Yan is different, this is a ruthless man. Strength in Yanggu County are considered a small reputation, especially the means of ruthlessness. The sword is harsh, is the eyes of the last governor of the Red, but unfortunately, did not wait for the promotion. The governor was transferred, resulting in high and low here. There are quite a few people who want to draw him in, but Deng Yan privately set out his attitude. Whoever can get him to ascend to the vice commander, he will listen to whoever he wants to listen to. Deng Yan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Juan, a tiny knife mark in the corner of his eye running through his eyelid, looking unusually harsh, faintly said. This has nothing to do with you, mind your own business first. Juan snapped and smiled, but did not get angry, and turned to continue chatting with Jean Dejia. After a few more moments, a team of soldiers with neat cloth armor poured into the schoolyard. All the lazy western city soldiers also quickly got up and lined up, ready to greet Jiang Lu and his two men. Lu Ji walked at the front, all in black armor, with a solemn expression. Jiang Che followed at his side, all in a metaphysical black martial arts robe. After the blood and flesh were born, he was no longer afraid of the cold. Even though he wasn't wearing too much thickness, he didn't feel the chill at all. Deng Dabiao Su Sanner and a slightly tender young man in the back, that is Su Sanner's eldest son, Su Qinghu, was introduced to Jiang Che as a follower. On top of the stone platform in the center of the schoolyard, Lu Ji and Jiang Che stood on the left and right. Below, Su Sanner was the first to speak. Greetings to Commander Lu, Vice Commander Jiang. In the open, beside Lu Ji, it was not quite appropriate to address Jiang Che as the commander. Deng Dabiao followed closely behind, followed by the dozen or so soldiers they had brought with them. These were the elites who had previously followed Jiang Che on escort missions, and were also asked to be by Jiang Che's side in passing. It was those soldiers from the Western City Martial Battalion who paid their respects last. However, in stark contrast, not only were they scattered in formation, their voices were equally uneven. Lu Ji raised his right hand to stop the commotion below and said in a deep voice. From today onwards, Lu Mao has officially assumed the position of commander of the Xiqing Martial Battalion. This commander will not pursue your past, but from now on, whoever goes against the grain and does not listen to the orders, then I will not blame this commander for being unsympathetic. After saying that, he cast his gaze towards Jiang Che with a slight nod. Jiang Che would understand, Lu Ji as the commander himself needs to maintain his majesty, there is no need to say too much, but he is the vice commander, the next words need to be declared by him to the crowd. Before coming here, Jiang Mao has understood the situation of the Xiqing Wu battalion. Today I see that it is really like this. According to the law should be 100 people, but you all add up to only 60 or 70 people. I don't care who ate the empty pay, but from today onwards, all personnel must be full camp, need to be stretched twice a day. Who do not want to stay, let's get together and part ways, I'll send all of you out. But if you are still willing to stay here, then you must abide by the rules here, abide by the rules of Lu Commander, abide by the rules of my Jiang Che. Those who violate the law will be severely punished. See these people? Saying this, Jiang Che pointed his finger at Geng Dabiao and the others. They are the ones used to fill in the gaps and replace those who quit. Now that I'm done talking, who's in favor and who's against? Beneath the stone platform, the crowd was more than riotous and murmuring. 2 practices a day, how can the body stand it? That's right, this is not to kill people. Hey! Seeing this, one gave a look to Jean Dejia on the side, signaling him to speak quickly. But just now also indignant, and even clamored to give Jiang Che good-looking gold big teeth but eyes to watch the nose to watch the heart, as if into the fixed god swim like. One secretly said that it is true, this old boy is just a mouth to show off. Vice Commander Jiang, Mr. Deng has something to say. Without the slightest regard for the eyes of the people around him, the reticent Deng Yan raised his head and stared straight at Jiang Che. You have a problem with Jiang Mao's words? No, it's just that Mr. Deng has heard that Vice Commander Jiang has extraordinary means and strength, and as I am equally addicted to martial arts, I would like to ask Vice Commander Jiang to teach me a few moves, and if I lose, I will be at the mercy of Vice Commander Jiang. Then what if you win? Then Deng hopes that Vice Commander Jiang will either send me out of the camp as a courtesy, or this Vice Commander's seat to me. Deng Yan said in a deep voice. Good, then you come up. Chapter 27A Punch Kneeling. The appearance of a prick Jiang Che was not the slightest bit surprised. Even long before he took office, Lu Ji had already reminded him to be careful, and it was best to simply solve the prick, so that he could do a steady and convincing job. Of course, Jiang Che could also refuse Deng Yan's challenge. But if he did so, his majesty would be lost, and no one would listen to the words he said or the orders he gave, which was very unfavorable for him to be in charge of the people under him. Therefore, Jiang Che accepted it quite simply. He also wanted to try out what extent his current strength had reached. Tang Yan nodded and slowly walked up to the stone platform, and the gazes of almost everyone below also turned to him and Jiang Che, with admiration and disdain. Huan glanced at Jean Dejia, who was concentrating on the side, and let out a cold smile. Lu Ji retreated to the corner of the stone platform, his gaze similarly not relaxed. Deng Yan dared to challenge, his strength was bound to be extraordinary, while Jiang Che had only just practiced martial arts for half a month. Even if Jiang Che's talent was superior, the chances of winning would not be too great. However, he could not refuse, nor could he make a move. Jiang Che is his beloved, representing his face, helped Jiang Che stop Deng Yan easy, but what a mix in the martial arts camp, if there is no superior strength simply cannot convince the public. The cold wind blew a strand of long hair on Deng Yan's cheek, he raised his head and held the hilt of his sword. Vice Commander Jiang doesn't use a blade? Against you, there is no need. Jiang Che said indifferently. It wasn't that he was deliberately pretending, it was really that he hadn't systematically practiced the blade technique, so using it randomly would be a drag. After all, he had only practiced brute ox strength now. All his strength was in his fists. Jiang Che's contempt did not let Deng Yan contempt, on the contrary, let him think that Jiang Che's self-styled strength of overpowered emboldened, eyes more and more serious, the left foot half a step forward, to make the stance of momentum. Without any greeting, the next moment, Tang Yan moved. The two sides were about 3 feet apart, and the hand holding the hilt of the knife was jerked violently. Clang! A flash of cold light took people's hearts, the knife sheath smashed towards Jiang Che, 2 false steps, a knife stabbed Jiang Che's chest. This was almost a change that happened in a flash of lightning. In an instant, the tip of the knife had already reached Jiang Che's front. Even though there was still some distance between them, he could still feel the blade. Then, he took a false step backward, intending to pull away. The opponent's speed is fast, but he has already integrated the Brutox force. The reaction is also not slow. A simple step back can see Jiang Che's pile work has been practiced to the bone. It was almost a subconscious reaction, and without any instability. Jiang Che's retreat was expected by Deng Yan, quickly changing his stance from a straight thrust to a left chop, a sweeping strike that was actually able to emit a chanting sound. Chop! Hoo! The blade broke through the air. Jiang Che's legs left the ground, flipping in the void, narrowly avoiding a strike again. The sharp blade even chopped off a small strand of long hair in front of his forehead easily. Swish! 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 The next 10 moves almost turned into Deng Yan's personal show. Dazzling blade light constantly flashed, showing his superior attainments in knife skills, but Jiang Che was always able to just happen to avoid it every time. The hearts of the people under the stage were tense. Geng Dabiao and a few others were worried, but many people from the original martial arts battalion secretly shouted, "Well done! Killed the might of Lu Zhang's duo." But only Tang Yan, who was at the center of the exchange, understood. These moves, even if they are magnificent, are not useful in the slightest. Because no matter what tricky moves he used, seemingly forcing Jiang Che into a desperate situation, but up until now, had Jiang Che ever suffered even the slightest injury? He, on the other hand, was having trouble withstanding such a large amount of exertion. If the stalemate continued, he would definitely lose. Similarly, Lu Ji also saw the clues. He was still a little worried before, but now looking at the situation on the field but has already put his heart down. This battle Jiang Che will win. Every step in his eyes are wonderful to the top, and even grasped the initiative of the exchange of hands. Such a pile work. Simply perfect. Even he who had already broken through the bone forging realm couldn't do it easily. This brat, growing too fast. The only flaw was that Jiang Che seemed to be planning on dragging Deng Yan to death, nibbling away at him step by step, completely inferior to soundly and violently beating Deng Yan. But what he didn't know was, why would Jiang Che not want to? The truth is that he has no weapon in his hand, so he can only do so. Another thing was that Deng Yan's sword technique was indeed pure. Several times he nearly revealed a break, but was quickly reacted to by the other party. Wow! Accompanied by a saber sound, Tang Yen Tang leapt up in the air and slashed down from top to bottom. The previous high-intensity saber technique had already made him reach his limit. In order to win, the only way was to completely go out and fight. However, this also gave Jiang Che an opportunity. The other party split down the blade. Was Jiang Che sidestepped, then, the body of the cool internal energy gathered in the right arm above, a step out, the distance between the two sides to close, only 1 foot left. Build up your strength. Swing! The power that condensed Jiang Che's internal energy completely exploded, violently erupted a muffled sound that broke the air. Deng Yan's pupils violently tightened, and the long knife was too late to retrieve. His left arm crossed and blocked in front of his chest. Boom! With an explosion, Tang Yan's entire body flew backwards several meters away, and the long knife in his hand was flung out powerlessly. His body, however, after flying backwards, rolled several times on the ground, half kneeling on the ground, his other hand tightly clutching his left arm, his face grimacing. The whole scene was silent. Sudden change shocked everyone present except Lu Ji. Wan Jin Dejia and other people opened their mouths wide, frozen on the spot. Wasn't it clear that they had the upper hand? How was he suddenly blown away? This does not make sense. After blowing away Deng Yan, Jiang Che didn't stay in place to pretend to be a bully. A few steps to borrow the force, actually double fists like a heavy hammer towards Deng Yan's head smashed down. The opponent had been arrogant for so long, it was his turn. If this heavy hammer was implemented, anyone could foresee that Deng Yan's head would explode like a watermelon next. Boom! With a soft sound, Deng Yan's legs knelt on the ground. Jiang Che's fist stopped steadily on Deng Yan's head and did not fall for an inch, but the wind of the fists blew away the hair that he had tied up casually. Not fighting? Jiang Che gazed condescendingly at Deng Yan. I lost. Deng Yan raised his head, his voice hoarse, his left arm still trembling. That punch had nearly shattered his left arm. Jiang Che's strength was far above him. The previous exchange of dozens of moves was just the other party teasing him. At this moment, Tang Yan thought he saw it clearly. Willing to gamble, Deng Yan. Willing to listen to Vice Commander Jiang. He lowered his head and looked at the top of Jiang Che's shoes and whispered. From now on, you will honestly follow me and listen to my use. Deng Yan's eyes were a bit surprised. He thought Jiang Che would expel him from the Xiqing martial camp, but he also quickly reacted. Subordinate. Obey. Zhang Che carried his hands behind his back and faced the crowd on the stage as he continued. Now, who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 28, A Battle to Determine the Hearts of the People. The first time Zhang Che said this, the following discussion, and Deng Yan jumped up to compete with him, but this time to say the same words, the following reaction was crow silence. No wonder the crowd was stagnant and fearful, it was really that the strength Zhang Che had shown was a little too strong. What kind of person was Deng Yan? That is the former county lieutenant in front of the eyes of the Red Man, the most qualified to compete for the vice commander of the generation, a hand of wind-breaking sword method, powerful and incomparable. There are few who can be the enemy, even if you look at the huge Jianggu county have not weak reputation. All the forces in the county also wanted to bring them together. This is definitely a strong hand. But it was such an expert that in Zhang Che's hands, he couldn't last more than a single punch. With just one punch, he had beaten Tang Yen into kneeling down and admitting defeat. With such strength, who would dare to blow up the thorns again? Vice Commander Zhang's words are all reasonable, subordinate Jin Dejia has no objections. The first one to submit was none other than Jin Dejia, who had just clamored, bowing down respectfully towards Zhang Che. My subordinate has no objections. One also immediately reacted to take a stand. The three of them, who were the most prestigious people in the Xiqing martial camp, had submitted, and the rest of them dared not object anymore, and bowed down towards Zhang Che one after another. One battle, to determine the hearts of the people. The battle was very good, I underestimated you. After dismissing the crowd, Zhang Che and Lu Ji turned their heads and gathered together again, the praise in their eyes undisguised. Your Excellency's fallacious praise, my subordinate does not dare to take it. Zhang Che slightly owed his body. Seeing the force of that punch of yours just now, it should be the Brutox force that has come to its full realization and stepped into the inner breath realm, right? Lu Ji stopped his footsteps and stared at Zhang Che with a burning gaze as he asked. Your Excellency is really discerning, my subordinate has indeed stepped into the inner breath realm. Showing his strength in public, Zhang Che had no intention of hiding his clumsiness. Moreover, if he did not use his full strength, he would not be able to soundly defeat Tang Yan, so he directly admitted it in a big way. Terrible. Lu Shi's hands behind his back subconsciously clenched. Even though he knew that Zhang Che was overly talented and had already prepared himself mentally, his heart could not help but be horrified when Zhang Che bluntly admitted it. After practicing martial arts for half a month, he stepped into the inner breath. This kind of talent. Not to mention in Taiyan province, even if you look at the entire Yuezhou, you can definitely call it outstanding. If Zhang Che has a deep background in family, he cannot imagine how far he can go. Compared to Zhang Che, his talent is not bad, simply not comparable. Therefore, this time he didn't comment anything against his will, but only said in a deep voice. With your talent, there will be some achievements in the future, but the prerequisite is that you have to be stable, never slacken off. When I was in the army, a border general said a sentence that I still remember, and I'm giving it to you now. The way of martial arts is difficult, it is more difficult than the sky. When you row against the current, constancy is everlasting, only then will you be able to have great achievements. Your Excellency's teachings, my subordinate bears them in mind. Zhang Che's face was solemn, unlike Xu Shang, although Lu Ji also valued him because of his talent. The grace of promotion was something he kept in mind and was grateful to him. The difficulty of martial arts is not only in one's own talent, but also in resources. Lu Ji said here. Tone paused, eyes a little fluttering, after a long time before saying. This world is never fair, some people's starting point may be the end point for people like us, even if their heart is not enough and their talent is not enough, as long as the cultivation resources are sufficient, their cultivation can still progress rapidly. You are not too young now, if you want to achieve something, you must plan early and find yourself a solid backer as well as a reliable source of wealth. Zhang Che was silent, what Lu Ji said was actually clear in his own heart. His sacrificial heavenly tablet was not something that could be upgraded casually, it likewise required a massive amount of resources to add to it. I know that County Lieutenant Zhu has a favorite daughter, whose age is comparable to yours, and before that, County Lieutenant Zhu handed over the heavy responsibility of escorting to you, and the meaning contained therein is already self-evident, and you have to grasp the degree of it. Lu Ji then said. The subordinate understands, just. The subordinate does not have any children's love for the time being, and the daughter of the county lieutenant does not seem to have any other intention for me. Zhang Che may do things by any means, but this matter he will not agree. The Shu family was powerful, but it was temporary. His vision was not in Yanggu County from the start, and finding a brainless woman would only cause more trouble in the future. I'm not saying these words to persuade you, in fact I also know the consequences of tying up with the Zhu family, it's just that. This is indeed a visible shortcut. Lu Ji looked at Zhang Che as if he had seen himself when he was young. At that time, he was also pretentious, but as a result, subordinate understands. The two of them fell into silence while walking. No one opened their mouths again first, until Lu Ji stood at the entrance of the court. Only then did he stop. He turned his head to look at Zhang Che and moved away from the topic. Since you have already had flesh and blood, your next step should be to think about how to grow the qi in your body and set foot in the bone-forging realm. I dare to ask for your lordship's guidance. The limited knowledge of martial arts was actually mostly taught by Lu Ji. The 4 realms and 3 gates under the innate refers to breaking through the flesh and blood vitality, cleansing the sinews and bones, and penetrating the meridians, and if you want to step into the bone-forging realm, the first and foremost condition is to have an abundance of qi in the body. This is an accumulation process, which can enhance the blood qi, and thus derive the internal breath, and when it continues uninterruptedly, bone forging can be carried out. Also, the barbarian ox strength is just an unusual body forging method. It can no longer satisfy you for cultivation. You need to find a way to get a technique that allows you to go further to cultivate. This is also a major difficulty. Practicing with an unusual technique will bring you strength that is only ordinary. Practicing with a superior body refining technique will widen your meridians and strengthen your tendons and bones. This is something I can't help you with, because what I cultivate is just an ordinary body refining method. You're not suited to cultivate it. It would only waste your talent for nothing. But I don't even have the most ordinary body refining method right now. Zhang Che raised his head and looked at Lu Ji. As long as there were enough resources, the golden finger could indeed enhance his physical body, but if he couldn't get the technique, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to set a goal for the sacrifice. So, family lineage is important. County Lieutenant Zhu has a family tradition of body refining method that is described as good. It just depends on whether you want to practice it or not, but you don't have to be too hasty for the time being. For the time being, it is not too late to gain internal energy first, and it is not too late to get the body refining method before forging the bones. The most important thing for you right now is to cultivate a protective skill. Lu Ji unreservedly instructed Zhang Che. Dao protection instinct? The barbarian bull fist technique contained in barbarian bull strength is too common and can only be used in close quarters. The Dao protecting technique that I am referring to is the technique of weapons, just like the knife technique practiced by Tang Yan. A great accomplishment of a sword technique can raise your battle power the fastest. He had already come back to his senses from the previous encounter. It wasn't that Zhang Che had deliberately taken the big one and delayed in resolving Tang Yan, but he hadn't practiced any sword technique or sword weapon and couldn't do it. Chapter 29 Zhang Che's Goal. Subordinate understands. Zhang Che nodded. He did have this idea as well. After the battle just now, he knew that he was still lacking. I can't help you with the body refining method, but I still know some of the sword martial arts and such. There are martial arts that I have organized, and there are also remnants that I have occasionally obtained. If you want to learn, come to my mansion tonight. Lu Ji turned his words around and suddenly said, Many thanks, my lord. Zhang Che immediately clasped his fists. He, go and get busy first. Lu Ji waved his hand, signaling Zhang Che to leave, then Zhang Che excused himself, and as he looked at the other party's distant back, the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible smile. Zhang Che's performance, Zhang Che's talent, was the strongest he had ever met in his life. It can be said that as long as Zhang Che doesn't fall, his future achievements will definitely be stronger than his. The rock will spread its wings. All he can do is to give as much grace as possible before Zhang Che spreads his wings, so that the second half of his life can be protected, and the air of his knee can also be protected. Therefore, he first mentioned Zhu Sheng and implicitly told Zhang Che that Zhu Sheng's prerequisite for helping him was to become his son-in-law, and not only would he be confined, but he would also have to return the favor. But he was different. He simply felt that this son Zhang Che had potential. When the two sides were compared, the highs and lows were immediately judged. West City School Ground. After Zhang Che had subdued all the pricks, the people went about their business under his arrangement. Geng Dabiao led a team to inspect the West City, and Hu and Jin Dia went to guard the West City gates. The rest of the people either continued to take a break from bathing or continued to be on duty. Those who were truly idle were actually just 2 people. Su Sanar as well as his second son, Su Qinghu. How does it feel to see Commander Zhang for the first time? Su Sanar asked as he smoked a dry cigarette and stared at his son. Su Qinghu scratched his head and replied in a straightforward manner. I feel that Vice Commander Zhang is quite nice, and he speaks in a kind and gentle manner, like a big brother, very good to get along with. You really think so? Aang. Boom. The next moment, Susanner took the cigarette stick and smashed it on Su Chenghu's head. "Dad, what are you smashing me for?" Su Chenghu bared his teeth, full of incomprehension. At this time, Susanner is not a smile, but a solemn face to teach a lesson. "Know what you have done wrong? Don't know. First, when Lu Commander was around, you called Jiang Vice Commander. Father didn't blame you, it's a matter of course, but now that Lu Commander is not around, you have to call Jiang Commander, understand?" "I understand." Su Chenghu lowered his head. "Secondly, when Commander Jiang calls me Big Brother Su, it's because he thinks I'm older, not because he really takes me as his big brother. You have to be clear, Commander Jiang is an official, we are nothing, you have to clear your position in the future. Know what it means to be superior and inferior. Oh. Thirdly, Father does not care what you are in the village, can be after the side of Jiang Tongji. You have to keep in mind one thing, is Jiang Tongji gave your father the opportunity to live again. Jiang Tongji gave our family the opportunity to rise, he is the benefactor of our family, you as a guard, must be Jiang Tongji's orders as the main, even if you let you jump into the sea of fire, you cannot delay, do you understand?" Su Chenghu pursed his lips. "Got it, Father. Dad is teaching you to do things, I'm old, not much use, sooner or later can keep up with Jiang Commander, but you're still young, you want to eat good food and drink hot water in the future, you have to understand how things should be done." Susanner smacked a mouthful of dry tobacco, he was using his own life experience to teach his son how to grow up. "I understand, in the future, Jiang Commander will let you do whatever you want." "What are you muttering?" Jiang Che walked closer just in time to hear the last sentence of the conversation between Susanner and Su Chenghu. "Commander Jiang." Su Chenghu presently learned and stood up in a hurry. Susanner also got up immediately, a smile piled on his face. "Nothing, I'll teach Tiger the rules for following you in the future." Jiang Che nodded, not really caring, and continued. "I'm going to explain something to you. You command." Susanner bowed slightly. "Find a courtyard in the western city for me, closer to the school grounds." Jiang Che couldn't stay and live in the Zhu mansion all the time, it was too inconvenient. Before, it was because his mind was not on it and he couldn't spare any manpower, but now Susanner would be able to serve as a housekeeper. After all, at his age, it was no longer practical to learn martial arts. "How big a yard do you want?" "A 2-inch one will do." "I'll go do it right now." Susanner was thunderous, and he himself was clear that if he wanted to stay by Jiang Che's side for longer, there had to be something that the other party could use. "Tiger, you and I will go back to the Zhu mansion." "Yes." "Jiang." "Big brother Jiang." Shu Qingqing was originally playing the strings of her zither in a bored manner, when she suddenly caught a glimpse of Jiang Che's figure and hurriedly shouted to follow her. "Miss Shu has something to do?" Jiang Che turned his head to look at her. Nothing, that what were you busy with this morning, I was trying to find you." Shu Qingqing's tone paused, somewhat not daring to look at Jiang Che's eyes. "A bit of personal things to be busy with." "Oh. If Miss Shu has nothing to do, then I'll go to the study first to find Lord County Lieutenant." Jiang Che had no intention of dwelling too much with Shu Qingqing. "Something's up, didn't you say earlier that the scenery of Qinglin River is nice? I've been too bored in the mansion these past few days, can you take me for a stroll? After all, this is your old home." Shu Qingqing held out her chest. "Mr. Jiang has been too busy lately to find the time, Miss Shu can just find a few guards if she wants to go on a tour." "You?" Shu Qingqing's face changed, she clearly understood Jiang Che's meaning. It was obvious that he didn't want to get too close to her. "Mr. Jiang will leave first." Jiang Che smiled and turned around to leave with Su Chenghu. Looking at Jiang Che's back as he walked away, Shu Qingqing couldn't help but stomp her foot. She couldn't look down on Jiang Che, who had ordinary looks and also came from an ordinary background, but last time, Jiang Che was not submissive in the face of the mountain bandits who robbed and killed her, and even saved her life. This made her change her mind. She felt that Jiang Che was quite manly, and some of his shortcomings were not unacceptable. And with her family, if she is married to Jiang Che, the other party absolutely does not dare to bully her, everything has to go along with her, which has a little bit of that side of the meaning. As a result, it seems like she made a fool of herself. Jiang Che seems to have no intention at all to her, and even has the intention to pull away. Let Shu Qingqing heart frustrated at the same time, but at the same time a little unwilling. She was the eldest miss of the Zhu family, the daughter of a county lieutenant. Could it be that she was still unworthy of a fisherman? How does it feel to be in office for the first time today? Zhu Shang sat in his study, looking at Jiang Che with a light smile on his face. There were some surprises, but my subordinate was able to cope. Well, Zhu Sheng mused for a moment, then casually asked. I heard that after this official left the banquet last night, that Ko Yuansheng from the Chao gang met you and had a good conversation. My subordinate was just about to report this matter to Your Excellency. Jiang Che hurriedly said. Zhu Sheng waved his hand and laughed. Don't be in a hurry, this official has no intention to blame, just casually asking. Chapter 30, Zhu Sheng teaches his daughter. Regardless of whether Zhu Sheng really cared or pretended to, in short, Jiang Che himself cared very much, because no matter what he did now, he couldn't do it without Zhu Sheng's support. Afterwards, Jiang Che informed Zhu Sheng of what happened that day, and even confessed directly about Ko Yuansheng's bribe to him. Ko Yuansheng had sent the offering to the entrance of Zhu's mansion, and this matter could not be hidden. Knock knock. Zhu Sheng's fingers slowly but forcefully tapped the desktop, unable to tell if he was happy or sad. What do you think, should this official see him? My subordinate thinks. Should not see him. Tell me your reason. Zhu Sheng leaned on his chair and stared at Jiang Che and asked. First of all, the Chao gang, as one of the top forces in Yanggu County, is bound to have a strong relationship with County Magistrate Zhao, so why would he approach you specifically? You have just declared that you want to eradicate the villains that are causing trouble for the people, and the Chao gang is the biggest villain. Secondly, the situation in Yanggu County is disjointed. The last robbery and killing by the bandits from Crouching Tiger Mountain was obviously done by someone behind the scenes, and the Chao gang is the #1 Jianghu force in the open. Will there be any liaison between them? Crouching Tiger Mountain. Chao gang. As a former captain in charge of the Win Character Battalion station between Yanggu County and the prefecture, he, Zhu Sheng, had since heard of Crouching Tiger Mountain's name, entrenched deep in the mountains, with deep roots. Has existed for more than 10 years, not easy to eliminate. But he can't turn the matter over lightly, otherwise, his prestige will no longer exist. But the question was, what to do? You think that Ko Yuansheng is related to Crouching Tiger Mountain? Crouching Tiger Mountain is entrenched deep in the mountains and is wanted by the government. How do they survive and how do they recruit bandits? My subordinate feels that there must be someone behind them, and the Chao gang sits on the Chao transportation, which just happens to have this convenience. But you have received benefits from Ko Yuansheng, how come you are not speaking for him instead? Zhu Sheng thought about it and suddenly asked. Jiang Che bowed slightly and continued. Because my subordinate is able to distinguish between light and heavy, and knows who to be loyal to, and receiving benefits is receiving benefits, but no one says that if you receive something, you must do something. You this kid. Zhu Sheng was amused by Jiang Che's remarks. Receiving something and not doing anything, and still justifying it. I'm afraid it's Jiang Che alone. My subordinate also feels at the same time that not only can your lordship not meet Ko Yuansheng, but he should also immediately take action against the Chao gang, so that those people in Yanggu County know that your lordship never just talks. Jiang Che raised his head, his eyes sharp. Have you ever had a grudge against the Chao gang? Yes. When I was young, I made a living by fishing and selling fish, but the Chao gang repeatedly oppressed us. No matter what good fish we caught, we could only sell them to the Chao gang at a low price, and whoever dared to sell fish privately would be severely beaten. My subordinate was beaten badly back then. Since this matter was brought up by you, it will be handed over to you to do. However, you must remember one thing, it doesn't matter if it's a big deal, but don't make any mistakes and lose this official's face. Below? Obey. Jiang Che immediately cupped his fists. Creak. The door of the study was pushed open a crack. A round eye peeked towards the inside. Zhu Sheng, hand holding the situation of Yanggu County that he ordered people to investigate, his head also did not lift, casually said. Xinger, come in. Father, how did you know it was me? Xu Qingqing pushed the door in, a smile on her face. Other than you, no one else in our family dares to be so bold. Zhu Sheng shook his head helplessly and casually put the dossier down. I knew that father is the best for me. Xu Qingqing blinked her eyes. What's the matter with looking for father? I can't come if there's nothing to do? Xu Qingqing bristled. Your mother told me that you are dissatisfied with Jiang Che's family background and are unwilling to come into contact with him? Zhu Sheng sighed lightly and then changed the topic. Xu Qingqing was instantly speechless. Now it was Jiang Che who was unwilling to come into contact with her and even avoided her like a snake. Xinger, you're not young anymore, it's time to marry, you can't stay by your parents' side for the rest of your life. In the past 2 years, my father has told you about quite a few handsome young men. But all let you balked, but this world where there is no perfect thing? Family good you think ugly, handsome you think no manliness, you tell me, what exactly do you want a husband? Zhu Sheng's tone gradually sank. I. This world is not as simple as you think. Indeed, it is not unheard of to have a good family in this world, strong and talented, but I can say one honest thing for my father. Can you be worthy of that kind of man? Father. Xu Qingqing was embarrassed by what was said. For father, this is to let you accept the reality. Your appearance is considered good, but can only be considered a small family. Jade, zither and chess, calligraphy and painting you all do not know, will only dance the gun and stick, but there is no martial arts practice perseverance. For so many years, you haven't even stepped into the inner breath realm. Father, you stop it. Xu Qingqing regretted coming to the study. Since it's been said and done, then my father will no longer cover it up. The most important thing about marriage in this world is that the family is right for the family. Your father, I'm just a 7th-rank county lieutenant. In this Yanggu County is considered to be one of the best, but look at Taiyan Province, what do I count? You are not married into those famous families. Can your savage nature really can endure those rules of the sink? For my father is calculated to this point, only to find you a potential, but the family of ordinary husband. Jiang Che's appearance is not handsome, but also can be regarded as the middle of the capital. But do you know how talented he is in martial arts? Within 7 days, the cultivation of savage bull strength, hard against crouching tiger mountain song G2 moves, such qualifications. This kind of qualification is far better than what my father had back then. With such potential and my father's help, his future will not be limited to one county and one region. Zhu Sheng lectured Xu Qingqing with a solemn face. Father, I was wrong. Xu Qingqing lowered her head, not daring to raise her head as she was admonished. Since she could remember, this was the first time she was severely reprimanded by her father. You married Jiang Che. At least when I was in power, he didn't dare to treat you poorly, and favored you alone. Such a good and wonderful son-in-law. Why don't you know how to cherish it? I did not resist him, before just joking with my mother. Just now I also thought of letting him accompany me to swim together, but he refused instead. Father. Do you want to press him? Pressure how? Xu Sheng's face became more and more ugly. Anyway, it's so that he can only accompany me on the tour. Xu Sheng took a deep breath. Ordering him to accompany you on a tour is a small matter, so do I have to force him to marry you in the future? I can suppress him for a while. Can I suppress him for a lifetime? When my father loses power and when he gains power, do you know what he will do then? How? Is to return today's shame on you 100 times 1,000 times. Xinger, your mind is so poor, my father is truly disappointed. Chapter 31 The Bug of the Sacrificial Heavenly Tablet. With Xu Sheng's statement, Jiang Che had no more worries and was ready to free up his hands to cause some trouble for the Chao gang. It couldn't be helped, he was such a vindictive character. However, before that, he had one more thing to do, and that was to practice a protective method to increase his strength. As for the body refining method in Xu Sheng's hands, he was a bit hesitant at the moment. Because it wasn't an ordinary body refining method, but a Zhu family heirloom. How much would he need to pay to obtain it? Marrying Xu Qingqing and becoming a son-in-law of the Zhu family. This was not within his choices. Now that the brute ox strength could continue to be practiced to enhance his internal energy, he was not in a hurry for this moment. It couldn't be that only the Zhu family's body refining method could be practiced in the world. It was night. West of the city, Lu Mansion. This is also Lu Ji recently purchased a mansion. He transferred to this, if there is no accident within a few years cannot be moved, has been prepared to also receive the family to live in Yanggu County. So, the choice of the mansion is not small. 3 into 3 out of the large mansion, although not as good as Zhu Fu, but also have a different view. A few temporarily recruited servants will Jiang Che led to the lobby. At this time, Lu Ji is sitting in the upper head, holding a cup of hot tea sipping tea, look uncomfortable, heard footsteps before slowly opening his eyes. Sit down. Jiang Che slightly cupped his fists, then took his seat as instructed. Waving his hand, signaling the servant to retire, Lu Ji lightly laughed. You came by coincidence. Come, taste this tea. Don't look at only this one cup, put it outside. 1 or 2 silver can't be exchanged. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. Lu Ji can also afford to drink such expensive tea? Thinking about it, Jiang Che is still very from the heart to help himself to pour a cup, and then put it on the edge of the mouth, gently sip. Faint tea fragrance in the mouth, down the throat, as a warm current quickly flowed throughout the body, only to feel the body air at the moment lighter, immediately bright, cannot help but nod his head. Indeed good tea. Ha, that's natural. This tea is called Jing Xin, taken from the deep mountain cliffs, very rare, especially martial arts practitioners' cultivation is not small, can suppress agitation chi in blood. Drinking it for a long time, it can even repair the dark wounds in the body. Lu Ji laughed to solve Jiang Chei's confusion. Your Excellency really knows how to enjoy. Where can I enjoy this kind of good tea? These are still 2 years ago a good friend entrusted me to help, and went to great lengths to send, and now almost all of them have been drunk. Jiang Chei's gaze drooped and returned. Since Your Excellency likes it, then my subordinate will think of a way to get some more for Your Excellency in a few days. You are too smart. I asked you to come here tonight to choose a sword technique, not to use this as blackmail to make you repay, with you can't afford this expensive price now. If you wait for you to deliver it later after you have made a name for yourself, then only then will this official gladly accept it. Good, then if my subordinate has achievements in the future, I will let your lordship drink this meditation tea day after day. Seeing that Lu Ji was indeed not implying, Jiang Chei also followed suit and joked. After the two of them finished a pot of meditation tea, Lu Ji also knew that Jiang Chei was in a hurry, and then opened a black cloth bag on the table, revealing a pile of books of varying blog thickness. These are the various types of martial arts that I have accumulated over the years. You take a look at them first, and if you feel that you are suitable for any one of them, then take it away and practice it. Jiang Chei nodded as he stared at the books, reached out and took one, and began flipping through it. Shocking Mountain Fist. This is something I obtained from a martial arts school in my early years. Cool Breeze Blade Stance. This is a trophy I once obtained from following a commander to fight bandits. Zhao's Blade Manual. This is. Every time Jiang Chei picked up a book, Lu Ji narrated the origin of the martial skill for him. There were full books and many remnants, dazzling Jiang Chei, but there was no existence that could make his eyes light up. This was because these blade martial arts, the upper limit was not high. 3 Jedi Shocking Fury. When picking up the last blade manual, Jiang Chei's gaze was slightly puzzled, because this blade manual was different from the thinness and thickness of various other blade martial arts books. It only had one sheet. And its material was also different from other papers. It was a sheet of silver foil as thin as a cicada's wing. It was densely engraved with lines of small characters without any illustrations. This page of silver foil is different from other sword manuals. It was picked up from the blood pool when I was young and followed Shangguan in the extermination of the demon sect, and after that, it was secretly hidden by me and has been with me for almost 10 years. I can guess that the blade technique recorded in this silver foil is extraordinary. Even if it is only a remnant, it is definitely worth a lot of money, but I've been practicing for many years, but I can't get the hang of it, so I can only leave it on my body in the dust. Seeing Jiang Chei staring at the silver foil with a grave expression, Lu Ji could not help but sigh. Marked on top of the silver foil, anyone could guess that this thing was a treasure. But even if it was a treasure, what was the point of not being able to do it for initiation? Jiang Chei, on the other hand, was currently pondering whether or not to use the sacrificial heavenly tablet to cultivate this remnant of the blade technique. Cultivation was no problem since, as long as the cost of the sacrifice could be met, anything could be realized. But what he was considering was, with only the remnants of the book, was it possible to go ahead and card the bug of the consecrated heavenly tablet? Using the ability of the consecrated heavenly tablet to fill in the gaps would help him cultivate the true 3 extremely shocking blades. If it was possible, he could completely specialize in finding and practicing all kinds of remnants of top-level techniques in martial arts in the future, without even having to pay anything too great a price, because for martial artists, there was an extreme disparity in the value between remnants and the whole piece. This wasn't that Jiang Chei was making a wild guess. As a matter of fact, he had long had this speculation. The visions revealed by the sacrifice when the savage bull strength had come to fruition before were still kept in his mind, and the savage bull strength he had cultivated was also very different from that of an ordinary person in what was recorded in the secret book. According to his guess, it should be that the sacrificial heavenly tablet had patched up the missing parts of the barbarian ox strength along with the sacrifice. If that was the case, why couldn't it be that way? Nowadays, the body refining method after the inner breath realm was a major problem that plagued him, but as long as it could be accomplished, this problem would be instantly dissolved, and there was absolutely no need to beg Zhu Sheng to teach him the family's body refining method. As long as he collected a remnant body refining method, he would be able to perform the sacrifice. But the key was, he didn't have the opportunity for trial and error. The intention that the sacrificial heavenly tablet had once conveyed to him was already clear. Once he was unable to complete the target sacrifice, he would not be able to perform the next sacrifice. It was equivalent to the gold finger being directly nullified. Want to gamble? Jiang Che's face was deep in thought, his expression grave. On the one hand, there was the huge gain of a successful experiment, and on the other hand, there was the serious consequences that needed to be borne. Was this a difficult choice? No. Of course not. Gambling on dogs did not end well. He couldn't afford to lose his golden finger. With the sacrificial heavenly tablet, he was perfectly capable of steadily increasing his strength. Taking risks was too undesirable. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Che put down the silver foil and suppressed the greed in his heart. I know what's in your heart. I'm afraid you're just as moved as I was at first. Are you concerned that you can only take one book from me? Ha ha ha. Tonight let you come, not let you choose, but let you choose. Even if you take away all of these blade martial arts, there is no problem. Seeing Jiang Che's hesitant expression, Lu Ji immediately thought that he had guessed what was on his mind and then stated. He had no use for keeping these things just to give Jiang Che a favor. This was the actual favor of a teacher. Jiang Che's eyes steeply lit up. Lu Ji's words woke him up. He seemed to be entering the wrong zone. Why did he need to take a risk? It was completely possible to circumvent Chapter 32, trading his life for it. Why would he gamble on the bugs of the sacrificial heavenly tablet with an actual stump piece? It was entirely possible to artificially set up a remnant piece to trial and error. For example, take a complete blade manual from Lu Ji, but instead of going through the whole piece, he tore off a small portion to try to cultivate it into the full version of the saber technique. If he could accomplish it, then he would certainly be able to repair the complete version with the remnants of the 3 Jedi Shocking Fury as well. Figuring this out, Jiang Che also immediately felt relieved. If he failed, he had no loss. If he succeeded, then all would be well. My subordinate understands the truth that greed can't be chewed, but this 3 Jedi Shocking Fury is indeed a rare blade technique, and my subordinate really can't let go of it. Can you take away the 3 Jedi Shocking Fury and the Cool Breeze blade technique? Since there is no impossibility. Lu Ji let out a light smile. After getting the 2 blade techniques, Jiang Che then also did not stay in the Lu house more, and even politely refused Lu Ji's instructions on the cool wind blade power, this time. He wants to rely entirely on Sacrifice Heavenly Tablet. The night was already deep. Jiang Che didn't go back to live in the Zhu mansion, but casually opened an inn to prepare for the test. Sitting cross-legged on top of the bed, Jiang Che took out the Cool Breeze blade technique from the package and placed it in front of his body. This blade technique was actually not rare. It was a bit stronger than the basic body forging method like Savage Bull Strength, but not by much. As long as one was willing to spend silver, it could be taught in many martial arts halls within the Taiyan prefecture. And the reason why he chose this was also because the sacrifices required for this kind of ordinary blade technique would be a bit simpler. What he valued was the effects of the 3 Jedi Shocking Fury, as well as the complementary remnants, rather than this blade technique. There were only about a dozen or so books that recorded the Cool Breeze blade technique, and Jiang Che did not hesitate to tear off 1/10 of them and began to study them carefully, confirming that he had memorized them all before closing his eyes and sinking his mind into the space of the heavenly tablet. Sacrifice goal: cultivate the Cool Breeze blade stance. However, there was no movement in the sacrificial heavenly steel, and after a few moments, the small characters that Jiang Che had sealed on the heavenly steel with his mind gradually faded away and disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Jiang Che's perusal of only 1/10 of the secret book was not enough to complete it. However, he didn't have much else on his mind, and immediately tore off another portion and began to grope around a little bit. Sacrifice goal: Cool Wind blade strength is completed to a small degree. Sacrifice cost: 10 drops of blood from the palm of an inner breath realm blade cultivator, 3 rusty broken knives, 10 plants of blast windgrass, and half a year's life expectancy reduction. Is it a sacrifice? Jiang Che opened his eyes, surprise filling his eyes. Both fists were also subconsciously clenched tightly. Really? It's possible. He had fumbled a little bit, and now he was just about to go through a quarter of the blade spectrum, and the sacrificial heavenly tablet had also given the cost of the sacrifice. This meant that the loophole of the card sacrifice heavenly tablet was truly feasible. As long as he was able to view a quarter of the technique manuals, the rest of the sacrificial heavenly tablet would be able to fill in the holes on its own. He was all too aware of what this meant. In the future, he could specialize in collecting the remnants of those top-tier techniques without spending too much, and the matter of the body refining method would no longer bother him. As for the 3 Jedi Shocking Fury blade technique, what was recorded above the silver foil was 1/3 of the content, which meant that as long as Jiang Che was able to complete the sacrifice this time, Next time, he would be able to directly cultivate the blade technique on the silver foil. His strength and depth would be greatly enhanced. Of course, these things needed to be postponed a little bit for now. If he wanted to cultivate the 3 extreme shocking fury, the first thing he had to do was to complete this time's cool breeze blade power offering. The 3 remnant blades were easy to get, and the 10 blistering windgrasses weren't difficult either. This thing wasn't considered a precious herb, it was just an ordinary herb that could soothe the tendons and invigorate the blood that grew on the cliff face. The only difficulty was just a slight scarcity. Longevity is also not difficult, he has only consumed a year and a half of his lifespan in total, which is still quite sufficient. The only thing that was a bit difficult was the blood of the palm of an inner breath realm blade cultivator martial artist. This thing is not easy to get, because once stepped into the inner breath realm, in a small place has already been able to control some power, in the government offices, can be a head constable. In the military, can be a deputy commander. In the rivers and lakes, for example, he collected information about the Chow Gang. The inner breath realm martial artists can already take the position of the head of the hall. Of course, the world's sword cultivator is the most common, is not scarce. As long as Jiang Che can defeat a sword cultivator martial arts, take the blood of his palm, can meet the sacrifice price. While thinking, Jiang Che thought of Tang Yan. He was a real knife cultivator. A knife law is incomparably sharp, solid foundation, if not for his direct quick success, will be the brutal bull strength cultivation to the great perfection of the realm. Trying to defeat the other party was simply impossible. And through the last encounter, he was basically able to tell that Tang Yan had also, unsurprisingly, been flesh and blood. This was a sacrifice sent to his door. Early the next morning, Jiang Che, who desperately wanted to make a sacrifice, immediately went to the Western City Marshal Campyaman and asked Su Sanner to go and help him collect 10 blistering windgrasses in Yanggu County. He himself, on the other hand, brought Gung Dabio as well as Su Chenghu to buy some gifts along with him and went to visit Deng Yan. He had stored up his strength and punched Tang Yan so hard that he couldn't stand up. The injuries he sustained weren't considered heavy, but they definitely weren't considered light either, and since the other party had already expressed his submissiveness, Jiang Che told him to go home and recuperate for a few days. How is Tiger's qualification? Jiang Che's trio walked on the streets of Yanggu County, chatting casually. Quite a bit better than me, a good seedling. Gung Dabiao was straightforward and informed Jiang Che directly. On the side, Su Chenghu scratched his scalp, somewhat embarrassed. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can come and ask me. Jiang Che praised Su Chenghu. Gung Dabiao had a strong physique and thick chi and blood, and his own cultivation of a wide-open body forging method like brute ox strength was appropriate. He didn't expect Su Chenghu to be stronger than him, which really surprised him a bit. However, his heart was still happy because the few of them were now pretty much his beloved henchmen. Thank you, Commander, Subordinate. Subordinate will definitely practice martial arts with all my heart. Su Chenghu nodded his head repeatedly in excitement. That day when he witnessed Jiang Che kneecap Deng Yan with one punch, it could be said to have given him a huge shock. It couldn't be forgotten in a short period of time. Jiang Che patted Su Chenghu's shoulder and smiled, not saying anything more. Everything was in the air. Commander, I would also like to ask for your advice. Gung Dabiao also hurriedly opened his mouth. He had actually practiced martial arts for only half a month, and was still far from achieving great success. Yes. Commander, I've heard that you haven't practiced martial arts for too long. How come you're so powerful? While chatting, a few people's words opened up, and Su Chenghu asked along with the conversation. Commander's talent for practicing martial arts is the first time I've seen it anyway. Gung Dabiao couldn't help but sigh. In just a few days, the gap between them had been completely widened, and even with his burly figure, he was not confident that he could block a casual punch from Jiang Che. Good talent? Oh. Taking life in exchange. Jiang Che smiled lightly as he shook his head. Chapter 33 Center of Gravity. Deng Yan's family can only be considered general, not what the mansion is just a slightly outdated courtyard only. There is no people at home, from the outside, only the ground some traces of martial arts practice. Jiang Che stood outside the courtyard and scrutinized, and authorized Su Chenghu to go ahead and knock on the door. Soon. Deng Yan, who was carrying a long sword, then came out from the inner room and opened the door, and when he saw that the visitors were actually Jiang Che and his party, a flash of surprise flashed across his sullen face. How are the injuries? Jiang Che's attitude at this moment was a great contrast from before when he was in the schoolyard. At that time, he was overbearing and did not put the people of the original Shiqing martial camp in his eyes, but now, he was like an old friend. Also. Okay. Tang Yan subconsciously glanced at his left arm. Jiang Che's punch had landed solidly on top of his small arm, and if he had not reacted quickly to converge his remaining internal energy here, he would have been broken alive on the spot, but he had been able to make preparations. He is still injured to the tendons and bones, need to recuperate for some days. But fortunately it was the left arm that was injured. If it was the right arm, then his strength would have been ruined for the most part. "Don't you invite me in to have a seat?" Jiang Che asked with a smile. Whether it was from the previous investigation or his own contact, Jiang Che had basically been able to determine what kind of character Tang Yan was. Widowed, sullen, a man of few words, and as addicted to swords as his life. He was a proper martial arts nerd, and was not even very well versed in the normal world of human affairs. Otherwise, with Tang Yan's strength, but if he drilled some, the Western City Martial Camp would have one more vice commander. "Please." Tang Yan opened his body sideways and bowed slightly to show his respect to Jiang Che. He was incapable of understanding the world, but he was in awe of Jiang Che's strength. He was younger than him, but his strength far exceeded his. Such a person deserved his respect, whereas those officials in the county who only knew how to scavenge the people's wealth and stuff themselves full of fat, he couldn't look down on them from the bottom of his heart. Dang Yan lived in the house is more simple. In addition to a table and a bed, the house inside there is only a set of knife rack. Above is placed more than 10 long knives. The style of the long knives was exactly the same. The only difference was that they were categorized into wooden knives, rusty knives, broken knives, and intact long knives. As soon as Jiang Che entered, he was attracted by the rack of knives and couldn't help but take a look. My subordinate was 12 years old when I practiced knife skills, starting from wooden knives, and up to now, it has been 10 years. These are the testimonies of my subordinate over the years. Tang Yan said in a deep voice. Perseverance. Jiang Che couldn't help but nod his head. Only now did he understand why Tang Yan's foundation was so solid. He was competing with the other party solely on the basis of his cultivation and the great success of the barbarian bull pile technique, and at first, Dang Yan was not showing defeat, only because the exertion was too severe that he had to take desperate measures. If Tang Yan has enough physical strength, I'm afraid it is still not yet known who will win and who will lose. My subordinate is also only empty of perseverance, but no talent. Tang Yan smiled self-deprecatingly. That's just you putting the cart before the horse. What is your lordship's explanation? Your blade foundation is indeed solid and incomparable, but in my opinion, a body's cultivation is the root of the body. If your cultivation goes further and reaches the bone-forging realm, how strong should it be between a move and a style at that time? This was Jiang Che's opinion. Tang Yan had the intention to retort, but he was dumbfounded in the face of Jiang Che who had defeated him. Of course, I'm not saying that focusing on the sword is bad, it's just that the two should go hand in hand at the very least, and using the body to control the law is the right way to cultivate martial arts, but everyone has everyone's opinion. Who is right and who is wrong, we still need time to prove it. My lord's teachings, my subordinate bears them in mind. Tang Yan nodded. In the courtyard, Tang Yan brewed a pot of wild tea and poured a few cups, serving it to a few people. The conditions are simple, do not be offended, my lord. Ha, you are also high on Jiang Mao. Just a few months ago, I am still just a fisherman in the Qinglin River. Only by coincidence did I get to this point today. This wild tea is just to my liking. Jiang Che picked up the teacup and took a sip. Not as good as Lu Ji's pot of meditation tea, but this ordinary wild tea is also considered to have a different flavor. My subordinate has also heard of your lordship's past and deeply admires him. A fisherman, turned around in 10 months. It could be called a model of rebellion. At least he couldn't do it. Like his family, before is also considered a rich family, only because of the practice of martial arts party fell to this, but Tang Yan always firmly believed that as long as he can further some of the outside world, he is at hand. For you, Jiang Mao is also heard of early. Jiang Che smiled faintly. Even if my subordinate has some reputation, I'm afraid it's just being pedantic and having a penchant for knives, right? What's wrong with that? The only way to succeed is to persevere. If you can be invincible in the Yang Valley, the knife in your hand, defeat all the experts in the square circle at that time. They will only be in awe. Lord also think so? Tang Yan raised his head, a flash of fire in his eyes. Otherwise, why did I come here? My lord. High opinion. Tang Yan heartily clasped his fists and said. Hey, this place is not a government office. Why do you need to call anything official? You are also considered a person of nature. You and I can call each other brothers. Jiang Che waved his hand, acting unconcerned. I. A warm current surged through Deng Yan's heart. If Jiang Che was not his opponent, then to be on equal terms with him was to pull in and pacify him, but with his little strength, he was not even a match for Jiang Che, yet he still gave himself enough courtesy. This made him Tang Yan at this moment, but he was a little ashamed. I won't hide anything from you, this time I came here firstly for a visit, and secondly to inform you of a matter. Jiang Che struck the iron while it was hot and continued. My lord, please speak. Tang Yan hurriedly said. Your strength and character, Mr. Jiang recognizes it, and reasonably speaking, you have a good chance of becoming this vice commander, but I have robbed you of your chance. This matter. Your Excellency doesn't have to be like this, my subordinate actually understands, even without your Excellency, it would be difficult for my subordinate to sit as the vice commander. On that day, I was just resentful in my heart. Tang Yan shook his head. Of course he is clear, unless there is a backer to support, or else want to climb to a high position there is no hope at all. It's good that you can think about it, in fact, your current shortcoming is to have a backer, and I can give you. Give me? The world knows, I and Liu Commander, our Ju Lieutenant beloved, and I'm in the Vice Commander of this seat will not sit long, after that, I will recommend you to Ju Lieutenant. Jiang Che began to draw a cake to fool honest people. But the effect was surprisingly good. Deng Yan listened to Jiang Che's promise and immediately got up and bowed. I am grateful for your honor's unwillingness to abandon me, my subordinate will serve your honor to the death from now on in return for the favor. Tiger, bring the wine. Jiang Che's expression was grave as he raised the bowl of wine, then immediately took out a prepared knife to slice open his palm, dripped a few drops of blood, and raised it high to honor the heavens. Brother Deng is indeed a man of nature, and I, Jiang Che, have never been a man of faith, so today, I will drip blood into the wine as my promise to you, and in less than half a year, I will certainly raise you to the position of vice commander. Chapter 34, Offering, Cool Wind Blade Power. Jiang Che's words, as well as his courteous behavior, really touched Deng Yan's heart, and he hastened to state his position. Your honor treats me like this, I, Tang Yan, will repay you with my death in the future. My subordinate does not seek any vice commander position, but only wishes to serve by your side in the future. With that, he also picked up a knife, cut open his palm, let the blood flow into the wine bowl, then arched his hand in respect, then he was going to drink it all, but was Jiang Che raised his hand to hold it down. What a joke, he had managed to swindle the palm blood of the blade cultivator martial artist, how could he let Tang Yan drink it again? My lord? Deng Yan was puzzled and frowned at Jiang Che. Since you and I are brothers, how can we drink alone? Then we will take a blood oath and share honor and disgrace from now on. Jiang Che stared at him sincerely, then took the other party's wine bowl and ostensibly drank it all in one go. However, in reality, it was while covering his face that he quickly stored the bowl of wine into the heavenly tablet space. Honor and disgrace. Tang Yan nodded heavily, picking up Jiang Che's bowl of wine and drinking it in one gulp. With the atmosphere at this point, the relationship between the two sides had melted to the extreme. The four of them pushed and swapped cups, and quickly drank up the altar of liquor they had brought with them, and then Jiang Che asked Tiger to go and buy some more meat and wine in the neighborhood. This lord both into my home, should I go to buy? Deng Yan was a little ashamed. You and I are brothers, regardless of this. Jiang Che waved his hand, signaling the other party not to care. He could be considered to have earned a bargain on this trip. Admittedly, with Jiang Che's current position, getting the palm blood of an inner breath realm blade cultivation martial artist wasn't something too difficult, but it would always take some trouble and delay. But now, he was able to get it with just a few words, and at the same time, he had also taken Tang Yan, a strong hand, under his wing. On that day, the four of them drank until the evening before it was considered over. Old Deng, I see so many broken knives inside your house, are they all accumulated by you over the years? Jiang Che looked at the things inside the room with a slightly reddened face. Yes, this wooden knife is mine. This handle is something I once. Tang Yan introduced some of the situations when he used to practice martial arts for Jiang Che. Today he was very happy, not only did he resolve the grudge with Jiang Che, the two sides were also very opportunistic. In fact, I am also a person who loves swords, especially like these broken blades, which is the witness of martial arts cultivation, but it is a pity that later on, my family fell, I couldn't care about those objects, and now they have all been lost. Jiang Che was ready to catch Deng Yan and pull another wool over his eyes. Your Excellency also uses a sword on weekdays, can I ask Your Excellency to give me some pointers? Deng Yan is slightly surprised, he is usually a knife maniac, like to find someone to fight. Jiang Che is better than him. He subconsciously also thought that Jiang Che's attainments in knife skills are stronger than his. He was quite excited to try. Jiang Che lightly coughed twice and casually waved his hand. Just a slight proficiency in sword techniques. The solidity of your lord's pile work is the first time I've seen it, and I think the same is true for the blade technique, so I really hope that your lord will take the liberty of pointing out my deficiencies. Dang Yen hurriedly said. He didn't believe Jiang Che's prevarication of being slightly proficient in blade techniques. He only felt that it was Jiang Che who disliked him for being too weak in blade techniques. There is nothing wrong with sparring, but you have an arm injury, it's not appropriate to make a move. How about this? After you are healed, you and I will compete again, how about it? Jiang Che understood that after the sacrifice, his blade skills would be greatly improved. It would be better to take advantage of this to lay the groundwork first. It would also save people from being too shocked. Genius was something that people valued, but it wasn't necessarily true if he became a demon. Because his talent was really average, he was able to quickly pass all kinds of martial arts, all thanks to sacrifices. At least before he had the strength to defend himself, such an appalling martial arts talent should be slightly concealed. Otherwise, if people were to notice that he hadn't practiced martial arts at all, yet he was able to master all sorts of feats without a teacher, it would inevitably attract the attention of certain people. Good, then we will wait until my subordinate has healed before we can spar again. Tang Yan's eyes were slightly disappointed. Jiang Che was deliberating on how to get Deng Yan to open his mouth to send him a few broken swords, but unexpectedly the other party opened his mouth immediately afterward. If you like it, just take it, I can't use these knives anyway. Deng Yan is not ignorant of the world, just the heart is not here, since I was able to see that the long knives on the shelf seems to be very interested in. Then Jiang Mao would be honored. Jiang Che nodded, and immediately agreed. After leaving Deng Yan's home, the sky was already completely dark. Jiang Che let Geng Dabiao go back to rest, while he himself followed Su Qinghu back to the courtyard Su Sanner had rented in the western city. 2 offerings have been all, now it is to go to get the last one of the windgrass. Su Sanner rented courtyard is not big, only 3 rooms, one he and his wife live, one is Su Qinghu and his young brother live, the last one is used as a kitchen. Jiang Che also met Su Sanner's wife for the first time. Less than 40 years old, but her face was pale and old, her face was full of wrinkles, her eyes were a bit fearful, she didn't dare to look at him, and only focused on pouring water with her head lowered. Commander, you. Why are you here? Su Sanner rubbed his hands, somewhat nervous. Nothing. Just happened to come along with Tiger to take a look. Jiang Che smiled. Tiger followed you, didn't cause any trouble, right? Su Sanner looked a little nervous. Didn't cause any trouble, right? Have you done the things I explained to you today? Jiang Che quickly changed the topic. Done, you wait. Su Sanner immediately got up and went back to the house, taking out a black cloth parcel, which happened to be a dozen or so blasted windgrasses. I was thinking of sending it to you early tomorrow morning. If I knew you were in a hurry, I would have. Su Sanner was a human savant, and quickly guessed Jiang Che's purpose in coming to deliver the tiger. Then he handed back the rest of the silver money to Jiang Che. But Jiang Che didn't take it for this, and just took the blistering windgrass. The windgrass is not precious, but it is difficult to find. He can guess that Su Sanner probably also ran for a day to find the remaining silver less than 2 taels, all is a hard fee. But by the head cannot say so. These silver is for you and Tiger's settlement fee, usually more for Tiger to buy some meat to make up. Practice martial arts people, if the chi and blood is insufficient, in turn, the more practice the more loss. I'll take note of it. By the way, before I asked you to find a mansion, how did it go? Looking for, is the prices a little expensive? I want to first air him a few days, pressure price, and then report you. I'm relieved that you're doing this. Jiang Che nodded slightly, and then stayed in the Su family for a while before saying goodbye. Returning to the inn. Jiang Che sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. His mind sank into the space of the heavenly tablet. Sacrifice target, cool breeze blade strength small completion. Sacrifice cost, 10 drops of blood from the palm of an inner breath realm blade cultivator martial artist, 3 handles of rusty broken knives, 10 plants of blistering windgrass, and half a year's life expectancy reduction. Is it a sacrifice? The blast windgrass, inner breath realm knife cultivator martial artist palm blood, and 3 rusty broken knives were all placed neatly one by one. Afterwards, Jiang Che's mind moved. Sacrifice. Chapter 35 Sacrifice, the 3 extremely frightening fatalities. Above the tablet, a blood-colored red light lit up. A ray of gray light flickered and shot straight towards the sacrifices placed before the heavenly steel. With a flash of light, the broken blade, blood wine, and blistering grass were collected by the light and drilled into the heavenly tablet. Afterwards, another stream of vitality was forcefully extracted. It was half a year of longevity. Above the heavenly monument, the light flowed and the mysterious runes flickered and disappeared, lasting for 3 breaths of time. And this time, only a flash of green light vanished, and that stream of light hovered above his head, drilling into his mind. Underworld. Jiang Che felt a touch of cool breeze. The scenery in front of him changed, the scene of the inn disappeared, and in its place was a cliff top with an invisible bottom and gusts of cold wind. A blurred figure appeared in front of him. One by one, he demonstrated the cool wind blade stance's blade moves. From the basics gradually to familiarity. Between heaven and earth, there was only him and the figure at the moment, and the moves practiced by the other party were affecting him all the time. Slash, tease, sweep, chop, stab. The speed of the figure was getting faster and faster, and the distance between him and the figure was also getting faster and faster, and in the end, just like when he had sacrificed the brute ox strength to achieve great success before, the figure completely fused with him. Jiang Che closed his eyes, a cool wind blew on his face, as if it was like a blade falling on his body, and his insights about the cool wind blade power were gradually becoming clearer. Opened his eyes, Jiang Che's eyes through the bottom of a ray of light, the whole person jumped up, reached out and drew out a long knife hanging on the bed, raised his hand, is a sweep forward. The foundation was solid, and the blade was powerful. At this moment, Jiang Che was not at all like a brat who was practicing swordplay for the first time. Instead, he was like a practitioner who had been practicing martial arts for many years, and a single sacrifice could block the regular people from practicing for years. At this moment, his protective strength flatly added a few more %. Especially when the inner breath surged into the arm holding the long knife, his knife speed, swing strength, but also greatly enhanced. If he fought with Tang Yan again, he believed that, not out of 3 breaths of time. The other party must lose, no doubt. And if you meet the crouching tiger mountain Song Ji who robbed and killed himself on the spot, at this moment, he also has the ability to fight with him, not so much as 2 punches will be knocked to the ground, falling into an absolute disadvantage. After briefly testing the power of the cool wind blade power, Jiang Che was satisfied, then he suppressed the various thoughts in his mind, and turned to target the 3 Jedi Shocking Fury blade technique. Having completed the sacrifice, he could already be certain of one thing. That was, as long as the brokenness of the remnant technique martial skill did not exceed 3/4, the sacrificial heavenly tablet would be able to forcibly make up for those broken areas, and the sacrifice could still be made. It was so that the experiment was over. It was time for him to truly cultivate the 3 extreme shocking fury. The silver foil was placed close to Jiang Che, and with a grave expression, he took it in his hands and read it word by word. There were no illustrations on it, only lines of small characters engraved in seal script, and there were no descriptions of any moves or sword strokes. Instead it was like a scripture that guided people towards evil. After a moment, Jiang Che put down the silver foil again and closed his eyes. Sacrifice goal, introduction to the 3 absolute frightening fury. Jiang Che, who had already completed 4 sacrifices, understood that the harder the target desired to be sacrificed, then the more horrifying and harsh the cost of the sacrifice given would be. Lu Ji had been practicing for several years, but he still could not get through the door, which was enough to see the horror of the 3 deadly frightening breaks and the difficulty of practicing it. The great limit of this kind of technique was definitely beyond the scope of what the average person was able to practice. Therefore, Jiang Che's treatment of the 3 extremely frightening breaks at this moment did not dare to treat it like the cool wind blade power, directly set it as a small success. He was afraid that if he set the goal too high at that time, he would not be able to give the sacrifice, resulting in a delay. If it was merely an initiation, it wasn't as if he didn't have the chance to do it. The sacrificial heavenly tablet lit up with mysterious blood-colored runes and lasted for a full 10 breaths or so before a small line of characters was re-engraved on it. Sacrifice cost, 10 drops of heart blood from each of the 3 inner breath realm martial artists, 10 channels of fiendish chi, 1 corpse blood mushroom, 2 years of life expectancy reduction. Is it a sacrifice? The sacrificial heavenly tablet gave the cost, but Jiang Che was deeply frowning at the moment. None of these sacrifices were easy to obtain. The heart blood of 3 martial artists of the same realm would mean that he would have to kill at least 3 of them. The yin chi was also not easy to get. If he wanted to get the yin chi, he would first have to find the fateful land. But where was the fateful ground? As for what corpse blood mushroom, he hadn't even heard of it at the moment. There are still 2 years of lifespan to be sacrificed. This was only just getting started. To know, he practiced brute ox strength, practiced cool wind blade stance, and even at the minor achievement level, he had only shaved off half a year of his lifespan. What is the concept of 2 years of lifespan? That was just a little bit short of 2.5 years. It was true that high-grade techniques could not be practiced easily. In comparison, killing 3 martial artists of the same realm was even easier. Corpse blood mushroom? Inside the myriad spring hall, an old man with white hair and dressed in cotton clothes squinted his eyes as he surveyed Jiang Che, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and said, "This thing is not from the righteous path, and I don't have it here." "Then does Mr. Who know where it might be?" Jiang Che was undeterred and continued to pursue the question. Since last night's sacrifice of the heavenly tablet gave the price, Jiang Che woke up this morning without delay and immediately came to the nearby medical center to ask. "This?" The old man surnamed, who was a little scornful of the official uniform Jiang Che was wearing, and was just about to prevaricate, but when he saw the other party's deep gaze, and with the idea of not causing trouble, he still introduced the origin of the corpse blood mushroom. This is a variant of the precious medicine jade snow mushroom. The growth conditions are extremely harsh, only grows on the corpse of the blood essence, and at least 1 year cultivation can be accomplished, mostly for the evil demons and foreigners so, in the market is extremely scarce. A year. Doctor Who's words dispelled Jiang Che's idea of preparing to personally cultivate it. He really couldn't wait that long, immediately frowned and asked the other party a few more times, but the other party shook his head and told Jiang Che he really didn't know where this thing was, and had only seen it once in his early years. Jiang Che felt slightly disappointed and bowed his hand to leave. Since the corpse blood mushroom was mostly owned by evil devils, he could start from this aspect. In the Jianghu Lake, there were not a few martial artists who practiced quick-fix devilish techniques. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find it. "My lord." Just after leaving the entrance of the myriad spring hall, Geng Dabiao greeted him. "What is it?" "The people from the Chao gang sent someone to deliver a letter, saying that they want you to open it in person." "Open it." "Yes." Geng Dabiao did as he was told, spreading out the paper inside the envelope and quickly scanning it a few times. "What does it say?" Ko Yuansheng asked you when he could see County Lieutenant Zhu, and some impatience. Geng Dabiao arched his hand and presented the letter paper. Jiang Che swept a glance, casually threw a ball of his hand in the gutter, and arranged with a bland look. "Dabiao, go back and bring some people. After resting for so many days, it's time to get some silver." Chapter 36, The Stinky Fish Seller. Jiang Che hadn't fully investigated who was trying to harm him within the Chao gang until now, but he roughly had a target person in mind. After all, in his original body's memories, he could find that he had a very narrow social network. There was only one person who was slightly powerful in the Chao gang who had interactions with him. The brother-in-law of the Chao gang's Blackwater Hall master, Wang Chang'an. This guy was a dog of power, buying low and selling high, making the fishermen who relied on the Qinglin River very miserable, and had even beaten him up. Other than that, Jiang Che really couldn't figure out who else would target himself. Therefore, Jiang Che's chosen target this time was also the other party. Due to the absolute authority Jiang Che had previously established, with Lu Ji letting go of his authority, there was no one in the entire Xiqing martial camp who dared to disobey his orders. With a single order, half of the manpower of the western city was mobilized, and more than 50 people swarmed towards the western city pier. "Make a fuss, make a big fuss." He asked Zhu Sheng for the opportunity to make the whole Yanggu County situation chaotic, so that the chaos can take the chestnuts, save a few days, 2 sacrifices, and then how to make a little bit of noise. As the dock next to the Qinglin River, Yanggu County West City can be said to be the most prosperous place in the entire county, and the Chao gang is also relying on the Chao transportation started, so that in just a dozen years to rise rapidly. It became the well-deserved Jianghu hegemony of Yanggu County. At this moment, on the wharf, it is still busy in full swing, a lot of people carrying sacks on their shoulders from the ship to the ground, the crowd clusters, Wang Chang'an half lying on a chair. Someone on his leg knocking his leg, himself from time to time from the plate out of a block of tofu into the boiling water. His mouth was also gently humming a folk tune, and he looked so uncomfortable. "Protector Wang, Protector Wang." A middle-aged man dressed in rough linen clothes, with a fawning smile on his face, ran to Wang Chang'an's side with quick steps on his small legs, calling out the other party's name. "What's the hurry? Your father died?" "Hey, my father died early, this is not the thing you commanded before," I inquired clearly well. Middle-aged man is not annoyed, face is full of pleasing smile. "Say it." Once Wang Chang'an heard this, his gaze quickly changed and he stood up. "You guess what? Hey. Just assumed the office of that what the vice commander of the western city, but also really the previous fishing that Jiang Che, grandmother drop, shifted to become an official. This god, really unfair." The Han muttered, but did not see Wang Chang'an's face steeply changed color. He fiercely grabbed the other party and questioned. "You saw it with your own eyes?" At first, when Jiang Che first took office, he didn't care, but after hearing later that the man's name was Jiang Che, an auxiliary soldier, and had once been a fisherman in Yanggu County, he was somewhat vaguely worried. Specialized in sending people to investigate. Unexpectedly, the more afraid of something, the more it comes. No, but I have a distant relative who is in the Shiqingwu camp, and said that the look and feel is exactly the same as the surname Jiang, absolutely no mistakes can be made. The man nervously replied back in a hurry. Wang Cheng'en's face was cloudy, casually let go of the other person, lowered his head and thought about it, immediately stood up and was about to seek help from his brother-in-law. The vice commander of the West City Marshal Camp, the gold content can be much higher than a small guardian of him, okay. He was not without any backing, there was Chao Gang covering him. That kid Jiang Che didn't necessarily dare to make a move against himself. Moreover, the matter of letting him take the top of the military service, the other party did not necessarily know that it was his doing. You. Forget it, you keep an eye here, I'll go out. Wang Cheng'en waved his hand. His sister is only the continuation of the Blackwater Hall Master Yu Zongping. He really can't make the other party, shaking his head, only feeling that his brain is a little unclear now. Jiang Che, a stinking fish seller, should not die in the border? How did he turn into an official? If I had known that, either before I should not receive other people's things to offend Jiang Che, either offend hard, directly sunk the Qinglin River. But now think what are already too late. No one could have imagined that the change would come so suddenly. You are busy, leave it here too. The flattering man just wanted to respond, suddenly the noisy sound in his ears quickly faded, he was suspicious and looked back with Wang Cheng'en. He saw dozens of soldiers in cotton armor swarming. Each of them held a sword and surrounded the area. Wang Cheng'en's heart thumped, and a bad feeling arose. But still forced down the thought in his heart, while asking someone to immediately go and tell his brother-in-law that something happened here, while piling up a smile on his face, pretending to be puzzled, he stepped forward and arched his hand and said, "Old Jean, this is today." He recognized Jean Dejia, also recognized Huan, at the same time also recognized once dealt with a lot of Westside Martial Arts Battalion soldiers, immediately went forward to talk. Jean Dejia grinned, revealing a yellowish yellow tooth, but did not answer Wang Cheng'en's words, but instead, his body was sideways, making way, and the familiar face raised behind him, also made Wang Cheng'en's heart sink. Not bad, behind Jean de Tooth, surrounded by several people, was none other than Jiang Che. After the order was given, he immediately geared up and headed straight to the West City Pier. According to his investigation, today was the day when the Chao Gang unloaded their goods. Protector Wang, goodbye. Jiang Che looked at the other party with a smile. Jiang Che? Wang Cheng'en feigned incomprehension and tried to muddle through. After all, the matter of letting Jiang Che cover for someone's military service was something that not many people knew about per se. Yes, it's me. Yo, isn't this the Dragon King Temple, a family that doesn't know a family? We brothers used to do business and almost drank wine. Wang Cheng'en hurriedly greeted the front. If they didn't know each other, I'm afraid they really thought they had a good relationship. Yes, buying and selling by force, exchanging my fish for your wine. Jiang Che smiled faintly, then without any nonsense, he waved one hand and directly ordered. Seize all the goods on the ship and take them away. Yes. Gung Dabia was the first to nod his head and immediately stepped forward about to search the cargo ship. Apart from grain, there were other valuable goods on the Chao Gang's ship, such as medicinal herbs, silks, porcelain, and other things. Wait. Wang Cheng'en blocked in front of Gung Dabiao, his face slightly changed as he looked straight at Jiang Che. Commander Jiang, what are you doing? Can't you see this? Of course I'm under orders to seize it. On what grounds are you seizing it, on whose orders? Under my orders, do you have a problem with that? Jiang Che walked forward, picked up the sheath of his sword and patted the left side of Wang Cheng'en's face. Vice Commander Jiang. This is Chao Gang's goods, if you do this. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Wang Cheng'en narrowed his eyes and increased his tone above the word vice, and directly began to threaten. Chapter 37 Teach me to do things? Wang Cheng'en was never expected before. Jiang Che even dared to directly seize the goods, then he could not possibly sit back and watch, otherwise there will be his good fruit to eat after. So, he blocked the front. So what if the vice commander of the western city? As the number one gang in Yanggu County, the Chao Gang has deep roots and a complex network of relationships. No one dares to mess with the Chao Gang on weekdays, and he has long since developed a brutal nature. Just now, it was only because Jiang Che was a small official that he spoke kindly. He gave enough face. But now since the other party didn't give him face, he didn't have to keep his voice down. Then, with a look from Wang Chang'an, the surrounding Chao gang members quickly gathered and formed a circle with swords in their hands, a little less in number than the ones Jiang Che had brought. But they were not afraid of the officials in the slightest. Chao gang so powerful? The corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked, the arm holding the sheath of the sword was violently thrown, directly smacked on Wang Chang'an's face, knocking him over on the ground, and then lifted his leg and stepped on the other party's face. Do I need you to teach me how to do it? Arrogant. Overbearing. Jiang Che did not give the other party the slightest bit of face. The two sides' deadly enmity had already been knotted long ago, not to mention the grudges in his memory. The other party alone called out his name as Jiang Vice Commander in one breath. It can be known that Wang Chang'an has specifically investigated his bottom line. Since this was the case, there was nothing more to say. The atmosphere around them fell into stagnation, and the crowd of Chao gang members were even filled with stagnation. No one had expected that Jiang Che would say that he would make a move, and even stomped on Protector Wang to insult him. Jiang Che. You seek death. Wang Chang'an had just been whipped out of his mind, and only now did he come back to his senses, and immediately an evil fire rose in his heart, and he glared at Jiang Che with a hideous face, and at the same time he also reached out to try to move Jiang Che's leg away from his face. But, with his little bit of chi, he couldn't push it at all. The reason why he, who had mediocre talent in practicing martial arts, was able to sit in the position of protector was solely because his brother-in-law was the head of the Black Water Hall, and Jiang Che had long since been transformed after several sacrifices. Kill them for me. Nearly losing his mind, Wang Chang'an roared. Jiang Che, however, did not give a damn. Under one look, all the soldiers around him drew their long swords. As long as the other party dared to make a move, today, he would be able to cure the other party of the name of rebellion. And this is also his real purpose, to humiliate Wang Chang'an under his feet. Wang Chang'an didn't have enough prestige, and his inner circle was even less, but according to the rules of the Chao gang, if they didn't make a move, they would be severely punished when they returned, so under his orders. Even though they were reluctant, the surrounding Chao gang members still took out their blades and prepared to take action. Seeing that the situation was on the verge of breaking out, all of the people retreated backward, making way for a large open space. The Chao gang intends to conspire against the government, store swords and soldiers privately, and defy the government. Pass my order. Kill. Before Jiang Che's word kill could be uttered, a loud shout could be heard. Stop. More than 10 magistrates swarmed to the court, and the leader, Sheriff Chen, frowned deeply and wanted to break in, but Geng Dabio as well as Su Chenghu blocked in front of him, making the other party's face look more and more unsightly. Let Sheriff Chen come in. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. Sheriff Chen pulled a face and walked into the inner circle, glancing down at the humiliated and constantly struggling Wang Chang'an. He took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Che and opened his mouth to ask. Elder brother Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Mao was ordered to search. This Wang Chang'an even dared to defy the government, intending to plot against the government, and then was taken down by this commander's hand. The matter is as simple as that. Jiang Che had a fearless face. Searched under orders? On whose orders? Elder brother Jiang. This is the boundary of the Chao gang. Sheriff Chen stepped forward and lowered his voice to remind him. At the same time, he was still puzzled. At the previous banquet, Jiang Che and Ko Yuansheng were talking very happily and were almost about to become sworn brothers, so how could they directly turn their backs on each other after not seeing each other for a few days, which was really a bit odd and perverse. Sheriff Chen, if you put this sentence outside, it's a capital offense. What is the boundary of Chao gang? There is no place under the sky that is not the king's land. Any place under the sky is the boundary of the imperial court. Sheriff Chen opened his mouth, knowing that he had slipped up, and hastened to turn around. What I mean is, I understand what you mean, but today it is my Shicheng Wu battalion that is doing business. It is better for Brother Chen not to obstruct. On the side of the Chao gang. Sheriff Chen frowned tightly. He and the Chao gang also have a relationship of interest between them, so when he heard that Jiang Che was leading people straight to the pier, his heart anticipated that something was wrong, and he hurriedly brought people to stop them. The matter here is too big, Chen brother, I remind you it's best not to get involved. Jiang Che looked at the other party with a smile. Sheriff Chen's pupils shrank and immediately realized. It's Zhu. The word Zhu had just been exported, and he immediately swallowed it back. He is a person from the Zhao magistrate's line, but is the direct subordinate of the Zhu magistrate. Both sides of the game, he is rushing in the forefront, but also the fastest to die. The heart has long been worried. Otherwise, before also will not deliberately close to Jiang Che to draw close to the relationship. It is to leave a backhand. Take your people back. Jiang Che patted Sheriff Chen's shoulder. In fact, according to the normal official position, he was a bit lower than Sheriff Chen, but who let him have a hard background? Things you seize and take away, people. Can you stay, otherwise brother I cannot explain After Chen Constable guessed that it was Zhu Shang who authorized Jiang Che, he didn't dare to stop it anymore, and could only leave people behind as much as possible. This. Jiang Che looked at Wang Cheng'an at his feet and smiled. Of course it was not possible. Vice Commander Jiang is too arrogant, right? Directly come here to take people. It seems that it is not to put my Chao gang in the eyes A low voice came out and the crowd turned to look. They saw a middle-aged man in a brocade robe walking like a fly, borrowing power several times, rolling and moving around, spanning several zhongs away, and landing steadily in front of Jiang Che, with somber eyes. Not far away, more than 10 more Chao gang members quickly surrounded up. Brother-in-law. When Wang Cheng'an saw the visitor, it was as if he saw a savior, and he hurriedly called out. Hall Master Yu. Sheriff Chen arched his hand, obviously recognizing the visitor. Yu Zomping nodded slightly, his gaze looking straight at Jiang Che. Is Vice Commander Jiang going to give you a statement? You deserve it too. Jiang Che snorted lightly, not giving the other party the slightest bit of face, even in front of the other party's face, directly stepped down with one foot. If it was stepped down, with his strength Wang Cheng'an would definitely die. In the next moment, Yu Zomping struck out, transforming his palm into a claw, like a black tiger pulling out his heart, grabbing at Jiang Che's heart. Bang! Jiang Che similarly returned fire, the other party to claw. He will use his fist, the flow of internal energy in the body, convergence of the right arm, hard and hard blast, immediately burst out a muffled grunt sound. Under the powerful recoil, the two retreated. Jiang Che retreated one step, while Yu Zomping retreated 2 steps. The high and the low were immediately judged. Chapter 38 Young Commander, really brave In the gap between the two exchanging blows, Wang Cheng'an was not stupid, and hurriedly rolled to Yu Zomping's side before slowly climbing up, wiping away the shoe prints on his face with his sleeve, gritting his teeth and grimacing as he stared at Jiang Che. Being trampled underfoot and ravaged, this was the biggest humiliation of his life. Especially when it was still stepped on by someone who had once bullied him, his mind was instantly a little unbalanced. How dare you make a sneak attack on a court official and hinder the officials from apprehending the criminal? Jiang Che lightly grunted, although the party was only a one-move fight, but the strength of the two could roughly count each other. The other party's chi was obviously inferior to his. Vice Commander Zhang's words are biased, right? It is clear that you indiscriminately want to kill people. I stepped in to save people, and you in turn are hitting them back. Yu Zomping carried his hands behind his back without retreating in the slightest. Admittedly, Jiang Che's strength was good and was between him and him, but wanting him to back down was still too far. Elder Brother Jiang, Elder Brother Jiang. Seeing this, Sheriff Chen hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, pulling Jiang Che to let him see the light. Otherwise, if he really exchanged hands, the victory or defeat was yet to be known. Regardless of who dies here on both sides, the consequences will be very great. Good, then today I will give Sheriff Chen a face and not punish you, but all the goods I want to take away, and Wang Cheng'an's guilt is unavoidable, he must be taken away as well. Jiang Che gazed around the week after, faintly said. Ha! Arrogant. Today, you can't take anyone away. Yu Zomping showed disdain and directly blocked in front of Jiang Che. Seeing that the two sides are going to really kill each other, Sheriff Chen gritted his teeth and bent his head to Yu Zomping's ear, whispering. Brother Yu, today let Jiang Che for the time being, he is under the orders of County Lieutenant Zhu. If we don't let him go today, I'm afraid that Co-Gangmaster won't be able to collect the scene even if he comes. What? Yu Zomping's pupils slightly shrunk, and his face immediately changed drastically. At the same time, his heart quickly realized why Jiang Che, a vice commander, had to go against the Chao gang. Before, he thought that Jiang Che was the one who was stupid, but now he was probably the one who was stupid. On the other hand, after listening to his brother-in-law Yu Zomping being so tough and directly put words, saying that Jiang Che can't bring anything away today, after having a backer, his heart was at ease and he pointed at Jiang Che and said word by word. Jiang Che, you mother or don't think you put on a layer of dog skin, then adult superior, I tell you, you are a stinking fisherman, for life. Once these words came out, Yu Zomping, who just learned that Jiang Che was instructed by Zhu Sheng's face, was once again incredibly ugly, but the reason he was ugly was because this kid Wang Cheng'an was too stupid. On the other hand, Sheriff Chen closed his eyes and sighed lightly. Sure enough, as expected by the two of them, as soon as Wang Chang'an's words fell, Yu Zongping couldn't even stop them before he saw a white light flash, and an arm flew up on the spot. Wang Chang'an was even kicked several meters away by Jiang Che, and ruthlessly smashed on the ground. The immense pain added to it actually directly caused Wang Chang'an to pass out. Su Cheng, who several people immediately took a knife to hold Wang Chang'an. Jiang Che's face was bland, unable to see any emotions, and he only commented softly. Noisy. You. Yu Zongping's hand grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist, his veins rippling. Jiang Che slowly walked up to the other party and stared at him for 3 breaths, then pushed him away with one hand. Don't dare to draw your sword, why are you raising it blindly? Yu Zongping stared at Jiang Che in death, and Sheriff Chen hurriedly held him down, saying in a rush. Old Yu, don't be impulsive, this is not something you can get involved in. Yu Zongping was silent, took a deep breath and slowly loosened the hilt of his knife. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth hooked slightly, pointing at the goods on the cargo ship on the shore, and said in a deep voice. Seize all goods and pull them back to the martial camp. Yu Zongping backed down. The Chao Gang's gang didn't dare to stop them anymore. Jin Dejia and Huan looked at each other. What came out of their eyes was full of admiration. Commander Jiang, so brave. With Jiang Che's order, all the soldiers of Wu Battalion immediately moved, and under the arrangement of Huan, they immediately mobilized the bystanders to start loading the goods onto the crates. Sheriff Chen, help me think of a way to get Chang'an out and those goods. Looking at the fleet that was gradually moving away, Yu Zongping had a gloomy face and turned to look at Sheriff Chen. He didn't care much about Wang Chang'an's death. After all, his sister was just a continuation, and after her old age, she would naturally be replaced by another one. But today was different. Wang Chang'an had only lost an arm, while he had lost face. After today, the entire Yanggu County will know that he was scared by a brat. Jiang Che did not dare to put a fart. The revenge is made, and Wang Chang'an must be rescued. Also, if those goods were lost, he would not be able to explain to the gangmaster. Brother, you don't worry, this matter I must help. I believe Jiang Che will still give me a face. Hey. This brother-in-law of yours is also really not save heart. Mess with who is not good, favor to mess with Jiang Che. The situation at that time, if he didn't point at Jiang Che and curse, it really wouldn't have gotten to this level. Sheriff Chen shook his head and sighed. Please, Brother Chen. Also, brother, you this matter today, you must report to the co-gangmaster. Zhu Sheng's intentions are unknown. I'm afraid it will be dangerous to the Chao gang. Yu Zongping gazed at Qing Linzhang and said in a deep voice. With such a big mess today, do you think gangmaster still can't get the news? It's just that it's not appropriate for the gangmaster to step forward. That's true. Commander, what to do with these goods? Gung Dabiao, Su Saner and the others gathered around Jiang Che, discussing what to arrange for these things. Of course it's to find a way out and sell them at a low price. Jiang Che said casually. The Su Saner duo glanced at each other and hesitated. Isn't it a bit not so good to do that? What's not good about it? I said before we started, this trip is to get silver. If the goods are not sold, how can the brothers purchase cotton clothes, and where can Cheng who get the resources to cultivate martial arts? How can I buy a big mansion with 3 entries and 3 exits? Jiang Che asked rhetorically one after another. What my subordinate means is, if the Chao gang comes to ask for something, how are we going to explain? Su Saner hurriedly explained. What explanation do we need? It's dry, and if these goods unfortunately catch fire, we're not obligated to help them look after them. A smile tickled Jiang Che's face. Subordinate understands. The duo nodded and at the same time marveled at Jiang Che's style of handling things. Then Commander Lu's side? I'll go and explain over there, and also, the matter of dumping goods should be done in a more secretive manner, at least it can't leak out in a short period of time, and don't let those people from the previous martial arts camp intervene, use our people. Subordinate understands. Su Saner nodded heavily, understanding what Jiang Che's concerns were. Alright, go and get busy, it's time for me to go and catch up with Protector Wang. Martial camp, cell. Boom. A bucket of cool water directly splashed on Wang Chang'an, who was tied to the rack. The corner of the other party's eyes moved slightly, and his blurry eyes turned around, quickly changing from bewilderment to panic. Chapter 39 The Truth. The memories in his mind gradually became clearer. He clashed with Jiang Che. Yu Zongping rushed to save him later. He exited his mouth to insult Jiang Che in order to avenge the revenge of being stepped on under his feet just now. Then he saw a white light flashed, and the rest, he could not remember anything. White light. Looks like a knife. Knife? Wang Chang'an was creeped out and hurriedly checked. and then he realized that his left arm had completely lost consciousness, and his shoulder was bloody, and there was still constant pain coming from it. An arm was gone. Awake? Jiang Che sat in front of Wang Chang'an and asked with a smile on his face when he saw that he was awakened by the cool water. Jiang Che. Jiang Che. Ah. You dared to catch me? Where's my brother-in-law? Wang Chang'an yelled, looking at all this with disbelief. You're already tied up here, can't you see reality? You. Wang Chang'an instantly deflated. Want to live or want to die? Jiang Che directly opened the door. Want to live. Wang Chang'an lowered his head, the pain at his shoulder brightly reminding him that since Jiang Che dared to break one of his arms, he would be able to completely send him on his way. He didn't dare to gamble, nor did he have the ability to do so. It's good if you want to live. I'm really afraid that if your heart is crossed, you won't submit even if I torture you severely. Jiang Che held a soft whip full of spikes in his hand and circled around the other party a few times. The grudge between the two of us, you should know all about it, right? No. Back then, I was dog-eyed and had eyes. Didn't recognize him to tie, and bought your family's fish at a low price. I am willing to tenfold. No. 100 times to repay. Wang Chang'an hurriedly begged for forgiveness, not daring to say anything at all about letting Jiang Che serve in the military in an attempt to muddle through. Snap. With a muffled sound, Jiang Che's whip directly hit Wang Chang'an's body, and under the double pain, it instantly made him grimace and his body trembled continuously. Jiang. Grandpa Jiang. Really wrong. Do you really think that I care about what happened in the past? Don't say. Then I'll keep fighting, and I'm quite interested to see how many more days you can live in your current state. Jiang Che's expression was cold, looking at Wang Chang'an's heart panicked. Seeing that the whip in Jiang Che's hand was about to fall again anew, he also realized that Jiang Che was bound to know about the military service, and that he was the one who was behind it. I said. You. The matter of your military service pamphlet in the first place was? I'm the one who messed it up, I was wrong. I'm really wrong, Grandpa Jiang, please spare my life. I have an old man at the top and a little one at the bottom. You don't know that you're wrong, you just know that you're scared. Jiang Che stood in front of Wang Chang'an, and the soft whip in his hand lightly lashed the other party's face twice. The enmity between the two of us doesn't seem to be that big, right? Tell me a reason why you have to get me inside the military service pamphlet and make me go to the border to die. Wang Chang'an's eyes flickered, not daring to look at Jiang Che, wanting to stop directly on his own, but also afraid that Jiang Che would have known everything and would give himself a few more lashes in a while. I sold my family's property in the beginning, and tried my best to dredge up the relationship, but it was of no use at all. It is obvious that someone has been specially greeted, don't tell me. This is just coincidence. It was someone who instructed me to do this, really. I was even pleading for you at the time, but I didn't dare to disobey the words that person sent. Wang Chang'an confessed directly with his heart. Who? Jiang Che's eyes flooded with a hint of coldness. At first, he really thought that Wang Chang'an was coveting his family's property, or was purely looking at him in a bad light. The reason why he said that was just because he had some doubts in his heart, and swindled the other party. Unexpectedly, there is really another person. He couldn't understand, who did he offend? Before Gobai dying before, but personally said, was stuffed with silver to screw him, the other side to sell their own pork one because of greed, want to drain themselves of the last money silver. The other reason is to sell meat, to press a theft charge. The suspicion here comes out. With Wang Chang'an's qualification hand cannot reach into the barracks, and, he really want to fix his own death, with the status of the 2-strength gap at that time, can easily sink him into the Qinglin River drowning. So, from then on, he has been suspicious. And little by little to deduce, finally still pushed on the only intersection Wang Chang'an. Mrs. Gangmaster. You Min. Which gangmaster's wife? Jiang Che frowned slightly. It's Ko Yuanqing's wife. Why would she instruct you to deal with me? Do you not think that I am stupid and deliberately deceived me? Jiang Che's eyes were dangerous. He could confirm that he had absolutely no entanglement with the wife of the gang leader that Wang Chang'an had spoken of. Even this name was only the first time he had heard of it. Really? Really, if I lie to you, I shall not die while this matter. My sister can also prove, at first it was my sister who introduced me to Mrs. Yu, she specially instructed me to find a way to make you serve in the military. Afterwards, she also gave me a reward of 100 taels of silver. Seeing Jiang Che's disbelief, Wang Cheng'an hurriedly swore, looking not the least bit like a hypocrite. Jiang Che's face could not be seen to be happy or angry, and continued. Then the person who instructed Gobai to fix me up in the auxiliary army camp, was it also you who commissioned someone to do it? Who? Who is? Go what? Wang Cheng'an was at a loss. Jiang Che's face was deep in thought, furrowing his brows as he pondered over what was inside, but was unable to recall that he had any enemies with the surname Yu. Grandpa Jiang. I've said it all, you. When are you going to release me? If I don't find a doctor, I'm afraid I'm going to die soon. Wang Cheng'an swallowed his saliva and pleaded. Wait first. Wait for someone to pay to ransom you. Jiang Che glanced at him and directly turned away. Master Jiang. Jiang Che. You don't keep your word. In the cell, Wang Cheng'an yelled loudly. On the other hand, after Jiang Che finished interrogating Wang Cheng'an, Sheriff Chen also came to the martial camp right after him, and was now arranged in a hall, where Susanna and a few others were accompanying and talking. The gloom on Jiang Che's face quickly disappeared and turned into a smile. Brother Chen really doesn't delay at all. It can't be helped, we're just a laborer. Sheriff Chen shook his head. Jiang Che smiled, authorized Susanna to go out, raised his hand to help Sheriff Chen pour a cup of tea, smilingly asked. Then what is Sheriff Chen here for? Elder brother Jiang, you're just asking the obvious, right? What else can I do? Of course it's to get those goods back for the Chao gang, as well as that Yu Zongping's brother-in-law. You set a price, I'll help negotiate. Seeing that Jiang Che seemed to be in a good mood, Sheriff Chen immediately opened the door. Jiang Che tapped his fingers on the desktop, one by one, extremely regular, a moment later before shaking his head. Chen Constable, you this is a big problem for me, you should come also clear, I do this as who commanded, these goods. It's hard to move. Chapter 40 Just a casual question. This. Sheriff Chen likewise had a difficult look on his face, he didn't dare to threaten Jiang Che about the power of Chao Gang at this moment, because comparatively speaking, Zhu Shang was even more powerful. Otherwise, Ko Yuancheng wouldn't have thought of begging to see Zhu Shang. He just wanted to divide the interests and was unwilling to get overly involved in the fight between him and County Magistrate Zhao. Then what if it's just that Protector Wang? This. It's also not easy to do. That guy called me a stinky fisherman by name in front of so many people. Brother Chen, if it were you, what would you do? If I let him off easily. In the future, I'm afraid that any cat or dog will dare to ride on me and piss on me. Where is my face? What about my reputation? Well, once he said that, the many years old official Oilchin sheriff knew that Jiang Che was going to ask for a lot of money. But he couldn't rebuff it and could only continue. Elder brother Jiang, even if you give me face, how about it? Brother Chen's face should be given since, but. Jiang Che showed a pensive look on his face. You open the conditions. Sheriff Chen made a direct statement. I've heard that there are quite a few martial artists in the cell, and Mr. Jiang is also considered a martial arts nerd, always pursuing a higher realm and stronger strength, and in his spare time, he likes to find people to spar with. But you also know that there are not many in the Xiqing Martial Arts Battalion who can spar with me, and I don't want to cause trouble in other battalions, so I want a few accompanying prisoners, you see. Jiang Che had since taken the opportunity to raise a little offering. Sheriff Chen had this ability. Those who can fight with elder brother Jiang can't find a few in the cell. Sheriff Chen shook his head, he had seen Jiang Che's strength today, being able to force Yu Zongping back with one punch, his strength was almost no less than his, but there were no such strong hands in the cell now. Moreover, he is only in charge of the arrest room, not the cell. Then brother, take a step back, as long as there are prisoners at the inner breath realm, the big deal is to have them join forces together. Jiang Che helplessly shook his head. Inner breath realm. Sheriff Chen's gaze moved slightly, hesitating for a few breaths of time, then said. How many is elder brother Jiang prepared to have? Not too many, just 3, it's no fun if it's less. Okay, this matter. I'll think about it and give you an answer tonight. Sheriff Chen nodded. Good, then Jiang Mao will wait for the good news. Jiang Che smiled faintly. Jiang Che said that if you want to save your brother-in-law, you need at least this amount. Sheriff Chen stretched out 2 fingers with a heavy face. 200 taels. Why doesn't that surname Jiang go and grab it? Yu Zomping slammed on the table with a bang, his face furious. 200 taels was definitely not a small amount anymore. With his monthly routine money, he would have to save up for at least a few years. Of course, this was putting aside his doorway to get money from other sources. But this was still not something that an average person could afford. This is already very little. At first Jiang Che offered 500 taels, or for the sake of my brother's face it was only reduced to 200 taels. Inspector Chen's face showed helplessness. As a middleman, he certainly could not do Yu Zomping a favor for nothing. With 3 inner breath realm martial artists, he had to spend 100 taels in any case to force those people to die silently in the prison cell by dredging up the connections in the cell. Only earning half, he was already very conscientious. No, the amount of silver asked for is too much, and it's still just Chang'an alone. If he's willing to return all those goods, that's more or less the same. Yu Zomping snorted coldly. Brother Yu, I can remind you that your brother-in-law has a broken arm. If he is not rescued quickly, he will have to die in the Western City jail in a few days. Sheriff Chen very cautiously reminded the other party. Mother ing. Yu Zomping clenched his fists and weighed the pros and cons, only to exhale a mouthful of turbid air several breaths later. 200 taels is 200 taels, right? Let that kid knock a sum of money. I would like to see how long he can be complacent. Yu Zomping grimaced, a touch of ruthlessness in his eyes. Alright, I'll go and do it. Sheriff Chen's heart rejoiced, and immediately nodded his head as he was about to take his leave. He had just pushed open the door, when he saw a woman wearing a plain-colored long dress was standing outside the door with an anxious face. Sheriff Chen recognized this woman and arched his hand as a greeting. Master. My brother Hao was arrested into the prison. I heard that it was also broken an arm. You can save him. Our Wang family is so a single seedling. Mrs. Wan's pearly blossoms pounced into Yu Zomping's arms. Alright, don't cry, I've already asked someone to save him. Yu Zomping gently caressed Mrs. Wang's back and soothed her softly. Thank you, master. Family, what's the point of being polite? Who is that person who broke my brother's arm? Can you think of a way to abolish him? My brother has been proud since he was a child. He can't bear this kind of aggravation. Mrs. Wang continued to cry. The one who captured your brother, and the one who wasted your brother is a person called Jiang Che, the newly appointed vice commander of the Western City. But this person cannot be moved for the time being. He has backers, and when there is an opportunity in the future, of course he cannot be spared. Yu Zomping mentioned Jiang Che. His face quickly became ugly. A vice commander, that hard to get? An ordinary vice commander is certainly not, but this kid is different. I said he has backers. Even the gang leader is not good enough to move him easily. You don't want to sneak me into trouble. Yu Zomping admonished her with a serious face. He had already personally met the gangmaster and the other party had cautioned him the same way. Concubine understands. By the way, you just said that the vice commander's name is Jiang something? Mrs. Wang nodded, and suddenly, as if she remembered something, she raised her head and asked. Jiang Che, Jiang of River, Che of Thoroughness, used to be a fisherman of Qinglin River. Jiang Che. Mrs. Wang frowned slightly, always feeling that this name was inexplicably familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. Elder brother Jiang, I have brought the person, you in check first. In the West City Marshal camp, Sheriff Chen pointed to the person with a sack over his head who was being guarded next to him. Jiang Che nodded and walked forward to pinch the shoulders one by one to confirm that there was no mistake. These inner breath realm martial artists couldn't be seen on the surface, but as long as they were close enough to touch, they could feel a subtle stream of air surging through their bodies constantly traveling around them. Brother Chen is indeed a man of faith. Well, you and wait for a while. Jiang Che nodded and asked Geng Dabiao to first escort a few people down to make sure that Sheriff Chen wouldn't renege on his sentence in a while, and then, he brought Su Sanner and the others to the cell. Wang Chang'an opened his eyes and hurriedly shouted. Jiang Che, you said you would release me as long as I confessed. What did I say at that time? Jiang Che looked at him with a playful face. You asked me if I wanted to die or want to live. Wang Chang'an's tone choked, as if he had foreseen something. Yes, I'm asking you if you want to die or live, but did I promise to definitely let you live? I'm just casually asking. Jiang Che grinned at the corner of his mouth, before turning to Su Sanner and asking. Old Su, I heard that this protector Wang couldn't take the humiliation and bit his tongue to kill himself, is that right? Please ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a recommendation ticket. Brothers support, newcomers writing books is difficult. Chapter 41, The Heart's Blood. Su Sanner immediately understood and nodded with a heavy face. Exactly. He then made a move, and a few soldiers coldly stepped forward and broke open Wang Chang'an's mouth. Jiang! Jiang! Oh! Chop! Ghost also not waste. Shake over. You! Wang Chang'an kept struggling, staring at Jiang Che with a face of hatred and horror, his mouth letting out sounds that people could not really hear. Jiang Che pulled out his ears and turned around. This kind of bloody scene was the last thing he could see. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. Jiang Che looked at Sheriff Chen with a difficult look on his face, wanting to say something. Elder brother Jiang has something to say. Sheriff Chen looked at Jiang Che's face, his heart had some not-so-good premonitions. Jiang Che sighed lightly and said in a low voice. Just now, I was thinking of directly letting people release Wang Chang'an, but as a result. After I went in, I realized that guy was afraid that I would punish him, and actually secretly bit his tongue and killed himself. What? Chen Constable's face was shocked, but he received silver. This matter is considered to be my slip of the tongue. Those two pawns who watched over Wang Chang'an were also heavily punished by me, you see. What should be done about this matter? People you want to give you, do not want me to bury it properly. You? Sheriff Chen stared at Jiang Che, his face a little ugly. He was not stupid, how could he easily believe Jiang Che's words? But with things having come to this, there was nothing he could do. As for the return of the few prisoners of the inner breath realm, I'm afraid it's also impossible. No wonder Jiang Che let the people escorted the few prisoners, dare to be afraid of their own backtracking. This kid, the work is really unorthodox. Brother Chen is not anxious, this time is indeed I did not watch Wang Chang'an, hey. Blame it on my momentary negligence. Jiang Che shook his head, which could be described as playing fake benevolence to the extreme. Elder brother Jiang, I have no way to explain to you zomping when you do things like this. It's fine, at that time, brother Chen, you will push it all onto my head. Anyway, the two of us have already formed a feud, and we are not afraid to do so again. We definitely won't let you have a hard time. Hey, it's just that, I'll bring the corpse back first. Has come to this point, even if Chen Sheriff wants to be angry, there is no way. After all, if this matter is really said, he is also greedy a lot of silver. He could only follow Jiang Che's words and push the matter to his head. Looking at the back of Chen Sheriff and his party gradually far away, Jiang Che's face smile gradually convergence, casually said. Did you find the buyer of that batch of goods? I'm looking for it. Several forces in the county know that we have just deducted the goods of the Chao gang. Not many dare to accept it and thus offend the Chao gang. My subordinates are contacting the merchants in other counties. Su Sanner slightly owed his body. Do it as soon as possible. Jiang Che nodded. Sheriff Chen, 200 taels of silver and you collected a corpse for me? Looking at the corpse covered with a white cloth, Yu Zongping's face was hard to see, his tone was no longer polite at the moment, even with a hint of questioning. This matter I also did not expect Jiang Che will do so absolute, silver collected, but also did not watch one old brother, resulting in him. Bit his tongue and killed himself. Chen arresting officer's head had a guilty look on his face. But want him to return the money, that's impossible. Don't ask, asking means that the silver has already been given to Jiang Che. He was purely volunteering to help. Kill yourself? Yu Zongping sneered, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. If I don't take this revenge, I, Yu Zongping, swear not to be a man. Chang and ah. Mrs. Wang staggered her feet and almost fell on the ground, peeling away, the teardrops on her face could not be suppressed, and she began to bawl when she fell on Wang Chang'an's corpse. She had only one brother. In normal days, no matter how the outsiders, but to her sister, can be said to be obedient. The relationship was extremely good. The other party was her only maternal family and her future dependents, and now that he died just like that, she instantly felt as if the sky had collapsed. Don't cry, Chang'an's revenge, I will ask Jiang Che for it. Yu Zongping only felt his brain buzzing as he listened to the crying. For how many years, no one had dared to tease him like this. Shame. Jiang Che. Jiang Che. Jiang Che. This name constantly echoed in Mrs. Wang's ears, and suddenly, she only felt an aura of light and recalled her previous memories. This person. Can't it be that it's the same Jiang Che that Madam Gangmaster instructed his brother to fix a month or so ago? Although there was no conclusive evidence yet, she just had this intuition in her heart. Raising her head, she looked at Yu Zongping and just wanted to say it, but thinking about the instructions of the gang leader's wife who warned them not to disclose the two siblings to anyone, she still swallowed back the words that had reached her mouth. She can also see the point that if Yu Zongping had the ability to kill Jiang Che, his own brother would not have become a corpse. One could only look for the gang leader's wife, and one had to look for her as well. Martial camp, cell. 3 inner breath realm martial artists were tied to the cross one by one. Jiang Che waved his hand, signaling all of them to go out, and then, slowly came in front of a few people. My lord, spare my life. I'm willing to sell my life for my lord. Poof. All 3 of them were awake, with different attitudes, but they had the only thing in common, which was that they vaguely guessed Jiang Che's purpose of bringing them from their cells into the Xiqing martial camp. To gather them and make them serve. There were actually many such examples, but any martial artist with a bit of strength, as long as they hadn't offended any big shots, there were people who had them fake their deaths and then change their identities to sell their lives. The only difference is that 2 of them are thirsty to go out immediately, and the last one is holding himself stronger than the 2 people around him, thinking of giving himself a mention of his value. Let Jiang Che be courteous and offer conditions that would satisfy him. But, obviously, all of them guessed wrong. Jiang Che wanted them just for the sake of the offering. Without even paying attention to the words of several people, he first tied the mouths of several people with strips of burlap, then took out a small knife from his sleeve and peeled open the chest of one person. The eyes calmly slid downwards. Tick. 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 The first person had fainted to death, while the second and third people's gazes quickly turned to horror. The other party was not trying to recruit them. It was to kill them. The first sacrifice was ready. Jiang Che placed the small bowl containing the martial artist's heartblood into the space of the heavenly monument, and then, with his gaze still very bland, he helped them tie their clothes. This was the first time Jiang Che had come to this world and personally killed someone. There was no imagined fear or so-called excitement. There was only calmness. Even the deaths of the 3 people did not cause much of a ripple. Perhaps, as early as the first moment he saw them, Jiang Che did not see them as human beings, but pure sacrifices. Leaving the cell, Jiang Che specifically stared at Geng Dabiao's few people to dispose of the bodies before he was relieved. With this kind of tactic of his, once word got out, he would almost be labeled as a demon of the devil's path. This was very unfavorable to him. He was a man who wanted to become a great and honorable man, not the kind of demon that everyone shouted at. Chapter 42, Ko Yuan Shang asks for punishment. Late at night, the inn. Jiang Che was lying on top of the bed and couch, resting with his eyes closed, but if one were to look closely, one would be able to realize that his sleeping posture was a bit special, completely different from the norm. Not bad, Jiang Che was precisely resting while practicing the brute ox strengths piledriver technique. Although the sacrifice could be a quick pass, directly allowing him to use his lifespan to save time for cultivation, he wouldn't slack off on weekdays. His cultivation could grow a bit, and the cost of the sacrifice would naturally attenuate quite a bit. Bang! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew open the window. Jiang Che's closed eyes snapped open, quickly drew out a long knife hanging above the bed, his eyes flared with a hint of murderous intent as he scanned the surroundings. Call. A light call. The room's candles were lit up the dark yellow light, the entire room illuminated. Jiang Che also saw everything in the room, immediately as the heart tightened. Because a figure was sitting in front of the table, staring at Jiang Che with a calm face. Chao Gang Master. Ko Yuan Shang. The 2 of them glanced at each other and were speechless. Jiang Che's gaze moved slightly, and the nervousness on his face quickly disappeared, revealing a smirk. It's a big night. Why didn't Ko Gang Master say hello when he came? It scared Mr. Jiang. I'm afraid that if I had greeted you, you wouldn't be the one waiting for me here at this time. Ko Yuanqing's face was cold, and there was still a vague air of danger in his eyes. What is Ko Gang Master talking about? Is it hard for me to harm you? Jiang Che put down his knife, as if he couldn't see the coldness on Ko Yuanqing's face. Instead, he took the teapot in a very intimate manner and helped the other party to pour a cup of tea and put it in front of him. The flavor of the herbal tea is also good. Ko Gang Master, taste it? Isn't Commander Jiang going to explain what happened today? Ko Yuansheng simply ignored Jiang Che's tea and directly opened the door to the question. At first, when he heard that Jiang Che had made a scene at the West City Pier, he did not believe it. Jiang Che had just received his own things not more than a few days ago. How could he turn his head and flip his face? As a result, the other party is really like this, not only flip, but also seized a boatload of Chao Gang's goods, and also in full view of the public. It is simply clear that they want to go against the Chao Gang. At that time, he was very angry, but then he thought about it and felt that there might be a hidden agenda, so he held back on the surface and secretly met with Jiang Che. He would like to see, Jiang Che can say what flower. Today's matter, even if Ko Gangmaster doesn't come to me, I am still prepared to meet Ko Gangmaster in person. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment and murmured. Meet me? Not bad. Now that you've met as well, just say what you have to say. Ko Yuansheng said in a deep voice. Jiang Che stood up and paced around the table, saying as he walked. This matter still has to start from the day before yesterday. Since I received something from Master Ko, how could I be the type of person who receives something and does not do anything? After I finished my chores, I personally met with County Lieutenant Zhu. And to its introduction and Ko Gangmaster to meet, thought this matter is 9 out of 10, but the result is I was reprimanded by County Lieutenant Zhu. Speaking here, Jiang Che revealed a difficult expression. Reprimanded? Aren't you County Lieutenant Zhu's beloved? Ko Yuansheng said in a cold voice. It's precisely because I'm a beloved that I was reprimanded, saying that I'm a traitor and suspecting that I'm colluding with you, which is why I'm helping to introduce you. Jiang Che frowned. Colluding with me? What does County Lieutenant Zhu mean by this? Ko Yuansheng also frowned, only feeling a little strange. Since Xu Sheng took office as Yanggu County Lieutenant, it seemed that he himself had never offended the other party, and for this reason, he even specifically approached Jiang Che for an introduction. You should have also heard that before Lieutenant Zhu had taken office, his family had suffered an ambush from the Crouching Tiger Mountain thieves. This matter made Lieutenant Zhu furious, and at the beginning of his term, he directly notified many officials in the county to purge the officials and clear the bandits. This. Ko Yuansheng hesitated. Jiang Che then continued. In the view of County Lieutenant Zhu, Crouching Tiger Mountain is hidden deep in the mountains, but never short of grain, grass, and ordnance. There must be someone who is secretly trading with them, and the Chao Gang is most likely to have this possibility, do you think? Shouldn't County Lieutenant Zhu be outraged? He looked at Ko Yuansheng and questioned in a deep voice. Ko Yuansheng was silent. Because Jiang Che's guess was not wrong, there was indeed a close relationship between Chao Gang and Crouching Tiger Mountain, and the other party was also one of Chao Gang's biggest allies. This matter has nothing to do with the Chao Gang. Ko Yuansheng opened his mouth after a long silence. Your words don't count. This matter has already been determined by County Lieutenant Zhu. Then what should be done? Ko Yuansheng's face was a bit ugly. If he was targeted by a powerful county lieutenant, the Chao Gang would have a hard time in the future, even though he and the county magistrate teamed up and were able to drive away the last county lieutenant. But it didn't mean that they could also drive away County Lieutenant Zhu. It is not true that they are local snakes, but they can't go too far. And between some conversations, the initiative was also taken by Jiang Che. He made a look of considering for the Chao Gang and said in a deep voice. This matter is not without room for maneuver. What is the solution? Just let County Lieutenant Zhu know that there is no collusion between the Chao Gang and that group of bandits from Crouching Tiger Mountain. But this matter is easy to say but difficult to do. Moreover, right now, the 3 fires of the new Lieutenant Zhu haven't been burned out yet. If the Chao Gang can't endure it and rebel against the Lieutenant Zhu, how far things will evolve, I won't be able to guarantee it. Is it hard to just sit back and wait for death? Ko Yuansheng gazed at Jiang Che. He had killed since the recklessness, although nowadays he had gotten used to the pampering, but the habits in his bones had not changed. If Xu Sheng really bullied people too much, he was not without the power of resistance. Of course not. Have me in which to maneuver. Shu County Lieutenant will not be too much, but on the surface some things I have to do, like today, if I do not go to make trouble. Shu County Lieutenant will since suspect my loyalty. Ko old brother, you also have to sympathize with me. Jiang Che had a helpless expression on his face, as if he was also forced to do so. Ko Yuansheng didn't know whether he believed Jiang Che's words or not, but just said. Today's matter will be considered in the past, but when are you going to return the goods you seized? This matter is simple to say simple, but difficult to say difficult. Jiang Che showed a difficult color. Have something to say straight. As long as the Zhu County Lieutenant's side opened his mouth, these goods you can send someone to take away at any time, but now the problem is that the Zhu County Lieutenant does not send word, my side does not dare to return to you. Jiang Che said a bunch of nonsense to stall. There is really no way? There is no way. Speak. Shu County is in urgent need of some things. If Master Ko can help to find all of them, coupled with my maneuvering, I think it's not difficult to resolve this grudge. Jiang Che smiled lightly, ready to catch Chao Gang's sheep and pull wool over its head. Request for tickets. Chapter 43 Collusion. What does County Lieutenant Zhu want? For Jiang Che's words, Ko Yuansheng was half believing and half skeptical, always feeling that the other party might still want to take advantage of the opportunity to knock a sum of money. In short, for Jiang Che this person, with the previous lesson, he would not completely trust. But does it matter? Of course it doesn't matter, as long as it can achieve his purpose. County Lieutenant Zhu is now in urgent need of a good quality corpse blood mushroom, as well as a good fury place, as long as Master Ko can take out these things, I believe. Some misunderstandings can definitely be resolved. Jiang Che's expression was sincere and did not appear to be hypocritical. Corpse blood mushroom. In severing ground. Ko Yuanqing recited a few words and stared at Jiang Che. These things are good for evil demons, but they won't be of much use to County Lieutenant Zhu, right? This I wouldn't know. I only know that County Lieutenant Zhu was in dire need and specifically sent me to look for these things. Saying more is more wrong. Jiang Che was not prepared to explain too much. I'll go back and think of a way. I'll inform you when I have news. Ko Yuanqing stood up, his expression resuming its aloofness, and it was impossible to tell if he had believed Jiang Che's bull. Ko Gangmaster, take your time. Jiang Che slightly arched his hand and waited for the other party to leave before the smile on his face gradually faded away. His own strength was still too weak after all. Facing Ko Yuanqing's sudden intrusion could only be temporarily resolved with this method. Sacrificing the three extreme frightening fury, there is no time to lose. Back to the main hall of Chao Gang, Ko Yuanqing's suspicion in his heart still remained unabated. Frowning, he pushed open the door of his room. He always felt that the things Jiang Che asked him for were somewhat unlike what Zhu Sheng liked. Can't it be that Zhu Sheng secretly practiced devilish techniques? It shouldn't be. According to his judgments summarized through many sources, Zhu Sheng should be the kind of character that is more steady and likes to plan and then move. Gang Master. You are back? On the bed couch, a ripe and beautiful woman in a cool red dress sat up, revealing a pair of long legs that looked like white jade. Her face looked like a goose egg, her peach blossom charming eyes were like water, and even though she was over 30 years old, she still did not lose her charm. Why hasn't the lady rested yet? The sadness on Ko Yuanqing's face gradually turned into a smile, very considerate to help the lady pour a cup of tea and send it to the bedside. This is his most favored lady in these years. If you don't come, I can't sleep. Just now I saw you look sad, but something happened? Mrs. Yu asked softly. Ko Yuanqing nodded. He and his wife had been supporting each other for many years. There were mostly no secrets between them, so he then told the whole story about Jiang Che and Zhu Sheng. After hearing this, Madame Yu sighed softly and looked ashamed. Gangmaster, this matter is my reason. Your reason? Ko Yuanqing was a little confused about the situation. How did it involve the lady again? Everything Jiang Che did was directed at my concubine. Lady Yu raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Today Yu Zongping's wife, Wang Xiuqing, had approached her and told her all about Wang Cheng'en's death as well as Jiang Che's affairs, and pleaded with her to step in and help her brother avenge his blood. At that time, Mrs. Yu was horrified in her heart and could be said to have lost her color on the spot. She never thought that Jiang Che, who had fallen to the auxiliary military camp, not only didn't die, but instead transformed into the vice commander of the western city, and also directly approached Wang Cheng'en. Then sooner or later, it would also be investigated to her. After thinking about it, Mrs. Yu understands in her heart that the only way to get rid of Jiang Che is to rely on Ko Yuanqing, and never let Jiang Che repeat his father's path to death step by step as he did before. The tiger is overcrowded. Jiang Che has become a climate. With her means to deal with Jiang Che is not simple, can only tell Ko Yuanqing things, so that there will not be accidents that she cannot control. What's going on? Ko Yuanqing's face sank. 20 years ago. Mrs. Yu told all the grudges between herself and Jiang Che. The Jiang family and the Yu family were both considered wealthy households in Yanggu County back then, not to say one of the best, but also not a small reputation. Later on, because of a business, the two families have a grudge. Ultimately, the Yu family was Jiang family toppled, fell into a broken family. She can only be sold under the name of a greenhouse, and her father was Jiang Che grandfather to use the relationship with the county sent into the auxiliary military battalion. After that, it has even died at the border, no more news. She carries hatred, has been holding back, thinking of one day to take revenge. As a result, when she followed Ko Yuanqing, finally have the ability to take revenge when the Jiang family, but the family has fallen. The whole family, only a teenager left Jiang Che fishing for a living. She put her grudge on Jiang Che to make things repeat what happened back then. Jiang Che therefore took over the military service for someone under Wang Cheng'en's arrangement and was sent to the auxiliary military camp, but she was also afraid that Jiang Che would not die at the border. After that, she let someone to make connections, ready to let Jiang Che not live until the day of pulling out of the battalion. As a result, a short 10 months later, things came to a huge reversal. So it is so. Now, Ko Yuancheng realized that Jiang Che's goal was always the Chao gang, and the things he gave him were not useful at all. He had received his own things and still wanted to get himself killed. Even if he found a way to give Jiang Che the corpse blood mushroom and the land of the underworld, I'm afraid it wouldn't reach Zhu Sheng's hands. Dog thief. Ko Yuancheng cursed. Jiang Che was treating him like a little cutie. Juggling. Don't worry, ma'am, since Jiang Che has a blood feud with the Yu family, I will definitely find a way to help you take revenge afterward. Ko Yuancheng wanted to kill Jiang Che right now, but the timing was not right. Jiang Che was the red man in front of Zhu Sheng. Now that the other party had just assumed office and killed Jiang Che, it was completely hitting Zhu Sheng's face. The consequences caused could not be small. It is estimated that Jiang Che also knows this point, so it is unscrupulous. The concern of the gangmaster is clear in my heart, but it's not like Jiang Che is the only one who wants to contact Zhu Sheng. Seeing that her purpose was achieved, Madame Yu immediately began to help Ko Yuancheng plan. Madame is talking about Lu Ji and Go Xinren? Lu Ji can't be contacted for the time being, but Go Niannian is not necessarily. The other party has followed Zhu Sheng for many years, in terms of trust far exceeds Jiang Che, and the other party also has a blood feud with Jiang Che, so it's just possible to borrow his hand to stabilize Zhu Sheng. Mrs. Yu's gaze slightly condensed. Good, I'll send someone to contact the surname Go. Of course Ko Yuancheng had investigated Jiang Che's feud with the Go brothers, but at that time, he thought it would be simpler to draw Jiang Che in, so he gave the other party something to bribe. That's not necessary. The Go family and my Yu family had some relationship in the early years. My concubine has the certainty to pull this person in. Mrs. Yu said in a deep voice. It was precisely because of some relationship that she had used silver to re-establish her relationship with Go Bunyi in the first place, only to be cut off in the middle of the process and then fail. She has already met Go Bunyi secretly today, and the two sides talked happily. Is this statement true? Ko Yuancheng's face showed joy. Go Bunyi's authority is bigger than Lu Ji, not only as a city commander, but also in charge of the county's military battalion. The power can be ranked into the top 5 in the county. But he has a condition. What condition? Use Jiang Che's death to honor his brother's spirit in heaven. Chapter 44 Shock Yanggu County. In a county with a population of only over 100,000, news spreads very fast, and the day Jiang Che made a big mess of the Chao Gang's West City pier, the next day almost everyone with a head of state got the news. Moreover, the news was spreading more and more outrageously. There were already signs of people spreading the news. After all, the identities of both parties in the conflict were not simple. What is the Chao Gang? Yanggu County's #1 gang, firmly at the top of the West City, and still expanding its power towards other urban areas. Its Chao transport is even out of Yanggu County, in the surrounding counties are well known. It has been standing for more than 10 years, and few people dare to mess with it. Even for official figures, if they are not the two giants of county magistrates and county lieutenants, the rest of the officials don't dare to go against the Chao Gang, and their interests are even more taboo. Some people even made a nursery rhyme, Chao Gang dominates Linjiang. The power of the Chao Gang was evident. The other side is not simple either. As the youngest deputy commander of Yanggu County, its legendary experience is also admired. Just 10 months' time, from a green Linjiang fishing and selling fish for a living, from the people to the official, a fist kneels Dengyan. Itself is the newly appointed county governor in front of the big red man. These two sides of the power of the encounter, it is difficult not to let people deep into the thought. In particular, Jiang Che did a great job, not only made a big fuss to seize a shipment of goods from the Chao Gang, but also directly chopped off the arm of Wang Chang'an, the brother-in-law of Yu Zongping, the head of the Black Water Hall, and brought him back to the Shiqingwu camp. A few hours later, Wang Chang'an went in standing up and came out lying down. Bit his tongue and killed himself? Who could believe such a finalization? It could be said that Jiang Che made a big mess of the Chao Gang, his own popularity soared, and many forces were speculating to observe what Zhu Sheng's purpose of doing this was. Was he about to make a move against the Chao Gang? If so, how would Zhao Mingcheng, as the magistrate, respond? Is another hidden exchange about to begin? Some people are looking forward to it, some are afraid, and some are ready to watch it with cold eyes. I can suppress him for a moment, can I suppress him for a lifetime? When my father loses power, when he rises, do you know what he will do then? He will return today's shame on you 100 times, 1,000 times. Jiang Che's heart can be honored and not humiliated. Go by, Wu Changfeng, and that auxiliary soldier who teamed up to deal with Jiang Che, all of these people who have offended Jiang Che, he has cut down all of them. He even went out of his way to make a deadly feud with Go Bunyi. Such a person is good at holding back, but the longer he holds back, the stronger his repressed hatred will be, and my father is indeed able to hold him down now. But have you ever thought about the future? I want you to marry him, it is to pull him together and look favorably on him, not to force him. You go back and think about it. Before you don't think about it, don't contact him for the time being. Seeing Jiang Che again after a few days, Zhu Qingqing's ears were still constantly echoing her father's words of lecturing herself that day, and it was for this reason that she didn't take the initiative to look for the other person again. But the two of them, one being Zhu Shang's close subordinate and the other being Zhu Shang's beloved daughter, would always come into contact. Just like this time, Zhu Qingqing just wanted to say something, but she hardened and suppressed the words on her lips. She heard about what Jiang Che did yesterday, acting viciously, wildly and recklessly, completely different from the polite and courteous manner he usually showed, and it also made her gradually agree with her father's evaluation of Jiang Che. Ms. Zhu. Jiang Che stood face to face with Zhu Qingqing, nodding slightly with a faint smile on his face. Jiang. Commander Jiang. Zhu Qingqing returned. After saying that, Zhu Qingqing stopped, while Jiang Che quickly brushed past, as if it was just a polite greeting, looking back at the other parties rapidly disappearing back. Zhu Qingqing had mixed feelings in her heart. For Jiang Che she is actually still a little reluctant, because this is the only one over the years to reject her, but also saved his man, originally thought Jiang Che can be worthy of their own. As a result, it seems that she thought wrong. Jiang Che is not willing to get along with herself at all. In her heart, she also vaguely understood. The first time she saw Jiang Che, will speak out to disparage ridicule, in its heart of the impression is afraid very bad, but she also did not know in advance that Jiang Che turned out to be quite excellent. For some reason, Zhu Qingqing's heart. There is a kind of inexplicable loss. Zhu House Inner Hall. All the power holders of Zhu Shang's lineage are here. Go Ningyan, Lu Ji, and others have long arrived. Jiang Che is the last to arrive besides Zhu Shang, and as soon as he entered, he greeted Lu Ji. And Go Yanxian is not surprised, drinking tea by himself, looks harmless. But in reality, Jiang Che has been keeping an eye on this person, knowing that Go unkindly also in just a few days, the thunder and lightning resolved a few thorns, and now has taken control of the South City Martial Arts Battalion and Yanggu County Martial Arts Battalion. His means and strength were equally not bad. As for his realm, he had also consulted Lu Ji, and both of them were at the bone-forging realm cultivation, the difference being that Lu Ji was only a beginner, while Go Ningyan had been immersed for a long time. Soon after, Zhu Sheng appeared in the finale. The three of them rose and saluted at the same time as a sign of reverence. Zhu Sheng waved his hand, letting a few people be excused, then sat directly on top of the main seat and said, "It has been a few days since I arrived here to take office. Several of you have done a good job. You haven't degraded the reputation of my Wind Character Battalion, and even more so, you haven't let this official down. Very good." Zhu Sheng rubbed the teacup with the tea lid, the smile on his face unabated. "It's all under your lordship's wise command. My subordinate doesn't dare to take the credit." Go Wenxian was the first to open his mouth, placing his posture very low. Jiang Che, Lu Ji and the two of them also followed with compliments. This official is not a person who is pleased with his work. You guys did a good job, no need to be humble. Zhu Sheng waved his hand, could not see happy, but what was shown was by no means gloomy. What Jiang Che did, you all think you have heard about it, what do you think? Zhu Sheng's gaze turned to Lu Ji and Go Wenxian. My subordinate has no objections. Lu Ji immediately responded. Instead of having no objections, my subordinate feels that Vice Commander Jiang has done a good job. Your Excellency is taking office for the first time, you have to show an attitude, and the last robbery must not be let off lightly, it's a matter of your Excellency's face. Go Yan had a grave face, then continued. As for the matter of fighting bandits, my subordinate is also supervising, the Armed Forces Battalion. Those old and weak have been cut, are stepping up the practice, necessary to make Crouching Tiger Mountain pay the price of blood. During you do things, this official is still very assured, today called you guys over, is to discuss how to get a foothold in Yanggu County, in short a sentence to summarize. This official can eat meat, you will absolutely not gnaw bones, but there is a premise. You have to cooperate in good faith, don't fight in private, lest you give people a chance to take advantage of it. Zhu Sheng gazed at the three people and admonished. He was using Lu Ji to check the unstable-minded Go Xinyan, and he was also using Go Xinyan to check the newly promoted Jiang Che. As for infighting, this was something he was happy to see, as long as it was not in the open and did not affect his scheming. The subordinate understands. Subordinate understands. Several people said in unison. Well, there is also within each city. Chapter 45 Great Harvest. Don't feed the book. Commander Jiang, I know that you have some misunderstandings about me, but I hope that you can understand that we are the ones who are one nowadays, and something like infighting will only allow outsiders to take advantage of it. After the Win character camp's small group talk was over, Go Shulian's trio left the inner hall together, and while walking to the door, he stopped and called out to Jiang Che, uttering these remarks. Commander Go has let go of that grudge against your brother? Jiang Che asked rhetorically with a playful smile on his face. Unrighteousness is to blame. I advised him a long time ago not to do things too desperately, and sure enough, after that, he planted himself in your hands, and if I say I don't hate it, I don't think you'll believe it either. But if you say how strong the hatred is, it is not so strong. First temporarily stand firm, after that you and I again openly and honestly then again, it will be regarded as completely in that grudge. How? Go Yan gazed ahead and said in a deep voice, his expression did not look like he was faking. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly, then he nodded. That's best. Before I leave, I'll send you one more sentence. Sometimes too much wind is not a good thing. The water in Yanggu County is very deep, you can't grasp it. Go Wenxian smiled at Jiang Che and turned to leave. At the entrance of the Zhu mansion, Jiang Che, Lu Ji and the two of them watched each other leave. What does your honor think of what Go Nunner said? Jiang Che glanced at Lu Ji. Lu Ji pondered for a moment, turned his head to look at the Zhu mansion and did not say much, pulling Jiang Che to walk for a while before speaking. What he said, in fact, is also what I want to warn you, as they say, would show in the forest wind will destroy, you practice martial arts talent is too good, Zhu County Lieutenant valued. But you have not thought, if Zhu County Lieutenant no longer valued you, you will be where? You are now arrogant and domineering. Is the new Lieutenant Zhu County deliberately built a knife? The knife, hurt people also hurt themselves. Once County Lieutenant Zhu no longer needs you, or rather, exchanges you for greater benefits, do you know what he will do? Break me with his own hands. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. It is good that you understand, and you should also prepare early. Earlier I think the Zhu County Lieutenant intends to accept you as a virtuous son-in-law at the knee, but now it seems his attitude is a little different again. Lu Ji was likewise a human savant, able to detect details in the smallest of details. Jiang Che knew why, because he had rejected Zhu Qingqing. As for this person, Go Shinren, you have to be doubly careful from now on. Lu Ji's words changed. In the past, I felt that Go Nunner was nothing more than that, only because of his seniority that he was able to mix well in the Windward camp, but it is different now. A person who can put down the hatred of killing his younger brother has a much bigger agenda. I understand. From start to finish, Jiang Che had never let his guard down. The more the other party showed disinterest, the more vigilant he was. What are you going to do with the shipment that Chao Gang withheld? Between the two of them chatting, they soon talked about Jiang Che's big mess on the Chao Gang's pier. Sell them in batches and exchange them for silver, there will be a share for your lordship at that time. Even if Lu Ji didn't say it, he would still count it in. After all, a relationship bound with benefits is always a bit deeper. This I am not good at accepting. Lu Ji shook his head after weighing the situation, the reason why he was willing to follow Zhu Sheng to decentralize the local counties. In fact, he already had the idea of retirement, and did not want to have too many twists and turns. For this reason, also handed over the power to Jiang Che. Nowadays, although Jiang Che is nominally the deputy commander, the authority he holds is actually no different from the real Shiqing commander. Jiang Che smiled and disagreed with Lu Ji's statement. If you don't accept it, how can I accept it? If my subordinate doesn't receive it, how can I send it to County Lieutenant Zhu? If I don't send it to County Lieutenant Zhu, how can you and I continue to rise in rank? You kid. Crooked reasoning is quite a set. Lu Ji was amused by Jiang Che's remarks, and then also agreed to share a share of silver. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The news of Jiang Che's clash with the Chao Gang continued to ferment, but unexpectedly, the Chao Gang even chose to endure this. For a while, rumors were spreading. My lord, this is the last batch of goods obtained. In the West City Marshal camp, Susanner neatly placed a box of silver taels on the table. This was already the third batch. Up to this point, the Chao Gang's entire shipload of goods had all been sold cleanly at a low price. The proceeds amounted to several hundred taels of grain silver, and if it wasn't for the urgency of the sale, it could have been another 20% higher. Jiang Che nodded, satisfied with Susanner's ability. He was also satisfied with the Chao Gang's boatload of goods. In addition to a portion of grain, that shipment also held a large amount of medicinal herbs and fabrics and spices, which could be said to have made Jiang Che's brain full of fat at one time. Of course, this kind of thing can only be done once. If he keeps on doing this, he will not be far away from being targeted. After all, the Chao Gang itself is a huge combination of interests. All these silver taels are to be distributed to many people. How could these people keep tolerating the loss of benefits? These silver will be distributed by you in a few days, don't chill the hearts of the brethren. Jiang Che took out half of it and pushed the other half in the box to Su Sanner. He had already initially divided it up. Zhu Sheng split 30%, himself 40%, Lu Shi 10%, and the remaining 20% to Gengdabiao Su Sanner as well as the pawns under his hand. Many thanks, my lord. Su Sanner owed a slight bow. In addition, the matter of purchasing household goods should also be on the agenda, you see to it. My subordinate will retire. My lord, there is someone outside to deliver a letter to you. The two had just finished their conversation when Gengdabiao followed closely into the inner hall. Jiang Che spread out the paper, and there was only a small line of words on it. The things you want are ready, come to the inn to pick them up. Without needing to guess, Jiang Che knew whose handiwork this was. This is what you want. Inside the inn's compartment, Ko Yuansheng opened the wooden box, revealing what was inside. It was about an inch long, crimson in color, with dots of green spots, and when smelling it, it had a strange fragrance. It was clearly the corpse blood mushroom recorded in the book. Jiang Che swept a glance, took the box and covered it, nodding. The Chao Gang's methods are truly extraordinary. The wool was indeed gleaned correctly. Don't forget what you promised me before. Ko Yuansheng gazed at Jiang Che, his attitude was the same as before, making it impossible to see any surprises. Ko Gangmaster, don't worry, Jiang Mao has always done things as he said, but I seem to have said one more thing before, right? Jiang Che's face contained a light smile, with 10 more channels of Yin Qi. He would then be able to cultivate the 3 Jedi frightening fury. In order to find the land of Yin Fury that County Lieutenant Zhu wants, the price that this Gangmaster paid is not small. What Gangmaster Ko pays today, what he gains in the coming day will definitely be more. The place of Yin Fury is in the Black Valley more than 10 miles outside of the city. Tomorrow noon, I will have someone wait for you here and take you there to confirm that there is no mistake, but only this time. If you still can't see County Lieutenant Zhu, then I won't blame Ko for turning the tables. Ko Yuansheng lightly grunted before waving his sleeve and turning to leave, his eyes transmitting a hint of grimness. This is natural. Looking at the doorway that was no longer in sight, Jiang Che leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. 3 more requests for votes. Chapter 46, Countering an Army. My lord, after much planning by my subordinates, I have finally caught the trail of that group of thieves and bandits. Inside the Shu Mansion study, Jiang Che bowed towards the other party, his eyes shining brightly. Yes, just after agreeing on a time with Ko Yuansheng, Jiang Che quickly counterattacked him. The expression Ko Yuansheng displayed was not any different, but Jiang Che just felt something wrong from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he had learned that the one who had been targeting him was Ko Yuansheng's wife, he had been on the defensive, especially since Go Bai had said before his death that it was someone who was preparing to kill him through Go Nunnery. This meant that the other party probably had some relationship with Go Bunchang. When he killed Wang Chang'an, he had already alerted the snakes. As long as the other party did not make stupid mistakes, then the next time he was targeted was bound to be a sure kill situation, especially, Ko Yuansheng had not waited for him to take a stand. Then directly said to let people take him to confirm, seems to be some impatient meaning. As for that, Jiang Che gathers the wool of the Chao Gang. In fact, at that time is also the trend of just late-night visit Ko Yuansheng. No matter from which side of the argument, he is not a rival, can only be false with the snake. All of these possibilities made Jiang Che suspicious. Furthermore, even if there are no such possibilities, Jiang Che is also prepared to do this last deal and then completely turn over his face, and will not put himself in a dangerous situation at all. If he guessed correctly, tomorrow's Black Valley must have an ambush targeting him. If he guessed correctly, he would be rewarded. If he didn't guess right, he didn't have anything to lose. Of course, Zhu Sheng was needed to intervene. Zhu Sheng's eyes quickly shifted at the words, his body slightly tilted, gazing at Jiang Che and asked, "What's going on?" Jiang Che stood up and directly recounted the beginning and end of the matter. From the time Ko Yuansheng approached him late at night, he put forward some harsh conditions to put off the other party, but today, he said that he had already found what he wanted, but he needed to go and fetch it in person. At the same time, he also told him about his grudge with Mrs. Ko Yuansheng. Sooner or later, Zhu Sheng would know about these things, and it was better to say it sooner rather than later. Zhu Sheng's eyes looked Jiang Che up and down. In that case, you have a grudge with Chao Gang, and are deliberately encouraging this official to start a conflict with Chao Gang as a way to help you take revenge, is that right? Yes. Aren't you afraid that this official will dismiss you and investigate you in anger? Zhu Sheng snorted coldly. Although my subordinate has selfishness, but the loyalty to the Lord is visible to the heavens. The reason why I offered advice for the Lord at that time was to stand in the position of the Lord to think about the problem. In this regard, the subordinate's heart is not guilty. As for the subordinate's personal vendetta, is also only to go along with the trend. If your honor wants to punish, my subordinate also please your honor after this matter to punish again. Jiang Che lowered his head and replied. How can you be sure that Ko Yuansheng will definitely ask Crouching Tiger Mountain's people to ambush you? Zhu Sheng's face was hidden behind the shadows. It was impossible to tell if he was angry or happy. His tone was bland. My subordinate thinks that your lordship should also be able to see that the forces in Yanggu County seem to be disorganized, but most of all, the Jianghu is still dominated by the Chao gang, and the officialdom is dominated by County Magistrate Zhao. Crouching Tiger Mountain is independent, but it is impossible to be self-sufficient. The connection between it and the Chao gang must be very deep. The Chao gang is too big a target to take action against me, but Crouching Tiger Mountain is different. Plus, my subordinate inquired about the predicament that the last county lieutenant encountered. It can almost be concluded. From the beginning of the Crouching Tiger Mountain hijacking, it is a plot that has been long planned against your excellency. To this, adults cannot hide, cannot let, only struggle to the end. Jiang Che's words were decisive and forceful, and seemed to really stand in Zhu Sheng's position to speak. Then you report to me, are you preparing to counter-ambush them with one hand? Your excellency is wise, you can see through my subordinate's arrangement at a glance. Jiang Che nodded. Such elementary bragging, Zhu Sheng was not too receptive since, and just casually said. What are you going to do? I hope that your excellency will mobilize the Wind Character Battalion's men and go to the Black Valley to ambush them. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. Wind Character Battalion. It seems that you don't trust Commander Go. Zhu Sheng looked at Jiang Che with a smile. Not bad, my subordinate can't trust him. Give me a reason. My subordinate was targeted by Gobai in the beginning, but actually there is another reason. Jiang Che then told the whole story about the connection between Mrs. Ko Yuansheng and Gobai. Zhu Sheng tapped his fingers on the desktop, his face contemplative. Other than that, there is another reason. Speak. As your lordship wants to gain a foothold, you should show your power. As long as the Wind Character Battalion moves, everyone in Yanggu County will know that even if your lordship transfers out, he will still be able to control the Wind Character Battalion. This will be a great boost to your lordship's prestige. Just do as you say, but you also have to remember, if there is a next time, this official won't put it down so gently. Zhu Sheng faintly said. Jiang Che understood the meaning of what Zhu Sheng said, which was nothing but that he instigated Zhu Sheng to start a conflict with Chao Gang, which was equivalent to utilizing him, which was considered not a small taboo in the officialdom. My subordinate keeps this in mind. Jiang Che bowed and then placed the wooden box that had been prepared long ago on the desktop of the study. What is it? Zhu Sheng frowned slightly. This is Yanggu County's most famous osmanthus flour cake, your honor, taste it to see if it suits your appetite. Looking at the smile on Jiang Che's face, Zhu Sheng brought the wooden box in front of him, and with a knock of his hands, the box opened a crack, revealing several rows of silver ingots neatly arranged inside. With that, a smile appeared on his face. The silver was not much, but it was Jiang Che's attitude. Then he recovered the box and nodded his head. The pastries are good, this official accepts it, but it's just a little less to fill up the belly. The Chao gang has been saving up for more than 10 years. I think there are a lot of pastries in the storehouse. As long as we can catch the handle this time, and eliminate them in one go, the adults will not only be able to eat, but also be able to eat and hold on to them. The smile on Jiang Che's face was meaningful. Zhu Sheng closed his eyes, seemingly weighing the situation for a long time before opening his mouth. This matter is significant, be careful. Subordinate understands. Jiang Che nodded. The next day, noon. Jiang Che arrived at the inn as promised and met the person from the Chao gang who received him. The other party didn't talk nonsense, and after confirming the time, they immediately led him to the Black Valley. On the way, Jiang Che inquired about his identity during their conversation. Surnamed Ren, he was one of the protectors of the Chao gang, and he usually followed Ko Yuansheng closely. After about an hour or so, the two of them finally arrived at the Black Valley, and at a glance, there was a black patch, like the ashes left behind after someone had once set fire to the mountain. Commander Jiang, come with me, the land of Yin Fury is within the valley. Protector Ren acted respectfully and courteously. Protector Ren can just lead the way. Jiang Che nodded. Entering the valley, it was wide open, black ironwood spread all over the mountains and forests, and after walking along the road for another small half a quarter of an hour, Protector Ren stopped and pointed to a cave in front of him. This place is the place of Yin Fury that Commander Jiang wants. Several years ago, there were demonic people practicing devil's power who often frequented this place, and it was only recently that I was able to find it with great difficulty. Thank you, Protector Ren, for leading the way. Your mission is accomplished. Chapter 47, You Came at the Right Time. Jiang Che didn't know when, had already appeared at the side of Protector Ren. A hand that looked like an iron pincer pinched his neck, and with a gentle pinch, the other party looked like a puddle of mud, slowly collapsing. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, a familiar figure also slowly appeared, looking Jiang Che up and down. You are alert, but unfortunately. You are alert, but it's a pity that you're a bit late after all. The person was none other than Crouching Tiger Mountain Song Ji, who had robbed and killed the Shu family's family. As he appeared, within the cave, between the surrounding mountains and forests, dozens of figures gradually appeared, each holding swords and soldiers, surrounding Jiang Che. Sealed his retreat. This was a killing game specifically targeting Jiang Che. However, their appearance would transfer this killing game to the Chao Gang. Not too late, you guys came at the right time. Jiang Che laughed lightly at Song Ji, the corner of his mouth grinning out in an arc. The other party's action had not exceeded his expectation. Then he took out the firework signal from his bosom and pulled it gently. Swoosh! Boom! A bright firework exploded with a bang. Jiang Che's sudden movement startled everyone present, including of course Song Ji, whose pupils shrunk slightly as a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. You guessed early that there would be an ambush? Congratulations for answering correctly, but unfortunately, there is no reward. Jiang Che smiled, took out the standard long knife from his waist and slowly drew it out, the blade pointing straight at Song Ji. Very good, unfortunately. With that bit of strength of yours, you're still going to die today. Song Ji snorted coldly. Even if he knew that Jiang Che had prepared for this, he was still not ready to retreat at this moment. He and Jiang Che had exchanged hands. A fist will be able to knock it back, enough to prove that the two people's strength difference is huge. He has certainty in Jiang Che ambush before the people show up. This person will be put to death. After saying that, Song Ji did not delay time. A hand took a 9-ringed sword, stepped forward fiercely, with the momentum of force splitting Huashan, toward Jiang Che blasted down. But the current Jiang Che wasn't the strength he had during the previous interception. After 2 sacrifices, he had not only broken through the inner breath realm, he was likewise proficient in the small completion of the cool wind blade power. He was not what he used to be. In the face of Song Ji's sudden move, he did not have the slightest panic, just footsteps gently withdrew, and avoided the other party's powerful knife. Song Ji failed to strike, quickly changed his stance and turned into a horizontal sweep. Knife momentum with a knife wind, blowing away a strand of long hair in front of Jiang Che's forehead. The next moment, Jiang Che moved, the knife in his hand at a tricky angle, direct horizontal cut. If this knife is implemented, Song Ji's end will definitely be split in 2. But Song Ji is not a nameless generation, vertical and horizontal Yanggu County domain for many years. He is equally famous, a hand of iron fist, the same realm of martial artists few people enemy. In the face of Jiang Che's change of tactics, although he was surprised but also not panicked. Bending his waist backward, he narrowly avoided Jiang Che's blade. Ding ding ding. Swish swish swish. Jiang Che and Song Ji's exchange of blows was very fast, the two blades sparring, body movement, and from time to time, they also utilized their strength to dodge, and in just a few breaths of time, they even passed more than 10 moves. So you hid your clumsiness that day. Between the exchanges, Song Ji was staring at Jiang Che. In his heart, he didn't believe that Jiang Che could improve to such a level in just half a month's time, and only subconsciously felt that Jiang Che was hiding his strength. Jiang Che did not respond to this at all. In the middle of the fight, he didn't have the heart to talk, and there was no need to explain to a person who was bound to die. And in the two of them exchanged this moment, Jiang Che issued a signal as finally a response. The surrounding jungle, a group of birds and beasts perched in panic dispersed. It could be clearly detected that another group of people were encircling the surroundings. Song Ji's face changed, and he immediately ordered to drink. Retreat! And at this moment, he also knew that it was not good. A cold light came out from the bottom of his eyes, the internal energy around his body converged at one point, and his entire right palm began to glow a light green color, transmitting a sense of evil. Green Fury Body Refining Scripture. The body refining method that he practiced, once he started, his body would glow with the color of green ghost with the operation of his internal breath, and it was precisely by using the Green Fury Kung Fu that he knocked Jiang Che over with 2 punches in the first place. If not for the reinforcements, Jiang Che would have been killed under his hands. At this moment, in order to have a quick battle, he could be said to have used his full strength, a strand of internal breath as if digging open the river mouth riverbank. constantly surging to the right arm. The green color also rapidly deepened. Drink! The 9-ring blade lagged in the air as he violently hammered forward. In the face of Song Ji's killing move, Jiang Che did not dare to have the slightest carelessness at this moment, even though he was not the same as before. In the moment the other party was storing up his strength. He also immediately mobilized all the internal energy in his body. Deshang's brute ox strength pilework, while he at the moment in the ground tightly connected, force from the ground, the whole person as a piece of green stone and the torrent standing still, although the palm of the hand did not change color. However, the veins on top of his arm were still rapidly rippling up, and he similarly stepped towards the ground and passed it forward. Boom! With a muffled grunt, the two fists collided. The ground all seemed to sink slightly at this moment, countless amounts of dust raised under the blowing of the fist wind. Bang bang bang! After the short contact, the powerful recoil immediately caused the two to separate. Jiang Che retreated 2 steps back, while Song Ji retreated 4 or 5 steps back in a row. The ground was filled with trampled shoe prints. This can't be! Song Ji looked at this scene with eyes full of shock, his heart struggling to accept it. How was this possible? Not long ago, Jiang Che had been knocked over by his fist and suffered a not-so-light injury, but at this moment, he was actually an even match with him. No, not evenly matched, Jiang Che also slightly better. He couldn't believe it, but the pain coming from his arm made him believe it. Gritting his teeth, he gave Jiang Che a hateful look and turned around to leave. As for this ending, Jiang Che was actually a bit surprised. After all, he was only in the internal breath realm, while Song Ji's arms were greenish, definitely a solid bone-forging realm. Both sides struck with all their might, and the other party actually retreated a few more steps than him. However, he quickly reacted. Because he practiced the barbarian ox strength has reached the great success, and it is not an unusual great success, but the great success realm that was deduced to the extreme by the sacrificial heavenly tablet, and the pilework has reached the top. It was able to counteract quite a bit of the backlash. Watching Song Ji leaving, Jiang Che of course could not let go. This was the evidence to bring down the Chao gang. Not caring about the huge consumption in his body, Jiang Che backhandedly grasped the long knife inserted on the ground and immediately killed up, sealing Song Ji's retreat. His knife was like the wind, continuous. The cool wind blade momentum was wielded by him to the fullest. Song Ji's heart was in retreat, but also Jiang Che's exchange of words gave birth to a trace of doubt. 10% of his strength could only be utilized 80%, and in a split second, he was suppressed by Jiang Che in the lower wind. At this moment, in the gap between the two of them, Crouching Tiger Mountain's bandits and Wind Character Battalion's elites also completely exchanged hands, almost a one-sided suppression. Killing sound makes people palpitate. Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, a cracking sound exploded. A sharp arrow with a cold light grazed Jiang Che's earlobe and shot straight towards Song Ji. The sudden change made him unable to react. He was pierced by an arrow through his left shoulder and nailed to the trunk of a nearby tree. Ask for recommendation tickets. Moon vote. Do not raise the book. All old brothers. Chapter 48, Successful Sacrifice, Inner Breath. Great achievement. Ho ho! Song Ji sucked in a cool breath, wanting to draw out the arrow, but the immense pain at his shoulder was making him somewhat powerless at the moment, and he had to clench his teeth, his body violently leaning forward. The arrow was still firmly nailed to the tree trunk. While he was actively and completely penetrated, and the white arrow feather was completely dyed red by his blood, and just as he wanted to make a move, a cold blade landed at his neck. Song Dongjia, do you want to bet on whether or not this knife of mine will fall? Jiang Che looked down at Song Ji. Compared to the initial interception, the situation was already reversed at this moment. After gazing at Jiang Che for a breath of time, Song Ji sighed lightly and lowered his head powerlessly. The surrounding exchanges have gradually begun to wind down. The face of elite Windward Battalion soldiers, these Crouching Tiger Mountain thieves, even if they are years-old bandits, are also the same useless. Between the mountains and forests, a young man in black shin armor carrying a light golden longbow also slowly came to Jiang Che's side, looked him up and down and casually asked, "You are Jiang Che? The strength is quite passable. I don't know your honor's name?" Jiang Che looked at this handsome young man with heavy eyes. The style of his armor was exactly the same as that of the former Zhu Shang, and there was no doubt about his identity. It was definitely a school lieutenant level. And its strength was even more appalling. 100 paces apart, an arrow pierced through the shoulder. The angle and timing were all very well grasped. If he were to face such an existence with his current strength, there was no chance of victory at all. Shi Huan, captain of the Wind Character Battalion in charge of the battalion. The black-armored man raised his head and said indifferently, "Many thanks to School Captain Chi for his help." Jiang Che clasped his fists to show his gratitude. As long as you don't complain that I stepped in to steal your prey. Ji-hwan let out a light laugh and glanced at Jiang Che before walking over to Song Ji's body and sizing him up, his gaze sweeping over the green and ghostly color on top of his arm that hadn't completely faded away. Green Fury Body Refining Scripture. Crouching Tiger Mountain can stand for more than 10 years is really different, the body refining technique practiced is extraordinary. Jiang Che's gaze twitched slightly at his words, and when he looked at Song Ji again, his eyes were already different. Sure enough, the prey, the body refining method had fallen. Song Ji also just raised his head and gazed at Ji-hwan, let out a cold smile, and then turned his head again. Soon, all the thieves and bandits of Crouching Tiger Mountain had all been given their heads at this moment. Only Song Ji and Ringardian, who had been knocked out by Jiang Che before, were alive. Can these people convict the Chow gang? Ji-hwan turned his head to look at Jiang Che. Last night, Zhu Sheng sent someone to meet him overnight, saying that he had a big deal to cooperate with him. Originally he was not interested, but when he knew that it was the little-known Chow gang, he agreed to Zhu Sheng's invitation. The Chow gang had been rolling in money for so many years, he had heard about it, so there was no way he would let it go. Enough! Jiang Che nodded and agreed. In fact, in his opinion, with Zhu Sheng and Ji-hwan joining hands, even if there were no conclusive charges, he could casually put a few hats on the Chow gang without too much effort at all. Alright, let's move then. Ji-hwan beckoned, and a few soldiers framed Protector Rin and Song Ji about to leave. Captain Chi will move first for the time being, Mr. Jiang still has a small matter that needs to stay for a moment. Jiang Che came this time, in fact, not only to catch the conclusive evidence of the Chow gang, but also had some expectations for the land of Yin Fiend. After all, he only lacked Yin Fiend's chi now to be able to carry out the sacrifice. I'll give you one incense stick of time. After Ji-hwan said that, he directly left. As he watched the group of people gradually move away, Jiang Che turned his head to look at the cave. Just after entering the cave, Jiang Che felt an eerie coldness that went straight into the bone marrow, like falling into an ice cellar, and the clothes on his body to protect him from the cold seemed to have completely lost any effect at this moment. But Jiang Che did not care about these, but instead, his heart gave birth to joy. In order to transfer him out of the city, Ko Yuansheng did use his heart, and even really found a Yinsher land. The deeper he went, the more Jiang Che could feel the coldness intensifying, and when he reached the deepest part, Jiang Che also saw the source of the Yin Fury Chi, which was a bowl-sized fury eye. A share of the baneful gas is from the eye towards the outside. Around there are many bodies that have long been turned into white bones, can be expected. This place is definitely not a few people died. This was a place that was artificially raised as a baneful eye. But this has nothing to do with him. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment. That was sacrifice. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Che quickly closed his eyes as his mind sank into the space of consciousness. Target of sacrifice, 3 Jedi Frightening Fury Initiate. Sacrifice cost, 10 drops of blood from the hearts of 3 Inner Breath Realm martial artists, 10 channels of Yin Fury Chi, 1 corpse blood mushroom, and 2 years of life expectancy reduction. Is it a sacrifice? Without any hesitation, Jiang Che immediately moved his heart. Sacrifice. Above the heavenly monument, red light flooded, gray light like a flexible swimming snake, circling, will be the heavenly monument in front of all the sacrifices swallowed empty, and then, it disappeared out of the space of the heavenly monument, in the void constantly circling. If Jiang Che opened his eyes at this moment, he would be able to see that a strand of green and red baneful chi was converging towards the gray light, until the 10 strands of baneful chi had been devoured. Only then did the gray light return to the space of the heavenly monument. Then, a touch of vitality that far exceeded the previous one was forcefully withdrawn from his body, and this time, he was able to deeply feel the sensation. Just like when he was close to shooting a goal, he suddenly became weak and powerless. In the long hair in front of Jiang Che's forehead, there are also a few black hairs that have turned gray. Cut life. 2 years. A red and a green light disappeared right after him, surrounding his circumference and head. It was always the green light that took the lead and moved, drilling into its spiritual platform in a blink of an eye. In a matter of moments, the surrounding heaven and earth changed. Completely turned into a bright red color, the stench of blood is constantly pouring into the nostrils. It seems, he is really in the sea of blood at this moment. In the next moment, Jiang Che saw a blur of bright light flashing. Boom! The blood-colored space shattered with a bang. A killing thought, an evil thought, completely filled Jiang Che's mind. His eyes turned blood red, his body was even trembling, his soul trembled at this moment. Endless killing intent completely filled him up, he forgot everything at this moment. Only remember. Killing. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, when with that flash of red light drilling into his body, Jiang Che only then snapped out of it. His forehead was now covered in a dense and fine sweat. It turned out that the three Jedi frightening fury was more than just a sword technique. No wonder there were no recorded moves on top of the silver foil. This was the method of entering the devil, allowing the martial artist to fall into a state of complete madness, and the strength of the entire person would undergo a surge. It was no wonder that Lu Ji had been drilling and studying for so many years, but he had never been able to get the hang of it. This is not a sword technique. It was an evil and exotic mind method in the name of the blade method. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to think about it, because when that flash of red light surged into his body, it was as if his entire body had been placed in a steamer, and the thin internal energy in his body was growing rapidly. Chapter 49, Strength Surge. Originally, the internal breath in Jiang Che's body was equivalent to a single breath, but at this moment, those red lights were replenishing that single breath, causing that stream of air to rapidly undergo expansion. This was forcibly raising his cultivation. Arms, chest, abdomen, cheeks, every part of Jiang Che's circumference became incomparably red, and the qi and blood in his body was forcefully pulled. A trail of white vapor emerged from the top of his head, suppressing the cold, sinister aura around him a little. The internal energy was surging, and the qi and blood were going crazy. A single vein on his body was also becoming visible. Ho! 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 Jiang Che kept breathing heavily, sweat falling like rain, soaking the robes on his body, but it didn't take more than a few breaths of time to be vaporized and dried again, and this went on for more than 10 breaths before it stopped. It's over. Sacrifice is over. Feeling a channel of internal energy in his body, Jiang Che clenched his fist. At this time, he does not need to be like before that will only have internal energy convergence in a point. There were only a few punches of power. At this time, he could completely wield it recklessly, fists, palms, legs, as long as his mind reached, all of them could erupt with great power, if he added the epilepsy of the three Jedi frightening fury. His strength could be said to have instantly skyrocketed several times. Now that he had reached the great completion of internal breath, the internal breath that had accumulated in his body had nowhere to be vented, and as long as he could find a body refining method, he could step into the bone forging realm at any time. And the green fury body refining scripture that Qi Huan had mentioned was his next goal. Outside the valley, hundreds of soldiers were fully armed and stood silently behind Qi Huan. Among them, there were even dozens of cavalrymen, which were indeed the carefully selected elites of the entire Wind Character Battalion. Song Ji was held in chains, his head lowered, and at this moment had completely lost hope. Jiang Che, dressed in a black martial arts robe with his long hair tied up, slowly walked out from within the valley, while Qi Huan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, frowned and stared at Jiang Che as if he had sensed something. In the short time it took to burn incense, Jiang Che seemed to have changed in some way that he didn't know about. A fierce aura lingered on his body. It was like he had just killed someone. Captain Qi has been waiting for a long time. Jiang Che cupped his fists and saluted. Looks like your cultivation has improved, huh? Qi Huan asked. I had an epiphany after the battle just now. Jiang Che smiled, his demeanor modest. An epiphany. Qi Huan gazed at him for a few moments, obviously not quite believing it, but didn't look too deeply into it. Pointing the horsewhip in his hand at a soldier beside him, he commanded. Give the warhorse to Commander Jiang. Yes. Commander Go, don't worry, today Jiang Che will definitely die. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to fly out of the Black Valley. Inside the main hall of the Chao Gang, Ko Yuansheng Go unkindly finally met under the arrangement of Madame Yu. Ko Yuansheng also personally made a promise to Go nunnery. I am assured of Master Ko's scheming, but Jiang Che's son is different from normal people. He tends to leave things to chance. I am also worried in my heart. Go Yan sipped his tea and smiled. Being different again won't help. Ko Yuansheng waved his hand. The Chao Gang couldn't get involved, so even when he saw Jiang Che, it was at an inn where no one was looking. The person who did it was a thief from Crouching Tiger Mountain, and afterward, it would be Crouching Tiger Mountain's responsibility. As long as he couldn't catch the handle, Zhu Sheng had no reason to be angry with the Chao Gang even if he wanted to. After all, Zhao Mingsheng wasn't a dry person, he was in control of almost all the official forces in Yanggu County, and he even had a not-so-shallow relationship in the prefecture side, which was why he was able to sit firmly on the position of the county magistrate. As long as this matter can come to fruition, afterward, Mao Go will recommend Master Ko to County Lieutenant Zhu, but not lately. Jiang Che has just died, and it would be too obvious if I were to introduce him. This is natural. Ko Yuansheng laughed, since he just learned from Go Wunrun's mouth that Jiang Che was behind instigating Zhu Sheng to target the Chao Gang. His heart was not only hateful to Jiang Che, but also at ease. In his opinion, a Jiang Che was not enough to be feared. District Deputy Commander only, if not because of Zhu Sheng's high regard, usually, such a humble little official, even into his eyes qualifications are not. In addition, in fact, I also have one thing I want to ask Brother Ko for help. Putting down his teacup, Go Wunren had a solemn face. Commander Go, feel free to say it, as long as I can help, I will never excuse myself. I would also like to ask Brother Ko to help me introduce County Magistrate Zhao. Go Wunren's words just fell, the atmosphere of the inner hall immediately became pin-drop audible, while Ko Yuanqing's look at Go Wunren's eyes also changed again and again at the moment, frowning as he asked. Commander Go wants to see County Magistrate Zhao? Not bad, Master Ko didn't hear it wrong. It seems like Commander Go has a lot on his mind. Ko Yuanqing squinted his eyes. It is reasonable to say that Go unkindly is Zhu Sheng's beloved, but it turned out to be. It was really hard not to let him think too much. Isn't Ko Gangmaster also? Go unkindly smiled faintly. Good, when the matter of Jiang Che is over, I will personally introduce Commander Go to County Magistrate Zhao. Go Bunren said thank you and then got up. It's getting late, I'll take my leave first. Commander Go, take your time. Ko Yuanqing personally sent Go Nunnery to the rear entrance, then refolded back to the inner hall. At this time, Madam Yu did not know when but took their seats. Madam, this old acquaintance of your family, I think it's better to have less contact in the future. Ko Yuanqing shook his head. People like Go Nianxian who are two-faced and sway from side to side usually end up in a miserable situation. It's just a matter of utilizing him, but now it seems that using him to introduce to Zhu Sheng is a wrong move. If he has second thoughts, it's inevitable that he will be implicated in Chao Gang in the future as well. Mrs. Yu had been behind the screen and listened to their entire conversation. The situation is not as good as others, so we can only survive in this crevice. Ko Yuanqing held his forehead, only feeling that the situation in Yanggu County was getting more and more intricate nowadays, and the slightest carelessness would lead to doom. Zhao Mingcheng, Zhu Sheng, Crouching Tiger Mountain, he couldn't afford to offend any of them, and only wanted to preserve Chao Gang's business. Mrs. Yu rose in style, her jade finger placed on Ko Yuanqing's temple and gently rubbed it, comforting him. This is how the world is. AI. Ko Yuanqing sighed lightly. With the Chao Gang's business getting bigger and bigger, the forces involved are also getting more and more. It seems that the Chao Gang has the reputation of being the #1 force in Yanggu County. But is this really true? If the Chao Gang was really the #1 force, why has it not left the West City yet? Because there are several other forces in Yanggu County that are not to be messed with. The Chao Gang is only more famous and financially powerful. Fortunately, I have you by my side. Ko Yuanqing held Mrs. Yu's delicate hand and looked relieved. Gang Master. Gang Master, something has happened. While the two were cozying up, an old man with an anxious demeanor suddenly barged into the lobby. Elder Yang, what's wrong? Ko Yuanqing had some vaguely unpleasant premonitions in his heart. The author says hurry up and cast your monthly and recommendation votes, or else you will kneel down for everyone. Chapter 50, a one-shot solution. The entrance to the main hall of the Chao Gang. Dozens of elite soldiers surrounded the main entrance, and even more than that, even the back door of the main hall was surrounded by another group of soldiers at this time. Moreover, after Jiang Che arrived in Yanggu County, the soldiers of the Shiqingwu battalion that he had arranged in advance had also come out, nearly 200 of them gathered together. At first glance, it made people feel a sense of oppression. At the entrance, there were nearly 100 Chao Gang members gathered here, holding swords and soldiers to confront the officials. Shi Huan resided in front. Jiang Che and his side-by-side eyes glanced at each other, slightly nodded. Shi Huan understood, raised his hand and waved it violently. Anyone who dares to obstruct, kill without pardon. Stop. Right in the nick of time, Sheriff Chin appeared again, leading more than a dozen constables to swing away from the crowd, anxiously walking towards Jiang Che's duo, his brows locked tightly. He couldn't understand, is Jiang Che crazy? Just a few days ago, he made a big fuss at the pier, and now he dared to lead the troops to besiege the Chao Gang, without fear of any consequences? Even if he had Zhu Sheng's backing, he shouldn't be so wild. Therefore, at this moment, he was ready to turn the tables. Once Jiang Che made his move, he had to stop it, otherwise, the Chao Gang was a small matter. If he let Zhao Magistrate know that he did not act, it would be a really big matter. Commander Jiang, what are you doing with your troops? Of course it's to eliminate the Chao Gang, a tumor in Yanggu County, and return a clear sky to the people. Jiang Che smiled at him. Do you know the consequences of this? Sheriff Chen said in a deep voice. I will bear the consequences. Do you have an opinion? Chi Huan resided on top of the warhorse, condescendingly looking down on Sheriff Chen with some disdain in his eyes. You are. Sheriff Chen looked at the other party's mid-air aura and a metaphysical black armor. His face was a little hesitant. I forgot to introduce, this is the Taiyan Prefecture Armed Forces Wine Character Battalion's Camp Commanding Lieutenant. This time, it was County Lieutenant Zhu who specially invited Lieutenant Qi to assist in the battlefield, just for the purpose of destroying the Chao Gang. Is Sheriff Chen going to help us? Jiang Che rushed to introduce the two sides before they spoke. Sure enough, upon hearing Chi Huan's identity, Sheriff Chen was instantly dumbfounded. The Wind Character Battalion's camp commander? Invited by Zhu Sheng? What the hell? Are you going to stop this school captain from doing his job? The silver spear in Chi Huan's hand shook with a cold light. Sheriff Chen is here specifically to help, right? Jiang Che looked at the other party with a smirk. Right. Right. Sheriff Chen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly lowered his head and got out of the way. The two real power 7th grade superiors joining hands, he had no qualifications to block. If the other party came to a preemptive strike, it was estimated that County Magistrate Zhao wouldn't even help him seek justice, and immediately knelt from his heart at this moment. Looking at Jiang Che's eyes, also with a trace of gratitude. Without any evidence, you guys are moving your swords privately. Is there any law of my great Zhou in this world? Inside the Chao Gang, Ko Yuansheng slowly walked out with a gloomy face, gazing at Jiang Che's duo on horseback. This is the Chao Gang master? Chi Huan ignored Ko Yuansheng and turned his head to Jiang Che. Not bad, this is the one. Oh. Chi Huan casually responded. Jiang Che, on the other hand, stepped forward on his horse and with a wave of one hand, several soldiers pressed forward on Protector Rin and Song Ji. The Chao Gang colluded with the Crouching Tiger Mountain bandits to ambush this commander. The human and material evidence is all there. Ko Yuansheng, what else do you have to say? Jiang Che snorted coldly and immediately questioned. You? This person has long since turned his back on my Chao Gang. Even if he is colluding with thieves and bandits, he has nothing to do with my Chao Gang, and even if you want to argue about the crime, you should also be tried by the 3 chambers, and be judged by Zhao County Magistrate. What right do you, a deputy commander of a martial arts camp, have to take direct action? He glared at Protector Rin through clenched teeth and continued to argue, banking on the hope of stalling for time to wait for County Magistrate Zhao's arrival. He believed that with the silver that the Chao Gang had given to Zhao Mingqing over the years, it was enough for him to keep the Chao Gang at all costs. Jiang Che and Chi Huan smiled at each other. This Ko Yuansheng was quite naive. To actually speak about the law in front of them was simply ridiculous. Noisy. I don't know who your honor is again? Has my Chao Gang offended you in any way? Ko Yuansheng raised his head to look at Chi Huan. Chi Huan simply ignored it and just slowly raised his arm. The Chao Gang has colluded with the Crouching Tiger Mountain bandits with the intention of plotting a rebellion. Their crime should be put to death. However, God has the virtue of good life. Those who don't know are not guilty, and those who put down their weapons and kneel on the ground will not be killed. Anyone who resists the government will be killed, and their families will be implicated. Jiang Che bellowed. Kill. Chi Huan followed closely behind with a low shout. In the next moment, a rain of arrows fell indiscriminately towards the Chao Gang. Those gang members showed hesitation, some of them directly threw their weapons and fell on the ground, but there were also many stubborn ones who yelled and killed. Ko Yuansheng shook his one hand and blocked several arrows, his face turning blue. Don't listen to the nonsense of these dog officials. All of you follow me today to kill out and join Crouching Tiger Mountain. In the future, glory and wealth, have everything. As his words fell, several figures leapt out from the Chao Gang, and they were the several hall masters and deputy gang masters of the Chao Gang, including Jiang Che's old acquaintance, Yu Zongping. As the fight began, the excited Chi Huan threw his lance, which immediately ran through several Chao Gang members. He jumped off his horse and gripped the silver lance again, pointing it directly at Ko Yuansheng. As for Jiang Che, he didn't stay idle either. With a thought, his eyes were flushed with scarlet color. The first of the 3 Jedi surprise fatalities, killing life. At this moment, Jiang Che only felt that the qi and blood in his body instantly boiled, raging power surged, and his internal breath fled in all directions, almost going to storm out uncontrollably. Venting. Killing. Jiang Che, die and come. Yu Zongping took the lead, aiming directly at Jiang Che, utilizing his strength to rise up, holding a chopping mountain sword leaping down in the air, descending with the momentum of force-splitting Huashan, mighty and incomparable. At the next moment, Jiang Che violently stepped on the horse's back, stepping on the horse under his feet, stumbled and fell to the ground with unsteady hooves. He then faced straight up, holding the sword with both hands, his internal energy erupted, and slashed diagonally forward. Tear. A few days ago just exchanged hands, and Jiang Che is still in the middle of the body of Yu Zongping, immediately split in two, by its open, broken limbs and flesh along with the blood spilled. Boom! Jiang Che's right leg heavily kicked Yu Zongping's lower half of his body, and accurately and precisely smashed onto an old man. While the other half of Yu Zongping's body declined on the ground, blood spurting out as he tilted his head, his eyes growing blurry, only one last thought remaining in his mind. Jiang Che's sword. So fast. So ruthless. Hiss. Looking at the two sides that have already killed each other in a split second, Sheriff Chen sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only to feel incomparably tricky, and the constable beside him handed him a look of inquiry. Chief, who should we help? Sheriff Chen glared at him. Can't you see who has the advantage now? Of course, whoever wins will help. Then he gritted his teeth and drew his long sword and pointed it forward. The Chao gang has conspired against us. Follow me to kill through this place today. Kill. 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 Shouting and killing sounds rose in all directions, arrows continued, and in an instant, this place was turned into a slaughterhouse. Chapter 51, specializing in killing old and young. Yanggu County Office. County Lieutenant Zhu Shang, County Magistrate Zhao Mingcheng, as well as the County Chancellor and other officials were all here, discussing this year's taxes and other big plans, and between words, it was very cordial. It was as if some small groups did not exist at all. My lord, there is a magistrate outside seeking an audience, saying that he has something important to report. The petty official waiting outside the door bowed and walked to Zhao Mingcheng's side and said with an ear. Let him come in. Zhao Mingcheng nodded. The petty official understood and walked out of the door to bring the magistrate into the inner hall, and it was also the first time that the magistrate had seen so many officials, so he hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Greetings to all the lords. What important matters do you have to report? Say it. The magistrate raised his head and looked at a few people. He only felt that Zhu Sheng's face seemed to have some smiles on it, but the magistrate didn't dare to hesitate when he gave the word. He quickly said. West City Marshal Camp Vice Commander Jiang led hundreds of soldiers with full armor at this moment has surrounded the Chao gang with the intention of eliminating them. What? Zhao Mingcheng stood up with a tang sound, his face full of shock. The surrounding county ministers and chief officials also changed their faces greatly, then several of them turned their gazes to Zhu Sheng at the same time. Zhao Mingcheng stared and questioned. County Lieutenant Zhu, what's going on? Jiang Che, a vice commander, was not qualified to mobilize hundreds of soldiers, much less have the guts to besiege the Chao gang, so there could only be one possibility, and that was that all of this was authorized and directed by Zhu Sheng. Didn't he already say that? Vice Commander Jiang led the troops to besiege the Chao gang. Zhu Sheng laughed, not taking Zhao Mingcheng's questioning to heart in the slightest. He was a dignified county lieutenant, not inferior to the other party in terms of power in the slightest, and even, in some places the powerful county lieutenants were able to counter-pressure the county magistrates, so what did he have to be afraid of? Who gave him the right to do this? Don't you know the importance of the Chao gang? It's simply nonsense. Zhao Mingcheng became furious and slapped his hand on the table. Who in the entire Yanggu County didn't know that the Chao gang was close to him? If the Chao gang was annihilated, it would be a slap in his face. The Chao gang colluded with the Crouching Tiger Mountain bandits. First they intercepted and killed my family members, and now they're trying to ambush Vice Commander Jiang. It's practically treason. Can't it be that the Chao gang can't be eliminated even if they're arrogant to such an extent? What is the evidence? Of course there is evidence. After the Chao gang is eliminated, it will be submitted to the county magistrate for examination. Why didn't you inform this official beforehand? Zhao Mingcheng suppressed his anger. This official is in charge of arresting bandits in Yanggu County and has the right to do it directly. Very well, County Lieutenant Zhu. You're good. Zhao Mingcheng's gaze slightly condensed, his usual kung fu of cultivating his anger had disappeared, and he was indeed exasperated by Zhu Sheng. With a wave of his sleeve robe, he said in a cold voice. Pass on this official's order, order the soldiers of the martial camps of the two northeastern cities to gather immediately and head to the Chao gang. This official wants to personally review this case. After saying this, he directly left the inner hall. The county minister and the chief bookkeeper looked at each other. After arching their hands at Zhu Sheng, they also hurriedly followed. Only Zhu Sheng sat alone on a chair, picked up a cup of hot tea and blew on it, lightly sipped it, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a light smile. At this moment, the killing at the entrance of Chao gang's main hall was still continuing. If one were to look down from a high altitude, one would be able to realize that the location of the fight was no longer limited to the entrance. The elite soldiers brought by Chi Huan had already killed their way into the main entrance. In addition, a group of soldiers ambushed at the back door had also killed their way in, and even on top of the courtyard wall, there were quite a number of sharpshooters constantly shooting at the Chao gang members who dared to resist. At the same time, they were also guarding against anyone who dared to take advantage of the chaos to escape. This was what a siege was all about. Boom! Jiang Che's scarlet gaze flashed as he blasted a Chao gang member against the wall. In the eyes of outsiders, he had already gone crazy, completely falling into madness at this moment. However, only Jiang Che himself knew clearly that he was unprecedentedly sober at this moment. Killing was just an appearance, but the real him was not affected too much. The function of the three extreme shocking fury was to let him face all enemies with the most perfect posture. Die! Elder Zhao of the Chao gang, who had previously sent a message for Ko Yuansheng, bellowed out, holding a mountain opening axe that blatantly pressed over, and wherever it passed, the pawns who were blocking the way were all chopped in half. His gray hair was also dyed red with blood, and several feet around him were plunged into a vacuum. After resolving the several soldiers around him, Elder Zhao aimed at Jiang Che, and slammed his axe straight down as if it were a boulder, and if he looked closely, he could even see that the backs of his hands were already grayish in color. Bone Forging Realm Martial Artist. Good timing. Jiang Che raised his scarlet gaze, revealing a murderous intent. Killing life, should be killed to feed killing. Jiang Che didn't dodge the other party's heavy blow, but mobilized the surging internal energy in his body, and chopped straight towards the other party. The two weapons with a huge difference clashed, and it could be imagined what would happen to them. The bottom of Elder Zhao's eyes even revealed a touch of joy. This kid, looking for death. But the next collision caused his pupils to shrink slightly. Clang! Gold and iron clashed, sparks splashed everywhere. However, Jiang Che's body stood still under the heavy axe, solidly blocking the other party's bombardment, and even then, immediately afterward, he also immediately gathered his internal energy and blasted a fist towards it. Humph! Elder Zhao snorted coldly, the grayish color of his left arm spreading as he collided with it. Boom! Fist-to-fist collision, the most primitive power clash, immediately burst out a muffled grunt. The shocking afterglow even blew the long beard under his jaw, and a robe was even torn. The ground under the feet is also a slight shock, countless dust flying. This strike, it seems that the two are equally divided. But in reality, it was Jiang Che who had the upper hand, because at this time, the madness in his eyes was even greater, and his battle spirit involuntarily surged up, directly abandoning the long knife in his right hand, and once again blasted over. Boom! 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 In a short instant, the two exchanged more than 10 punches, and the powerful recoil shattered all of their upper body clothing, revealing two fleshly bodies filled with power. And the corners of Elder Zhao's mouth were shaken out with a touch of crimson. The fist was afraid of the lesser man. Although Jiang Che's realm was not as strong as the other parties, he himself was also a great success in internal energy, and he also had the 3 great frightening fatalities, so he was able to utilize 12 points of his strength, while on the other hand, the other party was already advanced in age, and his chi and blood had declined. Even if he started to exercise his muscles and bones, he still couldn't stop the continuous uninterrupted shock. Boom! 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 The exchanges continued. The more Jiang Che fought, the more he felt comfortable in his heart, only feeling as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. Finally, Elder Zhao couldn't hold on any longer, and his left arm was broken by Jiang Che. After that, there was a torrential rain of fists on his chest. Pooh! A mouthful of old blood gushed up to the sky. Elder Zhao's front chest was broken alive, his back bulged out, and the whole person fell several feet away like a kite with broken strings, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Jiang Che wiped the blood from his fist and smiled even more. His fist specialized in killing the young and old. Then, the scarlet eyes once again took aim at a new target. Chapter 52. Madam, don't turn around, I'm. Compared to the killings between Jiang Che and Elder Zhao, the exchange between Chi Huan and Ko Yuansheng was even more exciting. Both of them were experts of the Pulse Passage realm, just one step away from stepping into the realm of the innate. The strength they displayed was even more terrifying. Rolling and prancing, each leap can pull away a distance of more than 10 meters, the ground, the wall, but also in the two under the aftermath of the extremely miserable destroyed. Within 10 feet of the two, no one dares to approach. That a knife on, break the air, the ground will be bombarded with traces. Chi Huan, a silver gun, courageous and incomparable, even in the gap with Ko Yuansheng fighting, can still easily poke a gun to death under the realm of the pulse of the martial artist. At a glance, in addition to Ko Yuansheng, there is no enemy. However, Ko Yuansheng is ultimately old, bearing leveled for a long time. He, facing the dragon essence of Chi Huan at first can resist for a while, but with the passage of time, his body is gradually appearing scars. His left shoulder was also penetrated by Chi Huan's gun. It was foreseeable that Ko Yuanqing's death was not far away. Boom! Another strike, Chi Huan's waist rotated, and the powerful and ferocious shot was drawn directly towards Ko Yuanqing, while Ko Yuanqing reacted in a hurry to put his sword up in front of his body to resist. However, this time he did not block. A fine sword in his hand was broken, and the spearhead also directly drew on his body, jerking him from a height of about 10 feet to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. Swish! Chi Huan broke through the air, the head of the gun instantly resting in front of Ko Yuanqing's eyes. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you won't be able to live all the same. Someone will take revenge for me. Ko Yuanqing sucked in cool air to threaten Chi Huan, but in the face of such words, he only smiled contemptuously. Then do you know who I am? Seeing that Ko Yuanqing had already been subdued by Chi Huan, and that the exchange of blows here was basically a victory or a defeat, the crimson in Jiang Che's eyes quickly dispersed and returned to clarity, while he had also consumed more than half of the internal energy around him in his frenzied state of profligacy. However, there was no major obstacle. Nodding at Chi Huan, Jiang Che waved his hand and immediately rushed into the main hall of the Chao gang with Geng Dabu and the others. He was going to find Ko Yuanqing's wife to settle the score. He had never forgotten that the person who had been trying to screw him over behind his back was this woman. At this moment, within the Chao gang, there was also chaos. Some people resisted, some people begged for mercy. The chaos had begun. For those who dared to resist, Jiang Che was just a knife to solve the problem, by no means nonsense. As for those who begged for mercy, he kept asking about the whereabouts of Mrs. Yu. Su Sanner with a team of manpower has gone to seal the treasury, to prevent people to take advantage of the chaos looting or directly a fire to take away. This can be a large pile of wealth. Even if it was divided between Zhu Sheng and Chi Huan, he himself could still land a lot. Finally, under Jiang Che's continuous pressing, he finally asked from the mouth of a maidservant about the whereabouts of Madame Yu, and immediately without any hesitation, went to track it down. The study, that is where Mrs. Yu last appeared. When Jiang Che pushed open the door and arrived, there was no trace of this place. It was quiet as if no one had ever come, but he did not believe in it, and chopped the whole study to pieces with one knife. All buildings, bookcases, seats, and floors were all destroyed. Sure enough, underneath one of the flat and uneventful floorboards, Jiang Che discovered a dark hole, and then without any hesitation, he directly jumped in. This was a straight-line secret passage. Inside the dark and incomparably dark secret passage, Mrs. Yu, with a face of nervousness and anxiety, held a fire candle in her hand, illuminating the path in front of her, and cautiously marched towards the front, and the slightest sound behind her would frighten her into turning back in a hurry. Today's change really let the couple reacted too quickly. Originally, she thought that she would wait for the news of Jiang Che's death and completely end the grudge of that year, but in the end, she didn't wait for her to be happy for long, but she waited for the news that Elder Zhao told her that Jiang Che had brought people to surround the Chao gang. At that time, she could be described as shocked and angry. Ko Yuanqing comforted her that she was fine and stepped in to block the way by herself. At that time, they were equally confident that with Zhao Mingcheng, Jiang Che would not dare to make a move at all. Then, they guessed wrong again. Jiang Che not only dared to make a move, he also dared to kill someone directly. Most of the senior management of the Chao gang had gone to meet the enemy, and the shouts of killing sounded in all directions, and many soldiers rushed into the Chao gang to kill, so she had no choice but to leave for the time being. Preparing to escape from the Chao gang through this secret passage. The end of the secret passage was a riverside in the West City. As long as she left the city, she would be completely safe, whether it was to go into hiding or wait for the right time to take revenge. However, her heart was still full of uneasiness, especially in the narrow, dark, and humid tunnel, which intensified her inner fear. Don't look at her before the right to have power, but are relying on the favor of Ko Yuanqing, leaving the man. She is a weak woman with low strength, in addition to a few points of beauty, and then nothing else. At this time her heart remorse is even more. At the beginning, if she did not go to rectify Jiang Che, but directly sent people to get rid of each other, there will not be today's robbery. It really should be the words, a reward for a reward. Sha sha. Behind the subtle sound, immediately scared Mrs. Yu heart tightened, took a deep breath and held up the fire candle to look back, when I saw just fall some dust before breathing a sigh of relief. Then is a self-deprecating smile. At this time, she is really a windy. Turned his head, just walked 2 steps, behind the rustling sound again. Mrs. Yu, although still a little nervous, but then just a moment ago is still better, turned his head and looked again. Still empty, only a few stones. Think it should also be that this secret passage is unattended and has fallen into disrepair over the years. Rustle. When the sound came for the third time, Mrs. Yu had already let go of her nervousness and didn't even glance backward, only speeding up her steps, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. But the next moment, her entire body instantly tensed up. Because a palm had grabbed her shoulder. Who? Mrs. Yu fixed her body and inquired with some trembling, not daring to turn back at all. Madam, don't turn around, I am the co-gangmaster. Jiang Che gently smiled. Mrs. Yu's pupils shrank, her eyes filled with fear, her body violently turned backward, about to use the poisonous needles hidden in her arm, but she hadn't had time to turn around. She was attacked by Jiang Che. Ka-ching! Both of Mrs. Yu's shoulders were directly crushed by him, and her entire body lost the support of her strength and fell limply to the ground, and the candle flame in her hand fell with it. Under the reflection of the candle flame, Mrs. Yu raised her head with difficulty to see the appearance of the visitor. It was a young man with an ordinary face, dressed in a long black coat, who was staring at her with a smile on his face. Hello ma'am, my name is Jiang Che. Is this name familiar? Ask for recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Guys, don't raise the book, catch up more. Chapter 53. The name Jiang Che was certainly not unfamiliar to Mrs. Yu. The Jiang family was the life and death enemy of the Yu family, and Jiang Che had been straightened out by her in the beginning and sent to her death in the auxiliary military camp, but now the situation between their two families had once again reversed. Mrs. Yu stared at him, her eyes filled with hatred. So it's you. Jiang Che sized up Lady Yu, whose face and figure were top-notch, and opened his mouth to ask the curiosity in his heart. I seem to be strangers to madam, why are you targeting me? Give me a reason and I can give you a hard time. Ha! Want to know, next life? Mrs. Yu snorted coldly. Put. The next moment, the other person's head fell to the ground. Jiang Che wiped the blood on the knife with the other party's clothes. Don't say. Then forget it. Let this secret, forever with the other party, dust in the ground. Then, Jiang Che took advantage of the heat. Started to touch the corpse. It was a pity that Mrs. Yu did seem to have left in a hurry, and in addition to some jewelry, she surprisingly didn't bring anything else, making Jiang Che feel tasteless all of a sudden. He also thought that killing this could pop out something good. When Jiang Che re-emerged from the dark tunnel, the fight outside also came to a complete end. The Chao gang had suffered a crushing defeat. Since the gang leader Ko Yuanqing down, the deaths and injuries are countless, the middle and senior management were almost wiped out, only a few outside escaped, and the news of the destruction of the Chao gang is also like a hurricane, spreading wildly towards the outside. My lord. Susanna quickly walked to Jiang Che's side and gave a look. Jiang Che understood and the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Susanna especially brought people to the Chao gang's warehouse, not only to look after it, but also to secretly hide a batch of good things, otherwise, the big head of these things would definitely be Zhu Shang and Qi Huan. Otherwise, Zhu Shang and Qi Huan would be the ones to get the lion's share of the goods. He had gone through a lot of trouble and was not ready to earn some hard-earned money. However, this was a secret that couldn't be told, and the two of them only made eye contact. Hello again, Gangmaster Ko. Jiang Che walked up to the guarded Ko Yuanqing and smiled. Villainous. Both of Ko Yuanqing's shoulders were penetrated by iron hooks, his clothes were drenched red with blood, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Ko Gangmaster has been reduced to such a state, I didn't expect that his mouth would still be so hard, it seems that I have to tell you a message before I can do so. Jiang Che did not get angry at all in the face of ridicule, instead, he had a grave face. Ko Yuanqing stared at Jiang Che without saying a word. Your ladyship ran very fast, if it wasn't for my meticulousness, I'm afraid that she would have really escaped from the tunnels. She? Where is she? Ko Yuanqing's pupils shrunk, as if stimulated, and he began to struggle. Of course in the dark tunnel. By the way, your vision is good, your wife. Very moist. Jiang Che patted his shoulder and laughed, then turned to leave. Only leaving behind him, Ko Yuanqing kept struggling madly. When you mess up like this, it's like we're the villains. Qi Huan, who had witnessed the whole thing, shook his head. That depends on whose standpoint. If it's on Chao Gang's standpoint, we are indeed the evildoers, but if it's on the standpoint of the people of Yanggu County, we are the blue sky. Jiang Che smiled. Was it bad to be evil? Ever since he was ruthless, he only felt that his future was bright. You're very clever with your mouth. Are you interested in working under my hand? Give you a commander position. Chi Huan said with a grave expression on his face, without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Jiang Che only had the leisure to pay attention to Chi Huan's fight with Ko Yuanqing after he had resolved Elder Zhao, but Chi Huan's gaze had been on him for a few moments. Jiang Che's sword technique was swift and fierce. Jiang Che's battle spirit was vigorously high. He seemed to be red-eyed, but in reality, he was sober. This was a good seedling to be the vanguard of the charge. Although he had only been in contact for a short period of time, he felt that Jiang Che was quite interesting, both in terms of what he did and how he behaved. Moreover, he had just inquired about Jiang Che's past. Not long ago, the other party was just a small auxiliary soldier, but now he was able to kill one of the Chao Gang's hall masters with a single slash, so his talent for martial arts was definitely not bad. He appreciated it. That was why there was the current invitation. Captain Xi's appreciation of Jiang is not an honor, it's just that after all, County Lieutenant Zhu treated me with great kindness, so it's really not good to turn my back on him. Jiang Che declined Chi Huan's invitation. Although the position of commander was tempting, Jiang Che did not value it too much. In the barracks, it was simply difficult for him to get the sacrifices he needed. In Yanggu County, on the other hand, he could be reckless, and besides, under Lu Ji's decentralization, was his power today any different from a real commander? Why bother with proximity and distance? He understood a deep truth. Fist is power. As long as he is strong enough, official position only did not matter. It's a pity, you're a good fighter on the battlefield. In the future, if you have the idea of continuing to join the army, you can come to me, the position of commander, at any time to help you stay. Chi Huan stopped persuading and just gave a promise. Many thanks, school captain. Jiang Che clasped his fists. Hola! While they were talking, there was a clamor outside, and a soldier hurriedly walked up to Chi Huan and saluted. Reporting to the school captain, there are people outside who want to trespass. Who is so bold? The other party claimed to be the magistrate of Yanggu County, questioning us on what basis we dare to privately deploy troops into the county. Then go and meet this so-called county magistrate. Chi Huan seemed to have a deep background and didn't care about the threat at all, and even gave a light hum with a disdainful face. How dare you? Do you know who this official is? How dare you stop me? So what if the Wind Character Battalion, without the captain's transfer order, on what grounds do you dare to trespass the county town? Where's your captain? Tell him to come and see me. Outside the gate of the Chao Gang, Zhao Mingcheng was furious and spoke out. He was thinking of stopping Jiang Che's siege, but when he arrived with his men, he realized that the exchange had already ended, the ground was full of corpses, and it was obvious that a big battle had taken place. And the one who won was still Jiang Che's side. When he tried to enter, he was also stopped by a group of soldiers who aimed their bows and arrows at him, which simply made him furious. Those who clamor, shoot on sight. Chi Huan walked at the forefront with a dragon's stride and gave a direct order. Dozens of soldiers raised their lances, their spearheads pointing straight at Zhao Mingcheng. How dare you? Do you know what the offense is for trespassing into the county town? Zhao Mingcheng stared at Chi Huan and threatened. I don't know, if you don't like it, you can go to the governor and sue me. If you speak out of turn again, don't blame me for giving you a shot. Chi Huan pestled a gun on the ground, not giving the other party face at all. You. Zhao Mingcheng pointed at Chi Huan, not expecting this person to be so emboldened and bold. Outside the crowd, Zhu Sheng came late and very appropriately showed up in time to persuade. Hey, both of you calm your anger, there are things to discuss. Why do we need to fight each other with swords and let the people below see the joke? Then, he introduced Chi Huan. This is County Magistrate Zhao Mingcheng of Yanggu County. Then he pointed towards Chi Huan in vain. This is Captain Chi Huan Chi of the Wind Character Battalion, the Chi of the Taiyan Prefecture's Chi Captain. Chapter 54, The Overthrow of the Chao Gang. As soon as Zhu Sheng said this, Zhao Mingcheng's rebuke stopped instantly and he swallowed back. Taiyan Prefecture Military Reserve Army Lieutenant, the fifth grade official, in charge of all the military power of a government, its control of the real power, even the governor is not as good as, by no means is he able to mess with. Jiang Che finally realized where Chi Huan's arrogance came from. The original is a deep background, no fear. Looking at Zhao Mingcheng as if he had eaten maggots-like expression, Zhu Sheng heart Shutai incomparable, these days by the other party suppression, he has long held a breath in his heart, now finally spit it out. Even with the depression of being snatched by Chi Huan, at this time also all dispersed. No one knows, the reason why Zhu Sheng will be promoted to Yanggu County Lieutenant, is above someone to find him talked about, need him to Chi Huan vacate the seat, although the meaning of the above is to discuss. But he also understands that if he doesn't give up his seat, I'm afraid that it won't be a good discussion. Of course, he himself does not suffer. In terms of real power, a county lieutenant is obviously stronger. Previously, he had no time to pick up his family and transferred to Jiang Che to pick them up. In fact, the thing he was busy with was receiving Chi Huan. Since knowing that Chi Huan and the Chi lieutenant is a Chi character, he did not have the mind to give each other eye candy, but instead befriended them, and for this reason, he took away Lu Ji and Go Wenxian. Most of the elite that had been cultivated were left to Chi Huan, leaving a flavor of love. Chi Huan turned his eyes to look at Zhu Shang, his brows slightly knitted. Prefect Zhu, she has never relied on my father. Get, just such a sentence, a direct hammer. My father, 2 words, the pressure of Zhao Mingqing simply cannot straighten up, can only take a deep breath, all the stifled pressure in the bottom of the heart, the eyes turned, cast to the side of the bowed head of the Qin sheriff. Chao Gang conspiracy, can there be any evidence? Back to your honor, there are witnesses and material evidence. It seems that this official does not know the causes and consequences, missed you all, 10,000 hopesy culpability. Sheriff Chen gave a step, Zhao Mingqing nodded slightly, then rushed to Chi Huan and arched his hand. Yanggu County has come out with such a big scourge, many thanks. Captain Chi's help, in the future, if there is any use for this official, just open your mouth, there are still some important matters in the government office, I bid farewell. After saying that, Zhao Mingqing led the people to leave directly. Continuing to stay would only be even more humiliating. County Magistrate Zhao Mingcheng. Dog day thing. Seeing that Zhao Mingcheng had really run away, the pressed Ko Yuansheng was dumbfounded and hurriedly kept shouting, but he didn't get any response. I'd like to thank School Captain Chi for his help this time. Xu Sheng piled up a smile on his face and stepped forward to arch his hand. It's just a matter of each taking what they need. For Xu Sheng, Chi Huan wasn't too fond of him, but he wasn't rude either, so he could only say that he treated it with his normal heart. Elder brother Jiang, thank you for today. In the future, if there is any use for old brother, just open your mouth. On the side, Sheriff Chen thanked Jiang Che with a grateful face. If Jiang Che hadn't pulled him out at the critical moment, if he really wanted to offend Captain Chi's son, then he would really be tired of living. After all, now even Zhao Mingcheng didn't dare to put out harsh words again. He could only flee in ashes. Good, when the time comes, Sheriff Chen must not refuse. Jiang Che laughed. He spoke out to stop it, of course, because there was still a place where he could use Sheriff Chen. He never did a losing deal. Don't worry. This commander under you is good, a talent. During the casual conversation, Chi Huan then talked about Jiang Che, and there was quite an appreciation between his words. Zhu Sheng's eyes moved slightly and nodded. Yes, otherwise Mr. Zhu wouldn't have promoted him. Chi Huan let out a light laugh and glanced at Jiang Che. How about it, now that you know my background, have you regretted your previous refusal? County Lieutenant Lord treats me with great kindness, really can't turn my back for the sake of seeking an official position, the kindness of dripping water springs to repay, this is Jiang Mao's bottom line of being a human being all along. Jiang Che smiled. Lieutenant Chi, in front of Zhu Mao's face digging, not too appropriate, right? Xu Sheng joked along with it. Just a thoughtless remark, County Lieutenant Zhu, don't take it to heart. Chi Huan waved his hand. After that, things were much simpler. As Zhao Mingcheng retreated, the destruction of the Chao Gang had been finalized, and the rest was to count the belongings accumulated by the Chao Gang over the years. As for Jiang Che, Zhu Sheng arranged a new task, which was to besiege all the branches of the Chao Gang in Yanggu County and make sure that no one would be spared. This was also a good opportunity to make money. Deng Dabiao, Su Sanner, and Deng Yan, who had already recovered from his injuries, led the team and started to eliminate the remaining members of the Chao Gang. The Chao Gang's entrance was very quiet, and the news spread rapidly. Even after the Chao Gang was destroyed, all the forces in the whole Yanggu County had already learned about it. A huge wave was immediately created. Before, when Jiang Che made a big fuss at the peer of the Chao Gang, the people were shocked but could still accept it. But now, Jiang Che directly led his troops to destroy the Chao Gang, which made many people really feel shocked. Standing in Yanggu County for more than 10 years, known as Yanggu County, the first Jianghu power, deep background, intricate relations of the Chao Gang, so simply destroyed? If you put it in yesterday, no, even if you put it in a few hours ago, if someone said so, it will be laughed at as a daydream. Are you kidding? How could the Chao Gang be destroyed? Or in such a swift manner? But the fact was right in front of us, people could not help but believe it. After the shock, there was excitement. The Chow Gang's monopoly of the West City Pier and the huge amount of money it raked in through transportation had long been coveted by many forces, and now that the Chow Gang had been destroyed, wouldn't there be a huge power vacuum? Whoever can occupy the western city before others will be able to leap to become the number one force in Yanggu County. Several forces had already begun to move. Jiang Che's name, with the destruction of the Chow Gang, also became completely famous in Yanggu. Boom! In the South City Marshal camp, Go Wanren, who had just received the news, was silent for a long time and heavily smashed the fine porcelain cup on the ground, his eyes gloomy. Another miscalculation. This kid's life, it's really big. By the evening, the wealth accumulated by the Chow Gang, at this moment, roughly has also been cleaned out. Specifically how much, Jiang Che does not know, but to his hands will be a full 1,500 taels of silver. He is also clear, the big head was Zhu Qi, two people divided, he can at most share a piece of the cake. However, Jiang Che did not get frustrated because of this. Firstly, the Chow Gang was eliminated, he removed a hidden danger, and secondly, the fact that he was the first one to lead people into the Chow Gang had already allowed Su Sanner to secretly hide a lot of things. Roughly, because of the destruction of the Chow Gang, the value of silver in Jiang Che's hands, totaling more than 6,000 taels. And this is only the floating wealth. Everyone knows that the Chow Gang started from the transportation, the big head in the wharf, the stores in the city, the fields outside the city. It can be said that the Chow Gang is down, the people ate their fill. Chapter 55, sorry, I'm hung up. Although he got 6,000 taels in his hand, Jiang Che was not as happy about it as he thought, because if he was the highest official in overthrowing the Chow Gang, then what was distributed to him was definitely not less than 10,000 taels of silver. In the final analysis, Jiang Che does not have a good father like Chi Huan, can only rely on themselves. Therefore, Jiang Che's next most important thing is to practice a body refining technique and step into the bone forging realm. Even though his breakthrough speed was already appalling, he still didn't know enough. What he got from the Chow Gang was not all cash silver, part of it was actually various resources for cultivation, such as deer blood herb, bone strengthening flower, and other medicinal herbs that assisted in cultivation. As well as Jiang Che specially ordered Su Sanner to collect all kinds of gongfa from the Chow Gang. Apart from some various kinds of martial arts, swordsmanship and other things, there were 3 gongfa that Jiang Che valued the most. White Jade Kung Fu, Bright Heart Decision, and Heavy Wave Kung Fu. These 3 books were the body refining methods owned by the Chow Gang. However, Jiang Che was a little hesitant to practice, before Lu Ji had mentioned to him that once practiced, it would be difficult to change the body refining method, and it would affect the muscles and bones of the martial artist, suggesting that if he had the opportunity, he must choose the one that best suited him to practice. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret. On the following day, Chi Huan, who had stayed for the night, was not prepared to continue to stay longer in Yanggu County. What he should have gotten he had gotten, basically it was all the floating wealth of the Chow Gang. The rest of the things that are not easy to realize are mostly shared by Zhu Shang. In this regard, the two were more of what they needed. The face of a deep background, the future of a powerful lieutenant, Jiang Che is to make good. There will be no doubt that the opportunity to deal with, so he heard the news, immediately came to see off personally. Most of the soldiers and horses have already departed. Jiang Che and Chi Huan stayed along the Qinglin River to chat. Jiang Che then also asked the other side, the 3 body refining techniques of the Chow Gang grade how? White Jade Kung Fu, Heavy Wave Kung Fu, and Bright Heart Determination. Chi Huan flipped through the 3 gong methods one by one and casually handed them back to Jiang Che again, shaking his head. These 3 are just mediocre body refining techniques in the Jianghu. They are not low in value for regular people, but if you want to achieve something, I advise you not to practice them. The 4 realms of strengthening the body, breathing, forging the bones, and passing the veins are all just small realms in themselves, and are laying the foundation for the realm of the innate afterward, and if the foundation is not well laid, the cultivation afterward will also become more and more difficult. Chi Huan came from a large family. The various information and eyesight that he had acquired since he was a child was stronger than Jiang Che's, and at a glance, he saw the upper limit of these 3 techniques. Jiang Che, on the other hand, let out a bitter smile. Mr. Jiang comes from a mediocre background. When I was young, I fished for a living in this Qinglin River. Even now I don't have the ability to get a higher level of body refining techniques. You can't get it, I can give it to you. Chi Huan stared at Jiang Che with a burning gaze. What do I need to pay? There was no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. Jiang Che knew this clearly. All you need to pay for is freedom. I'm going to form an elite pro army to accompany me to the border to kill. You can become one of the commanders of this pro army of mine and serve me ever since. Don't be too busy to reject it first. since you know my background, you should also be clear about what kind of achievements I will have afterward. By following me, you will be able to get precious resources that ordinary people can't get. The body refining technique promised to you, even if you look at the entire Taiyan prefecture, it can also be called superior. Isn't this a good choice for you? Chi Huan said in a deep voice. If Jiang Che was just an ordinary traveler, if he didn't have the golden finger of the sacrificial heavenly tablet, he couldn't say that his heart had already been moved at this moment, but who let him to open up? Therefore, Jiang Che still chose to refuse. Becoming a personal army seemed to have a lot of benefits, but once Chi Huan was in danger, Jiang Che would have to serve with his death, and from then on would all lose his freedom, so of course he couldn't possibly accept it. It's true that you are still young and don't know that the world is vast. Chi Huan laughed and stopped persuading. People had their own aspirations, he appreciated the other party, but not to the point of forcing. This was his arrogance. By the way, I heard the school lieutenant mention a mouthful of the gongfu practiced by that Song Ji earlier, claiming that it was good. I wonder what level that gongfu was at. After a little bit of brewing, Jiang Che revealed his true intentions. Before he had searched out the gongfu, what Jiang Che was aiming for was Song Ji's gongfu that had been praised by the other party. You're talking about the Green Fury body refining scripture? Right. Chi Huan thought briefly and returned. I've heard of this gong method before, and it is indeed called a superior body refining method. That's why I said that the group of thieves and bandits from Crouching Tiger Mountain came from an extraordinary background, and one of the leaders under them was able to cultivate such a gong method. However, all gongfa, all have advantages and disadvantages. This gongfa is easy to learn and difficult to find. The main break cultivation will unconsciously affect the martial arts practitioner clear mind. Non-willful people cannot be a great success. You want to practice this technique, then I still advise you not to have this mind. Even if it has captured that person, the other party will not necessarily reveal the technique to you, even if it is revealed. Even if they do, there is bound to be fraud. Do not lose a lot of money for a small reason. If the gongfa given to you is defective, you will have to be subjected to others in the future. Captain Shi is overthinking. Jiang Mao is just casually asking. Okay, send here and go back. Think about it during this time, see if you want to follow me around, but the time is limited, it won't take too long. I will transfer out of Taiyan province, you can't find me even if you want to. Chi Huan said one last sentence, then turned on his horse and galloped away, leaving Jiang Che quietly looking at the other party's distant back. After sending Chi Huan away, Jiang Che immediately rushed to the West City Martial Camp without stopping, because Song Ji was locked up by him here, just to properly torture the Green Fury body refining scripture. Chi Huan's mention was not wrong. However, he didn't know that Jiang Che had a golden finger, so even if the technique was incomplete, even if there were gaps in the technique, he could still cultivate it. Since there was news of a superior technique, how could he possibly give it up? As for the so-called drawbacks of the merit law, with the 3 extremely frightening breaks, he didn't need to worry about it at all. Boom! A bucket of ice water was splashed on Song Ji's face, causing him to immediately wake up, and after looking around, his gaze slowly landed on Jiang Che's body. If you want to kill, just kill, don't talk nonsense. If I were to kill you, you wouldn't even be alive right now. Jiang Che smiled. What do you want to do? Make a deal. How about you give me that body refining method you're practicing, and I can save your life? In the empty cell, all the soldiers were dispersed by Jiang Che's order, and there were only the 2 of them. He had no more scruples in his speech and directly opened the door. Dream on. Song Ji sneered, his face showing disdain. I like opponents with backbone like you, but backbone can't be a meal. If you don't make a deal with me, I'll have people cut the flesh off your body one by one. Let you taste what is called death by 1,000 cuts, how about it? Want to try it? Chapter 56, Sacrifice, Green Fury Body Refining Scripture. Jiang Che had a smile on his face as if he was just joking, but Song Ji knew in his heart that the other party could really do it. You? What do you want the gongfu for? Song Ji was silent for a moment, not as firm as before. He wasn't afraid of death, he was only afraid that really Jiang Che would give him a handful of death by 1,000 cuts. That would be really hard to bear. You don't need to care about this, you only need to say yes or no. I can give you the gongfu, but you must let me out. Do you think this is possible yourself? Jiang Che asked rhetorically. Do I still not know about those doorways of your official government? Just find a random person to take my place, and you can send me out of the cell without realizing it. Song Ji snorted. Crouching Tiger Mountain had dealt with the government quite a bit, and there had been quite a few subordinates under his hand who had escaped with their lives by relying on this. That's other people. Mr. Jiang has a bottom line in what he does. Jiang Che said indifferently. Unless the other party gives something that can break his bottom line, otherwise, would never be possible. Good, then I'll add another message as a bargaining chip. Song Ji also heard Jiang Che's meaning and then began to add pounds. Say. What if I say it and you don't release me? Song Ji suddenly paused. Mr. Jiang always does what he says, you don't have to worry. Song Ji's eyes flickered for a moment before he said. Ko Yuanshang most likely knows the whereabouts of the innate aura. Innate aura. Jiang Che pondered in his heart, able to guess that this thing should be extraordinary, but with the amount of information he had right now, he really couldn't figure out what it was. But on the surface, he would not show any shyness since. This is it? Song Ji raised his head with a surprised expression. The innate aura as a bargaining chip isn't even enough? You also said that it was just a possibility. Song Ji was silent. But I can give you a chance. After I get the innate spiritual chi, I will let you live as promised. Now, recite that body refining technique one by one. Seeing that you're also a believer, I'll believe you once. Song Ji snorted lightly, pondering for a moment. His gaze moved and he began to recite the green fury body refining scripture. Earth for the turbid chi, the birth of the fury to condense one's body, the three elements. While the other party was reciting, Jiang Che picked up a hard pen and then began to carve on the ground until a quarter of an hour later. The gong method is given to you, I hope you keep your promise. After Song Ji said that, he lowered his head, and his long loose hair covered his cheeks with it, but at an angle Jiang Che couldn't see, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Want to cultivate the green fury body refining scripture? Dream on. He didn't believe a single word of Jiang Che's bull about letting him out, but could see that Jiang Che seemed to be in desperate need of a superior body refining technique at the moment, which was why he decided to spit out the technique as a ploy. The scriptures he recited were 7 parts true and 3 parts false. As long as Jiang Che dared to cultivate it, he was quite sure that Jiang Che's end would be extremely miserable. It was a great taboo to practice without all the gong methods. It was just that he simply did not know that Jiang Che was precisely able to avoid the risk. Therefore, as Song Ji lowered his head, Jiang Che had already closed his eyes and sunk his mind into the space of the heavenly tablet. Sacrifice goal, introductory green fury body refining scripture. The reason why he chose introductory was because he wanted to try to see if the technique Song Ji had revealed could be successfully sacrificed, and if it could, the cost of confirmation would be lower. Secondly, it was because at this point, he had already attained a great internal breadth and was only one body refining technique away from stepping into the bone forging realm, which was what he was most in need of at the moment to break through the realm in the quickest way possible. The inscriptions on top of the celestial steel kept flickering and lighting up, and after a few breaths, a line of small characters in seal script slowly emerged. Cost of sacrifice, 10 channels of Yin Fin Chi, 1 Xianin flower, 10 jade tendon grasses. Is it a sacrifice? It can indeed be made. The sacrificial heavenly tablet was not only capable of sacrificing crippled merit laws, it could likewise sacrifice merit laws that were half true or false. As long as the part of the technique was true, the rest of the heavenly tablet could be completed. From the very beginning, Jiang Che did not believe that Song Ji would reveal the entirety of the green fury body refining technique, but it didn't matter to him at all because he wasn't cultivating it painstakingly, he was directly sacrificing it. All the hidden dangers would be eliminated by the heavenly tablet itself. And the price given was no longer a problem at all for the current Jiang Che. He had the land of Yin Fury. In order to lure him out of the city, the place that Ko Yuanshang had given him had an abundance of demonic energy, enough for him to perform the sacrifice, and he had just eliminated the Chao gang that had dominated the western city. Su Sanner had also helped him collect enough cultivation resources. Although the Xianin flower was rare, he also had 2 of them in his hands, both of which were savings from the Chao gang. And the jade tendon grass was even less of a problem. This thing was one of the necessary resources for a martial artist's cultivation. Just like the deer's blood grass and the bone strengthening flower, the Chao gang had quite a lot of stock. Supporting him for 1 or 2 sacrifices was not a problem at all. Even better, this time, the sacrifice of the heavenly tablet unexpectedly did not chip away at his longevity, which further let him breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. In fact, with Jiang Che's current state, living peacefully for another 10 years wasn't a problem at all, but after all, longevity was too rare, and he currently didn't have the ability to increase his longevity. To be able to save a little was a little. Leaving the cell, Jiang Che immediately asked Su Sanner to count out the Xianin flower and jade tendon grass needed for the sacrifice, and then, without stopping, rushed to the Black Valley outside the city. In the Battle of the Chao Gang, although he had displayed great power and killed several of the Chao gang's hallmasters and elders one after another, the real decisive force was not him, but Qi Huan and Ko Yuanshang. Passing through the veins was the ceiling of Yanggu County. As long as he didn't reach this realm, he couldn't have the slightest bit of slackness. After all, after eliminating the Chao gang and also killing a portion of the Crouching Tiger Mountain bandits, the opponent's Jiang Che would face would likewise change, and he had to use the fastest time possible to shorten the time of his sacrifice and grow in strength. Alone, the ride is still the top-grade warhorse. Jiang Che rushing speed is also compressed by half, only used half an hour, will be after a day to return to the Black Valley. The blood on the ground has not yet dried up, there are also everywhere visible Crouching Tiger Mountain thieves' corpses. Jiang Che quickly entered the cave, re-sitting on the empty space before the sacrifice. Closing his eyes, he exhaled. Sacrifice target, Introductory Green Fury Body Refining Scripture. Sacrifice cost, 10 channels of Yin Fury Chi, 1 Xianin Flower, 10 Jade Tendon Grasses. Is it a sacrifice? Sacrifice. Without hesitation, Jiang Che's heart immediately sank. Light flashed and red colors surrounded it. All the sacrifices quickly disappeared, and then, a Yin fiendish chi began to be devoured until it reached the sacrifice standard. Then, the sound of a scripture recitation began to appear in Jiang Che's ears. The sound surrounded his ears, like an old man explaining the green fiend body refining scripture. Over and over again, until Jiang Che completely integrated it into his heart. And with that, he also realized that there was indeed a discrepancy between the scripture the old man was narrating and the one Song Ji had recited. It was clear at a glance which was true and which was false. Chapter 57 Breakthrough, Bone Forging. At this moment, Jiang Che's mind was completely immersed in the scripture. And his comprehension of the green fiend body refining scripture was rapidly climbing. The inscriptions on top of the sacrificial heavenly tablet flashed continuously, and when it reached a node, a ray of red light drilled directly into his chest in a swift manner. The skin gradually began to glow red until it spread all over his body. Exactly like when he broke through the internal breath before, at this moment, it was like he was put into a steamer again, and accordingly, the surging internal breath in his body was also gradually climbing up. When the internal energy was small, it was like a small snake that had just broken its shell, flexible and fragile. When the internal energy was fully accomplished, the small snake grew into a large python, surging and surging. But at this moment, the python began to metamorphose into a jiao snake. Growth. Grow. Grow. The steam overflowing from Jiang Che's body had already filled up the entire narrow cave, especially in winter. The slightest bit of heat seemed great, and now it was even more so. A large amount of steam even began to spread towards the outside of the cave, and from afar, it looked as if it was on fire. One could imagine Jiang Che's state at this moment. The internal energy that permeated his body had nowhere to vent, and he could only go and continuously push his chi and blood, which in turn was expelled through the pores of his body. Finally, after about 100 breaths, the internal energy in Jiang Che's body reached its true peak. The next moment, thunder was seen where there was no sound. The scriptures filled his ears, and the internal breath gathered in the various tendons and bones in Jiang Che's body, and a strand of internal breath began to seep into one of the bones in his arm. Bone forging began. The surging internal energy seeped into the sinews and bones, bringing with it a tinge of pain. The internal energy was also rapidly depleting, and its rate of decay was no less than Jiang Che sparring with an evenly matched martial artist. Forging bones undoubtedly consumed a large amount of internal energy. It was also for this reason that the cultivation in this realm was measured in years. Jiang Che's mind controlled the internal energy, spreading it towards the sinews and bones of his body, causing it to hammer them. And the redness in all parts of his body was rapidly fading at this time because of the attenuation of the internal breath. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Che had already recovered as before. He slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that the internal energy in his body had already been depleted, but when he operated the green fiend body refining scripture, a trace of internal energy was born from his muscles and bones again, and Jiang Che's right arm, which was the most heavily hammered, was slightly greenish in color at this moment. Between storing up his strength, his chi and blood instantly boiled. Then, a fist smashed into the green stone on the side. Boom! Ka-ching! Spiderweb-like cracks instantly began to appear on the half-a-zhang-sized brown stone, constantly bursting out a sound, while his fist was unharmed. Gas-forging sinews and bones, hammering 1,000 times, with different feats, or color gold, or sinews and bones ink black, or the rest of the various colors, with a fist, breaking rocks and cracking the ground. The force has thousands of pounds. This is forging bones. Once Lu Ji's words at this moment are still sounding in the ear. His account is not the slightest exaggeration. At this time Jiang Che first into the forging bone, only hammered a few times only, but its tendons and bones are gradually qualitative changes, just that punch. According to his own estimation, I'm afraid that he has nearly 2,000 pounds of strength. Although the increase after that will not be too big, but the cultivation of the green fury body refining scripture this kind of superior technique, cultivation to the great achievement realm, how will also have a large few thousand pounds of strength. Even a strength of 10,000 pounds was not something that could not be desired. This day, it was getting more and more promising. Breaking through the bone forging realm, Jiang Che's strength, even if placed in Yanggu County, was definitely in the middle to upper reaches. As long as one step further, to reach the vein passage realm, Jiang Che would basically be able to run rampant in this acre of land. Because innate is rare. Like Zhu Shang, Koyuan Shang, including a number of large forces in Yanggu County, its leader is in the pulse realm, but the strength of the current he does not know clear. After all, this is something that requires a real fight. Like Koyuansheng and Qi Huan in the same pulse realm, but Koyuansheng in the hands of Qi Huan simply cannot walk 100 moves will be defeated. This is the real strength of the gap. After the breakthrough, Jiang Che didn't stay too long in the land of Yin Fury, and even wiped out the traces of his own visit, and quietly returned to Yanggu County. At this time, Yanggu County was still under martial law. The remaining members of the Chao gang had not yet been caught, so it would take some time. As for the Chao gang's transportation business, Jiang Che was not ready to put it down. A one-shot deal was certainly good, but it was not sustainable. Jiang Che wanted to cultivate his own forces, and wanted more resources to complete the sacrifice. He had to earn a lot of money for himself, and Chao transportation is now a very good direction. Therefore, Jiang Che's hidden intention was to let Su Sanner break away from the government and rebuild the Chao gang in the open, helping him to collect money and gather power. However, before he could perfect this plan, Zhu Sheng sent someone to order him to go to the county office to discuss. At the door, Jiang Che waited for Lu Ji to come with him. He is not ungrateful, like Lu Ji. This kind of people to him sincere help, Jiang Che is with respect and gratitude, will not make any oversteps. Otherwise, if Go Buren was his superior, he would have found a way to kill each other. Judging others by themselves, Jiang Che believed that the other party was also thinking the same way. Commander Jiang has become famous in one battle, he is indeed red-faced. From afar, Go Xuanluan's face piled up a smile on his face as he arched his hand at Jiang Che and flirted. Those who didn't know, I'm afraid they would have thought that they were on very good terms with each other. Commander Go is too kind, Jiang Mao doesn't dare to be Hey! Jiang Commander is too modest, who doesn't know your great name in the whole Yanggu County now. Compared to you, I am indeed considered old. Go unkindly laughed lightly. He. Then I'll go inside and wait for you and Commander Lu first. Please be my guest, Commander Go. When Jiang Che and Lu Ji arrived, Go was laughing and drinking tea with Zhu Shang. Seeing the two of them arrive, Zhu Shang got up to welcome them, and after casually greeting Lu Ji, he also praised Jiang Che. He had gained a lot from the Chao gang, even though most of them were land deeds and properties that were not easy to realize, they still made him satisfied. After a few more years of work, he might even be able to move upwards again. This is all under your lordship's wise command, my subordinate does not dare to take the credit. Jiang Che's attitude was very modest. There is merit reward, there is punishment, this is the proper reason, even Captain Chi is willing to give you a commanding officer position, I will not be able to give up? You relax, the position of commander will not be missing you. Zhu Sheng followed with a smile, but his gaze turned to Go Bu Ren and Lu Ji. Although Jiang Che was not able to become a son-in-law, he was still a good sword and used it very smoothly, plus this time he did a really beautiful job, he also had the idea of promotion in his heart. Just the seat he currently controls, there is no vacancy. Lu Ji frowned and thought deeply for a moment, just wanted to step forward to humble himself and make room for Jiang Che, but it turned out to be Go Xinren who took a step forward and bowed at Zhu Shang. My lord, my subordinate is in charge of the South City Martial Battalion and Yanggu County Martial Battalion. I have long been distracted and unable to do so. I would like to give the position of Martial Battalion Commander to Commander Jiang. Please give your permission. Chapter 58 Promotion, 9th Rank. Go Yanxian had a frank face and seemed to really be sincere in giving up his position for Jiang Che, but in reality, it was not the case. Yanggu County Guard Battalion Commander seems to be a high position of power, but in reality it is not. The Martial Arts Battalion martial arts is wasted, the battalion soldiers are some old and weak, the original duty is to control the county bandits. But how can that little strength have such ability? Coupled with the 4 cities of the Martial Arts Battalion, each in charge of a piece of territory, the actual rights of the relative terms, far less. That's why he was appointed part-time. And his intention was to transfer Jiang Che out of the western city, give him an idle post and deprive him of his actual power, so that Jiang Che would have no excuse to control the affairs of the western city again. There was only one Lu Ji left, so it would not be difficult to deal with. As for his purpose, it was to extend his hand to the West City Chao Gang, because in the whole Yanggu County, only the West City was next to the Qinglin River and had a pier, which was a place of great interests. Once the Chao Gang collapsed, naturally there should be forces to replenish it. This was his idea and Zhao Mingqing's meaning. Just last night, when the Chao Gang had just been destroyed, Go was worried that his conspiracy with Ko Yuanqing to kill Jiang Che would be exposed and he would suffer from Zhu Sheng's disposition, so he directly visited the other party in the middle of the night. The other party did not believe it at first, but when he analyzed the past hatred and the connection between himself and Ko Yuanqing, Zhao Mingqing accepted him and gave him this task. As long as he did it well, Zhao Mingqing would protect him. That way, even if things were to be exposed later, he would still be safe and sound. Go on kindly meaning, Jiang Che can see out, Zhu Sheng can see out, Lu Ji also here understand. The words just fell, the whole atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into silence. Zhu Sheng did not answer, just closed his eyes, fingers constantly point on the desktop, seems to be thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Jiang Che frowned slightly and opened his mouth, ready to decline. He was preparing to rebuild the Chao Gang, how could he possibly give it to someone else now? But before he could move, Lu Ji reached out and stopped him for a moment, then bowed down towards Zhu Sheng. My lord, I think that Jiang Che's ability to be put in the position of the military reserve battalion is really too big to use. Nowadays, the Chao Gang has just been overthrown, and a lot of forces are eyeing on it, so we need such a smart and strong person to be in charge of the battalion. On the other hand, my ability is mediocre, and I can't afford to take up the position of the commander of the western city. If my subordinate is transferred to the military reserve battalion, Jiang Che will take over my position, and then both of us will be happy. Both can let my subordinate help Go commander share a burden, also can let Jiang Che add a burden, you see. How? Originally, the debt of favors Lu Ji had cast on Jiang Che was more than enough, but since he heard that Jiang Che had killed Yu Zongping with a single slash, and killed one of the Chao Gang's bone-forging realm elders in a few dozen breaths, he had thought about it, and felt that it was still necessary to add pounds. Being able to have the son of Captain Qi personally invite him was enough to prove that Jiang Che's potential was something he hadn't seen through yet, and that the other party's cultivation talent was absolutely appalling. Such a young man who was almost already destined for achievement, he felt that the rest of his life would have to be pressed on this kid. Therefore, even though he was still in a state of old age at the moment, and even though he had the intention to go up one more time, when he heard that Go Nengnian was preparing to let Jiang Che go to be the commander of some kind of martial arts battalion, he knew that his chance to perform had come again. Gambling. Let's bet that this kid Jiang Che will become a high official to look up to in the future, and let's bet that this kid will know how to return the favor in the future. Swish. Lu Ji opened his mouth like this, the atmosphere instantly became different again. Jiang Che was opening his mouth, only feeling that Lu Ji was a little too good to himself, sacrificing himself to fulfill him. Go on kindly scolded Lu Ji is not something, it is difficult to Jiang Che as his father is not? Need to be so licked? Hastily about to open his mouth to stop, but was opened his eyes. Xu Sheng raised his hand to stop what he wanted to say, just gazed at Lu Ji and asked. Have you thought about it? Subordinate has thought about it. Lu Ji nodded heavily. Good, then as you wish, go and take command of the Martial Preparation Battalion, and leave the Xiqing Martial Battalion to Jiang Che. Zhu Sheng sealed the deal, as if this was the result he wanted to hear the most. Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks, my lord. Jiang Che, Lu Ji and the two of them immediately bowed. Although the official paperwork hadn't come down yet, since Zhu Sheng had opened his mouth, the rest was just a matter of process, and Jiang Che, too, finally ascended to the position of a formal commander, obtaining a 9th grade official status. In the face of the common people, he can also call himself this official. Congratulations, Jiang. Commander. The smile on Go Yenren's face was a bit far-fetched. I also have to thank Commander Go for letting me have it. Jiang Che also smiled at him. I also think that you do have the ability, ha ha ha. Having the ability sometimes doesn't make it to the top, this time you have to thank Lu Ji properly. Lu Ji Go unkind two people successively bid farewell, the county government office, Zhu Sheng specifically left Jiang Che, rushed to say so. Forgive him for wanting to take advantage of the grace of this promotion, but in the final analysis, Jiang Che should be most grateful to Lu Ji. Without him, Jiang Che wanted to get an official body, he could only go to the military battalion. Your Excellency and Commander Lu's grace of promotion, my subordinate has no teeth to forget. Jiang Che nodded slightly. Ha ha ha, Captain Chi has praised you as a talented person, how can this official let you be buried? How about it, have you figured out how to take control of the western city? Xu Shang looked at him with a smile. My subordinate thinks, although the Chao gang is destroyed, the transportation of the Chao can't be cut off. This is a source of wealth, it should be controlled in your own hands, otherwise it will be cheap for others. Seeing Xu Shang say this, Zhang Che knew he had an idea. You come to supervise this matter and build another Chao gang, after that. I'll take 7 and you'll take 3, let's get rich together. Obviously, Zhang Che was not the only one who wanted to get rich, Xu Shang was also on the list. Maybe when the other party just took office, he had such an idea, that's why he would go along with the situation and destroy the Chao gang under Zhang Che's suggestion. Zhang Che would take the blame, and he would take the benefits. But Zhang Che could only respond, and even had to be thankful, this was the oppression of power and strength. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Zhang Che grinned, it seems that he was already happy to take 30%. Although this official takes 70%, but most of the pressure needs me to block it, the 70% also needs to be distributed to the big and small officials, if you really count it, I take even less than you. Xu Sheng explained. How about 2 more % from your lordship? It's enough for my subordinate to take 1%. Zhang Che was still smiling, unable to see what was in his heart, and acting in a very deferential manner. It was fine for the other party to take 10%, anyway, he wouldn't be able to make much money in a short period of time, while he but can be further in a short period of time, wait until after the passage of the veins, and even the innate, the interests will have to be redivided. You are the one who contributes, and there are people under your hand to feed, so take 30%. Zhu Shang was satisfied with the attitude given by Zhang Che, lifting his hand and patting his shoulder encouragingly. But in the next moment, his face changed somewhat imperceptibly, and the hand gripping Zhang Che's shoulder also unconsciously began to exert itself slightly at this moment. Chapter 59 Desire to become innate. Then, my subordinate would like to thank you, Your Excellency. Zhang Che raised his head, his gaze glanced at Zhu Shang's palm, his expression remained unchanged, a smile piled up on his face. Insufficient strength, at this moment, he would have no choice but to bow his head, he couldn't even show resistance, but it was Zhu Shang's expression that seemed so abnormal. Could it be that he had discovered that he had stepped into the bone-forging realm? Ha ha ha, well, go down and get ready. Zhu Shang's face was as normal as he withdrew his palms and carried them behind his back. Subordinate will leave. After Zhang Che went out and closed the door of the room, the smile on Zhu Shang's face gradually faded, he slowly sat down and looked at his right palm, squinting his eyes and frowning tightly. There were 2 main reasons that caused his complexion to change. 1, when he reached out to pat Zhang Che's shoulder, he was keenly aware that the qi and blood power in Zhang Che's body was unusually thick. According to his estimation, even the inner breath realm could not necessarily possess such power. It was highly likely that it was above the inner breath. But was the bone-forging realm that easy to break through? Secondly, it was when he grabbed Zhang Che's shoulder with force afterward that he realized. If you judge by the shoulder bone, his root bone seems to be very average, just an ordinary level, which is different from the appearance of the genius shown now. That was why he was surprised. At first, one of the important reasons why he had protected Zhang Che when there was a grudge between Zhang Che and Gobai was because Lu Ji had reported to him that Zhang Che had cultivated the brute ox strength on the 7th day, and felt that he was a good seedling for cultivation. Later on, Zhang Che did live up to his high expectations and progressed all the way to the inner breath realm in just over a month's time, killing the Chao Gang's hall master and elders. In fact, after the previous battle of the Chao Gang, he had very high expectations for Zhang Che, which was why he was willing to share 30% of his benefits this time. As a result, things seemed to be out of his expectation. It was possible to step into the bone-forging realm with suspiciously average root bones. Xu Shang had been in power for many years, and when looking at the entire Taiyan province, he was considered a dignified official, so naturally, he had seen quite a number of famous geniuses, but it seemed that none of them had been able to step into the bone-forging realm from the stout body realm in a little over a month's time. Internal breath realm is not so bad, after all, as long as the strong body realm is strong and qi and blood are full, it is easy to break through the internal breath, but internal breath breaking through the bone-forging realm requires time to accumulate even if there is a large amount of resources to assist. Too counterintuitive. And things are abnormal. There must be a demon. Xu Shang faced contemplation, the hot tea in his hand have turned cold before he came to his senses, his eyes flashed with an unprecedented light, his heart gave birth to a guess that made him excited. Can it be that Zhang Che possesses a special treasure? He had seen a lot of things, not only had he seen innate powerhouses, but he had also heard many strange stories, and knew that there were special treasures in the world that could allow people to change their destiny against the heavens. It seems that this is the only way to explain Jiang Che's obvious average roots and bones, but his cultivation speed is extremely amazing. If this is really the case, then it would be no less than a huge surprise for him. The reason he broke away from the military and took up his position as a county lieutenant was because he had already seen his upper limit, and there was simply no channel to be able to obtain innate aura, let alone talk about any breakthroughs. But that didn't mean he hadn't fantasized about it. If the foreign treasure was in his hands, its role would definitely be stronger than Jiang Che's. Stepping into the innate no longer seemed to be an empty talk, and his future in the future. His future would also change drastically. Zhu Sheng's eyes flashed with the light of ambition, and his fists clenched tightly. Of course, at the moment, or just his heart guess and suspicion, did not really judge. After all, just touch a shoulder bone does not seem to mean that Jiang Che's bones must be general. Still need to find a time to properly test some Jiang Che. In fact, your lordship, even if you do not give up the position, subordinate will not be appointed to what the commander of the armed forces battalion. After leaving the county office, Jiang Che quickly brought quite a few cultivation resources to Lu Ji's residence. The other party also seemed to know that he would definitely come, and had prepared wine and food in advance. During the conversation, the two naturally couldn't stop talking about what happened today. Lu Ji slowly shook his head with his wine cup. If I don't give up my position, County Lieutenant Zhu will have a hard time. Otherwise, you think why he only hammered it out after I stepped forward is because he wanted me to take the initiative to step forward. In this way, you and Go Bai have a deep grudge against each other, so that you can check and balance the two of you. But you are still young and strong after all, and now you are idle. It is a bit difficult to avoid. Jiang Che sighed lightly. There is nothing wrong with being idle. As long as you can get to the top, everything is worth it. Lu Mao has been in the military camp for more than 10 years, and I have seen a lot of people who are wrong, but in you I feel that I have not seen anything wrong. You have to cultivate well and work hard to move up. In the future my offspring will have to dip into your light. Lu Ji laughed softly as he joked. If I achieve something, I will live up to the grace of your lordship's promotion. Jiang Che lifted the wine bowl in his hand with a grave face and toasted Lu Ji, then drank it all in one go to show his sincerity. Lu Ji nodded and followed suit with a drink. Has your excellency ever heard of the innate aura? Ever since Song Ji heard about the innate aura from his mouth, Jiang Che had actually always kept it in his mind, only that things were too hectic and he could not spare the time to consult the books. Now in the midst of idle conversation, he would like to find out more about it. Because in his speculation, its so-called innate aura, no surprise it should have something to do with achieving innate aura. Lu Ji's tone paused when he heard these 4 words and looked at Jiang Che and asked with a smile. It seems that you do have a lot of ambition. Jiang Che smiled without saying anything, considered as a default. Lu Ji, on the other hand, took another sip of wine, and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, Back then, I was also not small-minded. Since I had seen the strength of the innate martial artists with my own eyes, I specifically went to consult some books in this area, and summarized it in one sentence. To become an innate, first get aura. Oh. Strengthening the body, internal breath, forging bones, through the veins, these 4 is actually a large realm. The name is called building the Tao realm, as the name suggests, is to build the foundation of the martial artist. Only then is qualified to receive the innate aura into the body. If the foundation is not stable, the meridians do not work, they will burst and die. But this is only the qualification. Want to step into the innate realm, but also need a heaven and earth self-generated aura into the innate Tao seed, otherwise, even if the foundation is strong, it can only be trapped in the Tao building realm. No aura, no innate. That innate spiritual qi is so precious, I'm afraid it's difficult for normal people to obtain it. Yes, this is a great dilemma. Unless there is an innate martial artist or even above as a reliance behind them, only then can they be qualified to compete to seize the innate aura. And this is the threshold, a threshold that traps countless people. Lu Ji sighed as he talked about the innate aura. In that case, wouldn't it be the case that martial artists without background backing would only be trapped at the Tao building realm? Jiang Che frowned. That's how things are in the world, so martial artists without backgrounds will have to go and rely on sects, lineages, or climb up the ranks of the government, and it's too hard to get the innate aura on their own. Unless it's really luck to the point of coincidentally encountering the innate aura among the wild mountains, otherwise. Having said this, Lu Ji stopped speaking and just shook his head. Chapter 60, Sacrifice, Green Fiend Sutra Minor Achievement. After coming out from the Lu mansion, Jiang Che did not care that the night was already late and immediately rushed to the prison cell. He wanted to meet Ko Yuanqing in person. If it was according to what Lu Ji had said, then the importance of the innate aura was too much. Without it, even if Jiang Che cultivated to the passing Vane realm and had the ability to offer sacrifices, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to break through. And defecting to a sect or family as a dog was really not a wise choice. The other party is not stupid, will hand over the innate aura to him easily. As for climbing in the officialdom, when will he be able to climb to a high position and get the innate aura easily? Therefore, Ko Yuanshang became his only breakthrough now. Even if his cultivation was still insufficient now, he had to prepare in advance. Imprisoning Ko Yuanshang was a completely impermeable dungeon, surrounded by 1-foot-wide lapis lazuli walls, and he was enjoying the top treatment as a prisoner. In the entire Shiqing martial camp, there was only one such one. When Jiang Che opened the dungeon door, Ko Yuanshang, who was bound by chains and had double hooks hanging from his shoulder bones, also subconsciously raised his head, and his cloudy eyes gradually became clearer, and he also saw the identity of the visitor. You are here to humiliate me? Ko Yuansheng hadn't eaten any rice or water for a day and a night, and his voice had long been hoarse. Jiang Che shook his head, put the lunchbox in his hand on the ground to open them one by one. This is the meal that he specially let people expedite to make, 2 meat and 2 vegetarian, and so on, all of them up before saying, there is no need for you to have so much malice towards me. I'm only following orders when I make a move against the Chao gang. If it wasn't for the fact that your madam has a blood feud with me, maybe you and I could really be friends. Ko Yuansheng snorted, late at night here, and still full of false benevolence. Say it, what are you looking for me for? I heard that you and Mrs. Yu have a son, named Ko Qing, right? Jiang Che spoke to himself. The chains on Ko Yuansheng's body trembled continuously, and he stared. You don't even spare the child? 16 years old, all grown up, can't be considered a child anymore. Jiang Che laughed. You deserve to die. Damn it. Don't get excited, just chatting. Look, I didn't even mention the story between that day and Mrs. Yu, just want to talk to you. Talk about what? Threaten me with the child? Heh. If you could find it, you would have brought the child over by now. Ko Yuansheng didn't believe Jiang Che's bull and only felt that he was scamming himself. How do you know I didn't catch him? Now it's a city-wide martial law to hunt down the remaining members of the Chao gang. As long as your son is still in the city, it's impossible for him to be without any traces. After you said all that, what exactly are you trying to threaten me with? The Chao gang was all destroyed by you. How? You didn't share enough benefits from Zhu Sheng's hands? Ko Yuansheng sneered. Someone said that you have the whereabouts of the innate aura in your hands. Tell me and your son can live, otherwise we'll have to reunite your family of 3 underground. Seeing that he didn't bluff the other party, Jiang Che also explained his intention. What innate aura? What are you babbling about? Ko Yuansheng asked with a bewildered look on his face. Jiang Che chucked the dishes on his lunchbox without any hesitation. Since I'm here, I've already confirmed the news. We're all old friends, so don't put on airs here. It's true that I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't believe me, feel free to torture me. Maybe I won't be able to hold up and remember what it is you're talking about. The corner of Ko Yuansheng's mouth grinned, his face showing mockery. Jiang Che gazed at him and continued to clip his rice. In Ko Yuansheng's current state, if he was tortured, the probability was that he would die, and the other party's attitude made it clear that he was prepared to beg for death, not fearing Jiang Che's threats in the slightest. But he was also basically certain of one thing. Song Ji was right, Ko Yuansheng must know the whereabouts of the innate aura. I respect men with backbone. Old Ko, you are very good. I hope your son can be as tough as you. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Che kicked over the food box and directly turned around to leave. He hadn't thought that he could get Ko Yuansheng to talk right away, just making sure that the innate aura was real was enough. Ko Yuansheng was not afraid of death, but he still had a soft underbelly. Therefore, the first thing Jiang Che did the following morning was to let Geng Dabu and Tang Yan increase their efforts in tracking down Ko Qing, focusing on the pursuit of Ko Qing, and not hesitating to take out a reward of 1,500 taels of silver for this. When this news came out, it made Jiang Che's notoriety even higher. After all, this was the rhythm of completely exterminating the Ko family. At the same time, Susanna didn't stay idle. He withdrew from the ranks of the Shiqing martial arts camp on the same day, and quickly began to take over the Chao gang's industry with some of his team members, and Jiang Che's special grant of 2,000 taels of silver. He also took the name of Tenya Alliance. This is Jiang Che's name, meaning that the business to the ends of the earth and the sea. At the beginning also thought of the name Sea Corner Pavilion. But also afraid of their own someday be rumored Y91 Mr. Jiang, think before and after under, or use the word tianya. And the sudden appearance of the end of the world alliance, but also caused a lot of forces of concern. A little investigation basically guessed the end of the world alliance behind the person is Jiang Che, suddenly let a lot of people hate the teeth itchy. Being an official is not enough, this kid even wants to get rich? This is their interest. Therefore, even if Jiang Che is notorious, many forces in Yanggu County, or very tacit agreement to join forces against the end of the world alliance, as long as the end of the world alliance to collect goods, or buy and sell goods. There are the rest of the stores in the city to be low on 10% or not sold at all. Just want to let Jiang Che know the wisdom of the child to withdraw. But they simply do not understand the character of Jiang Che, has broken through the bone forging of his own, has a lot of backbone, how can face a group of regional Jianghu forces back down? They want to play, then play with them. Sacrifice target, Green Fury body refining scripture small completion. Sacrifice cost, Een Fury gas 100 ways, red green sand a caddy, snow lake flower a flower, jade bone water 1 or 2, cut life 1 year. Is it a sacrifice? After making it clear that the innate aura existed and that he was facing many opponents, Jiang Che once again sacrificed with the thought of raising his cultivation realm as soon as possible. When the Green Fiend body refining scripture was completed, it meant that Jiang Che was able to step into the Vein Passage realm. And the sacrifice price given was really harsh, but he now had a goal. As long as he could collect the above sacrifices, he could immediately break through the passing vein. At that time, within Yanggu County, he would be running rampant. My lord, Miss Xu seeks an audience. Outside the door, Su Qinghu knocked on the door of the room. Jiang Che opened the room door with a normal expression, looked up and down at Zhu Qingqing, who he hadn't seen in a few days, and asked with a light smile, "What is Miss Xu's important matter?" Xu Qingqing gave him a somewhat complicated look in her eyes and playfully said, "My father said that he is looking for you for a major matter, and asked you to go over to see him now." "What major matter?" "We had just met yesterday, and we had all divided up our interests. Where did the major matter come from?" "I don't know about this, it's just to pass on a message." Xu Qingqing shook her head. Chapter 61 Killing Pigs Xu. In that case, then Miss Xu will lead the way. Jiang Che reached out and gestured for Zhu Qingqing to lead the way. Along the way, the two of them hardly talked at all, always remaining silent, as if the arrogant and domineering Zhu Qingqing from before was not the same person as the current one. It made Jiang Che feel a little surprised in his heart. But also just so, he is not interested to ask each other to keep silent reasons. Xu Qingqing's heart is thinking about the words her father said today when he called her to the study. Changing his attitude from before, he turned to let her continue to keep in touch with Jiang Che. The words, seems to want to accept Jiang Che as a son-in-law, meaning, make her heart feel puzzled, is not the father who reprimanded himself before? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Although some twisted, but her father's arrangement she cannot refuse, just see Jiang Che again, she already do not know what to talk about. Not long after, the two of them returned to the Shu mansion. Zhu Qingqing brought Jiang Che to the door of the study, opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then swallowed it down, slightly owed a bow and then turned to leave. Creak. Jiang Che pushed open the door of the room. Inside sitting Zhu Shang, full of smiles, greeted up, very close, patted his shoulder, let him sit beside himself. Is it surprised why this official suddenly let Qinger find you over? Please also ask your honor to explain. Jiang Che clasped his fists in a bewildered salute. This trip to find you over, this official wants to give you a gift. Zhu Shang looked at Jiang Che with a smile, and under his puzzled gaze, he took out a thin booklet from within the wooden box next to him. Jiang Che fixed his eyes on it, only to see the words Mixed Elements Body Refining written on it. This is? Jiang Che had some hidden guesses in his heart. This is my Zhu family heirloom technique, Mixed Yuan Body Refining Scripture. Even if you look at the entire Taiyan province, it is also a rare body refining technique. Seeing that you were able to kill Zongping with a single slash before, I think you have already reached the great completion of your internal breath, right? It is the need for a superior body refining method of cultivation of the key moment. The cultivation of the method is related to the foundation of the martial arts, absolutely not careless. If you practice hybrid body refining method, future achievements will also be higher. After thinking about it, this official feels that you have extraordinary potential before he is willing to give this method to you for cultivation. Xu Shang had a solemn face, as if he was really looking out for Jiang Che, but in reality, it was to use this opportunity to peek into Jiang Che's secret, whether he was really harboring an exotic treasure or not. This is too valuable, my subordinate is ashamed to receive it. Jiang Che immediately excused himself. Although Lu Ji had previously said that the Zhu family's body refining method was superior, he already had a better Green Fury body refining scripture at the moment. There was no longer a need for this method of cultivation. Gong method, this is used for cultivation. This official is never stingy. You have the potential, I will be willing to give you. Well, do not excuse yourself. Come, this official to help you practice. Sit on your knees. This official within the breath travel your body meridians, so you can quickly memorize the key veins of the operation of the Gong method in the cultivation of a great benefit. Xu Shang waved his hand and said that he was going to let Zhang Che sit down on his knees. But Zhang Che was slow to move. Perverse. It was too abnormal. The previous Xu Shang would never be so enthusiastic, even the reward was not so eager, as if Zhang Che's body had something that interested him. Thinking of this, Zhang Che's thoughts turned sharply, and he quickly grasped the key. Unsurprisingly, it should be his terrifying cultivation speed. He was an auxiliary soldier. In just over a month's time he was able to match the 10 years of kung fu of a regular person, which was special in itself, especially since he had also killed Yu Zumping with a single slash before. I'm afraid that he had already aroused Xu Shang's suspicion. What, don't see this body refining method? Seeing Zhang Che's hesitant face, Xu Shang slightly frowned. My subordinate wouldn't dare, it's just that. After destroying the Chao gang a few days ago, I accidentally obtained a body refining method from an elder and have already started practicing. Zhang Che could not possibly let Xu Shang pry into his own fleshly body since there's no harm in that. As long as you haven't stepped into the bone forging realm, you can still change your technique. Xu Shang gazed at Zhang Che. By a fluke, my subordinate has already started bone forging. Things had come to a head, Zhang Che could only admit it. Oh? Stepped into the bone forging realm so quickly? Xu Shang's tone was slightly pulled up, while his heart secretly said that it was true. Otherwise, Zhang Che was definitely not able to kill Yu Zonping with a single slash. This official remembers that it has only been more than a month since you came out of the auxiliary military camp and started the brute ox strength, right? Xu Shang slowly sat down and asked this doubt as if he was curious. Yes. Zhang Che nodded, basically having guessed the other party's purpose. He was afraid that he suspected that he had a secret in his body. And its heart coveted. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced towards the outside, pondering how sure he could escape if Xu Shang stormed out. More than a month's time, stepping into the bone forging realm, such cultivation talent can be called a genius. Compared to you, this official's cultivation for so many years, it feels like it's all in vain. Xu Shang smiled, then added. This official has an eldest son, who is considered to be an accomplished person, and in his early years, he was enrolled in the Jinhai Palace of Taiyan Province to cultivate. Seeing that your roots are so strong, this official would be able to help you with some referrals. Even face to face with Captain Shi, accept you as a righteous son is also not impossible. I'm not hiding it from your honor, my subordinate's root bone is really average, and I can have such a fast cultivation speed, perhaps have something to do with the golden carp that my subordinate ate in the Qinglin River in the early years. Zhang Che feigned contemplation and began to make up nonsense. A tale of golden carp. Zhang Che's prevaricating words, how could Xu Shang believe it? Seeing Zhang Che some resistance, he can actually understand in his heart, if it is a different person who was carrying a special treasure, it is not possible to freely spit it out, just sighed lightly and said. This is also regarded as your luck is too much, perhaps that goldfish itself is the spiritual chi convergence, these years latent in your body, now cultivation to be able to be so amazing. Your honor's high opinion. But you also have to be careful, where there is a spirit of things, not enough blessings, there will be disaster. Some years ago I had heard that the Jianghu had a farmer's boy, accidentally got a foreign treasure, cultivation progress extremely rapid. But he didn't know that the exotic treasure was owned by a demon, only to use it as a cauldron, and in the end, he was even sucked to death alive. Xu Shang shook his head, seemingly regretful. Zhang Che was silent, the other party's intention was already very obvious. I'm afraid that he suspected that he possessed the so-called exotic treasure right on his body. After deliberating for a moment, he decided to stabilize the other party with the news of the innate spiritual chi first. As long as he waited for his green fury body refining scripture to become successful and step into the pulse passage realm. At that time, there would be no need to worry about Xu Shang's threat. The pig Xu has been fattened up and can have a peaceful and good year. Xu Shang treated him with the grace of promotion, but he also helped the other party harvest 10,000 taels of silver. Now that the other party has bad intentions towards him, then he has no choice but to return the favor. Chapter 62 Crisis Past? 3 shifts seeking catch-up readings. Innate aura? Is this information accurate? As Zhang Che expected, when he led the topic to the innate spiritual chi, Xu Shang's face really changed, even more urgent than getting the exotic treasure. Because what Jiang Che didn't know was that Zhu Shang had already reached the peak of passing vain. Although his chi and blood had not lived up to his prime, he could still hope to step into this realm if he had the help of innate spiritual chi. He coveted Jiang Che's exotic treasure. The main reason is to want to further up, or to save for his own son, but if there is still innate spiritual chi words, that would be a double blessing. This Jiang Che could really be a blessing for him. For the time being, it is not possible to determine, but my subordinate will confirm this matter as soon as possible. At that time, when your lordship has the help of the innate aura, he will definitely be able to accomplish something great. Jiang Che immediately complimented. Give you half a month's time to trace, if you can really find the innate aura. Whatever you want, this official can oblige. Zhu Shang also gave his promise. Originally, he was thinking that if Jiang Che had the sense to hand over the exotic treasure, then he wouldn't treat the other party poorly, and he could even marry Zhu Qingqing to him as his wife and support him to the throne. If Jiang Che was bent on having his way, he would send him back to the west after he confirmed the authenticity of the foreign treasure. But now, he decided to delay it for a bit. Compared to the innate aura, a foreign treasure whose details were still unknown also seemed less important. My subordinate will live up to your honor's high expectations. I just hope that your honor will give my subordinate some rights, so that the speed of tracing may be greatly advanced. Jiang Che continued. After coming out from Zhu Mansion, Jiang Che was also finally relieved. If Zhu Sheng really made a move, the certainty that he could escape was no more than 20% chance, fortunately. With the news of the innate aura stabilized the other party. It also bought him a chance for himself. Originally, he was still thinking of slowly collecting offerings, but now look. Definitely can't delay any longer. If Zhu Sheng reacted, his situation would be very dangerous. This was because he couldn't leave Yanggu County, otherwise the innate aura would be really difficult to obtain. At the same time, he also made up his mind that before he broke through the vein, he would never meet with Zhu Sheng in private again, putting his own life in the hands of someone else's thought. After returning to the martial camp, Jiang Che immediately summoned Geng Dabiao and asked them to quickly count the inventory they got from the Chao Gang. He was not short of Yin Fin Chi, but only red-green sand, snow lake flower, and jade bone water. After the final inventory, among the many resources Jiang Che got from the Chao Gang, these things were also in short supply. The red-green sand was only 3 taels, the snow lake flower was not available at all, and there were only a dozen drops of jade bone water. Because of these things, they were originally treasured items. Red-green sand is a necessity to build 100 refined treasure knife. Often only 1 or 2 can make a treasure knife exceptionally sharp. The market price is even more expensive, because 100 pounds of red greenstone at most only refining 1 or 2 green sand. Jade bone water is the cultivation medicine for bone forging martial artists, can wash and refine the sinews and bones, equally valuable. As for the snow lake flower is even more remarkable, is a tonic medicine, and corpse blood mushroom general, our priceless existence, can only rely on luck to bump into a flower. Inventory is not enough. Jiang Che quickly let Su Sanner put down all the matters at hand, to purchase jade bone water and red green sand, at the same time, issued a bounty, use all means to investigate the snow lake flower. Yanggu County, East City. Outside a hidden mansion, a man wearing a thick cotton coat with slightly disheveled hair glanced around and directly pushed the gate open, while also lifting his hair back. Zhao Mingcheng. If there were any county office officials here, they would definitely be shocked. Brother Zhao. Upon hearing the commotion, the closed door of the room also opened, and a long-bearded man wearing a Confucian crown stepped out, arching his hand at Zhao Mingcheng. It was clear that they were well acquainted with each other. Mr. Liang. Zhao Mingcheng returned the bow, nodded slightly, and was introduced into the room by the other party. And inside the room, a man drinking strong wine saw Zhao Mingcheng come and also raised his head, arching his hand with a smile on his face. Prefect Zhao, I've heard a lot about you. This one is? Zhao Mingcheng's face was a little less than pretty. His connection with Crouching Tiger Mountain was very secretive, and he had only met with that Mr. Liang a handful of times over the past 10 years or so. Never allowing any outsiders to follow, but right now, the other party seemed to have broken the rules. Brother Zhao, don't be angry, this is my Crouching Tiger Mountain's third leader, Hui Xiaoshan. This time he came here also because it's a matter of great importance. I hope you will bear with me. Mr. Liang hurriedly explained. Zhao Mingcheng slowly sat down, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. I don't know what is the matter that could cause the third boss to come personally. Could it be for that Song leader? Song Ji is only one, the most important. Is still Ko Yuancheng. Although Song Ji could also be ranked in Crouching Tiger Mountain as a solid leader, there was still no way to compare with Ko Yuancheng. Because the innate aura was simply too important. Gangmaster Ko? Gangmaster Ko has helped my Crouching Tiger Mountain a lot over the years. This is a favor. The big boss said that he must be safe to come out alive. The truth was impossible to confide in Zhao Mingqing since, and Mr. Liang had no choice but to make up a lie off the top of his head. Speaking of Master Ko, then I wonder if Mr. Ko is also in the hands of your mountain? Mr. Liang smiled and did not deny it. This matter is not easy. This official and Zhu Sheng don't deal with each other, while Ko Yuanqing and Song Ji are both forcibly detained by Jiang Che in the Xiqing martial camp. This official's order can't control him. Zhao Mingcheng then shook his head. There really isn't a single thing that can be done? Liang was resigned. It's difficult. Then what if we get rid of Zhu Sheng? The silent Hua Xiaoshan said in a deep voice. Never. Zhao Mingcheng hurriedly waved his hand. When the last county lieutenant was forced out, he had caused the top to be very unhappy, and had spent thousands of taels of silver to stabilize the situation, so if he directly killed Zhu Sheng, it would be tantamount to a rebellion. Once it becomes a big deal, he will not be able to keep his official position. This Jiang Che is the mastermind who ambushed Song Ji and overthrew the Chao gang, right? Not even close. He's Zhu Sheng's beloved. He's the one who did all these things. Zhu Sheng can't be killed, then kill this Jiang Che. Hua Mao doesn't like these official doorways of yours, always thinking of scheming, but in my opinion, as long as the other party is dead, everything will be fine. Hua Xiaoshan said indifferently. If it's just a dead commander, it's not like it can't be suppressed. Zhao Mingqing couldn't accept Zhu Sheng's death, but Jiang Che's official position wasn't too high, so it was possible. Good, then let's do it, but before we do it, you should first confirm if Ko Yuanqing is still alive and where he's being held in the martial camp. Hua Xiaoshan sealed the deal. Zhao Mingqing nodded with a slight frown on his brow. In colluding with Crouching Tiger Mountain, he did not have the upper hand because the other party was not afraid of being exposed at all, while he was afraid. It can be. Then, Hua will wait for the good news from the county magistrate. After this is accomplished, Crouching Tiger Mountain will be grateful. Hua Xiaoshan stretched out 2 fingers towards Zhao Mingqing. Ha. 3 shifts to beg for a catch-up read. Chapter 63 Breaking the Family and Destroying the Door. Requesting for catch-up reading. This surnamed Zhao, he's not too suspicious. Inside the room, Hua Xiaoshan drinks with Mr. Liang and talks about Zhao Mingqing who is left. After all, there's an official body, it's good to be cautious, and in order to hide the relationship between him and us over the years, the walled city lord only let me alone meet with him. Mr. Liang explained. He is the great walled city lord's staff, but in terms of status he is still inferior to Hua Xiaoshan. This time out, it was also with Hua Xiaoshan as the main person and him as a supplement. Hua Xiaoshan nodded. I actually admire you for actually being able to pull down a county magistrate. It seems that our Crouching Tiger Mountain has been peaceful and free of disasters all these years, thanks to this person. As long as a person has weaknesses, this Zhao Mingqing's weaknesses are simply too many. Back then when he first came to Yanggu to take up his post, he was anxious to amass wealth to fill the deficit, while I managed to let him make a few big profits. After he was completely in the jar, now even if he wants to get out of it, it's hard to get out of it. We have his handle in our hands. As long as we poke it out, we can put him to death at any time. Mr. Liang let out a light laugh. On the surface, although he respected the other party, in his heart he still looked down. This is still a small path after all. Hua Xiaoshan sighed. What the third leader said is true, so now is our big plan. The walled village master's cultivation has reached its peak, all kinds of auxiliary treasures have also been given by the messenger of the upper teachings, and now we are only missing an innate aura to make a breakthrough. At that time, we won't have to harbor in this small Crouching Tiger Mountain. The light in Mr. Liang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Within Taiyan Prefecture, although there was no lack of innate powerhouses, the surrounding 2 counties at least explicitly didn't have any. As long as the walled city lord could achieve innate power, he would have the qualifications to be valued by the upper sect. At that time, Yanggu County will be completely in their hands. He has studied hard for 10 years, not for the sake of just wanting to be a bandit who can't raise his head. Hua Xiaoshan raises his hand, stopping Mr. Liang from continuing. Mr. Liang, be careful what you say, beware of ears through the wall. The great plan of the walled city lord can be known in your heart and mind, there is no need to say it. It's me who is willful. Mr. Liang smiled and confessed. Jiang Che's strict orders at once, Susanna and the others didn't dare to delay at all, immediately sent people to go through all the major medicine stores in Yanggu County to buy several kinds of cherished medicinal herbs. But due to the targeting of several major forces in Yanggu County, even if Jiang Che spent a lot of money, still only bought a very small portion. The other side has the goods in hand, just do not sell. There were also people who wanted Su Sanner to give Jiang Che a message that as long as he could disband the Tianya alliance, everything would be negotiable, and those goods would do their best to help him buy them to show their sincerity. Jiang Che negative hand, the expression is not fast and slow, just faintly asked. Did you find the whereabouts of the Snow Lake flower? It is rumored that the Li family in the South City has a top-grade Snow Lake flower in their hands that is heavily sought after, with the intention of forging the body of the Li family's first son in advance before he practices martial arts. Su Sanner bowed and said. Then there's nothing more to say, pass the order, all the West City Martial Arts Battalion soldiers gather, follow me to sweep over one by one, the excuse well. Let's just say searching for the remnants of the Chow gang. Since these forces are not willing to give face to them, there is no need for him to pull the strings with them. In the past, he was not strong enough and could only plan slowly, but now that the matter of stepping into the bone forging is no longer a secret and the time is exceptionally tight, then of course it is a high-profile move. Underlings follow orders. Underlings follow orders. Dung Dabiao. Several people clasped their fists in unison. Jiang Che's name was to search for the remaining members of the Chow gang, and the identity he used was the Order of Lu Ji, the commander of the Martial Reserve Battalion, and he had already sent someone to inform the other party about this matter in advance. The Western City was his territory, so he could do whatever he wanted, but the forces that owned the Red Green Sand and Jade Bonewater were in other cities, so he had to use the name of the Military Reserve Battalion. Because the Armed Forces Battalion has the right to control the arrests in Yanggu County, even if there is only an empty name, that's enough. It's all about the name of the division. As for the consequences of such a crazy broken family, that will have to wait until after he breaks through the vein. The first selected force is the northern city of the 100 Medicine Hall. Let Su Sanner bring the message. Is also this force, behind the standing Yanggu County minister as well as the main book, also has a relationship of interest with Zhao Mingcheng. Its strength is not as strong as the Chow gang, but it is also not weak, otherwise it would not dare to covet the interests of the Western City. The most important reason why he was chosen is that he is the head of the 100 Medicine Hall. The most important reason for choosing him was that the head of the 100 Medicines Hall was not in Yanggu County now, and had taken a group of manpower out on an errand a few days earlier. He was to drill this hole. After all, he had just entered the bone forging realm. Even with the 3 extreme shocking furies boost, the chances of winning against a genuine pulse-passing realm martial artist were also not too great, and based on his chi alone, the other party outperformed him by a factor of 2 or more. Commander Jiang has brought so many men, I wonder what is the purpose of this? At the entrance of the 100 Medicine Hall, a gray-haired old man with more than 10 disciples from the hall stopped in front of Jiang Che, his tone somewhat stiff. Wasn't it you who asked someone to bring word that you wanted to talk to this official about the Western City's canal transportation? Now that I'm here, what do you want to say? Jiang Che questioned with an indifferent face. Commander Jiang bringing so many men doesn't look like he's here to talk about things. The gray-haired old man gazed at the dozens of soldiers behind Jiang Che, frowned and asked. His heart also had some not-so-good premonitions. I'm a person who likes big rows. Why, no. The hallmaster is not in now. Why don't we wait for the hallmaster to come back? How about the two of you talk about it in detail? The gray-haired old man squeezed out a far-fetched smile and tried to persuade the other party to go back. Only now did he finally understand that the rumored Jiang Che's aura was so strong that it was actually not inferior to his own hallmaster. Sure enough, if he wasn't there, that would be much better. Jiang Che's mouth grinned. So, you've asked someone to bring words to amuse this official? Commander Jiang, the old man is in no way. Gray-haired old man's words have not yet finished. Jiang Che will move, figure like a phantom, foot borrowed strength, the green stone floor shattered, a step out directly, a knife cut to gray-haired old man, killing intent rises. What? Gray-haired old man was shocked, simply did not expect that the other party would actually move at this moment, immediately retreated, sleeves flung, a side of iron ruler across the body, wanna block Jiang Che's knife. Clang! This knife, gray-haired old man indeed blocked, but only so, because Jiang Che at this moment has been close to the body. Do not do any hesitation, long knife in the hand slides down. His right arm built up strength and swung his fist. Surging internal energy and chi and blood gathered in his right arm, countless veins on it instantly rippled, and straight away, he slammed out a fist. The gray-haired old man's face changed as he tried to use his thick sleeves to remove some of the force, but when both sides touched, his sleeves instantly tore, and Jiang Che's fist landed on his left chest. Bang! 2,000 kilograms of huge force enough to break green stone falling on a person's body. The consequences could be imagined. His fist directly pierced the other party through his chest, then retracted and threw the old man to the ground. Same forged bones, one punch ended it. The 100 Medicine Hall has colluded with the remnants of the Chow gang with the intention of plotting a rebellion. The evidence is conclusive. Pass on my order, break the family. Exterminate the family. Chapter 64, Giving you face and calling you Lord, not giving you. The 100 Medicines Hall has colluded with the remaining members of the Chow gang with the intention of plotting a rebellion. The evidence is conclusive. Pass on my order, break the family. Exterminate the family. Jiang Che snorted coldly, then raised his hand and waved it. In the next moment, Tang Yen Gungdabyo and the others who had already been prepared immediately drew their swords and stepped forward, and having already lost a powerful combat elder, the morale of the 100 Medicinal Hall's crowd of disciples dropped to freezing point. The slaughter began with an overwhelming advantage. Jiang Che followed after the soldiers and entered the front door of the 100 Medicine Hall. No one dared to approach for several feet around them at all, and in just a few moments, the disciples of the 100 Medicine Hall were on the verge of collapsing. But the 100 Medicines Hall can stand in the North City does not fall, is also some of the heritage. Just hand less than 100 breaths of time, from the inner hall, will be out of a number of sword and knife martial arts toward him to kill. Obviously, these were the elders or stewards of the 100 Medicine Hall. Dog thief, suffer death. Asshole, how dare you take advantage of the hall master's absence to make a move against my 100 Medicine Hall, stay here today. Villain, take your life. The three internal breath and bone forging martial artists made their moves at the same time, killing Jiang Che in 3 directions. 3 Jedi frightening fury. Open. In an instant, Jiang Che's eyes glowed with a blood-colored light, his right leg stepped on the ground and his figure leapt up, directly rushing up to meet the incoming people. Swish. 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 3 slashes, only 3 slashes were used, and the 3 people were transformed into 6 mutilated corpses that smashed on top of the medicine cabinet of the 100 Medicine Hall. Facing martial artists of the same realm, or even lower realms, Jiang Che's advantage was overwhelming. Wiping the blood from his blade, Jiang Che's gaze returned to clarity, and without even looking at the corpses on the ground, he immediately rushed into the 100 Medicine Hall storehouse with his men. A quick battle. His trip here was not a delay. Compared to the affluence of the Chow gang, the 100 Medicines Hall was equally not much worse. Within the treasury, there were precious medicinal herbs placed one after another. It could be said that the 100 Medicines Hall alone had completed most of his offerings, with only 1 snow lake flower missing. And within the silver vault, boxes of silver ingots were similarly neatly arranged. But Jiang Che didn't take all of these things. He only needed the offerings now. He was not too interested in the silver money. The purpose of these things was to plug the mouths of Zhu Sheng as well as the many officials in the county. After Jiang Che had deposited all the offerings that needed to be sacrificed into the sacrificial heavenly monument, the remaining forces of the 100 Medicine Hall were basically eliminated, and for the savings of the 100 Medicine Hall, Jiang Che had only let a quarter of it be taken away. These things are counted, Jiang Che if all take away, after that also basically do not need to stay in Yanggu County, even if it is as strong as Zhu Sheng Zhaomingcheng, after getting the benefits will also share the profits to the subordinates. Otherwise, who will still help him to sell his life? Another thing is, Jiang Che's sacrificial heavenly monument, although the space is not small, but what can be stored can only be sacrifices, the rest can't be stored in it at all. This is something that he has already experimented with a long time ago. My lord, County Minister Yang and Master Lu, they have arrived. In addition to that, there is also North City Commander Song Yi as well as Sheriff Chen. Gung Dabiao quickly walked to Jiang Che's side and lowered his voice to report. A small half-hour had passed since Jiang Che made his move, and he wasn't the least bit surprised that the crowd had gotten the news, glancing at Gung Dabiao and nodding slightly. In that case, then go meet them. Yang Xian's several people are Yanggu County Yamen's real power figures. Jiang Che and several of them have not dealt with much, but have also had a few encounters, before when they just arrived in Yanggu County at the reception banquet. Several people have had a drink with Jiang Che and talk freely. But now, all of them had a look of grimace. Especially Lu Guan and Yang Xian, as 8th rank officials second only to county magistrates and county lieutenants, they likewise had their own power base, and the 100 Medicine Hall was their silver bag. Every year, they were able to offer them a large amount of silver money, taking care of their lives very favorably. But now, the 100 Medicines Hall was actually destroyed under their noses. How can this be tolerated? Is this the 100 Medicines Hall that was exterminated? This is Jiang Che hitting them in the face. If they tolerated it, who would dare to send them silver in the future? The two of them were very angry at Jiang Che's audacity, angry at Jiang Che, a small 9th grade commander, even extended his hand to their territory, so a few people who had just received the news immediately passed the order to the North City Marshal camp to mobilize. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. Watching those West City Military Battalion soldiers a box to carry out, a few people heart only feel in the blood-dripping general. This is their silver. Jiang Che brought Gung Dabiao out from the 100 Medicine Hall. Yang Xian's eyes slightly condensed, and said in a deep voice. Jiang Che, who gave you the right to unauthorizedly mobilize the military battalion soldiers to move against the 100 Medicine Hall, if you don't give this official an explanation today, this official hat of yours will come to an end. Does Jiang need an explanation? I'm under the command of the Western City Commander, why can't I mobilize the soldiers? County Minister Yang is in such a hurry, how? Could it be that there is some collusion with the 100 Medicine Hall? Bold, how dare you be so rude to Lord Yang? Lu Guan, the chief bookkeeper on the side, immediately questioned. You are really bold, this is the North City not the West City, unauthorized transgression, this official will definitely report to the county magistrate to punish you. Yang Xian was furious in his heart, angered by Jiang Che's attitude. Jiang Mao was ordered to pursue the remnants of the Chao gang. The 100 Medicines Hall has gathered the remnants with the intention of plotting against the government, and should be destroyed, and you guys are blabbering about it here, huh? It's simply a matter of bad intentions. And, who says I'm overstepping my bounds? Yanggu County Armed Forces Battalion has the right to arrest anywhere in the county. Lu Commander entrusted this task to me. Jiang Mao has violated which law? Long before he made his move, Jiang Che had anticipated this situation. Under orders, under whose orders? As soon as he heard the word under orders, Sheriff Chen felt his teeth ache, feeling that Jiang Che really didn't know how to take things lightly. Relying on Zhu Shang's high regard, he was simply lawless within the county. However, due to the help of the other party before, he was not so much to go against Jiang Che, and hurriedly set up a stage for Jiang Che to tell the mastermind behind the scenes, Zhu Shang, in order to make Yang Xian back down. Jiang Che directly pulled out a Zhu token from between his sleeves and flashed it. Naturally, it's on the orders of County Lieutenant Zhu. Jiang Che was already prepared to turn the tables on Zhu Shang, and at this moment, he was even more unstinting in using the other party's name. Lord Yang, this. Sheriff Chen's gaze turned to Yang Xian, his face showing hesitation. He also hoped that the other party could back off. After all, if it was really a big deal, no one would be able to get any favors. You think that taking the name of Zhu County Lieutenant can scare off this official? Yang Xian stared straight at the token in Jiang Che's hand and snorted coldly. Then what is County Minister Yang prepared to do? Jiang Che withdrew the token, his gaze indifferent. Give the other party face and call him Lord, if not, let him become dead. With the innate aura hanging over Zhu Shang, he believed that at least for the time being, the other party would be dead set on keeping him alive. The first thing you need to do is to ask for votes, and that's what you're going to do. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Chapter 65 Zhu Shang takes the back seat. Very good, very good. Jiang Che. You are very good. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and kept shouting. The anger in his eyes had risen to the extreme at this moment, lifting his finger and pointing at Jiang Che twice. Thanks to the blessings of all of you, Jiang Mao has always been very good. Humph. Yang Xian waved his sleeve robe and turned around. Making a move was impossible. If the official government imploded and the two northwestern battalions killed each other, it would be hard for him to escape the blame himself, but that didn't mean he would let the other party off the hook. He didn't believe that Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Shang would really let a small commander act so boldly. North City Commander Song Yi and head booker Lu Guan glanced at each other and casually waved their hands, leading their men to leave directly, with only Sheriff Chen shaking his head at Jiang Che, implying that he should be careful. No matter what, Yang Xian is an 8th grade official, still very powerful in means, so do not give face, more or less a bit too much. And Jiang Che at this moment also took back the silver share of the mind. The other side, if you can discuss, he is not arbitrary, but the other side came up to ask for punishment, clearly want to put him to death. Then share the silver, that can be as stupid. Da Biao. My lord. All the cash silver of the 100 Medicine Hall, divided into two, half of it immediately escorted to the Zhu house, the other half, find a few reliable manpower, send it to the hands of the Windward Battalion Captain Qi. Just say. Jiang Mao would like to ask him for a small favor. Jiang Che would not pin his hopes on Zhu Shang alone. Since Qi Huan needed money, he would be willing to make a deal with the other party with these things. Subordinate obeys. Gung Dabiao nodded heavily. Is this the Jiang Che who came from fishing? The character is quite tough, a good seedling to be a bandit. Not far away on the second floor of a restaurant, Mr. Liang and Hua Xiaoshan watched the entire process of Jiang Yang's exchange, and Hua Xiaoshan let out a light laugh. Only a pity. Too rigid and easy to break, Mr. Liang doesn't look at him favorably. Even if the third leader doesn't make a move, I don't think he can survive for long. Such a knife is very smooth, but it's too sharp. It's only suitable for a period of time. Liang shook his head. Do you think I can capture this person if I make a move now? Hua Xiaoshan's eyes flashed with a leap of faith. It's not difficult to kill him, but there are too many people now. It's not appropriate to make a move. Don't forget that Ko Yuanqing is our target. Ko Qing is in our hands, so I'm not afraid that the old thing won't give in. Liang snorted coldly. That's right, then let the kid live for a few days for now. Boom! Inside the county government office, when Zhao Mingcheng learned about what happened today from Yang Xian's mouth, he directly dropped the fine porcelain cup he had cherished for many years, anger rising to his heart. Deceiving people too much. Simply too deceitful. What does he Zhu Shang want to do? Is there any way to take him, the magistrate of Yanggu County, seriously? Repeatedly, again and again, has touched his bottom line. Previously, on the basis of Zhu Shang just took office, let him burn a fire, the result? This person even directly invited Qi Huan to join forces, so that he had to back down. Now it's even worse, the other party's hands have even reached the northern city. It is simply intolerable. Yes, from the moment Jiang Che took out Zhu Shang's waistplate, Zhao Mingqing didn't think that he was the one who started it all, and with just him being a small 9th rank commander, he didn't have the guts to dare to do so. Everything was Zhu Shang. This official will definitely write a petition to the governor, expounding on Zhu Shang's crimes, oppressing the people at will, and actually breaking up his family and destroying his family for the sake of some money. This official must petition for his life. Zhao Mingqing took a deep breath, his face regained serenity. He was on the same level as Zhu Shang. Even if he was angry again, he couldn't possibly hit the door to ask for punishment. He could only let the higher level of the governor to be held accountable. After all, now that Zhu Shang was out of the military and entered the county office, he was no longer affiliated with the armed forces. The governor's inquisition will take some time, so what to do now? Just let that Jiang Che continue to run wild? Yang Xian asked unwillingly. Only those in the official world knew the rules of the official world. From Zhao Mingqing's petition to the governor's inquisition, the entire process could take a month, unless Zhao Mingcheng used his silver connections. Zhao Mingcheng narrowed his eyes and violently turned to him, his eyes full of deep meaning. Isn't 100 Medicine Hall Master Han Yuxiang still alive? My humble servant understands. Yang Xian's gaze brightened slightly and he nodded. He was really lost in the authorities. The 100 Medicine Hall was destroyed, but its hall master was still alive. With his strength, he was strong enough to be ranked in the top 5 in Yanggu County. Dealing with a Jiang Che thought it would still be no problem. It's simply nonsense. Zhu Shang had also learned what Jiang Che had done from Gonengnian's mouth at this moment, and finally understood what was the reason for him to borrow some power from himself, but it was to directly lead the troops to destroy the 100 Medicines Hall. By doing so, he was just like putting him on a rack to be roasted. Before the destruction of the Chao gang, he has angered Zhao Mingcheng. The other side is only in the face of Qi Huanfang not to pursue, but the other side is so good to bully people? The last county lieutenant was impeached and left. And he was transferred out of the military and attached to the government office, but he had no solid backer inside the government office at all, and once he was really targeted, he might also be squeezed out. Seeing Zhu Shang's face showing displeasure, Go Nengnian continued. What Commander Jiang did this time is indeed a bit out of the ordinary, especially in the name of you, my lord, making County Minister Yang and Master Lu look bad, and now I'm only afraid that County Magistrate Zhao will turn on you. Go Ningnian said in a deep voice. Then what do you think? What should be done? Zhu Shang glanced at him, no joy or anger could be seen between his words. Of course Go Wenran wouldn't be foolish enough to let Zhu Shang punish him, he only wanted to fulfill Zhao Mingqing's explanation. My subordinate thinks that the plan for today is to temporarily let Commander Jiang take a few days off from bathing, and wait for the wind to pass before saying the result. As long as Jiang Che took a break, he would be able to extend his hand into the Xiqing martial camp and transfer Song Ji Ko Yuanqing and the two of them away. Master. At the door, the old housekeeper bowed and walked beside Zhu Shang. What is it? The old butler attached himself and reported the matter of the silver sent by the Xiqing martial camp to Zhu Shang. It's quite a bit of a humane thing to do. Zhu Shang secretly nodded his head. He still agreed with Jiang Che's ability to do things, but his ability to cause trouble was even greater. If he really had talent, it would be just. If he really had talent, it would be just that. For geniuses, he could be tolerant. But the problem is, Jiang Che's talent is doubtful, most likely with the help of foreign treasures and external forces, so its own value will be greatly reduced. Of course, no matter what, he wouldn't take Go Xuanren's suggestion now. Jiang Che's hands were traces of the innate aura, and that was what he valued the most. Even if Zhao Mingchang would definitely report to the government office to ask for punishment, he had to keep the other party first. Taking advantage of this gap time, he would first investigate the so-called innate aura to find out whether it was true or not. If Jiang Che was really harboring an exotic treasure, he would take it over. As for the future inquisition of the government office, of course, he would also take him to the top. This official will think about it for now. Seek to catch up on reading, seek votes. Chapter 66 Jiang Che pays his respects. This official will think about it for now. Zhu Shang waved his hand, signaling Gobu Ren to retire. Gobu Ren was unwilling and wanted to continue to persuade, but looking at Zhu Shang's appearance that he had already closed his eyes and was ready to thank his guests, he still suppressed the words in his mouth, saluted, and exited the study. After the other party left, Zhu Shang was silent for a moment and then said, "You go and relay a message to Jiang Che, don't take things too far, the impact is not good, try to be more restrained." "Yes. Anything else?" Seeing the old housekeeper not leaving, Zhu Shang then asked. Madam asked, "Are you still the same tonight?" The old housekeeper owed a bow. "Well, it's the same as usual, by the way, pass on a message to Madam, in the future, you don't have to ask each other beforehand every time, nothing can go wrong." Zhu Shang continued. "Yes, old slave excuses himself." The old butler didn't know what the words spoken between master and madam actually meant, he was just a messenger and didn't have the guts to inquire. Waiting for the old butler to leave, Zhu Shang pulled open a drawer under the desk. Inside there were actually a dozen of human skin masks with different looks. He took one from it and glued it onto his face with tight seams. Even if he looked closely, he couldn't see any problems. The corner of his mouth curled up into an excited smile. As he grew older, Zhu Shang had lost interest in men and women a long time ago, and then by chance, he caught a thief with excellent disguise, and tortured him to find out the method of refining human skin masks. I don't know why, but an evil fire suddenly rose in his heart. That night, he used the disguise to have a room with Madame, and it was simply a great show, even better than before, but it also scared Madame Zhu so much that she almost killed herself to preserve her innocence. Later he became obsessed with this way, but Mrs. Zhu was afraid of accidents. Every time he would send someone to ask in advance, but this he felt a little not enough to make himself excited. Now for the first time in the post of county lieutenant, the pressure is very great, coupled with Jiang Che spit out the innate aura is to make his pressure doubled, the heart will have a sudden attack of the mind again. Prepare in a few days, try again. Convergence? Why don't you converge when collecting silver? Looking at the old housekeeper's departing figure, the corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Let him converge? Impossible. Without the sacrifice, he would not be able to offer it, and without being able to cultivate the green fury body refining scripture to the small completion realm, he would not be able to break through to the passing vein realm, and if he did not have the strength of the passing vein realm, there would be no guarantee of his safety. Now, through the annihilation of the 100 Medicine Hall, the sacrifices Jiang Che had collected had basically come together, and all that was missing was a snow lake flower, so he could head to the Infine cave in the Black Valley to make the sacrifice. How's the post I asked you to deliver? Jiang Che looked towards Geng Dabiao. He and Su Sanner were his most beloved subordinates, and had been following him since the auxiliary military camp, and he had to be valued more than Su Sanner because Geng Dabiao's talent was extremely overpowering, coupled with his own strong blood qi and deep accumulation. Since the battle of the Chao Gang, after reaping the rewards, he had already stepped into the inner breath realm. In comparison, he was the genius of cultivation. Li Tonghai invites you to go to the Li family tomorrow. It just so happens that tomorrow is also the 90th birthday of the Li family's grandmother. Geng Dabiao said in a low voice, then handed Jiang Che the hot-stamped invitation. I'll leave the birthday gift to you, so follow me to the Li family tomorrow. Jiang Che nodded. He did think of sweeping past one family at first, but the impact he had created by forcing the 100 Medicines Hall to be destroyed was too great, and if it wasn't for Zhu Shang holding the fort, he would have already been dismissed and taken away from his post at this moment. Therefore, even though the Li family was one of the forces that had joined forces to boycott the Tianya alliance, he still wanted to talk to the other side. As long as he could take out the Snow Lake flowers, everything was good to talk about. Waiting for the other party to be really oily and salty, Jiang Che would only let it repeat the mistakes of the 100 Medicine Hall. The following day. South City's Li family mansion. As a deeply rooted local snake in South City, the strength of the Li family was also able to rank high in Yanggu County, and Li Tonghai was even recognized as the Li family's most visionary and courageous patriarch in the past 3 generations. Coupled with his son since childhood, the root bone is extraordinary. Lin Lin total sum up. By many people feel that after 10 years, Yanggu County, the first power will be surnamed Li. But now, with the successive destruction of the Chao Gang and the 100 Medicine Hall, this time has been advanced by 10 years. Therefore, both invited and uninvited people came, seemingly very lively, since early in the morning, all kinds of gongs and drums and firecrackers have not stopped playing music and firecrackers. The people who sent gifts even formed a long line in front of the Li family. Jiang Che dressed in black civilian clothes, followed by a number of soldiers, carrying a 2-foot-high wooden box, strutting from the long queue next to the walk, attracted a lot of people envy and jealousy. With Jiang Che's current status and fierce reputation, there was no need to queue up with the crowd, and the butler who greeted the guests in front of the Li mansion's door saw Jiang Che's not-so-small platoon, and also very eye-catching trotted forward, saluted, and piled up a smile on his face. "Dare I ask who your guest is?" "My surname is Jiang." Jiang Che casually threw out the invitation card and threw it to the other party. The Li mansion housekeeper opened it, his pupils shrunk slightly, the smile on his face became even bigger, like a fawning, and his body hunched a little deeper, and he hastened to say, "So it's Lord Jiang, please, please." "Aha!" Jiang Che nodded and led the people to walk into the Li mansion. The box was left in place to be opened. The person who sang the ceremony examined it, frowned and leaned over to whisper a few words in the butler's ear, but the butler was only silent for a moment and still nodded. The person who sang the salute then shouted, "West City Marshal Camp Jiang Che Jiang Commander, delivering a sandalwood Mithra Buddha. Stewardly, I am sending a pair of jade Buddhas and a gold hairpin." The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes at the top of the line immediately followed with an arch of his hand. Butler Li, who was still very fawning and groveling just now, became unusually high and cold at this moment, only nodding slightly and letting the people below continue to sing the salute before turning around and trotting into the mansion. Patriarch Li, coming a little late, no offense. Jiang Che was introduced into the main hall, his gaze directly aimed at a certain middle-aged man sitting in the side seat arching his hand. Li Tanhai got up and with a slight glance, he knew who the visitor was and hurriedly got up to return the salute. "If Commander Jiang can come, Mr. Li is already very grateful, quickly please take a seat." With that, he guided Jiang Che to the side of an old acquaintance. "Commander Jiang, you and I are destined to meet," Go Ningyan said with a smile, not looking like he had even suggested to Zhu Sheng to stop Jiang Che's post yesterday. "Yes, you and I do have fate." Jiang Che smiled and sat down gracefully. On the side of the Li Tonghai is eyes some surprise, the reason why he let Jiang Che sit next to Go Yanyan, precisely because they are both Zhu Sheng's beloved, thought they should be familiar with each other. But now it seems that he was the one who thought wrong. The two may have a fault, and even the fault is not small. Chapter 67, A Complete Offering. The people who could sit on the Li family's upper seats, none of them were ordinary people, either officials with real power within Yanggu County, or the heads of the Jianghu forces within the county that were not weak. Can be said to be full of friends, show the Li family's power today. Half of them Jiang Che all know, in the previous reception banquet drank wine. If there is no Chao Gang and 100 Medicine Hall incident, at this moment when Jiang Che came, is bound to be pleasantries constantly. But now it was different. Once he took his seat, the people who were laughing and joking before, all fell into silence. The only one who was willing to talk to Jiang Che was Go Yanyan. But Jiang Che didn't care about this. Did he need to brag to each other with these people? When he became famous, these people who were indifferent to him would eventually have to lower their proud heads and kneel down towards him, flattering him to the fullest. Li Tanhai could not let the scene go cold and hurriedly greeted and exchanged pleasantries. "This is K9's son Xianfeng." After a few moments of pleasantries, Li Tanhai had someone call for his proud first son, introduced towards the crowd, and then also introduced one by one. "Xianfeng, this is the county magistrate, Lord Lu. This is Nansheng. Your son is really a talented person, at a young age he is so well-mannered, in the future he will definitely be extraordinary." Yes, your son." After Li Xianfeng had addressed the crowd in a single line like a young adult, the subsequent boasting followed. "Not bad, has the style of his father." Jiang Che also complimented. "Many thanks, Uncle Jiang," Li Xianfeng said crisply. About an hour later, the banquet at the main table ended, and the crowd excused themselves and left, leaving Jiang Che alone to walk the slowest, still sitting in his original position sipping tea with a relaxed expression. "Admiral Jiang, a moment in the study?" Li Tanhai asked with a smile. "Good." Jiang Che nodded, knowing that today's success or failure is now. "You want the Snow Lake flower?" Upon hearing what Jiang Che uttered, Li Tanhai immediately frowned. Not bad, as long as Brother Li can give me the Snow Lake flower, the conditions are yours. Jiang Che nodded. Does Lord Jiang know how much effort I have wasted for the Snow Lake flower? Li Tonghai's expression was grave. Although he had known that Jiang Che's sending of the invitation to pay his respects would not be good, he had not expected that it would make things so difficult for him. The Snow Lake flower was a plant that he had spent a huge amount of money in exchange for, only to help Li Xianfeng cleanse his flesh in advance, laying a solid foundation for stepping into the martial way in the future. No matter what it is, there is a price. As long as I have it, Family Master Li can open his mouth as much as he wants. In short, the Snow Lake flower Jiang is determined to get it. Jiang Che directly set the tone. Li Tonghai lowered his head, his fingers rubbing against the teacup, silent for a long time, hearing the implication of Jiang Che's words. What if I want half of the control of the West City Pier? He raised his head and asked. One Snow Lake flower, not enough. Jiang Che gave up the long-term gain of the pier in exchange for something ephemeral. I'll make up the rest of the difference with cash silver. Li Tonghai gruffly said. Deal. Jiang Che didn't think the slightest and nodded directly. When do you want the Snow Lake flower? Right now. Saying that, Jiang Che took out the land deed voucher of the pier from between his sleeves. This was something he had prepared long ago, and he also knew that the Li family wanted the West City Pier very much to expand their business. Li Tonghai examined it and rose after confirming that it was correct. Commander Jiang, wait a moment. After saying that, he also painfully opened the door to the room. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Tonghai walked into the study with a jade box in his hand, placed it on the table, and opened it, revealing a white lotus in perfect condition within the jade box. Commander Jiang, have a look. Jiang Che looked around and inspected it just as carefully. How is it? Not bad, it is precisely the Snow Lake flower. Then, the two of them split the several land deeds into two and settled them on the spot, and Li Tonghai promised Jiang Che that within 3 days, he would send the rest of the cash silver to Jiang Che's residence. Father, why did you sell Snow Lake flower to Jiang Che? This is my. Inside the study, Li Tonghai's father and son conversed about the previous transaction, and Li Xianfeng raised his doubts. He was self-conscious that he was extremely favored. His father, the Snow Lake flower, was prepared for him. Why was it suddenly sold? Li Tonghai let out a light sigh. If it were someone else, even if the price was higher, there is no way I would have sold it, but he is different. He is Jiang Che, the Jiang Che who destroyed the Chao gang and the 100 Medicine Hall within 7 days. It's the one who dared to humiliate the county minister in public. But is it hard for my Li family to be so afraid of him? Li Xianfeng was somewhat unconvinced. Do you know what the congratulatory gift Jiang Che sent today is? Li Tonghai asked in a deep voice. The housekeeper said it was a sandalwood Buddha statue. Not bad, it's a sandalwood Buddha statue, but do you know where this statue was before? Where? Li Xianfeng asked in return. It's in the Buddha niche in the inner hall of the 100 Medicines Hall. It's something from the 100 Medicines Hall and it still carries the smell of blood on it. Li Tonghai stared. What? How dare he? Take this as a birthday gift, aren't you afraid of your father's wrath? Li Xianfeng knew what it meant to send blood-stained items at a birthday banquet. He's a madman, what wouldn't he dare to do? If the Snow Lake flower isn't given to him today, do you believe this person may rob hard on the spot? And I. Even after knowing that the Buddha statue is stained with blood, I can only act as if it is nothing. Because I really can't be moved to anger. Li Tonghai saw it very clearly. If he started a conflict with a madman like Jiang Che, the one who would suffer would only be the Li family. For the sake of a Snow Lake flower, it wasn't worth it. This person, Jiang Che, has bullied my Li family too much. Li Xuanfeng's face was furious, feeling that he had been greatly bullied. This is not so bad, although Jiang Che does things ruthlessly, but the courtesy that should be given is still there, willing to divide half of the West City Pier to the Li family. If you really count it, it is still the Li family that has earned it. Li Tonghai continued. This son's heart is poisonous, do things decisively, but also willing to share the profits. If the behavior can be more low-key, the future is unlimited, you cannot reveal its dissatisfaction, so as not to cause trouble. You are now the most important thing is to lay a good foundation. I will help you to find some spirit. When you have the ability later, such things will not happen in the Li family. But absolutely not now, understand? Li Tonghai's tone was slightly stern. He was teaching Li Xuanfeng's heart every now and then, otherwise he wouldn't have told him about today's matter to a child. My child understands, the only way to not be bullied is to be strong. Li Xianfeng nodded heavily with a firm face. My lord, my subordinate seems to have done something wrong. On the way back, Gung Dabiao stayed silent, seemingly thinking about something, and only spoke after he had almost reached the martial camp. What is it? I suddenly remembered that before, when the Li family sang the ceremony, that person's expression was a little bit not quite right. Now think about it. Is it because it's stained with some kind of blood odor that hasn't dissipated yet? Gung Dabiao's face was ugly. Jiang Che handed this matter over to him, but he made a mistake that he shouldn't have made. He only heard that the Li family's grandmother revered Buddha, so he took out the sandalwood Buddha statue in the storehouse. But the previous battle in the 100 medicine hall, blood and flesh, stained with some blood is too normal, and he did not check carefully. No harm done, just be more rigorous next time. Jiang Che patted his thick shoulder. As long as the purpose was achieved, he didn't care even if there were some hiccups in the middle, not to mention he didn't know that Gung Dabiao's careless action actually helped him scare off Li Tonghai. Sort of mindlessness. Chapter 68 Breaking Through the Pulse Passage Realm. My lord, what you ordered has been done. Just after returning to the martial camp, Tang Yen greeted him with a joyful expression on his face, and in his hand, he also held a freshly drawn portrait and handed it to Jiang Che. Examining the young man in the portrait, Jiang Che nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. Ko Yuansheng had always kept his son in semi-hiding and rarely showed his face in front of people, just to prevent his enemies from seeking revenge, so there were not many people who recognized Ko Qing's appearance. Therefore, when the Chao gang was destroyed, Jiang Che searched all over the city and could hardly find any trace of the other party. When Jiang Che thought about this, he immediately asked people to start from the details, and found a lot of subordinates who had served Ko Yuansheng, and portrayed Ko Qing's appearance from their mouths bit by bit. As long as there were clues, then things would have a clue. Not bad. Carve and draw 100 copies of this portrait, spread it all over the city, raise the reward, and let everyone in the city look for it, and as long as clues are found, there will still be a heavy reward. If someone knows and does not report, hidden bandits, directly wipe out the whole clan, young and old not to be left behind. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. Subordinate obeys. Tang Yen bowed and saluted. After instructing Tang Yen, Jiang Che went straight in the direction of the Black Valley. The green fiend body refining scripture's small completion was enough for him to step into the passing vein realm, and as long as he could reach this level, he would truly have the power to defend himself, even with his sword and fist techniques in general. But his realm was here after all. The innate does not come out. No matter who he faces in Yanggu County, he has the chance to evacuate. Only then would he truly have the capital to be able to fight against Zhu Shang. It was still in that fiend cave. Jiang Che sat down on his knees and closed his eyes. Within the space of the heavenly tablet, a variety of sacrifices were neatly arranged. Red-green sand, snow lake flower, jade bone water, and other items were all within the heavenly tablet. Sacrifice target, green fury body refining scripture small completion. Sacrifice cost, 100 channels of fury chi, 1 caddy of red-green sand, 1 snow lake flower, 1 or 2 jade bone water, and 1 year of life reduction. Is it a sacrifice? Jiang Che's mind moved. Sacrifice. Along with the red light flashing, it was like a swimming dragon, surrounding the sacrifices, and in an instant, all the sacrifices placed all disappeared without a trace and were swallowed by the light. Subsequently, the light was like a black hole, and the entire cave was undergoing huge changes within it at the moment. Rumbling. The ground trembled, and the fiendish chi rose. A fiendish chi continuously rose from the fiendish eye and converged towards the black hole. With the 100 paths of baleful chi, coupled with the previous several sacrifices, Jiang Che could be said to have completely extracted the fiendishness from this place, and the gloomy and cold aura was gradually fading away. Until a few breaths later, 100 paths of baleful chi were devoured. There was also an invisible change in the cave, and it wouldn't be long before this place would completely return to normal as the few remaining draconic auras dissipated, but of course, the draconic auras might also be reaccumulated over the long years. Immediately afterward, an obvious vitality was forcefully extracted from his body, and the wisp of white hair on Jiang Che's forehead deepened, a year's worth of lifespan, once again collected by the heavenly tablet. In his ears, the sound of the recitation of the green fiend refining scripture started again. But this time, it wasn't like before, constantly surrounding his ears. The moment the chanting sound resounded, the heavens and the earth all underwent a heavenly change. The entire heaven and earth was black, unable to see a single bright light, as if it had instantly sunk into darkness, until a moment later a gap appeared between the heavens and earth, breaking the darkness. A greenish-colored light sprinkled down on Jiang Che's body. When he lifted his head to look, he only saw one small seal scripture as if it was being pulled. It was actually madly drilling towards his body. It was also at this moment. Along with the light enveloping him, Jiang Che only felt that his own self was changing at this moment. A ray of light washed his muscles and bones. Once, twice, 3 times. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Jiang Che didn't know exactly how much time had passed, he only knew that he was experiencing a painful scrubbing, from the inside out, from the sinews to the body, the green light washed and refined little by little. Outside the dark space, within the cave, sitting cross-kneed Jiang Che, at this moment the body's robe was shattered, a smear of green, his entire person dyed color. From afar, it looked like a bronze sculpture. At the same time, the internal energy within Jiang Che's body was climbing rapidly. His understanding of the green fiend body refining scripture was deepening, and he was gradually familiarizing himself with the growing power. When the internal breath had reached its limit by hammering the sinews and bones, after not knowing how many times at all, a strong internal breath in Jiang Che's body instantly broke through a certain meridian barrier in his body. And this also officially announced that he had broken through to the passing vein realm. Jiang Che had once asked Lu Ji to teach him about the details of the Dao building realm, in which he mentioned most about the bone forging and vein passing realms, because the bone forging realm required thousands of times of hammering. As for the vein passage realm, it requires the opening of all 8 meridians and veins. Only in this way, the internal breath in the body can be unimpeded in all parts of the physical body, and truly reach through the whole body. And this, again, required a lot of time and resources to accumulate. Right now, Jiang Che had forcibly opened a vein through sacrifice, which was only equivalent to entering the vein passage realm, but despite this, it still brought him an extremely strong power. The last time Jiang Che blasted the green stone on the side, this time, Jiang Che stored up his strength and blasted a palm on the stone wall behind him. Boom! It could be clearly seen that with Jiang Che's falling palm as the center, a few zhang in a circle was filled with spiderweb-like cracks. With a wave of his hand, a green-colored airflow hit the outside of his body. The internal breath was released externally. Its power was doubled. Compared to when he first entered the bone forging realm, it could be said to have increased exponentially. Gazing around the 4 directions of the cave, Jiang Che sighed softly. The several times he had sacrificed the Yin Fiend's land here was basically wasted, and could no longer help him to make the next sacrifice. If you want to really accomplish the Green Fury body refining scripture, I'm afraid I still need to find another place of Yin Fury to accomplish this. But at least the set goal is now accomplished. Nowadays, even if his strength was not as good as Zhu Shang, it was not that easy for the other party to take him down easily. This Jiang Che can't stay any longer. Within Yanggu County, inside a certain mansion, Hua Xiaoshan, the 3rd leader of Crouching Tiger Mountain, held the portrait of Ko Qing in his hand and said in a deep voice, "This son is searching for Ko Qing's whereabouts so urgently, I'm afraid that he has also learned of the news that Ko Yuanqing holds an innate aura in his hands." Liang also agrees with Hua Xiaoshan's thoughts. Before, it was possible to wait and see, but now it was absolutely impossible. Because once the news of the innate aura spreads out, it will cause a huge shock in Yanggu County, and the price Crouching Tiger Mountain will pay if they want to get the aura again will be too great. I'm only afraid that by now, Zhu Xingdu might have known about it as well. Mr. Liang continued. No matter, let's catch the son first before interrogating him. One must not be so reckless. I do have a plan to make Jiang Che willingly fall into the trap and be swindled out of the city. Liang's eyes flickered with a silky light. Chapter 69, Pushing Everything Across. What are your plans, sir? Hua Xiaoshan turned his gaze to the wise man in the cottage, his eyes somewhat curious. He is actually keeping an eye on Jiang Che. Zhao Mingcheng has already sent word back that Ko Yuanqing has been secretly imprisoned elsewhere by Jiang Che at this time, and there is only Song Ji in the entire martial camp cell. And with Xu Sheng on top, it is impossible to transfer Jiang Che. Therefore, for today's solution, only as soon as possible to solve Jiang Che, in order to prevent the matter of the innate aura to make a big deal. This matter is related to the rise of Crouching Tiger Mountain plan, absolutely cannot be lost. There is no innate martial artist to sit in the town, Crouching Tiger Mountain area. A group of bandits simply cannot get the upper teachings of the importance. Jiang Che searched for Ko Qing all over the city, and was even willing to spare no expense, which proves that this person must have learned the secret of Ko Yuanqing's body's innate aura from other channels. But whether Zhu Shang knows or not is still unknown, so Jiang Che must die. This is the premise, but this person I have already investigated clearly, seems to act without fear, maniacal. The daily schedule is tight and very secretive, it is very difficult to get rid of him silently, he must be swindled out of the city in order to reduce the impact of this matter. Mr. Liang caresses his long beard under his jaw, with a look of wisdom. But Hua Xiaoshan is speechless. What is said is all nonsense. What he wants to hear is what plan he has, not for him to reintroduce the matter again. Holding back the slander in his heart, he interrupts the other person's words and directly asks, What exactly is Mr. S' plan? To lure with benefits. You mean? Hua Xiaoshan frowned slightly, having guessed the other party's thoughts. Not bad, it is to use Ko Ching as bait to go and fish out Jiang Che the big fish. Didn't he go through all the trouble of trying to find Ko Ching? Let's just give him this opportunity. This matter is not good. Ko Ching in hand can still check and balance Ko Yuansheng. If this matter goes wrong, it will be hard for me to explain to the walled city lord even if I die. Hua Xiaoshan disapproves of this risky decision. Since Jiang Che knows the whereabouts of the innate aura, there is always a way to get the news out of Ko Yuansheng's mouth. Keeping Ko Ching, at this point, is no longer as useful as one might think. And if there isn't enough bait, how can Jiang Che take the bait? You also said that Jiang Che is very suspicious. Wouldn't you suspect the motive for this? That is precisely what I want. Hua Xiaoshan looks skeptical. If Jiang Che takes the bait and goes out of the city alone, it proves that the whereabouts of the innate aura has not yet been learned by Zhu Shang, and if Zhu Shang also accompanies him, then we will have to change our plans afterward. My intention is to test it. First tell Zhao Mingcheng, let him send someone to keep an eye on Zhu Shang, see if he has any movement. If so, immediately ask the fortress master to come down from the mountain, forcefully attack the Yanggu County jail, and quickly recapture Ko Yuansheng. If not, then after killing Jiang Che, we can continue the previous plan. In short, in a word, the advantage is ours. Liang spoke his thoughts. I'm still afraid that Ko Ching has made a mistake. Hua Xiaoshan still has misgivings. Before he intentionally made a move, it seemed reckless, but when it was about the great plan of the walled city lord to achieve the innate, he was a bit nervous, afraid that he might have misplaced things because of himself. For today's solution, the only way Jiang Che traced Ko Ching, it proves that he knows the secrets of the innate spiritual qi. Late is the time to change, time to delay a day more. This matter is more people know the danger will be more a point. Moreover, what I want is for Jiang Che to be suspicious. In this way, the whereabouts of Ko Yuansheng will also have a chance to be found, and I am sure that he will definitely strengthen the supervision of Ko Yuansheng while tracking down Ko Ching. I, on the other hand, can take the opportunity to strike and rescue Ko Yuansheng. Although the plan has its drawbacks, it can only be done in an emergency. Hua Xiaoshan is silent for a moment, hesitating for a long time before he opens his eyes and nods heavily. Mr. Liang's sentence of late is late wakes him up when he immediately says, "Good, then let's do it. I'll go prepare immediately." My lord, there's news." Gung Dabiao rushed into the inner hall with a happy face. "What news?" Jiang Che raised his head, his brows slightly furrowed. Ko Ching's news." Gung Dabiao's tone stuttered. His heart was quite excited, although he didn't know what Jiang Che's purpose of looking for Ko Ching was. He sensed the importance of this person, as a beloved. He was very attentive since. Just had news, then immediately came to report. Where is he? Hearing that Ko Ching finally showed up, Jiang Che's body also slightly straightened up, staring at Gung Dabiao with a grave expression as he inquired. Ko Yuansheng had already been secretly transferred by Jiang Che, and the only ones who knew of his whereabouts were him and Su Sanner, but no matter what method he used, Ko Yuansheng never spilled the beans about the innate aura. Therefore, Jiang Che only had to find Ko Ching's whereabouts and threaten him to get the other party to open up. The importance of this person was far more important than imagined. Someone has just reported that Ko Ching's whereabouts have been discovered at the Autumn Wind Pavilion in Yanggu County, and he is currently residing in the Yu family's old mansion under the alias Yu Zhanghai. Gung Dabiao hurriedly informed Jiang Che of what he knew one by one. Very well, immediately block this news, Jiang Che directly got up and began to command Gung Dabiao, but just halfway through his words, he suddenly came to an abrupt end. My lord, you. Who reported the news of Ko Ching? Is this matter accurate? Jiang Che asked with narrowed eyes. It was the pavilion chief of the Autumn Wind Pavilion. He was sure that there was no problem with the news, and also told us to quickly bring people to capture Ko Ching as a way to collect the reward. Gung Dabiao returned. Do you think this will be a fraud? Jiang Che suddenly asked back. He was suspicious by nature, and just now, it suddenly occurred to him that he had just asked people to plaster Ko Ching's portrait all over the city, and as a result, on the same day, someone reported that they had found the other party's traces, which was really a bit too much of a coincidence. Then why don't we invite more helpers? Gung Dabiao hesitated. But Jiang Che waved his hand. Regarding Ko Ching's news, he didn't want anyone to know the truth, even Zhu Shang. He never revealed the real news. The innate aura was a big deal. Once it was leaked, he would not have a foolproof grasp. Then my subordinate will lead the men to capture it, while your lordship will secretly hide within the soldiers, and if there is any fraud, your lordship can also retreat. Deng Dabiao continued to state his position. Jiang Che was silent as he turned back and sat down again, carefully contemplating the suspicions of this matter and the causes and consequences of the innate aura. He had learned the news of the innate aura from Song Ji's mouth, which pretty much meant that Crouching Tiger Mountain was also aware of this news, and if there was really someone who wanted to use this to fish for him, 9 times out of 10, it was someone from Crouching Tiger Mountain. But knowing that there is danger, he also has a reason why he must go. Just what is the purpose of the other party? To transfer himself out of the martial arts camp? Or was he waiting for an opportunity to ambush himself? Looking down at his clenched fists, Jiang Che suddenly smiled. Chapter 70. What do you mean by surprise? His own caution seemed to be a bit too much. Now that he had become a passing vein, his strength had multiplied. Even if there was an ambush on the other side, he still had the ability to kill his way out, unless there was an innate martial artist sitting on the ground to make him helpless. However, if there was really an innate martial artist, why bother? That kind of existence was fully capable of killing himself without any notice. Before he had passed through the vein, he was coy, but after he had achieved the vein, he was completely capable of striking out with a heavy fist. Conspiracy was still a small path after all, only strength was the great path. Pass on my order. The old brothers who were brought out from the Wind Character camp before, go with me to the Autumn Wind Pavilion to pursue and arrest Ko Ching. The rest stay in the martial camp, with Tang Yen as the main one to watch over Song Ji. And let him do one more thing for me, carefully and stealthily find a prisoner to cover his head and escort him to my mansion. This is in order to let someone pretend to be Ko Yuanqing, to attract people to rob, so as to share their own pressure. Subordinate obeyed. A line of more than 10 riders, with the Autumn Wind Pavilion chief, went straight to the target place, while outside the martial camp, Mr. Liang, who was watching this scene, was gently caressing the long beard on his jaws, his eyes flickering with light. Killing Jiang Che and rescuing Ko Yuanqing are his and Hua Xiaoshan's biggest goals. And the two, likewise, could be carried out together. His task was to find out the traces of Ko Yuanqing. But unbeknownst to him, in response, Jiang Che had also had someone prepare a fake bait. Autumn Wind Pavilion is located in the south of Yanggu County, located in a remote area, separated from the county about 20 miles, and the road is rugged, so Jiang Che and his entourage, even if they are on horseback, the speed of travel is also not very fast. And in the road, Jiang Che is also testing the Autumn Wind Pavilion chief, to see if this person also knew about the matter of ambushing himself. If he did, he would not be able to hide the slightest difference from him. But the result is, that pavilion chief does not have any wrong, but also constantly urged to ask when the reward silver to give, is not really to give this kind of problem. Let Jiang Che gradually dispelled the suspicion. At the same time also heart clear, if the other side really ambushed their own, then this person does not know then know better. Several hours later, in the sky is not yet completely dark, Jiang Che finally arrived at the Autumn Wind Pavilion family village, and then ordered, let these people scattered in the Ko Ching hiding place of the surrounding guard, preventing him from taking the opportunity to escape. These people are now his die-hard believers, because Jiang Che acted generously, before in the Chow Gang and the 100 Medicine Hall to get the silver, are divided to the crowd a lot, his hands under the people who have been recognized, are all eaten meat. At the same time, Jiang Che also let Tang Yen and the others, to teach them his understanding of martial arts and knife skills, even if it is himself, will be in their leisure time, to draw close to them. Inside the courtyard of the Yu family, Ko Ching, who looked slightly young, leaned against the door of the hall as usual, chewing on dry food, his eyes fluttering, and if he looked closely, he could even see the sweat on his hands. Nervousness was his only state at the moment. Ko Ching knew what his role was, fishing. Using his body as bait, it was exceptionally dangerous. However, there was no room for him to be able to resist, because the Chow Gang had been destroyed, and his father had been captured by the government. Everything he relied on was completely gone. And he was not able to escape in the end, was long stared at the Crouching Tiger Mountain bandits, directly confined until now. Hai is at home yet? I have something to find you, quickly open the door. Suddenly, a slightly old voice sounded outside the door. Ko Ching's heart tightened, subconsciously looked back, took a deep breath and loudly said back, Uncle Yu, I'm at home, my legs are a bit inconvenient, just push the door in yourself. Boom! Accompanied by a sound, the courtyard door of the Yu family was broken open from the outside, and someone did indeed come in, but it wasn't the Autumn Wind Pavilion leader, but rather a burly armor-clad man. The other party was carrying a 9-ringed heavy sword, his eyes looked at him as if he had seen prey, and in his hand, he was holding a portrait, and after comparing it, he walked towards himself step by step. Ko Chang gulped and hurriedly got up. Master Jun, you. What are you? By order of Commander Jiang, I'm taking you to justice. Gung Dabiao grinned, but his eyes were also fluttering around, as if he was guarding against a sudden attack. What? Ko Qing's face showed horror, and in a panic, he began to hide towards the room, but unexpectedly, Gung Dabiao didn't chase after him. He just pulled out a fire folding from his pocket and blew on it, then threw it onto the firewood pile at the entrance of the room. At the same time, it began to slowly retreat. Winter is dry, and the fire spreads quickly, and in a few breaths, the entire pile of firewood begins to burn, and the thick smoke rushes into the room with the wind, and the fire quickly begins to spread. Inside the room, Hua Xiaoshan walks out of the door with a face of indifference, followed by Ko Qing, who was cowering with his head down. He looks at Gung Dabiao and asks in a deep voice, "Where's Jiang Che? Since you guessed that I was waiting for him, don't hide." Gung Dabiao didn't say anything, only gripping the heavy sword in his hand tightly. "It seems like you also hold yourself in high esteem, to dare to ambush here all by yourself." With a gust of wind blowing, Jiang Che had, at some point, appeared on the roof. Gung Dabiao attracted attention, while Jiang Che searched 100 feet in a radius with other soldiers, and the results. He originally thought that there would be many men in the ambush, but the truth was that there was only one other person. His slightly lifted heart was then lowered. "Dealing with you doesn't need to be so troublesome." Hua Xiaoshan sneered, stamped his foot on the ground and rose up, pulling out a long dark red sword behind him in the air and killing Jiang Che straight away. "No nonsense, meat is dry." Cold wind whistling, knife wands break through the air. Hua Xiaoshan turned instantly appeared in front of Jiang Che, a knife straight down. Swish! Jiang Che dodged to avoid it, and the other party's attack landed on the roof of the house in the process, setting off a lot of tiles to fly up. Clang! Jiang Che did not have any nonsense in mind at this moment. As long as he confirmed that Ko Qing was here, his goal had also been accomplished. The rest, only need to solve this ambush expert can be. Drawing his body, he also slashed, making the sound of gold and iron striking each other, accompanied by sparks. "I have underestimated you, but that's all." The clash of the exchanges ended with Jiang Che being blown away, sinking directly into the room. Hua Xiaoshan laughed coldly and continued to capitalize on his victory. Jiang Che's strength is good, but it's only bone forging level strength. Facing him as a genuine pulse-passing martial artist, the difference is still too far. However, unbeknownst to him, his judgment was exactly what Jiang Che wanted. Nowadays, apart from himself, no one knew that he had stepped into the passing vein realm. This was the surprise. A big surprise prepared for the other party. In the blink of an eye, the room that was previously set ablaze by Gung Dabiao has begun to burn from all sides, and within the room, the sound of fighting is constantly coming from the room. Jiang Che steps back, his face showing horror, seemingly wanting to get away. And Hua Xiaoshan is pressing step by step, straight to Jiang Che's door, unaware that the distance between the two sides has been silently drawn much closer. Chapter 71. This is the surprise. Boom! Hua Xiaoshan blasted out with a fist, the cyan-colored fist smashing raw into the back of Jiang Che's blade, knocking him back once again, his face bland but his eyes somewhat haughty. "With this amount of strength, you also dare to covet the innate aura. I really don't know whether to say that you are aiming for a great goal, or you are just not self-conscious. Which one of the Crouching Tiger Mountains leaders are you?" Jiang Che retreated in steps, his eyes slightly shocked. "My name is Hua Xiaoshan, the mountain of the Crouching Tiger Mountain." "I really didn't expect this to be a setup." Jiang Che frowned tightly, unable to see the slightest difference. "You are quite a talent, surrender and spare your life. However, you have to tell me everything you know about the innate aura, otherwise, today next year will be the anniversary of your death." The strength that Jiang Che has shown is a little higher than what was investigated, but it is only at the bone forging level. For him, it is not an enemy at all. Thus, at this moment, Hua Xiaoshan instead stopped his hand, ready to get news from Jiang Che's mouth. "What do you want to know?" "The matter of the innate aura. Besides you, how many other people know about it?" Hua Xiaoshan said in a deep voice. The fire around them grew fiercer and fiercer, blazing hot, making it difficult to endure, while Jiang Che smiled. "Let me think. Xu Sheng, Shi Huan, Gobu Ren, they all know about this news. How dare you fool me at the end of your life, really looking for death?" Hua Xiaoshan snorted coldly. If Xu Sheng and the others really knew about the news of the innate spiritual qi, at this moment it would have been a counter-ambush. Then he stopped talking nonsense, and launched a palm. A powerful green-colored power qi blasted towards Jiang Che. Obviously, what he practiced was likewise the green fury body refining scripture. This strike was dodged by Jiang Che, and at the same time, he retreated back and forth, slamming a door panel against the wall, seemingly wanting to escape the siege of fire. But how could Hua Xiaoshan give the opportunity? Leaping forward, his arm glows green, with a wide-open fist momentum will be bombarded to Jiang Che. His hands also wear a pair of black boxing gloves, not afraid of Jiang Che's hands of the 100 refinement steel blade. But this time, Jiang Che was not prepared to retreat anymore. A blade was blocked horizontally, and the long blade broke. Seeing that the other party's fist was about to fall, while Jiang Che was retreating instead of advancing, the berserk internal breath that had been stored up for a long time rumbled and began to tremble, and his eyes glowed with a hint of red light. Build up strength, pass the fist. Jiang Che's sudden reaction, Hua Xiaoshan noticed, but there is some contempt in his eyes, not retreating at all, once again bombarded. Boom! Boom! But this time, the result is greatly out of his expectation. A brutal huge force erupts from Jiang Che's fist, directly swinging his fist away. Followed by a succession of fists smashing down. Fists fell like rain. Surprise erupted. The previous several encounters, Jiang Che was almost able to estimate that the other party's strength was definitely one step better than his own, and even if he fought, he was not necessarily an opponent. Therefore, since the beginning, he had decided to hide his clumsiness. Now, it seemed that the effect was unexpectedly good. After all, no one knew his true strength at this moment. Boom! 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 Continuous fists smashed down, even though Hua Xiaoshan's reaction was already very quick, but a few punches smashed into his arms and chest one after another still caused him to suffer a not-so-light injury. A mouthful of old blood was even sprayed out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with appalled. This. Impossible. How could Jiang Che's power be so strong? This was definitely not the power that a bone-forging realm martial artist should have. This was clearly pulse passage. There was a huge discrepancy with the information he had received, and the black and green color above the other party's arm was equally familiar to him. It was definitely the Green Fury body refining scripture without a doubt. But this is Crouching Tiger Mountain's untold secret, Jiang Che a government official, and how will get? With all sorts of doubts and incomprehension, Hua Xiaoshan began to counterattack. But he had already been heavily injured by Jiang Che. The power he mobilized at the moment was simply inferior to Jiang Che. A burst of counterattacks, and ultimately fell into the wind. Ah! Hua Xiaoshan roared, his blood surged, his robes tore and shattered, the corners of his mouth overflowing with crimson, smashing into Jiang Che. Jiang Che, however, was indifferent, with red eyes, like a demon, low roar, his body began to glow green, like a green demon. While Jiang Che and Hua Xiaoshan were fighting for their lives, all the soldiers outside had also surrounded the burning courtyard at this moment, opening their bows and aiming their arrows ahead. Ko Qing has his head lowered, and is being held back by Geng Dabiao. Since the beginning, Jiang Che has negotiated with him that he will first enter the Yu family's courtyard to confirm whether Ko Qing is genuine. If it is fake, Jiang Che will not show up. Even if it's fishing, you have to use real bait. Fortunately, the other party was very willing to give up. Without knowing that he had already broken through the vein, he did not put his personal strength in his eyes at all, and Ko Qing was logically and successfully captured. Now, it was only necessary to wait for the two sides to finish exchanging blows, and everything would fall into place. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the burning Yu family house collapsed with a bang, the fire rising even higher, and the crowd vaguely saw the two figures in the flames continually bombarding each other. Until one side completely fell. Boom! A slightly charred figure was thrown out of the fire and smashed heavily on the ground. A few soldiers immediately went forward to confirm their identity, only to be completely relieved when they saw that it was a stranger. Ko Qing raised his head, also looking at the figure. The once burly and arrogant Crouching Tiger Mountain's third leader was no longer there. At this moment, what replaced him was a mangled corpse. His arms were bent in an extremely bizarre form, his eyes were missing, instead covered by two bloody holes, his left chest was shattered, with bones coming through, and his back was even more elevated. Dead beyond death. He sighed in his heart, already anticipating his fate. The crowd concentrated on the figure in the fire. It was as if there was an invisible air current enveloping his body. All the flames were blocked a foot away, slowly appearing from far away and approaching. Under the reflection of the firelight, it appeared to have a greenish-black face, and its eyes were even like wild beasts, glowing with a frightening light. Sha Sha! Commander Wanshan! Commander Wanshan! Commander Wanshan! Geng Dabiao shouted, and more than 10 soldiers around him echoed loudly, looking at Jiang Che's gaze, which at the moment was already flashing with fervor and excitement. Powerful! Too powerful! Coming from the flames, unharmed, for them, at this moment, it was an existence like looking up to. You are Ko Qing? Jiang Che walked step by step to Ko Qing's front and looked at him condescendingly. I am. Ko Qing lowered his head and answered. Don't be afraid, I don't eat people. Yes. Yes. Want to live? Want to. I'll give you this chance, make the most of it. Thanks. Thanks. Ha ha ha. Chapter 72, You are noble, you are marvelous. My lord, what you asked me to prepare was indeed not wrong. Shortly after you left, a group of people did move and that death row inmate was robbed. Tang Yen kept coughing lightly. His arm was not lightly injured. How are the casualties? For Tang Yan's encounter, Jiang Che had already anticipated it before this and did not feel surprised, so he also instructed him in advance to retreat immediately once he encountered danger and never delay. 3 dead, 3 injured. Tang Yan lowered his head, his face showing shame. Double the pension for the dead brothers, and the same for the injured brothers. Take the silver from Su Sanner. Remember, it must be sent to their families or themselves, whoever dares to covet and bully. No need to report to me, no matter who, directly kill. Jiang Che was ruthless to his enemies, but he was never petty to his own people. Thank you, Commander. Go and get busy. Jiang Che waved his hand, signaling the other party to go down. Now things were clear. The matter of the innate aura was not a secret. The people of Crouching Tiger Mountain knew about it as well. He had solved one now, but there would be more afterward. And it was possible that the other party would jump over the wall in a hurry and make this matter public. Therefore, he had to pry open Ko Yuanqing's mouth in the shortest possible time. Yanggu County, inside a small courtyard somewhere. Mr. Liang looked at a charred and black unrecognizable corpse in front of him. His eyes shifted from bewilderment to shock. His body could not stop trembling, and his eyes were full of unbelief. The third pawn. Dead. Died in the hands of Jiang Che, not even a whole body. He miscalculated. He thought that he was able to transfer Jiang Che and he could take the opportunity to save Ko Yuanqing, but it turned out that the people he sent did rob someone, but it was not Ko Yuanqing but a death row inmate. He knew that this was Jiang Che seeing through that imperfect conspiracy and putting the trick in place. Since then, he already had some not-so-good premonitions in the bottom of his heart. However, he was still not panicked. After all, Hua Xiaoshan was strong and was a genuine pulse circulation realm martial artist, with one hand mountain shaking fist, one hand life-cutting blade, plus the green fury body refining scripture. Even if he was placed in Crouching Tiger Mountain, only the Great Walled City would be able to securely defeat him. Even if he encounters Zhu Sheng and the siege and is undefeated, escaping should not be a problem. It turned out to be. With a bang, Liang Liang sat on the ground. He knew that he could not atone for his sins this time. The third leader was dead, Ko Qing was lost, and his fate after he returned would be absolutely miserable. After all, Ko Qing was about the innate aura, and the third boss was also the Great Walled City Lord's life and death brother, whichever one of them was actually more important than him. Hoo. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Liang Liang stood up with strong support and immediately summoned the subordinates around him and commanded. Quickly, report to the Great Walled City Lord with 100,000 fire urgently. Just say. Let's say that the third boss is dead, Ko Qing is lost, and the news of the innate. The news of that treasure has also been leaked. Quickly ask the Great Walled City Lord to come down the mountain to help. In any case, Liang Liang must inform the Great Walled City as soon as possible about this news. It is better to be early than late. Ko Qing was captured. Jiang Che has the ability to pry open Ko Yuanqing's mouth. Late is better than never. Once the innate aura is taken away in advance, it will be no less than a bolt from the blue for Crouching Tiger Mountain. As for his culpability, he could only leave it to heaven. Yes. Rumble. The dim stone door was slowly pushed open, and inside the secret room, the corner of the eye of Ko Yuanqing, who was tied to the cross, moved, his face pale and powerless, opened a sliver, and then, as if he had been abruptly awakened, he suddenly stared wide-eyed. Outside the stone door, Jiang Che walked in with Ko Qing, a light smile on his face. Master Ko, how are you doing in your own territory? Yes, in order to prevent accidents, Jiang Che had secretly transferred Ko Yuanqing to a secret room under the former Chao Gang's main hall. Only he and Su Sanner knew about it. After all, he had already guessed from Song Ji's mouth that Crouching Tiger Mountain also knew this secret. In case the other side forcibly robbed the prisoner, there would be accidents. He put it here because he didn't have a better place to put the other side, and secondly, he also felt that the authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear. The most dangerous place is the safest place. So he placed it in the main hall of the Chao Gang. Qinger? Ko Yuanqing's voice was hoarse and he shouted with disbelief. Father! Ko Chang flopped and knelt down with tearful eyes. To this day, he realized how privileged the life that his father had once given him was, and he did not know how to cherish it, and now he was regretful, and all of his remorse was shouted out by this father. Really? Is it you? Yes, it's me. No, you are not Chinger, Jiang Che. Do you think that if you use this little trick, I will believe you? No way, never. Ko Yuansheng shouted. Jiang Che, on the other hand, just laughed and grabbed Ko Qing's neck, lifting his entire body up like a small chicken. You should only have this one son, right? If he dies, your old Ko family's lineage will be broken. Ko Yuansheng closed his eyes tightly and did not respond. But the struggling of his hands showed how he was feeling at the moment. He knew that Ko Qing was real, but he couldn't admit it. Innate spiritual qi was an unavailable worldly spirit, which could simply drive people crazy for a passing vain martial artist, and if he was coerced into revealing all now, the two of them, father and son, would only have one way to die. Not to mention, they could still live on for some time. Ka Qing. Ah! Jiang Che twisted with force, and Ko Qing's left arm was directly pinched off, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Ko Yuansheng. My patience has a limit. If you don't say anything, I will torture Ko Qing here, piece by piece. I will cut the flesh and blood from his body. You are not afraid of the threat of life and death. But you also have to think about your son. You devil. Ko Yuansheng clenched his teeth and rebuked angrily. You're noble, you're marvelous. How many people's families have been forced to die as a result of your Chao Gang's annexation and expansion over the years? Your fornication with Crouching Tiger Mountain has caused how many people to die tragically? And now you come to accuse me? Ha ha ha. Jiang Che laughed, his eyes full of mockery. Neither of them was a good man or woman, and they were actually criticizing him morally now. Woe is not as good as family. Naive, say, where exactly is the innate aura? Your son's fine skin and tender flesh cannot hold up a few knives. Jiang Che's eyes are like killing fish for many years, cold and indifferent. If I say it, both of us won't survive. I can guarantee that. I can't trust you. How could Ko Yuansheng trust the safety of their father and son on a small oath? You opened the conditions, in short, the whereabouts of the innate spiritual qi. I must know. You should know clearly how much effort I went through to capture Ko Qing. I won't be here to waste time with you. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. Let Qinger go first. I'll tell you after he reaches a safe land and sends me back the letter. Chapter 73 Traces of Innate Spiritual Qi. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. This was purely treating him like a little cutie. Now, it was so hard to catch Ko Qing. How could he let him go so easily? Wanting to capture it again would not be so simple. I can't trust you. The only way I can tell you the whereabouts of the innate aura, otherwise. In case you go back on your word, I simply don't have the ability to resist. Ko Yuansheng's consciousness was clear. If he said they would surely die, if he didn't, he would still have a chance of survival. Da bia. Jiang Che called out in a deep voice. Outside the stone door, Gung Dabia slowly walked in holding several small knives, grabbed Ko Qing and tied him directly to the top of a rack on the side, then, drinking a mouthful of spirit, sprayed on the knives and began to peel Ko Qing's clothes. This is my brother. In the past, his family was a butcher. The best thing he can do is to peel the skin and peel the meat. Old Ko, you continue to talk tough on the line. Your son won't die so easily. Jiang Che sat aside with a normal expression. Today, if he didn't torture out the whereabouts of the innate aura, he would never give up. Father, you saved me, you quickly say it. Seeing that Gung Dabiao had already begun to make his move, Ko Qing had already somewhat broken down at this moment, crying out loudly, tears and snot falling together, his eyes full of supplication. Ko Yuansheng closed his eyes tightly and clenched his teeth. Tear. As the last piece of clothing on Ko Qing's body was torn apart, Gung Dabiao had begun to compare his body at this moment, the cold blade flowing and swimming on his body, a touch of crimson red began to seep out. Ah! 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 Just as soon as he did so, Ko Qing collapsed and yelled. These roars were like a heavy hammer that struck Ko Yuansheng's heart, and finally, he couldn't help himself and opened his eyes, roaring lowly. Stop, stop. Jiang Che raised his hand, causing Gung Dabiao to stop, and with his hand behind his back, he faintly said. Speak. I can tell you the news. Release. Release Qinger. You say it first, I will spare his life. Jiang Che said indifferently. I really. Please, let Qinger go. The whereabouts of the innate aura, I say. Ko Yuanqing ultimately couldn't bear to see his own son being lynched and lowered his head. Jiang Che waved his hand, letting Geng Dabia take Ko Qing down, and in the blink of an eye, within the secret room, only the two of them were left. Jiang Che slowly sat down, quietly waiting for Ko Yuanqing to open his mouth. With your current cultivation, even if you obtained the whereabouts of the innate aura, you would only be doing it for someone else, so why go through all this trouble? In his opinion, Jiang Che's cultivation level was only at the inner breath level. There was simply no qualification to possess the innate aura. It must be Zhu Shang who was behind this. This has nothing to do with you. 3 months ago, I personally took a cargo ship to Lin County, and when I was on my way to the mouth of the Yin River, there was a golden light that rose up into the sky, and when I leapt into the river to take a look, I found a golden carp circling at the bottom of the river. With an aura escaping through its body, that golden carp was very alert, and after noticing me, it quickly drilled into the chaotic rock grotto in the river and disappeared without a trace. Ko Yuanqing sighed lightly and recounted the scene that happened a few months ago. That golden carp is the innate aura? Not bad. I also returned to Chaogang to check the canonical books before fully confirming that treasures have spirits, and that golden carp is the incarnation of the innate aura, which is a natural born and bred thing. So, at that time, the people in that boat all saw this scene? Jiang Che frowned slightly, but when he thought about it, it didn't seem right. If there were really that many witnesses, there shouldn't be no rumors coming out from within Yanggu County. Ko Yuanqing raised his head, his gaze deep. Although I wasn't sure if that thing was an innate aura at that time, I also knew that it was something good, and in order to prevent the news from leaking out, all of the people on that ship at that time were all exterminated by me. Then how did the people from Crouching Tiger Mountain know about it? Within the Chao Gang. There are secret agents from Crouching Tiger Mountain, and I had people specifically search for various rumors and books about the innate aura, so perhaps that's why the news leaked out. The news just leaked out. If it was just news, it shouldn't have caused the people of Crouching Tiger Mountain to be so attached to it, right? Judging from the fact that Hua Xiaoshan had made a move on him, Crouching Tiger Mountain was basically certain of the news at the moment. But if they were to look at the news from what Song Ji knew, they weren't sure. Could it be that something had happened during this period of time? I don't know about this. I only know that at that time, the people from Crouching Tiger Mountain had sent someone to find me to make a deal, asking me to spill the beans about the whereabouts of the innate spiritual qi, but they were all covered up by me. The matter of the innate spiritual qi, apart from you, no one really knows about it anymore? Jiang Che asked with narrowed eyes. Ko Yuanqing was silent for a long time before speaking. The only one who knows the exact trail is me, but the news of the innate aura is also clear to my wife. You exterminated everyone on that one cargo ship and really didn't leave any survivors? If there were, the news would have leaked out long ago. Ko Yuanqing shook his head. Could this person be your lady? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Jiang Che, you don't want to mess with my Dao. Ko Yuanqing roared with an agitated expression. When he finished roaring, Jiang Che continued. Since you know where the innate aura is, why don't you take it away? Jiang Che then asked his doubts. However, Ko Yuanqing let out a light laugh. It seems that you don't have much insight. Don't you know that spirit objects obscure themselves? Once an innate spirit object suffers a threat, it is possible that it will lose its own spirit, and it will dissipate between the heavens and the earth after half an hour. Unless there is an innate spirit jade to carry it, but is an innate spirit jade so easy to find? If you want to get the innate aura, I advise you not to be impulsive, or else if the aura really dies out, you can't blame me. Ko Yuanqing spoke. My patience has a limit. I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise you will definitely regret it. Jiang Che gazed into Ko Yuanqing's eyes and turned to leave after saying that. You promised, let Qinger go, otherwise you will definitely regret it too. Ko Yuanqing called out to Jiang Che and suddenly said this. What? You still left a backhand? Jiang Che paused and looked back at Ko Yuanqing. I'm also just taking precautions. Ko Yuanqing whispered. Jiang Che retracted his gaze without responding and went straight out of the stone door. My lord, what should we do with this brat? Geng Dabiao hurriedly greeted him. Hand it over to Su Sanner to keep a close eye on him. In addition, tell him that Ko Yuanqing continues to transfer. This person is not to be lost in a short period of time yet. Before confirming the news, no one can let him die. Subordinate obeys. On the other hand, after Jiang Che was informed of the trace of the innate aura, he did not make any stops at all and immediately set off to the Jade River mouth to confirm whether the matter of the innate aura was true. Chapter 74. That's it? Boom. Inside the county office of Yanggu County, Zhu Sheng's face was chilly as he slapped the letter in his hand on the table, his eyes incomparably gloomy. He thought that he was able to take Jiang Che by the hand and dispose of him at any time, but it turned out that this kid had secretly gotten in touch with Qi Huan, and had even gotten the other party's support. Surprisingly, he pressured himself. Even if the letter Qi Huan did not clearly show this meaning, but are the people in the official field, words would not have to say too blunt. The other party's meaning is very obvious, said Jiang Che, and he knew each other at first sight, intends to introduce to the father's side, hope that Zhu Sheng can give him face, this period of time to take care of more. This definitely touched Zhu Sheng's bottom line. Why did he dispose of Go Bai in the first place? One of the important reasons is because Go Bunyi was not too honest for a period of time, and he found out that he was secretly close to other officials, so he thought to give the other party a lesson. Now, he was equally angry. He had promoted Jiang Che from a small auxiliary soldier to the present level, and as a result, the other party did not think of repaying the favor, but instead colluded with outsiders to pressure him. This was absolutely intolerable. As for the matter of him coveting the exotic treasure on Jiang Che's body, it was selectively ignored by him, in his opinion, before he did anything, that Jiang Che could not be so beneficent. Come, man. My lord. Outside the door, a young man in official robes bowed towards him. Go, send someone to pass through to Lu Ji, say that this official has something to command him. Yes. The steed galloped, its speed was like the wind. Jiang Che's goal was very clear, it was the Jade River mouth at the border of Yanggu County. Although taking the waterway was closer, the speed was slow and the goal was too big for this trip. The innate spiritual qi is a matter of great importance, and after all the effort to get the trail, he must confirm it before he can be completely at ease. After all, at this time, he had just entered the Passing Vein realm, and was only waiting for the Green Fury body refining scripture to reach the peak of the Passing Vein realm, and at that time, he would need the innate spiritual qi to break through to the higher level of the innate realm. Suddenly, Jiang Che suddenly tugged on the reins, the front hooves of the galloping warhorse stood up, stopping its advance, and his gaze abruptly turned to the dry grass more than 10 feet away. Clang! In a blink of an eye, a sword whistle suddenly rang out, followed by a figure dressed in green robes flashing out from the grass, a swift sword qi straight to Jiang Che's head. Jiang Che's pupils shrunk slightly, his feet stepped on the stirrups to utilize the force, and leapt up in the air to avoid the sword qi. Swish! Jiang Che's reaction speed is very fast. Directly from the side of the horse drew out a dark red long knife, back as a knife blade back. This knife originally belonged to Wa Shaoshan, it was the trophy he killed the other party, its quality far exceeded that of an ordinary 100 refined long knife, and it was definitely called a rare treasure knife. He tried it out and it was very smooth, so he then brought it with him. The green-shirted man slashed with a sword light, flipped over and borrowed the force, flipped several times in the air, and in an instant had reached Jiang Che's near front, and took a sword straight to Jiang Che's neck with the intention of sealing his throat with the sword. Roll! Jiang Che let out a low roar, and turned back to the upper body. Swish swish swish! Stirrup stirrup stirrup! In an instant, there were more than 10 strokes, sword light and sword shadow flashing, sword qi blasted off the tree trunk, sword aura chopped on the ground, falling a foot-long knife mark, until the last blow, the two only pulled away. And Jiang Che also saw the appearance of the person coming. A head of black hair, but the eyes are slightly vicissitude, face him, seems to have a very deep hatred. The most important thing is that the person who came to him is very strange, subconsciously thought that it is the Crouching Tiger Mountains come to take revenge. Immediately, he was a little surprised, not expecting Crouching Tiger Mountain's reaction to be so swift, and with so many martial arts experts, casually surprisingly sending out martial arts practitioners of the Passing Vein realm to intercept and kill him. Jiang Che, return the lives of more than 100 mouths of my 100 medicine hall. And when the other party roared out such a sentence, Jiang Che realized that he had thought wrong. It turned out that it was not Crouching Tiger Mountain, but someone from the 100 Medicines Hall. Its identity is also called out, the master of the 100 Medicine Hall. Chan Minjia. Wanting my life, you're not qualified. The three extreme frightening fury, opened. Eyes glowing red, Jiang Che's entire aura changed with it. For Chen Ming is seeking revenge, Jiang Che is not the slightest bit surprised. After all, he did extinguish someone's life's work, and has also long been prepared to deal with it. The only thing that's a bit suspicious is that the other party is actually able to grasp his whereabouts. Fortunately found in time, otherwise. If the secret of the innate aura was leaked by him, then his situation would be quite passive. Die and come. Chen Minjia's anger surged at this moment, his sword stance changed and he struck again. Originally, he thought that it was just an unusual trip out of town, but as a result, before he could return to Yanggu County, he had gotten the news that the 100 Medicines Hall had been destroyed. Up and down more than 100 disciples, all died under the knife Jiang Che, more than 10 years of accumulation of one empty, all into the trophies of Jiang Che. Why he is not angry? Just teamed up against the end of the world alliance only. Need to be so immortal? Therefore, after learning about Jiang Che's whereabouts from Yang Xian, he couldn't wait to squat near the West City Marshal camp and followed the other party all the way out of the city, ready to wait for an opportunity to ambush. Chen Mingjia's strength is very good, with a powerful sword and excellent body skills, but relative to Crouching Tiger Mountain's Hua Xiaoshan is still a bit insufficient. Jiang Che can kill Hua Xiaoshan although tricky, but their own strength can also be seen. The 3 absolute frightening break on his strength is all round, no strengths, but also no short board, especially a maniacal battle intent, and scarlet like the devil's gaze. It is even more frightening. Exchanging more than 100 breaths, Jiang Che's body clothes have been broken and unbearable, and finally at the cost of his left arm being stabbed by the other party once, a knife will cut down the long sword in the other party's hand. Then, it was a rainstorm of attacks. Holding the sword in both hands, Jiang Che's sword momentum was continuous and impermeable, but in a moment, the situation between the two sides was completely reversed. Chen Mingyi's green clothes were constantly chopped through. His body, full of knife marks, the deepest wounds, already visible bone. Boom! With a close lean, Jiang Che slammed him alive on a tree trunk, falling heavily to the ground like a dead fish. Boom! Jiang Che descended from the sky with a powerful leg, directly causing Chen Mingjia's legs to sink into the ground. The scarlet light gradually faded, and Jiang Che gazed at Chen Mingjia from above. This is it? You? How? Could? So? Of strong. This was the most impossible thing for Chen Mingjia to understand. The situation he had gotten was that Jiang Che was but at the inner breath realm, and although his strength was a bit stronger, it was in the reasonable category. At least one passing vain martial artist intercepted and killed, hardly any accidents would occur. As a result, accidents happened. Jiang Che was actually able to suppress him. On the contrary, apart from the upper hand at the beginning, he was defeated all the way after that. His strength, fighting spirit, and ferocity were all inferior to his opponent. They were all inferior to each other. This is not something you should care about. Tell me, how did you find out my whereabouts, from when to follow me? Say it, give you a pain, don't say it. Kill your whole family. Ask for a catch-up read and go for ticket support. Chapter 75 Innate Incarnation. Ho ho! Chen Mingjia's body trembled, his mouth filled with blood froth seeping out. Jiang Che's heavy blow had almost shattered his lower body completely. At this moment, he was not far from death, it was just a matter of how much time he had, and Jiang Che's voice in his ears was far away and close to him, a little blurry. But he still heard the true meaning. Open his mouth, spit out a few words. Yang Xian. If there was no threat from Jiang Che, Chen Mingyi would rather die, but Jiang Che, this person is really too desperate. He does not doubt the other party's ruthless determination in the slightest. Since he was already destined to die, he couldn't drag down the rest of his family. Is there any more? Go. Chen Mingjia's words had not yet finished. He was completely out of breath, his eyes staring ahead, seemingly Jiang Che, seemingly the sky, also seemingly the memories of all kinds of past. Ka-ching! To be on the safe side, Jiang Che still made up for it, cutting Chen Mingjia's head with a knife. Although Chen Mingyi's words were not finished, Jiang Che had already guessed pretty much. The one who instigated Chen Mingjia behind the scenes was Yang Xian as well as Go Yan. As for how Go Nunnery would suddenly collude with Yang Xian, Jiang Che had puzzles and doubts, but the intuition in his heart was that they didn't seem to come together just recently. And this person has targeted him so many times, it is time to send him on his way. Otherwise, did he really think that he, Jiang, didn't have a temper? Jade River Mouth is located at the intersection of Yanggu County and Xinjiang County. It is an important crossing for the two counties to connect with the waterways. At the same time, this place is not too far away from the Wind Character Camp, it's only more than half an hour's journey. Looking at the mouth of the river with rolling rapids, Jiang Che looked around and confirmed that no one was hiding around him, then he leaped and jumped into the rolling river directly. According to the position explained by Ko Yuansheng, Jiang Che held his breath and slowly swam towards the rocks not far away. He stepped into the pulse realm, his internal breath was majestic. Even if he didn't breathe for a quarter of an hour, there was no big problem. And at the bottom of the slightly turbid river, Jiang Che's visual visibility was only about 1 zhang, groping for it bit by bit. As Ko Yuansheng said, on the surface of this place, the rapids rolled, but in fact at the bottom of the river there is another piece of heaven, the grottos in all directions. It is simply difficult for him to find the doorway. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. Jiang Che changed several times, will be around the 100 feet or carefully searched again, but the result is nothing, just when his heart suspicion is Ko Yuan Sheng and the time of deceiving themselves. Finally, in a narrow stone crack in front of him, he saw a hidden golden light. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jiang Che silently approached the golden light, and sure enough, when both sides approached about a zhang or so, Jiang Che saw the true face of the innate aura. Indeed is a golden carp, about a foot long, 2 long golden whiskers under the jaw, tail is very long, seems to be perched here, quietly lying in the gap. Gulping water vapor, but if you look carefully, you can find. It was not a normal living creature at all, its body was translucent, like a stream of air had been visualized. Slightly close, Jiang Che felt the internal energy in his body surging, and at the same time, green fury body refining scripture was also running involuntarily, and the color of green and black gradually spread all over his body. This innate aura, it seems to be associated with the furious chi. Jiang Che did not come close to startle the innate aura. After carefully observing the surrounding circle, silently pulled away and then retreated again, leapt and steadily landed on the ground. Run the gong method, chi and blood surging, Jiang Che's body emerges a channel of hot air, the soaked clothing began to steam dry. Even during the cold winter months, it was not a problem for an accomplished martial artist like him. Standing on the riverbank, Jiang Che's gaze was a little hesitant. Although Ko Yuansheng had reminded himself that without the innate spirit jade, it was impossible to collect the innate spirit chi, or else it might dissipate between heaven and earth after half an hour. But there was no absolute in everything. Jiang Che's sacrificial heavenly tablet was able to collect the sacrificial store. There were 2 reasons for his hesitation, one of which was that if he wanted to collect the innate aura, he had to set a target, so that after giving the sacrifice price, he would be able to collect it. However, if he wanted to use the innate aura as a sacrifice, his goal for the sacrifice would have to be to break through the innate. But the problem was, right now, he had just broken through the veins, and he would need to at least complete the green fiend body refining scripture before he could even think about breaking through to the innate, so setting it now and giving the price would definitely be very difficult to accomplish. In that case, there would be a delay. The second was that he wasn't completely sure if the heavenly tablet space could collect spiritual objects like the innate spiritual chi. Once the innate aura dissipated, then his loss would be too great. Within a short period of time, he did not have the ability or channels to find another precious innate aura. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Che took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Target of sacrifice, great completion of the green fiend body refining scripture. Sacrifice cost, 300 channels of Yin Fury Chi, 1 Earth Source Stone, and 3 years of life expectancy reduction. Is it a sacrifice? Jiang Che ultimately chose to play it safe and take things one step at a time. The innate realm was his set goal, but the great completion of the Green Fiend Sutra and reaching the peak of the Vein Passage realm was his most pressing goal at the moment. After killing Hua Xiaoshan, how Crouching Tiger Mountain would react could be imagined, and after killing Chen Minjia, Yang Xian and the others would definitely be able to guess that he had hidden his strength, or that there were strong people around him to help him. In short, the next ambush would definitely not be that simple again. It was necessary to quickly ascend to the peak of the Pulse Passage realm. It was just that the sacrifice price given this time, although there were only 2 kinds of sacrifices, the difficulty had skyrocketed, and the Earth Origin Stone was not yet unheard of for him at the moment. And the 300 paths of Yin Fiendish Chi was a difficult problem that he could not avoid. In order to lure ambush him, Ko Yuansheng sheds that in Fury Land, a total of more than 100, want to save enough sacrifices, at least 2 before that level of in Fury Land is still needed. Of course, with the previous several times of Green Fiend Kung Fu sacrifices, he also had the mental preparation, decided to start from Song Ji here. He is also practicing the Green Fiend body refining scripture, need to help the Fiend Chi. Perhaps it's then known about the existence of the land of Yin Fury. There was also Ko Yuansheng, he might not be unaware of the second one. As soon as he thought of it, Jiang Che did not hesitate and immediately began his return journey. His time was always tight, he needed to succeed in his sacrifice as soon as possible as a way to collect the innate aura. What's more, he needed to urgently raise his strength, so as to face the threat of Crouching Tiger Mountain. And when Jiang Che returned to Yanggu County, before he could interrogate Song Ji, Geng Dabiao reported to him that Lu Ji had something important to seek him out, and asked him to go to the mansion immediately after he was done with the task at hand. And, also need to avoid Eileen, quite some mysterious feeling. Also let Jiang Che think of the confusion, Lu Ji, this is what to do? Surprisingly, he still needs to sneak around. Is he afraid that some people will see him? Chapter 76, Lu Ji's Shock. Today, County Lieutenant Zhu secretly summoned me. Seemingly seeing that Zhang Che was full of doubts, Lu Ji didn't sell out and directly told him the reason for his visit, his face filled with a heavy color. Related to me? Zhang Che slowly sat down, his brows slightly furrowed. It seemed that this was the only possibility that would make Lu Ji meet him secretly. Not bad. First, County Lieutenant Zhu talked to me for a long time about his past, so that I would remember his kindness, and then he told me that you secretly betrayed him and defected to Colonel Chi of the Win Character Battalion. Moreover, it was also said with great conviction that the reason why your cultivation was so rapid was entirely due to practicing the devil's way of quick success, and that your own roots were actually quite average. Lu Ji said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Zhang Che's eyes. Zhang Che's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhu Shang's reaction was within his expectation. After all, there had long been an irreconcilable conflict between the two of them, with the other party coveting the exotic treasures on his body. The only thing he felt a little surprised about was that Zhu Shang's targeting came a little too quickly. It seemed that Qi Huan's letter had indeed caused him to be disgruntled. What happened after that? County Lieutenant Zhu also said that he has seen all my hard work over the years, and he is already dredging up relations, and will let me find a way to step up to the position of County Chancellor afterward. Lu Ji withdrew his gaze and helped Zhang Che pour a cup of steaming tea, the corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. Zhu Shang is trying to get you to deal with me? He said that you have the news of the innate aura in your hands, and asked me to find a way to bribe those beloved ones beside you, that is, Su Saner and Gung Dubiao, as long as this matter can be accomplished. He will definitely not treat me poorly. But your choice seems to have deviated from him? Zhang Che opened his mouth. You're the one I promoted. To you, I've kind of poured all my heart and support. This time, I'm still willing to trust you. Don't let me down. Lu Ji said with a gloomy face. Although Zhu Shang had promised him benefits, but at the same time, he was also making a veiled threat. A person like him has only himself in his heart. Lu Ji doesn't believe in what he says, and even more so in his promises. Just like when Zhang Che and Gobai had a grudge, Zhu Shang could actually keep the other party with a single word. But it is because of want to punish Gobai, or kill, and also put all the responsibility on him. He himself is righteous. Many things showed that Zhu Shang was an extremely selfish and self-interested character. Furthermore, he had chosen to support Zhang Che so much in order to bet on him, not hesitating to cede his rights to the other party, so how could he possibly undo all the work and fall back at this critical moment? He was aware of how amazing Zhang Che's cultivation speed was, whether or not he was practicing magic, but the fact that he was able to waste the Elder of the 100 Medicinal Hall with a single punch was enough to show his strength. He had read many words and books, and there had always been a hidden thought in his heart. That is, Zhang Che. Zhang Che was very much like the protagonist in those books, carrying great luck, able to turn misfortune into good fortune and achieve everything. Of course, these words, since he could not tell out, or will show, as always support Zhang Che, believe Zhang Che attitude. That's why he would let Zhang Che come to see him secretly. Have to say, Lu Ji's words are let Zhang Che heartborn a warm current. This is the first time someone is willing to so support him, even at the expense of deviating from the orders of the superior officer. Seeing true love in times of trouble, at this moment, in this situation, Zhang Che had only one thought in his heart. If he really achieved something in the future, he would definitely not treat Lu Ji poorly. Many thanks to Your Excellency. Zhang Che cupped his fists and saluted. You don't need to thank me much. The most important thing now is how to deal with Zhu Shang's threat. Since you have some friendship with Captain Qi Huan, I advise you to leave Yanggu County as soon as possible and serve in the Win Character Battalion. Lu Ji believes in Zhang Che's future, but if you look at it now, Zhang Che doesn't even have the qualifications to go against Zhu Shang, not to mention their official status, in terms of strength alone, are also far apart. I will not go. Zhang Che shook his head. If he hadn't broken through the pulse-passing realm, then he would definitely avoid the front line for the time being, but with his current strength, even if he wasn't Zhu Shang's opponent, he still had no problem getting out in one piece. You are still too young, never. Before Lu Ji's words fell, he saw Zhang Che casually waved his hand, and in a flash, a dark green-colored air current broke out of his body and shattered the shelves on the side. Silence. At this moment, a pin drop could be heard in the entire room. Lu Ji's eyes widened and his mouth opened for a long time without uttering a word, only pointing at Zhang Che with trembling fingers. You passed the vein. Had? Zhang Che nodded. Zhu Shang wasn't wrong. I have indeed practiced the Devil Dao technique and have now broken through the passing vein. He showed his strength, not just to prove himself to Lu Ji, but because the change in his strength could not be hidden from someone with a heart now. it would be better to continue to aggravate his position in the other party's heart. Letting him know that even when facing Zhu Sheng, he was not without the slightest chance of winning. Moreover, Lu Xi's confession also gave him an idea to trap Zhu Sheng. It's really unimaginable. At this moment, Lu Xi had just returned to his senses, his heart was still shaken, he had watched Jiang Che walk from a life-threatening auxiliary soldier to the present day, and at that time, the 7-day cultivation of the brute bull strength had given him a not insignificant impact. At that time, the 7-day cultivation of brute bull strength had given him quite a shock. It had directly prompted him to help Jiang Che deal with the Go family brothers. Now, it was an even more weighty shock. Before this, he had always thought that Jiang Che was only at the inner breath realm. Even if it was a devil's way technique, it shouldn't be so fast, right? At the same time, he was even more glad that he had not chosen wrongly. Jiang Che did not continue to explain anything. The more he said, the more wrong he was. It would be better to let Lu Xi make up his own mind. It seems that the matter of you having a clue to the innate aura in your hand should be true. Lu Xi whispered softly to himself. Actually, at the moment, I am not sure myself. Your cultivation is far superior to mine. How to deal with Zhu Sheng, you make your own decision. Lu Xi decided not to persuade him to leave anymore. With the passing vein cultivation, he did have the qualification to play with Zhu Sheng. Then, after a few more casual conversations, Jiang Che gradually changed the topic and asked about the Earth Origin Stone as an aside, hoping that Lu Xi would help him to explain this item. However, Lu Xi was stunned upon hearing this, and asked with uncertainty. Earth Source Stone? This item is of great use to me. If your honor has heard of it, please enlighten me. Jiang Che nodded. Not only have I heard of this item, I have also seen it with my own eyes. Lu Xi nodded. Where? Jiang Che's eyes revealed a brilliant light and asked in a hurry. In the hands of County Lieutenant Zhu. Lu Xi frowned and said. Zhu Sheng has this in his hands? Jiang Che's face showed surprise, not expecting this thing to be around. It's really. Xiaoer, her mother, opened the door for Xiaoer. Xiaoer arrived home. Ask for votes. Big brothers don't raise the book. Chapter 77, Punishing the Heart. Speaking of which, this object is still related to me. Oh. Half a year ago, Zhu Sheng did not know where to get the news, said that the windward camped near a large household in the hands of the Earth Source Stone. He ordered me and another commander with a group of people disguised as horse bandits to destroy its door. Sure enough, we did get this item from the treasury of that household, or I personally handed it over to Zhu Sheng. Lu Xi face reminiscing, narrating the situation at that time. I see, so, that Earth Origin Stone was carried by Zhu Sheng close to his heart? If that was the case, the prerequisite for trying to get this offering was to kill the other party. Lu Xi, however, shook his head and said. The Earth Source Stone is a condensation of the Earth's veins, containing the Earth's source of energy, which is of great use to martial artists in refining their bodies, and is a rare treasure especially for the passing vein martial artists. But cannot be used day by day to cultivate, otherwise the turbid gas contained in the Earth's veins will be tainted meridians. At least 7 days between Zhu Sheng will not carry it day by day. Jiang Che's gaze flickered, his fingers tapping on the desktop in silence for a moment before opening his mouth. Can I ask your excellency to do me a small favor? You say. The Earth Origin Stone I am determined to obtain. Even if it is in Zhu Sheng's hands, I can't give it up. I would like to ask your excellency to help me lure Zhu Sheng away for a couple of hours. I will personally sneak into the Zhu mansion to look for it. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. The sacrifice was in front. Even if there was a risk, it had to be taken. This. Lu Xi's face showed hesitation. If he hadn't seen Jiang Che display his current realm cultivation, even though he was optimistic about Jiang Che, he wouldn't put himself at risk. That's why he would have reminded Jiang Che, and then he would have been prepared to put himself out of the picture and not help anyone. But now, Jiang Che's potential seemed even greater. If this favor was not done, the friendship would diminish. But the problem was, this favor was not a good one. Once the incident happened, Zhu Sheng would be the first one to suspect him. Trying to lure away Zhu Sheng, it's not a simple matter. Doesn't Zhu Sheng want you to secretly pull in the people under my hand? Just use this excuse as a reason and say that. You have already poked around and found out that only Ko Yuanqing knows about the trace of the innate aura. And the reason why I went through all the trouble of wanting his son, Ko Qing, was to force him to talk. The only thing that could truly make people believe was the truest truth. In this way, it could also echo his previous pursuit of the bounty on Ko Qing. Anyway, now that Ko Yuansheng was secretly hidden by him, even if Xu Shang knew some of the truth, it wouldn't help. Besides, the most important thing was that this matter had already been known by the people of Crouching Tiger Mountain, so it couldn't be hidden at all. When are you going to do it? Lu Ji hesitated for a moment before agreeing to this matter. This matter should be done sooner rather than later, tomorrow night. Jiang Che was prepared to sneak into the Shu mansion tomorrow night to search for the Earth Origin Stone. Alright, I'll help you. Lu Ji clenched his teeth and nodded. The next day, West City Marshal Camp, prison cell. After many days, Jiang Che once again went to see Song Ji. Since the other party spat out the Green Fury body refining scripture, Jiang Che did not see the other party again. Of course, it was not so much as to torture him. At least, food and drink would still be enough, but wanting to go out was impossible for the time being. Jiang Che, you promised that as long as I spit out the Green Fury scripture, you would let me go. As soon as they met, Song Ji loudly questioned Jiang Che, his face showing irritation. How did I promise you? You said that you would let me go if I gave you the gongfu. No, what I said was that I would let you out only after I got the innate spiritual qi. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang always keeps his word when he does something. Jiang Che laughed lightly. His name was Jiang Che, not Mr. Jiang. That's still unknown. Song Ji snorted coldly. It seems that you still don't know what's happening outside. Now that the Chao gang is overthrown, and Ko Yuansheng has been imprisoned by me, it's only a matter of time before I get the innate aura, and it's not far from when you leave. Ha! Song Ji didn't believe Jiang Che's bull at all. Instead, he asked after letting out a cold laugh. Tell me, this time you came to find me, and what is it that you want to interrogate out? You should have news of the fiendish qi in your hands, right? Tell me. You can be spared from the torture, and I will personally release you from the prison cell after a month at the latest. Jiang Che continued to draw the pie. Dream on. Song Ji immediately rebuffed. You're so determined, you wouldn't think that Crouching Tiger Mountain would still come to save you, right? Jiang Che asked rhetorically. Several walled city lords won't sit idly by, Jiang Che, and let you live for a few more days. Jiang Che, on the other hand, just smiled. You privately transmitted the Green Fury body refining scripture, and also told me the secret of the innate aura. The people of Crouching Tiger Mountain are considered good if they don't kill you, and you actually expect to be able to go out. Ridiculous. But Song Ji just sneered a few times. The matter of the innate spiritual qi he knew was not clear in the first place, and also did not think that Ko Yuansheng would really have a clue before he would say it as a bargaining chip. As for the Green Fury body refining scripture, what he revealed was half true and half false. Ready to pit Jiang Che, how could he believe Jiang Che's threatening words? Jiang Che also understands where his bottom line is, and no nonsense, right arm vibration, qi and blood running, arm above the green and black, completely is already practicing the appearance of success. UNC, what is this? No, impossible. How did you really cultivate? When looking at the appearance of Jiang Che's arm, Song Ji's eyes widened, full of unbelief, only to feel that heaven and earth had collapsed. What he had given was clearly a fake gong method. Once practiced, the furious qi attacked the heart, and one would surely die. But this. As for Jiang Che deceiving, that was even more impossible. He had practiced the Green Fury body refining scripture for many years, and he could tell with a glance that Jiang Che had already cultivated the technique, and his attainments were even more profound than his. This has nothing to do with you. You only need to know that once I reveal this gong method, the people of Crouching Tiger Mountain will believe it, and... You take another look at this sword, is it familiar? In order to pry open Song Ji's mouth, Jiang Che even took out Hua Xiaoshan's knife. Red Star. This is Red Star. Song Ji only felt that today's shocks were coming one after another, completely unable to accept these, but the third boss's Red Star knife was so plainly in front of his eyes, he would never recognize it as a mistake. A few days ago, I accompanied County Lieutenant Zhu to fight with that Hua boss of yours. This is the spoils of war, and he also saw the Green Fury Kung Fu on my body with his own eyes, and you can guess. For a traitor, what would Crouching Tiger Mountain do? Jiang Che stepped closer. These words were like a blow of a heavy hammer, hammering Song Ji's heart to tear. No. This. You. Song Ji was incoherent at the moment, completely unable to accept that he had become a traitor in the blink of an eye, and even less able to accept that Jiang Che had cultivated the Green Fury technique. See the reality, to your current situation, even if you are arguing will not be believed, it is better to work for me, mix an official body, in the future to extend the family, but also can raise their heads. It's better than being a bandit in the mountains like before. Jiang Che patted Song Ji's shoulder and admonished. Chapter 78 Night Visit to Zhu Mansion, Lady Mistakenly Identified. Begs for a follow-up read. Song Ji lowered his head, his long hair covering his face, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. It wasn't until a full quarter of an hour later that he raised his head, revealing a pair of reddened eyes. He had struggled, but Jiang Che's words had undoubtedly foreshadowed his future path, and now, he was afraid that the entire Crouching Tiger Mountain would think that he had betrayed them. There will be no one to save him, even if there is, it will be to kill him. As for the suspicion, from the moment he saw Hua Xiaoshan's saber red star, he already believed that the two sides had definitely met and exchanged hands. After all, that handle red star had been treated as a treasure since the third boss got it. He likewise had family members on Crouching Tiger Mountain. Tell me your choice. Jiang Che looked at Song Ji with a bland expression and said, My family members are still on the mountain. A hoarse voice came out of Song Ji's mouth. Before Crouching Tiger Mountain is overthrown, you can continue to stay inside the cell, and before long, I will lead my troops to eliminate Crouching Tiger Mountain and preserve your family members as much as possible. If Song Ji was sensible, Jiang Che would indeed do so. Song Ji. Willing to serve your lordship. Song Ji lowered his head, expressing his submission. Then he added, I do know of a place of Yin Fury, located in Yanggu County. Ancient Yu Lake, this place is rumored to have been a killing battlefield hundreds of years ago, and only after years and years did it turn into a baneful place. The mouth of the Fury source is located at the bottom of the lake. Ordinary martial artists are difficult to close the air for a long time. Want to borrow Fury cultivation is very difficult. Moreover, this is not too big a secret in Crouching Tiger Mountain. Every period of time, there will be people regularly collect the baneful gas to bring back to the mountain. If you want to use this to cultivate, must be careful. For normal people, it was indeed difficult to collect the fatal chi at the bottom of the lake, but was it a problem for Jiang Che? With the sacrificial heavenly tablet in place, he could completely collect enough baneful chi for his own use at once. How is the strength of Crouching Tiger Mountain? This was something Jiang Che was more concerned about. Song Ji exhaled a long breath of turbid air, knowing that this was a necessary condition for his defection, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Passing Pulse Realm martial artists 3, respectively, 3 walled villagers, extraordinary strength, especially the big walled villager Wu Xiaolin cultivation has been to the peak of the Passing Pulse for many years. Looking at the Yanggu, Xinjiang 2 counties, I think that it has no rivals, just short of a congenital chi will be able to break through. Bone Forging Realm martial artists about 10 or so, all with me in the general position, and the commander, who can break through the vein, can become the 4th village master. This is the big village master once set the rules. There are at least dozens of inner breath martial artists, and the rest are all strong body. Are there any more? The walled village has about 2,000 mouths to feed, 70 horse soldiers, 600 foot soldiers. The rest are all vassal families. Song Ji told what he knew, all of it, without the slightest concealment. Jiang Che, on the other hand, is indistinct. No wonder Crouching Tiger Mountain can stand for more than 10 years without collapsing. Even if the bandits cannot be eliminated, such strength, even the Windward Battalion is not as good as. Without an innate martial artist making a move, it would take at least several times the number of troops to attack the mountain. This is the real bandits. After all, how many mountains in Taiyan province could have a horse army? To know, the value of a horse is great. Even if it is not an elite warhorse, it is definitely not a small amount, and well-trained horse army, even if it is the Windward Battalion, the total is only a few dozen only. If he could take Crouching Tiger Mountain under his command, he could definitely add to his own heritage and power instantly. It is said that Crouching Tiger Mountain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Do you know of any paths that can be raided? Although he hadn't yet reached the peak of Pulse Passage, he simply couldn't resist the so-called Great Walled City Lord in Song Ji's mouth. However, this still didn't prevent him from doing some long-term planning. Since Crouching Tiger Mountain was on his radar, it deserved to be his. Several intersections up the mountain are being held by soldiers, making it difficult to raid. Song Ji shook his head. Rest here for a while, it won't be long before there will be a place for you. My men are lacking in talent, think about it for a few days. After placating Song Ji with a few words, Jiang Che turned around and left the prison cell. Only Song Ji, who was still tied up, had some dazed eyes. He never thought of betraying the cottage and turning to the government. The matter has come to this, he has no better choice. He is not afraid of death, only afraid of family members are implicated in the murder. Sigh lightly, Song Ji closed his eyes. After interrogating Song Ji, Jiang Che did not leave Yanggu County, through Chen Minjia's tracking to be able to determine that there have always been people in the dark staring at him, Yang Xian Go Buren, Zhao Mingcheng, and Crouching Tiger Mountain. Before the two hands, kill Chen Minjia and Hua Xiaoshan, in fact, are because the two sides know the information is not equal, the other side even if the strength is slightly better than him, but because they do not know that he has already broken through the vein, a sudden attack, only to lose. Next time, if you do it, it will not be so easy. Therefore, Jiang Che decided to hold off on leaving the city and get the Earth Source Stone first. In order to prevent mistakes, Jiang Che also specifically found Geng Dabiao, so that he was ready to be summoned by Zhu Shang, revealing that he had been bought by Lu Ji. And just in case, Jiang Che also directly sent Su Chenghu as well as Su Sanna's youngest son to Feng Zi camp to deliver a letter, just to clamp down on Su Sanna with his family. It wasn't that he didn't trust, it was just that this way, he could feel more at ease. Because he was being watched, he could not easily go to see Ko Yuansheng, and the only one who could help him with his work was Su Sanna. Before the innate aura had arrived, he had to make all sorts of preparations. At midnight, Jiang Che appeared on time near the Shu mansion. This was the time he had agreed with Lu Ji. Before 3 minutes past midnight, he would try to delay the time for him by all means. 2 hours, 4 hours, enough for him to turn over the entire Shu mansion. And at this moment, inside and outside the Shu mansion, dead silence. Except for a few guards inspecting, the rest of the people had already fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Che's first stop was the Shu mansion's treasury. After avoiding the guards, he dived in, rummaging left and right, although there were quite a few rare medicinal herbs in gold and silver, but there was not the slightest trace of the Earth Source Stone. After another quarter of an hour, Jiang Che went out of the storehouse and continued rummaging in several surrounding rooms, but still found nothing. After thinking about it, Jiang Che turned his attention to Zhu Shang's bedroom. With something so precious, there were only so many locations where it might be stored. The bedroom and the study were the most likely locations. There was nothing in the study or the storehouse, leaving only one bedroom as the most promising. A black clothes, Jiang Che masked, silently appeared in the bedroom outside, listening to the even breathing sound inside. Jiang Che held his breath, broke the window, will be a tube of smoke put in. After a few more moments, only then pushed open the door of the room, ready to rummage. But on top of the bed, hearing the slightest movement, Mrs. Zhu opened a sliver of her eyes, glancing angrily at the disguised Zhu Shang, thinking that this time it was quite new. Unfortunately, the other party seemed to have forgotten that she had a family heirloom Qingming spirit jade, which would quickly fall into an icy cold state once it encountered poisonous miasma and misty smoke and other things, and she was awakened because of this. Please vote support. Today's chase reading is very important, please support. Chapter 79, Testimonials on the Shelf. Don't wait tonight, I just got the notice that it will be on the shelves tomorrow at 12 noon. Please support. Writing a book for 3 years, this year is the 4th year. The beginning of the book is considered to be the highest achievement on the 3 rivers, so this is absolutely not unique. But adults always need to make money to support their families. The more the subscription, the more the stone is also more motivated to burst more. So, I hope you can support the first subscription. This book is currently chasing almost in 2,617, paid chasing 1,677, Stone does not ask for more. The first subscription of 1,200 and every more than 100 will be added to the 4,000 words chapter or more. I'm not going to force myself to do it, but I'm going to do it 3 times a day. The monthly ticket every more than 100, plus a chapter. Each chapter is a big chapter of 4,000 words. The day of the shelves more 5 chapters, a total of 20,000 words. After that, the daily more 8,000 is the bottom line, plus is another. Hand speed is not enough, take the life to come up. We all support it, this year but also, every day on the nest in the home burst more. So, please support, please support. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. If the new book is not addictive, you can look at the old book, there are 3,700,000 words, 5,000 June finished book I have a chi altar. Chapter 80 You don't want to. Begging for first order. No, not right. Mrs. Zhu quickly reacted, Zhu Shang should not have forgotten, but did it on purpose. After all, he was also clear about the role of the clear spirit jade, no surprise, it should be on purpose. Otherwise, after mesmerizing her, how else could she play the role of a thief who sneaked into the mansion? Thinking of this, the corner of Madame Zhu's mouth also imperceptibly hooked up a smile. Mrs. Zhu made preparations, but after waiting left and right, the master who played the role of the thief just didn't seem to come over, and kept rummaging left and right in the room, seemingly looking for something. New tricks? Mrs. Zhu cautiously sat up, wanting to take a closer look, but the slight ringing that had just occurred instantly allowed the alert Jiang Che to discover it, and violently turned back to look at the bed. Seeing that the ecstasy didn't work, Mrs. Zhu had already awakened. Jiang Che immediately had a heartbeat, instantly arrived, with extremely fast speed, appeared in front of the bed couch, an iron palm firmly pinched Mrs. Zhu's neck. Chapter 81, Resisting Life. Seeking first booking. The third brother had died. The most important thing for him at the moment was to get the innate aura, which was the most crucial thing. Without the innate realm, he would not be able to get the support of the upper sect, and it would be difficult to gain a foothold. Of course, if he was only willing to harbor in Crouching Tiger Mountain, not to mention the innate, just the current strength, it was enough for him to rest on his laurels, without worrying about someone dealing with him. But if he wanted to get out of Crouching Tiger Mountain and gain a foothold in Taiyan Province, the innate is the key. If you don't enter the innate, you're still a mortal. Only the innate can truly stand above the stage. My subordinate is only afraid. It's impossible to force them out of the city in a short period of time, and if we do it within the county, I'm afraid that it will attract the nearby Wind Character Battalion. Liang Liang frowned. Keeping the county peaceful and stable was the bottom line of the government. If one were to randomly start a fight, it was almost no different from a rebellion. Once the prefecture was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the innate aura is obtained by Zhu Sheng first, after the Chapter 82 Sacrifice at the Bottom of the Lake. Passage Vein Peak. A passing Vein Realm expert was desperately chasing behind him, but Jiang Che didn't panic in the slightest because the other party's horse wasn't as fast as his. It was true that a Passage Vein Realm martial artist was able to release their internal breath and even glide to the extent of being able to explode very quickly over short distances, but he and the other party were already separated by a distance of hundreds of feet. Short distance gliding, the other party simply cannot catch up with him. As long as he can hang on for a moment, when the other party's internal breath is exhausted, there will not be much resistance. This reasoning Jiang Che understands, Yu Xiaofeng also understands. Therefore, after Jiang Che took away a horse to escape, he also did not hesitate to take away a horse as well, only that his horse was just an ordinary horse ridden by a merchant. It simply couldn't catch up with Jiang Che's superior black horse. He kept shouting and cursing behind his back, hoping to make Jiang Che stop and fight with him. But Jiang Che wasn't stupid. Would he be so reckless? What's more, in addition to that midget behind him, Wu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 83 Open Cards. Seeking first booking. Above the ancient Yu Lake, Yu Xiaofeng hovered continuously, his toes repeatedly pointing on the surface of the lake, staring closely at the movements in the lake. He didn't believe that Jiang Che would lose because of this. It was also impossible to chase down, otherwise there was a possibility of creating a time gap, causing the other party to escape. After waiting for 100 breaths or so, just as Yu Xiaofeng hesitated to go deeper into the bottom of the lake to pursue the seizure, suddenly, his gaze changed slightly. Only to see the lake quickly condensed into a vortex that was about several feet wide. Fixing his eyes on it, in the next moment, a figure glowing with black light broke through the water from the vortex, like a leaping dragon. What? When he saw the identity of the black shadow clearly, Yu Xiaofeng's face changed drastically, because at this moment, Jiang Che's aura was extremely powerful around him, and black arcane light even condensed out from his body. The fury was exuding. What exactly happened? Only just 100 breaths of time. How could? Chapter 84 Innate Sacrifice. Requesting first booking. Sacrifice goal, breakthrough to the realm of the innate. Mysterious lines lit up above the sacrificial heavenly tablet, flickering non-stop for a few moments before a smattering of small words appeared. Sacrifice price, 1 innate aura, 1 clear spirit jade, 6 yuan crystals, 10 drops of bright heartshan liquid. Is it a sacrifice? Opening his eyes, Jiang Che's expression was grave. The cost of breaking through the innate was indeed not that easy. Fortunately, the most important innate spiritual chi was right in front of his eyes at the moment. As for the rest of the sacrifices, he was conscious that he still needed to make some good plans. These thoughts only flashed briefly. Jiang Che then was a thought, hidden in the crevice of the innate aura incarnation, accompanied by a red light flashed, directly into the heavenly monument. And when Jiang Che's mind sank into the space, he also saw that the tail of the goldfish at the moment as if it was fixed in place, completely unable to move, not to mention the traces of dissipation. In this way, the party. Chapter 85, Test this official with this? The moment the two of them stared at each other, it was as if time stood still at this moment. Mrs. Zhu's face climbed up a layer of redness, and then revealed a look of shyness as she opened her mouth. Jiang Che. What do you want to do? It's not what I want to do, it's what Madame wants to do. That night it was you who threatened me with County Lieutenant Zhu. How? Put on the clothes and you don't recognize me? Jiang Che showed an innocent look on his face, but his eyes were still sizing up the other party. He had to say that Mrs. Ju was really moist. He had once heard a saying that evaluated women. First-class women are fat, white and high, second-class women are numb and demonic, third-class women are wild, arrogant and delicate, and fourth-class women are spicy and tricky. And Mrs. Ju is precisely a first-class woman. You. The color of shame and annoyance on Mrs. Ju's face increased, and she hurriedly said, "At that time, I recognized the wrong person, you. You must not have any misunderstanding." Chapter 86, Mantis Catching Cicada. Su House. After coming out of the Zhu mansion, Jiang Che hid his tracks and arrived at the Su family without a sound, carrying a few packages of gifts bought on the street in his hand and knocking on the Su family's door. Today's Su family is no longer the previous rented small ragged courtyard, after Jiang Che led the destruction of the Chao gang and the 100 Medicines Hall, as the heart of the Su Saner and Gung Dabiao all share a lot of profit. Gung Dabiao is alone, there is no intention to set up a family business, while Su Saner is different, although it is shrewd, but there is still the idea of thinking about his wife and family in his bones. With the Jiang Che has organized a two-courtyard. Coupled with the fact that it is now in control of the End of the World Alliance, is now also considered to be shaking up. Walking outside, there are people who call it a Su Three Masters. In this regard, Jiang Che is happy to see it. He has never been unable to see the subordinates enjoy the character of happiness. Other people leave their homes, risking their lives to help you do things, in order to what? For the ideal? Chapter 87, Killing Zhu for the New Year. Although Mr. Liang guessed that even Zhu Sheng didn't know where Ko Yuanqing was, let alone the hiding place of the innate aura, but after all, it was just a guess without evidence. Looking at it now, Mr. Liang's guess was wrong and his decision was right instead. As long as the innate aura was here, he could use the innate spirit jade to collect the aura and bring it back to the cottage for a breakthrough. In this way, the innate could be expected, and the future could be expected. Therefore, Zhu Sheng must die. And at the moment Wu Xiaolin appeared, Zhu Sheng's pupils also shrunk, his fists under his sleeves clenched tightly, his brows locked, pondering whether it was his carelessness that was followed by the other party. Or is it? Is it simply the people around him who have turned against him? The first person he thought of was Lu Ji. Only he had this ability to grasp his whereabouts. Do you know the consequences of attacking and killing a county lieutenant? Retreat now, and this official can forget about what happened before. Chapter 88, Thy wife and daughter, I will raise them. If placed before Zhu Sheng and Wu Xiaolin has not yet dueled before, that according to his cultivation and strength, as well as experience, really if in Jiang Che life and death duel, who wins and who loses, cannot yet be completely sure. But now, after a deadly battle, and was Jiang Che's sneak attack success, a hammer smashed in its left arm, at this time he has been the end of the crossbow, and even as long as the time to delay a moment more. The gap between the two sides will become bigger and bigger. Wu Xiaolin hissed, the body of the dark green color of the fury of the internal breath, constantly leaking, a fist and a palm with the power of 1,000 pounds, waving the tiger wind, want to solve the Jiang Che in the last moment. After all, just 2 days ago, the two sides also exchanged hands. At that time, even if the Jiang Che is all out as not an opponent, can only escape in fear, it still has a trace of confidence. But when after the fight, Wu Xiaolin realized that Jiang Che's strength has undergone a sea change, Chapter 89, Whether Yanggu is in chaos or not, Jiang Che has the final say. I really thought something had happened to you. Inside the Win character camp captain's tent, Chi Huan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Jiang Che. This person of mine has always had a big life, and can't die easily. Jiang Che smiled and sat at the bottom of Chi Huan's head. He had already set up the scene at the Jade River mouth, but he did not return to Yanggu County. Instead, he went straight to the Win character camp, firstly, in order to ask for Chi Huan's help, and secondly, to try to avoid the point in time when Zhu Sheng fell. Of course, at this point in time, in order for the news of Zhu Sheng's death to spread, Jiang Che still instructed Su Chenghu to immediately rush to the county and tell Su Saner and Lu Ji about the matter. Let them dispose of what happened next. Say it, this time come to me. What is it about? Chi Huan was more appreciative of Jiang Che, especially after learning that Jiang Che had been within Yanggu County a few days ago and had displayed the strength of a passing vein. Chapter 90, Returning Strongly. Because of a news, stirring Lady Zhu's mind, but also let the many forces within Yanggu County to be silent, only to feel that a horrible storm is about to sweep in. If a county lieutenant, really killed, that caused the consequences is definitely not small. Even though the world is not at peace nowadays, with banditry rising everywhere, there is still a basic level of stability. This also seems to have become a consensus of everyone. The government wants stability, it does not matter if it is a small fight, but first the county, then ambushed and killed the lieutenant, has been no different from a rebellion, if the government office side of the no movement at all. In the future, other counties, similar things will also occur frequently. And in this, the most anxious and worried is not only the Zhu family people. Yanggu County Magistrate Zhao Mingcheng is also the same. After all, this is his jurisdiction area. But first he forced away the previous lieutenant, and then the death of this lieutenant. What will the top think? His background can't be suppressed. Chapter 91, Mountain Bandits Must Be Eliminated. Jiang Che. Are you trying to rebel? Zhao Mingcheng's face turned blue as he questioned Jiang Che. Not only did he call him by his name, but he also dared to hit his men in front of so many people. This was clearly hitting him in the face and wanting to use this to establish his authority. By whom was County Lieutenant Zhu killed? Jiang Che did not bother to look at Zhao Mingcheng, but instead turned his gaze to Lu Ji, who was on the side. Judging from the traces at the scene, it can be confirmed that it was Crouching Tiger Mountain's Wu Xiaolin who moved. Whether it's the motive or the strength, it's all justified. Lu Ji immediately returned. Then what is County Magistrate Zhao going to do? Suppress the bandits? Zhao County Magistrate said. Wait to find out the truth before deciding. Lu Ji seemed to have completely forgotten Zhao Mingcheng's official position at this moment, completely matching Jiang Che's one-upmanship. This matter has not yet been finalized. Whether someone planted the evidence to frame someone is not yet known. What is the objection to this official's decision? Zhao Mingcheng coldly grunted. Chapter 92, Put your hair up. Commander. Dang Yan walked up to Jiang Che and cupped his fists in salute. What is it? Jiang Che asked without moving as he tucked the letter into his sleeve and gazed at him. The traitor has been found. Dang Yan raised his head and said in a deep voice. Who? As early as when Jiang Che was intercepted by Qin Mingyi, Jiang Che had concluded that someone under his hand was secretly tipping him off. Only at that time, his attention was on Zhu Shang and Wu Xiaolin. For the spies have no time to care, so the matter was handed over to Tang Yan and Geng Dabiao. He didn't expect the two to be capable of doing their job, and caught the traitor so quickly. Huan. Tang Yan's gaze was slightly cold as he spat out two words. Take me to him. Jiang Che said in a deep voice. For Huan, Jiang Che was not a stranger, although he was busy with his affairs and spent most of his time away from the western city. Chapter 93, Mrs. Zhu's Bottom Line. Afterwards. Jiang Che drifted away. Lady Zhu, on the other hand, recalled the previous scene with a flickering gaze. A few moments later. While Madame Zhu was ruminating, outside the spiritual hall, Zhu Qingqing also walked in wearing her morning clothes. Zhu Shang's death had smoothed out the savagery in her. After walking in, she helped Madame Zhu up and softly said, Mother, it's too cold, you go back to rest first, I'll keep the wake. No need, I'm fine here. Mrs. Zhu shook her head, just wanting to stand up, but her body went limp. If it wasn't for Zhu Qingqing who had been holding her, she might have directly fallen to the ground. Don't try to be strong, mother, you've been kneeling for too long, your body can't hold it up anymore. If father knew down there, he would definitely blame me for not knowing what to do. Zhu Qingqing's eyes glistened with a touch of water vapor, somewhat distressed for her mother. However, Mrs. Zhu subconsciously looked up at Zhu Shang's effigy. If he really. Chapter 94, Overthrowing Crouching Tiger Mountain. Xiangping, things have come to this point, I will not hide it from you any longer. A few months ago, an ascendant upper envoy of the Green Sky sect came to Crouching Tiger Mountain in person, and offered the walled city lord the condition of a party of spirit generals. He also took out 3 pieces of aids to break through the innate to make sincerity, saying that as long as the lord can break through the innate realm, and change the sky in the future, Crouching Tiger Mountain can have the land of Yanggu and Xinjiang counties. It is for this reason that the walled city lord promised that superior envoy, and in Liang Liang will all the everything, all told Wu Xiangping, and only rely on a divine arm bao, is absolutely difficult to resist a past-pulse martial artist. If there can be an innate powerhouse sitting in the town, then one can rest in peace. This. Wu Xiangping was horrified, never thought that his father and 2 uncles actually made such a dangerous choice. This is for Crouching Tiger Mountain, the danger is greater than the opportunity. After all, the previous powerful 3 states' rebellion had all been. Chapter 95, Innate Attack. Jiang Che's palms were like iron pincers made of fine iron, deadlocking Wu Xiangping's neck, suffocating his face. His hands wanted to break free, but he simply couldn't do it. Ho! Ho! At this moment, the entire world was as if frozen, standing still at this moment. Above the fortress wall, the bandits surrounding Wu Xiangping looked at each other, not daring to move at all, fearing that this would cause Jiang Che to kill Wu Xiangping. then the consequences would be too heavy. Order, everyone put down their blades. Jiang Che reddened his eyes, his voice without the slightest bit of emotion. Since the beginning, what Jiang Che was aiming for was the entire Crouching Tiger Mountain, not just the resources, 70 elite horse soldiers, almost equal to the Wind Character Battalion, plus those mountain bandits with extraordinary strength. If these people could be collected, Jiang Che's power would instantly skyrocket. These would all be his people in the future. Chapter 96, Innate. Innate. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jiang Che immediately picked up the 3 jade boxes in the box and opened them one by one for inspection. As long as he was able to break through the innate, Jiang Che would be able to increase his lifespan immediately. Compared to the previous consumption, it would not be a problem at all. After all, innate lifespan of 3 eons was a recognized thing. And in Yanggu County, Jiang Che's strength will also become a unique existence. The first box is presented in a bottle of spirit liquid, into the tip of the nose sniffing. Jiang Che heart a little bit of peace. It is precisely one of the offerings given by the heavenly tablet, bright heart shan liquid. It was one of the offerings given by the heavenly tablet, the bright heart shan liquid, the best spirit to protect the meridians. The second box, the presentation is a dark green colored pill. Jiang Che looked around, but did not find this thing as what things, temporarily put it aside. He didn't worry too much. After all, with the offerings given by the heavenly tablet, now that he had gotten the innate spiritual chi and the clearing spirit jade, and now with the bright heart shan liquid, as long as he got the 6. Chapter 97, Forced Sacrifice. Breakthrough. Even though he knew that the ugly man's cultivation might be problematic, and was not the terrifying strength of an innate martial artist like Lu Ji had mentioned to him, but he still did not have the intention to engage the other party in a hand-to-hand encounter. Taking a peek at the leopard. Jiang Che frontal resistance god arm arrow can be described as all means, only can barely resist the next round. For this reason, the body also left injuries, but the man surnamed Huang is easy to resist. The strength was clearly far superior to his. Fighting is too unwise. These subordinates around him even can only delay time, and it is difficult to resist each other, so the best choice was to retreat immediately for safety. He would not allow himself to deliberately face danger. And Jiang Che's escape was quickly detected by the yellow upper envoy. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. With his speed of the innate realm, wanting to escape from under his hand was simply delusional. The wall of the fortress. Chapter 98, Subduing the innate. Jiang Che's thoughts moved, and immediately, without any hesitation, he began to forcefully offer the sacrifice. In a matter of moments, the sacrificial heavenly monument trembled for a moment. Then, on top of the sacrifice cost on the heavenly steel, it suddenly changed. Sacrifice target, breakthrough to the innate realm. Sacrifice cost, 1 innate spiritual chi, 1 brightness spirit jade, for yuan crystals, 10 drops of bright heart shan liquid, and 3 years of life reduction. Is it a sacrifice? Forced sacrifice was indeed feasible. It was just that the cost was a bit too great. There was only a difference of 2 yuan crystals, but it required Jiang Che to fill it with 3 years of longevity. Whether this was equivalent or not, Jiang Che wasn't sure. But at this moment, he did not have any choice. Sacrifice. The next moment. The mysterious lines on top of the sacrificial heavenly tablet lit up one after another, flickering continuously, and a red light penetrated out from within the heavenly tablet, sending the yuan crystals, Xian liquid, and the yuan crystals within the space of the heavenly tablet to. Chapter 99. From today onwards, I'm in charge here. The reason why it wasn't a blast was not that he didn't want the other party to be reduced to pieces, but he didn't want the things that the other party was carrying on his body to be damaged as a result. After all, those were his things. At the same time, the corpse was also war merit. Otherwise, who could prove that he had executed an innate master of the Green Sky sect? Slowly falling down from the void, Jiang Che exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Innate martial artists were indeed powerful and unrivaled, especially for Dao-building realm martial artists. There was a world of difference. The mere fact that one can utilize the power of heaven and earth's energy is enough to create a massacre. The only shortcoming was that Jiang Che had only just exchanged blows for such a short period of time, which had depleted almost half of the true chi in his dantian, and he needed a lot of time to accumulate it. Otherwise, once the true chi was exhausted, Jiang Che's strength would plummet. After searching the body, Jiang Che searched a total of 7 or 8 items from the body of the midget innate, half of which were. Chapter 100. I don't eat beef. Vast fleet of vehicles. Since the mountainside began to march towards the mountain, wagons loaded with full of harvest, gold and silver, cultivation resources, and a lot of severed heads. Crouching Tiger Mountain, a total of more than 2,000 people, the total number of soldiers who can fight added up, about 800 or so, more than the Windward camp, but these people Jiang Che did not take all under his command. After the selection, Jiang Che collected 400 bandits, ready to fill the command, including Zhao Qini, and led dozens of horse army. The rest of the bandits, either evil, or Wu Xiaolin and other people's beloved, Jiang Che cannot trust. These people were then turned into war heroes. Of course, has just organized the bandits, Jiang Che is not possible to immediately take them away, lest people suspect, and then ordered Song Ji, Deng Dabiao several people with people to stay, divide, and pull together the rest of the bandits. The heart can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Anyway, now he has become a big force. Will these people successively under the command is only time. Chapter 101, The Magistrate Kneels. I told you to kneel, didn't you understand? Jiang Che's voice resounded in Zhao Mingqing's ears, completely without the slightest intention of giving the other party face. He now had this qualification. With his innate cultivation, and controlling the evidence of half of the officials in Yanggu County, Jiang Che was now the heaven of the entire Yanggu County, to put it politely. Zhao Mingqing previously relied on official authority, in front of him high and mighty. Now, it was the time to return it. You. Zhao Mingqing's face showed a color of humiliation. He was a proper 7th grade official, a county magistrate, the existence of the greatest power in the entire Yanggu County, who would dare to speak to him like this on a normal day? Even the upper peak will not be so humiliated him. He had the heart to open his mouth to reprimand, but looking at Jiang Che's indifferent eyes, thinking about what happened to Yang Xian just now, as well as the incriminating evidence Jiang Che recited about him, he took a deep breath, clenched his teeth and... Chapter 102, Put your hand on the coffin. Taiyan Prefecture, Military Camp. The military camp under the night does not appear to be silent. The firelight is lingering, the heads are towering, and from afar, it looks like a ferocious beast capable of humanophagy that is opening its blackened mouth. Inside the central army tent, a suit of armor neatly prepared Qi Huan bowed to the person in the main seat and said in a deep voice, "Father." The person who resided in the first seat was a middle-aged man with a decent appearance, wearing loose martial arts robes, a silver-patterned belt tied around his waist, long hair tied up, and a torch-like gaze. There was an invisible superior's might all over his body. And as Qi Huan's words fell, his identity was self-evident. It is the Taiyan Province Military Reserve Army positive 5th grade lieutenant. Taiyan Province all over more than 10 military battalions of the highest military officer, control Taiyan Province nearly 10,000 soldiers and horses, the only 2 official giants of one, Shi Sanja. It is also the backer that Jiang Che has taken great pains to get closer to. Here, sit down. Chapter 103, each one talks about his own. Because Jiang Che helped Xu Sheng to avenge his death, Xu Su was very polite to Jiang Che, calling him Jiang Daolord at every turn, just as if he was a fatherly existence. Although, so called him actually also some embarrassed. But the favor is here, have to be so. However, Jiang Che did not care about this, directly said. You and I are of the same age, why should we be so outgoing? Why don't we talk about each other in the future? You call me Brother Jiang, I call you Brother Zhu. As for the relationship between me and my wife, how about privately? Brother Jiang. Xu Su immediately nodded his head, feeling that Jiang Che this person could deal with. Not only does he know how to repay kindness, but he is also very good at understanding people. No wonder his mother was willing to deal with him. On the contrary, Mrs. Zhu opened her mouth to say something. Such a discussion is really poor generation. But it seems that it can only be so. After all, the relationship between her and Jiang Che really cannot be. Chapter 104, Che drifted half a lifetime. Go Wenxian's eyes had completely eliminated his fear of Jiang Che at this moment, as if they were treating each other as complete equals at this point, but this was only because he had a death wish in his heart. As long as Jiang Che made the slightest threat, he could immediately make him continue to humble himself. However, Jiang Che still retained this last vestige of decency for him. He wasn't wrong, Jiang Che was indeed able to deal with Yang Xian, and didn't even need him to take action himself, but the problem was that Yang Xian was an 8th grade county minister, an official of the imperial court. It is possible to abolish it, but killing it will cause trouble. If he pursues his family, it will even cause a lot of waves. At this time, if Jiang Che wants his family to die, he needs a person to be a scapegoat. Go Ningyan had also sensed Jiang Che's thoughts, and only then did he make such a suggestion. Anyway, he was going to die anyway. If his own death could return his mother's life, he was willing to become the knife in Jiang Che's hand. Chapter 105, Promotion. One step to heaven. Che has been wandering around for half a lifetime and hates that he has not met a bright master, but now that I have met the captain, I am fortunate to have 3 lives. If you are invited by the captain, how dare you not follow my order? Jiang Che's face was grave, his words clear. Oh, don't you want to ask what position this capital has given you? Chisanja caresses his long beard under his jaw, a faint smile hanging on his face as he gazes at Jiang Che in front of him. All at the command of the capital. Not to mention the Qi family's huge connections, Chisanja's strength and power alone was worth leaning on. As for the official position, with his current cultivation strength, he would have to be at least a battalion lieutenant. Why ask more? Chisanja nodded slightly. No matter how Jiang Che's attitude made him very satisfied, far from being as arrogant and cocky as in the investigation. He specifically investigated some of Jiang Che's situation, probably also know what character he is, to put it simply, is to have the grace to repay the grace, have the revenge. Go Bai, who had targeted him, was executed by him, with his. Chapter 106, Returning Home in Clothes. The Three Jedi Sacrifice. I'm not hiding anything from Your Excellency, my subordinate has another matter to report. What is it? When my subordinate led the troops to besiege Crouching Tiger Mountain before, I met an attack by an innate martial artist, that person. Jiang Che kept the corpse of that yellow midget just to take it as a credit in the future, and now even though Chisanja had already promised an official position, he still needed to report it out. In this way, it might be able to plug some people's mouths. After all, from the 9th grade Marshal Camp Commander, Helicopter 6th grade Capital, even if this official position is only from the 6th grade, even if Jiang Che has innate cultivation as capital, still not quite enough. Green Heaven Sect. As expected, when Chisanja heard that the man was from the Qingtian sect, his eyes instantly changed, from carelessness to gravity. It was impossible for any local township chief official to remain calm after hearing the news of the Green Sky sect, as the Green Sky sect was an extremely restless anti-religionist sect. Often. Chapter 107. Madam, you disappoint me too much. You are right, the official world is indeed more suitable for you. Once Jiang Che put on the armor of a 6th grade tutor, Lu Ji agreed with this point of view. Thinking about his more than 10 years of hard work, he was only able to become a 9th rank commander, and with Jiang Che's help, he only had the chance to sit on the 8th rank county minister's position. Jiang Che, just a few months, repeatedly promoted. Not only the cultivation from the beginning of the martial arts reached the realm of the innate, the promotion of its official position is also common people cannot be. Such a person is simply a demon. Fortunately, he had long since leveled his mind, or else I'm afraid that he would have been struck down beyond his control. The most important thing is that he has been giving favors to the other party from the beginning, and has never stopped. Even if the superior officer is beneficent, he is not moved, and only then has he exchanged for today's wealth and prosperity. Within a few days, the paperwork from above will come down. Which one of you would like to leave with me? Jiang Che then asked. Chapter 108. Is this how you take care of your wife and daughter? Is mother still not awake? Inside the spiritual hall, the rested Zhu Qingqing saw that Zhu Su was the only one, and casually asked. Fangkai Jiang commander came and said he wanted to talk to mother about something. He seems to be in the study now. Why, you have something to do? Zhu Su turned his head back and said. What can I have to do? Zhu Qingqing shook her head. She was just a bit strange. Big brother, you said that Commander Jiang and mother often talk about things together. What exactly are they talking about? Zhu Qingqing aroused some suspicion. She always felt that there was something abnormal. If her father Zhu Shan was still alive, this was normal. But now that her father was dead, the great revenge had been avenged, and they had decided to move. How could they still have things to talk about? She couldn't think clearly. How do I know? Zhu Su frowned slightly. He had just returned home only merely a few days ago, and he and Jiang Che had only just gotten to know each other, so naturally, he wasn't clear about his. Chapter 109, The capital's favor can never be repaid. This day, for the Gung family in Taiyan province, it was very uneventful. Because the Gung family's head of Gungizhou, who was outside inspecting the manor, had his head cut off by a group of soldiers after asking for his identity, and then, even more recklessly, left. After the news reached the Gung family, it caused a sensation on the spot. Gung family in Taiyan province is not what the top family forces, but also is not a cat or dog can bully. Gung family head has long broken through to the peak of the pulse, the relationship is deep, behind his wife is a big background. The general forces, without any deep grudges, would not make a move against the Gung family. But now, was cut off his head on the spot. Obviously, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. Mingyi, I'm afraid something big is going to happen to the Gung family. You quickly bring some of the mansions belongings to Taishan City. With the Lu family taking care of them, I'm afraid that the person who did it wouldn't dare to go too far. Chapter 110, Yanggu County. The curtain falls. This trip is difficult. So let's wish Brother Chi a safe journey. Inside the Win character camp, Jiang Che raised the bowl of wine in his hand towards a gesture. Then Mr. Chi also wishes Brother Jiang great success in Taishan, and crush all those so-called Bull 6 powers under his hands. Chi Huan laughed out loud and said in a very sexual manner. This is natural, I can still think of being your brother-in-law, speaking of which you are really capable of dealing with, there are pretty sisters you are really introduced to. Jiang Che also joked along with it. Joking about Chi Huan, appearing quite intimate. You this guy, wanna be my brother-in-law also have to see if you're good enough, wait for when you subdue the 6 powers before saying the matter of being my brother-in-law. Chi Huan snorted lightly, not the least bit impressed. What his father couldn't even do, even if Jiang Che had some ability, it would be incredibly difficult to do so. Brother Chi, you will see that day. Jiang Che revealed. Chapter 111 Debut in the First Office. Madam is impatient. On the way to Taishan City, Jiang Che had already thought of a countermeasure to deal with Chen Kaiyan, and that was to look for reinforcements, while the Jianghu forces in this place embraced the group, even if they were divided into different factions. But he is a first-timer who wants to join forces with others is also impossible. After all, the Jianghu and the government are inherently antagonistic. Jiang Che's only ally that he could hope to draw on was a single person. That is not yet transferred away from the original Taishan town guard, Yang Yuanzi. But how do you get Yang Yuanzi to make a move? If it's just a matter of lip service, it's impossible. He's about to be transferred, so why take a chance with you? You have to come up with real money to lure them. And can lure the other side of the premise is that the other side has a need. Although Chi Sanja did not mention to Jiang Che on the Taishan Township guards on the harvest, can be used to see the leopard, since so many Taishan Township guards are begging to be transferred away, he. Chapter 112, not yet begun already over. At the beginning of the 12th year of the Great Zhou Yuan Kong, the 12th day of the first month. On this day, the Cheng family manor of Lake Wanyue appeared extremely lively, red lights and colors were hanging, bustling with activity. If one looked down from a high altitude, one could see a long dragon surging towards the Cheng family manor. These were all Jianghu martial artists who sent gifts, as well as various forces. Such an occasion, yet it could not draw anyone's shock, no other than because the old master of the Cheng family manor was highly respected. A 124-year-old birthday banquet was actually not uncommon in the innate realm. After all, although in common sense above the innate martial artist, can have 380 years of life, can live to this age is very few. Because of the martial artists but all fight, will certainly leave dark wounds in the body, day after day, under the accumulation of innate martial artists can live to 123 years of age, are already can be counted as a high age. Furthermore, Cheng Old Manor is not the kind of martial artist whose chi and blood are decaying, although he is old, but his chi and blood are vigorous, some years ago he had also been. Chapter 113 Killing Chen Kaiyan. Before this, no one would have thought that the end of this fight would be so fast. Chen Kaiyan's strength was not top-notch, but it was also considered extraordinary in the innate territory, and he was extremely experienced in fighting, having faced the strong innate without losing a single step. After all, Jiang Che was still too young. Even if he was too talented, he was still inexperienced. Before the fight, most people thought that Jiang Che would lose. But the truth was often unexpected. You don't talk about martial virtues. Chen Kaiyan forced himself to hold up half of his body, staring angrily at Jiang Che, who was not far away, and said word by word. Being vented the astral energy on his body by an innate martial artist, especially when he was still defenseless, almost completely disabling him in battle, with all of his tendons and bones broken. It was difficult to mobilize the innate true chi within the sea of chi. Yang Yuanzi, dressed in black, descended from the sky and landed steadily on top of the ground with a. Chapter 114. Cool fingertips across the jaw, Huang Shanshan stared wide-eyed, tense, body immediately rose a goosebumps, the heart is filled with fear, face begged for forgiveness as if the eyes to look at Lu Pingzhou. She did not expect that today, this kind of thing, will fall on their own body, become this Jiang Tuoyu and blackmail Lu Pingzhou's tool. Jiang Che's intimate movements with Huang Shanshan made Lu Pingzhou's eyes glaze over, only to feel a tightness in his chest, simply to completely explode with anger. Defilement. Nakedly defiling the fairy in his heart. To know, Huang Shanshan is an existence that even he can't afford to touch a finger, and has never been pleasing, but the result. Jiang Che dared to use this as blackmail. Jiang Che. You are not allowed to move her. Lu Pingzhou trembling fingers pointing to Jiang Che, between the words there is even some pleading. Do as I say, or. Consequences you understand. Jiang Che light. Chapter 115 Three Jedi Sacrifices. Floating Demon Blade. Nothing? Jiang Che's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the woman in front of him. The poor acting skills were just too bad. There is no cheat. Lied to you. Huang Shanshan explained in a broken voice, afraid that Jiang Che would send her on her way with a slight force. Boom! Jiang Che casually threw it on the ground. I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, take my body now. Fairy Huang, who was incomparably high and mighty in front of Lu Pingzhou, had grabbed Jiang Che's pants leg at this moment, constantly praying for her life. Jiang Che and Lu Pingzhou were different. Huang Shanshan was well aware of Lu Pingzhou's infatuation and love for her, obeying her in nearly everything, but she didn't see the slightest bit of fondness for women in Jiang Che's eyes. He really dared to kill. Huang Shanshan was terrified at the moment. Chapter 116 Huang Shanshan's Change. You're a woman who understands things. I like dealing with people like that. Jiang Che was satisfied with Huang Shanshan's attitude. Whether the other party was in disguise or not, in short, the appearance shown was indeed very knowledgeable. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your compliments. Huang Shanshan lifted her head and squeezed out a smile. Jiang Che reached out to help her up and laughed lightly. I hope you'll still be this smart in the future. Remember, keep your Ice Phoenix aura. I'll personally come and get it after your innate concubine is always waiting for you, my lord. Huang Shanshan nodded slightly, her shell teeth knocking lightly. Go out, your fiancé should be waiting impatiently by now. Yes. Get out. Lu Pingzhou's face swept his gloomy eyes towards Wan Pengyun, and what flashed underneath his eyes was a dense killing intent. Your fiancé was brought to the room and you didn't dare to move. Chapter 117 Blood Sea Blade Intent. Shocking the crowd. Using a woman as a threat. Is this your way of dealing with the world, Commander Jiang? Lu Xingyun suppressed his anger towards his son and turned his gaze back to Jiang Che. This time, he was truly moved with genuine anger. Jiang Che's tactics were simply going to ruin the Lu family's 100-year reputation. No wonder when he showed up just now, the few forces around him didn't come forward to help. He found the reason. What angered him even more was that what happened today, unless he killed everyone present, it would surely be spread to the outside and would also set off a storm. Not only would it cause the Lu family's reputation to plummet, it would also make people think that the future heir of the Lu family was nothing more than so heartfelt. For the sake of a woman, he was easily taken. If Jiang Che could do this, there was no guarantee that others would not use this kind of thing to threaten Lu Pingzhou in the future. Therefore, he made up his mind. Chapter 118 Famous in the Prefecture. Jiang Che understood one thing. In this world, there were no eternal alliances, only eternal interests. The reason why the various Jianghu forces in Taiyan province were holding together was only because they needed to counteract the tipping of the government as a way to gain the right to speak and benefit. But this does not mean that there must be no nastiness between their various forces. Faction strife, Dao strife, and interest strife. All of these things were always present throughout all. On the surface, they were in the same boat, but in reality, they were also fighting in private. It was only necessary to break them down individually and combine their efforts to gradually dismantle their alliance. Of course, there were quite a few people who understood this matter, but not many who could and were willing to do it. Just as Yang Yuanzi was worried about, he was just afraid of a big mess, so he didn't dare to make a bold division, but Jiang Che didn't care about that, he only wanted benefits. If the Lu family falls. Chapter 119 Innate Dao Scripture Green Dragon Jinhai. Jiang Che understood his current situation very well. Indeed, this time with the Lu family he had the upper hand, so that the Lu family lost face, and also in Taishan City to make a name for himself, to do other successive Taishan town guards want to do but cannot do things. However, this did not mean that he could rest on his laurels. On the contrary, at this moment, his situation was even more dangerous than when Yang Yuanzi was in office before. Because he had already torn his face. Those Jianghu forces, in the future, would not treat him with the same disregard as they did to Yang Yuanzi, and would definitely target him. After all, no matter how you put it, the Jianghu forces and the government were in opposition to each other. And with his current strength, wanting to sweep through Taiyan province was far from enough. At the very least, he would need a cultivation of the late innate divine light realm to have any hope. Just because. To be called an innate top power, it must have innate top battle power. Chapter 120, Convince Me First. In all fairness, just now, Jiang Che was reading through the techniques that Zhu Su had brought, and several of them had moved his heart, and in terms of preciousness, they were more than the 3 that Shi Sanjia had gifted to him. But this last one, even more so, made his eyes light up. Green Dragon Sea Suppressing Scripture. The human body is like a dragon, the earth and sky are like the sea, returning great power to oneself, life. Jiang Che scanned the gongfu word by word, his eyes growing more and more grave, with his eyesight observing, this gongfu, it seemed to be completely different from the previous ones, including the ones from Shi Sanjia, at a different level. The body transformed like a dragon, condensing the power of the surrounding body. When a palm comes out, the dragon roars over the mountains and rivers. This was the innate martial skill recorded in the merit law. He looked more and more fascinated, until he saw the end. He still could not get enough, closed his eyes, seemed to be reminiscing about the subtleties of this technique. Zhu Su also did not disturb, quietly waiting for Jiang Che to finish reading. A moment later, Jiang Che opened his eyes. Chapter 121, Jiang Tu Tong is a thick-skinned man. Jiang Tu Tong, Sewer's matter, can you help now? Lady Zhu narrowed her eyes slightly, breathing sharply, her forehead dripping with fine sweat, her long hair falling behind her in a loose manner. It was obvious that her physical strength had already reached its limit. For the sake of Sewer, and also for the sake of many days of longing, she completely gave up, almost using all her strength, just to let Jiang Che see what it meant to be surprised. Can. Jiang Che was also close to powerless at this moment. The successive great battles had almost completely drained his energy. With J6S line, forbidden 9 to RX this JO text 1 a file P2NER 5YT1X3 as a BVBJ8, 8183.7, A8F a DR% D10FTE8PD, 3AIL11 hashtag 00TBMZY89LJ1M0G4BKCF4Q9.07AAX. He was really surprised that the open-minded Mrs. Zhu actually managed to sleep him half submissive. It can really be said that, with the body of a mortal, it is hard to shake the innate. The hindquarters are all aching at the moment. Of course, as a price, Mrs. Zhu also paid an extremely huge consequence. It really wasn't that Jiang Che's strength wasn't good, it was really that this time the other party was a little too fierce, and also. Chapter 122, Sacrifice, Green Dragon Jinhai. Jiang Che went on a killing spree in Cheng family village. What he did was completely unlike a person of the righteous path. Originally, the poor monk had the idea of subduing the devil. Since the monk Lu is so determined, the poor monk will definitely do his best to persuade Master Ikon's nephew to remove a great evil for the people of Maitayan province, the believers. Monk Ring Greed's face was heavy, completely contradicting his previous excuses. After all, who let the Lu family master give too much? Abstaining from greed. The reason why he had this Dharma name was because he was greedy by nature and was happy to see profit. The presiding officer of the Golden Element Temple had even commented on him that when he could stifle his greed, it's when he would be able to step into the realm of divine light. Lu Xingyun also had a smile on his face. This was expected. Although these things were of precious value, they weren't so valuable that they would break the bones of the 100 Years Lu family, and if he could get rid of Jiang Che as a great danger to his heart with just these things, it would definitely be well worth it. He was going for a young plot, not a conspiracy. Chapter 123, Coil up your long hair to cool down. Commander, outside the city lord's mansion, there is a woman wearing a bucket hat who wants to see you, saying that she is an old acquaintance of yours, and that she has heard that you have taken up the post of Taishan Town Guard, so she has come here to see you. Outside the door, Su Qinghu walked into the great hall and bowed towards Jiang Che at the top. His father was in charge of the Sky's End Alliance, while he always stayed by Jiang Che's side as a personal guard, although his strength was insufficient, but under Jiang Che's guidance and sufficient resources, his cultivation speed was still very fast. It was just that it couldn't be comparable to an open-minded person like Jiang Che. Old acquaintance? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. Since he woke up in the auxiliary military camp, there were quite a few old acquaintances, but nothing that could be worth coming to see him, especially with a bucket hat. Bucket hat. Jiang Che thought of this, realized that this person should not want to expose his identity. After all, the city lord's mansion is crowded. I do not know how many people are staring at, want to see him really want to cover up some. Chapter 124, Inviting a battle at the door. Senior uncle is too kind. How has your cultivation been recently? Have you made any progress? Preceptor Greed did not come up and go straight to the point, but rather sidestepped it. Although he was Ikon's guide, as well as one of the 3 chiefs of the Golden Origin Temple, all of these identities were actually nothing in front of Ikon. As long as he wanted to, the next head of the Golden Origin Temple would be him. But now the problem was that Ikon was not necessarily able to look at the presidency of the district's Golden Origin Temple, and even the upper sect's Tianlong temple had had a senior monk personally invite him to enter the temple to cultivate. Obviously, it is to cultivate. After all, Tianlong Temple is one of the top sects in Yuezhou, with countless senior monks not only possessing the existence of Vajra realm, but even Lohan is seated there. In comparison, the Golden Origin Temple was merely a remote place. Senior nephew has recently been studying Buddhist scriptures and has not practiced. Monkey Kong slowly shook his head. Chapter 125 The Great Injustice Seed. After saying that, Zhang Che looked at Wan Pingyun with a smile on his face. On the other hand, the corners of Wan Pingyun's mouth twitched, his face somewhat ugly. That battle back then was definitely a disgrace to him, and had always been kept firmly in his mind, and because of this, whenever there was an opportunity, he would have a hard time with Lu Xingyun. It was because this hatred was too great. If another person dared to flirt with him, Wan Pingyun would have to lift the table on the spot, but the person who said this was Zhang Che, so he would have to weigh the strength of both sides. The mere fact that he was able to force back Lu Xingyun, the head of the Lu family, was enough to prove that Zhang Che's strength was far above his, and even if his father arrived in person, he wouldn't necessarily be able to take Zhang Che down. Even if he had fire, he could only suppress it. What does Brother Jiang mean by this? Is it possible that you want to insult Mr. Wan? Wan Pengyun asked in a deep voice. Zhang Che waved his hand. I'm also not sharing the same fate as the Lu family, and I'm thoroughly feuding, or else there wouldn't be a gold. Chapter 126 Offerings Gathered. The duel began. With the Lu family willing to be the wrongdoer, the Golden Origin Temple was very quick to agree to Zhang Che's request and quickly spread the news everywhere. For a moment, the storm clouds stirred. The young monk of the Golden Origin Temple once again came to the Taishan City Lord's mansion door, sent out a letter of invitation to fight to tell the guards, the very best Luohan fruit will be sent to Zhang Che before the battle, the place of the duel, also decided by Zhang Che. In a word, this battle is inevitable. And the reason why the momentum was set off in advance was so that Zhang Che would no longer have any other excuses. Deng Dabia once again stepped forward, meeting the gazes of countless people and said aloud. Zhang Dutong said, since the Golden Origin Temple promised to send the extreme Luohan fruit before the battle, then he will not go back on his word. The time will be set at noon 7 days from now, outside of Taishan City at the invitation to fight. Jin Yuan Temple's invitation to battle and Zhang Che's response to the battle, making the rumors of some people discussing that Zhang Che didn't dare to respond to the battle completely miscalculated, and they could only poke and prod in secret. Chapter 127 Peak of the First Realm. Strong Debut. Inside the city lord's mansion. Zhang Che gazed at his mind, closing his eyes and exhaling. His heart was as clear as a mirror with regards to the noises in the outside world, but he didn't have the slightest intention of preparing to go out and show himself. Because, he had to wait for the last type of sacrifice to be complete. After the sacrifice was made, he would then show himself. In this way, only then could he have the 70% certainty that he had promised Qi Sanja. Whether Zhang Che was facing any opponent, there was hardly a time when he was careless, and even when a lion was fighting a rabbit, he would use his full strength. In his understanding of the Golden Element Temple Ikon monk has always been very mysterious, even more rarely out of the hand, but was able to with the volunteer dragon Temple Li Daoping, the same, firmly tied for the position of the first genius of Taiyan province. This alone is enough to show that he is extraordinary. In particular, the other party had also comprehended the realm of intent. His strength was bound to be very strong, and it was very likely that he was also in existence at the peak of the Xianqiao realm. Only if he also reached the peak could he rest easy. This. Chapter 128 Dragon's Breath. Silence. Silence. Shock. At this moment, the protagonists of heaven and earth all turned into Zhang Che, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. There was curiosity, astonishment, and horror. Many emotions were intertwined and mixed. No one had expected that the way Zhang Che chose to appear would be so high profile, having just made a breakthrough, with his breath not yet completely suppressed. The Zhang Che at this moment was like a sharp sword rushing into the sky. It is difficult for ordinary people to reach, not to mention that they dare not look at it. When the eyes swept down, they all bowed down. The corner of Qi Sanjia's mouth hooked up with a light smile. It is true that he is a young man, acting in a domineering and wild manner. It has the demeanor he had back then. No, just as once thought, Zhang Che was a personality that was several times more domineering and arrogant than when he was young, and as for the reason, it was because his abilities also far exceeded those of his youth. Such a person, if he had a backer to support him, as long as. Chapter 129 Taoist Heartbroken. Victory and defeat had been decided. Boom! 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 After retreating a full 7 steps, only then did Monkey Kong stop the impact of the aftershocks and stabilize his body. When he looked at Jiang Che again, his expression was already grave to the extreme. Powerful enemy. Definitely a formidable enemy. Unprecedented enemy. Even when facing Li Daoping, he had not fallen into the wind so quickly. This Jiang Che's methods were really a bit abnormal and terrifying. A hand of dragon astral chi actually can break his cultivation for many years of glazed golden bell shroud. Simply incredible. And below, when seeing an empty golden bell mask, was Jiang Che raw broken when, the golden origin temple of a group of monks, at this moment the expression out of the expression, unexpected unanimity. That is, shocked. Ikon, who was the number 1 of the younger generation of the Golden Origin Temple, had actually fallen into a disadvantage in the exchange of hands. Monk Ringgreed's heart was vaguely not good. Even harboring. Chapter 130 Falling Curtain, Jiang Che became a Buddha? Boom! The falling Ikon, like a kite with broken strings, heavily smashed onto the ground from a height of more than 10 meters, setting off gusts of dust. Jing! Silence! Silence! Deadly silence. All onlookers of this battle are dumbfounded. Who did not think, before still evenly matched, just in a stalemate in the air, why would suddenly spit blood, smash down to the ground? Such a scene is tantamount to setting off a wave in the hearts of the crowd. Ikong. Defeated. No one had thought that this existence that was tied for first place with Volsung Guan Li Daoping, the most outstanding Buddhist disciple in the entire Golden Origin Temple for 100 years, and had even been valued by the senior monks. It was so simply defeated. The gazes of the crowd instantly changed as they looked at Jiang Che. Monk Ringgreed looked at him angrily, his heart burning with anxiety, at the moment when Monkey Kong crashed down. Chapter 131 First in the government domain. The sound of Buddha entered the ears and penetrated the mind. The old monk clasped his hands together, and the golden light around him flourished, enveloping Monkey Kong on the ground, forcibly purifying his demonic mind. As a person who has been practicing for many years, forgetting dust knows that this matter cannot be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the deeper the demonic nature will seep in. It lasted for more than 10 breaths, only then did Monkey Kong re-sit and stabilize his body, opening his eyes. The reddish blood color under his eyes had already faded out, restoring his clarity, and after a moment of silence, he saluted Monk Forgetting Dust. Many thanks to the host for his help. Monk Forgetting Dust nodded slightly, his calm gaze shifted from Ikong to Jiang Che beside Chi Sanja, frowning. With the exchange of intentions alone, it caused Ikong's Buddha nature to be lost and his evil thoughts to deepen. Monk, the sins on you are too heavy. If you don't repent early, you will definitely be revolted in the future. Again. Jiang Che was really a bit strange. Could it be that all these monks were just a way of saying? Chapter 132 Sacrifice, Breaking the Realm Yuanhai. Big brother. Wan Pangyun spread his face and smiled broadly. The purpose had finally been accomplished. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Che wanted the two to deepen their relationship even more than he did. To shake the 6 major forces of Taiyan province with one's own strength was easy to say, but it was exceptionally difficult to do, so Jiang Che's initial intention was to divide and conquer, breaking them down one by one. Now, he was walking on the right path. As long as you can destroy the Liu family, Jiang Che's status and strength instantly will be able to skyrocket a large section. The two of them each had their own plans and talked happily with each other. Big brother, can you guess how much the two of us have earned this time? A moment later, the two of them began to talk about business, and Wan Pangyun also mentioned this harvest, the corners of his mouth almost grinning up to his earlobes, so it could be imagined that this harvest was definitely not small. Jiang Che stretched out a finger and asked, 20 yuan crystals? It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world before. Chapter 133 Jiang Che's Terror. Objective of Sacrifice, Breaking the Realm of the Middle Innate Stage. Sacrifice consideration, 10 yuan crystals, 1 drop of Shen yuan heavy water, 1 plant of 3 yang grass, 1 ice phoenix aura. Is it a sacrifice? Jiang Che snapped his eyes open, and a glint of light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Sure enough. He was not wrong in his expectations. Within the sacrifice, it did contain Ice Phoenix spiritual chi. He couldn't be clearer about what this meant. It meant that the sacrificial heavenly tablet was not just a mere dead object, but rather, it was centered on him, selecting the easiest things around him to obtain as much as possible. Otherwise, the sacrifice should not have contained the Ice Phoenix aura. Mid-innate stage, Yuan High Realm. This was definitely a major metaphysical barrier for martial artists. Most of the people at the helm of innate forces were at the beginning innate Xianxiao realm, such as Cheng Kaiyan of the Cheng family manor, while the middle innate stage was mostly at the helm of large forces. Also mean. Chapter 134 The wedding date, the opportunity of extermination. Lu Pingzhou, you loser, could it be that the hallowed Lu family is still afraid of a Zhang Che? Huang Shanshan coldly questioned Lu Pingzhou. Without spreading the news out, how could Zhang Che learn the exact time? Shan. You. Lu Pingzhou's face was a shade of green and white, somewhat ugly. Although usually Huang Shanshan treats him coldly, she has never lost such a big temper like today, and for a moment, her heart is a little hard to accept. The Huang Shanshan in his mind was an ice-clear fairy, not this kind. But to say that he was annoyed wasn't so much. He constantly relieved himself in his mind that everything was the result of his father's attitude, leading to some emotions in Huang Shanshan's heart. Can understand. You claim to love me, but in the end, you even disregarded the right of the big wedding out of fear of others. How will this make me meet people in the future? Or. Chapter 135, Me? Zhenhai Palace Master? In Jiang Che's impression, he had definitely seen Xu Qingqing wear this piece of clothing, and with his memory, there would definitely be no deviation, which was why he recognized it with a glance at this moment. Immediately, his heart jumped. After not seeing her for a few days, Mrs. Xu seemed to have become more flamboyant. Mrs. Xu heard Jiang Che's words, then her face showed shyness and giggling. She hurriedly closed the door and whispered. Just now I washed up in Qinger's room and accidentally wet my clothes, that's why I took one of her clothes, don't misunderstand. I see. Jiang Che looked at her with a smile on his face and did not break it down. And in fact it was actually just as Jiang Che thought. Mrs. Xu secretly took a few pieces of Xu Qingqing's clothing in order to bring more novelty to Jiang Che and also to satisfy herself. However, the effect was not too good. It was because one of the two was dry and thin, while the other was plump and abnormal. The ill-fitting clothes worn on. Chapter 136 Shan is a conservative woman. Could it be that Zhang Tutong thinks that Lao Fu would use this matter to amuse you? Chen Xiangdong laughed softly, but immediately afterward, he paused and said. However, the prerequisite for wanting to become the Zhenhai Palace is that Zhang Dutong first detaches himself from this official body and becomes the head of my Zhenhai Palace in the capacity of a Jianghu martial artist. In this way, only then will he be able to suppress some of the voices of the sect. Old me can guarantee that I will absolutely give way to you, he said with a very serious look. Jiang Che listened but couldn't help but laugh. He had really thought that it would fall from the sky at first, but as a result, there were still conditions. If Jiang Che hadn't become the Taishan town guard before Chen Xiangdong gave him such conditions, then he would still agree. After all, the Zhenhai Palace, no matter how decayed, was also one of the 6 major Jianghu forces in Taiyan province. Within the sect, there was even a divine light realm powerhouse in attendance. But now, Jiang Che was ready to destroy the same level of. Chapter 137, Is Your Highness willing to share a bed with me? At the beginning of the 12th year of the Great Zhou Yuan Kong, the 8th day of the 3rd month. This was the day of Lu Pingzhou's wedding, and after he had informed the Huang family of the news in order to fulfill Huang Shanshan's wish, the news was no longer hidden, and Lu Xingyun simply did not do anything about it. Since he couldn't keep it a secret any longer, he simply organized it in a big way. Together with some of the strongest people invited to help, even if Jiang Che wants to make a move, he will have to weigh it up. Although time is short, but the Lu family is, after all, one of the 6 major forces in Taiyan province, the heritage is still there, a tea and wine banquets, arranged properly. And although this period of time the Lu family lost face, but also unpopular, but the Lu family this piece of standing for hundreds of years of brand is still hard, there are not a few forces do not give its face. After all, Lu Pingzhou has been established as the future head of the Lu family. This is a character who will later cross the Taiyan province. The courtesy cannot be broken. Therefore, before dawn, the Lu family has already been. Chapter 138 Breaking the Realm. Yuan Hai. Huang Shanshan originally thought that she had been abandoned by Jiang Che, and under her disheartened heart, she had long since lost all hope, but she didn't expect that the darkness of the clouds would bring her to another village, and that Jiang Che had long been waiting for her here. For a moment, the love is difficult to self. Completely ignoring the fact that she still had the Ice Phoenix aura in her body, there was actually a huge price to pay. Huang Shanshan hugged Jiang Che's waist and was about to kneel down to talk to him. However, she was held up by Jiang Che and lifted her chin, looking at her and smiling. Get busy with business first. After all, this place was still the Lu family, and the surrounding area was even filled with the Lu family's scouts, and there was no telling when Lu Pingzhou would come over, so of course, it was impossible to delay in this kind of matter. To seize the Ice Phoenix aura was the right thing to do. As long as he broke through the mid-innate Yuan High realm, then he would have nothing to worry about in this Lu family. Aha! Huang Shanshan nodded slightly, very. Chapter 139 Strong Appearance. Shocking the crowd. I think the person who made the breakthrough is Mr. Lu, right? Regarding Huang Shanshan's Ice Phoenix Shin body, almost everyone present was aware of it, and there were people who had coveted it, but after all, the Lu family had been the first to take the lead, and had already sworn their sovereignty. The rest of the forces were also unwilling to bear grudges with the Lu family because of this. As a result, they did not expect the effect of the Ice Phoenix aura to be so great, which immediately drew a lot of people to marvel in their hearts, while also vaguely regretting it. If they had known this, even if they were enemies of the Lu family, they would not have hesitated. After all, this was the mid-innate Yuan High realm. Placed in Taiyan province, it could already be considered a first-class powerhouse. The head of the 6 major powers were only at this cultivation realm. This included Jiang Che's second brother, Wan Pongyun. As for Huang Shanshan, he had once heard of her name, and his father wanted to marry the Huang family, but he couldn't stand the fact that Huang Shanshan had an icy face all day long, and refused his father's offer of marriage. Chapter 140, To Strike Again, Already Invincible. Jiang Che. His appearance also instantly caused the entire room to fall into an even more deathly silence. No one had expected that Jiang Che would suddenly appear at this moment. So sudden that everyone present was not able to anticipate it. Lu Xingyan looked at the body sprawled on the ground, his heart instantly tightened, because the clothes worn by the other party was clearly a red groom's robe, and his identity was self-evident. With a hint of parasitism in his heart, he walked over to the corpse and flipped it over. When the face was clearly seen, to him, it was no less than a heavy blow. Surprisingly, it really was Lu Pingzhou. This scene was also seen clearly by everyone present. Jiang Che. Lu Xingyan's rage was so intense that he hissed angrily as he hugged Lu Pingzhou's corpse for a long time. This was the young master of the Lu family. His Lu Xingyan's first son. Chapter 141, Fierce Might Overwhelms the World. Pressing horizontally in all directions. At the first glance, a veteran innate who was not inferior to Chun Kaiyan fell on the spot, and his death was extremely miserable, not even retaining his whole body, which immediately made a few people's hearts startled. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Lu Xingyan angrily shouted, Imperial sword stabbed at Jiang Che. A cold light instantly appeared in front of Jiang Che. In the face of such an attack, Jiang Che immediately transported energy, transferring true essence. Roar! With a dragon roar, the terrifying dragon-shaped astral energy reappeared. Accompanied by a roar, the opponent's green-colored spirit sword was swept away on the spot. As Lu Xingyan made his move, the old master of Pill King Valley as well as the monk of abstinence and evil also moved at the same time. The Pill King Valley master recited a spell and choked his finger, and a red stream of light instantly disappeared out from between his sleeves and robes. The speed was also extremely fast, it was definitely several spirit needles, stabbing at Jiang Che's eyes. Roll! Jiang Che opened wide, his true essence stirred, and with a roar, the dragon's roar reappeared, a powerful. Chapter 142 The Overthrow of the Lu Family. Previously, Lu Xingyan's 3 people surrounded him and couldn't take him. Both sides fought fiercely for a quarter of an hour without a win or a loss, but now, one person had taken the lead to retreat, and the remaining 2 people were combining their attacks. For Jiang Che is much easier to deal with. It can even be said that the victory has been decided. The true dragon roared with pride and might. Jiang Che, who no longer had any scruples, at this moment erupted with an even stronger battle intent, as well as a strength that surpassed that of before, and its might was so strong that it made the precious evil monk change color. Damn! Secretly cursing the Pill King Valley's old valley master, monk preceptor Evil immediately furrowed his brows. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that the old valley master's downfall was obviously intentional, clearly not wanting to bear the pressure of Jiang Che, preferring to lose face, but also wanting to withdraw and stop the battle. But as soon as the other party withdrew, all of Jiang Che's pressure instantly fell on him. It instantly made him feel like an enemy. Seeing Jiang Che as. Chapter 143. Taiyan changed the sky. If the defeat of the old Pill King Valley master signaled that the Lu family would definitely lose this battle, then the death of the monk of Preceptor Evil meant that the Lu family would be completely destroyed at this moment. Before the battle started, the 4 innate martial artists intended to surround Jiang Che, only to be broken by Jiang Che one by one. Even when facing the siege of 3 Yuan High Realm martial artists, they did not lose. And when the stalemate began until someone was defeated, the battle had already marked its end. At this moment, the Jiang Che, who tore the monk of the ring of evil and stood in the void, in the eyes of the crowd, its power has reached the peak. Some people are afraid, some people admire, and even some people do not dare to go to look at the figure of Jiang Che. But there was one person who was staring at Jiang Che. That was Lu Xingyun. At this moment, he was exhausted, his true essence was depleted, and even his clan's spiritual weapons had lost their spirituality, so he no longer had the power to fight with Jiang Che, but this didn't mean that he was afraid. On the contrary, at this moment. Chapter 144 News scattered around the government domain. Tremendous shock. As Huang Shanshan snuggled in Jiang Che's arms, she spoke of her love. The remaining group of people were looking at each other in embarrassment. Especially Li Daoping most of all. Took a deep breath, and Wang Pingji greeted, then instantly imperial heir to leave. There is one, there are two, the rest of the Jianghu martial artists see this, but also have to retire. In this regard, Jiang Che directly ignored, did not stop. He is not really kill like a man, just of revenge. These people with him in the past, no grudges, no hatred in recent days, there is no need to keep them all here. Jiang Dutong, I'll take my leave as well. Wang Pingji walked up and arched his hand. I've heard that these years, the Volsung Guan has demanded nothing from the Pilking Valley. Old Senior Wang also needs to make plans early. Jiang Che looked at him with a smile. Wang Pingji's face stiffened, his smile fixed. Hee, well, thank you for Jiang Tutu's mention. Chapter 145 Sacrifice, the great achievement of the Zhenhai Sutra. This time, the tremor was not like the past, which only caused one to marvel at Jiang Che's strength. Rather, it truly set off a monstrous wave. Many people realized that the sky of Taiyan province, which had been quiet for decades, would completely change because of Jiang Che. Because the Lu family is not an ordinary force, but has a divine light realm martial artist in the town of Taiyan province, the top 6 forces, the clan and the innate martial artist, no less than 4. Surrounded by several innate families, as well as a large number of subordinate forces, the Lu family side branch. For the vast majority of people forces, the Lu family is undoubtedly a behemoth. In the eyes of many people, such a power, unless it suffers a huge change, it is difficult to decline. But on the contrary? The change came so suddenly. How long has it been since the start of the Chang family estate feud? At most, less than 2 months. 2 months, Jiang Che was destroyed. Chapter 146 Absolute Demonic Blade. Sacrifice target, Peak of Yuan High Realm, Green Dragon Sea suppressing scripture great completion. Sacrifice cost, 40 Yuan crystals, 1 7-leaf Ganoderma lucidum, 1 4th grade spiritual ginseng, 1 red blood jade dragon root, 5 years of life reduction, 145 years of remaining life. Is it a sacrifice? Jiang Che snapped his eyes open, and a trace of light flashed under his eyes. This time, the sacrifice was not considered difficult, but it was not considered simple either. Jiang Che had an understanding of the aforementioned sacrifices. The first was the 7-leaf Ganoderma. With each additional leaf, its preciousness increased exponentially, and Jiang Che had not even had an easy time demanding the 4-leaf Ganoderma from Wan Pengyan's hands before. This kind of spirit is seldom circulated in the Jianghu. The 7-leaf spirit Ganoderma was bound to be even rarer. But even if it was even rarer, one had to find a way to get it, and ultimately, one had to find a way to get it from within the Wanshou Villa, because when looking at the entire Taiyan province, only the Wanshou Villa produced it. The red blood jade dragon root is the rarest of all. Chapter 147 The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. What's wrong, unhappy? After Huang Yuanjiu left, Jiang Che then keenly noticed Huang Shanshan's nature was not high, her eyes seemed to be catching up on something. I'm just thinking. From today onwards, finally I can break away from the Huang family, in the future. Maybe I also only have you. Huang Shanshan returned to her senses, squeezing out a forced smile on her face. Having me. Isn't that enough? Jiang Che hugged the other party tightly. Last night, the two of them embraced each other and slept together, and after the truce, Huang Shanshan also opened her heart, dissecting her past, one by one, to Jiang Che. In the eyes of outsiders, she is the first daughter of the Huang family, honored beyond compare, and even let the young master of the Lu family begged hard, and in the future it is expected to marry into the Lu family to become the main mother, can be called a winner in life. But not many people know, and did not show their own Ice Phoenix Xian body before, she actually lived as not as good as. Huang Yuanjiu was a philandering character, though. Chapter 148 Ma'am, you two come and blow this. As one of the 6 major forces in Taiyan Prefecture, although Wanshou Zhuang's power had limitations, its news extended far, so it naturally knew what kind of existence the Qi family's main clan was. Although it was not within the territory of Yuezhou, its reputation was not small. Especially in the southwestern states, it can be called a top family, a great power that has been passed down for hundreds of years, and it is rumored that there are still existences beyond the Xiandan realm masters in the clan. And branches of the sideline throughout the southwest, Qisanjia's Taiyan Qi family is one of them. It is also because there is the Qi family as the main clan as a dependency, the many forces of the Taiyan province will not be on Qisanjia bully too much, after all, really if the grudge, not necessarily be able to get a good. What surprised him was that Jiang Che, a mere 6th-ranked commander, was able to marry a woman from the Qi family's direct lineage. If really can be, that Jiang Che's back, can stand and not lose Tianlong Temple, Long Hu Dao sect such a power, no wonder this person has such a big bottom. Chapter 149 Great Love for His Holiness the Buddha. I don't know how much time has passed. Inside the room, Jiang Che, who was practicing cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. Afterwards, he grabbed the robe next to him and surged out as a wild wind. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Jiang Che rushed straight into the void and quickly arrived at the location of the escaping breath, and immediately his gaze condensed slightly. Because the person who came was precisely Monkey Kong. At this time, he gave up his monk's robe and changed into a black suit. At first glance, he didn't look like a monk at all, but like a demonic monk full of evil. Ikong folded his hands and stared at Jiang Che with bloodshot eyes. Greetings to the true Buddha. So it's you, what is the reason for coming to me this time? Looking at Ikong's appearance at this moment, Jiang Che knew that he was already demonic at this moment, and had even distorted his reasoning. He actually called him a true Buddha. The Golden Origin Temple wants to join hands with the Volsung Guan to provoke the Chapter 150 Breakthrough. Peak Yuan High. A horrifying pressure instantly erupted, its momentum was extremely huge, and the casual martial practitioners within a radius of tens of feet only felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, and the immense pressure made them gasp for air. Many martial artists even fell to their knees on the spot. Warily, they looked at the white-haired old man in front of them, their eyes filled with fear. Elder. Senior. Hands down. Show mercy. The martial artist who had previously urged the blue-clothed old man to make way stuttered a little in his frightened voice. Old man Lu Jianghe, tell me one by one what exactly happened to the Lu family. The old man said in a condensed voice. Lu Jianghe. The people around them were all dumbstruck and appalled. They had come to the Lu family to pick up the pieces, and since they couldn't stop gossiping amongst themselves about the big battle at the Lu family residence, there were also people who had mentioned Lu Jianghe's name, so the people were not unfamiliar with this name. Lu family. Chapter 151 Old Qi appears. Shattering the river and destroying the river. Thinking of this, Lu Jianghe immediately let out a cold snort, and between the flashes of his body, he cut through a blue rainbow light in the void, and in a split second, he had already appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion. Looking at the crowd of people fleeing in panic below, a hint of coldness flashed under his eyes. With a palm imprint, the surrounding heaven and earth Yuan Qi converged, and his own astral energy instantly condensed into a gigantic palm that pressed down towards the city lord's mansion. Boom! Under one strike, the gate of the city lord's mansion was instantly collapsed. Dust and smoke scattered in all directions, and such a large commotion also startled the small half of Taishan City under the night, and many martial artists, all converging towards this direction in an attempt to watch the battle. The many soldiers and servants within the city lord's mansion, on the other hand, were at a loss for words as they panicked and cried out. Lu Jianghe was trying to make a move this time, forcing Jiang Che to come out. If he could really stay calm, he wouldn't mind slaughtering the city lord's mansion to vent his anger. Anyway, the Lu family had already been destroyed, even if. Chapter 152, Punishing the Gods Falls. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth were frozen at this moment. Countless people fell into deathly silence. No one had ever imagined that victory and defeat would be decided so quickly. In just a few moments, the two sides were already decided. Could it be that they weren't martial artists of the same realm? Many people had heard of the Lu family's ancestor Lu Jianghe's reputation in the past, and also knew that the necessary condition to be able to serve as a government's military captain was to have at least a divine light cultivation level. According to common sense, in order to determine the winner, at least one big battle. But unexpectedly, the gap between them is actually so big. Qisanjia stood in the void, holding a gun in one hand, with an indifferent expression, seemingly completely unsurprised by the engagement just now, looking down at Lu Jianghe. With this amount of strength, you are also worthy of asking for a statement from this captain? Although he seldom makes a move, but that's just unwilling to make too many waves. In fact, Taiyan province in addition to the Chapter 153 Chi Sanja's shock. Chi Sanja's face was shocked and filled with astonishment. What? Being brothers of a different surname with Wan Pengyun, the young lord of Wanzhou Zhuang? Chen Xiangdong even invited Jiang Che to become the palace master of Shanghai Palace? He wasn't awake, was he? However, looking at Jiang Che's sincere expression, which was completely unlike hypocrisy, after a long time, he still asked in a deep voice. Really? Really? Jiang Che nodded heavily. When he saw Jiang Che nod without hesitation, Chi Sanja fell silent. He couldn't figure out how exactly Jiang Che did it. How could an ordinary person, in such a short period of time, not only gain a firm foothold and spread his fame far and wide, but also secretly have already made many preparations, completely unlike something that could be done by someone who had been in office for only a few months? At least in his own way, he was not capable of doing this. It's fine to be brothers with Wan Pengyun, it can be said that the two of them hit it off at first sight. Chapter 154, The Dragon's Breath Body. Like Jiang Che and other talented geniuses, Chi Sanja, as a branch lineage, the first thing that came to mind was the interests of the Chi family's main clan. In this way, it could be called a win-win situation. Not only will the relationship between himself and Jiang Che be closer, even the main clan will look at himself in a different light. But if Jiang Che was very resistant, he wouldn't force himself. He could not be alienated from Jiang Che because of this. For Jiang Che, a genius who was suspected to be rumored to be carrying qi, he absolutely could not let go. And although his words were cruel, this was the naked reality. After all, how could anyone selflessly help him? Jiang Che was actually somewhat inclined towards Chi Sanja's proposal at this moment. Comparatively speaking, the Chi family's main clan was indeed a very good choice for him at this moment. If he had this to rely on, his bottom line would also be more adequate. Commander, you're back. Chapter 155 Sacrifice, Realm-Breaking Divine Light. Taishan City, Council Hall. Jiang Che was completely aware of the clamor and discussion in the outside world, but had no feelings about it. He was already accustomed to such things. His thoughts at the moment were all on how to improve his strength. The pressure of Jinshan Temple, Lu Jianghe's revenge, plus Chi Sanja's words from the bottom of his heart, all clearly told Jiang Che. At this moment, his strength was still too weak. If he was not strong enough, he could only be a fish and meat for others. He had always been very clear about this. Therefore, after just breaking through to the peak of Yuan Hai, Jiang Che's next goal was to break through to the Divine Light Realm. As long as he could go one step further, his cultivation strength would be able to climb significantly. Without Shendan, who else could compete with him? If he got the overwhelming demonic blade at the bottom of the Golden Origin Temple's devil-suppressing tower, his strength could even jump up. Strength, or ing. Strength. Chapter 156, Going to the Door to Demand. True Dragon Qi, Dragon Vein Qi. Jiang Che was speechless in his heart. Could such treasures be coveted by the current him? In comparison, it was still the Earth Dragon's Qi that was easier. Just, where should this thing be found? Before practicing, Jiang Che had never thought that the Green Dragon Sea suppressing scripture had such a miraculous feature that it could transform one's physique into a Xian body in the process of practicing. Even if one wasn't a genius, when the physique was transformed it was. Perhaps, this is the top Gong method. The requirements were higher, but likewise the gains obtained would be greater. Many thanks to Elder Chen for informing me of this. But no matter what, Chen Shangdong's confession still allowed Jiang Che to be able to have some more room to turn things around, and could have a little more time to find the Earth Dragon's Qi, if he waited until the time of the sacrifice to learn about it. Then he would really have to delay his own cultivation speed. Chapter 157 This is the attitude of this official. Indeed, an official like him, who was divided into towns on one side, did not wish for a large-scale riot to occur within the territory of his jurisdiction, in which case the above would reprimand him. After all, the attitude of the imperial court nowadays was to maintain stability as much as possible. He had also reached this implicit decision with the governor of Taiyan long ago. Therefore, for more than 10 years, since the beginning of his term of office, there has been almost no large-scale action, always maintaining a strange balance with the Jianghu forces. But this balance is to the government concessions as a prerequisite. And the government, it is impossible to always tolerate. If the following is forced to do nothing, and even punish the officials who have made a merit, what will the other subordinates think? If it is spread to the top, how will the superior officer think? This could be much more serious than inaction. Coupled with the fact that this is still about Jiang Che, a genius that he has high hopes for, not to mention the fact that monk forgetting the dust and Taoist Chuanha have joined forces, even if the Chapter 158 Vidra Relic. North of Taishan City, more than 10 miles away at a pile of rubble. The Golden Origin Temple as well as the crowd from the Volsungguan hurriedly rushed to this point, and finally stopped in their tracks, their respective faces not looking too good. The outcome of this time was very different from what they had envisioned when they arrived. Not only did they fail to force Qi Sanjia to back down and remove Jiang Che from his post, but they were also forced to the edge of the cliff by the other party, completely losing face in front of countless Jianghu martial artists. If not countered, the hegemony of the Golden Origin Temple and the Volsungguan would completely collapse. Unexpectedly, that Qi Sanjia would have such a high regard for Jiang Che, even going so far as to deploy heavy troops as a precaution against us setting off chaos here. Monk Forgetting Dust looked in the direction of Taishan City and sighed lightly, revealing a bitter face. Is it really possible to just stop like this? Who cares about my Golden Element Buddhist sect in the future? Monk Quit Greed was a bit unwilling. Chapter 159, Settling the Total Account. Whistling Dragon's Breath. Time passes slowly, in the blink of an eye, several days have passed. That day, the Golden Element Temple in Volsungguan threatened the government storm, but also the same intensified. Almost the entire Taiyan province of Jianghu martial artists have learned of this matter. But the crowd was shocked to see, in the face of the hegemony of the status of the Sheikh, the Golden Element Temple and the Dragon Temple but did not show what movement, but is anomalous to maintain a strange calm. Like the calm before a mountain rain. The atmosphere of the entire Jianghu are unusually depressing. It seems that it was also this effect that caused Taiyan province to fall into a calm, and some of the Jianghu martial artists who usually enjoyed the most wind were also silent. Especially within Taishan City, it was unusually peaceful. Many of the people were a bit uncomfortable with the situation. But only a very few people know clearly. In fact, the storm has already come silently, only waiting for a time is the Chapter 160 I am invincible under the divine light. Roar. A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded instantly. With Jiang Che's powerful true essence, the dragon's roar that erupted at this moment far exceeded the scene when he had once fought with Ikong, a wave of sound spreading in all directions. A wide range of tremors. The terrifying sound of the arrogant roar shook all the disciples with inferior cultivation within the Peking Valley alive, shattering their organs, bleeding from their 7 orifices, and one after another, they fell down, their faces shocked, and their deaths were miserable. However, this kind of wide range wave means, although the killing range is vast, but the killing power is not enough, but all can have a pulse and above the cultivation, can barely support. However, a dragon roar, the Peking Valley is still dead or wounded 7 or 8. It caused countless people to tremble. At the same time, in the Peking Valley, there were 3 figures that instantly rose up, transforming into 3 streams of light, rapidly approaching towards Jiang Che's direction, and it was precisely the 4th elder of the Dragonguan, Taoist Qianjin. Chapter 161 Sacrifice. Breakthrough. Phew. Phew. Yan Ming gasped lowly and looked at the rolling head, his eyes slightly dazed. He really didn't want to make a move. Wang Pingji had treated him like a disciple, teaching him with all his heart, and had also decided to pass on the Peking Valley lordship to him 2 days ago, and had confided in him that within the Peking Valley, the secret of that 8-leaf spiritual ginseng. Everything heralded a favorable view and expectation of him. But he also really didn't want to die. In the choice between life and death, he could only choose life. Duton, Wang Pingji, has already given his head. Yan Ming lowered his head and bowed. Take me to get the spirit ginseng. Jiang Che nodded slightly, no color in his eyes. Yes. Yes. Walking within the Peking Valley, there were low-realm disciples who had been shocked to death everywhere, but there were also a number of. Chapter 162, Refining the Spiritual Platform. Bright Divine Light. The moment Jiang Che's thoughts fell, the originally ancient and calm sacrificial heavenly monument also began to undergo even more mysterious changes at this moment. A mysterious pattern gradually lit up. The blood-colored light flickered continuously, becoming more and more incandescent, quite a mysterious feeling. Then, a light came out from within the sacrificial heavenly monument, and in a matter of moments, the 9-leaf spiritual ginseng, Xian Yuan spiritual liquid, Vidra sharpener, and 100 Yuan crystals were swallowed cleanly within the space of the heavenly monument. Subsequently, a surge of vitality was also instantly drained away. 5 years of life reduction. The sacrifices were complete. Subsequently, the originally calm void around him also began to tremble, and a path of pure yuan qi swam around him, beginning to show signs of transforming towards a yuan qi vortex. True essence boiled, qi and blood stirred. A blazing aura, rising from the inside out, enveloped his circumference, and his entire person was like being placed in a steaming bucket, with white mist slowly filtering through the. Chapter 163 Blood Sea Floaters vs. Vajra Voodoo. Good. Taoist Mingi nodded slightly. The long broad monk then clasped his hands together and recited a Buddha's name before his figure quickly leapt down from the restaurant and disappeared into the crowd. In order to guard against Chisanja, within Taishan City, he didn't take to the air to chase after him. This is his confidence. With his speed, catching up with Jiang Che is not a problem at all. While looking at the disappearing back of the long broad monk, Taoist Mingi was about to adjust his peripheral state and wait for Chisanja to show up when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. As the saying goes, heaven's secrets cannot be divulged, and good fortune and bad fortune change in an instant. Will Monk Longbrow's great evil omen also change as a result? However, this thought only flashed and was overturned by him. Jiang Che's strength is clear to all of them. It is only the beginning of the Yuan High Realm, even if it is powerful, able to rival 3 strong people in the same realm without losing, but it still has its limits. Chapter 164 Those who prevent me from becoming a man will all perish. Upon realizing that Jiang Che had intentionally hidden his strength only to fish him out of Taishan City and separate him from Taoist Mingi, Monk Longbrow had already sensed danger, especially in this current state. Want to live? It was difficult. Instead, he had abandoned everything and decided to pull Jiang Che along with him on the road before he died, removing such a great evil for the Golden Element Buddhist sect, so that his death would be worth it. At this moment, his body was filled with radiant golden light, forcibly stimulating the spiritual platform divine light and burning his chi and blood as well as his true essence. At this moment, he had already raised his strength to the highest it had ever been, even though he couldn't hold on for too long. But he felt that with such strength, it was enough to execute Jiang Che. Crowned, in this official's eyes you are the group of thieves who have plagued the rivers and lakes. Jiang Che snorted coldly and raised his hand to blast out a fist. The vast dragon's astral energy roared in the void, whistling towards the other party. Chapter 165 Subduing Divine Light. Fake? Ha ha ha. You just don't dare to face it. You can only shatter the illusion with one punch, but how can an illusion be broken by brute force? The long-browed monk smiled blandly. Thought he had found the loophole in Jiang Che's heart, just as once a hollow, then his mind moved, only just obliterated Qi Huan Gungdabiao and so on are once again appeared. And all of them are staring angrily at Jiang Che. Seeing this scene, Jiang Che meets above, stepped forward, looking straight at Qi Huan, faintly said. When you and I first met, it was only because of the mutual utilization value. If not for the tens of thousands of taels of silver that I offered you, would you have been able to think highly of me? If I hadn't shown exceptional cultivation qualifications, would you have introduced me to your father? There are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests, but you and I sympathize with each other, although we have not known each other for a long time, but we are kindred spirits, and we draw each other as friends, so how can we say that we are taking advantage of each other? Boom! Chapter 166 What, you've broken through as well? Fellow Taoist Longbrow, I can only hope that you seek your own fortune. Within Taishan City, at this moment, Taoist Mingi had already received a transmission from the Volsungguan, learning that the Pill King Valley had been destroyed last night, and that the Pill King Valley's master, Wang Pingji, was dead. Elder Xianjin Taoist of the Volsungguan was dead, and the entire Pill King Valley had been destroyed, almost wiping out the clan. And at this moment, he also finally understand why Help Long Eyebrow Monk Divination came up with his extremely bad omen of trigrams, because Jiang Che before appear, is simply a conspiracy. He had guessed that someone would ambush him, so he had joined forces with Chi Sanja to carry out the ambush. He also finally understood that the trigrams were not wrong. The more they tried to change, the more they would change in the most dangerous direction, and he guessed that at this time, the long-browed monk might have already been defeated, or even died. As for why there was a divine light martial artist exposing his aura within the city lord's mansion, he guessed that it was either Chen Xiangdong of the Zhenhai Palace. Chapter 167 Slaughtering the Buddha and Destroying the Tao. Chi Sanjia looked at this scene with disbelief. Jiang Che had unexpectedly broken through as well. How was this possible? Just a few days ago, in his impression Jiang Che was still only at the beginning of the Yuan High Realm, only because of his comprehension of the realm of intent and his strength, he was able to destroy the Lu family. But that was all. How could his strength not be comparable to that of a divine light realm powerhouse? In the beginning, after he had learned of the destruction of the Lu family, he was even more anxious in his heart and hurried to Taishan City just to prevent Lu Jianghe from pursuing Jiang Che. But now? The Long Eyebrows and the monks had both died in Jiang Che's hands. Who was Long Eyebrows? That was the former head of the Golden Origin Temple, the top handful of powerhouses in the entire Taiyan province, the underpinnings of the Golden Origin Temple, which had become famous many years ago. It was one of the powerful underpinnings of the Golden Origin Temple. It was in existence even more powerful than Lu Jianghe. That's all. Chapter 168, Sacrifice, Jinglong Jinhai Scripture Perfection. In Taishan City, in between waiting for Chen Xiangdong and Wan Niangui, Shisanja had already begun to set up. He agreed with Jiang Che's suggestion of breaking them down one by one, as long as he was able to remove a Shendan realm sect master first. Things would be much simpler after that. Otherwise, with his beginner Shendan strength, it would be impossible for him to rival two Shendan sect masters, and once he himself was held back, the other Shendan sect master would have all the strength to carry out a massacre. Therefore, it was necessary to avoid their sharp edges and attack their weaknesses. The many innate martial artists that were originally arranged within Taishan City, at this moment were all silently leaving the city with their troops and horses, heading to station somewhere outside the city, only waiting for an order. They would quickly rush towards the Golden Origin Temple or Volsingguan. Jiang Che, on the other hand, was taking advantage of this gap to prepare to determine the sacrifice target first. He didn't want to be a headless fly, and everything he did was for the purpose of seizing the resources of the Golden Origin Temple as well as the Volsingguan, in order to. Chapter 169, Exterminating the Buddha just today. Very well, it seems that everything is under your control today. After Jiang Che handed over an empty letter to Chisanja to view and read, the other party instantly revealed a smile. This feeling of probing his opponent's bottom line was very soothing to him. He only felt that the other party was just a pawn in the palm of his hand. In that case, then as stated in the letter, tomorrow we will strike at the Golden Origin Temple and completely kill off that Shendan realm sect master of the Golden Origin Temple, using the destruction of the Golden Origin Temple to defend your authority, my lord. Good, let's do it. Chisanja nodded heavily. Although tomorrow's Volsingguan would be a void, more suitable for a sneak attack, what they wanted was not just to exterminate the sect, but to kill off the other party's Shendan sect master, so that the strengths of both parties would reach a balance. At that time, it would be the time for the real showdown. My lord, Jinhai Palace Chen Xiangdong and Wanzhou Zhuang Wan Niangui's father and son have arrived outside the city gates, seeking to meet with D. Chapter 170, Devil Thoughts Transforming Realms. Buddhist Sect Bloodshed. Slaughter the Buddha and destroy the Tao. Today. Upon reading these 8 words clearly, both monk forgetting dust and Taoist Chuanha's faces changed drastically, their hearts appalled. They had been tricked? Jiang Che wasn't here at all. Monk forgetting dust immediately stepped forward and removed the yellow paper from the bald monk's face, and when he saw his face clearly, his feet retreated a small step backward, and his pupils shrunk violently. It is the long eyebrow master uncle. In fact, as early as just now, when seeing the corpse without long hair, forget the dust monk already had a vaguely bad feeling, but now, it is this premonition, completely sit in reality. Eye sockets flooded a layer of killing intent, forget dust only feel the heart of anger instantly surged out. That Jiang Che not only killed Long Eyebrow Master Uncle, but also put his corpse here kneeling, is simply to the Golden Element Buddhist sect of contempt. While Taoist Xuanhe's focus of attention was not the corpse of Monk Lone Mei, he tightly. Chapter 171, Magic Sword in Hand. The name of the blade is Wanjiao. Jin Yuan Xian Ling Grand Formation. It is the Golden Element Temple's protective array, inherited for a long time, but the Golden Element Temple since the day of the temple, has been set up, but rarely open time. Jianhu also few people know. But this does not mean that the array is not powerful enough. Under the Xiandan realm, there is no possibility of breaking the formation. And even if a Xiandan Grandmaster wanted to break the formation with his hands, it would still be very difficult because this was a grand formation laid down by the main sect of the Golden Element Temple, a former high priest of the Tianlong Temple. As the golden light fell, it turned the tide of battle almost instantly. Countless soldiers couldn't withstand the falling golden light, and were pierced through alive, and it wasn't just the monks of the Golden Origin Temple that were bleeding, but also many soldiers. Only the innate level of martial artists can barely resist. For a moment, there was incomparable panic below. But Chisanja was unmoved, and even the corner of his mouth hooked up a light smile, faintly saying. Chapter 172, Sword Beheading a Patriarch. Under the attention of millions of people, the devil-suppressing tower rumbled. It was like an earth dragon tossing and turning. In the next moment, a regal sharpness penetrated the devil-suppressing tower, and the light shone brightly. Boom! Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, this devil-suppressing tower, which had been established for hundreds of years, shattered, and the sky filled with smoke and dust rose up to a height of more than 10 feet. And under everyone's gaze, a figure loomed and slowly walked out from the dust and smoke. A head of black hair, dressed in martial arts brocade robes, holding a long, regal blade with black aura in his hand, raising his head, his eyes glowing with scarlet, it was precisely Jiang Che. Who? Cold wind whistling, Jiang Che vertical rise, standing in the void, step by step towards the front in Shisanja confrontation with the monk Wadanin, the whole person's compulsion completely pulled full. Then he did not say much, holding the sword in one hand, the surging true essence within his dantian infused the 10,000 tribulation demon sword, and slashed forward. Terrifying. Chapter 173 The Fall of a Patriarch. As the ground shook tremendously and dust and smoke rose, it was as if the entire heaven and earth had fallen into stagnation. Countless people stared at this scene, their hearts incomparably appalled. This was the encounter of the Xian Dan realm. Chen Xiangdong and Wan Niangue were incomparably shocked, but at the same time, a layer of laughter hung on their faces. The victory had been decided. They hadn't gambled wrongly. In terms of the strength that Jiang Che and Shisanja had displayed now, the only remaining Volsung Guan would no longer be able to effectively suppress them, and both sides had come to an equilibrium. The two sides had come to an equilibrium. Who would win and who would lose was yet to be seen. But they were all incomparably full of confidence at this moment. It was as if they saw the day when Jinhai Palace and Wanshou Zhuan would dominate the Tianjianghu, although it was not as lawless as the Golden Origin Temple and the Volsung Guan, but the vast amount of cultivation resources. It would allow their sects and clans to go to another level. Ikong's face showed an excited. Chapter 174 The Great War Ends, the Buddhist sect overthrown. Golden Origin Temple, Spirit Medicine Garden. After killing Monk Duanan, the battle to destroy the Golden Origin Temple had already come to an end, and the remaining monks were simply no match for him. Therefore, after Jiang Che had ordered to go down to count the battlefield, he ordered Ikong to take himself to look for the Luohan tree immediately. He had never forgotten his purpose. Destroying the Golden Origin Temple was the secondary purpose, and obtaining the demon sword and the Rohan spirit rhythm was the main purpose of his trip. All scheming had to give way in front of the sacrifice. True Buddha, this is the Golden Origin Temple's temple-suppressing spirit tree, the Lohan spirit tree, which bears fruit every 10 years, and is where a power's heritage lies. Ikong introduced what was in front of him in a low voice. Jiang Che didn't reply, his gaze was already attracted by the Rohan spirit tree in front of him. It was nearly 7 feet tall, with many branches and leaves, with many lines showing on the body of the tree, while around the spirit tree, a Yuan gathering array was buried. Chapter 175 Execute Jin Yuan first. Exterminate Volsung again. Originally, Jiang Che's intention is to ambush again. If you can take this opportunity to take advantage of this, we'll be back to help the Jin Yuan temple vultures exhausted, then it will be more relaxed. But Shisanja didn't agree, saying that they had just gone through a big battle, and were exhausted, not to say exhausted but almost must recuperate, especially him, he had just formed the Dan, and then had a big battle. Although the injuries on his body were not serious, the power stored in his Xian Dan was about to be exhausted. If only a few innate realm vultures were to come, it would not be a problem, but if the people from the dragon sect were to come along with him, the chances of winning against a veteran Xian Dan would be too low. After Jiang Che did some calculations, he also felt that Shisanja had a point, so he didn't insist on his own opinion. Anyway, the results of this battle were already not small, so there was no need to take any more risks. While Jiang Che and the others were returning to Taishan City, the group of Taoists who forgot the dust, Xuanhe, also finally were. Chapter 176 Qi Family Sisters. The destruction of the Golden Element Temple undoubtedly shook the hearts of many Jianghu martial artists, and before that, although the government and the Jianghu had already almost begun to declare war, pouring dirty water on each other, causing many to waver, unwilling to be implicated. But in the eyes of many people, is still inclined to the Golden Element Temple Volsung Guan can win, forcing the government to back down. Because this is a stereotype formed over decades. The government and the Jianghu opposition has long been the mainstream of the world, and in Taiyan province, due to the strength of the two families of the Golden Element Temple and the Volsung Guan, since 40 years ago, the government has been pressed to raise their heads. Especially in Taishan City, the sense of existence is extremely low. On the surface, the government rules everything, but in private, any power that wants to start a sect or open up a business route needs the approval of the 6 major powers. Among them, the opinions of the Golden Element Temple and Volsung are especially dominant. Now, the Yushan Lu family and the Pill King Valley have been destroyed one after another. Chapter 177 The Horrified Voltron Audience. Could this son really wants to completely overthrow the Volsung Viewer and the Golden Origin Temple, and then monopolize the Tian Jianhu? Contemplating for a moment, Taoist Mingi suddenly had a flash of insight and said in a deep voice. The matter of Jiang Che's targeting their Volsung Wan's Earth Dragon's Qi and Golden Origin Temple's Rohan spiritual rhythm was something they were not clear about, since they could only envision it in this direction. It's not that there isn't this possibility. Looking at this son's growth trajectory, it is indeed an ambitious generation, but want to overthrow the Volsung Wan sole hegemony of Taiyan province, humph. He is not capable of this. Taishang Elder's meaning is to be able to make peace, but my meaning is to be immortal. Before delivering the letter, I have already let people go to the Longhu Dao sect to ask for reinforcements. Will the Dragon Tiger Dao sect intervene? Taoist Mingi frowned lightly. As the former helmsman of the Voltron Guan, he was very clear about some of the obscure rules, unless it was really a matter of interest to the Dragon Tiger Dao sect. Chapter 178 Execute as much as possible. The Golden Buddha's palm was brilliant and bright, radiating a powerful pressure. However, it did not fall. A ray of light blasted upwards towards it, instantly cutting a line on top of the Buddha palm, and after that, there was a huge rumble that resounded. The golden-colored Buddha palm instantly broke. What? Such a scene instantly left the crowd of the Volsung Guan dumbfounded. What did they see? Monk Chongfeng's all-out palm had been easily broken by Jiang Che. Was this still a martial artist who had just entered the Yuanhai realm? Not only was it true that the details of that day's Golden Element Temple had not been rumored, even the matter of Jiang Che's great display of power at the Golden Element Temple had not been divulged in the slightest. In the first place, even though Qi Sanjiao was preparing to take a break after the battle at the Golden Element Temple came to an end. But in order to be prepared and surprise the group of people from the Volsung Guan, all the soldiers who participated in the battle, as well as the disciples of Jinhai Palace and Wanshuzhuang, were all ordered not to leave the camp. Chapter 179 Desperate Crowd. Kill. Accompanied by the thorough suppression of the great formation of the Volsung Guan, the real duel finally drew the curtain completely. Countless shouting and killing voices instantly resounded, as a large number of soldiers swarmed towards the mountain gate of the Volsung Guan. At the same time, all the innate martial artists who were able to fly in the air also immediately struck out, transforming into a stream of light to kill the innate powerhouses of Volsung Guan. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Apart from a few people sitting within the military formation, the rest all rushed up. The harvest from the destruction of the Golden Origin Temple last time had made them a lot of money. But in the end, it is still the battle merit first. There are more and less. Now that the Great War had resumed, and the Volsung Guan was a top power on par with the Golden Origin Temple, it was bound to be rich in savings as well, so naturally, they all wanted to feast on it once again. As long as there were enough resources, their cultivation would no longer be a problem. Those who had more wanted to take more, and those who had less naturally wanted to make up for it. At this moment, in their eyes. Chapter 180 Destroying the Sect to Prove the Tao. No, it wasn't even just Taoist Xuanhe who was despairing. All the people who saw this scene had horrified faces and despairing hearts. Even the Guan Master's crushing avatar Voltron sword formation couldn't trap Jiang Che and was easily broken by him, so who else could block Jiang Che's attack? Is there any hope for this battle? This was the thought in the hearts of many Volsung Guan Taoists. The sword formation is not bad, but unfortunately it's still a bit short. Jiang Che gazed at Taoist Xuanhe with a bland expression. When the words fell, there was no longer any hesitation, and he took one step. The astral energy around him instantly boiled, and the heaven and earth Yuan Qi in a circle of several zhang even tumbled more than that, as if it had been pulled by something crazy toward Jiang Che's hands of the 10,000 Devil's Knife convergence. Knife up, knife down. In an instant, the huge knife on burst out, shining between heaven and earth. Nearly 20 zhang of the knife on is 60 meters long, splitting all the obstacles in front of him, and wherever he passes, all the Chapter 181, All Ants Under the Fist. Unable to withstand a single blow. The original monk forgetting dust was already at the end of his rope, even though he had forcibly burned his innate Dao seed to restore his strength to its peak state, and had given Jiang Che a heavy blow. He had not been able to do much damage. But did not cause Jiang Che too much damage. On the contrary, he was Jiang Che close to the body, almost confined their own actions. There is no ability to pull away from the distance. Therefore, at this moment, he almost completely took all of Jiang Che's bombardment. Several punches landed on his body one after another, directly blasting out a big bulging bag from the flesh of Monk Forgetting Dust, without the ability to resist in the slightest. Put! Finally, Monk Forgetting Dust could no longer withstand this force, and was bombarded by Jiang Che with a dragon astral chi in his dantian, directly shattering the innate Dao seed, and violently spewing out a mouthful of blood as his chi and blood churned. Bang! His entire person was similarly sent flying, smashing heavily into the ground. Ho ho! Forgetting the Dust and Chapter 182 Chopping the Zhongshu again. No. Jiang Che slowly shook his head. Really? Taoist Void Elemental's eyes flickered with brilliance, completely relieved. As long as Xuanhao was not dead, then there was still a fight to be had otherwise. Today, the Taoist lineage of the Volsung One might really be extinguished here. As long as he could hold out for a moment, Taoist Xuanhao would come to his aid. Then how do you? Chisanjia's face changed slightly. He thought that Jiang Che had come to help him only after he had resolved Taoist Xuanhao and Monk Forgetting Dust, but it turned out that he hadn't, which was a bit too impulsive. He was perfectly capable of holding out for a while longer. It would be truly unjust if he lost because of this. It just turned into pieces. Anyway, I didn't find where his corpse was, but it was that bald donkey Forget Dust who personally died in my hands. Jiang Che grinned at the corner of his mouth, smiling lightly and indifferently. Void Yuan Daoist. Chapter 183, The Dust Settles. The Voltron Goddess of Death. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the void with a tremendous sound. Roaring, it rushed towards the ground. Boom! A roar instantly exploded, countless dust and smoke instantly scattered in all directions, and the moment it landed, the area within 100 feet was shaken, a layer of waves that rolled and swept in all directions. The dust and smoke rose for more than 20 feet. Shisanjia's expression was gloomy as he stared at the situation on the ground. At this moment, after successively paying a huge price to enhance his strength, his situation was not optimistic, and he had already fallen into a state of serious injury. If Taoist Void Elemental was still undead, then this person's strength would be a little too terrifying. But fortunately, his worries did not come true. After the dust and smoke cleared, only a huge pit and a broken duster were left on the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. Taoist Su Yuan had already been completely obliterated under the heavy blows. Qi. Chapter 184 Dragon Qi in the Hand. Jianghu Reaction. The destruction of the Volsung One also declared that since then, there would not be a single Jianghu power within Taiyan province that would dare to go against Jiang Che and Shisanja. Jinhai Palace and Wanshou Village had already defected to the government. This meant that as long as Jiang Qi and his duo wanted to, they would completely dominate within Taiyan province. No one would dare to disobey their will. At the same time, it also meant that they would make a huge profit again this time. The previous destruction of the Golden Origin Temple had already made them reap a full harvest, and as a hegemonic level power at the same level as it, the harvest of the Volsung Guan was definitely no less than that of the Golden Origin Temple. Even if Li Daoping had taken away a portion of the Volsung Guan's disciples and resources, how much could they take away without storage magic treasures? If they moved too much, it would be suicide. Chisanja, Jiang Che and the others, surrounded by a crowd of people, walked towards the welcoming hall of the Volsung Guan, while the rest of the soldiers of the armed forces immediately counted the casualties and harvests. Chapter 185, Hegemony over Taiyan. Fame shook Huazhou. It was already the second day when Jiang Che and his group returned to Taishan City from the Volsung Guan, and the news of the Volsung Guan's destruction had completely triggered the entire Taiyan prefecture. Everywhere one could see Jianghu martial artists discussing this matter. And they were all shocked by it. They were shocked not only by the destruction of the Volsung Guan, but also by the betrayal of Monkey Kong of the Golden Origin Temple, by the fear of Chi Sanjia's conjugation, and even more so, by the horror of Jiang Che's breakthrough into the Divine Light realm. First, let's talk about Monkey Kong. He had a great reputation in Taiyan Prefecture, and was previously known as the first genius alongside Li Daoping, and was the seed of a sectarian who was expected to break through the Xiandan realm, and was cultivated by the Golden Origin Temple by pouring resources into it. As a result, no one had expected that what was exchanged was betrayal. Many things on that day had gradually spread out. If not for Yikong self-destructing the Golden Origin Temple's clan protection array, the armed forces would have suffered heavy casualties. In addition to that, he had personally ended several innate martial arts monks of the Golden Origin Temple. Chapter 186 Breakthrough, Divine Light Perfection. Chasing after Li Daoping was indeed an important matter, but compared to the sacrifice, it was ultimately inferior, and as he had said before, even if he allowed Li Daoping to rise to the occasion, He was also qualified to make the other party invisible to his back. This was self-confidence. A powerful confidence that originated from the golden finger. Therefore, after instructing Geng Gabiao to issue a wanted notice, Zhang Che quietly left Taishan City and headed to a mountain range outside the city to make a breakthrough. It was rumored in the Jianghu that he was able to use his innate cultivation to fight against the sect masters, but it was true that his name did not live up to it at the moment. But he estimated that after his cultivation reached the peak of divine light, it would be the real name. Taiyan Province, Qingchuan County, inside a certain restaurant. Many Jianghu martial artists gathered together, loudly discussing the news of the destruction of the Volsungguan and Jiang Che's breakthrough to the divine light realm against the faltering patriarch, from time to time letting out sounds of amazement. Chapter 187, Have you formed a Dan? I've heard of the divine might of Zhang Dutong, first destroying Jin Yuan, then killing Volsung, shaking Taiyan with great prestige. I'm quite interested in making friends, and would like to offer Zhao Beiyan, the son of Taoist Xuanhe, as a meeting gift. I just want to make friends with Zhang Dutong and have a face-to-face talk. In addition, if Zhang Dutong is willing to authorize our clan to enter Taiyan and outlaw the status of Volsungguan, I am not only willing to hand over Li Daoping and the remaining members of the Volsung to show sincerity, but also willing to be the only one who will be the head of Zhang Dutong in the future. Under the Lin Protector's thought, he was still afraid of Qi Sanja and didn't dare to enter Taishan City. Then he used the power of other state capitals as a cover to ask Zhang Che to come out of the city alone to meet him. He also offered a top-grade elixir as a gift with the letter. He only wanted to meet with Zhang Che once. Like Zhang Che, such a rare cultivation genius in the world, not only the government is rare, even the Qingtian sect is also extremely scarce. For this reason, he can first open at very generous conditions. And Chapter 188 East Extreme Palace. Xian Tian Transforming Dragon. It was no wonder Qi Sanja was asking such questions. It was really because the strength Zhang Che had displayed was too terrifying. The speed of his stance, the power and might, all far exceeded the state he had been in during the previous battle at the Volsungguan. Although just a glimpse, Zhang Che hand-to-hand from the beginning to the end are very fast, but he still got a glimpse of the end. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Che's cultivation had repeatedly increased, the thought had only arisen in the back of his mind. If it was placed on someone else, then Qi Sanja was bound to be unable to have such thoughts, but if it was Zhang Che, then it was a different story. After all, it's really a bit out of the ordinary. My lord thinks highly of my subordinate. Zhedan is a hurdle. Is it that good to break through? Zhang Che smiled modestly. Then you. Qi Sanja face hesitation. Got some chance. My cultivation has grown slightly. Peak divine light? Pretty much. Qi Sanja. Chapter 189 Marriage. The problem was that even the remnants were not available in Jinhai Palace today. The Green Dragon Sea suppressing scripture and the Xian Heavenly Dragon transforming skill, Jinzong techniques that only the Patriarch and the Patriarch's true transmission could cultivate, he was simply not qualified to get his hands on them, and at one time, he was nothing more than an ordinary true transmission of Jinhai Palace. Even the Green Dragon Sea suppressing scripture was a remnant that he had managed to comb through from the mouths of his predecessors. There really isn't? Zhang Che frowned deeply, somewhat unwillingly. I am willing to swear on my life that if there is any falsehood, I will definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens, and even the sea-suppressing palace will cease to exist. Chen Xiangdong swore with a straight face, making his attitude clear to Zhang Che. He didn't want to anger Zhang Che and cause trouble for Jinhai Palace because of this. The current Zhang Che truly possessed the strength to overthrow a clan with a single word. That's just it, Senior Chen can still be trusted by the late generation. Zhang Che then waved his hand, but his face was still quite heavy. Chapter 190 Marriage Contract. The Great Elder's prestige was still very heavy, not only because of his powerful cultivation at the Divine Phase realm, but also because of his high moral standing. In the entire Bailing Qi clan, other than the elder ancestor and the Qi clan head, he was the one who was honored. Thus, the moment he opened his mouth, he immediately silenced the many Qi clan elders in the ancestral hall, turning their gazes to him and waiting for the Grand Elder to open his mouth. An unusual first daughter is indeed not worthy of a genius like Zhang Che. As for the family lineage. My Qi family does have marriages with other families, but in the end, they are still competing with each other. Once married, it is water that has been poured out. I would rather have a Qi son-in-law with little family history. Only such a person can be a booster for the Bailing Qi family. My opinion is to marry Yuan Jun or Ningbing over. If they don't want to, I have a few good granddaughters under my knee, so I won't dishonor that Zhang Che. As soon as the Grand Elder opened his mouth, he immediately caused the crowd to look at each other in disbelief. Chapter 191, Sisters Vie for Husband. Xi Wanjun had been resolute in nature since she was a child, daring to love and hate, conceded that she was not inferior to a man's body, and even in the entire younger generation of the Bailing Chi clan, there were not many people who could compete with her. But because it is a woman's body, the outside world is still extolled by her and her sister's double delicate beautiful name, led her very helpless. Now the clan elders have decided this matter. Even though she had the intention to resist, she was unable to refute it. As a Chi family woman, since she enjoyed the resources of the family, she should act in the interests of the family. She had previously told her father that she didn't want to marry into a big family, and had thought that she would be able to circumvent the marriage, but she hadn't expected that a reckless pride, Jiang Che, would come out of the woodwork. However, even if it is a marriage, she must be able to look at Jiang Che before she can do so. If the other party was not worthy of her, even if her father forced her and the clan elders pressured her, she still would not agree to the marriage. This is how it should be, even if you don't say it, my father will still have to first. Chapter 192, Sacrifice, Xiandan Patriarch. Yunzhou, Bailing Prefecture. After several days of rushing, Jiang Che and Shisanja finally arrived within the Bailing Prefecture, and it was only after he arrived here that he truly realized where the power of the Bailing Chi clan lay. From the governor to the military captain, from the county magistrate to the county lieutenant, more than 90% of them are officials of the Chi surname, and the government doesn't have the slightest sense of existence here at all. There is no one who dares to mess with the Chi family. Because the Chi family is across the Jianghu and court, two lines of powerful forces in the Jianghu are extremely rare. To this day, the Chi family head of the hereditary Marquis of the Great Zhou. As for the reason, it is the founding of the Great Zhou. The Chi family bet a lot, was awarded the Marquis of the founding of the state. Hereditary, Chi family head Qi Zhangnan even also served as the state pastor of Yunzhou. It can be said that, within the Cloud State, can be compared with the Bailing Chi's shoulder forces, not more than a palm of the number, and therefore, was crowned with the name of the domain, cannot be said to be not powerful. Chapter 193, Brother-in-law and Sister-in-law. Young Lord, the inquiry has been made clear. The person who lives on the top floor is Tian Jiang Che. Inside the Chi family's welcome building, a middle-aged man in a green robe bowed towards the white-robed man watching the scenery from the side. The Wei family's young master, Junjie Wei, dressed in a moon-white robe with a jade belt across his waist, his long hair tied up with only a strand hanging down his cheek, looking a bit prodigal, slowly turned around at the words, his brows slightly furrowed. Jiang Che, this name. Seems to have heard of it somewhere. In recent days, this person's reputation has risen, and he has made quite a name for himself in Taiyan province. Many Jianghu martial artists are talking about it. The young master should have heard about it from other people's mouths. The green-shirt man whispered. What is this son's origin, to the extent that he resides on a floor one level higher than me? Junwei's face showed suspicion. He was aware of the Chi family's rules for welcoming guests, usually to this Linjiang pavilion. And the floor he resides on means the importance of this person in the eyes of the Chi family. Chapter 194, Blind Date. Your Excellency is? Looking at the white-clothed man outside the door, Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, his face searching. My name is Junjie Wei, I come from the Lingyuan Wei clan of Yuezhou, and the head of the Wei clan is my father. Wei Junjie smiled warmly, but a touch of arrogance on his face could not be concealed. Even directly raised the Wei clan's identity. But this kind of posture, Jiang Che is a little displeased, has not been a long time someone with the power over him, did not expect to stay well in the Linjiang pavilion, there are all the trouble at the door. Oh, so it's Brother Wei, Jiang Mao has heard of you for a long time. Although Jiang Che's heart disliked the other party's mannerisms, his face did not show it. On the contrary, it was very polite, somewhat detached politeness. Junjie Wei's name he had never heard of. But he still knew about the Lingyuan Wei clan. In Yuezhou is also a deep-rooted big family, although not as famous as the Bailing Chi clan, but the strength is also very strong, at least he cannot be compared to the current. Chapter 195, This marriage is not booked. Jiang Che really did not expect Qi Wanjun will be so generous directly out. In his impression, this kind of family noblewoman usually are knowledgeable, gentle and virtuous type, definitely not so decisive. But thinking about what Qi Sanja had introduced earlier, he was relieved again. This was indeed like the rumored style of Qi Wanjun's actions. And the other party's opening, but also basically determined that his marriage object is Qi Wanjun, and Wei Junjie that guy. In fact, there is not much of a conflict. The other party was indeed too impatient in nature and directly approached him without understanding the situation. Then what does Miss Qi think of me as a person? It's the first time we've met, and I can't peer into people's hearts, so naturally I can't tell much. Qi Wanjun said indifferently. She had been with her sister for more than 20 years, so she knew what kind of attitude she had towards people. Hence, acting nonchalantly. Then, Miss Qi is prepared to invite me. Chapter 196, 195 Absolute Suppression. Covering and suppressing everything. Shi Xiaoyan smiled faintly. Since father intends to let Ningbing and Wanjun marry, those two are bound to be young and handsome, so don't be too modest. My Qi clan's double daughters can't marry an ordinary person. Young lord, you. The Qi clan patriarch who greeted Jiang Che and Jun Jiewei also felt a little bad at the moment. Before coming, the family master hadn't commanded to come over like this, and was a little puzzled by Qi Xiaoyan's attitude. Qi Xiaoyan raised his hand to stop 13th uncle's next words and looked at Jiang Che's duo and said, I have the same mother as Yuan Jun and Ningbing. It can be said that I have watched them grow up, and I have doted on them since they were young, and now that they have reached the age of marrying, I, as an elder brother, should also contribute. I'll be their gatekeeper, so that when they marry, they'll be at peace. You two shouldn't mind, right? Jiang Che's gaze turned to Chisanja, his eyes somewhat probing, while Chisanja gave him a. Chapter 197, The crowd is astonished. Champion of the same generation. Family master, the young master has gone to intercept Jiang Che and Jun Wei, and it seems that they have even exchanged blows. At the time Qi Xiaoyan showed up to intercept and exchanged hands, the Qi family had already gotten the news, as the entire Bailing prefecture was under the control of the Qi family, and although it wasn't close to the prefecture city to the Qi family's main clan, it wasn't that far away either. Therefore, after monitoring the situation, someone immediately reported it to Qi Zhengnan. What? Qi Zhengnan's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing lightly, somewhat unruffled. The matter concerns the young lord, we dare not dispose of it. Please ask the family lord to order. The person who reported bowed and said. Qi Zhengnan pondered for a moment and waved his hand, signaling him to go down. There is no need to care about this matter, Yenner is measured. Yes. That person's face showed shock, but then it was hidden. When the person reporting left, Qi Zhengnan's figure also quickly disappeared without a trace, and at this moment, he was already. Chapter 198 Extreme Contention. The Qi family was shocked. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Jiang Che's arms trembled slightly, his tiger's mouth was shattered by Qi Xiaoyan's terrifying force, his internal organs tossed and turned, and a mouthful of blood, which had already reached his throat, but was held back by him. Very strong. Qi Xiaoyan's strength can be said to be so far. Jiang Che has encountered the strongest person, and the other side wasn't even at full strength, but had suppressed his own cultivation. However, it still caused him a lot of trauma. In the void, Qi Xiaoyan stood with a long lance, overlooking Jiang Che, with a light smile on his face, although at this time Jiang Che fell into the wind, but not yet defeated, and the strength of the other party also surprised him. After all, he was fighting it with the strength of the Xiandan realm. As the young master of the Qi family, since he stepped into the martial arts path, all the top resources had been tilted towards him, and he was almost always able to cross the ranks, but this time, he had been crossed by Jiang Che. Chapter 199 Famous in the Northern Tombs, Xi's good son-in-law. Grand Elder. Qi Xiaoyan faced the old man and immediately bowed. Seeing this, Jiang Che also hurriedly cupped his fists. Late generation Jiang Che, I have met the Grand Elder. He had talked to Chisanja about the strength of some of the Qi family's strongest members, and learned from his mouth that in the Qi family Shendan sect masters were only the backbone of the fighting force, and that only the strongest members of the divine phase realm could truly be the masters. For example, the Qi family head Qi Zhengnan, and the Qi family's great elder, the second elder, are all the existence of the divine phase realm, had made a great name for themselves in the Jianghu, and he was also clear in his mind. Perhaps the only person who could silently separate his and Qi Xiaoyan's realms of intent was such a strong person. No need to be polite. The Qi family's grand elder looked at Jiang Che with a smile, his eyes very satisfied. Being able to compete with Qi Xiaoyan to such an extent was enough to prove that Jiang Che's strength and potential were extraordinary. After all, Qi Xiaoyan was the young master of the Qi family, and in the past 50 years, the Qi family's qualification. Chapter 200, Engaged to be married. Junior poor. Child has met father. Inside the peach garden, Qi Xiaoyan walked in with a calm demeanor, looking at Qi Zhengnan's back and bowing. Some examination, what do you think of Jiang Che and Jun Wei? Turning around, Qi Zhengnan gazed at Qi Xiaoyan with a straight face and no anger. Jiang Che's heart is superior, his qualifications are extraordinary, in my opinion within the same realm, it's hard to have an enemy. If we support him, in the future, he will definitely be a great help to my Qi family. To marry with Yuan Jun, it's very suitable. Such a high evaluation? To be able to fight me for a quarter of an hour with innate cultivation without showing defeat, only slightly losing, such a supreme genius, it's only right to give him a higher evaluation. This brother-in-law, I am very satisfied. What about Jun Jiawei? Gazing at his father, Qi Xiaoyan spat out 2 words in a brief and appalling manner. Rubbish. Chapter 201, Son-in-Law Talk, Old Husband's Satisfaction. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, Jiang Che saw at a glance the upper head in front of him, sitting in a figure, wearing a purple embroidered robe, with a pattern of foreign beasts on it, and a jade belt across his waist, with a straight face. He was 7 feet tall and had a great appearance. Viewed from afar, it is felt that the person at the top of the body is haunted by a great power. A look at it is known to be a long time in the upper position. As for his identity, at this moment also came out. Qi family head, court 3rd grade state pastor, hereditary Biling Marquis, Qi Zhangnan. Late generation Jun Jiawei, meet Uncle Qi. My humble servant, Taishan Town Guard Captain Jiang Che, meet the Marquis. The duo of Jun Jiawei, one after the other, saluted one after another, clasping their fists and bowing. The difference was that there was some difference in the two's address. While Jun Jiawei was addressing himself as a junior, Jiang Che was addressing himself as an official, as he was aware of the official position on Qi Zhangnan. Qi Zhangnan swept his eyes over the two of them, focusing on Jiang Che's body. Chapter 202 Engaged. Fiancé's backstabbing. Sir Jiang, the eldest miss, is asking for an audience. A servant of the Qi family walked into the backyard and bowed facing Jiang Che. Please ask the eldest miss to come in. Jiang Che's gaze moved slightly. He had just returned from Qi Zhangnan less than an hour ago. He didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast and had already prepared everything. Immediately, he was pleased with himself. Once the Earth Yuan spiritual syrup and the Millennium Jade Bone Ginseng arrived, Jiang Che was only missing some of the Yuan crystals and the Millennium Yin Godflower, and he would be able to break through the Xian Dan realm at any time and achieve the position of patriarch. The Qi family, indeed, had come to the right place. And its Yin Divine Flower had already had its brow raised. Not surprisingly, it was in the Xian Spirit mysterious realm. A few moments later, Qi Wanjun walked into the small courtyard, while her outfit caused Jiang Che's gaze to go a little straight, because this time the other party was not wearing the light green Xian armor from last time. Instead, she was wearing a light pink palace dress, wrapped around her soft waist, with a layer of plain white outside. Chapter 203 Surprise. A gift for his fiancé's love. The reason that made Jiang Che's eyes light up was that within the 1-foot square jade box, there was a piece of inner armor covered with a rich spiritual qi placed neatly. Jiang Che was not a person without knowledge, and he could tell the grade of this inner armor with a glance. Extreme grade spirit armor. Spirit armor was already precious, not to mention an extremely high grade spirit armor, which was almost a martial artist's second life, like Qi Sanjia, who had a spirit artifact inner armor that was treasured by him. Although it was only at the mid-grade level, its value was extremely precious, and it was only on the way to the Qi family that Jiang Che was allowed to look at it for a few moments, which instantly made Jiang Che envious. Right now, what he had obtained was an extreme-grade spirit armor that far surpassed the other parties. Its value was so high that it could even be compared to several extremely high-grade spirit swords, spirit knives, and other spirit weapons, and even, at this level of existence, it could be compared to a lower-grade divine weapon. This gift of love was too heavy. And the people in the surroundings, after seeing Qi Wan. Chapter 204, chewing through half a lifetime of drifting, only to hate being alone and unsupported. The color of the flower is brown and dark, the leaves are tattooed, and there is a strange fragrance when smelling it. It is precisely the characteristics of the Yinshin flower. Jiang Che had read a lot of books, especially books about various heavenly materials and geomancers, and had already had some understanding of them himself, which was why he had asked this question when he saw what was inside the jade box. Aha! When he heard Qi Wanjun's affirmative answer, Jiang Che froze. He was truly not expecting that Qi Wanjun would help him get this thing. He had remembered what Qi Zhangnan had said, that there was no such thing within the Qi family, but of course, he also knew that it was probably Qi Jingnan's excuses, just to allow him to enter the Xian spirit mysterious realm. He himself was prepared to enter the secret realm to find the Yin Godflower. As a result, it turned out that he had gotten his hands on it ahead of time. At the moment, what his mind recalled was the conversation between the two of them that day. Before Qi Wanjun's departure, she had asked him if he needed the Yin divine flower very much. He replied back that the matter was. Chapter 205 Jiang Che's name. Resounding state capital. In the 12th year of Yuan Kong of the Great Zhou dynasty, on the 29th day of the 4th month. An eagle whistle resounded through the heavens and earth. From within the Qi family's main clan, a brown giant eagle with wings spread out over 20 feet instantly rose up from the ground. Below, many of the Qi family's children and clan elders watched the eagle disappear into the sky. The look in the eyes is very complex, envious people have it, worried people have it, looking forward to the. There are also some. Because everyone knew that the more than 10 figures on the back of the giant eagle were the Qi clan's children who had traveled to the Xinling mysterious realm this time, and that they might return with honors, or some might perish forever in the Xinling mysterious realm. Jiang Che stood on top of the back of the eagle that was no different from land, overlooking the mountains and rivers below rapidly passing by, his eyes more or less new, although last time he also rode on that green bird of Qi Shaoyan. But compared to this giant eagle, it was still a far cry. From Qi Wanjuan's mouth, he had already learned that this giant eagle was called the Heaven-Pouncing Eagle, and that it was the Qi family's clan-suppressing spirit beast. Chapter 206 Sacrifice, Conjugation of Dan. The two who spoke, one was the first son of the Lin family, claimed to be the most talented disciple of the Lin family's generation, while the other was the first lineage of the true lineage within the Dragon Tiger Dao sect, the disciple of the patriarch. Either one was confident enough. They had undergone cultivation by the sect family, all kinds of resources were top-notch, and each of them also carried a special physique, even though Jiang Che was notoriously famous, and was even ferociously famous. But after all, the other party was still in the category of the innate realm, and they were not afraid in the slightest. The Lin family's grand elder gazed at Lin Yan, looking at his incomparably confident stance, nodding slightly. He still believed quite a bit in this nephew-grandson's strength, and also the killer mace of the Lin family this time. The news of the 9-quarter Shin Jinseng transforming into a spirit within the secret territory was not a secret. Not only did the Qi family know about it, they were all equally aware of it, and the disciples sent out this time were also the top of the clan. Even though the Qi family was not speaking of martial virtues and allowed Jiang Che to also make a move, he still felt that Lin Yan was able to be even better. Chapter 207, Zhong Shi. Patriarch. The moment Jiang Che's thoughts fell, the originally ancient and calm sacrificial heavenly monument instantly began to change. A mysterious pattern gradually lit up, transmitting a mysterious and grandiose aura. The light flickered endlessly, becoming more and more blazing, appearing evil and divine. Then, a ray of light instantly erupted from within the sacrificial heavenly monument, penetrating the body, and in an instant, it enveloped the sacrifices within the sacrificial heavenly monument, and the 1,000-year Yin divine flower, 1,000-year jade bone ginseng, earth yuan spiritual syrup, and the 400 yuan crystals were swiftly engulfed by the light. Subsequently, a divine power enveloped his body, and Jiang Che was able to clearly feel a very obvious vitality being forcefully drained from his body, gradually disappearing. A full 15 years of longevity was swallowed up. Jiang Che's face at this moment also gave birth to a touch of vicissitude, as if through what great storms and waves. Soon, after all the sacrifices were all devoured, the surrounding heaven and earth also occurred. Chapter 208 Hunting Moment. The patriarch showed off his power. The reason why Lin Zhang was relieved was because he did not have the time to spend with Jiang Che here. Although his breath convergence technique was very skillful, he could not afford to make a single movement, much less run, and if there were any accidents, he would face a life and death crisis at any time. One must always keep his mind taut. Facing a Shindan sect master, even if it was just a sect master who had entered Shindan for the first time, he did not have the slightest ability to resist, and once he was caught, then he would only have a way to die. Did Lin Zhang want to die? Of course he did not want to. Who would want to die? He still had a bright youthful future ahead of him, and in the future, as long as there were no accidents, he would become an elder of the Lin clan step by step, controlling great power, and if he died, everything would be gone. However, just as Lin Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to stay for a few more moments before fleeing immediately, a whisper suddenly sounded in his ears. How is the scenery? HM? Chapter 209, Gently. Crushing everything. Brother-in-law, why are you here? And You conjugated Dan? Xi Ningbing couldn't help but inquire as she sensed Jiang Che's thick and powerful aura. As the second young lady of the Qi family, Xi Ningbing was naturally well informed, and there were many Shindan masters in all the clans, plus Jiang Che hadn't had this kind of might before he had entered the secret realm. It really made her think, and even more so, she couldn't help but ask such a sentence. Well, in fact, before entering the secret realm, I have made all the preparations, only in order to conceal the Xinling secret realm's formation party is extremely suppressed. Jiang Che explained, the speed of his Dan formation was too fast after all, although he wasn't afraid of anything, but he still had to explain a couple of sentences, lest Xi Ningbing think too much. I see. Xi Ningbing then suddenly, she said, from the opening of the secret realm to the present, but also the past half a day time only, normal circumstances. Chapter 210 Sister Husband, Save Me. Collecting that top-grade spirit sword, Jiang Che's gaze then turned to the Snake King's body, and under his dragon's might, all the surrounding snakes all shivered and didn't dare to come forward. Even though the Snake King had urged them on, there were still no snakes that dared to offend the heavenly might. Among their limited spiritual wisdom, what they gazed at in their pupils was not a human silhouette, but a terrifying existence that possessed boundless greatness. Brother-in-law. Xi Ningbing let out a soft cry, then fell from the void, landing steadily beside Jiang Che. Jiang Che nodded, then faced the Snake King and said in a deep voice, "Get lost." At the same time, his own powerful mighty pressure erupted. But in the face of Jiang Che's powerful might, although the Snake King was terrified, he was still hovering above the five-colored divine flower, without the slightest intention to leave, and his icy vertical pupils were still staring at Jiang Che. The attitude was already very obvious. Since this is the case, there is no. Chapter 211 Sacrifice, 3 Absolute Frightening Fatalities. Great achievement. Pinching the corner of her coat, Xi Ningbing looked at Jiang Che's gradually disappearing figure and froze for a few breaths, letting out a mouthful of turbid air before a suddenly relieved smile appeared on her face. A man as outstanding in all aspects as her brother-in-law, although not her husband, but at least her sister's. She was also sincerely happy for her sister at this moment. The qualification was superb, the crown of the same generation, and at the same time also had a heart of gold, not to be confused by beauty. Such a person with her sister is really suitable. As for the previous lost thoughts, it was just her subconscious reaction. On the other hand, Jiang Che is also disposing of that Snake King, as a spirit wisdom is not weak innate beast. Snake King's body can be described as everywhere is treasure, snake blood, snake skin, snake scales. The snake blood, snake skin, snake scales, and most importantly, snake bile, were all considered to be great tonic. The Snake King that was bombarded by Jiang Che's dying, at this moment also didn't have any ability to resist, after Jiang Che opened its belly, vertical pupil. Chapter 212, The District Master. The hand can be turned over to the town. Jiang Che understood that the relics left behind by a divine phase grandmaster like this, whether it was a family or a clan, would not be taken in exchange for anything, and even the mention of it could cause anger. After all, that was the only relic left by the old ancestor. If you want to get it, you have to use other methods. Brother-in-law, if you're asking this, do you need these things? Xi Ningbing was gifted and intelligent, and had already vaguely guessed some of Jiang Che's purpose. Jiang Che didn't hide it either and nodded. These 2 things are beneficial to me. Oh. Xi Ningbing nodded, likewise pondering on how to help Jiang Che get these 2 things. As her brother-in-law's sister-in-law, it shouldn't be too much to think for her brother-in-law, right? By the way, Ningbing, do you know if there are any fierce places within this Xianling mysteries? I have practiced a divine skill that requires refining a large amount of Yin fury. Chapter 213 The Gap Between Masters. Eagle 9 carefully scanned Jiang Che, his brows becoming more and more furrowed, attempting to discover something abnormal from Jiang Che's body, and soon, he realized that the aura escaping from Jiang Che's body. It was not weaker than him in the slightest, and it also gave him a vague feeling of being very dangerous. Could it be that Jiang Che had already stepped into the Xiandan realm? This thought suddenly flashed through Eagle Zhou's mind, and he was instantly like an enemy. Wei family? Xi Ningbing sized up the man in front of her. Her expression was also quite grave. Before entering the secret realm, she had also scanned the Wei family's group of people, only that she did not pay much attention to this person. Unexpectedly, he was able to form Xiandan within the secret realm. He had also come to the Absolute Spirit Valley, and it was obvious that he had great intentions. 9 Curve Xin Ginseng. Must be this item. It's not a Wei family member, the aura on him is a bit odd, making me. Chapter 214 Devil Flame Burns the Sky. Extinction God Phase. Time passed minute by minute, the entire Absolute Spirit Valley was filled with birds and beasts and insects. There was not the slightest hint of abnormality to be seen. Xi Ningbing sat cross-legged, as if he was in a state of tranquility. A wisp of strange fragrance from her body dispersed in all directions. And Jiang Che on the tree, also staring closely at the surrounding movements, his gaze appeared very cold, quietly waiting for the 9 Curve Xin Ginseng to take the bait and be attracted. 10 breaths. 100 breaths. In the blink of an eye, an incense stick of time passed. Finally, Jiang Che found some abnormalities. Not far away, a fox with a faint white light escaping from its body is crookedly approaching towards Xi Ningbing's direction. The 9 Curve Xin Ginseng had appeared. Ningbing, it's here. Jiang Che transmitted his voice into his ears, his voice ringing in Xi Ningbing's ears. Aha! Xi Ningbing responded imperceptibly, slowly opening her eyes and fixing them directly on the not-too-distant Chapter 215, I will help you marry me. And under the onslaught of that raging evil thoughts, at this moment, although Jiang Che still maintained a trace of sanity, it wasn't much, and he only felt that an assortment of evil thoughts haunted his mind. Killing thoughts, evil thoughts, lust thoughts. All kinds of thoughts intertwined. Jiang Che also did not expect that ghost thing actually still have to hide such a trick, although it will not cause any harm to him, but at the moment it is obvious that it will make him lose most of his sanity. Especially with his sister-in-law Qi Ningbing pouncing on him, it made his lust increase even more. This time, it was not the kind of clear moment that he had before. Jiang Che obviously had many crooked thoughts in his mind. Opening his eyes, the intention dispersed, but the blood in Jiang Che's eyes stayed. He understood his current situation very well at this moment. In order not to be affected too much by that huge evil thought, he had to take the initiative to accept it, and refine those things with a strong Tao heart. The only thing that he could easily refine and that was not harmful to himself was the thought of lust. Chapter 216, Unexpected Harvest. Double happiness. You should also know that my sister also carries a special spirit body, right? After a moment of silence, Qi Ningbing softly said. No. Jiang Che nodded. Qi Wanjun and Qi Ningbing were known as the Qi clan's twin beauties. Their excellent looks were only secondary. The most original reason was that they each carried a spirit body. Their own qualifications were both first-rate and superb, and only then were they able to enjoy the praise. My sister's physique is called the Yuan-Yin spirit body. And then? Qi Ningbing stood up and looked at the dark night outside the cave as she continued. My sister's Yuan-Yin spiritual body also has a Yuan-Yin Qi in her body, and due to the fact that she is from the same mother as me, it fits very well with the Xian-Yin Qi in my body, and the two auras can merge. It transforms into the Tai-Yin Xian Yuan aura. Tai-Yin Xian Yuan aura. Jiang Che pondered, always feeling that he had heard of it somewhere. And Chapter 217, Roll if you don't want to die. Somewhere in the Xin spirit mystic realm, a few Wei family disciples were gathered around the campfire, looking at Junjie Wei with a look of lust for words, as if there was something they wanted to say but didn't know if they should or shouldn't say the same look. What is it? Wei Junjie's face sank slightly as he looked at the several people's appearance. Although his name as the Wei family's young lord was somewhat untrue, it still had a certain weight in front of the Wei family. Even if he despised it in his heart, he still had to respect it on the surface. Young master, I just got a piece of news. I don't know if I should say it or not. Say. Today at the mouth of the Yanghe River, I overheard that the Dragon Tiger Dao sect and the few remaining people from the Lin family have secretly locked onto the Qi family's trail and are preparing to surround and strangle them. Shall we move? Hong Chang of the Dragon Tiger Dao sect? Jun Wei asked back thoughtfully. Yes, he's the one making the move. Let's do it if we move, it's best to slaughter that. Chapter 218, Cultivation Display. A sword opened up the sky. Hong Chang was incomparably arrogant, overlooking Qi Wanjun from the void, as if he did not have the slightest intention of placing him in his eyes, and completely lacked the blandness of a true successor of the Dao sect. Instead, he was like a Jianghu martial artist. Qi Wanjun's willow eyebrows crossed, her face contained a killing intent, and she said in a deep voice. If my husband was here, a sword would be able to cleave you to death. How could I allow you to blabber on here? Your breath is not small, I just don't know how many gunshots you can receive from me. Ha ha ha. The poor road to find that Jiang Che several days, cannot find its shadow. You say the poor road to fear him? What a big joke. Don't worry, even if I wing you, I won't kill you. We'll hang you here, waiting for that Jiang Che to come to die. Hong Chang stood with his hands behind his back, his voice powerful. Can I use my hands? Seeing that Hong Chang was so arrogant, Wei Yingjie didn't know if he should join hands together to deal with Qi Wanjun. If he did, it was inevitable that Hong Chang would be unhappy. Same, at line YF forbidden Z2 in this %text J file QY20Y 5.1 kb, 3WBJB0808, 8S7FJYL8.DYDQ, F.4E98 DI3, a hashtag MJ1 or 0K2B of 8 carat 1% at 0, X4E.EWC, 9TP7T. There is no need to. Chapter 219, Shocked Crowd. Jiang Che's all-out slash had almost no reservations, and its horrifying movement caused everyone present to be dumbfounded, gazing at the figure in the void with shocked faces. No one had expected that at this critical moment, the one who came out to stir up trouble was actually Jiang Che. Moreover, its strength was actually that terrifying. A knife. With just one blade, he had killed Hong Chang of the Dragon Tiger Dao sect. If it was placed before the fight, no one would have believed such a thing. After all, Jiang Che is strong, but Hong Chang is not nameless, as the Dragon Tiger Dao sect Xin Dan realm under the existence of few people can match. Its reputation in Yuezhou is very big. Those who could be compared to it were all true legends of major powers. But what was the result? They had all overthought it. Of course, they also saw the realm gap between Jiang Che and Hong Chang. The people present are not unfamiliar with the Xiandan master, can perceive Jiang Che's body to escape. Chapter 220 The Secret World Falls. The harvest was full. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The 4 Bodhi enlightenment fruits on the Bodhi tree had also finally matured completely, and at the same time, the people from Spirit Sword Mountainside had arrived near the Bodhi plains and had learned about the previous battle and the fact that Jiang Che had already formed the Dan and achieved a patriarch. Yang Chao pondered for a moment and then made a decision, walking over to Jiang Che Chi-Wanjun and said, "I've heard of Brother Zhang's great name. It's really better to see than to hear 100 times. At the age of just about the crown, you've achieved the realm of Zhongshe. This kind of talent is rare in the world. Brother Yang is too kind. Mr. Jiang has also heard of Brother Yang's great name for a long time." Although Jiang Che had achieved the realm of the sovereign, he did not act too arrogantly, and naturally knew the reasoning behind business blowing each other up when the other party showed their goodwill. Spirit Sword Mountain was deeply rooted in Yunzhou, and it was even a family friend with the Qi family, so as long as the other party did not show any malicious intent, Jiang Che did not mind making friends with the other party. Yang Chao smiled, then looked at Qi. Chapter 221. The Fury of the Lin Family Elders. At the entrance of the Xian Spirit Mysterious Realm, above the treacherous mountain peak, the clan elders of all the major powers were all looking quite grave at the moment. According to their calculations, in a few moments it will be time for the secret realm to reopen, and they are naturally worried about the disciples in the secret realm. After all, the secret realm killing is not a small matter. According to past experience, no matter any party forces will have damage, the difference is only more or less, as their respective forces within the elite disciples. Even the loss of one is enough to make one's heart ache. Naturally, they would not be unconcerned. Old Ghost Chi, according to the previously agreed upon time, another incense stick of time will arrive at the deadline for the secret realm to close. How? Can you be bold enough to gamble once more? The Lin family's grand elder's gaze suddenly turned towards the Qi family's grand elder, his eyes rather provocative. The last time the Xianling secret realm opened, it was he who led the team, and at the opening of the secret realm. Chapter 222, Old Man Slaughters Your Entire Family. All of the disciples had all fallen, and when such things came out, it directly caused the Dragon Tiger Dao Sect's elder Yan and the Lin family's grand elder to become furious beyond measure. These could be the elite disciples of their 2 families. Lin Yan, Hong Chang and other direct lineage true disciples, not to mention Xiandan masters, even the divine phase realm had a glimmer of hope to break through, and were the future mainstay of the Lin family and the Dragon Tiger Dao Sect. If only a few disciples had fallen, or even if they had suffered more than half of the casualties, although they would also be angry, they would definitely not be so graceless. However, this kind of thing of the entire army being wiped out was the first time since the opening of the Xian Spirit Mysterious Realm. This could no longer be considered heavy casualties, but really made the Lin family and the Dragon Tiger Dao Sect feel heartache. Therefore, it was difficult for them to control their anger. Immediately, they were about to question Junwei and ask for the truth. While facing the pressure of the 2 great God phase powerhouses, Jun Jiewei was like a flatboat in a storm at the moment, simply. Chapter 223 Falling Curtain. Return. The Green Sky Sect had made a lot of noise in Jiangnan over the years, and as one of the 4 great Dharma kings, the name of the Heavenly Eagle Dharma King had also long resounded through several southern states, with a single Heavenly Eagle Dharma phase that shook the Jianghu. There was no way for him not to be afraid. Even not only the Grand Elder, including the Green Sky Sword Master Zhao Xianji, the Dragon Tiger Dao Sect Yinping, and the Grand Elder of the Lin family all had a look as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, and seemed to have not expected why the Heavenly Eagle Dharma King would appear here. Fellow Daoist Heavenly Eagle, as the Dharma King of the Green Sky Sect, striking out at my Qi family's juniors, if this were to be spread out, I'm afraid that everyone in the Jianghu would say that Your Excellency is bullying the juniors with the big ones, which is really detrimental to your reputation. Although Nangong Jie's name was very loud, the Qi family's Grand Elder didn't have too much heavy fear. If they really fought, there was still the Green Sky Sword Master Zhao Xinji to help out. Who would win and who would lose was yet to be seen. Hee, it's just a test. If it's really a sneak attack, do you think you can block this seat? Nangong Jia was negative. Chapter 224 Good Son-in-Law. Above the back of the heaven-pouncing eagle, Shi Tianzhong was bidding farewell to the Spirit Sword Mountain's Qingxiao Sword Master, and as he watched the other parties gradually fading back, a touch of relaxation appeared on his face, and a smile hooked onto his face as well. The reason why he had invited Zhao Xianji to return to Yunzhou with him was precisely because he was worried about Nangong Jie killing him halfway with his strength, although he could retreat peacefully, there were still so many juniors around him after all. One slip up and an accident could happen. Fortunately, the worried thing didn't happen after all, and he was completely at peace. Now that he had reached the territory of Yunzhou, not far from Bailing province, if something really happened, the strongest people within the Qi family would be able to come to his aid in time. This was after all the Qi family's base camp. Here, unless it is the Qingtian sect all out, otherwise do not want to shake the Qi family. 1,000 years of heritage was not something that could be said casually. Grand Elder. Seeing Qi Tianzhong walking towards him, Jiang Che hurriedly got up and saluted with a grateful face. Chapter 225 Old Abbot's Sincerity. Qi Family, Ancestral Hall. After listening to the Grand Elder recount everything that had happened within the Xin Spirit mysterious realm, Qi Zhengnan's face also had a touch of gravity hanging on it. Although the Qi clan was powerful, the Lin clan and the Longhu Dao sect were also unusual. If they really tore their faces apart completely, neither side would gain much. Of course, this possibility was very low. Although the Lin clan and the Dragon Tiger Dao sect had suffered heavy losses, after all, they had a word in advance that they would not go to war with the Qi clan because of this. This matter isn't too big of a problem. Killing them is just as good as killing them. No matter what, they deserve it. If they go to war because of this, then let's accompany them in a fight, lest these two families don't know the heights of heaven and earth. The sullen color on Qi Zhengnan's face slightly diminished a bit. Old me also means this, also already put down a bold word with them. Pure competition is nothing, but if they dare to make a move behind their backs, then don't blame the old man for similarly bullying the small with the big. Qi Tianzhong sat upright. Chapter 226 The Gongfu is in hand. Promoted to the 4th rank. If it was before when Jiang Che had not yet formed the Dan, then his words would naturally be paid off by him. After all, no matter how strong Jiang Che's ability was, he was only an innate martial artist. Looking at Yue Zhou, apart from making some name for himself among the younger generation, he was barely ranked. Supporting his cultivation could be fine, but if one were to place the interests of the family on him, it would still be a bit too much of a child's play. But now it was different. Jiang Che had already formed a Dan and stepped into the realm of the sovereign. This level, already not too weak, in the government can also arrange a middle to upper rank of the official position, plus Qi Sanjia. Indeed, it could bring no small amount of benefits to the Qi family. The Qi family's hand can also reach in and gnaw a piece of meat in Yue Zhou. As for the two secret realms in question, perhaps they don't need to be joined in marriage to get a piece of the pie. After all, the matter of joining in marriage, it wasn't the Qi family that did the wrong thing, it was the Wei family that broke the rules first. Of course. Chapter 227 Dao Rhyme in hand. The offerings were complete. You went out with Ning Bing? Inside the peach garden, after waiting for Jiang Che to arrive, Qi Zhangnan casually asked. The late generation needed some Yin Fury Qi to cultivate, so. Jiang Che nodded and didn't hide anything. The more he hid, the more suspicion he would arouse, which Jiang Che still understood. Anyway, the old father-in-law could not foresee everything, so at this moment, he was not the least bit panicked on the surface. This child, Ning Bing, used to have an unstable temperament and was a bit childish, but after returning from the Xin Spirit mysterious realm he has become much more stable. You will teach him more in the future. Uncle, don't worry, if there is an opportunity, Junior will definitely teach Ning Bing properly. Well, let's go. After casually chatting for a few sentences, Qi Zhangnan did not ask too many questions. In his opinion, Qi Ningbing's growth was still because of the Wei family's marriage, it was just a passing remark. After the words fell, Qi Zhangnan waved his sleeve robe, and a green light vanished out in the. Chapter 228, Qi Family Affairs Strike. Clothes return home. Listening to his old husband's words, Jiang Che really had a feeling of being flattered at the moment. This old man was a bit too powerful. Not to mention arranging for the future, even the safety and security were on his mind. This late generation thanks uncle. Suppressing the various emotions in his heart, Jiang Che bowed his hand with a sincere face. This time, Qi Zhangnan could be said to have let Jiang Che pull his good feelings all over the place. It was simply a replica of Lu Ji. He was even a little ashamed in his heart at the moment. The other party was treating him so well, but he was thinking of sisters receiving the same. A family, there is no need to thank you. This thing is called the Spirit Transformation Talisman, was old man harboring for many years. The power is very heavy, with the god's thoughts to call, can get the old man's full strength 3 strikes. In the future, if you encounter danger, you can hold it to protect your path. Qi Zhangnan said. Between the sleeves of the light flashed, a light red light of the talisman appeared in the hand. A glance, Jiang Che will be able to feel the talisman within the hidden escape of terror. Chapter 229 Sacrifice. Heaven and Earth. You. Shameless. Qi Ningbing spat lightly with a red face. Jiang Che stretched his waist and back, only to feel smooth, full of depression swept away, then began to embrace Qi Ningbing, began to say love words coaxing. He can use a few words to destroy a hollow and long eyebrow monk's stout heart. Eloquence senses are great. In terms of coaxing women, it is also the same very means. Only the previous Mrs. Zhu and Huang Shanshan did not let him coax it. Sure enough, under Jiang Che's offense, Qi Ningbing, who had originally feigned anger, quickly stepped down, but still had a stern face and warned. This is the first and last time. Alright, all according to you. Humph. Qi Ningbing lightly hummed and turned her face away from looking at Jiang Che. Ningbing, you helped me protect the Tao for a few moments. When you took the essence just now, I had some epiphanies. After coaxing for a moment, Jiang Che pulled the other side. Chapter 230, Returning to Taiyan. AAA was appalled. Yuezhou, Taiyan Prefecture. Jiang Che, who had stepped into the potential realm, no longer had any other attachments, and took Qi Ningbing all the way in the direction of Taiyan Prefecture, and although he did play some tricks on the way, the speed of his rush was not delayed because of this. Even faster than the speed of the previous to the north Lingfu, or faster, just 2 days will return to the base camp. The main reason is that Jiang Che has to go to meet General Li Dingui of Jinnan. With his current strength he is not qualified to put on any show. In addition, he also has to make a series of arrangements for his men. Traveling to Tiannan to take up his post, Jiang Che couldn't possibly do it alone. Although the people under his hand are either Daezudio or innate, but it is also considered to be the base, then from scratch to pull up a team of people to be much stronger. In addition, he is also afraid of the top to send what other officials to take up his official position. Must be properly arranged, so that only rest assured. And in terms of cultivation strength, Jiang Che's sacrifice this time, the Chapter 231, The End of Taiyan. Departure. Taishan City, City Lord's Mansion. The great hall was empty. Jiang Che served himself a cup, his expression indifferent. Shisanjia had already left Taishan City, heading to the prefecture to hand over the official seal and other things with the new Taiyan Prefecture Armed Forces captain, and even to be exact, the reason why Shisanjia appeared in Taishan City was to calculate the time when Jiang Che would return. Its purpose, one is to explore Jiang Che's recent situation, for him to tell the situation in Yuezhou. Another is for his son Qi Huan. As early as when he was traveling to Bailing province, Shisanjia intended to let Qi Huan come back, and during Jiang Che's journey to the Xianling mysterious realm, Qi Huan's transfer order was basically finalized. Everyone knows that nowadays Jiang Che has a great future with the Qi family at his back, and Shisanjia wants his own child to follow him around, so Jiang Che took the initiative to say those words. For Shisanjia's favor, Jiang Che will never forget, but he is now really. Chapter 232, Righteous Father's High Opinion. Yuezhou City, outside the Jinnan army camp. Jiang Che had been waiting to be summoned since he had declared his identity. He was the one who came on this trip. As for the rest of the brigade, they were headed towards the direction of Tiannan Pass under Qi Ningbing's leadership. Of course, it wasn't too far from here. Because of the 100,000 mountains of South Vietnam, 100 tribes eyeing the reason, in fact, the entire Yuezhou government's center of gravity is in the direction of the south of the sky, and Li Chengwei is a big official, not only the official rank of the 3rd grade, leading the Jinnan general position, but also was named Jinnan Marshal Marquis. If you really talk about power, but also stronger than his old man's that Bailing candidate. Of course, the real strength and heritage is not only based on the official rank, although Li Cheng was strong, but ultimately there is no big power support, while the Qi family is inherited for thousands of years. If you really count down, both sides have their own advantages and disadvantages. Jiang Che would like to be appointed as the position of the great commander. First of all, you need to come here to receive the official seal, and to meet the real. Chapter 233, Sacrifice, the True Dan. Dragon and Tiger Dao Sect, 100 Zhang Peak. At the top of the peak, inside the Tiger's Whistle Palace. Yan Ping, who was dressed in Taoist robes, had a gloomy and ugly face. Ever since he came back from the last Xian spirit mysterious realm, there had been little to no smiles on his face, causing all the disciples on 100 Fathoms Peak to tremble, not daring to make the slightest mistake. And the reason why he will be so, since also because of that time personally lead the team suffered heavy losses, all the disciples, all perished in the secret realm. This is the Dragon Tiger Road sect, since the whole Xianling secret realm has never been after the shame. Although the crime is not in him, but he still cannot bear the breath, then return to the clan, will be fierce words to the patriarch of the instructions, to dispose of the murder of Jiang Che. But unfortunately, Jiang Che is not a rootless duckweed. He still has the Bailing Qi clan as a backer, and even not long after he returned, the Bailing Qi clan sent a letter. Under the guise of those fallen disciples, vaguely implied that this matter is young. Chapter 234, Arrogance. Entering the city. Bah, aren't you afraid that my sister will stab you a few times in anger? It's fine, let her stab, I can stab back afterward anyway. Xi Ningbing blankly glanced at Zhang Che. This man is good at everything, it's just that he often talks dirty words on his mouth when he's not doing anything, making her, a big girl, completely unable to top it, especially when she's in the boudoir. Speaking of business, I snooped around to find out that this time you snatched the seat of the Gao family members. When you take office, it is inevitable that you will get into trouble. What are you going to do when the time comes? Xi Ningbing hastily moved away from the topic, not wanting to say those borderless words. If Gao Qinian is sensible, since the well water does not offend the river water, if he must want to fight with me, then let him know what is called the official big level pressure people. In fact, I also quite hope that Gao Qinian initiative to find trouble, so once and for all, directly beat him, but also save after looking for hemp. Chapter 235. Your name is Gao Qinian? It's best if this is the case, and it saves the son of the world from having to go through the trouble of stirring up strife between him and Gao Qinian. Ji Chongqing lightly shook his folding fan, the corner of his mouth curved up into an arc as he lightly laughed. The Fang Xian at the city gate is the person he deliberately arranged. Gao Qinian is still some brains, knows that too much conflict with Zhang Che is not in line with the interests, then naturally he needs to push a hand from it. Unfortunately, look at the situation outside. Fang Xian implementation is not good, even Zhang Che did not provoke anger. Sitting beside Ji Changqing was a middle-aged man dressed in robes that were distinct from those of the Central Plains, and hearing the other party say so, he also smiled. However, this son is ultimately not to be underestimated. After all, he is the son-in-law of the Qi family. Your Highness, the World Prince wants to consider this person as a pawn. You have to be more careful. I won't bother Your Excellency with this. Ji Changqing's smile slowly tightened and glanced at that person. In that case, then I will return to South Vietnam first to resume my duties. King Ning's meaning I. Chapter 236. From today onwards, I'm in charge here. Gazing at Zhang Che, Gao Qinian's eyes gradually became heavy. He basically had determined one thing: Zhang Che's strength was not inferior to him. Such an age, such a cultivation, can have such strength. In fact, both sides of the high and low has already been divided. Although he didn't want to admit it, but the fact is in front of him, he wanted to beat Zhang Che is impossible, and with his cultivation, even if he can win in a stalemate, his prestige will also be greatly damaged. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Gao Qinian was ready to stop and make peace with Zhang Che. He felt that Zhang Che should also be able to see reality clearly, and there was no result in fighting with him any longer, so he immediately prepared to open his mouth to end in a draw, but before he could open his mouth, he realized that there was something vaguely not quite right with Zhang Che in the void. This is the momentum of heaven and earth. Gao Qinian sensed the changes around him and his face changed violently. He had once seen a strong person who had comprehended the potential realm strike, and its movement was similar to that of the. Chapter 237. Fame moves the south of heaven. The ferocious might was just beginning to show. As Zhang Che began to gradually take over a series of affairs in Tiannan Pass, the result of his battle with Gao Qinian had only just begun to ferment, like a hurricane, gradually stirring up a storm within Tiannan City, and even outside the city. After all, Gao Qinian's reputation was really not small, and although his strength was not the top in the hundreds of miles around Tiannan Pass, he was definitely a veteran sect master. Coupled with the fact that he had been operating in Tiannan Pass for more than 10 years, with the backing of the Tiannan Gao clan, his reputation was really not small, and many people actually mostly felt that there was going to be a good show about to happen after they realized that Zhang Che was plotting to take over his position. They are also happy to do so. After all, the more chaos in the government, the greater the benefits that the Jianghu martial artists will be able to get. However, no one expected that Zhang Che's style of behavior would be so violent. Without the slightest padding, without the slightest turnaround, as soon as he took office, he directly invited the other party to war. The key is, he also did it. A battle to establish the prestige of the fight. Gao Qi. Chapter 238. I also want to see my own limits. For this point, Xi Ningbing is quite agreeable, although nowadays the power of the court is deteriorating, but after all, it is still the strongest force in the world. Not as a last resort, nothing will be openly rebel. But that's only on the surface, as long as not be caught with solid evidence. The private to the court officials abound. Xi Ningbing no, the last Tiannan Pass big commander, will die in the wrong way. To this day, the Yuezhou government is still investigating. Reporting to the tutelage, Fang Xian seeks an audience. Outside the door, a guard walked into the lobby and bowed. Zhang Che's gaze slightly condensed as he nodded. Let him come in. Yes. I, Fang Xian, pay my respects to the Du Tong. Fang Xian, who was wearing armor, carried some uneasiness in his heart and bowed towards Zhang Che. In the face of Jiang Che, there was some uneasiness in his heart, and the reason for everything came from the previous city. Chapter 239 The Sacrifice Arrives. What? If you want to invite a battle, you have to take out one of the two spirit medicines, the golden spirit lotus flower and the dragon heart 9-leaf cheese? Inside the inn, listening to the words brought back by his senior brother, Lei Ting instantly sank in color. Yeah, that Jiang Che said that he is a new official and is busy with affairs, so he doesn't have that much heart to make a date, and if he wants to make a date, he has to take out his sincerity, or else won't pay attention to this matter. That disciple showed a bitter smile. In fact, he didn't expect Jiang Che to put forward such a condition. He was even prepared for Jiang Che to refuse the invitation to fight, ready to spread some rumors of Jiang Che being timid to force the issue. It turned out to be Senior brother Lei, it seems that this son is afraid of your ferocious authority, but he doesn't want to directly avoid the battle, lest he compromise the prestige that he has managed to establish with great difficulty. That's cunning. A woman in a palace dress lightly hummed, seemingly seeing through Jiang Che's thoughts. What senior sister Jiang said is very true, I am also so. Chapter 240. Heaven's Remarkable Battle. Tianan City, near the city lord's mansion. At this moment, after the disciples on the side of the dragon tiger Dao Sek sent the golden spirit lotus into the city lord's mansion in front of many people, it finally completely ignited the many Jianghu martial artists who had been observing the battle. They had gathered together to discuss the beginning and end of the battle. Who do you all think will win this battle? Someone caused the conversation to start. Who can win? Oh. Fellow Daoist isn't as good as how long that Jiang Che can last in the hands of thunder. Someone snorted, thinking that this question was simply a joke. Not bad, that Jiang Che's deliberate avoidance of the battle has actually proved the outcome of this battle. It's just a pity that the dragon tiger Dao Sek's side didn't give it a chance, and the golden spirit lotus flower was actually given away. That being said, this kind of engagement is still the first time I've seen it. I just don't know, what exactly is this Jiang Che's grudge against the dragon tiger Dao Sek that it has come to this awe? Fellow Daoist, haven't you heard? Chapter 241, Suppressing Thunder. Mouth containing the heavenly constitution. Boom! The moment the dragon-shaped astral aura engulfed the thunderball, a violent boom exploded violently, and the violent aftershocks directly shook the area within a radius of more than 10 feet into a vacuum. Bright rays of light shone through the heavens and earth, causing all the onlookers below to be appalled. Very good, an attack like this is qualified to be my opponent. In the face of his attack being broken, Thunder did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he was arrogant and felt that Jiang Che was qualified enough. Immediately, his right palm spread out, a stream of light escaped between his sleeves, transforming into a silver-white lance, tilting the sky and stabbing. Within the black clouds instantly rumbled, a thunder light flashed, converging on top of the lance body. At the same time its body is also constantly lit up lightning. Gaze at Jiang Che, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. The next moment, as the thunderclap in general, violently shifted and stabbed at Jiang Che. Boom ka! Thunder roared in the sky and earth, and the light shone. Thunder at this moment was like transforming into a. Chapter 242 One momentum breaks 10,000 laws. In an instant, Lei Ting realized the huge gap between him and Jiang Che at this moment, and with his mouth open, he broke his strongest attack. What would happen next, need we say more? As a dragon tiger Taoist sect's true successor, Lei Ting has experienced hundreds of fights since he entered the martial arts path, and has a lot of experience in fighting, so of course, he knows that once he hesitates, he will be in deep trouble. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, Lei Ting immediately retreated. Even cast the thunder escape method, attempting to pull away from the distance, lest Jiang Che seize the opportunity. However, Thunder's speed was very fast, but in the end, it was not fast enough for Jiang Che. This was the first time that Jiang Che had completely unfolded his heaven and earth's momentum, and even triggered a change in the heavenly signs, but this was not the first time that he had experienced it, and he had foreknowledge of his own strength. Within the shroud of the blood sea's momentum, there was no chance at all for Thunder to leave. In the instant that Thunder moved, Jiang Che was already close, and a fist blasted out, straight to the ground. Chapter 243 Number 1 in Yuezhou. Below, along with Jiang Che and Yan Ping reaching a deal, everyone knew that this battle was over, but the shock that this battle had brought them was far from gone. It was just the beginning. Damn it ah! Ji Changqing couldn't help but curse as he watched Jiang Che disappear into streams of light in the void. Originally, in his plan, it was impossible for Jiang Che to win this battle, and he would even suffer a heavy defeat, while the Ning Wang Palace could carry out its next setup, but now everything was over. Jiang Che had defeated Thunder in battle, and his reputation had been greatly shaken. His position was already incomparably solid and difficult to shake. As for asking a great master to attack and kill Jiang Che, it was even more delusional, not to mention Jiang Che's status and position. Once he fell, it would definitely cause waves in Yuezhou, and even the imperial court. That strong person who appeared later on alone was enough to make him extinguish all his fantasies. There was indeed a divine phase grandmaster in the Ningguang Palace. Chapter 244, Boldness. How dare you be so rude to this consort? What did you just said? Jiang Che's gaze looked around the three of Junwei's bodies, finally settling on Ji Changqing, who had just spoken out of turn, his eyes slightly condensing as a massive pressure instantly enveloped him. Inside the hall, the atmosphere instantly condensed. Ji Changqing at this moment only felt that the entire heaven and earth were pressing towards him, that huge pressure instantly caused him to break out in a cold sweat, and the words in his mouth were not able to come out in the slightest. Originally, he still felt that his cousin, Jun Jiawei, was a wimp and was scared by Jiang Che, but when he was really close enough to meet his eyes, he realized how strong the pressure on Jiang Che's body was. He even vaguely saw the sea of blood churning around him, as if he was in hell. Both legs were a bit bent at the moment. Don't be angry, President Jiang, Xinger just made a slip of the tongue. Just as Ji Changqing was about to kneel down under Jiang Che's massive pressure, an invisible force brought down the power of that. Chapter 245, Wang Fei, you don't want to. Consort Ning raised her head and looked straight at Jiang Che. Her heart was incomparably flustered. She knew the importance of this matter. Once it really attracted an investigation from the court, then the entire Ning Wangfu would suffer. After all, the Ningguang mansion really couldn't withstand the investigation. Since the court repeatedly cut down the clan down, Ji Cernan clan most of the small and cautious, especially in the Ningguang house most, because in the last royal son to seize the throne, Ningguang stood on the wrong side. It was for this reason that he was assigned to the remote southern border. In order not to arouse the emperor's scruples, over the years, King Ning could be described as living in deep seclusion, never befriending anyone, and overeating, forcing himself to eat into a mountain of meat. But that was only on the surface. In reality, the Ning royal family does have the idea of self-reliance, not only with the 100 countries' private involvement is quite deep, secretly captive private soldiers, but also with the rebels Qingtian sect have some contact. If these things were to be stirred up, the Ning Wangfu might as well cease to exist. And she. Chapter 246 Breakthrough. True Dan Realm. City Lord's Mansion, within the secret room. Jiang Che sat cross-legged on top of a futon and closed his eyes and exhaled, very rhythmically, adjusting his state. The secret room was a retreat chamber that Jiang Che had specifically built on top of the original foundation after he took office, just for the sake of cultivation, and had even spared no expense in constructing a small yuan gathering array. At the same time, the entire city lord's mansion was also covered by Jiang Che's yuan gathering array that concealed his breath, and the speed of gulping down heaven and earth yuan qi in the mansion would be about 20% faster than the outside world. And this was already precious enough. Although compared to that kind of top sex, 1,000 years of family, but compared to the ordinary Shen Dan forces, there are still a lot of advantages, and the reason why he is so willing to give up, in addition to this place as his home base, would have needed to operate properly. It was also because his current family was truly affluent. Not to mention the many harvests from before, and the wealth scavenged from Taiyan province, just the previous gambling. Chapter 247 Demonic Jiang Che. Yuezhou City, Marshal Marquis Residence. A few wisps of green smoke slowly drifted up, escaping in the entire study, smelling of which gave people a sense of tranquility. Li Chenghua, who was dressed in loose robes, held in his hands the request for papers that Jiang Che had just presented, his eyes pondering. This Jiang Che is quite shrewd. A moment later, Li Chenghua put the paperwork down, the corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. In the letter, Jiang Che asked him for instructions to remove Yuan Hashan, saying that there was already conclusive evidence of Yuan Hashan's collusion with the 100 countries outside of Guanwei, and asked if he wanted to take action. Then is righteous father refusing, or is he prepared to oblige? Li Dongsheng had also read the letter and knew what was on it. Seeing Li Chenghua sighing, he asked with some suspicion. This kid is testing for father's mouth, at the same time as also want to borrow Jinnan Ho's momentum, as a result of brightly and squarely on the Ning Wangfu, heh. Consideration is very thorough. However, for the father or quasi. Chapter 248, Soldiering to Yuanhe Mountain. Lord Xiang is joking. I really don't know what that means. I've heard of the Ning royal house, but Mayu kingdom has indeed never had any private contact with it. Soon enough, Joey came back to his senses, stating that there was no such thing. Although he did not know exactly what Jiang Che's purpose was, the Ning Wangfu was related to South Vietnam's future plans, so it was impossible to betray it based on Jiang Che's words. You really don't know? The smile on Jiang Che's face slowly converged, and his tone lightened considerably. From the previous conversation with Princess Ning, Jiang Che had guessed that the Ning royal house was dishonest, and was bound to have some small actions in private, even relying on Yuanha Mountain to conspire with the 100 Yu countries to rebel. Only, he didn't have any evidence in his hands now. Even if he was threatening, he could only threaten with his mouth. Before he couldn't get any solid evidence, Ning Wangfu wouldn't submit to him with just a few words from him. I don't know. Chapter 249, Under the Jindan, one can be called invincible. As a nail of the Ning royal family in Tiannan ready to hold back the government, the place where Yuanha Mountain resided was not far from Tiannan City, only more than 30 miles away, located in the middle of a mountain range. Jiang Che all the way forward, only used a short half an hour, will arrive at the Yuanha Mountain gate is located. Looking at the hidden mountain range in front of him, Jiang Che's expression was calm, without too many waves. As early as before, he had already let people go to collect all kinds of information about Yuanha Mountain. He knew that the strongest person within Yuanha Mountain was only a peak true Dan master, and the rest had 2 void Dan, as well as dozens of innate martial artists, and a large number of Dao building realm disciples. Admittedly, this strength was not weak. If placed in Taiyan province, the strength of Yuanhe Mountain was enough to be called Taiyan hegemony, an existence that one could almost look up to. But unfortunately, Yuanhe Mountain was in the south of heaven. As the junction of the Great Zhou territory and the 100 Yu countries outside of Guanwei, Tainan has gathered too many martial arts. Chapter 250 Guilty evidence arrives. Threatening the crown princess. This booming sound, like a thunderous quake from the 9 heavens, resounded through the heavens and earth, and also attracted everyone's attention, all of them looking at the sky above with stagnant expressions and even a hint of panic mixed in. The next moment, the silence was broken. An aftermath heatwave swept in all directions, and wherever it passed, everything turned into nothingness. And when the light dissipated, the afterwave broke. The figure that originally stood was no longer traceable. No, there were still some traces. At least Jiang Che clearly saw that a storage spirit ring fell from the void, and was sucked by his raised hand, and held it in his hand for examination. The 2 Yuanhe Mountain bisect masters opened their mouths wide and did not close them for a long time. A thought flashed through both their minds. Where is the sect master? It seems to be dead. And it was still the kind that died without a body. Dead? Simply dead? Not even a single move from Jiang Che. Chapter 251, My official's words are iron laws. Tiannan City, in the middle of a certain residence. Ning Wangfei face frosty stared at Ji Changqing and others, surrounded by an invisible aura, but spare, still cannot block its beautiful face. Skin like solid fat, melon face type, a pair of sleeping phoenix eyebrows containing fury, coupled with a palace dress as well as over-the-top body posture, very charming sense, but at this moment no one dares to look directly at her. The atmosphere of the entire room are suppressed to the extreme. Exactly. What's going on? Princess Ning broke the silence and spoke in a deep voice. After learning that Yuanha Mountain had been overthrown, she had been rushing towards Tiannan, not knowing much about the situation, and now she had to investigate properly. Could it be that it was another place that had provoked Jiang Che? Otherwise, why would the other party make a sudden move? Princess Ning didn't think of the key for the time being, thinking that during her absence, Ji Changqing and the others had gotten up with Jiang Che again. Chapter 252 Kneel down. Looking at the content on it, the look on Princess Ning's face changed from the initial astonishment to incredulity, and finally to ugliness. She did not expect that Jiang Che was actually following orders. It was also the order of Jinnan Marshal Marquis Li Chenghua. As for true or false, she did not believe that Jiang Che had the guts to dare to do this kind of thing. Once it was found out, Jiang Che was lightly dismissed from office and take away his position, and the heavier one caused the court to severely punish him. But this, that is to say, she said before to ask for a statement, completely become empty talk. Jinnan Marshal Marquis Li Chenghua is not Jiang Che, which is not only the 3rd grade of the court officer, or a feudal official, the court pro-appointed Marshal Marquis. In the whole of the Great Zhou court is a number of real power existence. A fallen royal family to deal with Jiang Che may be nothing, but if you want to take this impeachment Li Chenghua, then it is really delusional, and even, as long as the Ning royal family dares to submit a folding. Afterwards, Li Chenghua will target the royal family in every way. Chapter 253 Jiang Che, you are shameless. It's already been so long, what exactly does Jiang Che want? Outside the hall of welcoming guests, Ji Changqing could not sit still, his eyes focusing on the tightly closed door of the room, his brows furrowed, his heart full of disbelief and uneasiness, especially after seeing his mother consort's burgeoning expression earlier. More so, he had a very bad premonition from the bottom of his heart. After all, Jiang Che's character he had already seen. If there was something that could threaten Ning Wangfu, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't threaten mother consort's safety. As a son of man, he wanted to rush in and protect his mother consort at this moment. But he also knew that he couldn't be impulsive. If it is because of his own bad things, after going back, he will be reprimanded. In addition, before the repeated fight with Jiang Che, he was defeated, but also some fear of that man. Not willing to face him. Shitzi, don't worry, Auntie, she is after all a first-rank grant, the royal consort of the clan, Jiang. Chapter 254 Sacrifice, Peak True Dan. I hope you're true to your word. Princess Ning nodded with a cold face. Don't worry, Princess, Mr. Jiang has always been true to his word. Jiang Che had a smile on his face. Princess Ning snorted lightly and didn't utter a word. She didn't believe Jiang Che's words in the slightest. Open the temple door, you and I have been here for so long, it's hard to avoid arousing suspicion. Princess Ning suddenly said. She very much didn't want to be alone with Jiang Che anymore at the moment, fearing that this person would propose any more conditions that would be difficult for her to accept. She only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, and secretly vowed that she would not come back here in the future. She had a feeling that with the relationship between her and Jiang Che nowadays, whenever she came here once in the future, she would definitely continue to deal with Jiang Che. Good. Jiang Che nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the essence chi that was escaping from the hall instantly dissipated, and the array patterns inscribed around it disappeared one by one, and the tightly closed door of the hall slowly opened. Chapter 255 Heavenly Fury. Sacrifice cost, 700 yuan crystals, 1,000-year-old green underworld divine lotus, 3 drops of Jiao Dragon's essence blood, 1 drop of 1,000-year-old cold marrow, 1,000-year-old ice and fire snake scale grass, and 20 years of life expectancy reduction. Remaining lifespan of 160 years, do you wish to make a sacrifice? Opening his eyes, Jiang Che's face was quite grave. Compared to before, the cost of sacrifice was indeed getting tougher and tougher, and if one wanted to speedily pass through cultivation, one had to pay a price that was incomparable to that of ordinary people before they could do so. And the 4 kinds of sacrifices that appeared above the tablet, each of them was not something that could be obtained casually. The green underworld divine lotus is a rare treasure that nourishes the divine soul, and as long as it appears in the Jianghu, it is bound to cause some waves, especially for martial artists under the Jin Dan, which is very important. If you want to use the true Dan to transform the golden Dan, you must refine a trace of gold nature, which is also the key to the later transformation of the divine soul into a baby. I don't know how many true Dan martial artists, bitterly trapped in this realm. The blood of the dragon's essence is also not simple, Jiang Che. Chapter 256 The Beginning. Eyes converging, Jiang Che swept a glance at the other party. Divine sense enveloped it, while the other party did not block it. Silent for a breath of time, Jiang Che was the first to greet. Big brother? You're here too, huh? Qi Xiaoyan didn't move and loosened his arm around the maid's waist, and returned with a bland expression. Not bad, that familiar person was clearly none other than the young master of the Qi family, Jiang Che's great-uncle Qi Xiaoyan. Inside the Heavenly Fury city, Jiang Che and Qi Xiaoyan were sitting on both sides of a welcome building. Before in the downtown area was not a good time for small talk. Jiang Che asked Red Sleeve, and then brought Qi Xiaoyan to this place. Although Jiang Che knew that the Heavenly Fury Order would give some Shen Dan masters the Heavenly Fury Order, he did not expect to meet his elder brother-in-law here, and likewise, Qi Xiaoyan did not expect to run into Jiang Che here. In particular, it was still in the East City that he happened to meet. Chapter 257, Sacrifice Arrives. The Heavenly Fury Palace was located in the center of Heavenly Fury City, a large circular hall that covered an area of over 1,000 zhang and was more than 10 zhang tall, looking extremely grand and atmospheric, with a somewhat rustic texture. As Jiang Che arrived, he had already seen many masked Xiandan masters being invited in. Jiang Che and Qi Xiaoyan glanced at each other and did not say much. Instead, they followed in silently. After entering, however, it was not the kind of seating that Jiang Che had first thought, but rather, each person lived in a room alone, with excellent privacy, and all the rooms were in a circle, surrounding a high platform in the main hall. And the box Jiang Che lived in was number 76. Inside the room is very clean and simple. In addition to a table and chairs, as well as a set of tea sets, there is almost nothing else. Want to communicate? It is possible to use divine sense to spy. If you want to communicate, you can use your divine sense to spy. If you want to call for a price, you can order the maid beside you. Elder, this is prepared by Heaven's Fury City. Chapter 258 Jiao Dragon Blood. The 197th lot, 1 drop of 1,000-year-old cold marrow. I won't introduce this item too much, whether it's for refining or alchemy, it's a rare elixir. Starting price 300 yuan crystals, please. Previously, Jiang Che was still prepared to pin this item on his great uncle Qi Xiaoyan, but now since there was an opportunity, it should not be missed, and in the end, Jiang Che took it into his hands at a price of 550 yuan crystals. At this point, of the 4 offerings, Jiang Che had already gotten 2. The auction lasted for a total of 3 days. There were 300 lots, especially the further back, the higher the value. Among them, there was even a lack of spiritual objects that could assist Xian Dan masters to break through the divine phase. Jiang Che is also quite moved by this, but unfortunately, in order to break through the divine phase, many of the sect masters present were crazy about it. After all, a divine phase grandmaster was almost able to roam across the land of a state, whether it was in the government or in the Jianghu. Chapter 259. Don't be afraid, Your Highness, I'm King Ning. Senior, do you really think that person can deal with Monk Dustless? Somewhere in Heaven's Fury City, Shenhua, who had previously finalized the deal with Jiang Che, suddenly opened his mouth and asked. However, his side was empty, and those who didn't know would think that he was generally talking to himself. Of course, although that kid has the Heaven's Fury ghost mask to cover his aura, this seed can feel a danger faintly escaping from his body, definitely not an ordinary person. It is definitely enough to deal with Monk Dustless. A hoarse, aged voice resounded in Chenjua's ears, like 2 pieces of dried bark rubbing together, while Chenjua fell into a deathly silence. If this matter truly comes to fruition, the poor monk will definitely dedicate everything to Senior, Chenjua said in a deep voice. Just as Jiang Che thought, he was indeed a Shendan martial monk of Tianlong Temple, and his lay name was indeed Chenhua, who had the hatred of exterminating his family and killing his clan with Monk Wuduan. All his life, he had. Chapter 260. Jiang Che, you too. Wang Fei, don't open your eyes, I am King Ning. Hearing this voice, Princess Ning's body abruptly stiffened, followed by an elbow jolting towards the back, while her heart was filled with shame and anger. This voice was simply too familiar to her. It had been echoing in her mind almost day after day for the past few days. Jiang Che. It was definitely this dog thief. Therefore, without hesitation, Princess Ning directly moved her hand. Sure enough, when she got out of her clutches and looked back, the person behind her was indeed Jiang Che, and the other party was even looking at her with a smile, causing her to become more and more annoyed. I've said don't open your eyes, why do you need to react so much? Jiang Che shook his head helplessly. He was still thinking of playing the role of King Ning, but it turned out that this woman insisted on not giving him a chance. How dare you, what do you take this consort for? Consort Ning looked angrily at Jiang Che, and there seemed to be flames rising in her eyes. What kind of person can Jiang Mao treat you as? Chapter 261. Old Husband's Shock. You're asking me to write a letter to my sister in your name? Within the backyard, after hearing Jiang Che's words, Qi Ningbing instantly had a speechless expression, still glaring at Jiang Che. This person was simply bad. Coaxing a woman is coaxing a woman, what does it mean to let her write? Ningbing, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry first, listen to me after I explain. Jiang Che pulled Qi Ningbing's delicate white hand, said with a smile on his face. Say. Qi Ningbing lightly hummed. Big brother is already somewhat suspicious of the relationship between you and I now, and this matter will be known by Yuan Jun sooner or later, so I have to deepen some affection with Yuan Jun now. But I really don't know her that well, so it's best for you to write this letter. After all, the two of you grew up together, know each other well, and know how to touch Yuan Jun's heart. Jiang Che exhorted the other party. You are so shameless. Chapter 262. Seal of Approval. Blood Seed Demon Dragon. Yuezhou, Xingping Prefecture, Fa Men Temple. Jiang Che was dressed in black martial arts robes, standing with his arms crossed, standing in the void overlooking the temple below with incense, his eyes devoid of sadness and joy. He had come here to kill. After the summarization of the Ning Wang Palace as well as a group of channels under him, it could almost be ascertained that the dustless monk that Chenhua wanted to kill was holding a puja right here. As one of the affiliated Buddhist sects under Tianlong Temple, Fa Men Temple was much more important compared to Jin Yuan Temple, and it was precisely for this reason that Jin Yuan Temple had not been able to have the Vajra Lohan of Tianlong Temple convene a puja for many years. However, Fa Men Temple, every 3 years, would convene a Vajra puja, and every 10 years, there would be a Lohan martial arts monk who would come to make a trip here, and this time, it just so happened that it was the turn of Monk Dustless. Although the dustless monk has no grudge against him, but unfortunately, he blocked the road in front of Jiang Che, the dragon blood Jiang Che is bound to get, that Chenhua. That Chenhua. Jiang Che is also determined to get. Chapter 263. Essence Blood in Hand. Black eats black. Jiang Che didn't care about the conflicting opinions in the Jianghu and the anger of the Tianlong temple. After resolving Monk Dustless, he returned to the city lord's mansion and waited for Chen Zhuo's arrival. As long as the Jiao dragon's essence blood was in his hands, Jiang Che was only one green underworld divine embracing lotus away from breaking through to the peak of true Dan. A few sacrifices, shortening several years of cultivation polishing. This was well worth it for Jiang Che. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Jiang Che got another thing that made him very happy. The green underworld divine lotus finally had a brow. The news was brought by Qi Tianhe, the second elder of the Qi family, who told Jiang Che that the family head was already in the process of finding the green underworld divine embracing lotus, which would be delivered to the city lord's mansion in a few days. He, on the other hand, was giving advance notice. After listening to the second elder's words, Jiang Che was filled with sighs. The marriage with the Qi family was definitely one of the wisest choices he had ever made. The Qi family was not. Chapter 264 Demon King Ao Kuan. The terrifying ferocious aura instantly enveloped the entire Moonwatch Tower, and several gazes looked from other directions, and then they turned around and left with a very tacit understanding. Watching is also about strength. The old Jiao is the existence of the Demon King of the Divine Phase realm. Even if it is only a part of the divine idea, it is not an ordinary martial artist can match. After sensing the danger, almost no one dared to stay here to watch the fun. In just a few moments, all the guests of the Moonwatch Tower left. The atmosphere, too, instantly became oppressive. Old Jiao sized up Jiang Che with some bloodlust and even excitement in his eyes. He didn't expect that there would be such an accident after just one transaction. But this is also just right. He has not experienced the taste of the human divine soul for a long, long time, and those few drops of essence blood. He also wanted to take them back. Equally surprised was Jiang Che. He had thought that the other party was just a. Chapter 265 The sacrifice is complete. The time of sacrifice. Jiao Dragon Essence Blood. This was what Jiang Che wanted to obtain. He had a premonition that as his own cultivation increased, the sacrifices required for the offering would become more and more demanding, especially since the Xian Tian transformation dragon skill was related to the dragon genus, and the Jiao Dragon treasure was even more essential. If Ao Kuan here can provide him with a steady stream of essence blood, it will undoubtedly make his path afterward much easier, not to mention. There was also the Tianlong Temple. First there was the matter of the extermination of the Golden Origin Temple, and then there was the extermination of the Dharma Gate Temple. As long as Tianlong Temple knew that he was the one who started it, it was bound to be impossible for them to let him go. Sooner or later, both sides would have a battle. If there is Ao Kuan can secretly hide in the Tianlong Temple, once the real break, Jiang Che will be a plan, a battle. He would be able to fix Tianlong Temple and seize the hundreds of years of accumulation of Tianlong Temple. If he could do so, it could definitely make his base greatly enhanced. How much essence blood do you want? Chapter 266 Sacrifice, Peak True Dan. Outside of Tianan City, more than 30 miles away in a mountain range. Cliffs and cliffs, on top of the peak. Jiang Che closed his eyes and plopped his knees, meditating and regulating. From afar, he looked like a sculpture that had experienced the wind and rain. This was Jiang Che's chosen breakthrough location, a remote area with few people. Originally Jiang Che in the city's main residence, is the construction of a secret room, in which cultivation retreat, are said to be twice the effort, but why? He had already sacrificed once last time. And he so frequently sacrificed breakthrough, but wherever discovered, will certainly cause trouble. After all, even if he is a heavenly talent, he shouldn't cultivate so fast, but the sacrifice is complete, he won't suppress his cultivation, and he can only try to cover it up as much as possible. Whether or not there is an effect is not certain, but the preparations that should be made should still be there. After a long time, Jiang Che's own state was adjusted to the peak moment, then his mind. Chapter 267 Retreat. Boom! The illusion broke and the world dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, everything was restored as before, still standing between the mountaintops, the cold wind hunting. The only difference was that Jiang Che's eyes flashed with some vicissitudes. The illusion of a thought, but he was as if he had spent years. For the Xian Tianhua dragon skills perception, also once again pulled up a layer, strength has increased. In a matter of moments. As if he had once offered a sacrifice, without waiting for Jiang Che to continue absorbing his enlightenment, the red light hovering within the space of the heavenly monument steeply and directly drilled into Jiang Che's physical body. Subsequently, as if a mysterious power enveloped, Jiang Che instantly felt that the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi instantly became several times more dense, much like hundreds of yuan crystals directly bursting open. It could even be called yuan qi turning into mist. With a single inhalation of his mouth, he was able to feel a wave of pure yuan qi sweeping through his entire body. The cold wind was raging, and Jiang Che, who was sitting on the top of the mountain, was sitting on the top of the mountain, and was sitting on the top of the mountain. Chapter 268, Sacrifice, the Realm of Jindan. My humble servant, Gao Qinian, has met the Grand Metropolitan. Inside the city lord mansion's welcoming hall, Gao Qinian, who had returned from his injuries, bowed towards Jiang Che, no longer as brash as he had been in the past. In fact, when Jiang Che did not hit him hard, in the Tian Nangao's powerful resources support, his injuries have long been recovered. The reason for the delay, just do not want to face Jiang Che. After all, really if he is more than twice as old as Jiang Che, but also by Jiang Che robbed the seat, defeated in public, really cannot pull the face of the ambush as small. Now the reason why he had put down his face was mainly because his family had orders, plus defeating Dragon Tiger Dao Sek Thunder had made his face look better. Even if he thought highly of himself, he didn't think that he could compare himself to a martial arts genius like Lei Ting. With the other party as a foil, his defeat was really nothing. In addition to that, his hidden informants in Tiannan had already reported to him, saying that in recent times. Chapter 269 looks like I came at a bad time. Outside Tiannan City, a silhouette dressed in green towered over the city, looking ahead as if it were a ferocious beast, her eyes somewhat complicated. Shi Wanjun had come after all. Originally, she was thinking of coming back after a solid period of time, and at the same time, giving herself a little time to think things over, but sometimes she couldn't help it. In order to bring this good son-in-law, Jiang Che, under his wing as soon as possible, her father had been urging her. With nothing else to do, she could only move. Trekking all the way, only for Jiang Che. Along the way, Shi Wanjun thought a lot, one moment hoping that there wasn't any relationship between Jiang Che and her sister Qi Ningbing, and the next moment she was thinking. If she really found out anything, how should she handle herself? How to face Jiang Che and Ningbing in the future? But Qi Yuanjun is after all Qi Yuanjun, once held a silver gun, dared to go to the border alone, enough to prove that she has an ordinary woman does not have the courage. She thought clearly. Chapter 270 Brother-in-law, say something. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. It was as if the void was frozen at this moment. Six eyes, see Qi Yuanjun, not only Jiang Che, there is also in the arms of Jiang Che Qi Ningbing. She was initially stunned, but listening to that familiar voices the heart sank. When he turned his head and saw Qi Yuanjun, he was hit like a heavy blow. He hurriedly pushed Jiang Che away, with a look of anxiety, as if he had done something wrong, not daring to look up at Jiang Che, his heart full of anxiety, constantly exclaiming in his heart. How did sister appear here? How did sister suddenly appear here? Qi Wanjun looked down at the two of them, her gaze icy cold, and at the same time, with a hint of complexity. In fact, from before, she had already suspected that there might be something fishy between Jiang Che and her sister, Qi Ningbing, or else she wouldn't have gotten entangled and asked the Grand Elder for an invisibility talisman. All of this was a sign that she had actually. Chapter 271 Sisters Crossing Minds. Telepathy. City Lord's Mansion, backyard. Qi Ningbing had a bitter face, her thoughts incomparably jumbled, while thinking about how to explain to her sister, how to explain to her father and the family, once this matter was spread out. The criticism she suffered would be too heavy. However, this she could accept. From the moment she chose Jiang Che, she was prepared to bear the criticism. What she really couldn't accept was her sister leaving, or herself being forced to leave Jiang Che's side. Although she had only spent a few months together, and although she verbally disliked Jiang Che and often said that he was a pervert, there was no doubt that she loved being with Jiang Che. So, from the bottom of her heart, she didn't want to draw a line with Jiang Che. And because of her stealing from her own family, it made her feel very guilty towards her sister Qi Wanjun as well, and she also didn't want to see her sister get sad because of it, and be alone for the rest of her life. What she thought before was that. Chapter 272 Jiang Che, are you still human? The sky was darkening, and the moon stars were sparse. A long light blue dress was on her body, outlining Qi Ningbing's overpowering figure. Sitting alone in front of the stone table, looking from afar, she was like a cool beauty under the moon. Only, at this moment, Qi Ningbing was not only not cold, on the contrary, her face was full of blush, and her gaze was even more complicated. On the one hand, she had informed Jiang Che of the secret of telepathic communication between the two sisters, and if she did something bad later, her sister Qi Wanjun, who lived within the orchid courtyard, would definitely be able to sense it. This made her very shy. After all, secretly doing bad things was one thing, being perceived doing bad things was another. On the other hand, she did want to see what her sister really thought, whether she really had no intention of Jiang Che or was unwilling to admit her thoughts because of her. Having been together for so many years, she actually had a very good understanding of her sister Qi Wanjuan's character. Knowing that her mouth. Chapter 273, The Return of an Old Friend. The sky turned upside down. At this moment, Qi Wanjun, who realized that the party was just an illusion, suddenly turned red. The illusion was nothing, the key was that her ugly behavior was seen by Jiang Che. This made it difficult for her to face. As Jiang Che appeared, the abnormalities on her body faded away as quickly as the tide. It's nothing. Qi Wanjun, who had stabilized her mind, regained her cool face and looked at Jiang Che with an indifferent expression, as if she was looking at a stranger. Wanjun. Are you all right? Jiang Che looked at his fiancée with concern. His divine sense had been enveloping the city lord's mansion, and naturally all of it had seen Qi Wanjuan's strange situation, and it was for this reason that he had quickly withdrawn from the engagement and rushed here. It was because he was afraid that something would happen to Qi Wanjun. It's fine, you go back. Don't let Ning Bing wait impatiently. Qi Wanjun gave Jiang Che a deep look. Chapter 274 Jiang Che, Don't Play with Fire. Not bad, the stunningly beautiful, general's tiger daughter cousin in Qi Huan's mouth was none other than Qi Wanjun. He was a disciple of the Qi family branch, while Qi Wanjun was the first daughter of the Qi family's first lineage, and according to his status, the gap between him and Qi Wanjun was very large. However, he had dealt with Qi Wanjun in his early years when he was practicing in the Qi family's main clan to receive training, and greatly admired her feat of once daring to travel alone to the border to kill the enemy and experience. The relationship was very good. He had also received a lot of care and guidance from Qi Wanjun. Originally in his heart, Qi Wanjun was the most perfect woman in the world, never felt that there would be other men who could match her. In addition, he also knew that Qi Wanjun's character was tough, very resistant to marriage. The reason why he said that at first was just a joke with Jiang Che, sure that Jiang Che couldn't fulfill the bet. What kind of joke is this? A small martial artist who has just entered the innate stage will not be able to make the bet within a few months to half a year. Chapter 275 Incantation. In this way, several more days passed. Jiang Che finally waited for Princess Ning's summons, saying that he had found what he wanted, but he still had to make a trip to the Ning mansion, on the grounds that he was afraid of the news leaking out. But Jiang Che is holding the letter thoughtfully, the corner of his mouth with a meaningful smile. Fear of leakage? From the Ning mansion to the city lord's mansion, a total distance of only about 10,000 meters, as long as there are trusted subordinates, it is almost impossible to be leaked. Moreover, she only needs to write a location. Without knowing it, no one will even notice the accident. Therefore, there is only one truth. Ning Wangfei wanted to open up. It was only in the way of her face that she was too embarrassed to say it explicitly. What's the reason? If it was just a few friendships, it shouldn't be. He figured that perhaps some of the reasons were that he held incriminating evidence that could pin down the Ning Wang Palace, but more. Chapter 276 All things are ready. A patriarch who was new to Xiandan. Polar Eyes instantly looked at Yanping with a puzzled expression on his face. He knew Yanping's details, and he also knew the details of Taoist Divine Void, who was the patriarch of a powerful sect in the Central Plainzhou Prefecture, and was extremely strong, much stronger than him. The main reason why they had been able to form a friendship in the first place was because of an accident, coupled with the fact that he knew spells and compulsion techniques, which was why the two sides were able to befriend each other as equals. According to common sense, with Taoist Divine Void strength, he should be able to deal with a first-time Shendan sect master with a wave of his hand, but he was still asked to step in to deal with it with a godless spell killing. Obviously, that sect master's strength is average, but his identity was extraordinary. Not bad, I can guarantee with my life that I absolutely do not dare to deceive fellow Taoist. Yanping said in a deep voice. What is this person's identity? Could it be that it is very tricky? Polar Eyes directly opened his mouth and asked. This. Chapter 277 Showdown. The figure was poor. Jiang Che attached great importance to the matter of how Qi Wanjun had approached under his divine sense perception and was not detected by him, as it was a matter of his life and death safety. Imagine, once someone used this method to give him a close-range sneak attack, it would be very difficult for him to react himself if he was fast enough. And once he couldn't react, it would end badly. After all, although Xiandan masters were strong, they were not so strong that they were immortal. Being destroyed by the sea of Qi Xiandan, or being suddenly decapitated. Then waiting for Jiang Che, only one way to die. Luckily, Jiang Che learned the truth after questioning Qi Wanjun later. The reason why she was able to avoid her divine sense perception was because she had activated a precious hidden god talisman. As long as she was able to activate it and did not actively expose it, even a divine phase Grand Master would have difficulty detecting it. This, on the other hand, was refined by the Qi family's Grand Elder Qi Tianzhong. Chapter 278, Entry. South Vietnam border, Bright Moon Lake. As the sky darkened, Jiang Che stood on top of a mountain peak, overlooking a lake shaped like a full moon below and thought. Since bidding farewell to Princess Ning after leaving the Ning mansion, Jiang Che did not continue to delay, but quietly rushed in this direction. Compared to Tiannan City, this place is not too far away from each other. After all, Tiannan itself is even a city on the border, while Lake Manhwa, although within the boundaries of South Vietnam, but also belongs to the border category, the distance between the two sides is actually only more than 500 miles. Along the way, Jiang Che was very careful, although he did not take the initiative to activate the hidden god talisman, but he also concealed his voice. And he finally arrived at this place on the second day. Now, it was the evening of the second day. If he did it in the daytime, he would be more or less conspicuous. After all, although he had the hidden god talisman, he was only concealing his own breath and divine thoughts, but his physical body was still there. Chapter 279 Qi Zhangnan vs. Red Blood Demon Sovereign. Red Blood Mysterious Realm. After Jiang Che rushed into the portal, the situation he encountered was exactly the same as when he had once entered the Xianling Mysterious Realm. He only felt that the sky was spinning in front of him, and his eyes closed and opened. He came to a new world. As far as the eye could see, it was all blood-colored. As if Jiang Che has come to the world of the sea of blood in general, open eyes, there is hardly any vegetation, the land under the feet, as if it had been soaked in blood. Looking up, a round blood-colored full moon hung in the void. It was permeated with an evil aura. Truly worthy of being a secret realm once left behind by a devil. Jiang Che secretly said in his heart. This secret realm was definitely not simple. It was well known that generally, the backhand left behind by a devil like this was prepared, just like the one Jiang Che had once encountered in the Xian Spirit's secret realm, who was wrapped up in all sorts of evil thoughts. In this place, Jiang Che has also left a very. Chapter 280. Sword Domain Blood Sea. The Red Blood Demon Sovereign had been crossing the rivers and lakes for hundreds of years, not without insight, and the moment he saw the spirit talisman suspended in front of Jiang Che, he realized what he was about to face. And that, more than anything else, made it difficult for him. He knew how costly it was to try to refine a spiritual symbol of God transformation. Not only did it require a large amount of spiritual materials, but it also required a divine phase grandmaster to spare his cultivation in order to refine it. Normally, only true geniuses of the top forces would be given this item by their elders. Such geniuses were all the pride of the heavens, and every single one of them was extraordinary. There wouldn't be any lack of cultivation resources at all, so he was a bit depressed. Why did he still need to enter his secret realm when there was already no lack of inheritance and cultivation resources? One must know that he wasn't a real body. It was just an avatar. Back then, after he lost to that dragon-bending Luohan, his physical body had already been destroyed, and even the Red Blood Demon sword had been lost. Chapter 281 The spell begins. Reversed Extreme Eye. Jiang Che wasn't completely unconvinced by what the Red Blood Demon Sovereign said. In fact, from the beginning of the previous exchange of blows, he had already noticed that this place of heaven and earth was gradually collapsing. It seemed to be difficult to withstand a great battle from the peak of the divine phase. Although both parties were avatars and their strength had dropped a lot, this one secret realm was also very small. Compared to the Xian Spirit Mysterious Realm, this Red Blood Mysterious Realm was more than tens of times smaller, making it difficult to withstand a great battle from that kind of powerhouse, if it was really like what the Red Blood Demon Sovereign said. Once he died and the secret realm collapsed, then he was bound to end up in a bad way. The spatial turbulence would inevitably be difficult for him to endure. But if he stopped, wouldn't he be subject to the other party's moderation? Thus, at this moment, Jiang Che only hesitated, instead of stopping the spirit symbol incarnation from striking. Damn it, kid. Did you hear this seat's words or not, do you know? Chapter 282 Fall of the Divine Phase. At this moment, Old Man Extreme Eyes completely ignited his anger. Within his eyes, there was even a hint of determination. The other party had lied to him. using him as a gun, saying that the person who cursed to kill was only a mere Xiandan master. But what was the result? The other party simply could not be a Xiandan sect master. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have caused him such a horrifying backlash. With his cultivation, even if he were to spell kill an existence of the same realm, although he would also be heavily injured, he would at least not die. But now he was going to die. Completely fallen. Under the perception, at this moment, he was suffering from the backlash of the blood curse from the inside out. His vitality was flowing away at an extremely fast speed, and his flesh was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of this was enough to prove that the person he had cursed to kill was definitely a cut above him. Most importantly, because he felt that the target was a Xiandan sect master, he hadn't even made any other defenses. Chapter 283 End of the Secret Realm. Outside the Red Blood Secret Realm, Bright Moon Lake. At this moment, because someone had forced their way into the Bright Moon Lake and opened the Red Blood Mysterious Realm, the Divine Phase Grandmaster who was guarding this place swiftly issued a strict order, and all of the soldiers guarding the Bright Moon Lake were on standby. 12 hours non-stop patrol this place. Once there is a sudden change, must immediately form a battle formation. In addition, he also sent people to the national capital as fast as possible, to invite other strong people to come, and will inform Shangshu Zhouyi about this place, because the matter of Lake Manhwa has always been led by him. Although his cultivation was not much stronger, and there was still a gap from the Divine Phase realm, but he came from a family, and was a rather powerful presence in the entire South Vietnam, and was himself even more trusted by the state lord. It was necessary to inform him. And after learning this news, Zhouyi felt bad. On the one hand, he had someone go to Tiannan City to meet Zhang Che to ask about this matter, to confirm whether it was him who had moved. Chapter 284 Demon Venerable Zhang Che. This doesn't seem to be a secret realm collapse? Zhang Che looked around at the sudden apparition, casting his gaze towards the red-blooded devil Exalt, with a vague feeling in his heart that the cause was related to that golden true dragon from just now. Because this isn't a real secret realm at all, but a space derived from an exotic treasure that this seat borrowed from within a certain great sect in the Central Plains. The Red Blood Demon Sovereign explained, then stopped talking, unwilling to reveal more. As a matter of fact, what Zhang Che thought was indeed not wrong. The reason why the Red Blood Mysterious Realm was able to expand to such a large heaven and earth was all because of the Dragon Vein, and now that he had retrieved the Dragon Vein, the foreign treasure would truly be restored as it was. It would shrink to about 1,000 feet in size. I see. Zhang Che nodded thoughtfully. Let's go, this seat also wants to take a look. Outside. Chapter 285 5 Elements Scattered 5 Elements Formation. And as the blood-colored figure gradually emerged, the original secret realm portal also closed completely with it, and the terrifying prohibitions around it loomed like a giant spider web. At this moment, there were actually some signs of collapse. At the same moment, in the portal, a fist-sized blood-colored bead also flowed into the void, and was grasped in Zhang Che's hand, and then disappeared without a trace. This was the Red Blood Devil Sovereign's exotic treasure, which he called the Blood Sea Bead, which hid heaven and earth within, and was so divine that it even directly transformed into a small secret realm under the support of a powerful force. Before leaving the secret realm, he informed Zhang Che of this matter, and in the case that he was not good enough to make a move, he took the Blood Sea Pearl in his hands and put it away for the time being. Do it! The moment the blood-armored figure appeared, Zhouyi's pupils snapped, guessing that this was the main one, while the previous one was nothing more than a spirit symbol incarnation. Chapter 286 Breaking the Formation. Massacre. Since the beginning, with the Red Blood Demon's reminder, Zhang Che hadn't thought of directly breaking the formation, now that the Red Blood Demon's strength had ultimately gone through too much of a weakening. Unless there was a large amount of martial essence blood to make up for it. Therefore, his goal had always been to break each one. And kill a loose person, obviously not so easy. Naturally is the first to seize the formation flag before, as long as can seize a formation flag, the 5 elements big formation will have a break. The rest is the time to hunt and kill. Blood-stained hand, naturally Zhang Che, that is covered with a layer of blood-colored armor, with Zhang Che powerful oppressive force, directly grabbed the waterline formation flag. It was followed by a violent jerk, wanting to snatch it over. And want to do this is not easy. The middle-aged woman also instantly reacted. The other party's goal is not their own, but the formation flag, immediately to let take the formation flag to leave here. Within the 5 elements formation, the speed of several people. Chapter 287, The End. Leaving the 5 elements formation, their so-called 5 elements scatterer was nothing more than a Xiandan master who possessed the body of 5 elements, and Zhang Che used the power of the divine phase to kill him like a dog. In the face of Jiang Che's all-out attack, the fire-loose person is simply difficult to match, even if he is madly urging the hands of the fire line formation flag, but the flames within the formation flag spit out, still can't resist that horrible power. The blood dragon bombarded his body and directly broke his protective astral chi, seriously injuring him and knocking him back more than 100 feet. Cough. Big brother, go quickly, I'll hold him off and avenge us later. The firewalker scattered man roared out and directly began to burn the Xiandan origin, and a flame suddenly rose from his entire body. With a determined gaze, he rushed towards Jiang Che. He wanted to use the last of his strength to gain time for his big brother. Only, in front of the absolute strength suppression, everything is futile, the sea of blood churning, waves surging, instantly will fireline scattering person body. Chapter 288, Surprise Attack on the Capital of South Vietnam. The Red Blood Demon's character had always been unscrupulous. In the Central Plains, he was afraid of being targeted and was still restrained, but in the 100 Vietnams, he was really fearless. Within the 100 Vietnams, there is simply no martial arts saint level of power, for the Divine Phase Grandmaster can be completely rampant, because even the stronger South Vietnam is only able to be compared to one of the top forces only. Of course, he still didn't dare to enter the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Inside was where the strongest of the 100 you converged, with martial saints in attendance. It was precisely for this reason that the Great Zhou had stopped its armies in the first place after capturing Yuzhou. You're really reckless, aren't you afraid that the witch god temple in the depths of South Vietnam will step in? Chi Tianha asked in a condensed voice. It was obvious that he was wary of the witch god temple. As long as the speed is fast enough, even the witch god temple will not be able to strike. South Vietnam is the most affluent place amongst the 100 Vietnams, with all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures. Chapter 289, Robbing the Treasure Trove. South Vietnam's capital, within the royal palace. The king of South Vietnam, who was wearing a king's robe, looked at the documents in his hand. His face was ugly, and he slapped his palm heavily on top of the spirit wood desk in front of him, instantly causing a crack. And if it wasn't for the reason that the desk was made of spirit wood, with the Xiandan realm cultivation of the South Vietnam king, it would be enough to turn it into pieces. Damn it! The South Vietnamese king casually threw the paperwork in his hand, calculating the situation at hand. He had originally felt that after Zhou Yi's scheming, he could definitely get back that section of the dragon vein, but who knew that there had been such a drastic change? Not only did he not get the dragon vein back, but he also lost the 5 elements scattered man as well as tens of thousands of elites. This was definitely no less than a heavy blow to South Vietnam. The most critical thing is that the thief who snatched the dragon vein must have already left the territory of South Vietnam. Even if the Divine Phase Grandmaster is deployed to chase after him, it is still useless. Chapter 290, Delusion Breaking God Poople. At the same moment, Chi Tianhe no longer concealed his powerful aura, and Jiang Che exchanged a glance with each other, and in an instant, each of them transformed into streams of light and rushed towards the stone door outside the treasure vault. They had been keeping an eye on the stone door prohibition, and at the moment the duo left, the blood prohibition spirit symbol had just lost its effect, transforming into a puddle of blood that remained on top of the stone door. However, it was also at the moment the duo escaped. Without the slightest sign, a gigantic palm fell with it, as if it was going to suppress Jiang Che Chi Tianha and the two of them, and the massive pressure caused all the buildings near the treasure vault to suffer from the aftermath of the fallout. The wigwam cracked, the pond trembled, and the palace collapsed. The might was so astonishing. However, in the face of such an attack, Jiang Che and Chi Tianha had long been prepared to deal with each other. Jiang Che held the 10,000 Tribulation Demon Blade, and his gaze instantly flashed with a flash of bloodlight. In the next moment, a brilliant blood on. Chapter 291, A Deal with the Queen. Within the capital city of the Yu Kingdom, somewhere in the middle of a restaurant. The green-robed Chi Tianhe stood with his arms folded, his brows knitted as he looked in the direction of the Yu King's palace, a hint of scorn and worry flashing within his eyes. After the last battle, he had exerted all his strength, and under the cover of the Red Blood Demon Sovereign, he had taken advantage of the fact that the Great Formation had not yet been opened to break away from the South Yu King's palace, even though there were also great masters who had intercepted him halfway through the battle. But the strength of the two sides can only be considered to be in between. In the case of no one to help, cannot stop him, he also took the opportunity to escape from the South Vietnam capital city, headed to the agreed location. Originally thought that the Red Blood Demon Sovereign swore before, must be very sure. But he waited and waited, but did not wait. In his heart, he had already predicted that something was wrong. Now, since they had joined forces to seize the South Vietnam treasure trove, 24 hours had passed, 2 whole days, but since the beginning, Jiang Che and the red-blooded demon had not had the slightest news. What does this mean? Chapter 292, Dragon Vein. Boom! A figure leapt out violently from the lotus pond, clutching a constantly struggling spirit fox in his hands. The soldier's face was covered in a surprised smile that he couldn't even suppress a little. After all, 10 yuan crystals was not a small amount for a martial artist who had not yet broken through to the innate, and with this amount of yuan crystals, he even had the hope of breaking through to the innate. And with this gesture of his, he also drew many of the soldiers within the lotus pond to look dejected, with envy and jealousy in their eyes, and began to continuously leave from the lotus pond. Only apart from Ji Honglian, there was no one who knew that one of them, at this moment, had changed into a different person, with his head lowered, following behind the crowd, not being able to tell that there was the slightest bit of dissimilarity. Not bad, tomorrow you go to the treasury to receive 10 yuan crystals. Ji Honglian took the spirit fox, caressing the fur on it, and faintly said, "My humble servant thanks the queen for the reward." Chapter 293 Desire to enter the Golden Dan. Ji Honglian's thoughts were turning 100 times at the moment, and she even thought about what her chances could be if she were to turn the other cheek right now, but this thought quickly disappeared without a trace. Not to mention the fact that she had already made a heart demon blood oath. Even if she was not bound by the oath, just based on her battle prowess, she was not a match for the red-blooded demon sovereign at all. After all, that was a genuine grandmaster. She, on the other hand, was nothing more than an ordinary true Dan realm grandmaster. With a strand of her long hair hooked behind her ear, Ji Honglian looked at the young man across from her. "Are you really not going to consider what this palace said just now? The queen is trapped in a deep palace and has been absent for a long time. This I can understand and don't mind having some dealings with the queen, but if it's at the cost of a dragon vein, then forget it." Zhang Che smiled and reached out for the dragon vein. "Without a dragon vein, do you think this palace will commit to you?" Ji Honglian felt a bit humiliated, snorted lightly and stopped. Chapter 294 The Way to Take Death. Northwest of the South Vietnam capital, Jinming Mountain. This was a rendezvous point that Zhang Che Red Blood Demon Sovereign and Chi Tianhe had agreed upon before making their move, and long before they had even entered the capital of South Vietnam, they knew that no matter how smooth this time would be, it would cause a big battle. Even though they had a few more preparations, they still had to be extremely cautious and had to prepare a meeting place in advance, lest they would not be able to find each other when they left the capital. And if no one came here, it meant that the other person was trapped within the South Vietnam palace. It must be rescued by all means. When Zhang Che arrived here, Chi Tianhe had already been waiting here for a long time. After he had lured away the Divine Phase Grandmaster from the outer city, he had quickly gotten rid of the other party and waited for Zhang Che to appear here, and he had even made preparations that once Zhang Che did not arrive at the scheduled time, then he would stop waiting and immediately return to Bailing Mansion. Please. Chapter 295 Chopping the Divine Phase. Seizing Yin and Yang. Before Yang Yan's words fell, a blood-colored true dragon swarmed over him, instantly drowning him. In a single glance, the patriarch fell. And this was just a casual strike by Zhang Che. Mobilizing the power of the Red Blood Demon Sovereign had already allowed Zhang Che's strength at this moment to reach the level of divine phase. Dealing with a patriarch was just a matter of back-patting. He didn't even give the other party a second glance. Below, many of Yin Yang Valley's disciples, seeing the Valley Master fall on the spot, there were those who were indignant, there were also those who were terrified, and there were those who cared for the clan, and without hesitation, they killed up. But more people still immediately scattered and fled. Hard fight? What a joke. The Shindan realm of the Patriarch is dead, the mountain protection array has also been broken, the other party knows at a glance that it is to seek revenge, their strength, go up is also a death. The safest way, naturally, was to flee. In the blink of an eye, the Yin Yang Valley was in chaos. Chapter 296 Broken Realm Golden Dan. Red Blood. Senior. Please spare my life. Yin Yang Spirit Flame. I can hand it over. At this moment, within the blood-lit dense figure, the pained cries that had just abruptly ended resounded once again, and the old man Yin Yang's voice was terrified as he prayed for the red-blooded demon elder to be merciful. If one were to use a phrase to describe Elder Yin Yang's current mood, it would have to be from hope to despair. Just 10 breaths ago, Elder Yin Yang was still ambitious, thinking that he had already broken through the divine phase and achieved great master, and had even given himself the title of Demon Sovereign. Thinking of breaking into a great reputation in the 100 U states in the future. And now, everything was gone. In an instant, his hopes were then shattered and replaced by despair. The blockade of the Great Formation and the Red Blood Devil Sovereign's strong seizure of the Yuaning made him instantly extinguish his previous thoughts. Praying to live. He didn't want to die. Chapter 297 Leakless Golden Pill. At this moment. The moment Jiang Che's thoughts rose, a familiar feeling descended once again, and above the ancient sacrificial heavenly monument, countless mysterious inscriptions slowly lit up, flickering non-stop. Until a few breaths later, all of the divine patterns were lit up. The sacrificial heavenly tablet, awakening. Similar to the previous sacrifices, as Jiang Che's thoughts fell, a gray light disappeared from within the sacrificial heavenly monument, hovering above the yin-yang spirit flame, the 3 lives golden lotus seed, and other sacrifices. In the blink of an eye, the light flickered and swallowed all the sacrifices before the heavenly monument, incorporating them into the heavenly monument and disappearing completely without a trace. Subsequently, an inexplicable force enveloped Jiang Che's body, and immediately afterward, he felt a wave of his own vitality being drained away. Then, after all the sacrifices were devoured, a greenish-colored light slowly emerged, hovering within the sacrificial heavenly monument. Jiang Che had long been accustomed to these processes. Chapter 298 I am invincible under the divine phase. That Xian Dan was the true Dan in Jiang Che's body. In the instant it was spat out, in a flash, the wind and clouds changed colors, the spirit fire filled the air. The Xian Dan was like the heaven and earth at the center of the moment, all the heaven and earth Yuan Qi condensed within a radius of hundreds of feet. Crazy convergence towards the true Dan. At the same time, the pervasive yin and yang spiritual fire around, also as if it had found a target, quickly wrapped the true Dan. The blazing temperature began to escape horror. The true elixir was spinning in the flames, and every time it turned around, a hint of golden light was added to it. It can be said that the true Dan, a grain of condensation Xian Yuan, spirit fire 100 refining Jin Dan. Time was slowly passing. Jiang Che hovered in the void on his knees. The whole person's temperament was out of the ordinary. Xian Dan fell on the top of his head, yin and yang spiritual fire hammering, not only the golden Dan, but also Jiang Che's physical body. A divine dragon pattern, in a moment it enveloped Jiang Che's. Chapter 299 Reincarnation of a Great Power. A powerful person seizes the body. Marquis Jinnan's residence, within the study. Candle flame reflecting the small half of the room, Li Chenghua was shrouded by darkness half of his body, his eyes staring at the letter in his hand. His eyes were a bit gloomy and uncertain, as if he was pondering over something. The letter was naturally sent by the king of South Vietnam, and the content of the letter was to hopefully let him help dispose of Jiang Che, and also recounted the news that Jiang Che had conspired with the red blood demon Dharma to cause havoc in the capital city of South Vietnam. And the words earnestly said, as long as Li Chenghua can lead Jiang Che to a certain established place, there are generous gifts to give. And the reason why it's such an attitude, that is naturally because the connection between Li Chenghua and South Vietnam is treated as equals, and has been doing things carefully, did not let the South Vietnam side has caught substantial evidence. It is difficult to clamp down on Li Chenghua. It could only be so. This Jiang Che, on the contrary, is really unsettled. Casually snapping the letter on top of the desk, Li Chenghua said in a deep voice. Chapter 300 Sacrifice, Jin Dan Consummation. Sacrifice target, Xian Heavenly Dragon Transformation Technique Perfection. Sacrifice cost, 500 yuan crystals, 30 drops of Jiao Dragon's essence blood, a piece of Jiao Dragon's reverse scale, a 1,000-year-old red flame gold Ganoderma, a 1,000-year-old cockatrice spirit anemone, a reduction of lifespan by 20 years, and the remaining lifespan by 130 years. Is it a sacrifice? Opening his eyes, Jiang Che's eyes flickered with a refined light. Compared to breaking through the Jin Dan realm, it was obvious that sacrificing the peak of Jin Dan was much simpler, and 2 of the sacrifices, Jiang Che had even already reserved them a long time ago. Not bad, it was the old scaly Ao Kuan trapped within the dragon locking well of Tianlong Temple. He had a deal with the other party before, saying that he would need a portion of his essence blood at a later date, and 30 drops of essence blood shouldn't be a big problem for Ao Kuan. On the contrary, that piece of scaly dragon reverse scale, Ao Kuan was not necessarily willing to give up. Because compared to the human race can refine weapons, the demon race will generally use their own body as a weapon, such as claws and teeth, unicorn horn or. Chapter 301, Hugh. The old man Joha could not be blamed for his arrogance, causing people to laugh at him. It was really that the gap between them was too great, so great that it was simply not within a dimension. Even so, as long as Jiang Che wanted to, not to mention him, even the entire Jade Spirit Mountain combined would not be enough for the other party to slaughter one person. If it was an ordinary martial artist who came to steal, then naturally, it would be a matter of immortality. But if the gap was too great, then it could only be quickly from the heart. This is the way of dealing in the Jianghu. If you want to hang out in the Jianghu, you have to have the awareness of kneeling down at any time. Therefore, at this moment, the old man of the 9 hearts did not feel humiliated in the slightest, but rather trembled with fear of angering the other party, even going so far as to take out all the valuable things in the treasury. "There's no need, I've taken what I should take, just keep the rest." Jiang Che waved his hand. "Senior is merciful," the little old man thanks Senior on behalf of the entire Jade Spirit Mountain. Old Man Johal once again. Chapter 302 The Prettiest You Country Girl. "Lu Shenfeng, you heartless man, actually dares to come to see me." The magnitude of the voice caused Jiang Che's face to quickly become extremely grave. So strong. Definitely not an unusual divine phase Grand Master. The 10,000 tribulation demon blade buzzed, and a blood light quickly vanished, transforming into the appearance of the red blood demon sovereign. With a mortified look on his face, he looked into the void and opened his mouth. "Qingfeng, I'm sorry. At first, it was indeed me who apologized to you." Jiang Che looked at the red blood demon Zun's rapidly changing appearance, immediately secretly gave him a nod of approval. The clinical reaction is really fast. Before the time, the red blood demon Zun is not such a gesture. And for the first time, he also knew the red blood demon's real name. Lu Shenfeng. A very unusual name. The phoenix song continued to resound. The green god bird also from the void is also gradually descending. Jiang Che also saw clearly the green god bird on the back of the mold. Chapter 303 The Great War begins again. Just as Qing was interested in the Central Plains, Jiang Che was actually quite curious about the Witch God Temple within the 100,000 Mountains. After all, as the well-deserved Supreme Emperor of the 100 States, the Witch God Palace could be described as mysterious and powerful. But exactly how powerful, the world does not know. It was only known that there were martial saints within the Witch God Temple, and there was more than one. But perhaps Qing really didn't know much, or perhaps she wasn't willing to disclose it. In any case, she didn't say anything too valuable, only saying that the inside of the Witch God Temple was very boring. Usually there were not many people to have fun with her, and she always took the opportunity to come to Qingfeng Mountain to relieve her boredom. Jiang Che saw that he couldn't ask anything, so he had to give up, and turned to talk about some interesting things in the Central Plains, causing Qing's eyes to light up and look very interested. She also said several times in a row that she would go to the Central Plains in the future and let Jiang Che treat her well. In response, Jiang Che agreed to all of them, and guaranteed that. Chapter 304 Martial Saint Powerhouse. Exterminating Divine Phases. In the blink of an eye, 4 divine phase grandmasters battled fiercely together, in addition to a foreign beast carrying the divine blood of the Green Luan, as well as a powerful violet eagle Dharma phase. The scope of these terrifying exchanges was also extremely wide. Like the Green Phoenix Mountain, it was quickly interrupted. It was by that violet eagle as well as the green bird that struck out together, unintentionally moving the battlefield to the Green Phoenix Mountain, and a few times of exchanging blows, all of which caused the Green Phoenix Mountain to endure everything. Then, it was an easy break. The dust and smoke were even tens of feet high. And as soon as the Green Phoenix Mountain was broken, the Green Phoenix was also instantly furious. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent, regardless of using all the means, for a moment, with the help of the Dharma phase. Even Shi Ping Dao, who was at the peak of the divine phase, was pressed into a disadvantage. There was no way for her not to hate it. That Green Phoenix Mountain carries half of her life's happiest time, was built by her most beloved man, and with a. Chapter 305 The affairs of Vietnam are over. Return. It's not bad. Ever since Jiang Che learned of Qing's identity as the goddess of the Witch God Temple, Jiang Che had the idea of making a fortune out of her. After all, that was the goddess of the Witch God Temple. What kind of concept is that? The Witch God Temple was the well-deserved heaven of the 100 countries, and no one dared to disobey an order. That was a status that was even more honorable than that of a top great sect's true successor. This could be seen from the fact that Qing was able to take out the bronze door that could summon a martial saint powerhouse anytime, anywhere, and on her body, she must possess very precious treasures. He coveted it a bit. That's why he displayed his superior painting skills and gave the other party a portrait. It is the pit. Let Qing reciprocate a bit with him. Woo! Hearing Jiang Che say so, Qing was instantly a bit distressed, lightly knitting her eyebrows as she pondered what she should send Jiang Che something to make the other party happy. Although. Chapter 306 Yuan Jun come together. It's about time. At the border of the Central Plains, within a certain mountain range, Jiang Che glanced back at the direction of South Vietnam and couldn't help but sigh. During the previous trekking journey, in order to prevent the mountain-suppressing divine cauldron from being perceived by Qi Ping Dao and subsequently encountering any further dangers, Jiang Che and the red-blooded fiend discussed not to refine that divine cauldron for the time being. Like this kind of treasure, generally are closely related to the owner, just like the 10,000 robberies magic knife, before even if it is 100 years apart, but as long as the red-blooded devil still be able to trigger the deepest branding of the magic knife, and then will be in control of it. Even if the timing is grasped accurately, can also instantly counterattack. It was also due to various concerns that Jiang Che had resisted the urge. The red blood demon sovereign also nodded, agreeing with Jiang Che's idea. And then, Jiang Che then took out the black divine cauldron within the storage spirit ring, compared to Qi Ping Dao's previous. Chapter 307 Plotting the Dragon Tiger Dao Sect. Until the end, there was no persuasion, so that he was prepared for a double shot of the idea can only be dismissed, although that aura cannot be taken, but there is still nothing wrong with dealing with it. It is only a pity that... Unfortunately, Shi Wanjun was still having trouble accepting it. What, sister is unwilling, you seem to be disappointed. Looking at Jiang Che's inadvertent expression, Shi Ningbing lightly grunted and smashed Jiang Che. Which is disappointing, without Yuan Jun, I don't still have you. Jiang Che smilingly comforted. Oh, so I'm the second best thing. Shi Ningbing nodded, her voice elongated, harboring all sorts of meanings. What's wrong, are you jealous? Jiang Che pinched the bridge of his sister-in-law's nose. Sister, how dare to be jealous, but it's just a grief, brother-in-law if not like, I go is, Men really just have to. Chapter 308 Battle Again. Ordinary divine phase grade master, with the means of the two of them at this time has no fear, even if it is anti-killing can be done, but the key is. What if the other party was a top divine phase that could match Qi Ping Dao? That is not something that ordinary people can match. What's more, once the Long Mudao sect has made up its mind to move to kill, it can't be a small fight, it must be a situation of certain death, judging by himself. Jiang Che feels that if he meets such an opponent. If he had met such an opponent, he would not have tried anything, but would have died in one blow. But the point was, trying to lure the opponent somewhere was not that simple. According to my current guess, the Dragon Tiger Dao sect must have moved to kill at the moment, and should definitely not be underestimated. There is only 1,000 days of being a thief, not 1,000 days of preventing thieves. Senior can just set up a formation in the vicinity of Tiannan despite. No matter what is missing, I will fulfill it with all my might. Jiang Che gruffly said. How to lure the other side. Chapter 309 Breakthrough. Peak Jindan. Tiannan City, Yuanhe Mountain. After Jiang Che's destruction of the door and burning of the mountain in a series of destructions, the once great heavenly South Clan Yuanhe Mountain had completely disappeared in the Jianghu, and this place, too, gradually fell into disrepair along with it. Above a mountain peak, Jiang Che closed his eyes and exhaled, gazing at the sky and earth changes. Jiang Che once had a question, asked the red blood devil Zun potential realm above what? The answer he received was the domain realm. What is domain realm? Domain. Within the domain, the martial artist is a god, controlling everything, influencing heaven and earth, so it can be said to be a world of its own. And this kind of horrifying means, only the martial saint true lord can perform. The gap between the realm of potential and the realm of the domain can be described as a world of difference. Red Blood Demon also told Jiang Che, do not be overly ambitious, there is a layer of realm above the realm of potential, is the realm of the unity of heaven and man, only after the unity of heaven and man, can hope to enter the domain realm. Chapter 310 Jindan Perfection. Xian Heaven Transforming Dragon. At this moment. The moment Jiang Che's thoughts rose, the ancient and simple sacrificial heavenly monument seemed to change along with it, exactly the same as the several times it had been sacrificed before, as a mysterious inscription was illuminated. Constantly flickering with divine light, it gave him a feeling of obscurity. Soon after the sacrificial heavenly tablet was awakened, an obscure light disappeared from within it, hovering above the sacrifices such as the Jiao Long Essence Blood, the Reverse Scale, and the Cockatrice Phoenix Spirit Sunflower. In a flash, the light devoured all the sacrifices at an extremely fast speed, incorporating them within the heavenly monument, and then, it quickly disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterward, the familiar feeling came again. An unspeakable power enveloped his body, and in just a moment, he once again felt a powerful vitality in his body being drained away by the mysterious power. The lifespan was cut by 20 years. And after all the offerings were all devoured, 2 rays of light A. Chapter 311 The Great War Begins. Wind and clouds gather. Yunzhou, Bailing Prefecture. In front of the Bailing Qi clan. A figure slowly fell from the void, eyes scanning the front, without saying a word, its figure thin, a Confucian robe, holding a wordless folding fan, then with the top of the head Confucian crown. Live a Confucian dress, but a temperament can let a person at a glance to see extraordinary. Within the Qi family, is inspecting the clan disciples and the cultivation of the great elder Qi Tianzhong. Eyebrows suddenly frowned, eyes glanced to the distance, thinking for a moment, the figure quickly dissipated. When he reappeared, he had already appeared outside the Qi clan. Surveying the Confucian scholar in front of him, Qi Tianzhong's gaze instantly condensed when he saw the other party's appearance clearly. So it's under the seat of the mountain-leaning God King, fellow Taoist Chen Qingfang Chen. I don't know what is the purpose of coming to my Qi clan. Qi Tianzhong is no stranger to the figure in front of him, and has dealt with him before, and is quite grave about him, because his identity is extraordinary, and he is the great Zhou dynasty's mountain god. Chapter 312, All Things Considered. Glory and Wealth. Zhang Che's gaze abruptly condensed, the lazy aura around his body also instantly changed. If it was like a spring breeze before, then now it was a vast pressure, letting Qi Ningbing on the side of the heart and soul were slightly condensed. Sensing the regal pressure that escaped from Zhang Che's body, it was like a sleeping beast that was slowly awakening at the moment. Ignoring the changes on Qi Ningbing and Qi Huan's faces, he knew that it was the dragon might, a trace of true dragon might, and this kind of pressure served more than simply as an aura. Zhang Che had asked the red blood demon before this aspect of the matter. He now more and more feel that he is for men and women. There is always an impulse in his heart. And the red-blooded demon replied, "Dragon nature is obscene." He practiced the dragon transformation technique. His body has the dragon might, and he has the body of the dragonine. The impulse towards men and women will be especially heavy, and his dragon might will also make every woman who has had a close relationship with him to be subjected to the Chapter 313 Sacrifice, the Divine Phase Realm. Outside of Tainan City, about 150 miles or so, near the Chenhe Gorge. After some recuperation and preparation, the South Vietnamese soldiers had begun to gather and stand by, from La City to Tainan Pass, the vacuum buffer zone between them, almost nearly 300 miles in range. And after the previous mobilization, Zhang Ping immediately led his troops and headed straight towards Tainan Pass. However, powerful martial artists could ignore these distances, but most of the soldiers who had been weighted down needed to replenish their physical strength, or else a tired division attacking a major town protected by a large formation would be no different from sending a group of soldiers to their deaths. It was no different from going batch by batch to send them to their deaths. Even though he had several Divine Phase Grand Masters to help him, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Of course, the main reason was actually that he wanted to see how the Jinnan army reacted, whether it was really staying put and putting on a show for the Central Plains Court as agreed upon. In case it is not, but a game, then this time the loss of South Vietnam can be too big. Chapter 314 Divine Phase Sacrifice. The situation reversed. Sacrifice target, Broken Realm Divine Phase. Sacrifice cost, 1,000 yuan crystals, 1 Taiyin Shan yuan aura, 1 2,000-year-old God-mending jade Ganoderma, 1 2,000-year-old jade infant divine flower, 1 Taiyin Shan yuan yang aura, and 10 years of life expectancy reduction. 120 years of remaining life. Is it a sacrifice? Opening his eyes and recalling the cost condensed above the heavenly tablet, Zhang Che's face sank slightly. Sure enough, as expected, the sacrifices required to break through the divine phase realm were indeed exceptionally harsh. 10 years of longevity and 1,000 yuan crystals were nothing, but the remaining 4 sacrifices were not something that could be obtained easily, and the Taiyin Xian yuan spirit chi was okay. Now he already had an eyebrow. Just waiting for Qi Ningbing to form a dan, that aura in her body can be used. As for Qi Wanjuan's side, it shouldn't be a big deal, more coaxing. The probability was that he would be able to get it as well. The key is that the latter 3 offerings make it tricky for him. Chapter 315, A Turtle in a Jar. Blood Sea Ambush. When Zhang Ping heard the word Zhang Che, his pupils instantly shrank and he asked in a condensed voice, "Is it really Zhang Che? Have you ever seen him with your own eyes?" The South Vietnamese paragons kneeling on the ground shook their heads. "My subordinate has never seen Zhang Che, but I have seen the banner that those people put out. It is the mighty general, Zhang, and this is how I was able to determine the identity of that person." Zhang Ping's body was instantly a little unsteady, took a few deep breaths. If it was just a flag, he naturally wouldn't believe it, but if it was combined with the situation at hand, then it wasn't necessarily so. No wonder Zhang Che never showed up. It turned out to be not in Tiannan Pass at all, but personally led a group of elite, bypassing them, straight to Liqing, breaking their back. "General, this matter is of great importance, we need to prepare early," Zhou Yi said in a deep voice. "Liqing was broken, you and I can't atone for our sins, for today's solution we can only continue to attack the city and take Tiannan Pass to redeem ourselves. Chapter 316 Jinshan Xiang in the Falling Maple Valley. At this moment, Zhang Ping's as well as Zhou Yi's faces all had a horrified look on them. They hadn't thought at all that this time, it was actually Jiang Che who had deliberately set up a trap just to lure them in. And the moment the grand formation opened, Jiang Che's suppressed breath also no longer had the slightest concealment, the aura climbed, the pressure suddenly skyrocketed, a layer of pitch-black scale armor quickly shrouded its body. Like an extremely well-fitting armor. Between his eyebrows, the black and white divine pattern lit up, and the yin-yang demonic flame spread out instantly, as if it had transformed into a side of cloak, and in his hands, the Jinshan divine cauldron continued to rotate, and step by step, he walked towards the void. The 10,000 tribulation demon blade on the ground also changed, a bloodlight flashed, and the red blood demon Zun revealed his true body, opened his arms, took a deep breath of the familiar bloody air, and only felt a sense of relief. This grand formation did not only have various materials provided by Jiang Che. There was also a large amount of. Chapter 317, Recreating the Divine Void. New enemy and old enemy. The answer was certainly no. Although the Red Blood Demon Sovereign was very reluctant to fight 1 against 2 at the moment, and could basically only defend, rather than being on the offensive side, there was still no way that he would let an accident occur on his side. Because only if Jiang Che's side opened up the situation could they truly establish their victory. What's more, there were still people spying around. All the more reason for him to fight for his life. If it came to killing methods, Red Blood Demon might be slightly weaker, but if it came to defense and life preservation methods, how many of the great masters in the entire Jianghu Lake could compare to him? It was also for this reason that he would take on the task of stopping the 2 great masters. It was because he had this confidence. It's already too late to beg for mercy, no one can save you, Zhang Ping. Send you on your way. Just as Zhang Ping's pleas for help fell, Jiang Che's ferocious strike descended once again, the mountain-suppressing god Ding instantly spreading to dozens of. Chapter 318 There is no more divine void on earth. I will inform you of this issue after your excellency's death. Things had already come to this point, explaining anything more was no longer of any significance, he had already paid such a huge price, in this battle, the divine void exalted one must be brought to an end here. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to rest in peace. Hearing what Jiang Che said, the divine void venerable one's face sank. Dying? With you? Indeed, at this moment, he was extremely miserable, his physical body was destroyed and his Yuanshan was traumatized, but as the contemporary patriarch of the Dragon Tiger Dao sect, how could he not have other means to save his life? It was true that he couldn't kill Jiang Che at this moment, but if he were to leave, he was confident that the other party would never be able to stop him. Because, in the final analysis, he was not an ordinary late divine phase exalted, but rather the patriarch of a top clan, and in his hands, he also held the sacred soldier left behind by his ancestor. The power of a martial saint was already comparable to an immortal god. No ordinary person could touch it. Chapter 319 Fame shatters the heavens. Yes, in the Red Blood Demon Sovereign's opinion, the power that erupted from that saint soldier was just a little too outrageous. He had traveled across the rivers and lakes for hundreds of years and had seen all kinds of storms and waves, so naturally, he had also seen the scene of a sacred soldier's self-detonation, and although it was also terrifying, it was definitely not so much as to level tens of thousands of Zhang in a radius. Even the Blood Sea Pearl had suffered quite a bit. What's more, this place was also covered by the heaven and earth desperate Blood Sea lifeless formation that he had laid down, which was able to limit the power of a saint soldier's self-explosion, and in his opinion, a saint soldier's self-explosion, even if there was a divine void venerable sacrifice with his body. Its power would not be enough to be so terrifying. Unless there was an abnormality in that sacred soldier that had been accumulated by the martial saints who had spent their origin power. But under normal circumstances, which martial saint would spare no expense? It was hard to believe that martial saint of the Dragon Tiger Dao sect had already died, and that was why he had left his own reserves within the sacred soldier as a means of counteracting other forces, otherwise, it was very. Chapter 320 Fame spreads to the central plains. Xiandan is invincible. Jiang Che's words were a huge shock to everyone present. 4 divine phase grandmasters. That was a full 4. Not Xiandan grandmasters, but divine phase grandmasters. To be exterminated just like that? It was no wonder that they all wore horrified expressions, it was really because the words were too unbelievable, but looking at the image revealed above the shadow-retaining stone, everyone fell silent. Because the content that appeared on top of the image was clearly the situation where Jiang Che killed Zhang Ping. It was played back and forth repeatedly. My lord. This. Gao Qinian opened his mouth, somewhat unsure of what to say. The shadow retention stone was specially prepared by me. Those few South Vietnam great masters were swindled by me within a ferocious formation, but only the image of Zheng Ping's fall was left behind. The other few were too thrilling at that time. It did not remain. Chapter 321 Reactions from all sides. The dragon vein escapes. Yunzhou, Bailing Qi clan. Inside the council hall. The Qi family head was at the top, with a majestic aura, and sitting on the left seat was the Qi family's grand elder, Qi Tianzhong, while the rest of the seats had vacancies, but most of them were also seated in full positions. As for their identities, they were likewise elders at all levels of the Qi family. As for those who could sit in the deliberation hall to deliberate, at least the strength of the true Dan realm, but inside the hall, at this moment, there were more than 20 people sitting, so it could be seen that the Qi family was strong. But at this moment, the atmosphere within the Qi family hall is very depressing. It seemed that an extraordinary event was being decided. Qi Tianzhong's gaze looked around the week, focusing on the bodies of several people in charge, and lifted his dragon head walking stick and tapped it on the ground, breaking the depressing atmosphere within the hall. The letter sent by the second elder, the family head, has already informed all of you, so speak up if you have any thoughts. Grand Elder, the authenticity of this matter is no. Chapter 322 The First Heavenly Pride of the Central Plains. The red blood demon father did give Jiang Che a way to recover quickly, but it was to devour other people's essence blood to recover, which made Jiang Che somewhat resistant. Although he hadn't sacrificed a lot of Jiaolong's blood, but that was after all a demonic beast, whereas a martial artist's blood was different, and to draw other people's blood into his own body, Jiang Che was very twisted. Another is this secret method. Jiang Che is not sure whether it will leave hidden dangers. Therefore, he did not agree to the method given by the red blood demon. After all, although his injuries were not light, through a large number of elixirs and medicines, coupled with his flesh's powerful self-healing ability, it wouldn't take long to recover, only that it would take almost half a month. Forget it, Senior's methods Senior really can't withstand, it's better to recover slowly. Jiang Che waved his hand, then his thoughts moved, all the dirt and dust on his body dispersed. This was the body purification technique, not a secret technique. Jiang Che mastered it in a very short time. Chapter 323 Martial Arts Ranking. Prestige. The first heavenly pride of the Central Plains? Hearing this vocabulary, Jiang Che raised his eyebrows for a moment, not realizing that the outside world had actually begun to have this kind of seedling, which was somewhat exaggerated. Although he boasted that he could powerfully battle a divine phase grandmaster, but that only included pre-divine phase Yuaning grandmasters, but it wasn't like any grandmaster could match up to anything, like Divine Void Venerable. It was only after playing with his life that he was able to kill the other party. But thinking about it, it seemed right. After all, nowadays the rumor in the outside world was that he had killed 4 South Vietnam grandmasters, no matter how much water there was, but this record was real. Looking around the world, there was no Xiandan martial artist who could do that. Thinking for a split second, Jiang Che hurriedly said modestly, "Divine Envoy is too kind, it's all just rumors from the outside world. There is no need to be modest, you need to have drive at a young age, otherwise how can you rival the heroes of the world?" Chen Qingfan laughed, telling Jiang Che not to be too. Chapter 324 Mighty Dragon and Tiger. Xi's good son-in-law. Dragon Tiger Dao Sect. Inside the Great Hall of Deliberation. Yan Ping and Tang Mian were the 2 grandmasters sitting at the left and right seats, and behind them, more than 10 figures were arranged, all of which were Xiandan elders within the Longhu Dao sect. They were all Xiandan elders within the Longhu Dao sect. They were also the most powerful force in the entire Longhu Dao sect today. Among them even included Thunder, who had a date with Jiang Che. However, the gathering of so many powerful people did not appear to be imposing. Everyone was silent, like an invisible pressure that enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Deeply affecting the crowd, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Grand Elder. Is there still no movement over there? As the third elder, Yan Ping had become the leader within the Dragon Tiger Dao sect at this moment, but at this moment, his voice was very hoarse and his eyes were covered in blood. At a glance, one could tell that he was under extreme pressure. And in fact, it was indeed so. Chapter 325 The Great War begins as the Zunis gather. For Jiang Che, Qi Tianzhong was getting more and more satisfied. If the previous Jiang Che was just showing off his skills, then now he was truly showing his power. Not only did he use his own strength to kill the 4 great masters of South Vietnam, he also managed to kill Divine Void Venerable. This strength, even he could not do it. It was enough to prove that Jiang Che was now partially qualified to be on par with the Qi family, and with the current posture, as long as Jiang Che didn't fall in the future. Achieving martial saint was not an impossible thing. If once Jiang Che achieved martial saint, then the two Jiang Qi families joined hands and dominated the land of a state is possible to do. The most crucial thing is that the relationship between Jiang Che and the Qi family is very close. His wife is the first daughter of the Qi family, and she has received a lot of financial support from the Qi family. As long as there were no accidents, it was not impossible for the Jiang Qi family to become a family friend. Grand Elder. Chapter 326, Exterminating the Dragon and Tiger. Slaughter Road Sect. Chen Qingfeng. Chen Qingfeng. As soon as he showed up, Chen Qingfeng's appearance attracted the attention of everyone present, even causing some to suck in a breath of cool air. Clearly, his popularity in the southern rivers and lakes was not small. Qi Zhangnan also frowned slightly as he gazed at Chen Qingfeng, not understanding the purpose of his sudden appearance at this moment. If he were to intervene, then today would be a bit tricky. Not to mention his identity as a Nangji divine envoy, his strength alone was not to be underestimated. It is also a famous strong man in the Jianghu. The court and the level of the god phase are also the best. There is a widely celebrated name, Smiling Scholar. And this is not derogatory. Only because this person often acts unexpectedly, planning and then moving. Similarly, Lin Langtian, Zhao Linkong and the others, all of their faces sank slightly, and subconsciously felt that it was Chen Qingfeng who was also a strong person that Qi Zhangnan had invited over, and in that case. Chapter 327, No More Dragon Tiger Mountain in Yuezhou. With the successive fall of the three great masters, Zhao Linkong, Yanping Tangmian, and the deaths of more than 10 Shandan masters, there was not the slightest chance left within the Longhu Dao sect at this moment. What awaited them was only a massacre. After Jiang Che had easily subdued Thunder, he did not strike again. Instead, he was in the void with several divine phase grand masters overlooking the scene below, and at this moment, he already had the qualifications to be on par with the divine phase grand masters. Although the gap between him and the several late divine phase exalted masters was still too great because of his cultivation, no one dared to underestimate him anymore, and even the conversations were centered around him. Not bad, this seat can feel the vigorous qi and blood in your body. Even if you take the path of body cultivation in the future, it's still a good choice. Zhao Yuanming sized up this Qi family's newly promoted son-in-law. There was much praise in his eyes. He had heard of Jiang Che's name before, but hadn't paid any attention to it. Chapter 328, Shocking the Heavenly South. This child, Ningbing, is arrogant and used to being arrogant. You will be more accommodating in the future. Ningbing is still very. I know what to do, uncle, rest assured is. Jiang Che, this sentence did not lie. In front of him, sister-in-law Qi Ningbing is indeed very well behaved. Let what pose on what pose, let Jiang Che very like. Only this sentence cannot say. Jiang Che estimated that if he said, I'm afraid that Qi Zhangnan will really give him a bell. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Che decided that it was better not to reveal this for the time being. No matter if Qi Zhangnan was clear about him and Qi Ningbing, he couldn't say it now. Although he was now the Qi family's signboard and was held in high regard by it, something like a brother-in-law fornicating with his sister-in-law was still too hurtful, and the Qi family had been passed down for thousands of years, and what they valued the most was their face. Although it was unlikely that they would actually turn against him, they would definitely keep him and Qi Ningbing apart. Therefore, Jiang Che had to. Chapter 329, Flesh Body Sainthood. Tiannan City, City Lord's Mansion. Ever since the destruction of the Longhu Dao sect, Jiang Che had not delayed too much, and after obtaining the sacrifices, he directly returned to Tiannan City. Staying at Longhu Mountain was of no use to Jiang Che, and he believed that with the depth of the Bailing Qi clan, he wouldn't be so greedy as to wink the share of benefits that belonged to him. And after returning to the City Lord's Mansion, Jiang Che also finally knew the reaction of the South Vietnam side. The matter of the dragon vein was directly publicized to the public. Nowadays, in the Jianghu of Tiannan, there were already dark currents. Jiang Che is very clear about how valuable the dragon vein is, especially for some very ambitious generation, very tempting, can be used as a base, absorb the power of all living beings for the country's fortune. There are also many wonderful uses. Even in terms of cultivation, it was equally miraculous. Like Ji Honglian, as a member of the royal family, you can use the dragon vein to cultivate, and the general normal martial artists, Jiang Che felt that it would also be. Chapter 330, Murdering King Ning. Jiang Che's words undoubtedly let Qi Ningbing very happy, but happy is worried, because only in the big family, only to know the big family's rules are heavy. such as the previous marriage, even though she was reluctant, but the family order once commanded down, she simply did not have any ability to resist, and even at that time, even the despair was ready to resign. If not later with Jiang Che accidentally happened that kind of relationship, Xi Ningbing now can only honestly engage to be married, even if it is his sister's that kind of character. In the end, she was absolutely unable to resist the family's will. Once this kind of scandal spreads out, then the face of the Qi family will be lost. She does not even dare to imagine how her father will be furious. Nor did she want Jiang Che to break with the Qi family because of him. "Don't worry about any of this, I'm only asking you, are you willing to marry me?" Jiang Che stared straight at the other party. Xi Ningbing blinked and... Chapter 331 Jiang Che gave me the joy of being a woman. How to convince. Of course it is horizontal and vertical, two mouths together to convince. Only this sentence Ning Wangfei did not dare to say, but made up a lie. In fact, Jiang Che, this person's ambition is not small, knowing that my Ning Wangfu and Yuezhou's power is quite large, and can be connected with South Vietnam, then have the intention to make use of this line to earn benefits. Oh? King Ning sized up the lady for a few moments with a look of surprise on his face, and then he didn't continue to pursue the matter, but changed the topic. In that case, then this king would like to meet this person. King Ning had never been a peaceful person. The reason why he disguised himself as a wasteful prince was just to make the emperor pay less attention to him, but as a former great Zhou prince, how could he be willing to be a waste for the rest of his life? For this reason, he was disguised on the surface, but secretly, he was building up his strength, and even colluded with the rebels of the Qing Tian sect, just to. Chapter 332 Ning King's Fall. For Jiang Che, it was best if Ji Changqing was willing to submit, but if he wasn't, then it didn't matter to him, and the reason why he let Ji Changqing lay his hands on the Ning King. It was definitely not his bad taste. It was just to use it as a handle to blackmail the other party. Qinger. Jiang Che's words had just fallen. When the princess of Ning on the side could see that Jiang Che had already revealed his killing intent, she suddenly burst out, gazing at Ji Changqing to remind him not to hesitate and to make his move immediately. Ji Changqing's body instantly trembled in fear. Hurriedly, he stood up trembling, his face filled with fear. Jiang Che, on the other hand, did not give the other party a chance. His inner light flickered, and the temperature around him quickly turned extremely hot. Jiang. Lord Jiang. Please give Qinger another chance, please. Princess Ning clutched Jiang Che's arm and prayed in a low, tearful voice. Is this how you always beg? Chapter 333, This Trip to the East Sea. Horizontally suppressing the same generation. When are you leaving? Inside the city lord's mansion, on top of a certain platform, Qi Wanjun, who was wrapped in a palace dress, looked ahead and casually asked. She was looking into the distance while Jiang Che was looking at her. Although Qi Wanjun was wearing light armor full of heroic appearance, Jiang Che liked, but a long skirt, graceful and noble, showing the posture of Qi Wanjun, Jiang Che also liked. Compared to Qi Ningbing, Qi Wanjun's figure is a bit taller and more plump. All over, there is a strong temptation. Perhaps it was the idea that what you can't get is the best. In short, Jiang Che was very eager to deal with the other party at the moment. Only he was also clear that it was difficult, very difficult. If the matter between him and Qi Ningbing hadn't been crashed, then Jiang Che might have the possibility to have a kiss, but now, although the other party no longer said anything on the surface, there was already a stigma in his heart. After the intimacy, there is still a last. Chapter 334 Green Sky Saint Sun. Reincarnation. When a marriage is consummated, a bride price is a matter of course. If uncle can grant my juniors a request at that time, my juniors will be more than satisfied. Overthrowing the Dragon Tiger Dao sect, he also took control of the Ning King's mansion. The current Jiang Che was not lacking in resources such as yuan crystals. It didn't really matter if he was exempted or not, he only wanted to make some advance preparations for the showdown afterward. What request? A hint of suspicion flashed under Qi Zhengnan's eyes. There was always a feeling that the smile on Jiang Che's face was a little off. It has not yet been thought of. All right, uncle promises you. Listening to Jiang Che's words, Qi Zhengnan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. As long as it wasn't excessive, he was more than willing to take out a portion of his resources to cultivate Jiang Che. After all, this was a descendant son that even the old ancestors valued. Many thanks, uncle. Jiang Che's heart was delighted as he hurriedly thanked him. Family, talking about thank you is alienating. Chapter 335 5 Great Immortal Sects. The 6 Great Families. 7 years ago, Lu Jieyun had a dream about his life's past, and he also witnessed the world's changing winds and clouds, and the various great heroes competing for the throne, allowing him to gain much more insight. After waking up, he couldn't tell if he was reborn or dreaming, so he was terrified at first, but then he realized that the things in his memories seemed to be true. This discovery made Lu Jieyun overjoyed, and with the memories in his mind, he continued to seize others' chances and raise his cultivation until he stood out from a small transparency in his family. He even gave himself a new name: Lu Jieyun. Originally, he wanted to be called Lu Jieyun, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate and then stopped. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Jieyun, by virtue of many chances, will be cultivated to the Jindan realm. Itself is equipped with a number of extraordinary inheritance. Extraordinary means, the young master of the top families are not his opponent. Chapter 336, Heroes of the World. Convergence. In fact, Zhang Che was not the slightest bit ignorant about the Eastern Sea. With his character, after having a clear goal, he would focus on collecting various news. He also knew many of the secret stories of the East Sea. Among them were what he had heard from other people, and what he had learned from Chen Qingfeng's mouth. The so-called East Sea martial realm battle originated hundreds of years ago, and at first, it could only be considered as an event for young martial artists in the East Sea, but as time went by, its influence was growing bigger and bigger. The one who made the East Sea martial realm battle possible was also one of the top forces in the Jianghu. The name was Holy Sea City. This is also a very mysterious force in the Jianghu, although the strength is very strong, and even rumored to have a martial arts saint powerhouse sitting in the town, but in the Jianghu's sense of existence is not high. Of course, not having a high sense of existence did not mean not having a high popularity. As a matter of fact, because of the reason why Sacred Sea City organized the Battle of the East Sea Martial Realm, Sacred Sea City. Chapter 337, It's okay for you guys to go together. The four young geniuses below the stage, their faces were different, but the only thing they had in common was that they were a bit ugly, but after all, they were not qualified to intervene here, so even if they had even more dissatisfaction, they did not dare to say it. On the other hand, the top position, the three divine messengers looked at each other, coincidentally hooked up a smile. Praising Jiang Che and implicitly belittling them was naturally a matter that the three divine ambassadors had communicated long ago, the purpose of which was to allow these geniuses nominated by the court to determine the winner before the opening of the Battle of the Martial Realm. The purpose of this was to allow these geniuses nominated by the court to win before the opening of the Martial Realm battle, lest they implode after entering the Martial Realm. This was not something they wanted to see. Although there were deep or shallow conflicts between several of their god ambassadors, they were still able to get by with each other on the surface, and this battle was related to the next grand plan of the Mountain Reliance God King's martial ranking. They could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Kai. Chapter 338, 800 Years of National Fortune. As the words fell, Feng Xiaowu took the lead, his eyes steeply erupted with a black light, and his entire pupil transformed into an icy vertical pupil, followed by an extremely strong divine sense attack that violently enveloped Jiang Che. After all, this place was not the outside world, so a big fight was impossible. Seeing Jiang Che with divine sense pressure, Feng Xiaowu naturally also want to return the other way, let Jiang Che also experience what is called divine sense attack, lest he underestimate the world's heroes. In Feng Xiaowu hands in a moment, a layer of invisible waves also shrouded in Jiang Che's body. He followed the red blood demon so long, naturally also asked to teach a lot of means of defense against divine sense attack. The moment Feng Xiaowu glanced at him, he knew what the other party was planning to do. Divine sense attacks were invisible and colorless. The people around could only feel it. And after making his move, Feng Xiaowu's face sank, his heart alerted to the extreme. Chapter 339, The Lure of the Top 10 Position. Inside the Tianqi building, Qi Shaoyan held the roster in Jiang Che's hands, his face more or less changed, although he knew that with his own strength, he wouldn't be able to rank at the top in this session of the Battle of the Martial Realm. But he also did not expect to be ranked so low. He was directly ranked in the 20s. It would be fine if it was just that, but the key was that the few young lords of the remaining 5 great families were all ranked higher than him, and this was the existence that made him break his defenses somewhat. As the young lord of the Bailing Qi clan, he was directly at the bottom of the list. Big brother doesn't have to be presumptuous, you're only in your 30s now, while the ones from the rest of the lineages can all be in their 40s, give you a few more years. It's easy to surpass them. Jiang Che comforted his great-uncle with a smile on his face. However, these words caused Qi Shaoyan to blankly glance at him, his face showing helplessness. You kid, wait until the martial realm battle opens, but you have to help elder brother. Chapter 340, Main Character. If a few of you can help Mr. Zheng destroy the South Yu Kingdom, this matter can be talked about. Jiang Che smiled faintly. The moment these words came out, Huang Fu, Buling, Yuan Chou and the others all sank in color. Destroy South Vietnam? They didn't have this ability. Although they were the young masters of their respective lineages, they ultimately still belonged to the younger generation and didn't have much power, and hadn't yet assumed power. Their status was high, but their power was low. Huang Fu Buling suppressed the displeasure in his heart and gazed at Jiang Che with a lightly furrowed brow. Brother Jiang is joking, right? You guys were the ones who joked with Jiang first. Jiang Che glanced at the several people and turned around with a bland demeanor to leave directly. A few promises and he wanted him to help. These few sons of worldly families were clearly overthinking it. 3 top 10 positions, what was that concept? It meant that Jiang Che had to face enemies that were several times his size, reap the rewards and... Chapter 341 Martial Realm Opening. As soon as Chu He appeared, he quickly attracted the gazes of all the people present, as they scrutinized Jiang Che before. At this moment, there were also many gazes sweeping over Chu He's body. All of them felt very curious about this unfamiliar man. While Chu He faced these gazes, he disdained them. To him, the vast majority of the people present were nothing more than dirt and dogs, and only a few of them could make him look at them differently, which stemmed from his own strong self-confidence. As the holy son of the Green Sky sect, his identity is incomparably honorable, not to mention that he still carries a holy body, a body of combat strength that surpasses the same realm, even if it's a young master of a family, a true biography of a clan. He only casually scanned a few eyes. And then, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Che's body, and with a powerful sense of oppression, he gradually walked towards Jiang Che, with an intimidating pressure that slowly escaped. Tap tap. Chu He's footsteps stopped near Jiang Che, and the two of them. Chapter 342 Genius is just the threshold to meet me. Boom! While the crowd was discussing, suddenly, a powerful roar resounded through the void, from far and near, and it was only a blazing light that instantly descended. It directly landed on top of the ground, and the terrifying aftershocks of its might spread in all directions, as more than a dozen young Xian Dan masters hastily retreated. All of them looked at the visitor with a look of shock and anger on their faces. However, due to the other party's terrifying pressure, no one dared to speak out to rebuke them. The person who came was no one else but the holy son of the Green Sky sect, Chu He. His usual arrogance, gaze around the circle, eyes unbridled, as if not the people present in the eyes, standing with his hands within a few feet of the circumference, no one dares to approach. As Chu He took the stage, more and more martial arts geniuses appeared. Huang Fu Buling, Yuan Chou, Yi family's young master, and the true legends of the various sects, all appeared in turn, and they seemed to be for the Chapter 343 Martial Realm First. Melee. Scholar Jiang, good tactics. After stabilizing his stance, Monk 3 Burials looked squarely at Jiang Che for the first time, spitting out a Buddha's name at him with a light smile on his face. Originally, Monk 3 Burials didn't attach much importance to Jiang Che, thinking that his rise was too fast, his foundation was insufficient, and many of his names were touted, at most at the same level as the young masters of the world's families. However, he realized that Jiang Che was indeed extraordinary after he had really come into contact with him. Previously, the three of them were neck and neck, always maintained at one level. Any one person's speed is too fast, the other two will secretly target, but forgive me, Jiang Che is still with him at the same time on the top. This strength was already worthy of his attention. Moreover, based on the news he had received, Jiang Che's probability was that he was also the reincarnation of a former mighty powerhouse, and all such martial artists were bound to have a few strengths. You are not bad either. Jiang Che nodded slightly and looked down. Jiang Ping. Chapter 344 The Battle of the Tao. Suppressing Chu He. For Monk Sandburial, the first in the martial realm, he was determined to win, and Jiang Che was undoubtedly a formidable enemy. If he could stay out of the way, that would naturally be the best news. Jiang Che glanced at the 3 Burial monk, his tone bland. I'll give you these words as well. In that case, is Monk Jiang adamant on being an enemy of the poor monk? The smile on the 3 Burial monk's face gradually tightened. You can also think so? On the other side. Above the void canopy, an image was revealed, which was clearly reflected within the martial realm. This was also a convention of the martial realm battle throughout the ages. Every martial realm battle would reveal the mirror image, and it was precisely for this reason that it would attract martial artists from all over the sky and the north to come and watch the battle. After all, if it was just to know who won in the end, then there was absolutely no need to make a special trip to Sacred Sea City. Looking at what was going on in the Chapter 345 Yin Yang Demonic Dragon. Shu He was defeated. Good boy, I underestimated him. Looking at the powerful strength displayed by Jiang Che within the martial realm, even the knowledgeable Grand Elder couldn't help but marvel at it at this moment, and his heart was filled with emotions. Jiang Che's strength had far exceeded his expectations. The strength that he had displayed had completely reached the divine phase level. He was even thinking at this moment, if Jiang Che broke through the divine phase, how powerful would his strength be? I'm afraid that without the strength of the Zunsha realm, no one would dare to say that they could win against Jiang Che, right? At the same time, the shock caused by the several great battles within the martial realm shocked not only Nangong Jia and Shi Tianzhong, but all the onlookers were appalled. Even Sacred Sea City Lord Xiang Yuan, at this moment, was also astonished. In his opinion, even when he was young, he was afraid that he was not as good as Jiang Che and the Three Burial Monk. Among them, the Three Burial Monk was normal. After all, he was clearly interested in the Chapter 346 Mighty Martial Realm. Shocking the crowd. Having already made a complete feud, Jiang Che naturally couldn't show any more mercy, and as for the threat of the Green Sky sect, that would have to wait for a later date. If one was to look ahead, how could one take the first place in the martial realm? Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Che had already embraced a killing intent. Jiang Che's words undoubtedly completely forced Chu He into a desperate situation. He roared, not to worry about hurting his foundation, once again mobilized the Nine Yang sacred body's origin power. It hardened and pulled open some gaps. Afterward, he directly crushed the martial performance order in his hand. Chu He was very clear that if he didn't leave again, today would be the day of his death, although it was very unwilling for Chu He to escape the martial realm in such a sorry state, but things had already come to this point, and there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to die, and he also feared death. In an instant, at the moment the martial arts order obliterated, a supreme force of heaven and earth instantly enveloped Chu He, glancing back at the indifferent expression. Chapter 347 Burial of Heaven and Earth. The third burial did still have power left. If he went all out, defeating Li Xuanjun was not a difficult task. If it was an unusual time, it was impossible for him to say this at this moment. But the key was that there was still a Jiang Che not far away watching intently. The previous exchange between Jiang Che and Chu He, all of which he had watched, had also roughly estimated Jiang Che's strength, and was definitely one of the greatest formidable enemies for him. This was something that Li Xuanjun could not compare to. As for Qin Ping, Jiang Ping, Lu Jieyun stream, but also with a few of them have a small gap. Jiang Che was the biggest enemy for his ascent to the top. He wanted to preserve his strength and go to fight with Jiang Che. Instead, he was going to fight Li Xuanjun to the death here. However, his words sounded very harsh in Li Xuanjun's ears, as the contemporary Dao son of Xin Heavenly Infinite Palace, although Li Xuanjun had not said any wild words about being invincible in the world. But for himself, he was also very. Chapter 348 Breaking the Void. Extreme contention. Terrifying pressure swept in, as if the heavens and earth were tumbling down, converging from all directions, such pressure that even Jiang Che's face was violently frozen, and he couldn't think too much. Directly mobilized the power of the Jindan, converging on top of the Feng Tian divine halberd. In a split second, Jiang Che's chi and blood tumbled, the dragon's roar was loud and clear, and he swung his halberd violently towards the front. Boom! A violent roar resounded. The violent aftermath instantly escaped towards the surroundings. Layer upon layer, it was appalling. Jiang Che also immediately retreated, creating a buffer distance between the two sides. His gaze was fixed on the figure in front of him. He knew that the strike just now was not the full strength of the Three Burial Monk. Looking at Jiang Che's easy response, Three Burials remained unchanged, because that strike just now was nothing more than a bullseye test. He smiled faintly and stepped out slowly with his feet on the golden lotus. Every time he stepped out. Chapter 349 Martial Realm Number 1. The First in Heaven. Within the martial realm, there was silence. Jiang Che's voice swept through the four directions like a god in the nine heavens, with a huge dragon head and a huge body hovering in the nine heavens, giving everyone a huge sense of oppression. At this moment, all eyes converged on Jiang Che's body. Li Xuanjun, Qin Ping and the others, all knew what the words of the three burials meant. Body melting into the void phase, this was almost a dead end. Because the power of the Dharma phase void shadow was too enormous, the slightest mishap would cause their bodies to explode and die, and their own Jindan simply could not hold up to such an enormous power boost. If they were in their place, they would never dare to do so. But Jiang Che, it seems, really can. Looking at the black dragon's true body that it had already condensed into, everyone could perceive the terror of Jiang Che at this moment. This definitely reached the level of a mid-divine phase Grand Master. And this kind of strength, for all Xiandan. Chapter 350 Martial Realm Falling. The chi fortune was clocked. Whether it was within the martial realm or outside the martial realm, no one had expected that the battle of the martial realm, which had basically come to an end, would still undergo such a change. Zhang Che had directly struck out and suppressed the 7th Grandmaster of the martial realm. This kind of shocking change caused everyone to be surprised. He said he would strike without giving the slightest chance. The 3 burial monk looked at Zhang Che, a slight light flashing within his eyes. Li Xuanjin, Chen Ping and others were also frowning lightly, feeling that Zhang Che did so. It is really a bit too much. Looking at the previous martial realm battle, there has never been such a thing. According to the usual practice, whoever snatches the jade platform will belong to whoever occupies it. But Zhang Che, what does this mean? One person occupying 2 alone, or was he saying that he was doing a favor for the others? The Jindan master who was nailed to death in the void, his eyes were filled with anger and hatred. He was really upset. He fought hard to seize the 7th place of the martial realm. Why did you, Zhang Che? Chapter 351, Famous to the Heavens. Pressure in all directions. Being in the midst of the chi, Zhang Che felt that he was vaguely undergoing a metamorphosis. The Jindan seemed to be more rounded, and his understanding of some of the techniques was also rapidly deepening. As if suddenly figured out all the key places. But the cultivation did not have any growth. However, Zhang Che was not surprised, because the growth of qi is not a strength in itself, but will be clocked by heaven and earth, and will be able to turn bad luck into good fortune, and the road ahead will be straight. At this moment, dozens of sect masters within the martial realm were all looking at the strongest of the top 10 with envious faces, and outside the martial realm, Huangfu Buling looked at this scene and his back teeth were about to be clenched. This was originally his. If Zhang Che hadn't been the first to break the rules, if it wasn't for the 3 burial monks forcing him, why would he have been forced to leave the martial realm? At this moment, he had a great deal of anger built up within him. On the other hand, some of the surrounding great masters were creeped out. They had all lived for at least hundreds of years, and themselves were not. Chapter 352 Returning Home in Clothes. True Dragon Ruins. The Sacred Sea City martial realm battle had originally touched the gazes of countless martial artists. After all, it was a once every 20 years Jianghu event, and every time, there were unqualified casual martial artists who were a revelation. And after that, a step to heaven. Either they were drawn in by the major families to marry their first daughters, or they were taken in by the court and became the new nobles of the court, honoring their ancestors. What's more, before the martial realm battle, with the news that everyone had gotten, this time's martial realm battle could be said to be the strongest one within 100 years. The 3 burial monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Li Xuanjin of the Xian Tianwuji Palace, Zhang Ping of the White Deer Academy, and Chen Ping of the Heavenly Sword Mountain were all true legends of the immortal sect, and each of them had a great origin. There were also the young masters of the 6 great families and the true legends of the 7 sects and 8 schools. In addition to these, there were also the new nobles of the Jianghu represented by Zhang Che Lu Jieyun. It could be said that this was a battle that gathered the essence of the entire Central Plains, and even the many divine phase grandmasters were attracted to it, and even more so. Chapter 353 When the Golden List is nominated. Stirring up the wind and clouds day. 10,000 feet above the sky, Zhang Che sat cross-legged on the back of the heaven-pouncing eagle, his brows furrowed, while in his hand, he grasped a black shadow retaining stone, which was the thing Yin Chonghai had traded with him. It was also the predecessor of the Xian Heavenly Dragon transformation skill, which was filled with all sorts of mysterious and difficult to understand divine patterns, making it extremely difficult to comprehend. Zhang Che had been comprehending it for several days without any gains. For Zhang Che, the Xian Tianhua dragon technique had come to an end. The next step was either to change to another Dharma body dual cultivation technique, or to continue deduction. Changing the technique is impossible. Zhang Che's strength, most of the system and the Xian Tianhua long skill on top of some of the magical powers. If you change the technique, it is equivalent to the waste, disguised weakening of their own strength. Therefore, there is only one choice in front of Zhang Che. That was to deduce the successor technique of the Xian Tianhua dragon technique. It was true that he couldn't do it himself, no, to be precise, even if he was a powerful person with outstanding natural talent. Chapter 354, Cave Candle Day. When the offerings were gathered. At this moment, the atmosphere within the council hall suddenly came to a standstill. Qi Tianzhong Qi Zhangnan Qi Tianhe, as well as the remaining few divine phase grandmasters, all wore a look of uncertainty. They were unaware of the establishment of the martial ranking, but it was normal for Zhang Che to be number 1 on the martial ranking. After all, Zhang Che was the one who had actually overpowered the world's heroes and won the first place in the martial realm. The problem was that they did not see the slightest hint of surprise from Jiang Che's body. This was somewhat intriguing. In the end, it was Grand Elder Qi Tianzhong who broke the silence, tapping his dragon head cane and coughing lightly twice. Jiang Che, did you know about this matter earlier? Jiang Che nodded, his expression serious. When Shen Qingfang invited me to fight for the court in the Battle of the Martial Realm earlier, he did mention this matter. This matter could not be concealed from the Qi family, but for Jiang Che, there was no need to conceal it. After all, the establishment of the martial ranking list, for the Bailing Qi clan, actually did not. Chapter 355 Breakthrough. Divine Phase. Xiaoyan. Just as Jiang Che was exchanging words with the Qi family sisters, Qi Tianhao on the other side came alone to the small courtyard where Qi Xiaoyan resided after the proceedings had ended. The scandal between Jiang Che and Qi Ningbing could not be stirred up by him, nor could it be made known to the Qi family principals. It had to be suppressed within a certain range, and the person he had chosen to do so was Qi Xiaoyan. He knows that Qi Xiaoyan and Jiang Che are close friends. Some words. It was also true that they could only let their young man speak as well. Why is second elder free to come here? Qi Xiaoyan got up and bowed, inviting Qi Tianhe to the tea table, somewhat curious about Qi Tianhe's purpose. Qi Tianhe took a sip from his teacup, his eyes sizing up Qi Xiaoyan's body for a moment, and said in a deep voice. Xiaoyan, just now someone informed that the Imperial Court has set up a martial arts list to determine the world's heroes, and you are only ranked as one of the 16. After Qi Tianhe's. Chapter 356 Heart Demonization Realm. Standing on the ground and soaring. This moment. Looking at the scene in the void, Qi Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with shock and even a strong sense of disbelief. He knew how difficult the hurdle from Xin Dan to divine phase was. Even a martial artist from a 1,000-year-old family with a deep heritage like the Qi family would need a lot of time to build up their cultivation, and as for an ordinary sect master, it could be said that 80% of them would not be able to step through the divine phase barrier. But what about Jiang Che? With the phrase, "I will become a god," he directly and unabashedly dispersed his own aura. If he hadn't witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it no matter what. But the problem was that this scene was real. The aura contained in Jiang Che's body was also real, directly stirring up the wind and clouds within a radius of 10,000 feet, causing the Yuan Qi to riot and converge, definitely a sign of a breakthrough. Qi Xiaoyan froze in place for a long time without saying a word. What he thought in his heart was that once Jiang Che really broke through the divine phase realm, he would achieve the great sect. Chapter 357, Shattering the Dan to Become an Infant. For Elephant Transformation. Boundless heaven and earth Yuan Qi converged, transforming into a huge vortex. Jiang Che was right in the middle of the vortex. Black clouds covered the sky. Jiang Che was covered in golden light, just like a god who fell from the 9 heavens. At this moment, he had already become the center of the world, and everyone within the Qi family raised their eyes to look at his position. All of them raised their eyes and looked at his position. There was a deep shock in their eyes. Powerful. Divine. This was the only thing they were thinking deep inside their hearts at the moment. Jiang Che's state at the moment was very bizarre, as if he had forgotten everything, with only the dazzling golden Dan in his body and his eyes, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in a layer of Tao rhythm. Opened his mouth and spat out, a grain of golden Dan came out from Jiang Che's body. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. A layer of ghostly blue canopy covered the void, just like the sea, and the golden Dan he spat out at this moment was like a bright moon, shining in the sky and the earth, slowly rising into the air. Chapter 358 Peak Elemental Infant. Strength skyrocketed. However, this did not mean that Jiang Che's breakthrough ended there. What had stagnated was only the growth of Jiang Che's cultivation, not his strength. At this moment, as Jiang Che shattered his Dan to become an infant, his spiritual platform instantly began to surge, and at the same time, the yin-yang demonic flame that Jiang Che had stored in his brow's spiritual platform was also undergoing a metamorphosis. Yin and yang magic fire in the 2 heaven and earth yin and yang aura under the support, more and more strange, but also more and more horrible. Half of the blazing hot is a blazing flame, half of the ice cold is cold marrow. One yin and one yang, mutually incompatible. As if at this moment to decide a real winner. Yuaning sat on the spirit platform, surrounded by divine light overflowing. The yin and yang magic fire turned the entire spirit platform into a sea of fire. Just the magic fire that escaped made Jiang Che's head exploding. He knew that he couldn't continue with the stalemate. Otherwise, he would either have to abolish the divine ability of yin-yang demonic flame, or his Yuaning would suffer as a result. With this thought, Jiang. Chapter 359 Showdown. Really? Shi Ningbing was instantly overjoyed, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Originally, she thought that it would be enough for her to follow Jiang Che even without a name, but the eyes of her elder brother just now caused a wave of guilt to grow in her heart that she simply did not dare to look at it. She knew that all of this is her psychological behavior, all because she did things too deviant. Now that Jiang Che had given her hope, she naturally did not want to be without a name forever. When have I ever lied to you? Jiang Che pinched Shi Ningbing's slippery little face in a rather doting manner. Brother-in-law, you're so good. Shi Ningbing tightly hugged Jiang Che's waist, unwilling to let go. Still calling brother-in-law? Jiang Che lowered his head, his face carrying a sense of urgency. Shi Ningbing raised her head and blinked her eyes at Jiang Che, whispering, "Isn't this what you said?" Both. Chapter 360 Anger of the Abbot-in-Law. Shi Zhangnan wasn't stupid, on the contrary, as the head of a 1,000-year-old family, he had always been very lucid, and the fact that he hadn't reacted just now was because he hadn't thought in that direction. But now, looking at the double bride price handed over by Jiang Che, thinking about Shi Ningbing's admission of error just now, coupled with the apologetic face, he instantly realized something. Jiang Che, with Ningbing, had collusion. As soon as this thought came out, Shi Jingnan's face instantly turned iron blue, a pair of eyes full of anger fixed on Jiang Che's body, and a body's mighty pressure was even more unabashedly shrouded towards Jiang Che. Asshole, you. You guys are just assholes. Shi Jingnan's words carried a slight chill. The pressure of the late divine phase was very strong, but today's Jiang Che could already withstand it. However, Shi Ningbing and Shi Wanjun, who were on the side, were breathing heavily, only feeling a great pressure sweeping over them. Their breathing was a little. Chapter 361 Qi Family Compromise. Sisters Qi collected. Within the peach garden. After Jiang Che, Shi Ningbing and the others had left, the atmosphere was still oppressive. Shi Zhangnan stood with a cold face and his arms folded, his eyes still burning with rage. His anger at this moment had already reached an extreme point. One was because Jiang Che had ruined the innocence of his two daughters, and the second was because he suspected that the reason why Jiang Che had done that was purely to obtain the Taiyin Xian Yuan spirit Qi. The second one, in particular, made him even more furious. If Qi Tianzhong and the rest of the people hadn't arrived, he would have given Jiang Che a good lesson. However, Qi Tianzhong and the rest of the several great masters, with the exception of Qi Tianhe, were all baffled and did not understand how Jiang Che had angered the family master. In their opinion, Jiang Che was not ignorant of the ways of the world, coupled with his astonishing qualifications. Even if he said or did something wrong, as long as he didn't withdraw from the marriage, they could all accept it, and the family head wouldn't be that angry. Chapter 362 Marquis in General. Promoted to a higher rank. The next day, the peach garden. The peach blossom garden was still full of peach blossoms, and spring was in full bloom. Shi Zhangnan and Jiang Che were still sitting facing each other. Seems to be the same as yesterday, but in fact, the atmosphere between the two was very different. Yesterday is the son-in-law together, and today is the hidden escape of the pressure. Yesterday's decision of this marquis, you already know, right? In the end, it was Shi Zhangnan who took the lead to break the silence and spoke directly. Jiang Che nodded. Yesterday Shi Ningbing had told him the news, and he, on the other hand, was quite a bit surprised. Of course, what he was surprised about was not Shi Zhangnan compromising his consent. As a matter of fact, the reason why he showed his cards before was that he had a 10% certainty. What was truly astonished was that he did not expect Shi Zhangnan to compromise on the matter so quickly. Many thanks to Uncle. Although Shi Zhangnan had asked him to address the title and official position, Jiang Che would not be that stupid and still referred to him as uncle. Chapter 363 Royal Edict of Champion Marquis. Cognac 3,000 households. In fact, from the beginning to the end, it was not because of the Ministry of Ceremonies that led to the neglect of Jiang Che's merit. In fact, he himself was not at liberty to do so. The emperor's hint had arrived. He can only and must do that. It was a pity that after Ji Chengdao expressed his attitude in no uncertain terms, the emperor would still punish him, but a 1-year fine was not a heavy punishment for the Minister of Rights. It was just a matter of saving face. Being an official and still relying on his salary, although he didn't have any real power in the Ministry of Rights, he wasn't down to that level. Your Majesty, I thought that Jiang Che sealing the marquis is really inappropriate. The Minister of Rights just backed down. The Right Prime Minister then stepped forward, set out the car against Ji Chengdao. What is the meaning of this statement by the minister? Emperor Yuan Khan looked at him with surprise on his face. Right Prime Minister Chao Xian bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, I thought that Jiang Che's achievements are indeed extraordinary, first on the border. Chapter 364. Today is not what it used to be. Wei honored. Yuzhou, Lin Yuan Province. Wei family land. Jiang Che, dressed in a black robe, walked out from the void, a powerful breath escaping undisguised, looking at the palace buildings and halls stretching out in front of him. Standing with his hands in the air, a voice suddenly resounded. Tiannan Jiang Che, please meet all the friends of the Wei family. At this moment, Jiang Che is no longer the former Tian archer, who has stepped into the Divine Phase Achievement Grandmaster, by virtue of his own strong strength, as well as the reputation of the world. Already can equalize the Lin Yuan Wei clan in the top power. With that in mind, ever since he reconciled with his old husband, Qi Zhangnan, he quickly left Bailing Mansion and came straight to Lin Yuan Mansion. A vast voice resounded through the void, the aura belonging to the Divine Phase realm escaping without any concealment, instantly startling the entire Wei clan, and in an instant, more than 10 streams of light rushed into the sky. They headed straight for Jiang Che's location. It didn't stop until it was about tens of feet away. Chapter 365. Chu He's unwilling. Immortal Qi request. As the news of Jiang Che's breakthrough spread, many Jianghu martial artists were shocked, and at the same time, they were also speculating in all directions about how many heaven and earth visions accompanied infant transformation when Jiang Che made his breakthrough. Although the heaven and earth visions cannot fully represent the potential of the future, but looking at history, but there is a great reference, which led to the crowd tend to rush. As the news intensified, the Bailing Qi clan, which had prepared for this, also released news about Jiang Che's breakthrough in the Qi clan later on, with a total of 2 heaven and earth visions appearing. They were the bright moon on the sea and the golden lotus on the sea of bitterness. When this news came out, it immediately stirred up half of Jianghu. Because of the 2 heaven and earth visions, it almost indicated that Jiang Che did indeed possess the qualifications of a martial saint. If it was just a guess by the crowd before, then more and more evidence showed that Jiang Che almost had a great possibility of becoming a future martial saint realm powerhouse as long as he could follow the steps. Standing between heaven and earth, traversing. Chapter 366. Fairy Gratitude. The offerings were assembled. Seeing Jiang Che's hesitant face, Zhao Xianji frowned and asked, could it be that fellow Taoist has something difficult to say? Jiang Che shook his head and hesitated for a moment before returning. It's not that it's hard to say, but rather, Mr. Jiang doesn't know how to help fairy balance yin and yang. When I first took in the yin and yang spirit flames, the coincidence was actually very great. Of course, if fellow Taoist has any methods, Mr. Jiang can give it a try. This. Zhao Xianji's face was filled with gravity, and she was speechless for a moment. She actually didn't have any too good methods for balancing yin and yang, otherwise, there wouldn't have been a stalemate until now without resolving this hidden danger, but she also knew that Jiang Che wasn't pushing his luck. After all, balancing yin and yang was not something that could be done by just talking about it, there needed to be a feasible method. The atmosphere between the two of them also fell into silence at this moment. Is it possible to see, fellow Taoist Zhongzin Yang Demon Flame? Zhao Xian. Chapter 367. Breakthrough. Celestial Unity Realm. Looking at the withered Bodhi enlightenment tree in front of him, the corners of Jiang Che's mouth curled into a smile. Gathering the sacrifices this time around had gone quite smoothly for him. In just a few days' time, the collection of the 2 types of offerings was completed with the help of the Bailing Qi clan. The next step was to deduce the subsequent Divine Phase realm technique of the Xian Body Dragon transformation skill. Only, it was not possible right now. His time was limited. Although the sacrifice time was fast, and although he could have roughly 6 hours, he still didn't want to risk delaying too much time, otherwise, in case he was trapped in the Xian spirit mysterious realm. It would be difficult to get out again. Unless a martial saint powerhouse stepped in and shattered the void. Without any hesitation, Jiang Che turned around after collecting the origin of the Bodhi enlightenment tree and left the place anew, transforming into a stream of light once again and heading straight for the location of the exit. The exit of the secret realm. Zhao Xianji was carrying a sword and. Chapter 368. The day of the return of the old man. The big wedding was underway. However, Jiang Che really didn't have much talent for naming. After pondering for a moment, he still decided to name it on top of the Green Dragon Sea suppressing scripture as well as the Xian Heavenly Dragon transforming skill. Supreme Sacred True Dragon Skill. Was the name he settled on? Not quite experience, but still apt. The word Supreme Saint was naturally the goal of cultivating to martial saint. The word True Dragon, on the other hand, was evolved from the other 2 techniques. Right now, although he had already deduced the subsequent Gongfu for the Divine Phase realm, he still needed to gradually integrate his cultivation into the Supreme Sage True Dragon Decree. However, on the premise that he already had cultivation, this time would be much shorter. All in a nutshell. This time, Jiang Che was extremely satisfied with this sacrifice. Because this time, it wasn't just about deducing the gongfu, but it also incidentally allowed him to reach the realm of heavenly man unity. One must know that this was not something that an ordinary person would be able to. Chapter 369, The Day of the Wedding. The Time of the Sealing. On the first day of the 12th month of the 12th year of Yuan Kang of the Great Zhou dynasty, it was a good day to get married. Since the early morning, the entire Bilingqi clan is a joyful, Jiang Che a big red wedding robe, with a cap and crown, a jade belt across the waist, the temperament. With a faint smile on his face, he was in the inner courtyard, exchanging pleasantries with a group of martial artists who came to participate in the wedding. Because of the Bilingqi clan's handling of everything, Jiang Che's wedding was actually quite simple, at least for him. The wedding banquet was prepared by the Qi clan, and the manpower that ushered in and out of the wedding was also prepared by the Qi clan. Even the residence of Jiang Che's cave is within the Bilingqi family. It could be said that if Jiang Che didn't possess the status and the power he had nowadays, in the eyes of the outside world, he was almost equivalent to a flunky, except that he was of the soft and hard-to-eat variety. Qi family's grand elder Qi Tianzhong, Qi family's second elder Qi Tiana, Qi family's head Qi Zhengnan, as well as almost all of Bilingqi clan's divine phase. Chapter 370, The Great Wedding Falls. Caveat emptor. The seal, in particular, was even more domineering. Champion, merit champion of the whole army. In today's court situation, more than Jiang Che's merit, since there are, but in Jiang Che's age, will make such meritorious achievements, is absolutely unique. In addition, but also in the martial arts realm of the war, defeat all the world's heroes. Champion, 2 words, in fact. When you think about it, it's apt. Participate in the wedding banquet of the many guests. At this moment are different looks, shocked people have it, doubtful people have it, admiration is even more. No one expected that Jiang Che would be doubly happy today. On the day of the wedding, when the marquis was appointed. It can be predicted that today will be rumored as a good story. Junwei raised his head and glanced in the direction of Chen Xingfang and Jiang Che. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then he let out a long sigh and slowly shook his head. Ji Changqing's eyes were filled with deep reverence. After the last patricide, he had no idea what to expect from Jiang Che. Chapter 371, The Land of Tenderness. Xi's Tiger. For this sister of hers, Xi Wanjun nowadays really did not have the slightest solution, especially in the matters of men and women, simply more enthusiastic than even Jiang Che, more like to develop some new patterns. Let her helpless. Aya, sis. Heaven and earth are worshipped, you are still reserved for what, brother-in-law? He spared no effort to expend his own cultivation to let us both benefit. Surely we must properly return to Baoima. Besides, sister, you are not unaware of what brother-in-law is a person. He is definitely around more than our 2 women. The future is even more difficult to say. Do not use a little way to tie him up. The 2 of us can be empty in the future. Xi Ningbing heatedly smiled. The corner of Qi Wanjuan's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Originally she didn't understand what empty cave meant, but after Qi Ningbing explained it earlier, she understood. Speechless at this. Where did this all come from? Ningbing. Chapter 372, Sacrifice, Broken Realm Dharma Phase. After bidding farewell to Qi Zhengnan, Jiang Che didn't delay too much and went straight back to his own mansion, and after cozying up with the Qi sisters for a few moments, he walked into the middle of the study alone. He was going to continue with the sacrifice. The reason he hadn't rushed to make the sacrifice before was because Jiang Che didn't want to still be pretending to have things on his mind during his big wedding. After all, whether it was in his previous life or in this life, it was actually his first time getting married. For such a special event, it was always important to take it seriously. Now, however, the big wedding had passed, and a good thing had been accomplished. Under the pressure of the Green Sky sect, he could not afford to have too many lax thoughts, and had to raise his strength as soon as possible, based on his self-judgment. Nowadays, after comprehending the unity of heaven and man, his strength has improved again, basically already able to fight against the late divine image venerable, and wait until he breaks through the Dharma phase realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible under an exalt. Even. Chapter 373, Fairy Request. Deflate. Deflation. In front of Spirit Sword Mountain, above the void. Jiang Che was dressed in a black brocade robe, standing with his arms folded, a great pressure lingering around him, his gaze looking towards a mountain peak shaped like a long sword in front of him, his gaze slightly condensing. Spirit Sword Mountain indeed lived up to its name, using the mountain to raise the sword and the sword blade to subdue the mountain. Previously, when he was chatting with a few elders of the Qi family, he had talked about Spirit Sword Mountain, and they had all exclaimed that the sharpness of the Spirit Sword Mountain's protective array was far beyond the state's Lunghu Dao sect. Non-martial saints could not break it. Even if it is so far away from each other, still can vaguely feel the sharpness of the air coming from above the mountain peaks in front of them. A few moments later, a sword roar resounded through the void, a green-dressed Xiao Xianji, stepping sword and come, like a sword fairy in the mortal, the figure of the plump, is no less than Qi Wanjun. Even slightly better. As for the beauty of the top, as each has its own style, Qi Wanjun is valiant, as if the female general in the army, women are not inferior to men, and the Chapter 374 Too late to explain, quick. Fellow Daoist Zhang, please also help immortal Qi drain the extreme Yin Qi from her body. What? Zhang Che's eyes steeply condensed, although he could also tell that Zhao Xianji wasn't in a very good state at the moment. He didn't expect that the other party would make a good decision with such determination. After all, Zhao Xianji was an extreme Yin body, and the extreme Yin Qi in her body was where her underlying strength was, and once a large amount of extreme Yin Qi was leaked away, it was equivalent to causing damage to her own underlying strength. It would be extremely unfavorable for future cultivation. This was also why, before, even though Zhao Xianji knew that she had leaked away the extreme Yin Qi in advance, she still wanted to try. Zhao Xianji's face was unsightly, only feeling that the balance of yin and yang around her body was becoming more and more tilted, and once it reached its peak, causing the power of the backlash to converge to the apex, she would fall on the spot. Hastily, she stared and said, "It's too late to explain so much, please ask fellow Daoist Zhang to make a move." Good. Chapter 375 Transitioning to Godhood. Zhang Che entered Zunshi. Zhang Che admitted that his ability to resist was indeed insufficient, especially in the face of a stunningly beautiful woman like Zhao Xianji, who had an amazing figure and appearance, and the other party had also directly released a big move. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Che knew that Zhao Xianji didn't have much time and was in a very dangerous situation right now, and could face the crisis of a backlash outbreak at any time. Be that as it may, he could only and must help the other party as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Zhang Che immediately began to help the other party break the hidden dangers with a single movement of his mind. Facing a peak mid-divine phase powerhouse, Zhang Che didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He originally thought that Zhao Xianji empty realm, but no combat experience should be very good to subdue, but the fact that the result is greatly out of his expectations. The other party is the extreme Yin body, cold and aggressive, coupled with the body and the refining of the sun's Qi, so that the intersection of Yin and Yang Tu Qi, constantly escaping the extreme Yin and Yang Qi. Chapter 376 Fallen Fairy Zhao Xianji. However, the red blood demon sovereign could not say what exactly was wrong, and could only flash through many thoughts in his heart. On the other hand, the atmosphere between Zhang Che and Zhao Xianji also fell into silence after saying those words. Zhao Xianji was torn. On the one hand, she and Zhang Che were essentially just a deal, and now that the deal had been finalized, between them, they were left with the few messages they had talked about before. On the other hand, they were having skin-to-skin contact. She had originally thought that she was a determined seeker of the way, which was why she had fused her Yuan Yin with her extreme Yin origin, just to put an end to her children's love to influence her mind. But no matter how strong she was still just a woman. She didn't know why, but when she crossed the threshold just now, what actually came back to her mind was Zhang Che's figure, leaving a deep imprint on her, giving her an impulse to speak out. Of course, she wasn't. Chapter 377 The Man Behind the Back. Zhao Xianji's wonderfulness was not enough to be told to outsiders. In short, only two words could summarize it: very moist. This time, Zhang Che was also considered to be a complete success, successfully killing through Zhao Xianji's defenses, obtaining the victory in this battle. Unlike the previous time, Zhang Che had not been successful, but had chosen to leave in time, taking into account Zhao Xianji's cultivation. However, Zhang Che also had to admit that Zhao Xianji was really powerful. Zhang Che was holding a handkerchief and was about to help Zhao Xianji clean up, only to be rejected by Zhao Xianji, who took one look at him and used her purification technique to purify her body with a single movement of her mind. The atmosphere between the two sides also fell into silence again at this moment. Glancing at Zhang Che, Zhao Xianji stood up and put on a brand new green-colored long skirt, letting out a long breath, her eyes flickering a bit. She hadn't expected that Zhang Che would benefit her a lot. The yin and yang origin in her body, all in that process. Chapter 378, Adding Money Jusher Zhang Che. And if that was the math, then the logic could be closed. Yin Changhai's invitation to enter the True Dragon Ruins was inevitably behind the scheming of the Qing Tian sect, plotting against him in secret in order to take revenge on him. Of course, there was another possibility. Of course, there was another possibility, and the most likely one, was that the people of the Green Heaven sect really couldn't open the true dragon ruins, and it was very likely that only an existence like him, who had practiced the true Xian Tian dragon transformation skill, would be able to open the ruins. Only an existence like him who had practiced the true Xian Tian dragon transformation skill would be able to open the relic. The real time to take action against him is after the opening of the true dragon ruins, or wait until after coming out of the true dragon ruins. Only then would it be the time to really show his cards to him. Jiang Che's thoughts kept escaping, envisioning various possibilities. Otherwise, when he was in the East China Sea, the Green Sky sect had already made a move against him. And in the end, when the true dragon ruins were over, at least one powerhouse at the level of an exalted would have made a move against him. After all, Chapter 379 The Court Compromises. The demon dragon entered the capital. Originally, Jiang Che was thinking of getting the Wind Spirit Divine Pearl from the courtside, and had been pondering how to open his mouth, and now that the opportunity had come, Jiang Che naturally would not let it go. It's fine to offer, but you have to come up with a price that's worth it. Chen Xingfan's brows immediately knitted. This is what the court wants, are you sure you want to do this? Jiang Che smiled blandly, unimpressed. Mr. Jiang is not taking advantage of the fire. I am also new to the divine phase realm not long ago, my realm is still unstable, recuperating for a period of time and the Biling Mansion should also be appropriate, right? Even Jiang Ping could avoid war, why couldn't he? Those great officials in the court were definitely able to tell that Jiang Ping was deliberately avoiding the war. What did this mean? It meant that the White Deer Academy as well as Jiang Ping herself knew it well. She might not be a match for the little prince of the northern barbarians. Judging from such projections, it wasn't a simple matter for Lu Jieyun to win against the other party. Chapter 380 Beautiful Empress. Entering the palace to meet the saint. The capital city was so big that it was too big to be seen at a glance. From afar, it looked like an abyssal beast opening its bloody mouth. As the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, the capital had a population of more than 1 million people, and was divided into 5 major urban areas in the southeast, west, north, and west, with the central city being the imperial city. Although Jiang Che had long had an understanding of the capital city, when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still a little shocked. Here, the innate martial artists, and even Dan realm martial artists are nothing, the real power, or the divine phase realm of the great masters, as well as those high above the existence of martial arts saints. As far as Jiang Che knows, there are no less than 5 martial saints sitting within the imperial city. The Buddhist and Taoist masters of state, plus the mountain god King Ji Changdao, as well as an army marshal, as well as the hidden existence within the imperial palace, it can be said that this is almost the entire Central Plains, the most dangerous and safest place at the same time. Similarly, the heaven and earth Yuan here is the most dangerous and safest place in the entire Central Plains. Chapter 381 Crown Prince Contest. Jiang Che's importance. In Jiang Che's eyes, the back in front of him was slightly thin, but it did not affect his escaping might in any way. Even Jiang Che felt a great pressure. He was immediately in awe, understanding that the emperor was not a man with unarmed hands. Yuan Kong Emperor turned his head, his deep eyes paused on Jiang Che, slowly sat down and faintly said, "A dignified and heroic appearance, worthy of being the champion marquis of my great Zhou." Jiang Che's gaze dropped and he hurriedly said, "Thanks to your majesty's favor, there is a microcosmic minister today." "Oh? Isn't my great love the great love of the king of the mountain?" Emperor Yuan Kang's tone was bland, revealing a hint of displeasure. The humble servant is a subject of his majesty, a subject of great Zhou. Words couldn't be said too bluntly, or else it would be easy for people to misunderstand, and Jiang Che was weighing his questions and answers with the emperor. In the south, he was the ruler of a city and the son-in-law of a family, but these were not important to the world with the hands of the. Chapter 382 God King Ji Changdao. Capital City, Heya. After leaving the imperial garden, Jiang Che did not choose to go and live elsewhere to avoid suspicion, but instead, he re-entered within the Black Yamen again, waiting for the summoning of the reliant King Ji Changdao. When he first met Yuan Kong Emperor Ji Wenhao, although Jiang Che was unable to see through the other party, he was able to discern some clues, and on the whole, he felt that the Yuan Kong Emperor was not worthy of his loyalty to the death above some matters. Although he had also shown his loyalty to the other party, it was all just window dressing. Without any favors, only empty pictures, wanting him to serve? It was completely impossible. Like the Leaning Mountain King, he was at least able to take out the sacrifices he needed. You've become the meat and potatoes nowadays. As soon as you arrived in the capital, not only did His Majesty personally issue a decree to summon you, but some of the prestigious figures within the capital also threw invitations to you. Outside the door, Chen Xingfang, who was dressed in a black court official robe, walked in, still holding the Chapter 383, The District Zhang Che is nothing more than that. Chance? Zhang Che froze for a moment, not expecting this to suddenly come out of Ji Changdao's mouth. It really surprised him a bit. Sort of a chance for you, but whether it will be successful or not is not yet known. It depends on whether you can refine the dragon vein into your flesh or not. Ji Changdao smiled without explaining too much. Could it be that it's hard to do it with a dragon vein entering the body? Zhang Che had only learned from the red blood demon sovereign's mouth that it was possible to refine a dragon vein into the physical body as a way to make the strength of the physical body skyrocket, but he didn't know what was the key to this. The so-called dragon vein, born of heaven and earth, nourished by national fortune, those who can refine it need great chance, general martial artists. It is very difficult to control the power of the dragon vein, which requires chance. However, if you can refine it, it can also make the power of the physical body greatly improved. You have this potential, also have this hope. In the future, if you can become, there will be a fortune waiting for you. Ji Changdao smiled mysteriously, his gaze directed towards the Chapter 384, I have a plan. It can be fixed. Zhang Che. After Lu Jieyun said this, Zhang Che also quickly understood. Things did seem to be like that. After all, the Battle of the Martial Realm represented almost everyone's impression of them, and Zhang Che was number 1, the undisputed number 1, and there was a huge gap between Lu Jieyun, who was number 5. Once Lu Jieyun was able to defeat Tsugumu, then outsiders would only feel that Zhang Che was even more powerful, not even needing to make a move. A fifth that was far less powerful than him was able to defeat the other party. His strength, was there any need to think more? In that case, then if Brother Lu can win this time, then Zhang Mao does benefit more instead. I hope that Zhang Mao can borrow Brother Lu's east wind this time, huh? If it was possible to get the Wind Spirit Divine Pearl without making a move, that would naturally be the best. After all, his agreement with Chen Xingfang was that the Wind Spirit Divine Pearl would have to be given to him regardless of whether he made a move or not. It wasn't a loss at all. If Mr. Lu really manages to win this battle by a fluke, afterwards. Chapter 385, What is a Prince? After Su Qiuyu so mentioned point, Ji Changsheng also quickly back to God. He wants to befriend Zhang Che, pull him into his camp, not to offend each other. If he did so, wouldn't he make Zhang Che unhappy? His face instantly became a little less pleasant. What Qiuyu said is reasonable, Mr. Gua, there is something wrong with your plan. Gua too shook his feather fan, seemingly anticipating another objection, and continued. Your Third Highness, this is not true, Mr. Gua, this plan, since it will not be so shallow. In fact, there is another mystery. What is the mystery? Ji Changsheng hurriedly asked. Third Highness figure, is to make Zhang Che support your Highness, so we'll go to Dengxian building personally invite Zhang Che. This matter in the following can only say that your Highness acted tactfully, do things decisively. But Zhang Che is not a simple-minded generation, since you can see what your Highness is trying to do, so only then did you politely refuse. Chapter 386, Zhang Che still dare to contradict this palace not? Although he knows that the emperor intends to condone a few imperial sons to seize the throne, but definitely not so impatient, and also in this way down, 100 officials is even more unlikely. Powerful people have not yet gone down, only those middle and lower level officials, only dreaming of the merits of the dragon, and they do not have the ability or the courage to promote this matter. The most likely ones are Ji Changxing's other brothers. They guessed that he wouldn't go down, so they deliberately made a big deal out of this kind of thing. It was so that he could strike a blow to Ji Changxing's reputation. In this case, several of Ji Changxing's brothers were suspected. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Che finally decided to turn to Chen Xingfang's channels and use the power of the Black Knot to secretly investigate the prince who used him as a pawn. He has never been a character that holds back his anger, even if it is the identity of the prince, it will not be able to stop his thoughts of revenge. As for Ji Changxing's banquet. Chapter 387, Punching the Empress. Zhang Che personality. Boom. There was a loud bang. The glazed jade cup on the desk was viciously slammed to the ground by Empress Shui, her face filled with shocked anger. Bold. What audacity! Outrageous, outrageous, how dare Zhang Che contradict this palace like this? This palace will definitely go before His Majesty to cite him. Zhang Che's words directly caused Empress Shui to fall into a state of fury. She knew that Zhang Che had a temper, but she never expected that the other party would be so bold. Not only did he contradict her to her face, he also used such arrogant words. She was the Empress. The most honorable woman in the world today. Empress, calm down, Empress, calm down. The furious Empress Shui didn't scare Zhang Che, but instead scared the accompanying female officer by her side so much that she hurriedly knelt down and prostrated herself on the ground, shivering. Set up the carriage, this palace is going to face the. Chapter 388. The two countries make peace. The Battle of Long Tan. Northern barbarians as a brother, the Central Plains as a brother. Once these words came out, there was a momentary silence in the Fengtian Hall, and after that, the many civil and military officials then quickly one by one began to rebuke the northern barbarians' envoys with a face of anger. Bold barbarians, how can you bully my great Joe like this? You barbarians too, how can you be a brother? How dare the northern barbarians usurp the title of brother, even if they are all brotherly states? It should be that great Joe is the brother and the northern barbarians are the younger brother. Although the officials present all know, today's situation, indeed is the northern barbarians have the upper hand, year after year knocking at the border, and the court of Great Joe can only station heavy troops at the border to defend. Almost unable to effectively organize a counterattack, nearly 100 years down the line, or by the other side pushed thousands of miles of territory. But even though they knew this, they did not dare to agree to this matter. Whoever agreed to it would have to suffer curses. Anyway, it was only a few words of opposition, and for them instead they could grow. Chapter 389. Inviting the moon to schemes. Jiang Che entered the game. It can be said that the existence of Lu Jieyun is to test the water for Jiang Che. Of course, it is not that no one has thought that Lu Jieyun may win. In that case, it would be a surprise for the court. Do not need to use Jiang Che. This card will be able to win over the northern barbarians' prince. It's just like that for the imperial court. When Jiang Che and Lu Jieyun arrived at the dragon raising pool in the same company, countless people had already gathered around them, and their arrival also attracted a lot of attention. After all, everyone knew that they were the protagonists. Hundreds of thousands of people set up a stage. Brother Lu, this time you have to perform well. Jiang Che smilingly opened his mouth. Lu Jieyun was somewhat helpless. In fact, Brother Jiang, Lu's character has always been relatively low profile, but I can't help it because of my duties, so what, today is the time for Lu to make a name for himself. Saying that, he waved his embroidered robe, a great aura came out. Chapter 390. Avatar Realm. Flesh and Blood Raw. Jiang Che? For this name, inviting the moon was not unfamiliar, not only because Jiang Che had recently risen to fame, but also because Li Xuanjun, the fourth in the martial ranking, was one of her disciples. As a master teacher, originally inviting the moon for Li Xuanjun is very confident. After all, he carries the Dao body, the qualification is superb, his own strength has already reached the limit of the Xian Dan level. Originally thought that Li Xuanjun can be able to overwhelm the group, no matter what, can also win the second. But finally realized that Li Xuanjun only ranked third in the martial realm. Even the martial arts list listed by the court later on was only ranked fourth. In this way, it emphasized the terror of the front three. Monk 3 burials was fine, she knew the other party's background, knowing that it was the Buddhist sect that used a special method to make the golden cicada bodhisattva reincarnate, and that 3 burials possessed the background of a martial saint. But Jiang Che was too abrupt. Even before the opening of the Battle of the Martial Realm, it had been. Chapter 391. Heavenly Beings. Shocking the entire audience. As a matter of fact, even Zagumo himself thought so. If he kept consuming like this, even if he could be reborn with severed limbs, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep going. The situation had to be broken. He didn't want to let out a grandiose statement, only to lose to an unheard of guy in the Central Plains, otherwise, he wouldn't even have the face to go back to the grasslands, and it would definitely cause great ridicule. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Zagumo let out a long whistle, as if it were a tiger's roar, a violent sound wave, directly shattering the endless sword chi that swept in all directions. His mind moved, and his fleshly body was changing at this moment. A divine pattern lit up, as if animalized, his palms turned into tiger claws, his face even showed a strange pattern, and what attracted the most attention was his body size. Originally, he was more than 8 feet tall, which could be described as stout, and at this moment, his physical body was constantly climbing, growing to more than a zhang, as if ahead of. Chapter 392. Crushing Momentum. Tiger's Head, Snake's Tail. There was no way for inviting the moon not to be shocked. After all, a realm such as the unity of heavenly beings was something that almost only late-stage divine phase exalted were able to comprehend by virtue of their powerful cultivation. Below an exalted, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the unity of heavenly beings. In particular, Jiang Che was still only at the beginning of the divine phase. This was the thing that shocked her the most. Because even when she was once, she had only managed to step into the realm of the unity of heavenly beings with the help of an exotic treasure within the Xian Heavenly Infinite Palace when she was at the Dharma phase realm. Originally, she thought that she was already proud enough to stand out from the crowd, but it turned out that she didn't expect someone to be even more powerful than her. For the first time, inviting the moon was moved. Before this, even if Jiang Che had won the first place in the martial realm, it hadn't shocked her too much, and even if Jiang Che possessed the dragon might, it had only slightly surprised her. Not bad, this son has stepped into the celestial unity realm. Ji Changdao nodded slightly, as if. Chapter 393 The Great War comes to an end. The offering entered his hand. This divine halberd, you gave it to Jiang Che? Above the void, inviting moon gazed at the divine halberd in Jiang Che's hand and couldn't help but ask. She could tell that the divine halberd was extraordinary, although it didn't have the slightest bit of spirituality. It was extremely sturdy on its own, and it was obviously crafted with the most top-notch fine gold. No, it was taken from the hands of the Holy Son of the Green Sky sect during the Battle of the Martial Realm. This divine halberd, if it is able to cultivate divinity, I'm afraid it won't be an ordinary holy weapon. The people of the Green Heaven sect really are willing to give it up. This divine halberd is already half ruined, and it's almost impossible to re-nurture divine nature. However, even so, it's not a top-notch divine weapon. Ji Changdao nodded slightly. Other than on Emperor Yuan Kong, there wasn't really any great conflict between him and inviting moon, and with just a few words, the unpleasantness of the party could be forgotten. Turning to other matters as if nothing was wrong. Chapter 394 The Secret of Peace Talks. Intercepting the invitation of luck. With the wind spirit divine bead in his hand, his purpose of coming to the capital this time was finally considered to have been accomplished. Not wasting his efforts, the next thing to do was to head to the East Sea. As long as he was able to obtain the true dragon treasure pill, he would be close to breaking through the Dharma phase realm. This item is what you deserve, no need to say thank you. Ji Changdao waved his hand, unimpressed. A wind spirit divine bead was just a wind spirit bead, it wasn't in his eyes yet. What really made him pay attention to it was still Jiang Che as a person. Next, you will first stay in the capital for a period of time. The matter of your official position, this king is already working on it. Other than that, there is one more thing that this king will give you to do afterward. A hint of hesitation appeared in Jiang Che's eyes and said, Can my subordinate leave the capital for a period of time? Within a month, I will definitely rush back. The true dragon ruins were in front of him. Jiang Che didn't want to delay for too long, because he had now received a transmission from Zhao Xinji. Chapter 395, Taking the Empress. Playing against the Emperor. Jiang Che had never been a decent person. He believed in jealousy. He knew that with the previous conflict, Ji Changxing's mother and son were bound to not be able to resolve their grudges with him, and he wasn't made of clay to endure being beaten at the door. What he wanted was a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Only because he first arrived in the capital, the news channel has not yet spread the black courtside, although Chen Qingfang is helping him, but he does not dare to completely guarantee that the other side on his side. He had been looking for an opportunity. And now, from Lu Jieyun's mouth, he found it. As long as he could possess something to pin down Ji Changxing's mother and son, he would definitely make them regret messing with him. Of course, there was another most important reason for this, which was that Jiang Che was saving for a rainy day, preparing in advance for the next sacrifice. Looking at Jiang Che agreeing to this matter, Lu Jieyun smiled. He knew that Jiang Che wasn't the type of character to let go of grudges, and now. Chapter 396 Enlightening the Fairy. Accidentally stirring the pot. A game of chess. Since the end of the Jiang Che defeat, of course, this is not his intention to water, but in the chess really is not proficient, the front can barely support. But with the game of chess fighting, eventually or gradually out of support. Finally, when Emperor Yuan Kong forced the game into a dead end, Jiang Che sighed lightly. Your Majesty's chess skills are divine, I am really no match for you. Haha, champion Marquis flattery makes me extremely happy in my heart. It wasn't that Emperor Yuan Kong couldn't see Jiang Che's chess skill and knew that the other party hadn't let go of the water. It was also for this reason that he was even happier. After chatting for a few more moments, Jiang Che got up to take his leave. When Jiang Che left the Imperial Garden, the smile on Emperor Yuan Kang's face gradually converged, and with a grave expression, he looked to the side of inviting moon. What does the State Master think? How is the champion Marquis? Which point is your Majesty referring to? In the eyes of the State Master, how does he evaluate Jiang? Chapter 397, A Tacit Understanding Between the Two Sides. Thunderstorm Demon Chi. Above the waters of the Eastern Sea. 4 figures slowly stood. From left to right, they were the Green Heavenly Sect's Purple Dragon Dharma King, Dongfang Manhwa, Heavenly Eagle Dharma King, Nangong Jie, Green Heavenly Saint's Son, Shui, and lastly, the East Extreme Palace Master, In Shanghai. After Zhang Che had set the time, the Qingtian sect's side was likewise on the move. To be exact, since the very beginning, it was them who were acting. The secret of the true dragon ruins was not a falsehood, but a setup that was set up specifically for Zhang Che, only for the sake of Dongfang Mingyue, so that she could get her hands on that precious medicine in the inner layer of the true dragon ruins. Where has Zhang Che arrived now? Dongfang Mingyue, who had just arrived, asked in a deep voice. A thick hoarse voice came out, causing Chu He to subconsciously then sweep with his afterglow. Not many people knew about Dongfang Mingyue's true body, and he happened to be one of them. For this female-bodied male-looking Dharma King, it was very curious. Reporting back to the Dharma King. Chapter 398 Showdown. Surprise! What Mr. Yin said was good, right? The Yuan Qi here is different from the outside world, right? Seeing that Zhang Che seemed to be a bit stunned, Yin Chonghai, who had come in early, immediately opened his mouth and laughed. Zhang Che nodded slightly, this cannot be denied, then his eyes did not move and scanned the weak, continued to ask. Where is the prohibition? He had already explored, this place was an obstacle to divine sense, compared to the normal state, it would be suppressed by more than half, therefore, at this moment, it was difficult for him to spread his divine sense out at all. He could only remain vigilant at all times. Follow me. Yin Chonghai took a deep breath and led Zhang Che straight towards the direction shrouded in grey mist, and wherever he passed, all the mist escaped with him, directly opening up a path. After walking for about 100 breaths of time or so, Yin Chonghai stopped in his tracks. Directly in front of him, there stood a 4-square tall stone monument that was 1 foot long. Chapter 399, Crushing Chui. Yellow bird at the back. Zhang Che, isn't it true that you didn't expect Xu Mao to show up here, how about? Isn't it a bit of a surprise? Chu He took a step forward and stood out, a smooth smile all over his face. At this moment, he desperately wanted to see the unbelievable look on Zhang Che's face. It would make him incomparably happy. Zhang Che was surprised? That was really too much of a surprise. He was still thinking about how to fish Chui out, but as a result, now that the other party had just appeared so plainly in front of him, how could he not be surprised and happy? I really didn't expect that in order to deal with Mr. Jiang, your Qingtian sect would be so cautious as to actually send out 2 late divine image venerables. Although Zhang Che was pleasantly surprised in his heart. However, on the surface, he still displayed a look of shock. As for the reason, that was naturally to try to get Chu He to take the initiative. You are endowed with good fortune, and you can turn good fortune into good fortune when it happens. Chapter 400 Fall of a Venerable. Heaven and earth were leveled. Zhao Xianji, who suddenly struck out, aimed straight at Nangong Jia. And the moment the sword energy poured out, a bell sound resounded through the void. The Qi family's holy weapon, the soul suppression bell. This holy weapon had always been in the hands of family head Qi Zhangnan, and this time, he had similarly brought it to the East Sea, and in the same way, his target was similarly Nangong Pol. It would be better to hurt his 10 fingers than to break one of them. This was the result of the joint discussion between Zhao Xinji and Qi Zhangnan, that is, to take the opportunity to kill one person first, lest it end up making the battle scorching. Sudden attack, let the Qingtian sect side instantly shocked, they never thought, there is someone ambush, mantis catching cicadas, yellow bird in the back, they were the mantis. What? Damn! Nangong Pol and Dongfang Mingyue let out a cry of shock and anger at the same time. The sound of the bell rang out, Nangong Pol's figure was violently lurched, and was attacked by the Yuanshan, and was about to become a target. Chapter 401 Breakthrough, Dharma Phase. The power of a late-stage Dharma phase exalt, burning all to induce the self-detonation of a saint soldier, was extremely terrifying, directly turning the area within tens of thousands of feet in circumference into a Jedi. All the living beings all died out, on top of the endless sea, rolling huge waves churned, countless fish and shrimps floated in them, boundless, those were all the existences that had been shaken to death by the terrifying power. However, even if the power of Nangong Pol's self-detonation was twice as much, it was useless. Because what he did was useless, he simply did not anticipate that Zhang Che and the others possessed spatial exotic treasures in their hands, which could directly shield all attacks and dodge the escaping aftershocks. About a quarter of an hour later. Within the seabed, the blood sea pearl slowly floated into the air, and the surrounding area returned to calm, only endless fish and shrimp corpses, Zhang Che, Zhao Shenji, Red Blood Demon, Qi Zhangnan one by one walked out from within the foreign treasure. Looking at the surrounding scene, they were all speechless for a moment. I'm afraid that this kind of might is even more powerful than the original. Chapter 402 Transitioning Wind Tribulation. Condensing the Dharma Phase. The moment Jiang Che's thoughts fell, suddenly, above the sacrificial heavenly monument, a divine light lit up, and in just a moment, it lit up the entire heavenly monument. Subsequently, a ray of light vanished and enveloped all the sacrifices. In just the blink of an eye. The extreme yin qi, extreme yang qi, a true dragon treasure pill, the wind spirit divine bead, and other sacrifices were all swallowed up by the light and absorbed within the sacrificial heavenly monument. At the same time, Jiang Che also profoundly experienced that a stream of his own vitality was forcefully drained away by another force. 30 years of longevity. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Che had once again lost decades of his lifespan. However, these costs were all worth it. Because Jiang Che would not only break through the Dharma phase realm, but also achieve a minor completion of the supreme sacred true dragon determination, his strength would be ushered in a surge, and he had made a prediction that once he succeeded in his breakthrough, he would be strong enough to have strength that rivaled that of a late-stage divine phase exalt. Chapter 403 Divine Power Self-Diffusion. Blood Chi Transforming God. Just in time. Accompanied by a dragon's roar resounded. Sitting in the void of the 3-inch baby, at this moment also began to change, blazing divine light rushed into the sky, strong momentum swept in all directions, from within the flesh of Jiang Che. The two rays of light intertwine and hover out, a yin cold, a yang qi blazing. Two yin and yang gas directly into the Jiang Che within the baby. In the blink of an eye, the light is more blazing, visible to the naked eye began to grow, until it broke through the 3-inch limit. It reached about 4 inches before it came to a halt. The Yuaning was divided into 3 realms. 3 inches was the early stage of the divine phase, 6 inches was the middle stage of the divine phase, and 9 inches, the late stage of the Yuanshan. 3 inches was the boundary, and those who reached 4 inches had broken through the limit. Mid-divine phase, Dharma phase realm. Broken at this point. A long whistle, sweeping the 8 directions, rolling sea waves scattered, the winds of heaven and earth are eliminated, for inches of Yuaning into a stream of light, straight into the Jiang Che spirit platform within. Chapter 404 Comparing to an Exalted One. Capital Alliance. With your current strength, I'm afraid an ordinary venerable would have a hard time taking you down. Looking at Jiang Che's expression and recalling the powerful pressure when he evoked his Dharma phase earlier, the red-blooded devil's sovereign gave a heartfelt sigh of relief. Jiang Che smiled without saying anything. Because the truth was just like that. Although the gap between a late-stage divine phase venerable and a Dharma phase Grand Master was extremely great, the problem was that he wasn't an ordinary Dharma phase Grand Master either, and when he was at the early stage of the divine phase, he was even able to rival a Dharma phase Grand Master. Now, he had entered the Dharma phase realm, and his physical body had even stepped into the avatar realm. There were no more shortcomings around his body. Dual cultivation of the Dharma body, coupled with the proud means he has always had. It was not polite to say that there was not the slightest problem in rivaling a venerable. The red-blooded devil sovereign nodded slightly, and then he did not ask any more questions. This was because he was really a bit at a loss as to what to say at the moment. In fact, for Jiang Che's strength exceeding his. Chapter 405 Sacrifice, Dharma phase completion. After a period of bitter cultivation, Jiang Che was like ascending to the clouds. Even though immortal Zhao's greatness had been deeply experienced by Jiang Che many times, each time it still made his heart sigh. There was no other reason. It was only because Zhao Xianji was the only woman who could be an even match for him in a sparring match so far. After all, Zhao Xianji's cultivation was at the late divine phase stage, possessing the strength of the Zunshi realm, which was extraordinary, while his other women, like the Qi sisters and Huang Shanshan, all of them were far inferior to Zhao Xianji. Plus, Zhao Xianji's physique was special, possessing an extreme yin body and the means to balance yin and yang. It was even far more superior to the remaining few. Moreover, cultivating with Zhao Xianji was not a small gain for him, it could raise his cultivation and stabilize his realm, which was much more than the growth that would come from his daily hard cultivation. Of course, this kind of cultivation also benefited more than just Jiang Che himself, in fact, Zhao Xianji gained even more. Chapter 406 The Demon Dragon Returns to the Capital. Stirring up the heavenly chants. This old Jiao seems to be willing to give anything to get out of the dragon-locking well. After Jiang Che cut off the connection with Ao Kuan, the red-blooded demon sovereign laughed lightly. Of course, he actually understood Ao Kuan's behavior very well. When he was trapped within the secret realm and had difficulty getting out, it was also very difficult every day, if not for the fact that he had later sealed himself within the stone statue. He felt that he would go crazy one day even if he could get out. And he was only 100 years old, but Ao Kuan, this old augur dragon, was suppressed by Tianlong Temple for hundreds of years. Even if he was even more humble, he could actually understand. He has now lost all hope, and can only place everything in the middle of my promise, naturally willing to any price. But you shouldn't take it lightly. Making an oath across this dragon scale is not much of a constraint, and when he gets out of the trap, it might be a different face. Judge yourself by yourself. Chapter 407, Everything Under Control. Outside the capital, on top of a mountain peak near the dragon nurturing Tam, Jiang Che was wearing a black brocade robe with gold stripes and a jade belt across his waist. His body had an extraordinary aura radiating up and down his body, and he stood expressionlessly on top of a piece of green stone, just like an upright mountain peak. He is waiting for someone. Waiting for Lu Jieyun. From the East China Sea all the way to the capital, during the period Jiang Che almost no delay. However, he also heard of the court and the northern barbarians' royal court peace talks, for which the world is in uproar. There were supporters and opponents. The ultimate reason is that from thousands of years ago, the Central Plains and the grasslands is a feud, year after year, generation after generation, especially in the dark years before the founding of the state of the Great Zhou. The northern barbarians' iron hooves trampled on the Central Plains, causing the northern part of the Central Plains to sink and the people to be devastated. This is the hatred engraved in the blood of every northern people in the Central Plains. But the imperial court, however, negotiated peace. They don't care about the specific. Chapter 408, The First Show of Strength. The crowd was appalled. Sangzhou, Yingtian Prefecture, Qishan Road Crossing. Inside a pavilion, Jiang Che and Lu Jieyun were sitting opposite each other. A chessboard was placed in the center, black and white were killing each other, and the situation was in Jiang Che's favor. Although Jiang Che's chess skill is general, but obviously, Lu Jieyun's chess skill is worse, often will be Jiang Che's backhand directly cut off the back road. To chess degree of people, Jiang Che feels that Lu Jieyun should be the kind of desperate character. But in the eyes of Lu Jieyun, Jiang Che is not so. Even call it to achieve the goal, by any means necessary. The style of chess was ruthless, and it was as if there was only the goal in his eyes. Now I finally understand why you can have such an achievement in just a few years. Just this kind of heart alone makes it difficult for ordinary people to reach. Casually throwing the chess pieces aside, Lu Jieyun willingly bowed down. What's wrong with brother Lu? Jiang Che smiled lightly. Chapter 409, Shocking and Killing a Venerable. Jiang Che's terror. What? The sudden appearance of Jiang Che instantly caused Zagumu to be shocked. He had just been knocked back by the other party's Dharma phase strike, and at the moment, he hadn't fully regained his senses, and completely didn't expect the other party's attack to come so quickly. Shocked, he immediately had to retreat. But at this moment, it was already a little late. Jiang Che, a halberd sweeping, yin and yang magic firepower hidden in it, just to strike, while let Zagumu suffered heavy damage. The hands of the divine weapon is the horror of the force smashed some bending. Like a broken kite, General instantly flew out backwards and smashed on the ground, lifting the smoke and dust about 10 feet high. To yin and yang magic fire convergence in the desolate heaven, divine halberd above the means, is not Jiang Che only now condensed, as early as in his breakthrough after the divine phase, will have already mapped out this kind of means. It was only that he had never utilized it. Now, Zagumu became the first target to try this means. Chapter 410, The Ambassador's Reunion. The heavens shook. It had to be said that Zhao Xianji's timing was extremely good, and the coordination between her and Jiang Che was fantastic. She had seen the true power of Jiang Che's Dharma phase unification. She understood its terror and knew that Rimujin would simply be difficult to resist. This was indeed the case. Although Jiang Che's Dharma phase collapsed, it also caused Rimujin to suffer a serious injury, and she, at this critical moment, gave the other party a fatal blow. Indeed, it was a fatal blow. With this sword, Zhao Xianji had no reservations and surged directly towards Rimujin's main body. In an instant, accompanied by an astonishing roar, Rimujin's giant ape phantom instantly exploded, and the terrifying shockwave caused the void to tremble, and the surrounding heaven and earth were as if they were rippling like water. Wherever the aftershocks passed, they all toppled over. The ground even sank violently, as if it had been bombarded by a meteorite. As for Rimujin's main body, it suffered the impact of Zhao. Chapter 411, Taking the Secret of Empress Shui's Mother and Son. It turns out that Ji Changxing's imperial consort, Su Qiuyue, is actually a secret son of the Qingtian sect. Inside the imperial city, Jiang Che, who was preparing to go to court, was still pondering in his mind at the moment about the secret that he had previously learned from Lu Jieyun that could pin down Ji Changxing's mother and son. He originally thought it was Ji Changxing in the capital city. What crime was Lu Jieyun learned? The results completely did not expect, but will be such a great crime. Previously, after splitting the dirty, Jiang Che couldn't wait to ask Lu Jiyun about that secret, and the other party didn't hide it, revealing the matter to him, and at that time, Jiang Che showed his shock. Xingtian cult. That was the most hated rebel of the court. Once the news that imperial concubine Su Qiuyu was a thief of the Green Sky cult spread out, regardless of whether Ji Changsheng knew it or not, his eligibility to compete for the crown prince would completely disappear. He would even be directly demoted by the enraged emperor. Only. Chapter 412, Empress Dowager, you don't want to. Capital City, Su family ancient mansion. Crown Princess Su Qiuyu made a round of the area, and without moving, she pushed open the door and slowly walked in. As an important contact of the Green Bat Palace in the capital, it was impossible for her to come here to meet anytime, anywhere. But this time, things were too big. So big that the Green Bat Palace's palace master, Bei Hanzhong, had summoned her twice in just over a month's time. And the reason? It was all because of the ambush of the northern barbarians' envoys at the Qishan Pass. She was not clear about the original cause of this matter, and could only think towards what His Holiness had instructed her to do last time, guessing that the reason why His Holiness had summoned her this time was because of the search on the court side. And in her thoughts, she had always felt that it was the holy religion that had struck this time. After all, the northern barbarian royal court making peace with the Central Plains court was definitely not a good thing for the holy religion. Lightly walking to the secret room, Su Qiuyu pushed the door and entered, her eyes once again fixed. Chapter 413 Jiang Che and the Empress. The following day. After consulting Chen Xingfang, Jiang Che led dozens of black martial artists straight to the imperial prince's residence, and the main reason why he did it with such fanfare was to make Ji Changsheng's mother and son recognize the situation. He is not kidding. If he cannot make him happy, minutes will be able to completely let it lose the qualification to compete for the crown prince, of course, if Ji Changsheng mother and son know how to recognize the interest of the words. Then he is just a routine investigation. As for Jiang Che's action, Chen Xingfang did not know the specifics, but only felt that Jiang Che was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate and give Ji Changsheng some eye candy at this time, but he did not have much feeling about it. A prince who had not yet determined his position was just that, far less important than Jiang Che at the moment. Very quickly. A group of black martial guards then quickly surrounded third Prince Ji Changsheng's residence, causing the surrounding onlookers to be secretly shocked, not wanting to be clear about what exactly was going on. Chapter 414 Guilty Showdown. Punching the Empress. Inside the Imperial Garden. Spring is in full bloom. But at this moment, it was as cold as winter. All the guards had their heads bowed and did not dare to speak for fear of offending the emperor, ever since the case of the northern barbarian envoys being killed. Since the murder of the northern barbarian envoys, there have been several ungrateful lackeys in the palace who have been caned to death by the emperor. Everyone knows that the emperor is in a bad mood. It was also true that the killing of the northern barbarians' envoys and the breakup of the peace talks had completely shattered all of his next plans, and not only did he fail to mobilize his troops to come back and judge. On the contrary, because of the northern barbarian army, he had to draw 50,000 troops to support. It could be said that the situation today was a mess. He was pondering on how the next thing should progress. Opening his eyes, his pale eyes swept over the surroundings and his gaze settled on Li Qingzhong's body. Something to report? Li Qingzhong breathed a sigh of relief and hastily nodded his head. Your Majesty. Chapter 415, A Lot of Fire. What he said before was just Shui Baijin deliberately trying to swindle Jiang Che, not really wanting to break up with him. If this scandal is leaked out, even though Jiang Che will be the emperor's hatred, but for the time being there will not be any substantial losses, not to mention that Jiang Che's back there is the mountain god king Ji Chengdao support. But the two of them, mother and son, were just really finished. Ji Changsheng's imperial consort was a dark child of the Qingtian sect. Then in the eyes of the outside world, regardless of whether Ji Changsheng had gotten involved or not, he would be unfit to compete for the position of the crown prince again. What's more, now that the emperor is in the midst of a violent rage, angry over the previous case of the northern barbarians' envoys being killed, it is likely that he will take his anger out on Ji Changsheng's body, and a direct relegation to the status of a commoner will be possible. She, in turn, would most likely be abolished as empress as well. Once that happened, it would be the end of them, and the Shui family might even be involved. Shui Baiwu would never allow it. Chapter 416 Forbidden Identity. You. What do you want? What do you want to do? Although Shui Baijin was spoiled in nature, she wasn't stupid. On the contrary, a woman from a big family like her had always been very smart, from the very beginning when Jiang Che had asked her to kneel down. She already had a vague premonition. For the Empress to kneel, it was a great offense that would punish all 9 clans. From the day she became the Empress, the most she could do was to submit to the Emperor and obey him. Even her parents had to bow and curtsy when they saw her. But Jiang Che had made her kneel. This simply could no longer be described as treason. And since she knew that this was a capital offense and still wanted to take offense, it was enough to prove that Jiang Che was a lawless nature, and even imperial power could not make him submit. So what would come next? Was there any need to say? What does Empress Mother think I want to do? Shui Baijian grabbed Jiang Che's hand, his brows tightly. Chapter 417. Which is stronger, your majesty or I? This place is not to be entered without authorization. Outside the hall, the voice of the red blood demon sovereign came from within the 10,000 tribulation demon blade, firmly blocking third prince Ji Changsheng, who wanted to trespass into the main hall without the slightest bit of face. Why can't this palace enter? This is the imperial prince's mansion. Anger filled Ji Changsheng's eyes. From the very beginning until now, almost an hour had passed. What words could not be talked about? He had endured it before, but now he was truly somewhat unable to hold back. He was afraid that Jiang Che would be unfavorable to the Mother Empress. You can try trespassing. A bloodlight lingered above the 10,000 tribulation demon blade, revealing the blurred figure of the red blood demon sovereign, coldly sizing up Ji Changsheng. What exactly does he, Jiang Che, want? Ji Changsheng forced himself to hold back his anger and rebuked. However, the red-blooded devil sovereign only coldly surveyed him and had no intention of letting him in. What was Jiang Che doing? Of course. Chapter 418, Empress. Prohibition withdrawn. The main hall of the main hall's door slowly opened, a piercing light shot into the hall, and just now also shivering, in front of Jiang Che meek as Empress Shui Baiji, at this moment is a change of appearance. A face of calm, sitting upright kneeling at the top, a decent long skirt outlines the perfect arc, everywhere through a charm and graceful atmosphere temperament. At this moment, she once again resumed the identity of the Empress, once again became that unattainable, high above the woman. The contrast was so great that Jiang Che raised his eyebrows. But this way, it was more interesting, wasn't it? His favorite thing was contrast, especially the contrast of still being the mother of a country. The impact it brought to a man was incomparably huge. Outside the temple. Sensing the prohibition dissipating, the red blood demon sovereign within the 10,000 thunders demon blade instantly realized that Jiang Che had already finished everything, sighed, and then transformed into a flowing. Chapter 419 Promotion. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Empress Shui, who was apprehensive in her heart but still cool and proud in her behavior, finally arrived at the Imperial Study Room. Although she was scared in her heart, the problem was that if she didn't come, it would only be more of a problem. Now the Emperor's attitude is unknown. Shui Baijian estimated that the possibility of being discovered is extremely low, but if it is covered up, then it is likely to cause the Emperor's suspicion. The loss would not be worth the gain. Your servant has met your majesty. Inside the study, Shui Baijian owed a bow. On the other hand, Yuan Kong Emperor Ji Wenhao was sitting behind the desk, and the faint smoky fragrance was roaming around the room, the atmosphere looking a bit oppressive. Sit down. Thank you, your majesty. Shui Baijian pursed his lips and sat down as instructed with his face as usual. How was today's matter resolved? Ji Wenhao didn't beat around the bush, but directly opened the door. Shui Baijian's mind flowed, quickly realizing that the Emperor. Chapter 420 Surprise and Cost. Every time you bring surprises to this king. Ji Changdao narrowed his eyes and laughed lightly. The growth of my subordinate cannot be separated from the cultivation of the God King. When facing Ji Changdao, Jiang Che had to be more cautious than when facing the Emperor, and his words would naturally hold up the other party. However, Ji Changdao did not eat this set of words. If you want to be promoted, you should go and beg His Majesty. It's not very appropriate to come to this king, is it? His Majesty is naturally the one to see. My subordinate is trying to win the support of the God King this time. Anyone knows that in today's courtroom, what Ji Changdao supports may not necessarily be able to be done, but if he stops it, it definitely cannot be done, and this is the key point of the title of God King. With this merit, no one in the courtroom can ignore it. Seniority is just a small matter. What official position do you want to be? Ji Changdao stopped beating around the bush and directly asked Jiang Che what he thought. Belongs to the Black Yam. Now the Black Yam Southern Juzhou Division branch is still no. Chapter 421 Marquis Discourse. The Seal of the Boundary. Ever since the last time his mother had expressed to him that there was a possibility of pulling Jiang Che's strings, Ji Changsheng had been pondering over this matter for the past few days. And after thinking about it, no matter how he thought about it, it was a must. As long as he pulled in Jiang Che, he would be able to obtain great convenience and truly have the qualifications to compete with his elder brother and second brother, and if the reliant mountain god king also supported him, then there would be almost no suspense. Of course, the prerequisite was that father's side did not suppress him. Therefore, Ji Changxing very much wanted to personally meet with Jiang Che to chat about this aspect, but looking at the situation, mother would not give him this opportunity, but rather personally. In this regard, Ji Changxing was quite moved. But he also didn't forget to remind the mother empress. Jiang Che was a sought-after commodity, so if he didn't push a little harder, how could he pull it together? Xue Baijin frowned. You're teaching Mother Empress to do things? No. Chapter 422 The Emperor's Promise and Involvement. If another person were to deal with Li Changhua, who does your majesty think is the most suitable person in the court today? Without roots and strength, Li Changhua can be very difficult to move. Ji Wenhao fell into silence as he listened to his royal uncle's assertion. It wasn't that he couldn't give up his official position, but he didn't want to give up this opportunity to Ji Chengdao to take the credit, so even after saying this, he still didn't open his mouth to agree. And for Ji Wenhao's thoughts, Ji Chengdao's sense is also very clear, continued. As long as His Majesty agrees to Jiang Che's promotion to the position of South Pole Divine Envoy, this king will personally make a trip to the northern border in a few days. Really? Ji Wenhao's eyes instantly lit up. After the northern barbarian envoy was killed, the Golden Sage royal court had now become a major problem for him, and for this reason, he had gone so far as to mobilize a martial saint plus 50,000 elite members of the Forbidden Army to rush to the northern lands to reinforce him. This was almost the strongest force he could mobilize. But still not. Chapter 423, Promotion to the Third Grade. The Land of the Three States of the Town. The 13th year of the Great Zhou Yuan Kong, February 26, early spring. The Great Dynasty. On this day, Jiang Che, dressed in a brocade robe, with an extraordinary figure, once again stepped into the Fengtian Palace, with Chen Qingfang and several other real power of the third grade in a row. If really according to the real official titled account words, Jiang Che is actually not qualified with them side by side, but the dynasty is actually not much of the main third grade officers. Most of them served in the state capitals, so Jiang Che's status would be extended a bit forward. As for Jiang Che's solemnity, Chen Qingfang was unaware of it, and gave him a somewhat suspicious look, transmitting, "What's going on? Could it be that there is something big going on today?" Jiang Che smiled. "Not a big deal." "Ha?" Chen Qingfang was about to ask again, but suddenly, as if he sensed something, his eyes quickly cast forward, followed by the surrounding officials saluting together. "See your majesty." Chapter 424 Famous. Fierce fame. Mother Empress. Empress Mother. Inside the prince's residence, Ji Changsheng, who had learned of Jiang Che's promotion to the position of a positive third-grade Nangji divine envoy, burst directly into the grand hall in a flurry of excitement, his face hanging with uncontrollable joy. If there were many people who were happy about Jiang Che's promotion, then he definitely ranked among them. After all, at this moment, his relationship with Jiang Che was not at all the same as when he was at loggerheads before, and before that, his mother had clearly informed him that she had pulled Jiang Che together. The other party would support him in his fight for the throne. They were on the same line. Naturally, they were very happy about Jiang Che's promotion. Because even if he didn't count the influence of the mountain god king Ji Changdao, a third-ranked black na-divine envoy could definitely be regarded as a great member of the imperial court, and such a heavyweight existence supported him. The gains brought to him were extraordinary. What's so panicky? Empress Xuebai, who was pondering over the scene from yesterday's exchange with Jiang Che. Chapter 425, The Imperial Robe. Champion Marquis Residence, within the study. Jiang Che and the red blood demon Zun stood aside, while on the ground lay a figure with tightly closed eyes. It was clearly Ji Changxing's imperial concubine Su Qiuyu, except that at the moment, she was as if she was in a coma, with a weak breath around her. "This is what you call control?" Jiang Che pointed at the figure on the ground and looked at the red blood demon sovereign. The other party grinned towards him. "What's the hurry?" Saying that, a small blood-colored bell appeared in the red blood devil's hand at some point and gently shook it. Ding ding dang. On the ground, Su Qiuyu's fingers gently trembled, as if they had suddenly come to life. This seat has not only placed a restriction on her body, but also left a blood spell. This spell is the key to controlling her. As long as it is gently shaken, she will distort her memories in a short period of time. She will worship you as her master and take whatever she wants from you, but in order to prevent Chapter 426 Heaven and Earth Realm. Directly facing the martial saint. Continue. Continue. During the wine banquet, Ji Changxing shouted in a spirited manner. The other few people were not allowed to sue for mercy and had to drink to their heart's content. He was indeed very happy today. Jiang Che's support had almost instantly reversed his current predicament, and by the time the news of today's banquet spread out, the entire capital would know that the heavenly Jiang Che had come over to his side. He will be in the limelight. In his heart, his gratitude to the Empress Mother has also reached its peak. He knew that if it wasn't for Mother Empress's hand, Jiang Che would never have compromised so easily. Alright, let's talk about business. Jiang Che really didn't have much heart to continue to play on. The party was still very energetic, but now it was in the state of sage. There was no need to remain dormant in the false identity. It was also to be a real emperor. What business? Chapter 427 Danger of Desperation. Inviting the moon to descend. The voice of Bodhisattva Gala illusory worldly voice was as if it was pulling with a mysterious force, giving people an inexplicable power to believe in her words and submit to her unconditionally. At the same time, the hostility in one's heart was like being purified. Jiang Che was in such a state, and could not help but have such thoughts, but soon, Jiang Che's heart suddenly tightened, realizing that something was wrong. Something was wrong. He was affected by the other party. Jiang Che gazed ahead, already realizing that something was wrong, and at the same time, something about the Gala illusory worldly bodhisattva that he had once probed into from Chun Qingfang's mouth swiftly surfaced in his mind. The reason why it was called the illusory worldly bodhisattva was mainly the word illusion. Chen Qingfang had once commented on her in 8 words in a brief and appalling manner. Where the mind goes, the body illuminates. To put it simply, Gala Bodhisattva's true body was actually very well hidden. Chapter 428 The Buddha Tao Controversy. Clothes return home. As soon as inviting the moon said this, the surrounding atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. An invisible pressure began to escape in all directions. A battle of martial saints was imminent. Gala illusory world voice Bodhisattva's face was expressionless, unable to see any joy, anger, or sadness, seemingly completely uninterested in inviting the moon's words, and was silent for a moment before speaking. Inviting the moon cultivator may have some misunderstandings. The poor monk never said that he wanted to make a move, and this time he came here, he was only entrusted by someone, wanting to resolve a grudge on behalf of cultivator Jiang. Bodhisattva Gala flinched. To be exact, it was after inviting the moon showed up that she knew that this battle had to be called off, not because inviting the moon was superior to her, but because there was no point in exchanging blows here. The distance of 100 miles was just a blink of an eye for a martial saint. If the battle goes on, not only will it be unreasonable, but once the mountain god King Ji Changdao arrives, even if she wants to settle the matter, she will not be able to do so. Chapter 429 Life-Preserving Card. Called the Heart of the King. Bailing Qi Clan, Wanbing Mansion. Although the Bailing Qi clan had already repaired the newlywed mansion for Qi Wanjun and Qi Ningbing, the 2 Qi sisters were still used to living back at the Qi clan due to Jiang Che's faraway trip to the capital. On this day, Qi Wanjun sat cross-legged, a long white and blue dress wrapped around her body, her green silk like a waterfall, a thumb-sized jade stone dotted between her eyebrows, and her dress slowly fluttering under the floating breeze. It is like leaving the dust now. The wide collar is slightly open, showing its own advantages to the fullest, extremely rich, but it is not deliberately dressed. Rather, it was as beautiful as clear water out of a hibiscus. With a calm gaze, her hands were placed on her abdomen, facing the sunrise to meditate and cultivate, appearing extremely dignified. In comparison, her younger sister Qi Ningbing appeared a bit jumpy, a cool pink dress outlined to her calves, but because of her crossed legs, her thighs were also revealed. A pair of apricot eyes were animated. Chapter 430 Swing Cultivation. A martial saint setting in ambush. Who is it? Qi Zhengnan's face changed violently, an overwhelming pressure began to escape from his body, vaguely harboring a palpitating killing intent. Jiang Che for Bailing Qi clan can be said to be the future of the dependence and hope. He even married his 2 daughters to each other, simply cannot allow Jiang Che to have any accidents. Especially, it is still the existence of martial saint. This is definitely bullying the small with the big. And in an instant, he thought of the Green Sky sect. After all, what Jiang Che had done, it was quite normal to cause the Qing Tian sect's killing intent, and this was definitely a not so small pressure for the Qi family. His heart was in a whirlwind of thoughts. Great Zhou's State Master, Gala Illusory World Sound Bodhisattva. Jiang Che told him straight. What? Buddhist sect? A look of shock flashed across Qi Zhengnan's eyes. If it was from the Qingtian sect, he could still understand, but why would the Buddhist sect needle? Chapter 431 Dao Protecting Jade Puppet. The fairy arrived. Hearing that Qi Zhangnan was displeased because of the title of brother-in-law, Jiang Che relaxed a little. Otherwise, if it was really that kind of title, he really wouldn't be able to explain. Immediately, he nodded and said, "What uncle said is true. I will inform Ningbing when I return." "Well, let's go." Qi Zhangnan nodded and didn't continue to say anything more. After all, it was a bit inappropriate for him to talk to Jiang Che about this in his capacity. However, the problem was that they had already been married for a few months, and they still referred to each other that way, and it was the Bailing Qi clan's family style that was damaged when it was spread out, which was why they had to mention Jiang Che. "What is the attitude of the old ancestors' side?" Jiang Che suddenly asked. For the Bailing Qi clan's old ancestor, Jiang Che couldn't say that he didn't understand it at all. After all, there was information about this on the Heina side, but perhaps it was the reason for his current authority. What he was able to see was basically very shallow. He only knew that. Chapter 432 The Advantage is Mine. Bailing Prefecture, somewhere above the mountains. On the ground, a few pieces of brocade clothes were thrown messily on the ground, and the atmosphere around her was a bit charming as Zhao Xianji unhurriedly put on her body's clothes and dress, slowly exhaling a mouthful of fragrance. Jiang Che sent the fairy. Not only did he send Zhao Xianji to the border of Bailing House, but he also sent her up to the sky. "I haven't seen you for a while, you seem to have gotten a little more aggressive." Zhao Xianji was the first to break the silence. It wasn't once or twice that she had exchanged words with Jiang Che, but every time, Jiang Che seemed to grow a part of her strength. From the very beginning, she was strong and Zhang was weak, then later on, they were evenly matched, and now, even though she had a special physique with the dual effect of ice and fire, she was still vaguely defeated by Jiang Che. The heart could not help but sigh for it. Jiang Che's growth was too fast. In this world, it's impossible not to be strong. Zhao Xianji pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. Instead, she very warmly snuggled into Jiang Che's arms and... Chapter 433 Mighty Vermilion Bird Division. Slaughtering the Tianlong Temple. At the border of Yunzhou, the Vermilion Bird Division's headquarters. At this moment, all the officials above the Xiandan realm within the Vermilion Bird Division, other than those who were on a mission and were difficult to get away, the rest, whether they were on a break or on vacation, all gathered within the government office. As for the reason, it was the official inauguration of the new South Pole Divine Envoy Jiang Che. Most of the Xiandan sect masters were aware of the struggle at the upper levels, but none of them dared to act out, much less take the initiative to give the new divine envoy an eyeful, lest they be made an example of. As the strongest intelligence yaman within the court, Heina actually knew Jiang Che very well. He knew what kind of character he had. He really dared to kill at the drop of a hat. Coupled with the backing of the Mountain God King, as well as the support of many battle results, Jiang Che could be said to be the first to arrive. Since the news of the reward was sent back, everyone within the Vermilion Bird Division were discussing this matter. In front of the Black Yaman. The Three Paths. Chapter 434, Two Mouths of the Official Word. Right and wrong is a thought. Since the Gala Illusory World Voice Bodhisattva ambushed him outside the capital, Jiang Che has already made a deadly enmity with the Buddhist sect, the kind that must be returned tenfold and 100-fold. Because that time of interception can be called since Jiang Che into the Jianghu encountered the most dangerous one. If not invite the moon out of the hand, his end will be very tragic. In the case of the Buddhist sect has already made a move, Jiang Che will not be able to hold back. Before he became a divine envoy, it would be fine if he endured, but now he was already a full third-grade member of the imperial court, in charge of 3 states in the southern region, and in the position of state pastor of a state in the town, if he still endured. If he still put up with it, wouldn't he have wasted all his efforts to get the position? Only this point, Zhou Huan Yueishui and others are not clear. They are only clear about one thing, that is Jiang Che's first fire. They cannot go to stop, after all, even if something goes wrong. It was also Jiang Che's problem. They, on the other hand, were just following orders. Immediately. Chapter 435, Exterminating the Buddha. Exterminating the Buddha. Yunzhou, Vermilion Bird Division Yamen. For figures stood in the void, Jiang Che was in the center, Zhou Huan, Yueishui, Lu Sanqiu, and the other 3 deputy ambassadors were on Jiang Che's left and right, with a great pressure escaping around them. With Heina's ability, one day was enough time to collect evidence of Tianlong Temple's crimes. A total of 108 incriminating evidence was listed, which could be said to have turned Tianlong Temple upside down. And every single one of these incriminating evidence is true, and it didn't even have to be planted. It can be seen that Tianlong Temple prides itself on being a Buddhist sect, but in reality it is full of evil. Which not only has Tianlong Temple wantonly seized other forces of the industry, but also Tianlong Temple harboring the fact that many villains. Before this, the court is to turn a blind eye to this. But wait until the time of use, this is the best excuse. Zhang Che felt more and more, the black na is simply the best extermination weapon. As long as there is that strength, with the search. Chapter 436. Shocked the entire audience. For Zhang Che, in fact, Monk Dustless was not afraid, but was very jealous. After all, no matter how to say it, Zhang Che was a court official of the 3rd grade, and was also in charge of the Black Yamen Vermilion Bird Division, such a powerful yamen. If it is a crossroads, even Tianlong Temple is not good. Moreover, Zhang Che's back was still backed by the Bailing Qi clan as well as the leaning mountain god king Ji Changdao, so he wouldn't really make up his mind to go on and on with Zhang Che until he had no choice. But that was only in his eyes. In Zhang Che's eyes, he had come to take revenge this time. Gala Bodhisattva, he really didn't have that ability to retaliate at the moment, but Tianlong Temple was different. Whether he said that he was afraid of softness or hardness, or that he planted evidence to frame him, it was also true. In short, Tianlong Temple, he would destroy it. In the face of Monk Dustless's kind words, Zhang Che only laughed coldly. Taking Gala Bodhisattva to pressure this official? Not so, just don't want the living to suffer. Chapter 437. Demon Dragon breaks free. Slaughtering the Buddha and destroying the clan. As for Zhang Che, it was even simpler. He didn't even pay attention to the incompetent rage of those several Luohan and directly ignored them. His gaze, at the moment, only fell on the dustless Luohan who was fighting with Zhao Shenji in the void. Only he was worthy of being Zhang Che's opponent. To be exact, there was no one under the Venerable One who could enter Zhang Che's eyes. Just like the lifeless Lohan before, Zhang Che only had to make a slight move, and it exceeded the limit of what he could resist. Easily defeated the other side of the Phantom, directly decapitated the other side of the Yuan baby. In the surrounding sea of fire, the other side did not even have the opportunity to escape. And this was also the key reason why Zhang Che was the first to hold up the yin-yang sea of fire. Simply because it was easy to kill the other party, but difficult to destroy the other party. If the other party gave up his physical body and used his Yuaning to escape, Zhang Che would have a hard time stopping him. Because the Yuan baby is not like the body, the speed is extremely fast, even though the Chapter 438 Treasure Pearl arrives. Victory and defeat have been divided. When Ao Koan got out of the trap from this moment onwards, it was actually the time when Zhang Che was really ready to take action to overthrow the Tianlong Temple. Before that, even though he had the opportunity, he still didn't make a move. The purpose is to force out those few old monks. Without their suppression of the Earth Pulse, Ao Koan will be able to instantly destroy it, so that the entire Tianlong Temple's protective array will be completely destroyed, and then no longer have any chance. Although Tianlong Temple has no bodhisattva to sit in the town, but there is a bodhisattva underlying. If in the end is not defeated, to the big formation inside a drill, then he will also be very tricky. Because Tianlong Temple was not the Longhu Dao sect, when facing the Longhu Dao sect, his father-in-law Qi Zhengnan dared to use the holy soldier's underpinnings, completely bullying the Longhu Dao sect for not having a martial saint. Even if it was bullying the weak with the strong, there was no harm. But Tianlong Temple is not the same as a Buddhist Taoist sect. The Great Thunderbolt Temple branch, Tianlong Temple, although there is no bodhisattva, but the Great Thunderbolt Temple inside there is a bodhisattva bottom. Chapter 439 Killing Venerable Lord Jin. Heavenly unrivaled. Similarly frozen on the spot, there was also Dustless Rowan, whose gaze was a bit frozen at the moment, completely unable to figure out how exactly Zhang Che had done it. To know, his 6-armed golden body phantom has been sacrificed for more than 3 eons, 6 different divine weapons were even carefully selected by him, can be condensed into a large array. Hooking up with each other's chi, even if it is a martial saint. Martial saint might be able to do it, but how did Zhang Che, a mere Dharma phase grandmaster, do it? When he struck out just now, he only felt that suddenly, he lost control of the yin-yang treasure pearl, and was simply unable to resist that devouring force, as if a martial saint had struck out. How on earth did you do that? Dustless Rowan suddenly stopped and stared at Zhang Che, his face very unsightly. He was certain that he could drag Zhang Che to die with him before, just because he had the 6-armed divine soldier formation, and knew that Zhang Che would definitely not be able to block it, and even the party would not have been able to stop it if it wasn't for Zhao. Chapter 440, All the Lohan men are dead. Tianlong Temple was destroyed. As Zhang Che beheaded the head of the dustless Lohan, the entire void seemed to have fallen into stagnation at this moment, as countless gazes looked over, all with a slight sense of shock in their eyes. Abbot. Abbot! Senior brother! A hateful cry of alarm came out from the mouths of the rest of the Luo Han, their eyes flushed red within their orbits, and their resentment towards Jiang Che had reached its peak. Even though they were ready to fall, how could they bear to watch the abbot's head being chopped off? In a blink of an eye, the three Luo Han directly abandoned their respective opponents and surged towards Jiang Che from three directions, as if they wanted to strike Jiang Che hard to avenge his death despite everything. But obviously, they were unable to do so. Because the remaining few great masters would not sit idly by. After Jiang Che had killed the dustless Rowan, everyone knew that this battle had been almost completely over. Chapter 441 Breakthrough. Dharma Phase Perfection. Fellow Daoist Ao Kuan, if you don't surrender at this time, when will you wait? Jiang Che smiled as he sized up the old Zhao Long in front of him. After the two elders of the Qi clan showed up, Ao Kuan barely had any chance left. Ao Kuan also thought so. Originally facing 6 Dharma Phase Grand Masters, his hope of leaving this place was extremely slim, and when he was panicking, 2 more came. How could he resist? One must know that these bits of great masters had combined their efforts to destroy even the Tianlong temple, and he, at one time, had only been sealed by a few Luohan. Zhang Daoyu, the old dragon is wrong. Regret should not have the idea of ingratitude. Can you understand the old Zhao once? In the future the old Zhao will certainly belong to the command of Zhang Daoyu's service. Ao Kuan knew that at this time there was no chance to get away. He could only hope to negotiate according to the previous conditions. He had just got out of the cage. He really didn't want to be a mount for someone again. It's too late. Your Excellency now has only one. Chapter 442 Cultivation Surge. 6-inch Yuaning. In a matter of moments. Just in the moment Jiang Che's thoughts fell, suddenly, above the sacrificial heavenly monument, a divine light quickly lit up, and in just a moment, it lit up the entire heavenly monument. Then, a light disappeared and enveloped all the sacrifices. In just the blink of an eye. The yin and yang treasure beads, the Jiu Hua Immortal Dew, the Jiu Chu Shen Ginseng, as well as the heavenly demon Jade Emperor Lotus and other offerings were all swallowed up by the light, and were absorbed within the heavenly monument of sacrifice. At the same time, Jiang Che also instantly felt that one of his own vitality was forcefully drained away by another force. 30 years of lifespan. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Che had once again lost several decades of his lifespan. However, these costs were all worth it. Because not only would Jiang Che's cultivation explode, but he would also be able to achieve the grand completion of the Supreme Sacred True Dragon decision, and his strength would be ushered in a huge increase, and he had weighed his own strength before this. With the current situation. Chapter 443, The Dragon Pulling a Cart. Straight to Jinnan. Could it be that the Divine Messenger has become an exalt? Below, Lu Sanchio's eyes were filled with horror, and Yue Shui was similarly horrified, because in their perceptions, the pressure coming from Jiang Che at this moment was just a little too strong. It was simply able to be compared to the Chen Qingfang that had once been there. Lonely and uneducated, a god emperor is not a Changzun. Just look at that Yuaning, 6 inches in size. The Dharma phase is complete as well. Zhou Huan said in a deep voice. Since I am not blind, of course I can see that it is a 6-inch Yuaning. It is just that the pressure is a bit too strong. Lu Sanchio explained. I'm afraid that the Divine Messenger is a dual cultivation of Dharma and body. No wonder he was able to forcefully behead Monk Dustless. In a certain view, although the Divine Messenger is not a realm-breaking Yuanshen, he definitely possesses a terrifying strength comparable to that of a venerable. Worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride in the world, it really lives up to its name. Zhou Huan sincerely sighed. He had a realization in his heart that although he was also at the peak of Dharma phase cultivation, and his Yuaning had already reached the Chapter 444 surrounding the Marquis of Jinan. The Violet Fox Dharma King was present. In fact, Jiang Che had long been psychologically prepared for Li Changhua to come to Tianlong Temple, and it was precisely for this reason that he had invited the 2 great masters of the Qi family to come and hold the sacred soldiers to press the battlefield for him. It was a pity that Li Changhua's news channel was still too slow. Until after he had destroyed Tianlong Temple, he still did not show up, but Jiang Che still did not have the slightest bit of relief. After all, this is Huazhou. Li Changhua has been here for many years. It is impossible to not get the news all the time. Therefore, Jiang Che quickly then subdued Ao Kuan, and also let Zhao Xinji temporarily at his side, in order to cope with possible accidents. Now, Li Changhua has arrived. And he, too, was prepared to tear his face off. Although Li Changhua was a top 10 existence on the Wind and Cloud ranking, and a top venerable in the Central Plains, he was not a vegetarian, plus Zhao Xinji and Ao Kuan joined forces together. Almost equivalent to 3 Zunas, it was more than enough to take down the other party. Chapter 445 The Great War Falls. turning his back on the court. Damn it! Li Kuang was instantly shocked and furious, but having suffered a blow from Li Yuanxiu, he simply couldn't react in time at the moment, and a blood light from the red blood demon sovereign directly enveloped Li Kuang, causing him to tingle with pain all over his body. Then, several attacks bombarded in unison, and even more so, he was seriously injured in an instant. On the other hand, Li Yuanxiu on the other side took the opportunity to burn his qi and blood in an attempt to make a final sprint and quickly flew towards the teleportation array, but it was also at this moment that a sword light suddenly descended. It directly bombarded Li Yuanxiu's body. Boom! With a booming shattering, Li Yuanxiu's physical body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, having been chopped into pieces by Zhao Xianji's sword, leaving only his Yuaning, holding on to a strong breath as he quickly disappeared into the teleportation array. At this moment, the purple fox Dharma King Yin Susan, who had suffered a blow from Jiang Chase 3, was also having some difficulty with it. Although she was only spilling blood from the corners of her mouth, she had still suffered a heavy blow. Even though she was only bleeding from the corners of her mouth, she still suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 446. Venerable Yuan Shun. Jinnan Army. Li Qingguo's eyes narrowed, a touch of cold and vicious chill lingering around his body. With the current situation, the possibility of the rebellion succeeding was extremely low, and the most fundamental reason. The most fundamental reason is that he has not yet become a saint. Without the strength of the level of martial arts saints, it is impossible to suppress a state area. Those few top forces, it is even more unlikely that they will place heavy bets on him. The top 10 of the Wind and Cloud Martial ranking, the peak grade exalted masters, these could dominate a party, but it was basically impossible to cut off a party, because with only this much strength, it was absolutely impossible to make the imperial court compromise. The most direct condition for the court to compromise is that the court can't do anything about him. But he also knows, after this, the court will be very fast to cut his title. Delayed too long, the Jinnan army side will have accidents. This is his last foundation. 100,000 Jinnan army, although the number is not large, but every. Chapter 447 Martial Arts Ranking to the Wind and Clouds. The first person in the sky. Void Spirit Divine Flame? When Zhang Che questioned the function of this item, not to mention Zhao Xinji, even the red-blooded demon sovereign froze for a moment, as if he didn't expect Zhang Che to ask about this item out of the blue. Zhao Xinji still shook her head after a moment of serious contemplation. I have heard of this item, the Void Spirit Divine Flame, but it seems that this item is just a type of heaven and earth's foreign flames, which can be refined for one's own use, and used to protect the Tao and kill the enemy, but the rest of it isn't too clear. Could it be that you are planning to use it to enhance the power of the yin-yang demonic flame? She knew that Zhang Che's yin-yang demonic flame avatar was very extraordinary, especially when dealing with low-realm martial artists. It could be considered a great killing weapon that even Yuanshan level exalted could not ignore. Sometimes it was even able to block off the void and keep Yuaning trapped in a cage. Zhang Che smiled, considered his acquiescence to this answer, but there was still a hint of hope in his eyes looking towards the red blood demon. He always felt that the Void Spirit Divine Flame was more than just a Tao protecting and killing weapon. Chapter 448 Ruthless Plans. By any means necessary. As Zhang Che ascended the Wind and Cloud ranking, for a moment, his fame was also greatly agitated, completely becoming a target pursued by thousands of Jianghu martial artists, and countless people regarded him as an inspirational model. He came from an ordinary background, but in a few years, he became famous all over the world. It can really be said that, once famous, the world shook. Who in the Jianghu do not know the king? Although, Zhang Che's rise is not so honorable, first rely on the Bailing Qi clan, and then get to rely on the mountain god King Ji Chengdao's appreciation, can be said to be supported all the way. But success is the king's way. There are countless Jianghu martial artists who have taken the initiative to defend Zhang Che. Of course, also because Zhang Che's cultivation speed is too appalling, he is a martial arts saint reincarnation of the matter, also more and more convincing, because there is no previous life heritage. It was almost impossible to rise in just a few years. In response to this, Zhang Che did not argue and instead acquiesced to this matter. Because it was favorable to him. With Chapter 449 Martial Saint's Promise. 100 Union Army. Zhou Haiyan didn't turn the corner for a moment. He didn't understand why Zhang Che suddenly changed his mind. Could it be because Li Kuang would rather die than surrender and lost his patience? Facing Zhou Haiyan's inquiry, Zhang Che just smiled blandly. The one who killed Li Kuang's family was Jinnan army, not the court, not to mention me, Zhang Che. With these words, Zhou Haiyan realized in a flash. Zhang Che was trying to kill someone with a sword. Just as Zhou Haiyan said, Jiang Che wanted to utilize the suspicion between Li Kuang and Li Chengwa Li Yuanxiu to sow discord and make Li Kuang hate Li Chengwa. Originally, Jiang Che was not prepared to do this, but Li Kuang's bones were too hard. Even after being tortured by the red blood demon, he was not willing to betray Li Chengwa. As a last resort, the red blood demon gave him this idea. From the previous situation, in the end, Li Kuang was sneak attacked by Li Yuanxiu before he was reduced to this state, and in his heart, he must have a strong feeling towards Li Yuanxiu. Chapter 450 Sisters Together. Accident. Shi Wanjun gazed at Jiang Che for more than 10 breaths before turning her head, shifting her gaze to the fish bobbing within the spirit pond and falling into silence. Yuanjun, although this matter was an accident, I am also at fault. Looking at this look on Jiang Chi Wanjun's face, Jiang Che exuded many apologies. According to his original plan, he was prepared to tell Qi Ningbing first, and after the two of them discussed it they would tell Qi Wanjun the news, allowing her to accept Zhao Xinji's existence. Because compared to Qi Yuanjun, Qi Ningbing was obviously more open-minded, and at most, she would just play a little, but Qi Yuanjun was different, although she was full of vigor and unconventional. But in matters like feelings, it was hard to think straight. Just like the last time, if it is not Jiang Che and Qi Ningbing two-pronged, coupled with the marriage contract is very important to the Bailing Qi clan, Qi Wanjun absolutely will not pinch the nose to endure this kind of thing. Chapter 451 Immortal Underpinnings. New hatred, old hatred. Jiang Che was unaware of Zhao Xinji's preparations to take on Huang Shanshan as a disciple as a means of counteracting the Qi sisters, and at the moment, his mind was on how to deal with the Blood Sea sect. Of course, even if Jiang Che knew, he would only chuckle. Shi Wanjun and Zhao Xinji were both women with a sense of propriety, and even if there was some fighting, it was still within bounds, so even if Jiang Che knew about it, not only would he not be angry, he would also contribute to the matter. After all, there was always a need to give the boring days some interest. Jiang Che's reason for focusing on the Blood Sea sect is also very simple. At this moment, he has already gathered the Big Dipper Yang Yuan grass and the National Luck Dragon Vein, two kinds of sacrifices, while the evil preventing Thunder Heartbeat is still nowhere to be found, and the Void Spirit Divine Flame is far away from the 100,000 Great Mountains. He had to start with the easy before the hard, and after settling the Blood Sea sect, he would then head to the 100,000 Great Mountains to make a trip. The intelligence capabilities of the Vermilion Bird Division did not disappoint Jiang Che, and in just a few days, they had investigated the Blood Sea sect's A. Chapter 452, What can be done about being too deceptive? Blood Sea Secret Realm, within a certain grand hall shrouded in bloodlight. Just as Jiang Che was preparing to make his move, coincidentally, at this moment, within the Blood Sea sect, there was also a discussion about Jiang Che. The cause was because of Li Chengwa. After breaking face with Jiang Che and being wanted by the Imperial Court, Li Chengwa knew that he was in a situation where he didn't have any choice but to join hands with Qingtian sect to rebel. In order to buy time for himself, he not only ordered his forces to start a rebellion in Yuezhou, but also invited the 100 Vietnams to put pressure on the Imperial Court, so that he could win in the end. On top of that, Li Chengwa had actually contacted a few of the top forces in Yuezhou. If he was able to gather their support, after Li Chengwa became a saint, he would no longer have to be subjected to the Qingtian sect and the Imperial Court, and would truly have the qualifications to rule over a party. Blood Sea sect is one of them. It's just a blatant rebellion. Chapter 453 Blood God Martial Saint. Terrifying Jade Puppet. Gentlemen, do it. With the Red Blood Demon Sage's business done, Jiang Che was not prepared to waste any more time. Whether it was a new grudge or Li Chengwa's solicitation, it didn't matter to him. Because he had come here to exterminate the door. In a flash, as Jiang Che's words fell, the crowd that had long been prepared struck out in unison. The one who made the first move was still Grand Elder Qi Tianzhong. Qi Tianzhong, who was holding the Qi family's holy weapon, was clearly the strongest person present at the moment, and the person who was the first to open the way should also be him. Golden light flashed, and the soul suppressor bell rang. Suddenly, a boom resounded in heaven and earth. The huge 100-foot golden bell directly escaped with a terrifying might and smashed into the void. Rumble. Accompanied by the booming explosion, the entire void was enveloped in it, and countless rays of light shone. That was the Blood Sea sect's grand formation making preparations, attempting to try and resist the Saint soldiers' bombardment. Chapter 454 Sea of Blood Falls. The harvest was full. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, no matter what, this encounter was still Jiang Che's victory, forcing the other party to only vanish into the void turbulence and flee. This result could not be said to be too perfect. After all, Jiang Che's original intention was to completely bury the entire Blood Sea sect today, but it was also within Jiang Che's tolerance. Putting away the Martial Saint Jade puppet, Jiang Che raised his eyes to look into the void. Because that mysterious martial saint was in a hurry to escape, he didn't take into account the saint's soldier in the void, and with the loss of the source of power, the blood lake that had originally pressed the canopy horizontally. At this moment, it was getting smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was transformed into a stream of light toward the ground. Jiang Che saw this, immediately raised his hand and summoned the blood light control in the hands. Looking at a small blood-colored mirror suspended in his palm, Jiang Che's face showed contemplation. The bottom of his eyes also flickered with a little joy. Although he had consumed part of the power of the Martial Saint Jade puppet, his collection of the Chapter 455 Undercard +1. Now there are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Blood Sea Mystic Realm. Within the Great Hall, the Red Blood Demon Sovereign looked at Jiang Che somewhat mysteriously and laughed. Good news, Jiang Che casually said. The Red Blood Devil Sovereign froze for a moment, but then reacted and said to himself. The bad news is that this seat really doesn't have that ability to erase the branding on the Blood God mirror, so you are not to count on this saint's soldier anymore. Jiang Che was a little disappointed when he heard this. After all, a saint soldier was very important to him right now, calling it a bottom card, but he didn't show too much and continued to pursue. What about the good news? The good news is that although the Blood God mirror can't be controlled, there are some formations within it that I have drilled into, and there is a way to blow it up. You mean to say that this Blood God mirror can't be used, but it can be made to self-destruct as a way to increase its strength? Jiang Che. Chapter 456 Jiang Che ambushes the White Tiger. The 100 Yu soldiers arrived. For the proposal of worshipping Zhao Xianji, Huang Shanshan was actually extremely moved. After all, once she worshipped Zhao Xianji as her master, then in the future, not only would she have a backing background, it would also benefit her cultivation. It could be said that there were 100 benefits and no harm in this. But the problem was that she was afraid that Jiang Che would disapprove. She wasn't like Zhao Xianji, who possessed the powerful strength of the Yuanshan realm and was able to have an equivalent status even in front of Jiang Che. And she wasn't like the Qi sisters, who had her mother's family's power behind them. Her birth was too ordinary, and she had even married once before, and although that was only in name, it was not a good reputation after all. Plus the first time she got along with Jiang Che, both sides were actually forced and traded. It was so that she had always had a clear position on herself. Zhao Xianji and the others could disregard Jiang Che's thoughts, but she could not. The only way she would pay her respects was if Jiang Che agreed to it. Chapter 457. He must go to the 100,000 Great Mountains. He couldn't afford not to go when it was about the sacrifice, but because of the matter of the 100 Yu alliance, he must also make a trip to the southern Yu country. No matter what, he must also try to delay them by all means. He couldn't let them take advantage of this time of his absence to raid Yuezhou. Because once he left, he was bound to take the two major war powers, the Red Blood Demon and Ao Koan with him, so that only two venerable masters, Zhao Xianji and Qi Tianzhong, would be left in the entire Yuezhou. Although they were not weak, they would never be able to withstand Li Changguo and the 100 Yu allied forces. Seeing Jiang Che's face in deep thought, Princess Ning then continued. Other than that, there is one more thing. What is it? After you sent a message to me last time, I contacted the Wei family, and it seems that because of your extermination of the Tianlong Temple and the Blood Sea sect, the Wei family has decided to support the government. Princess Ning immediately told some matters about the Wei family all about the Chapter 458 King Yu was appalled. The queen's way of begging is truly chic. Jiang Che's gaze surveyed the plump beauty on the bed. It had to be said that Ji Honglian was very gorgeous, no less than Princess Ning. Calling her a stunning beauty was not in the least bit excessive. Just want to use this to test him, more or less still somewhat underestimated him. Throughout his journey, although he had read several women, he was not a hungry man of color, and would not be driven by his lower body, so, at this moment, he instead evoked a lot of laughter. Ji Honglian's face instantly surfaced a blush, only, it wasn't shyness, but felt as if she was being underestimated by Jiang Che, and always felt that Jiang Che's eyes carried a bit of mockery in them. Thinking about this, she looked slightly cold and offended. You don't misunderstand, this palace is not a casual person. The reason why this is done, really. There is nothing that can be taken out as a bargaining chip to get you to help me. As Chapter 459, Extermination of a Nation. Slaughter Sect. Jiang Che. The South Vietnam king's pupils shrunk slightly as he lost his voice and let out a cry of shock, his eyes filled with horror. To him, the name Jiang Che was not unfamiliar in the slightest, and it was not too much to say that it was like a thunderclap. After all, these days, Jiang Che was in charge of Yuezhou, repelling Li Qingguo's matter he had already known, understanding that the other party was a truly strong person who could rival the old ancestor. Even so far he was contacting several other South Vietnam countries, preparing to launch a coalition army to invade Yuezhou in the north, but what he didn't understand was why Jiang Che would be here. Could it be that? In an instant, he thought of Ji Honglian leaking this news to Jiang Che on top of that, and instantly stirred up a cold sweat. Jiang Che, this king is the king of South Vietnam. If you kill me, the old ancestor will never let you go. Realizing what Jiang Che had come to do, the king of South Vietnam understood that danger had already descended. Hastily opening his mouth, he attempted to. Chapter 460 Fellow Taoist Xi, farewell to you. Xi Ping Dao? The red blood devil sovereign was a bit stunned. He had originally thought that after doing this hand, they should immediately head to the 100,000 mountains, but Jiang Che suddenly wanted to stay and even mentioned Xi Ping Dao's name. Looking at Jiang Che's expressionless demeanor, the red-blooded devil sovereign froze for a moment and quickly came back to his senses and said, "You're trying to ambush and kill old devil Qi?" Other than this, the red-blooded demon could not think of any other reason. Jiang Che nodded slightly, admitting his thoughts without any concealment. This is a good opportunity. If we can take advantage of the opportunity to slaughter this person, it will do more good than harm. At this time, he was not in the situation he was in when he was being chased in the past. At this moment, he already had a strength comparable to that of a top Yuan Shenzunshi, and in his hands, he even had two kinds of martial Sing cards. In addition to this, there is also Ao Kuan and Red Blood Demon Zun Auxiliary. These strengths kill a Qi Ping Dao more than